When you were studying in the United States, you developed controllable nuclear fusion. Just as you were excitedly preparing to bring your research results back to your country, the US military unexpectedly detained you on the grounds of stealing secrets, and even falsely claimed that you had obtained US citizenship. As you ponder how to solve the current dilemma, you suddenly hear the sound of fighter jets taking off nearby. This is the United States' most advanced 5th-generation Raptor fighter jet, with supersonic cruising and stealth capabilities. Instantly, a bold plan appears in your mind. Immediately you take action, avoiding all surveillance to reach the control room. After confirming that there is no one in the room, you quickly move to the computer and start operating it. As lines of code flash on the screen, you soon enter the management system of the United States, and then proceed to forge an identity for yourself. The base was also given a secret mission, to dispatch Major Lee Dong to pilot an F-22 Raptor fighter jet to the Dragon Country border to perform a patrol mission. This mission is highly confidential, and no one is allowed to leak any information. All departments are requested to be prepared for support at any time. Major Lee Dong is expected to arrive at the base in 10 minutes. After doing all this, you drive a car to the base. Just as you arrive at the gate, you are stopped by 2 soldiers. "Sir, please show your ID." You instantly feel a surge of adrenaline. This is a highly guarded military base. Any slight mistake could lead to immediate arrest. You presented forged identity information and unexpectedly entered the command center smoothly. At the entrance of the command center, Colonel Macmillan had been waiting for a long time. "Lieutenant Lee Dong, we have received orders from higher authorities. However, before the fighter jets take off, we need to double-check the mission code. All missions are issued by you, so the codes are naturally created by you as well." You then calmly recite a string of English code. Hearing this, Commander Kimuran salutes and says, "Major, good luck to you." In this way, you successfully deceive the commanding officer. With the ground crew's assistance, you pilot the F-22 fighter jet towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the U.S. Secretary of Defense reported to the U.S. President, "Although we have captured Lee Dong at the moment, I always feel that this matter is not so simple." The U.S. President coldly snorted, "Find a way to make him talk. Once we get hold of this technology, we can directly kill this young man." At the same time, Dragon Kingdom Air Force Base. Report. "I have found unidentified flying objects in the airspace of the coastal area. The radar signal is intermittent. It can be concluded that it is an illegal intrusion." The platoon leader immediately realized that something was wrong. Illegal intrusion. Such a weak signal, indicating that the other party's radar cross-section is very small. It's a tough opponent. The platoon leader immediately began issuing orders. "Let Eagle 1 and 2 intercept immediately." Eagle 2 received. Soon, the radar showed 2 J-10 fighters rapidly approaching the unidentified flying object. As the distance gets closer, everyone in the terminal starts to breathe rapidly. At the same time, Chen Yonggang, the top official of the district, rushed to the terminal and asked everyone about the situation. A soldier reported, "Report. According to radar, an unidentified flying object is about to enter our alert zone." Chen Yonggang was shocked. Over the years, he has encountered many provocations, but it was the first time someone had directly crossed the security line like today. The soldier continued speaking methodically. "According to the information returned by the radar, the other party has obvious camouflage methods. It was only detected by our radar because it was flying at low altitude. If the other party flies higher, our radar may not detect it. I suspect it is a US drone." Chen Yonggang pondered for a moment and then said, "Let the Eagle immediately confirm whether it is a US drone." 5 minutes later, Eagle 1 reported back with the accurate message, "This is Eagle 1. Target confirmed as US F-22 Raptor fighter jet." The hearts of everyone in the command center were shocked. How could the 5th-generation fighter jets from the United States appear here? Are they planning to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Yonggang immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately reported to the commander-in-chief of the North China region, Zhao Shishuan. Failure to handle this matter properly could very likely become the fuse for a war between the two countries. Upon learning of the situation, General Zhao Shishuan immediately rushed to the area command room and held real-time remote meetings with the naval base and the highest naval leadership. The other party unexpectedly deployed stealth fighters for low-altitude flight. "What's going on? Do they want to take action?" Lu Yonggang said lightly, "Although our J-10 is powerful, it is tracking the F-22 Raptor fighter. It is impossible not to be detected, since they know our fighter jets are tracking them, and they neither evade nor engage in combat. They must have other intentions." At this moment, on the F-22 fighter jet, you who had just woken up suddenly opened your eyes, listening to the noisy interference around you. Something seems off. Looking at the radar system, you were instantly stunned. Damn, we're about to enter the Dragon Kingdom's controlled airspace. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, You naturally know that once you enter the restricted area, you will be deemed a threat, and regardless of your identity, you will be shot down directly. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came through the earpiece. You have entered the Dragon Kingdom's controlled airspace. Please immediately state your nationality and intention. Otherwise we have the right to shoot you down. At the same time, the latest message was transmitted in the terminal. Report. This is Eagle 1. Still no response from the other party. Commander Zhao Shishuan's expression became even more serious after hearing this. I declare that all Air Force units in the southeast are now in a state of readiness level 1. Falcon 3 and 4 are heading to the designated area to intercept the target. Cthulhu 3 understood. Eagle 4 understood. As soon as the words fell, 2 heavy fighters, J-12BS, took off with a bang from the airfield of the Southeast Military Region's airbase. The target is none other than the F-22 Raptor fighters that are about to break in at this very moment. After the 2 J-12BS took off from the military base in the Southeast Military Region, they flew towards the northeast of Donghai City at lightning speed. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi looked at the radar, representing the J-12B's 2 fast-moving green dots towards the red dots representing the NEFCOM F-22 Raptor fighters, and always felt a little upset. In the past, the always decisive Commander Zhao Deshi would only give one order. That means no bull asterisk. Just shoot it down. There's nothing to it at all. The military exists to defend the sovereign integrity of China. There is such a thing as sovereignty, and it must be proclaimed by strong-arm tactics in the face of provocation. But for now, the Commander-in-Chief is still a little puzzled. It's not true that this is Rice's most advanced 5th-generation fighter, but the other party chose to fly directly at low altitude, so it was obvious that they could not avoid any radar monitoring. If he does that, he won't even be able to touch the land of China before he's shot down. It can be said that what is the difference between the behavior of this Raptor fighter now and sending it to its death? This was also the reason why Zhao Deshi hadn't directly ordered the second company of artillery station near the coastline to fire long-range missiles to shoot down the target even now. That is, the Commander-in-Chief wants to see what's going on, now that this is out of the way. For fighters had already been sent out to depart, and they were all waiting at this moment for an order from the Commander-in-Chief. Zhao Deshi pondered for a moment, then immediately said to the Rear Admiral, who was also in the middle of the video call and had already been on standby, Rear Admiral, is there any of our fleet in the 200-kilometer radius of the East China Sea that this Raptor fighter is currently traversing? Report, Commander. After hearing the Commander's inquiry, the Rear Admiral glanced at the real-time battleship positions on the large screen in the command room in front of him and said with a straight face, there is a complete fleet from the Zhoushan base less than 80 kilometers southwest of the target, including a destroyer, frigate mixed detachment, a supply ship detachment, and a submarine detachment. Zhao Deshi nodded and ordered, that's enough, Rear Admiral. Immediately order the Zhoushan base fleet to travel at full speed, maintain a state of maneuvering defense, and follow the invading planes at sea. Watch out for any unforeseen circumstances that may occur. In the event of a parachute jump, or an invasion plane being shot down, the Chusan fleet is going to have to fish it out for me. I would like to see what tricks this intruder wants to play today. The commander took the tea handed over by the orderly, took a small sip, looked at the screen in front of him, and said with full majesty, report, Hawk 3, Hawk 4 are approaching the target. 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, gyroscopic climb in progress. Just as Zhao Deshi saw the red and green dots on the screen overlap, the real-time report from the combatant pilot came through at the same time. The two fighters made a quick pirouette and then throttled down their turbine engines. Under the superb operation of the two fighter pilots, the two fighters flew smoothly to the left and right diagonally above the F-22 Raptor fighters, and synchronized their flight with the Hawk 1 and 2. Report. Flight path is anchored. Radar returns normal. No other abnormal conditions. After an organized check and debriefing, the pilot waited for the next command from the command room. Everyone in the Commander-in-Chief's room with a video link is also having a hard time deciding at the moment. The crux of the matter now is that the other party's intentions are unknown. Liu Yonggang's eyes were like swords. Although our J-series fighters are strong, it's impossible for them to go undetected when they're tracking the F-22 Raptor fighters. Since we know our fighters are tracking, this F-22 fighter is not evading, we're looking for a fight, so it must be up to something. Hearing the words of base head Liu Yonggang, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi nodded. Now that the state of affairs is uncertain, any move should be made with caution. For a moment everyone was on edge. After less than a minute of deep thought, Commander Zhao Deshi decisively ordered, let our military aircraft pilots, for the last time, to shout to drive away. If the other party does not respond, insisting on breaking through the airspace cordon, then shoot the mother ***** down. At the same time, Immediately notify the J-20 fighters that are training on the plateau to quickly return to their flights and enter a state of first-class readiness. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi's resolute face was now showing a murderous aura. To say 1,000 words, you F-22 Raptor fighter, no matter what the intention, intruded into my airspace is to draw war behavior. To my doorstep, I still do not beat you? The situation was so big that Liu Yonggang, who was in command of the front line, didn't dare to be negligent at all, and after saying yes, he immediately conveyed the order to the 4 pilots. Upon receiving the order, the 4 pilots of the Cthulhu reacted immediately. I'm going to call out one last time. If the other side still doesn't respond, you'll open fire immediately. Understood. Confirming the welcoming maneuver, Cthulhu 1 adjusted its radio communication signal and switched to the public talk channel once again, then began shouting at the F-22 fighter. Unidentified craft ahead. This is the Chinese Air Force. You are about to enter our airspace. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. After shouting through the public channel, Cthulhu 2, 3, and 4 were waiting for a response from their targets, but the other side remained silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chapter 17 Crowd Shock. Don't shoot. It's one of ours. At this moment, the appearance of the Mi F-22 Raptor fighter jets in the East China Sea has alarmed the top management of China, and everyone is paying close attention to the incident. Zhao Dishi in the middle of the general command room could not help but also pinched a sweat. So many years since the two sides secretly friction is often occurring, but these are not on the stage. It was the first time I'd seen a dignified attempt to break into China's airspace like this one. Everyone's faces stared as they got closer and closer to the airspace cordon, and the other side still hadn't replied. At this time, the pilot sent by China had already turned on the safety of the air-to-air close combat missile and placed his finger on the launch button. Ready to launch. And on the ground, Zhao Dishi and all the other Air Force commanders were holding their breath and waiting for things to unfold. 10 seconds passed and the F-22 Raptor was less than 10 kilometers from the airspace cordon, a distance that was the blink of an eye for such a fighter. Fire for me. The voice of Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi came from among the 4 Chinese pilots' headsets. Shoot down the other side's fighters for me. At the word of command, just as the Chinese pilots were about to preemptively launch the PL-12 air-to-air missiles, suddenly, a man's voice came out of the common band and rang out over the public channel. A fluent Chinese language entered the headphones of the Chinese Air Force personnel. Captain, don't shoot. One of our own. It's me. What? Hearing this nonsensical shout, the Air Force personnel on the scene on the Chinese side were collectively confused. Captain, don't shoot. It's me. It's a stunt that only the Chinese understand. At such a tense moment, Li Dongxin really didn't know what to say to identify himself in the heat of the moment. He knew very well that if he didn't respond before, the other party would most likely fire at him the next second. Li Dongxin looked at his own up and down the left and right 4J series fighters inside the heart of a batch of panic. Panic. He tuned to the public channel to come to such a sentence. He didn't dare to act rashly at all now, in case he caused the other party to misunderstand and caused them to fire directly. The consequences would be unimaginable. He was piloting the world's most advanced 5th-generation fighter, the F-22. But even more advanced, this thing is not bulletproof at such a close distance. One random air-to-air missile hits you and you're dead in the water. In an emergency he could parachute himself, but it would be a shame to lose the fighter. The world's most technologically advanced 5th-generation fighter jet. It has so many secrets in it. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dongxin's words brought a great shock to the Chinese pilots and Air Force commanders. What is this? This kid even knows Mandarin? The soldiers in the radar control room on the ground were flabbergasted. Not only can you say it, but you can say it so well that it's even more standard than ours. It's not lame at all. I even hear the dialect flavor. Isn't it true that now, over there in Rice, they're all starting to train their pilots to speak Mandarin? Like the radar men. The pilot's face, at this point, had consternation written all over it. What's going on? How come from the F-22 fighter jets, there's even a Chinese language coming out? And what did the other pilot mean when he said that during this tense standoff? With such confusing behavior, what exactly is the other pilot trying to do? This bizarre situation had everyone wondering. Had the Mi-FCOM stealth fighter pilots actually seen the Kyushu state skit? After the incomparable shock, Liu Yonggang slowly returned to his senses. Immediately, he alerted toward the pilot of Cthulhu 1. Quick, verify his identity with him. Upon hearing the reminder, the pilot of Cthulhu 1 immediately adjusted his mindset and regained his composure, preparing to shout. China's 4J series fighters were divided into clear roles, with one in charge of shouting and the rest in charge of guarding. This is also in case something unexpected happens during the shout and the pilot in charge of the shout is too late to react and delay the operation. F-22s ahead. This is the Chinese Air Force. You have entered our Kyushu State Air Defense Identification Zone. Please communicate your nationality identification number and purpose of flight. At this moment, Li Dongxin, after hearing the familiar Chinese language, a wave of emotions bubbled up in his heart. He had spent so much time in rice, and now the familiar native language sounded so pleasant. Just as everyone in China was getting nervous, another voice came from the public channel. Everyone, relax, don't ever get nervous, I'm from China. Of course, it's still the voice of Donnie Lee. This voice caused an immediate uproar when it came out. What? Chinese? The other party actually said they were Chinese? Since when are there Chinese in the Me Air Force? And flying F-22 Raptor fighters? How is this possible? What the hell is going on here? Everyone on the Chinese side was stunned, and it was hard to believe that this was true. Lu Yonggang of the ground terminal, hearing this sentence coming from inside the F-22 Raptor fighter, his face muscles could not help but twitch twice and froze for a full 3 seconds. He said to the other end of the screen, Commander, nowadays, the MIBs can speak Mandarin to this extent? How much hell did this have to go through in order to speak Mandarin to this level? Obviously, for the other party to claim that he was from China, Lu Yonggang obviously did not believe it. He was well aware of how poorly trained pilots were, and there would be no country in the world that would train foreign pilots at all. If the pilots we train go back to their own countries, it's a basket case. The problem is, now, Zhao Deshi is also confused. Said, this is really the rice country Jane 2 spy or something. This fly AF-22 fighter to do what? Commander, although the situation here is a bit odd, it seems that the fighter is still in a state of flight towards China, without any intention of returning. What are we going to do? Lu Yonggang inquired towards Commander Lin. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi was also confused at the moment. He couldn't help but look at Deputy Commander-in-Chief Chen Wanjun, who had just received the news and rushed over old Chen. What's the situation? There are Chinese in the Me Air Force? I can't figure out the situation either. Let's take another look. Chen Wanjun scratched his head awkwardly, his face at a loss for words. But right now the other side's intentions are still unclear, and the Chinese military side still has to play by the book. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi looked at the red dot on top of the screen representing the F-22 fighter, was silent for a moment, and then gave a direct order to the fighter pilots and said, Song Ying, it seems that the other party doesn't seem to be resisting the communication, so you guys ask to understand what the other party's intentions really are, and why. Up to now, has the return flight not taken place? Chapter 18, A Big Fight. After hearing the order, the two pilots immediately conveyed Zhao Deshi's instructions towards the F-22 fighters. After hearing the pilot's questioning, Li Dongxin also understood that there wasn't much use in directly saying that the Chinese military side still didn't believe in his Chinese identity. This time, dropping, Li Dongxin suddenly heard a noise coming from above the airplane's instrument panel. He looked down and saw that there wasn't much fuel left, and roughly estimated that what was left was probably just enough to land at the airport offshore of China. There can be no more delay. We must land now as soon as possible, Li Dongxin said in a brain. Brothers, don't misunderstand. I'm a serious Chinese, not to see that our fighters have not kept up with the United States. I went along with the most advanced 5th-generation fighters F-22 Raptor fighters back from the United States. When they heard this, everyone was confused. Can you drive this thing back by hand? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Hearing no response from the other party, Li Dongxin hurriedly looked out. I'm Chow. It was obvious that the other party had no patience to communicate with himself anymore. The air-to-air missiles on the weapons hangars of the J-series fighters are ready to be fired. Who's gonna be able to handle this thing? Wait! Li Dongxin practically hissed into the radio. I request to speak to your leader. The front was immediately China's airspace, and as long as the F-22 fighter he was piloting crossed the cordon, the other side didn't need any reason to directly open fire and shoot down the fighter he was piloting. In the Operations General Command Room, everyone's eyes were gathered above the red dot on top of the radar display. This red dot would soon enter the realm of China, and everyone understood what that meant. Everyone held their breath and waited for Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi to give the final order. The pilots of the 4 Jagd Panther series fighters that had been deployed opened the safety caps on the air-to-air missiles they were launching at almost the same time, just waiting for the final command. Everyone was nervous and excited at the same time. This was the first time in history that there was a collision between the J-series fighters and the most advanced 5th-generation fighters. Although these 4 fighters sent out by China were all only 3rd to 3.5 generation fighters, in a situation like the one they were in now, they were sure to kill them with a single blow. Although the F-22 Raptor is the most advanced fighter in the world today, it is difficult to escape when surrounded by 4 Chinese fighters. Once fired, there is only one thing that can happen to an F-22 Raptor, and that is destruction. One possibility could not be ruled out, that the other pilot would choose to make an emergency parachute jump. But the Chinese fleet had long since arrived at the designated spot, just waiting for the other pilot to fall. Just in the nick of time, Li Dongxin's voice once again came from the middle of the public channel. I request to speak with your leader. Due to the all-connected state, this voice was directly transmitted to the ears of Zhao Deshi, who was preparing to give orders in the general command room. Wait, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi seemed to realize something. This matter was fishy from the start. Get me in here immediately. The radio was quickly picked up at the order of Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi. Zhao Deshi picked up the radio and said, "This is Zhao Deshi, Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Military Region of China. Please speak." Hearing the voice coming from the radio headset, Li Dongxin immediately said into the headset as if he had grabbed the straw that saved his life. "Hello Commander-in-Chief Zhao. I am Li Dongxin, who studied in the United States. You should have heard of me." Li Dongxin? Zhao Deshi repeated the name under his breath. He did hear the name somewhere, but couldn't remember for a moment. Li Dongxin had no choice but to be like this. He was gambling that this military region commander knew who he was. The F-22 Raptor he was piloting had very little fuel left, and could not support him in the air to maneuver around the Chinese military. He only had one option now, and that was to hurry up and force land at an airport in China. So he only had to fly hard in the direction of China and didn't care about China's cordon. If this commander-in-chief hadn't heard his name, he would have had to make an emergency parachute jump once the order to fire was given. But this fighter is the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter, and there are just too many secrets about him. If it could be successfully driven back to China, it would be a great help in updating the iteration of China's fighter jets. At such a critical juncture, Li Dongxin still chose to take a shot at a big gamble. After the other man repeated his name, silence fell back into the radio. Li Dongxin glanced at the position shown above the radar. It is about to enter the airspace of China. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Li Dongxin's right index finger had been placed on top of the red button for emergency parachute jumping at the moment. His palms were full of sweat, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He couldn't believe that he hadn't heard of his name from a military region commander after all the commotion he had made in Rice. He was a bit reluctant. Just as Li Dongxin was about to press the emergency jump button, suddenly, there was a snap on the radio. The commander-in-chief of the general command room, Zhao Deshi, slapped his head and said in a loud voice, "You are Li Dongxin? The international student who developed controlled nuclear fusion in the United States? What? Dongxin Li, the international student who developed controlled nuclear fusion." Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi dazzled everyone with these words. For a while, whether it was the airbase or the general command room, there was not a single sound. But didn't Li Dongxin choose to join Rice? How did it get here? And still flying the MiG F-22 Raptor fighter? Everyone found it a bit unbelievable. The commander-in-chief, Zhao Deshi, was informed of this matter, but it was also because of the emergency meeting held just a short while ago, in which the name Li Dongxin was mentioned. Just as everyone hesitated, the F-22 Raptor fighters had already entered Chinese airspace. Li Dongxin once again said into his headset, "Hello Commander-in-Chief, I am indeed Li Dongxin himself, as fake as it gets, and I have only one purpose for this flight, and that is to go home." Go home? A Chinese man, flying a state-of-the-art MiG fighter jet, traveled a long way to Chinese airspace, saying he was going home? I'm afraid such a bizarre storyline can only be found in novels, but now it's really happening. The folding took everyone by surprise. Chapter 19, First time flying a fighter jet? Everyone was in a state of shock when they heard the voice coming over the radio. All the troops, both Air Force and Navy. After the shock, I don't know who took the lead and it all started to boil over. What? Is it really that genius scientist, Li Dongxin? The scientist who developed the controlled nuclear fusion device while studying in the United States? Oh my god. This is unbelievable. Is it really him? He's really back? China's scientific research community can be revitalized. More and more people are getting excited. I'm going to go. This counts as the world's top scientists. Controlled fusion. Do you guys know what that means? Moreover, he also shunted back the F-22 Raptor, the most advanced fifth-generation fighter of the United States of America. It's really awesome. Idol. This isn't real. How is this possible? This isn't some car or something that anyone can drive. This is a fighter jet. How did he do it? One question bubbled up in everyone's mind, and everyone found it mind-boggling. Are you really international student Li Dongxin? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi was flabbergasted for a moment, then resumed his serious tone. Or are you the me Chinese Li Dongxin? This inquiry from Zhao Deshi was very rigorous. Realize that there is a world of difference between the two. Hearing such words, Li Dongxin was also puzzled in his heart as to why the other party would ask this. But then it probably made sense on second thought. This must be the work of Rice. Li Dongxin was unconcerned that the other party still maintained maximum vigilance. On the contrary, he understood, as they were all Chinese soldiers. For them, there are definitely reservations and skepticism when they don't have all the pieces in place. The history of war is full of bloody lessons of confusion, false identities and other tricks to get close and then launch a surprise attack. After all, it was unimaginable for a Chinese to be able to fly a state-of-the-art stealth fighter by himself across the strait back to his homeland. Just as Li Dongxin had thought, the 4J series fighters did not slacken off one bit in following themselves. Facing this situation of distrust from the Chinese pilots, Li Dongxin could actually understand. The Chinese Air Force was being careful. After all, this situation of their own was too special. Such a thing in anyone's ears is like listening to heavenly books. Simply cannot believe. At this moment, in the middle of the general command room, the commander-in-chief, Zhao Deshi, looked serious at the moment. Could the one flying the F-22 fighter jet really be the Chinese student who developed controlled nuclear fusion? Zhao Deshi muttered under his breath. But that doesn't rule out that this is deliberate on the part of the Rice military. But from everything we know now, such a possibility seems unlikely. What if this young man is really the same international student, Li Dongxin, who developed controlled nuclear fusion? Then this can't be dismissed as an unusual airspace intrusion. The people on this F-22 Raptor and the fighter itself are very important. Just as the commander-in-chief, Zhao Deshi, was contemplating a countermeasure, suddenly, the young man's voice came again from among the full-frequency bands. The airplane I'm piloting has a fuel level alarm, and if I don't make an emergency landing, I'll crash if I run out of fuel. This is my first time flying a fighter and I don't want to end up in such a mess. Can you let me land at your military airfield first? What? First time flying a fighter jet? Everyone is once again confused. They never expected that the pilot of the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter jet would be flying it for the first time. What the hell is this? Lu Yonggang in the airbase terminal on the ground obviously couldn't remain calm after hearing such words. He was also a bit dumbfounded and subconsciously said, "This kid is flying a fighter jet for the first time. How did he manage to drive here from Rice? And that's with an air refueling in the middle of the way. The bottom line is, can this kid land this F-22 fighter safely? Commander-in-Chief, I see this F-22 Raptor fighter. Can't let him in. This if the landing fails, fall into the civilian residence above the civilian house. How to do?" Lu Yonggang squarely picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi also didn't expect the situation to become so tricky before he could speak. A confident voice continued from within the all-channel radio. "If you're not sure, I'll wire this Raptor's avionics system into the airport's ILS, or instrument landing system, and use a different frequency to give beacons and elevation down surfaces, and then guide the landing. Of course, all this is mainly for your peace of mind, but actually, for me, just seeing the course, the landing helix, the angle of attack, the elevation, I can already plan it all in advance in my head. Then the landing is done. What? Wiring the communications system into the airport system? Land and be done with it?" In just a few words, Li Dongxin directly captured the core of the airplane's assisted landing, which made Lu Yonggang very shocked. This was definitely not like something a flying fledgling could say, and the words were filled with confidence. What this kid said, "Can it work?" the Commander-in-Chief asked Lu Yonggang with a grave expression. "Commander-in-Chief, it can be done, but this is a Rice fighter. The avionics compilation language is different. If you want to access our airport system, you have to be a master of computer programs first, and it will take at least half an hour," Lu Yonggang said with difficulty. Right now, what Li Dongxin said was really the only feasible way to land without a solution. After all, the plane is flying and you can't send up a pilot to take over. At this moment, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi was also somewhat infected by Li Dongxin's confidence and said, "Contact the nearest military airport and let this kid try." Understood. Chapter 20 Preparing to land. Although Lu Yonggang felt that it was impossible for the other party to access the instrument landing system of the Chinese military airport, he still complied. Li Dongxin also soon received a string of navigational modulation codes from the airport tower. Seeing the string of modulation codes, the corner of Li Dongxin's mouth lifted slightly. Previously, things that Li Dongxin couldn't do all became feasible with the hacking technology. It's a piece of cake if you're just plugging into a meter system. 1 minute later, Commander-in-Chief, Lu Company Commander reported to Commander Zhao Deshi's with a horrified face. According to the recent news from the airport tower side, the F-22 Raptor fighter piloted by the other party is already successfully connected to the airport's instrument landing system. It is ready to be assisted by the airport terminal to prepare for landing at any time. This is simply impossible. The top hackers in the world can't operate this fast. Lu Yonggang had been in the Air Force unit for so many years, so he naturally knew the aviation system very well. But also never yet have I seen anything so unbelievable. This shows that the person inside this airplane is not an ordinary person. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi, after hearing Lu Yonggang's report, confirmed Li Dongxin's identity more and nodded with a smile. After Zhao Dishi confirmed Li Dongxin's identity, such news immediately reached the ears of the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is this for real? I'm not dreaming. Deng Xinghai, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was almost in tears, his eyes glistening with tears. My Huaxia is about to rise. Deng Lao reddened his nose and hurriedly said, quickly notify the military to me. Make sure to protect Li Dongxin. He is the future of our Chinese nation. Regulations are dead. People are alive. Sometimes, when it comes to special situations, it's all about breaking the rules. At this moment, the commander-in-chief Zhao Dishi's heart, too, was already made up. Let our pilots lead the way for them, and the rest of the fighters will accompany them. Commander Lin ordered calmly. Confirm once again that the F-22 fighters don't have any intention of attacking. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, it can be confirmed that the F-22 Raptors have no intention of attacking. The pilot responded quickly after eyeballing the F-22 Raptor fighter. After the pilot reconfirmed that there was no threat, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi immediately asked Lu Yonggang of the airbase, is the longest runway at the military airport long enough for the other side's F-22 Raptor fighters to land? The longest runway would definitely be enough. And the other side's F-22 fighters are definitely equipped with parachutes to slow them down, so there's definitely no problem. After Lu Yonggang finished speaking, he asked with some surprise, Commander-in-Chief, you wouldn't really want to let the F-22 Raptor fighters from the United States land at our military airport? Exactly. And I need 2 of our fighters to conduct a first lead, guiding the F-22 Raptor fighters to land at the military airport first. Commander Zhao Dishi said bluntly. Fighter jets lead the way and land at the military airfield. Lu Yonggang was silent for a few seconds, his insides shaken. There has never been a precedent of a foreign fighter jet landing at a Chinese military airport before, and it's still a MIFCOM F-22 Raptor. It looks like this is really going to make history. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi saw Lu Yonggang's silence and continued. This kid, although I don't know what path he's on, but he does have a strength, and this strength is not reckless, but meticulous. I would like to see this young man inside this airplane. And the commander-in-chief said as he looked at the sky outside, his tone a little more grave. If he really is that international student who developed the controlled fusion device, do you know what that really means? This is a great benefit to our scientific research community and military industry in China. Our scientific research technology, which itself started late and has suffered a technological embargo, is also an opportunity for us. Everything Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi said hit the nail on the head. Indeed, the return of one such talented scientist to China is really significant for the country. Commander, I understand. Zhao Dishi glanced at the red dot on top of the radar and nodded. Good. In that case, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi immediately gave a decisive order and said, immediately contact the relevant departments and empty the entire military airport. All the main airways. Give them all up. What? All the main shipping lanes, all the way out? Lu Yonggang also didn't expect the commander to make such a big decision. The nearest military airport is arguably the largest military airport in the Southeast Military Region. There are at least a couple dozen fighters currently at the airport waiting to fly and waiting to land. It's a really big battle. Commander, Zhao Yonggang muttered. There's no need to hesitate. Just have the airport side conduct an emergency evacuation in accordance with a level 1 wartime state. Commander Zhao said. This is also the safest way. After all, the safety of our people's lives and property can't afford to be half-hearted. Understood. Lu Yonggang responded. Commander, I'll make the arrangements right away. It's up to the kid on the plane whether he can land or not. Soon the entire military airfield received orders from higher up. 3 20-second piercing sirens sounded in quick succession. The entire military airport, all of it, was put into a level 1 wartime state. All fighters preparing to land either landed or temporarily circled. All fighters on the airfield that were still in the main flight path takeoff schedule were moved to the vicinity of the terminal. Vacate all main channels. All landing light systems above the main channel were also adjusted to maximum brightness. All of this in anticipation of the landing of that F-22 Raptor fighter from Rice. Chapter 21 A Bunch of Cuties. Chapter 21, A Bunch of Cuties. At the same time, the Air Force Command Center at the Rice military base was busy. They are also busy with this F-22 Raptor stealth fighter flown by Li Dongxin, according to the instructions sent out by the command earlier, and the time now. This F-22 stealth fighter piloted by Li Dongxin that took off from the airbase should already be on its way back, but judging from the flight trajectory chart, this F-22 Raptor fighter had completely deviated from its route and flew towards China. In fact, prior to that, there were fighter jets that came over for defense changes that would be temporarily tasked to fly around the edge of neighboring countries' airspace for a quick familiarization. But this time it was a little less unusual. This F-22 Raptor is flying too deep and is about to cross the security cordon and enter Chinese airspace. Entering the airspace of another country without any note is an act of war that is considered a provocation. But even so, the Air Force Command Center, the commander of the Rice Army, was not amused. "Sir, this F-22 Raptor, isn't it a little too deep?" the operator inquired, pointing to the trajectory chart. "Nothing," the commander said without a care in the world. "Normal. This is an F-22 Raptor fighter, with superb stealth performance. Normal radar can't capture it." Before, in those small countries, our F-22 Raptors even flew directly into their airspace, and they were still undetected. The commander's tone was full of arrogance and conceit. "But, sir, this is China," the operator warned in a whisper. "What about China?" The Me Army commander's eyes slanted. "Soldier, be brave. You're serving in the world's #1 army." When he finished, the cocky commander glanced at the radar track map, then analyzed. "My guess is that this F-22 Raptor fighter did it on purpose. Get up close and personal with China's outer air defense ring, and when you're about to enter the airspace, suddenly turn on your radio and expose yourself voluntarily. Wait until China reacts, then just open the galleys and leave. China can't even catch up. We, not only have the most advanced fighters in the world, but we also have pilots whose skills are world-class," the commander said with a fluttering brow. Seeing that before, when dealing with those small countries with weak air defenses, their Me pilots, often provoked like this. So this flight move made by the F-22 Raptors this time, he didn't give it a second thought. In this way, the Me Air Force Control Department did not send any contact to the F-22 Raptor fighter piloted by Li Dongxin. Everyone thinks it's fine, but a few minutes later, they found out from the flight detection data, this F-22 Raptor fighter jet, turned on constant speed cruise, did not have the slightest intention of slowing down, and flew straight toward China. If this continues, this F-22 Raptor fighter will really fly into Chinese airspace. Although the commander of the Me Army was very conceited, it was China after all, and there was still more than a little scruple. So, in the face of this sudden situation, the commander of the Rice Army immediately threw the radio to Li Dongxin piloted that F-22 Raptor fighter, sent a call. "Raptor 9, this is Command Center. Do you copy?" "Raptor 9, this is Command Center. Do you copy?" After 2 consecutive calls, there was no response from the F-22 Raptors, which made the commander wonder. "Raptor 9, this," just as Commander Michael was planning to call for the 3rd time, he suddenly heard in the call channel, came the voice, "A bunch of cuties. Master returned to the country. What that asterisk?" At the sound of this sincere greeting, "LT, Colonel," Michael took off his headset with a question mark on his face, because Li Dongxin was answering in Mandarin. Michael, who couldn't understand Mandarin, was naturally confused. "What the hell? What language is Raptor 9 speaking to me in?" Michael asked suspiciously. "Report, sir? It sounds like it's in Mandarin?" "Mandarin? LT, Colonel." Michael froze. "Jesus Christ," grumbled LT, Colonel. Michael, who was feeling a little bad, put his headset back on and made the call. "Raptor 9, can you hear me? I now demand that you report your name, rank, unit you belong to, and the purpose of this mission." Lieutenant Colonel Michael righteously issued an order to Lu Xian. When Li Dongxin heard that Lieutenant Colonel Michael was so tough, he naturally didn't sound good. "Lieutenant Colonel, is this the attitude you have when you beg me for an answer?" Hearing Li Dongxin being so conspiratorial, Lieutenant Colonel Michael immediately frowned. There was no way Lu Xian, who he knew, was going to answer the question properly. To get to the bottom of it, Michael softened his tone and asked the question. "Your name? That's more like it. I'm Major Bruce." Li Dongxin began to babble in a serious manner. "Well, Major Bruce, what unit are you attached to?" "Universe 1st Warrior Mixed Brigade." "There's this unit in the Rice Army?" Michael was very puzzled. "Secret Department. How did you know?" Li Dongxin grimaced. "Then why did you come over this time?" Michael said, forcing down his anger. "How dare you ask why? If it weren't for the fact that I'm restricted from returning to my country by the U.S., I'd be flying your Thai airplane across the ocean for thousands of miles. Restriction of personal freedom. What the hell are you talking about?" Michael felt confused as he listened to Li Dongxin say these unknown words, and his patience had been sapped. At this point, Li Dongxin, who was already too lazy to continue the conversation with Michael, immediately closed the call. "Fuck, boo, LT, Colonel." Michael, who had heard the other side close the call, furiously took the headset off and slammed it. After venting, he knew that something big was wrong. "Quick, pull up this son of a S pilot info for me. I'd like to see who he is. See if I don't court-martial him." Facing a furious Michael, the operator carefully said, "Our bases are not authorized to view it. We need to notify the mission initiating end." Then don't go. Michael's eyes were wide and red. Yes, yes. By the time the operator had contacted this matter to the same airbase from which this fighter had taken off, the commander, Lt. Colonel Cole Mellon, was also in a daze. No way. How could that be? I've interacted with Major Bruce. He's not a bad guy. After a pause, he added. He went on a difficult mission. But our warrior, Lt. Colonel Kamelin said, his mind recalling the scene when he interacted with Li Dongxin, and a ING warrior? Chapter 22. A strikingly similar history. Commander Cameron. It's too early to say that. Afterwards, Michael, who had regained his composure, sent the audio track of the call he had made earlier, with Li Dongxin. Lt. Colonel Cameron's mouth made an O as he listened. What the hell? Is this Bruce a Chinese? With this in mind, Bocarin hurriedly pulled out the file that Li Dongxin had previously forged. Bruce, Air Force Major, attached to the Pashtun National Guard Brigade. Look at the photo again. Nothing different. Ha! Thinking of this, Comelin hurriedly put on his talk headset and ordered the operator to send a contact to that F-22 Raptor fighter of Lucien's. Raptor 9. This is Rice Air Force Base. This is Cameron. Like Michael. It took a few rounds of calling before Dongxin Li got on the radio. Why are you still sending contact over? Li Dongxin's aggressive words came from inside the headset, directly disliking Lt. Colonel Comelin. Major Bruce, aren't you a MiG? How come you speak Chinese? Lieutenant Colonel Cole Mellon was also a bit angry at this time. Li Dongxin couldn't help but burst out in joy. To tell you the truth, I am actually a Chinese. Not a me Chinese. A pure Chinese. Li Dongxin's resounding voice came through. At this moment, Lt. Colonel Cole Mellon had been so shocked by this news from Li Dongxin that he was speechless. Driving. Major Bruce, who flies the F-22 Raptor stealth fighter, is a Chinese national? The top of his short blonde hair-covered head was already sweating like a pig. An unbalanced Lt. Colonel Cameron, like Michael before him, yelled hysterically, "Fark, asshole, what the hell do you want to do in our fighter? Anyway?" Lucien thought for a moment. I went home and drove away by the way. After saying that, Li Dongxin cut off the call. Fark. History was always strikingly similar, as Lt. Colonel Cormelin also took his headset off and slammed it down hard on the ground. Lt. Colonel Michael, miles away at the airbase, watched coldly on the big screen, the frenzied Lt. Colonel Cameron. At this point, in Lt. Colonel Michael's mind, there were already waves of shock and horror. Just now, this pilot, Bruce, admitted his identity. He, surprisingly, is a Chinese national? Chinese? Lt. Colonel Michael felt his right hand start to tremble with excitement, and his right eyelid fluttered wildly. What the hell is this guy's deal? Keep in mind that even real rice people are vetted toughly the F-22 Raptor. Not to mention, he's a pure Chinese, but now he really drove on. Then, this is only one possibility. He was in the military registry system, making false claims and falsifying his identity and flight authorization. Yes, it's possible, Michael confirmed. But that doesn't make sense. You know, the Army's military registration system is a joint venture between Rockefeller, Martin, and Northrop Grumman. Martin and Northrop Grumman jointly developed and built at a cost of $35 billion. How can it be compromised when it has a triple style checking and source tracking firewall? What the hell happened? Puzzling, too puzzling. This guy, who the hell is he? Lt. Colonel Michael, caught up in surprise and confusion, felt his temples throbbing wildly and his head spinning. He slowly sat down and took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. Although, this guy's identity was in doubt. But right now, it wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lt. Colonel Michael gazed at the fact that he, as the final checking end of the mission, had failed to stop it in time, letting an imposter, in a state-of-the-art fighter, slip away under his nose. If the superiors know about this, not to mention promotion, their military career will come to an end. 3 generations of Michael's family in the military, a tradition that can't be cut short at my hands. At the thought, Lt. Colonel Michael clenched his teeth, the muscles at the corners of his mouth bulging in large chunks. No, we can't take the blame for this. Let's save ourselves first. At that thought, Lt. Colonel Michael stood up, walked over to the telephone table, and picked up the special blue line. Hey, get me the Rice Military Records Administration. After getting on the line with the Rice Military, Li Dongxin adjusted the communication channel and switched. He knew full well that the false identity of Bruce that he had produced earlier would soon be found out. After all, the backstage programmers of the Military Registration Administration of the United States are not some soft persimmons that can be arbitrarily pinched. So sooner or later, It's going to be found out and there's nothing to worry about. What's more, he had now entered the Chinese military realm, so what could they do even if they found out? F-22 Raptor fighter. You have been authorized to land at the nearest military airport in China. The pilot's voice on the fighter jet rang out over the full communication channel. Permission to land? It could sort of land. Li Dongxing didn't know what kind of discussion the Chinese military on the ground had gone through, but judging from the fact that he had received landing approval so quickly after utilizing his hacking skills and accessing the military airport's instrument landing system, it was clear that the attitude of the Chinese military on the ground towards him had changed somewhat. Li Dongxing couldn't help but look back at the sky outside at this time. Can be considered to be able to return to the land of China. Li Dongxing's emotions couldn't help but be a bit agitated now. Please maintain your current cruising speed and we will take a lead down dive maneuver ahead of you to guide you for landing. We will land first on top of the designated channel. Do you understand me? The fighter pilot's voice, once again, rang out over the full communication band. Chinese fighter jets are guiding the landing in front? I didn't realize that the military district had let the Chinese fighter jets land first in order to guide them to land. Actually, for the current Li Dongxing, it was entirely possible to successfully land the airplane on the airport. But there are 2 Chinese fighter jets in front to guide the landing airport. This picture is very cardinal just to think about. That's the real deal. Understood, Li Dongxing replied. As soon as Li Dongxing's words fell, the 2 frontmost fighters immediately began to pick up speed. Then a tactical dive. One left and one right, almost grazed the top of Li Dongxing's plane, and both flew ahead. Li Dongxing also took a deep breath, disengaged the airplane's cruise mode, took over the airplane's joystick, and switched to manual operation mode. Unconsciously, Li Dongxing approached the land of China. Directly below was a land-sea interface that looked extraordinarily magnificent from the air. The cluster of cities further ahead would be Donghai City. Huagua. I'm back. Li Dongxing couldn't help but murmur as his heart surged as he looked at the land of China below. F-22 Raptors. Airport runway is in visual. Descending 350. Programmed right turn 170. Understood. As Huasqiu came in, Li Dongxing also saw the airport in the distance getting closer and closer to him. Even though it was daytime, the main channel was still as bright and shiny as a star with the lights turned up to maximum. Chapter 23, Successful Landing. With Li Dongxing's brain power, a complete landing half-helix was soon drawn automatically in Li Dongxing's mind. This is Military Airport Tower Command Center. F-22 Raptor Fighter. Instrument landing system connection is stable. Radio beam signal has been sent to onboard receiving equipment. Please confirm. Over at the Airport Tower Command Center, they were also confirming with Li Dongxing about the connection of the instrument landing system. An instrument landing system, to put it bluntly, uses a radio signal beam to create a runway-to-air virtual path that guides the pilot's descent. Li Dongxing glanced at the screen with the flight level, the main flight display. On the outside of the center console, 2 virtual paths with pointers did appear on it. It was exactly the same as the landing route that had been mapped out in advance in Li Dongxing's mind. Acknowledging receipt. Although he did not need guidance from the airport tower, Li Dongxing nevertheless answered. F-22 Raptor. We are in the middle of our landing route and are about to make a guideline landing. Please ask if your aircraft is clear to land. Li Dongxing finally checked the data indicators above the dashboard, and everything was normal. The landing conditions have been met, said Li Dongxing painfully. Come on. Although Li Dongxing responded painfully, Li Dongxing's heart still could not help but be slightly nervous. After all, Li Dongxing had never landed a real airplane before. For someone who has never flown an airplane, even with a landing path, it doesn't help at all. Landing an airplane is a matter of experience as well as feel. The slightest deflection or instability can send you off the runway and destroy you. After all, Li Dongxing had gone to great lengths to smooth this F-22 Raptor fighter back. He didn't want anything to go wrong in this final crunch. The landing of a fighter jet can be much more difficult than taking off. And for a successful landing, it requires Li Dongxing to land very steadily. Even for experienced pilots, this is no easy task. Sweat couldn't help but seep out of Li Dongxing's hand that was holding the joystick. The fighter had begun to slow down and collect fuel, and its trajectory had changed, jamming completely on top of the virtual course issued by the tower. Li Dongxing gripped the joystick, took a deep breath, and began to adjust the flight angle as well. It's going to land. Amidst the roar of the airplane's engines, everyone's mood was one of great excitement and nervousness. The general command of the Southeast Military Region and the big screens at the airbase were all live streaming the images from the airport side as well. Airport in accordance with the Commander-in-Chief's request. The military special squad, the Donghai City Special Police, and all kinds of ambulances and fire trucks are also rushing to this military airport at full speed. Looking at the footage from the airport side, everyone's emotions were very, very tense. After all, The commander-in-chief and everyone else in the remaining military districts knew one thing. That's this young man on top of the live aviation footage of the F-22 Raptor. This is the first time he's ever flown a fighter jet. Lu Yonggang also rushed to this airport, and he frowned as he looked out of the terminal building and reported. At the moment, this fighter seems to be very stable after going into manual control, and there's still a bit of sophistication in the stability. It's not at all like a first-time fighter pilot to be piloting here. Several technicians also a little disbelievingly removed their eyes from the top of the screen, and found that the silver-gray F-22 Raptor fighter in the air at the moment was methodically performing pre-landing steering behind the two fighters, which was indeed skillful and stable. The flight path surprisingly matches the virtual path given on the airport side exactly, without any semblance of deviation. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Is this really the first time you've flown a fighter jet? The corners of this technician's mouth twitched twice as he said with an incredulous expression, "This is the devil." Li Dongxin didn't realize how many eyes were watching him on the ground. Li Dongxin's current attention was all on the airplane piloting in front of him. Ahead, the two fighters had each aligned themselves with the main channel and began descending to land. Descend, release flaps, deceleration plate, release landing gear. After taking the necessary steps to land, and after a period of slowing down and taxiing, as well as releasing the parachutes, the two fighters all came to a smooth stop on top of the runway at the airport. The two pilots were operating with a light touch, successfully paddled across the runway. F-22 Raptor fighter, we have landed and stopped. It's up to you next. The voice of the fighter pilot also reached Li Dongxin from within the communicator. Li Dongxin, on the other hand, was methodically going through the final stages of landing under the watchful eyes of thousands of people. Descend, release flaps, deceleration plate, release landing gear. Every necessary step of the landing, the angle of attack, the elevation angle, and the timing of the landing gear drop were all in Li Dongxin's calculations. To others, it may seem that Donnie Li just landed the plane, but for Li Dongxin, who had never landed an airplane before, it all depended on perfect calculations. Hiss! The plane's landing gear tires touched the ground smoothly. Under everyone's tense gaze, the plane landed perfectly on top of the runway without a single bump and began taxiing. After a period of taxiing and deceleration, the Raptor fighter, piloted by Li Dongxin, came to a complete stop. The Southeast Military Region, as well as everyone on this side of the airport, witnessed the entire process of Li Dongxin's perfect landing. For a while, everyone was looking dumbfounded. A first-time fighter pilot actually landed the fighter on its intended course. The staff inside the terminal, the technicians, even broke into applause. They were all ready for the plane to run off the runway, but it turned out that they didn't expect the landing to be so perfect just now. The commander-in-chief on the other side of the screen first breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There's something about this young man." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief," Lu Yonggang said in disbelief as well. "It really did land. And the landing just now, it wasn't even bumpy. Simply perfect. This kid is truly a genius." As soon as he heard the word genius, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi's face immediately became serious. Whether it's that foreign student Li Dongxin or not is still an unknown. Let's figure out the situation first. Snow Leopard Commandos, how long until you reach the airport? The Commander-in-Chief immediately inquired towards the Snow Leopard Commandos, a special squad from the Southeast Military Region that had previously traveled to the airport in a helicopter. Reporting to the commander, "We have landed in the center of the airport. It's already an F-22 Raptor fighter with an unidentified pilot in sight." Lu Mang, the leader of the Raptor Commandos, immediately responded, "Conduct a siege immediately." Zhao Deshi continued to order, "Pay attention to vigilance. Don't fire without special circumstances. The pilot of that fighter may be important to us." "Understood." The captain of the Tigers answered and immediately shouted to the team members next to him, "Quickly surround this private airplane. Keep a close eye on it and don't shoot without my order. Do you hear me?" "Understood." In addition to the special teams from the Southeast Military Region, explosion-proof police vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, and even the Chemical Defense Department, almost all of the departments that could come from Donghai City had gathered in this military airport, and they had one target in mind, which was this Rice F-22 Raptor fighter jet, and the person who was about to come out from inside the private jet. Chapter 24, Scenes from a Blockbuster Movie. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of thousands of pairs of eyes, the F-22 Raptor fighter piloted by Li Dongxin quickly rushed towards the runway. The tires of the F-22 Raptor fighter jet made a scuffling noise after they touched the ground. With all eyes eagerly watching, the F-22 Raptors began to slow down and taxi. Put! The deceleration chute bloomed like a small flower behind the fuselage as the F-22 Raptor's speed dropped to near engine stall speed. Gradually, this F-22 Raptor fighter, under the control of Li Dongxin, came to a complete stop. At this time, in the terminal, in the command room, on the airfield. It's all quiet. Everyone is holding their breath as they watch this F-22 Raptor fighter. The moment. More and more special units from Donghai City, all gathered at this military airport. All the ground crew who didn't know what was going on inside were by now looking dumbfounded. First, the jet system fighters opened the way. Now comes the military, police, hospitals, fire, biochemistry departments. This is like a scene from a blockbuster movie. Holy, this isn't a movie. Making a movie? You think it's just anyone who can shut down a military airport? This is clearly an order from the military. Is it still a biohazard? Is this airplane carrying an unknown virus? The ground crew had begun a lively discussion at the sight of such a scene. Just at this time, some sharp-eyed people saw the logo of the United States on the airplane and then reacted. It looks like a MiG 5th generation fighter F-22 Raptor. Oh my god. Is this for real? When will this MiG fighter jet land at our military airport? It can't be a joint military maneuver between the two sides. How can that be? Do you see any joint military exercises between the two sides in history? Is it, like, a military exchange? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. An airplane of this caliber. The MiG is willing to engage in exchanges with us? Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's see. Look. The airplane's hatch. It's open. In this moment of pin-drop silence, the F-22 Raptors let out a tom-tom sound. The cockpit cover of the F-22 Raptor, watched by the crowd as they clung to the past, opened. Throughout the airport, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. All of a sudden there was silence. The gazes of everyone in the room, with a brush, all gathered over the hatch. For a moment, everyone even forgot to breathe. The Snow Leopard commandos outside the airplane were also a little surprised to see the cabin door open without warning. Brush! All the Snow Leopard commandos were reflexively aiming the automatic rifles in their hands at the cabin. The Snow Leopard commando captain remembered that the commander had just explicitly stated that he couldn't just fire his gun, and hurriedly said to his team members in a stern voice, "All of you, be careful, don't shoot off your guns." A figure wearing a helmet appeared inside. Military airport. All the evacuation out of the runway staff. At this time all gathered around the outside of the runway, staring blankly at the runway. The just stabilized F-22 Raptor fighter. F-22 Raptor fighter stealth fighter. The cost of a single plane is as high as a huge $200 million. The most advanced fighter of the United States. The F-22 Raptor. How did such top-secret fighter jets end up at our military airfield? But there's one thing to say. This pilot flying the F-22 Raptor is definitely a veteran. Yeah, look at that landing he made. Just right. It's a bit of a long shot to say this, but this is really worthy of being able to fly an F-22 Raptor. An elite MiG pilot. Damn. I'll take a good look at this MiG later. What does he look like? While these unknown military airport ground crews were discussing heatedly, Lee Dongxin, who had opened the cockpit cover, was breathing in fresh air in a big gulp, flying a fighter jet for a long distance. From Rice to China, such a high-intensity operation. Lee Dongxin's body has long been a bit unbearable. The energy within his body was also depleted. Chocolate. Where's my chocolate? Lee Dongxin gasped as he fumbled around his body, while Lee Dongxin was searching all over for the chocolates he was carrying. Far away in another section of the Air Force command room, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi thundered out orders. Quick! Get him under control while you guys watch out. Yes. On the other side of the large contact screen, Lu Yonggang immediately led the order. Then he switched the call line and ordered to the Snow Leopard commandos who had long been on guard at the periphery of the military airport for a long time. Take action immediately, but don't hurt that man. And at the same time you all have to be careful just in case he's resorting to deception. Understood. But Commander-in-Chief is doing this because he still hasn't let his guard down. Although he had heard Lee Dongxin tell them his identity in Mandarin, but after all, he hadn't met them face to face, and this matter was just too bizarre, and he didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, in the inner mind of Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi, he still treated Lee Dongxin as an imaginary enemy. Everyone, no unauthorized approach. The leader of the Snow Leopard commando team, who had received the mission, held the SMG-9 miniature submachine gun and warned the crowd of onlookers. Everyone took a look at the arms of this group of special forces, that special symbol, and instantly understood. Fall back, it's the Snow Leopards. Holy, even they're here? That's a lot of treatment for this Rice guy. The unknown onlooker warriors naturally took Lee Dongxin as a MiG. After warning the crowd of onlookers, the Snow Leopard team leader led his team and began to approach the F-22 Raptor fighter. As they came up to the F-22 Raptor fighters, the captain waved his hand and made two gestures. The rest of the team understood, and immediately spread out in groups of two, controlling every direction they could flee. People inside the cabin, give up resistance and come out of there. The captain raised his gun and aimed it at the cockpit, his fingers curling around the handle. Sis. Afraid that the people in the cockpit wouldn't understand, the captain repeated it again in English. As soon as his words fell, in the cockpit, Li Dongxin's voice came out. Brother, good riddance to you for getting on a boarding ladder. How else am I going to get down? I don't know. Mandarin? Chapter 25, Identity basically confirmed. All the team members froze for a moment as they heard the familiar Chinese language. It unfolded, completely out of their expectation. However, they also admit that what Li Dongxin said is not wrong. No ladder really can't get down. So Sieg Weinhai called the ground crew over the intercom and brought Li Dongxin the boarding ladder. Step down slowly so I can see your hands. Once the ladder was set up, all of the snow leopards aimed their guns at the cockpit in unison. It's coming out. You guys don't go off. After a shout, Li Dongxin stood up, holding onto the boarding ladder, and slowly climbed down. The moment he steadied himself on the ground and turned around, everyone was stunned. This, black eyes and yellow skin, also speaks Mandarin, this is our Chinese, isn't it? My god, a Chinese guy, flying an F-22 Raptor? It's not a rice basil, it's a Chinese. No, how can a Chinese person fly an F-22 Raptor fighter? The snow leopard commandos just got orders from their superiors to come over and take the man away, but no one had expected that the people in here actually spoke fluent Mandarin. The snow leopard commando crowd was a bit confused. Just at this time, Li Dongxin also walked out from inside the cabin, landing on the land of China and breathing the air of China. It's just comfortable. In that part of the country, to be honest, Li Dongxin really couldn't stay for even a minute. Staying for a while longer will make his body prickly and scratchy. Seeing Li Dongxin, who was standing on top of the boarding enclosure, was stretching with a relaxed face, the members of the commando team, who were holding their guns below, were completely confused. They were the ones who didn't expect that a Chinese person would walk out from inside this private airplane from the United States. The commander-in-chief, Zhao Deshi, who was looking at the real-time action screen over here, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly when he saw that Li Dongxin had come out from inside the airplane. It was really a Chinese national. Seeing that Li Dongxin looked like he was only in his early 20s, Zhao Deshi was a bit surprised. Zhao Deshi really didn't expect that this Chinese person in front of him, at such a young age, had such guts as well as mental qualities. It was hard to imagine that a young man could be so relaxed after all that he had been through before, and now in the face of so many black holes in the muzzles of guns. This kid, mental quality, really can. Although it was not enough to clarify Li Dongxin's identity, the commander-in-chief could not help but still exclaimed, because in his mind, he was 8 or 9 times who he was. The commando captain looked at Li Dongxin above the cabin opening stretched a few times, and was there again to breathe in the fresh air in a big enclosure, seemingly not taking a few of them seriously at all. He somewhat awkwardly requested, "What next?" Zhao Deshi pondered for a moment, glanced at Li Dongxin on top of the screen and said, "Bring the person back to the military area first. Come down." The captain of the commando team also did not recognize Li Dongxin. In his eyes, the one who came out from the inside of the rice plane was definitely not a good person, so he was still full of vigilance. "Oh, can we finally go? Been waiting for you guys for half a day." Li Dongxin swept a glance at the commandos below and said easily. When Li Dongxin exited the hatch, he had already recognized that it was the Chinese special forces on the ground, so he was in no hurry to come down. He could be considered to have his feet on the ground in China now, so it was just as well to take this opportunity to stretch his legs. The commando captain was the first time they had seen someone so calm and collected under the guns of their special forces. One by one, all of them were in a daze, and Li Dongxin also stepped down from the top of the cabin in a dignified manner. Where to next? Li Dongxin again glanced back at the F-22 Raptor fighter he had flown back, and said in a tone that wasn't half as ambiguous, "Right, you guys keep an eye on this airplane, don't let anyone move it. Since I drove it back with great difficulty, I can't afford to let this state-of-the-art 5th-generation fighter get half-assed." In the middle of the general command room, someone had long ago passed over Li Dongxin's information. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi opened the high-definition photos that had just been transmitted from the airport site for comparison. Exactly the same. It's Li Dongxin. The vice commander-in-chief also came to the computer at this time and was also stunned the moment he saw the photo. "Isn't this the genius scientist Li Dongxin who studied abroad in the United States? You know him?" Zhao Deshi asked in a hurry. "The internet travels fast these days. Wasn't it all over the internet before?" The younger vice commander-in-chief continued. Rice held a press conference saying that Li Dongxin is going to join and serve Rice. "I was a bit surprised after seeing this hot search. How could a genius from our country of China choose to stay in the country of Rice? And then I saw the sound of a tirade of abuse. How did this get back home without us even knowing?" The vice commander-in-chief was visibly surprised. "This is something I really didn't expect." Zhao Dishi thought slightly and said, maybe this kid was in some kind of trouble in the meter country before, but it's always good to be able to come back. After saying that, Zhao Dishi stood up. Let's go. Let's go meet this kid first. The president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mr. Deng Lao, who had been closely following the matter, was the first to receive the information passed on by the military. Several important wasps and Deng saw the photo first. They recognized at once that it was Li Dongxin, that heaven's talent country scientist Li Dongxin who studied in the United States. They felt like they were dreaming at the moment. A few days ago when they got the news that Li Dongxin had joined the rice country, they really couldn't even eat. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about the fact that if Li Dongxin wanted to come back and Rice refused to release him, even if they tried everything they could, they would still bring Li Dongxin back. Hearing the news of his return at this time, several academicians were so excited that they hugged each other and burst into tears. Heaven help my country of China. He's back in the country. It's unbelievable. Back in a state-of-the-art F-22 Raptor fighter from Rice. This is incredible. This is just fabulous. Let me calm down. I can't accept this for a moment. So afraid this is a dream. After the hug, everyone couldn't believe it was real. It was beyond their imagination. Elder Tang signaled for everyone to be quiet for a moment, then spoke. We will now move immediately and go to the airport to greet Li Dongxin. It's best to have a welcoming ceremony. And although I advocate frugality, this one must be grand. The grander the better. Everyone go down and get ready. Chapter 26, How does it work? Meanwhile, far across the ocean in the country of Rice, Ministry of Defense, within the Foreign Affairs Conference, the Secretary of Defense, along with several other top brass, are sitting around. On the big screen in front of them, the image of the Raptor fighter piloted by Li Dongxin, flying away from the rice country, was being shown. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned blue, staring at the big screen without a word, their fists all clenched tightly. After the video ended, the scene shifted to show a military base in Rice, with Air Force Commander Michael. Sirs, the previous footage of our stolen Raptor fighters led to this tragedy due to the negligence of the airbase. After Michael found out about the theft of the Raptor fighters, he decided not to draw fire, so he decided to report the situation to the Defense Division. First, in the meantime, I've contacted the military registry side of this. At this point, at the bottom of the big screen, a military file appeared. Everyone's brows furrowed in seriousness. Bruce, the disguised photo of Li Dongxin was shown to the crowd. After reading it, Michael continued. It has been confirmed over at the Military Records Administration that this Bruce is a fake identity, using virtual surrogate transmission technology. A forgery. By the time I realized this problem and checked, this fake Bruce was already about to fly into the airspace of Kyushu, so I had no way to launch a pursuit. Saying this, Michael made a look of pity. If the headquarters side could have verified the identity loophole earlier, then we would have been able to make a timely interception and not have such a loss. Michael had a bad heart. Never mentioning the conversation he had with Li Dongxin that took place, he put all the blame on Dalfum Air Force Base in a brainwave, so that he could choose cleanly. The Secretary of Defense, seated at the center of the room, spoke up and asked, have you done your research? And what hasn't been done? There's a discovery. Hearing the Minister of Defense ask a question, the head of the operations team to his left, hurriedly said, we've accessed the cameras near the base. Results of simultaneous facial sampling analysis. Defense Minister Tracy fumed. Get to the point. His identity. Seeing that the chief was angry, the team leader hurriedly said, yes, his identity should be a foreign student. Wait, the registration should be a foreign student from China. International students from China? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was confused. A bull **** foreign student, able to fool all of us, flying a state-of-the-art Raptor fighter and running to China? After Trixie was shocked, she snorted coldly through her nose and made a disdainful expression. The team leader's report sounded like a fart to him. Indeed. The leader of the group wiped the sweat off his face. He too knew this was ridiculous. What's this foreign student's name? Trish asked. Li Dongxin. The group leader's eyes dodged. What? Trixie was completely unable to sit still. That Chinese student Li Dongxin who developed the controlled fusion device? According to our joint investigation. Yes. This team leader whispered. Hiss. Trixie took a long breath. Do you guys know who this kid is? Oh my god, look at what you've done. Get me Jones on the phone. Trixie practically hissed. How do they do things at the academy? The phone was quickly connected, and inside came the voice of Jones, the president of the National Academy of Sciences of Rice. What the hell is wrong with you guys? What the hell is going on with Li Dongxin? Trish asked loudly as she picked up the phone. Jones on the other side of the phone also just learned the news from the villa side. His men reported that it is Li Dongxin disappeared. Jones is also letting people look for the whereabouts of Li Dongxin. He believes that in this piece of rice land, even if Li Dongxin ran out, that also cannot run out of the palm of their hands. But at this moment, when he received a call from Trixie and heard the other party mention Li Dongxin, Jones immediately felt something bad. It's all under control, Jones said, somewhat sheepishly. After all, he didn't want this matter to be known by Trixie, and he was still thinking of getting Li Dongxin back as soon as possible, and this matter would be as if it had never happened. Something this serious, if it gets to Congress and to the president's ears, he, the president of the National Academy of Sciences, will have to roll with the punches. Asterisk. Still won't tell the truth even now? Trixie shivered with anger at Jones' words. That damned kid has already stolen a Raptor fighter and flown it back home. What? Hearing this, Jones was struck by lightning. How is this possible? How can he, a scientist in the field of nuclear energy, fly a fighter jet? Besides, how did he break through the heavy barriers of the military base and fly the fighter jet? Jones questioned with a look of disbelief. I still want to ask you? Trixie was furious, letting you guys handle this matter. It turned out to be like this. I'll see how the hell you're going to explain it to the president. After saying that, Trixie simply hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone coming from inside the phone, Jones was in a stunned state for a while. Just then, the secretary knocked on the door and entered the office. Sir, this was just checked, the secretary said while opening the tablet in her hand. It was the missing Tesla that was shown in the video, and someone drove it all the way to the military base. And the next photo is of the same Tesla that appeared on the military base. It is self-evident who was driving this automobile. Who else if not Li Dongxin? Oh my god. Why? Sir, what's happening here? The secretary was a little puzzled to see Jones reacting so strongly. Li Dongxin, this kid stole our stealth fighter and escaped. Ah, God. Now the facts can be confirmed that Li Dongxin did indeed escape and stole the most advanced fighter jet in the United States and drove it directly back to his country. Jones's face, now waxen and yellow, and his teeth clenched. Jones had this look on his face that wanted to kill. So the secretary couldn't help but be silenced and instantly dared not make a sound. After a long time, Jones slowly spat out the words, take the information and come with me. We'll go see the president. Chapter 27, a long story. Name, Li Dongxin. Gender? Isn't it obvious enough? Don't be nervous, we Chinese soldiers give preferential treatment to prisoners. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm going back to my own home. What's a captive or not? In an interrogation room with glass walls, Li Dongxin and Lu Yonggang were sitting across the table from each other. In front of Lu Yonggang, a register of captives was placed. Without verifying the identity of the other party, Lu Yonggang also followed the process meticulously. Li Dongxin, who was not wearing handcuffs, smacked his mouth and looked helpless. Can you give me a cup of water first? I'm exhausted after flying for so long. Is this how you treat the country's great servants? At this time, Li Dongxin was calm, as if he had come to his own home, and the solemn atmosphere in the inquiry room was being diluted little by little. Although Lu Yonggang still had a serious face, he still had someone pour a cup of water for Li Dongxin. Here, thanks. After receiving the water, Li Dongxin, from his pocket, fished out a piece of chocolate that had long been squished by the heat melting. Li Dongxin didn't mind, and after tearing it open, he swallowed this chocolate sauce and sent it into his stomach. After eating, Li Dongxin picked up a cup of water and drank it in one gulp. Ah! Li Dongxin let out a long breath. Miguel's chocolate. Thief sweet. No wonder so many fat people. Looking at Li Dongxin's disgusted expression, Lu Yonggang couldn't help but frown. Alright, can you go ahead and answer my question? Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. Lu Yonggang picked up his pen again and looked at Li Dongxin. Fine, you ask. Li Dongxin nodded as he cried and laughed. Are you a soldier? Lu Yonggang snapped. No. Li Dongxin returned decisively. So how did you get this Raptor fighter? Drove back by the way. Please answer the question properly. Lu Yonggang frowned. I answered properly. Just drove it back in passing. Li Dongxin's expression was serious, not seeing the previous unruly. After the two stared at each other for 5 or 6 seconds, Lu Yonggang in the registration form on the captives carrying weapons and access to column wrote down, Raptor Fighter Stealth Fighter 1. The other side drove back by hand. Okay, Li Dongxin. Lu Yonggang put down his fountain pen and folded his hands for support, placing them on the table. You're not a soldier. So what's your real identity? Me ah. Li Dongxin looked at Lu Yonggang with a calm expression and said, I'm a foreign student ah. I went to the meter country 3 years ago. Lu Yonggang couldn't figure out how a foreign student had learned to fly a fighter jet, and the other party clearly didn't look like he had never flown a fighter jet before. For this, Lu Yonggang is convinced. because he'd seen too many talented pilots, and any more talent they had was accumulated bit by bit. There is no one who is the one who will fly a fighter jet as soon as he comes. So for already this, Lu Yonggang maintains his skepticism. Just then, there was a distant sound of a car outside. Then came the report from Snow Leopard, reporting to the commander. The man is inside. Commander-in-Chief. Lu Yonggang immediately rose and saluted when he saw that Commander Lin had come in person. Seeing that the Commander-in-Chief was followed by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Lu Yonggang didn't expect that the Commander-in-Chief would attach so much importance to this Chinese who came out from inside a rice fighter. Seeing that someone had come in, Li Dongxin didn't react much. It wasn't until after seeing Zhao Dishi's rank that Li Dongxin said, "Great leader, you're finally here. The situation has been clearly investigated." "Right. What's unclear? I'll tell you in detail right away." At Li Dongxin's words, Zhao Dishi and also Lu Yonggang were stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen someone speak so anticlimactically in such a situation. Li Dongxin was serious again this time. "There's something that I have to do right away, so I have to hurry up." After Li Dongxin finished speaking, he looked fixedly at Zhao Dishi's eyes. His expression was filled with seriousness, without any semblance of joking. "Something you need to do in a hurry?" Hearing these words from Li Dongxin, everyone present was a bit confused. They really couldn't figure out what had made Li Dongxin so anxious. "What? You've just landed from? You haven't even sat down to warm up yet, and you have something to do?" Zhao Dishi smiled and looked at Li Dongxin and asked, "You know where you are now, right? The military airport chanting." Although he didn't see anything on Li Dongxin Road, he could make a rough guess. "Then tell me what you have to do?" Zhao Dishi saw that Li Dongxin was also aware of the current situation and was still so unseen. He also asked Li Dongxin suspiciously, "You've probably figured out who I am as well." "I ran back through a lot of trouble this time because I brought back controlled fusion technology," Li Dongxin said confidently. "Controlled fusion technology?" Hearing Li Dongxin's words, Zhao Dishi's spirit was lifted. He continued to ask Li Dongxin and said, "Li Dongxin, you said before that you are from China. Then how come you flew a Mi fighter and came back without applying for a route? You should know that China's airspace is not something you can just break into. It's a long story, so I'll keep it simple." Li Dongxin quickly said to Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi, "There's no need to say much about who I am. I'm a student studying abroad in the United States of America. And of course, I'm not some Chinese of rice nationality. We're just Chinese." Li Dongxin, 1930, PRC revolutionary and martyr. "Rummy?" Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi fiercely took a deep breath of cool air at this time. When Li Dongxin said that, everything could be right. According to the information, there really is such a person. He completed all his university studies at the age of 18, and was hailed as a gifted young man at the time. Before leaving the country, Li Dongxin had thought that the military commander would not pay attention to the social events on top of the internet, but apparently from the change of expression on the face of the commander-in-chief, Zhao Dishi, the commander-in-chief Zhao Dishi was aware of himself. "Li Dongxin, didn't you stay in the meter country? And there's an official announcement from the meter country. Why did you come back?" Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi asked. "Hey, originally, after graduating with my doctorate, I was planning to go straight back to China and come to the country to engage in high-end technology, and as a result, the controlled nuclear fusion device test was successful. As a result, I was arrested by the Rice FBI, and it's almost a state of house arrest," Li Dongxin said with a few sorrowful looks on his face. Chapter 28, I will not be offended if no one offends me. Li Dongxin, this is right. If it is not to drive the fighter back, now Li Dongxin must still stay in the rice country. Just think of that situation. Li Dongxin feel uncomfortable. What? FBI? Grounded? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi couldn't help but is clenching his fists and said, "Li Dongxin, if everything you said is true, then what the rice country has done this time is too much. Banning our high-end talents from China for no reason. It's really without any limits. Who says otherwise?" Li Dongxin also remembered his previous incident in the meter country and came to be angry, and also said nonchalantly, "The meter country's side started out with a sugar-coated bomb, trying to get me to stay. After I didn't promise them to join rice, they completely tore their faces off and didn't do anything. I can't believe that the FBI and restricting my freedom is still a thing. That's a real beacon of freedom then. And the suppression of high-end technology and sugarcoating it. I feel that if I leave a little later, I guess the measures on the rice side will definitely be even more unreasonable. When the time comes, I will have to be made to disappear on Earth, and our side of China won't know anything about it." Li Dongxin's words were more or less an exaggeration, but what Li Dongxin didn't know was that if he had left a day later, his words would really have come true. Li Dongxin's words filled everyone present with resonance. After all, everyone is well aware of what rice has done to suppress high-end technology. It's just that they didn't know before that the meter country had also put its hands on the intellectuals of China. In the resonance of this unity of purpose, the beginning of the military side of the suspicion of Li Dongxin also began to slowly dissolve and melt. Then what's the deal with this F-22 fighter? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi, still a bit confused, asked Li Dongxin. I was under the impression that if I continued to stay in Rice, there was no telling what Rice could do to me, Li Dongxin said vocally. So what I was thinking was to hurry up and leave the meter country and return to China. So using hacking techniques, I hacked into the official network of Rice and made a fake identity for myself. What? Li Dongxin actually used hacking techniques to directly hack into the official website of the meter? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi looked at Li Dongxin with some disbelief when he heard him speak. As far as the Commander-in-Chief, Zhao Deshi, knew, the official firewalls of the meter country, as well as the encryption codes, must have been very tightly guarded. And Li Dongxin, he was able to hack in? What a great hacker it must be to do this. Lu Yonggang in the back was also all shocked. Li Dongxin, aren't you a doctor of physics? How come you still have hacking skills? Lu Yonggang, who was next to him, asked in surprise. Li Dongxin naturally couldn't say the system, but smiled and said, I'm a doctor of physics, and for hacking technology, it's kind of my own little hobby. What? A little hobby? Hearing Li Dongxin's words, the corners of the mouths of the few people present couldn't help but twitch a few times. With a small hobby, he was able to hack into the Rice government's network. Is this the legendary genius? What about the back? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi asked after Li Dongxin's previous narration, even more interested in Li Dongxin's encounters along the way. It would have been nice to come back, but then I thought, what's better than flying a plane? This Rice country is so bottomless to me. To China, it's really not in my heart if I don't bring something back. It just so happens that the villa where I'm under house arrest is very close to an MiG military base. So, I'll simply do whatever I want and use my hacking skills to directly hack into the military management system of the U.S. Seeing that the crowd was all a bit agitated, Li Dongxin continued, directly released the Rax cruise mission, and then flew away this F-22 Raptor fighter. Behind you is what you see. Well done, Li Dongxin. Your trip to fly back this fifth-generation fighter from the U.S. has really given China a fierce kick in the pants. Even the Commander-in-Chief, Zhao Deshi, couldn't help but give Li Dongxin a shout-out. You should know that the consistent policy of the state of China is that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If a man offends me, I will offend him. How is technological warfare not a modern war? Since people have already bullied us, we have to give them some color too. The best way to deal with hooligans is to use hooligans. That's just where it's at. Li Dongxin smiled and said to Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi, since I've come back to China, this is just a start. I'll have to make the meter country open its doggy eyes to see the true technological strength of our country. Ambitious, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi praised. Teach from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Li Dongxin, although there are some twists and turns in the process of you coming back from the study abroad, but our country's high-end technology is one more high-tech talent. I also believe that you will have a great deal to do in your vast world. Li Dongxin now has a scientific research system with huge ambitions. Li Dongxin's sights are not limited to being a high-tech talent. When he was on top of the airplane, Li Dongxin was already making preliminary plans for the things behind him. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Inside the interrogation room, Lu Yonggang adjusted his thoughts, leaned his body forward, and asked, since you're Chinese, why didn't you say anything when you met up with the Tsongying twin in the air? In the face of this question, Li Dongxin seemed to have prepared for it and calmly said, I say this big brother, seeing as you're also a lieutenant colonel, the Air Force Temporary Defector Management Regulations, you should have memorized them. Oh, although I'm not defecting, how can you not have memorized the mandatory regulations for officers? Of course I've memorized it. What does it have to do with this? Lu Yonggang was puzzled, only to see Li Dongxin's eyes raised and his mouth deflated. He said, if you've memorized it, how can you not know it? The situation was such that I was flying an F-22 without a mounted subtank, with you guys in front of me to intercept, and the Migos were constantly calling to me over the radio. In this case, if I were to introduce myself and give you all this information about where I'm from and what I do, and then you guys check the evidence and just make a few phone calls and that's it? Related person check, polygraph verification, collateral starting relationship check. At the end of this set of checking process, I would have long ago run out of fuel and dropped into the sea to feed the fish. Li Dongxin spoke without humility or panic, listening to Lu Yonggang's forehead, a circle of fine sweat. Indeed, as Li Dongxin said Lu Yonggang silently in his heart, if we really waited for all the processes to be completed, the airplane would have run out of fuel long ago. At this time, Lu Yonggang glanced at Li Dongxin who was in the front, still slightly worried, and said to Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi, Commander-in-Chief I understand what you mean. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi interrupted Lu Yonggang before he could finish. I believe in Li Dongxin. And I also believe that the rice side must have discovered Li Dongxin by now. And there's certainly no way that there's no movement if an F-22 Raptor fighter is missing. Zhao Dishi glanced at Li Dongxin and said, you don't have to worry a bit about his identity, although he has just made contact. There is an impulse that makes me feel that he can bring change to our country of China. Well, Commander-in-Chief, I understand. Lu Yonggang nodded, and the last doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. Chapter 29, is this all there is? Thank you for the Commander-in-Chief's trust in me. Hearing what Zhao Dishi said, Li Dongxin said with a smile. But speaking of which, Zhao Dishi suddenly turned to Li Dongxin and asked in surprise, Li Dongxin, how did you come to fly a fighter jet? Lu Yonggang, who was on the side, also waited with anticipation for Li Dongxin's answer. How is this going to be answered? Can't just say, Commander Zhao, you don't need to ask anymore. I am awakening the system and then we'll fly a fighter. If Li Dongxin really wanted to say that, then soon, the capital city psychiatric hospital would become Li Dongxin's forever home. So telling the truth is naturally impossible. And everyone is not a cutie pie. This kind of thing can only be described as vague as possible, pretending to be crazy and finished. Ahem. Me ah. Li Dongxin cleared his throat and said, usually I like fighter jets. Often go to the library to read the information. And in the me country when the Rice Army Air Base, there are often military open days. I will go to see the F-22's flight show. After a while, I could understand some of it. Plus there are videos on the B site that teach you how to fly an airplane. A video teaching to fly an airplane? Lu Yonggang was shocked. Oh, it's from a virtual game. Not real. Unla. Li Dongxin explained. So those are the reasons I would fly an airplane. Just as Li Dongxin expected. The expressions on the faces of Zhao Dishi and Lu Yonggang after listening to Li Dongxin's narration were, that's it? Just this? Just this? However, Li Dongxin does not care. Anyway, I told you. You like to believe it or not. Killed is also these reasons. Lu Yonggang scoffed at such an answer. He didn't believe it at all. Originally, Lu Yonggang wanted to question Li Dongxin more carefully. After all, these reasons are too far-fetched. You can fly an airplane by watching a video? What about the journey to the west I've been watching? What's wrong with me pulling weapons out of my ears? However, Lu Yonggang looked at Li Dongxin's expression, and in his heart, he understood that this kid looks like he doesn't want to say it, and even if he asks about the day of the alien invasion, there is no result. Therefore, the Commander-in-Chief Zhao Dishi glanced at Lu Yonggang, and he understood, and both of them unspokenly acquiesced. This question, do not ask. Oh, so that's how it is. Commander Zhao Dishi deliberately took this step down from Li Dongxin, but in his heart, there was still a question, how he wanted to ask. But Li Dongxin, this is a fighter jet after all. The process of driving it back must be difficult. So what made you think that you would fly a fighter jet back? Zhao Dishi asked as he looked at Li Dongxin. For this question, Li Dongxin's heart was thinking ahead. So to answer it, it was not difficult. Alas, only Li Dongxin sighed, his face an expression of righteous indignation, and said, after seeing the results of my experiments, this darned rice wanted me to stay in rice and work for them. Although I'm studying in a rice country, I've never forgotten that I'm a Chinese national. So, I must return to China with my knowledge and make our country stronger. And then, I was arrested by them, restricting my personal freedom, and this, I can tolerate? It upsets me, so I can't make it easy for them. Li Dongxin spoke calmly, but his tone was impassioned, causing everyone present to feel a sense of agency, especially Zhao Dishi. After hearing these two words from Li Dongxin, what came out of his eyes was a complete admiration for a patriotic talent. So, I figured out how to use the hacking skills I usually learn and hacked into their network, and then changed his identity a little bit, got into their airbase, and flew the fighter back. In the second half, Li Dongxin didn't make anything up, but naturally, he would omit such details as how he knew how to hack. Although the two of them listened and fought for Li Dongxin, they also wondered how Li Dongxin knew the hacking skills. However, just like this airplane flying technique, they also understood that Li Dongxin would not say anything. Therefore, everyone once again unspoken, the question of hacking technology, still not asked. Anyway, Li Dongxin, you've done a very great thing. There aren't many outstanding young men like you in China nowadays. Commander Zhao Dishi listened and began to give Li Dongxin's behavior a final verdict. To be able to send such a great gift to the motherland, with you, the motherland's Air Force military industry cause, to be proud of you. Zhao Dishi's tone was very sincere, completely flowing from his heart. In fact, Commander Zhao Dishi knew that some people would scoff at this. Stealing people's airplanes to study them counts for what? But don't forget, before China spent a lot of money to send a batch of foreign students to study in foreign countries. but when they came back after their studies, some of them stayed in foreign countries permanently on the grounds that the air in foreign countries smells sweet. They have completely forgotten how much China paid to send them out. And there are even more abominable people who defected to foreign countries as soon as they got hold of vast amounts of science in China. Foreign countries take these technologies and flaunt them toward China. An F-22 fighter jet is really a drop in the ocean compared to that. These gringos aren't ashamed. Why should we be? However, while the reasoning is this, Li Dongxin has also done good things for the country, but after all, it's stealing. And even if another country does it, it's not something that can be publicly recognized. So Li Dongxin is to be commended for this behavior. However, there can be no public praise. It can't be helped, the international situation being what it is. Just after Zhao Dishi characterized this matter as a great honor, Li Dongxin's ears, that familiar electronic voice, once again sounded. Congratulations to the host, for completing the randomly triggered mission and returning to the motherland with great honor. The owner receives the following reward. Full category. Fighter structure analysis skills. Full category. Design skills for fighter aerodynamic layout. Full category. Fighter material application skills. Brain enhancement to improve thought response. A series of rewarding characters continued to appear in front of Li Dongxin's eyes, causing him to be somewhat overwhelmed. How come it's all about fighter jets and nothing else? But spit after spit. Li Dongxin was not going to be polite. He directly chose to study all of them. For a moment, a sea of knowledge flooded his brain, making his head rise. Li Dongxin, my country of China is proud of you. Hearing Zhao Dishi's compliments, Lu Yonggang also felt a sense of pride and turned to Li Dongxin with emotion. But at this time, Li Dongxin's brain is drowsy, and it is difficult to open his mouth, so he can only lower his head and swing his hand. You're still embarrassed. It's really not like your style. Lu Yonggang mistook Li Dongxin, who had his head lowered, to be modest and joked. Chapter 30, Selling the F-22 Fighter Jet. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dishi looked at Li Dongxin like this and couldn't even hold back his laughter. After laughing, Commander Zhao Dishi slightly probed and said to Li Dongxin, "Alright, next, Li Dongxin, I'm going to tell you something very important." Upon hearing this, the Vice Commander-in-Chief as well as Lu Yonggang glanced sideways, wondering what Commander Zhao was going to say, and Li Dongxin still looked old and calm as usual. Commander Zhao smiled and said, "What I'm saying is that this F-22 fighter, since you flew it back, is therefore your property? But I'll be honest with you, this F-22 fighter, you can't fly it at home, and you have no other use for it." So, Commander Zhao Dishi paused for a moment and said, "Our Air Force would like to ask you, how about selling this F-22 fighter to us? Sold to the Air Force?" Commander Zhao's words revitalized everyone. Even Li Dongxin did not move and narrowed his eyes. However, soon everyone could figure out that the airplane was flown back by Li Dongxin, so naturally it was Li Dongxin's stuff. The military also knows this. It's someone else's Li Dongxin stuff. You can't just rob them openly, can you? And going to a top fighter like the F-22, it has a research value that the Air Force naturally understands, so they were bound to go all out to buy it. From Li Dongxin. Seeing that Li Dongxin did not speak, Commander Zhao Dishi silently said in his heart, "Young and old, really calm." Commander Zhao Dishi went and cleared his throat, then said, "Let's be straightforward." Li Dongxin nodded. "Well, we all know the value of the F-22 stealth fighter," Commander Zhao said. "Although our country also has a fifth-generation fighter, the J-20, we don't protect our shortcomings. J-20 and F-22. There is a big gap. We have to recognize this gap." Lu Yonggang and the vice commander nodded in agreement. So this F-22, which could propel our aviation industry, a big step forward. Speaking here, Commander Zhao Dishi looked straight at Li Dongxin and said, "We've asked for instructions from the Defense Department, and the purchase price we've offered is..." Commander Zhao held out two fingers and said, $200 million. $200 million? Spare the vice commander a moment to be a bit surprised by this. On the contrary, Li Dongxin asked expressionlessly, 200 million Chinese dollars. Ha, yes, 200 million Chinese dollars. Commander Zhao Dishi said. Oh, Li Dongxin was extremely calm. Oh, Lu Yonggang was surprised when he saw how calm Li Dongxin was. 200 million. That's a lot. Upon hearing this, Li Dongxin said calmly, "It's true that the F-22 cost $200 million, but, what is suffixed to it? Is meter dollars, 200 million rice dollars, the exchange rate is now at 7.01, that is, equivalent to the Chinese currency 1.4 billion. I'm going to." Once the number was calculated, Lu Yonggang was once again surprised. 200 million against 1.4 billion is really not enough. Zhao Dishi looked at Li Dongxin ghostly, still could not help but laugh, then hurriedly said, "You kid, really ghostly wit. I haven't finished yet. $200 million is only part of it, there are other conditions. Upon hearing that there were other conditions, the people present once again looked sideways. Direct recruitment into the National Academy of Sciences, with a lifetime contract and all the expenses you don't have to worry about. At the same time, you will be given a villa, freehold, maintained for life, and in addition to the requisite insurance pension, $2 million will be credited to your account every month. Also, if you want to choose to get a little side business, the state will provide all the facilities, simplified procedures, personnel, equipment, real estate. The state covers it all. Hearing these conditions uttered by Zhao Deshi, even the always composed vice commander couldn't help but gulp a bit. It's a condition that some people struggle for several lifetimes and can't do it. They looked at Li Dongxin and realized that he remained calm. Now all will have to wait for his choice. National Academy of Sciences. Needless to say, now that he has controlled nuclear fusion technology in his hands, naturally he wants to go in. He had just gotten the systems technology regarding fighters himself, and it wasn't impossible to research fighters. But all of this will have to wait until controlled fusion technology has matured, which is, after all, the top priority, Li Dongxin pondered in his heart. Besides, there's no place to park this F-22 for me, and no place to fill it with aviation fuel. These conditions offered by Commander Zhao Deshi could not be described as generous. It's not an exaggeration to say that any one of these conditions, taken out, would be enough to make anyone live an unimaginably good life in China. What's more, these conditions were all given to Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin was not stupid. This F-22 fighter, in his own hands, could not fulfill its role, at least not now. How about, just sell it and get yourself some comfortable conditions? Doesn't that smell good? Besides, the direction of his future development is towards scientific research. Anyway, he also quite likes scientific research, this kind of work. In turn, the conditions offered by the state for the future development of scientific research, naturally it is more than suitable. So everything is in place, except for your own east wind. At the thought of this, Li Dongxin's heart silently recited a sentence. Yes, just do it. After making up his mind, Li Dongxin did not show any great urgency. Still calm, he looked at Zhao Deshi, gently nodded, and said, "All right, Commander Zhao, when it comes down to it, I can feel your sincerity. This F-22, it's for sale. Good, it hurts." Commander Zhao Deshi extended his hand to Li Dongxin, and the two of them shook it heavily. "Money and formalities. There will be special people to handle it for you at that time. Don't worry about it." Successfully negotiating this matter, Zhao Deshi was ecstatic in his heart, but as a commander who had been through 100 battles, he was naturally able to do the stoicism and not be presumptuous. But Li Dongxin could still feel his excitement from the strength of his handshake. "Thank you, Li Dongxin, for your great contribution to the cause of China's Air Force. For you, obviously, he was the one who spent the money." But Commander Zhao Deshi still expressed his gratitude to Li Dongxin. "It's nothing, a small matter." Li Dongxin smiled easily. In this way, the F-22 was resold through the hands of Li Dongxin. Chapter 31: The Pillars of the State. Following Commander Zhao and his group out of the interrogation room and down the stairs, Li Dongxin saw a group of people downstairs, looking like they had come to greet him. Li Dongxin looked at Commander Zhao with some confusion. Sensing Li Dongxin's puzzled gaze, the latter smiled and said, "These people are from the National Academy of Sciences, and when they heard that you had returned, they immediately rushed over. They've been waiting here until they've gone through our military process," said Commander Zhao Deshi, striding out. A group of people rushed up after seeing them, and immediately a specialized person verified the situation with the military. Seeing Li Dongxin, Elder Deng took Li Dongxin's hand and said in a pleasant manner, "You are Mr. Li Dongxin, right?" Li Dongxin nodded. He naturally recognized Elder Tang. "Yes, I am Li Dongxin. It is a great honor to meet you. Truly a hero. Scientist Li. I'm the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's really hard for you to travel all the way across the ocean to return to China. All of us in the Chinese Academy of Sciences are very touched. On behalf of all of us in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I welcome you. Specially come to greet you." Deng Lao shook Li Dongxin's hand and said excitedly, "Thank you all for your concern. Thank you for your love. I, Li Dongxin, am back." Li Dongxin was touched by such a scene. What a great honor it was. It was obvious how much the motherland respected talents. In the face of Elder Deng's praise, Li Dongxin also smiled lightly. "Dean, you are really flattering. Young people of my generation have grown up hearing your legend and admire you greatly. Your research papers on nuclear physics have benefited me greatly, and I am deeply honored to have a rare meeting today." Li Dongxin's words, as well as the maturity and steadiness he displayed, surprised Elder Deng. But then, The apprehension in his eyes was swept away, and it was filled with appreciation and expectation for Li Dongxin. The two men then had a brief exchange of ideas. In terms of nuclear physics, the crowd did not expect it. Li Dongxin was actually as meticulous about Deng Lao's scientific research as he was about his family. This caused the other academicians following Dean Ding to look surprised. I didn't expect him to find anything else in our dean's research. No wonder you can break through world-class problems at such a young age. It's really marvelous. Alas, it's more than marvelous. I'm afraid that all of us together are not as good as this upstart. Deng Lao did not expect that Li Dongxin was not only talented, but also knew so much about the state of scientific research in China. More importantly, he has a patriotic heart. This gave Elder Deng a feeling of hating each other. Finally, Li Dongxin was also full of respect, and Deng Lao said, "You resolutely carried the flag of China's scientific research back then, so that the entire Chinese people straightened their backbone." Deng was equally moved. "I really didn't expect that. In addition to being a scientific research wizard, you are also a great patriotic teenager." The few academicians behind Deng Lao were likewise moved to the core. China has spent all kinds of resources to send foreign students abroad over the years, but those people leave their country behind as soon as they get out. Where's the half-assed idea of fighting for your country? They even go so far as to discredit China and even sell it out in order to get their green cards sooner. It's simply a disgrace to China. And look at Mr. Li Dongxin. At such a young age, the level of scientific research far exceeds that of others, and the person is a thoroughly patriotic teenager. For that, I don't know how many streets away from certain schoolchildren. Deng Lao's heart was now thrilled. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Not only with one's own efforts, but to make the world's technology grow by leaps and bounds. It's even putting the honor of China above its own interests. This is a blessing for my country of China. And even more so, it's a blessing for my people. I've lived to be so old that I thought there would be no successor to China's scientific research. I didn't realize that the heavens were generous enough to give birth to such a young man for us. The revival of China is just around the corner. With him, China will surely become a world leader again." Elder Deng straightened up and walked over to Li Dongxin, his voice choking. "Once again, on behalf of the scientific research community of China, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Welcome back to China. As the saying goes, when the youth is strong, the country is strong. You're the one who's a peerless nationalist. You're the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom." Seeing this scene, Commander Zhao was also a bit shocked inside. "Next, we've arranged for a special plane to take you back to the capital, and there will be a special person in charge of your safety." "Commander Zhao, how can this be? I'm just a scientist. The country doesn't have to treat me like this. I'm afraid I'm ashamed to be treated like this," Li Dongxin said from the bottom of his heart. "Mr. Li doesn't need to worry much. Your chance to serve the country has arrived. I'm now giving you a piece of news in advance. We are ready to hand over the project of controlled nuclear fusion to you and have you serve as the chief engineer," Tang Lao said with deep eyes. At those words, Li Dongxin's heart shook dramatically. Is it really going to start? When he was young, Li Dongxin dreamed of his country rising to the top of the world. That dream is gradually coming true, but that's not really rising yet. Now, the motherland is again in the controlled fusion research, and then also let him as the chief engineer. How can this not let Li Dongxin excited? Vibration. Really? What can I do? How can I hold such an important position? China is full of talents. There are many scientists who are better than me. Li Dongxin said. Can they develop a controlled fusion device? Elder Tang said without moving. That single sentence caused Li Dongxin to stare. And then both of them laughed heartily. The group headed to a special plane arranged by the military. This time back to the country looks easy and relaxed, but in fact it is a hidden murder. Not to mention the constant worry that the Ministry of Defense of the United States will find out that he has invaded the military management system. It was the piloting of the F-22 fighter jet that also exhausted Li Dongxin's heart and soul. And if it wasn't for Li Dongxin's access to the system and being the world's top scientist, this matter wouldn't have been possible by any means. Now looking back, Li Dongxin is still a burst of fear. Good thing now is finally back to the country. Now no one can touch him anymore. Chapter 32, Hoodlum Rice. The President of the United States was taking a nap when he was suddenly roused from his sleep by an emergency call. The President looked at the Defense Minister's phone, picked up the phone to say, that Dr. Li Dongxin has been you to implement coercive measures, or rather, has disappeared from this world. Your Excellency the President. Something has gone terribly wrong regarding this Dr. Li Dongxin. The defense minister's face muscles twitched as he said, this Li Dongxin first used hacking techniques, hacked into our Federation's network, and made himself a false identity. And he left Rice a long time ago, more than 10 hours ago. What? Li Dongxin has left the meter? The President had thought that the operation against Dongxin Li must be foolproof. As a result, He did not expect that he had just opened his eyes, and the news of the Secretary of Defense gave him a head start. The president was baffled and couldn't react for a moment. What the Secretary of Defense said next almost didn't make the president roll right out of bed. President, this Dr. Dongshin Lee didn't just simply leave our country of rice. He also flew one of our F-22 Raptor fighters. F-22 Raptors? This kid can fly a fighter jet? For a moment the president of Rice was also dumbfounded, but he understood that now was not the time to dwell on this issue. The president could not be more familiar with the F-22 Raptor fighter jet. This is the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter jet developed at great expense by Rice. It has so many high-end tech secrets in it. The President of the United States of America still has a lucky feeling. In case Li Dongxin did not return to China, or Li Dongxin cannot enter the waters of China, then at any time you can convene the United States of America's Second Fleet of the Pacific Ocean. Li Dongxin together with the Raptor fighters together to be killed. Holding this mindset, he forced down his posture to explode, took a deep breath, and immediately said to the Minister of Defense, "Track down this Dr. Li Dongxin. Where the hell did he go? Doesn't our F-22 Raptor fighter jet have a very strong localization system? Immediately check for me. This Li Dongxin, where exactly is he now?" The president's words also reminded the Minister of Defense that fighter jets all had positioning systems. So, the Minister of Defense immediately asked the military base side to use the positioning system to check the location. 2 minutes later, the Secretary of Defense exasperatedly told the president, "Our fighters, the locator system has been completely disabled, and it didn't leave any traces. It must be that Li Dongxin's doing, and the locator system failed?" Upon hearing this, the president's mind completely exploded. He couldn't contain his anger any longer and pounded his bed as hard as if he were a mental patient in his later years. While hammering the bed, he shouted, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk." The Minister of Defense also did not expect that their country was so by the country of China's this Li Dongxin, ruthlessly set such a way. Now it's not just that Li Dongxin has returned to China. The most hateful thing is, this Li Dongxin also brought back an F-22 Raptor fighter jet by hiding it from the world. President, what do we do now? Hearing that the president on the other end of the phone was very angry, the Minister of Defense also hurriedly said to the president, "This F-22 Raptor fighter is the most advanced fighter in the world at the moment, and we absolutely can't let our research and development achievements fall into the hands of China just like that." The President of the United States of America face a black fist clenched, very reluctant to say, "It seems that this Li Dongxin back to the country of China. With the protection of the country of China, we temporarily is to take this Li Dongxin have no way out. As for the matter of the F-22 Raptor fighter being stolen by Li Dongxin, we'll have to talk to China." Speaking of this, the President of the United States of America shouted in annoyance again, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk." And in the meantime, just as Li Dongxin took a special airplane and rushed to the capital, the Commander-in-Chief, Zhao Deshi, who was originally thinking about how he was going to report this incident to the higher-ups in China, suddenly received an encrypted video call directly from the higher-ups. What the Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi hadn't thought about was that this encrypted video call initiated by the higher-ups in China wasn't just between himself and the higher-ups in China. In addition to the higher-ups of China, there were surprisingly a bunch of high-ranking general officers of China. Almost the entire top brass were among the ranks of this video call. This made Zhao Deshi, the Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Military Region, somewhat surprised, because only when a major national event occurs, there will be an emergency video call where the higher-ups and all the general officers of the state of China are present. What the hell is going on here? Is it because of Li Dongxin? Did the news get out that fast? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi looked at the faces of one familiar high-ranking general officer after another in the middle of the encrypted video call, and with inner doubts, he also connected this encrypted video call initiated by the higher-ups of China. The higher-ups of China, after seeing the generals joining this encrypted video call, did not speak. It had waited until after Zhao Deshi, the Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Military Region, had joined the video call. The higher-ups of China glanced around at all the senior generals who had joined the video call as well as Zhao Deshi. Seeing that the gaze of the superior leaders of China lingered on his body for several seconds, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi's heart probably had some bottom. Then, it was only then that the superior leader of the state of China opened his mouth full of majesty and said, "Good afternoon, generals and commanders. The reason why such an encrypted meeting of such urgency has suddenly begun this time is because there is something I need to tell you all about here, and there should be someone among you who knows a great deal about it. I mainly want to learn more information this time, and then judge the current situation." After these words filled with majesty from the superior leader of China were said, the senior generals present, as well as the commanders of the major military regions, were all a bit puzzled. None of them knew exactly what the higher-ups in China had to say. The words of the higher-ups in China vaguely smelled of something unusual. This gave them even more of a premonition that something big seemed to be happening. It's urgent, so I'll get right to the point. The superior leader of China once again scanned everyone in the middle of the encrypted video listening, and then said in a dignified tone, "Just 20 minutes ago, we received a message from Rice." Received a message from Rice? At once, the senior generals in the room, all of them were stunned. "Leader, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't had any communication with the top brass of Rice since we got off the hook," a senior general officer asked suspiciously. "This Rice country, why has it suddenly taken the initiative to engage in communication with us again?" The news from Rice this time is not meant to erase old grudges or alleviate anything. With a few moments of gravity in his countenance, the superior leader of China said, "The news from Rice says that a doctor who studied in China stole back an F-22 Raptor fighter when he returned home." Chapter 33, well done. What? Chinese students returning home? Stole back an F-22 Raptor from Rice? As soon as the words of the superior leader of China fell, all the senior generals present were in an uproar. The look on their faces was also very dismayed. "Leader, I have a question." A high-ranking general officer from the southern military region asked China's higher-ups with some disbelief. "This is the newest fifth-generation fighter from the United States. How in the world did our foreign students from China manage to get this fighter back? Could it be that our foreign students ran away directly to the military base of Rice and directly flew away this fighter jet in front of the Rice army? When did their country's national defense get so bad?" Another senior general officer couldn't help but say, "Yeah, leader, this can't be some new trick that the Rice side is playing. Right, their Rice country isn't a little cute either. They can't just stand by and watch our foreign students directly bring something as big as a fighter jet out of the Rice country. This matter, whether it's true or not, has yet to be confirmed, but from the information I've gotten so far, this foreign student mentioned by the me side, Li Dongxin, should indeed have returned to China." After a moment of slight contemplation, the superior leader of China looked across the video at Zhao Deshi, the commander-in-chief of the southeastern military region, who had always been the one who wanted to speak, and said, "Commander Zhao, if I'm not wrong, this Li Dongxin, who has returned from studying abroad, the person should be at your place right now, right? You should be the one who knows the most about this incident among all of you currently sitting here. Then come and tell the senior generals here the whole story of this matter." Zhao Deshi was also a bit stunned just now when he heard the higher-ups in China talking about the meter pursuing this matter. Zhao Deshi was dismayed that the Rice side really dared to shamelessly come to talk at this time. It seems that this Rice country really is when the hooligans are used to. The Sox have been unscrupulous. "Leader, first let me say this." Zhao Deshi took several deep breaths and let his mood calm down as much as possible before he slowly said, "Li Dongxin, who returned from studying abroad, the person is fine. Moreover, Li Dongxin did fly back a F-22 Raptor, the most advanced fifth-generation fighter plane of the United States. From the United States. What? Really brought back a Rice fighter?" After hearing these exact words from Zhao Deshi, all the generals present were extremely shocked. Even the higher-ups of China were slightly stunned for half a second. Our foreign students really flew back an F-22 Raptor fighter jet from the United States. A general officer couldn't help but say, "This international student named Li Dongxin is really something. Good guy. He can even fly back a fifth-generation fighter from the United States." Another high-ranking general officer, also very surprised, said, "How the hell did he do that? Since that fighter jet is all within our hands, then there's definitely no way we're going to hand it over." The high-ranking admiral also came out and said very authoritatively, "At such a critical moment, this fifth-generation fighter plane of the United States is indeed very meaningful to the entire Chinese fighter field. We could totally use this fighter, reverse engineer it, and eat the technology in it thoroughly. Since we're here, it's definitely impossible for us to let go. So on the Rice side, how are we going to respond?" A well-intentioned high-ranking lieutenant general also raised a question at this time. "Don't rush to judgment yet." As soon as the higher-ups of China spoke, the entire room fell silent. On Zhao Deshi's side, there should still be words left unfinished. Let Zhao Deshi finish his words first before passing judgment. Zhao Deshi nodded at the higher-ups of China on the other side of the video and continued, "Generals don't need to be anxious. The initiative in this matter is still within our own hands. Here, I'd like to start by talking about what our foreign student, Li Dongxin, went through in Rice. Next, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi gave the senior leaders of China, as well as the crowd of generals on the opposite side of the video, an almost untouched account of Li Dongxin's previous description of his experience in the meter country. The attitude of all the generals after hearing Zhao Deshi's account was very distinct: anger. This Rice country, it's really getting more and more bottomless. Such things can be done. A senior general officer clenched his fist and said, "This Li Dongxin, from the very beginning was thinking of returning to China. Zhao Deshi remembered this, also felt angry. Said, the result was raw by the rice side of the blocked in the territory of the rice country. It seems that this Li Dongxin should have suffered a lot in the meter. A lieutenant general also couldn't help but say, so just push Li Dongxin to the edge. And then, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi at this time is again how Li Dongxin hacked into the federal government of the United States of America. How to pilot the plane that landed at the airport again. Now, the superior leaders of the Chinese nation present and the general officers were even more incredulous, especially when they heard that Li Dongxin had hacked into the military management system of the United States and fooled the people of the United States. Several high-ranking generals who originally had a serious look on their faces were surprised and had a few moments of laughter on their faces, as Zhao Deshi spoke about the part where Li Dongxin landed the airplane in the air. Several senior generals could not help but feel a little nervous. The tense and serious atmosphere of this high-level encrypted meeting was originally washed away a few points by this divine operation of Li Dongxin narrated by Zhao Deshi. This Li Dongxin. Originally I thought it was just boldness. I didn't expect this ability to be even greater. After hearing the Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi's narration, the higher-ups of China also couldn't help but smile and said, this kid really used hacking technologies to create a fake identity for himself as a member of the Federation of the United States of America. And having never flown an airplane before, he actually landed the plane? Leader, can this still be false? Zhao Deshi also smiled and said, if these things were missing a link, this Li Dongxin wouldn't be able to return to China. I have to say, at first glance, this kid's operations are indeed a bit reckless, but this recklessness is full of details. Nice. It's a talent. The higher-ups of China also couldn't help but praise Li Dongxin and said, Leader, there is one more thing that I need to tell you. Zhao Deshi added at this time, I have already bought this Raptor fighter from Li Dongxin on behalf of the Southeast military. On one hand, it is also out of reward for this young man, and on the other hand, it is because we can gain quite a lot of harvests from above this fighter. Well, this thing is well done. It deserves a reward. The higher-ups nodded. Chapter 34, Encounters with Rice. Leader, there's something else I need to tell you. Zhao Deshi at this time has also said, the fighters of the United States are positioning systems. If we stay, the United States side is certainly able to real-time monitoring of the location of the F-22 Raptor fighter. When the time is clear, there will certainly be an international above the political impact. I believe that the higher leadership you are also certainly worried about this problem. Zhao Deshi, what do you want to say? Go on, said Zhao Deshi, the commander of the military region, as the higher-ups looked a bit more serious. What I want to say is, Zhao Deshi said, Leader, the matter of the positioning system has been completely solved by Li Dongxin. The positioning system is completely disabled, and the positioning location cannot be queried at all. What? The locator system has been solved? A lieutenant general, in disbelief, said, this F-22 Raptor fighter's positioning system uses the gamma encryption protocol, and it was cracked by Li Dongxin alone? This Li Dongxin is a ghost genius. Lieutenant General, can you imagine that this Li Dongxin ended up using the radar of the military region to destroy the positioning system alive? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Deshi said. Although they did not know exactly how the radar operated, the generals in the room were very shocked. Good. Since this positioning system problem is solved, there is nothing more to say about this F-22 Raptor fighter, and this is something that I will personally deal with. The higher-ups immediately made a decision and said, I'd like to ask, how long will it take for this to allow the relevant people to reverse engineer the core technology of this 5th-generation fighter jet and eat it up thoroughly? In the video call, a white hair, looks very majestic old man, suddenly opened the enclosure, said, the higher leadership, reverse engineering? In fact, the difficulty is also very large. We still have to carry out a lot of capital investment, but also to overcome the technical challenges, in order to put the core technology thoroughly to eat through. But if we put it into use, we should be able to finish it in 2 years' time. This old man, Admiral Chen of the National Armaments Division, specialized in researching all kinds of high-tech armaments, and could be said to be very knowledgeable about the F-22 Raptor fighter. Good, Admiral, I understand what you said. The superior leader also said with emotion. The superior leader said seriously to Zhao Deshi, has this Li Dongxin been sent to the capital? Be sure to give me good hospitality. Superior leader, don't worry about this, Zhao Deshi said with a smile. I'll have to personally meet this kid when I turn around. At this time, the superior leader of China also said, good, about this time, I've already understood clearly, and I've made the decision that should be made. I've also made it. Everyone since a genius like this Li Dongxin has returned to China. We must ensure the safety of this Li Dongxin, the superior leader once again said with a heavy face, especially during this critical period now. Understood, everyone said with heavy nods. Good, then that's enough for today. The meeting is over. the higher-up said. I'm going to send someone to deal with the Rice side. Rice. Supreme Office. At the moment, the president of Rice is having a very boring daily press conference. President, how do you feel about the recent relationship with China? President, is there anything you want to say about your competitors? The President. In the many media reporters surrounded by the President of the United States of America's mind is not here. At the moment he is mentally calculating a moment in the end to go to where to play golf, to relax a little bit of their mood. The President feels a little burnt out about the recent succession of events, especially the thought of China, and the recent election. The President of the United States of America's temples above the veins cannot help but a sudden burst of wild jump. President, the Chinese side has responded to our announcement. At this time, the President's secretary suddenly pushed the door directly and rushed in, saying, "What responded?" The President hurriedly asked his secretary, quickly, "How did China respond? They admitted that our lost fighter jets were stolen by their foreign students from China? Any indication from China as to when they're going to give it back to us?" The secretary hesitated, looked at the office full of reporters and said, "President, why don't we wait until the press conference is over? Then I'll talk to you about this." No. The President of the United States of America was already suppressing his anger when he learned that Li Dongxin, who had mastered controlled fusion technology, had run back to his country. Now there was the issue of fighter jets, which was already messing with his ability to sleep at night. At this moment Ware can wait for the end of the press conference. His face darkened and he said in a very emotional manner, "Now, tell me the result right away." The journalists of the major media present did not know what had happened beforehand, and when they saw their president suddenly become so agitated, they were all very confused. The reporters, who had been chattering, were silent, staring blankly at the president, and the secretary. The secretary gulped and said, "Then, President, I'll get right to it. Say, China responded that other than Li Dongxin's return to China, China said that it hadn't seen any fighters, and it doesn't know exactly what we mean by fighters." Facing so many reporters, the secretary said with some embarrassment. What the President of the United States heard. The secretary said that China vehemently denied the problem of photolithography. The whole person is unable to control their own emotions. Said fiercely, obviously that is the name of Li Dongxin's foreign students do a good job. Asterisk. Seeing the president so angry, talking about China and Li Dongxin, the reporters present were even more very surprised. They had hardly ever seen their president like this, and they wondered what this one, named Li Dongxin, had done to make their president so angry. "Have you asked the Department of Defense again about the positioning of the fighters yet?" The president continued angrily. "We need proof at this point. More proof." President, both the Department of Defense and all the military bases in Rice are completely helpless against the fighters' positioning system. They have all said that they have never encountered a situation like this before, and that it is theoretically completely impossible. After hearing the secretary's report, the president was even more furious, saying, "Buckets, a bunch of fools." Chapter 35, Handsome as Hell. By the way, President, the secretary continued to report, China has also indicated that they would like to have a good talk about our treatment of Chinese students, which China has indicated. Cough. Before the secretary could finish, the president immediately interrupted him with a fit of coughing and said, "Let's talk about it later. You go down first." After the secretary left, the Rice president was no longer interested in conducting a press conference. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, the president of Rice angrily said to the reporters from the major media present, "Don't you all want to know the big news? International student from China, Li Dongxin, stole Army's 5th-generation F-22 Raptor fighter." The President of the United States broke such a big news in front of a large number of journalists. Although the major media reporters do not know exactly what is going on, but still cannot stop them in the media above the exposure. The media exposés were all accompanied by photos of an unusually angry president of Rice. CNN, suspected Chinese students steal Rice's 5th-generation fighter F-22 Raptor. Rice's president goes incompetent and furious. Nyogo Times, Rice's most advanced 5th-generation fighter jet stolen. President in big crisis. May take sanctions against China. Rocky Mountain Chicken Times, Chinese students desperate to return to China in F-22 Raptor fighters. After the exposure of the reporter who was in the office at the time, this incident also completely blew up in the Rice country. The entire extranet, in droves, started talking about it. Among the extranets, there are many different voices. The president is deliberately drawing out the war, isn't he? If it were true, it wouldn't be as simple as just getting angry. The president may already be deploying the operation. How can something as big as a 5th-generation fighter jet, with its positioning, be taken away like that? Are all the air defense systems of the MiG eating sure? Some foreign netizens say it doesn't matter if the F-22 Raptor fighter jet arrives in China. After all, such a high-end thing, China can't study it. With something this complicated, even if it did arrive in China, they wouldn't know how to drive it. There are also rice netizens, all of whom have heard of Li Dongxin's fame in the academic world, and are worried that if Li Dongxin returns to China this time, he will have a very big impact on rice. In short, a variety of voices are very much under the media exposure. The entire extranet is in an uproar. However, Li Dongxin, who had just arrived in the capital, was unaware of all this happening on the extranet, and didn't realize that this matter was fermenting at a rapid pace. As soon as you get off the plane, a car immediately picks you up. At this moment, several leaders responsible for scientific research in China were already waiting for Li Dongxin's arrival in the parlor at this time. At this moment, both the inside and outside of the parlor hall were filled with bodyguards, and each of these bodyguards had extraordinary hands. Just as several big leaders were getting excited, a voice shouted, "Li Dongxin has arrived." As a loud voice rang out, the protagonist of the day, Li Dongxin, appeared. Li Dongxin in the plane after a short break, dressed extraordinarily formal. A straight gray Zhongshan suit, a pair of black cloth shoes under the feet, hair not messy. At this time Li Dongxin handsome to the extreme. The welcoming ladies were all mesmerized by Li Dongxin's good looks and couldn't tell east from west. Oh my god, he's so much more handsome in person than in pictures. Really handsome. Several big leaders are also bright. Li Dongxin's temperament is really too good. Then many male supermodels have temperament. Now that's a true Wahini junkie. After seeing Li Dongxin walk into the meeting hall, the big leader stood up from his seat and personally walked forward to greet him, which was the highest level of etiquette for a scientist. After seeing the big leader so, Li Dongxin is also a little excited. How he did not expect. The big leader is so amiable. He also did not expect. He has the opportunity to have a close contact with the big leader. When the big leader moved like this, several bodyguards instantly followed, and the big leader waved his hand at them, and these bodyguards backed out in unison. Neatly, the big leader walked to Li Dongxin and stretched out his hand. Li Dongxin saw this and also stretched out his hand, and then the big leader shook Li Dongxin's majestic and powerful palm with force. "At last I see you," the big leader said heavily. The big leader shook Li Dongxin's hand and said in a serious tone, "Mr. Li, you're really a genius. I know all about your heroic feats. Ah, a true hero, a pure man." Li Dongxin was not at all surprised that the great leader knew these things so quickly, and hurriedly returned, "Great leader, you mustn't address me like this. Call me Little Li or directly address me by my name, Li Dongxin." "Li Dongxin, I invite you here today. There are important things to tell you. First of all, formally appointed you as the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion. The program is fully under your responsibility. You do not need to follow orders from anyone. What requirements directly with me? I will meet all. The second thing is that I want to meet you, the great hero. I just heard about your name before, but I never had the chance to meet you. So today I finally met the real person." After saying this, the big leader looked at the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and said, "It's hard for Elder Deng to go and greet him personally." Deng Lao smiled and waved his hand. "This is what I should do. The next thing is for you scientists. I have arrangements to make, so I won't be able to accompany you," said the big leader, shaking hands with them one by one. "I'm already flattered that the great leader can take time out of his busy schedule to see me," Li Dongxin said with a smile. The big leader waved his hand. "You go." The parlor once again erupted in thunderous applause. Applause continuous and endless. After the applause stopped, Deng Lao came out from the crowd. He was in very good spirits, although he was nearly old, but his hair was still dark. "Hello everyone, I am Deng Xinghai, President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. On behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I cordially invite Li Dongxin to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It just so happens that the position of Vice President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is in the middle of a vacancy. So let him take up the position of Vice President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences." Tang Lao's words were like a thunderbolt. The parlor hall was in an uproar. Although this was not an ordinary place, it still couldn't stop people from talking. This is too sudden. Although it is said that Li Dongxin has successfully developed a controllable nuclear fusion device in the United States, but this technology has not yet been shown in China. Yes, although controlled nuclear fusion is important, but after all, it hasn't been successfully applied yet, as well as the fact that he's too young and inexperienced. I'm afraid he won't be able to do this position. Yes, the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences are all technical gurus in various fields. They are very high-minded. I'm afraid that they won't be convinced in their hearts to be led by a brat. Chapter 36, The Great Feat of Sealing the Wolf. Young and famous may not be a good thing. So young to hold so many significant positions, I think it may not be a good thing. The Chinese Academy of Sciences academician nearly dry people, which is not without standing contributions. Besides, he also serves as the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion, which also involves the Academy of Engineering, the two academies of nearly 2,000 people. How can he be at the behest of a young man with no qualifications like this? The atmosphere in the parlor was getting more and more intense, and although many people had heard of Li Dongxin's name, it was not enough to convince the public. Seeing this situation, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Deng Lao, spoke up. Those present are all my country's handsome people. They should focus on the big picture. Li Dongxin has already successfully completed the ignition experiment of the controllable nuclear fusion device in the United States, and this technology was originally led by Li Dongxin. I think we can understand what I mean, right? Deng Lao, this word out of the whole room instantly quiet. Everyone is shocked to look at the stage Li Dongxin, eyes with hot among them. That's controlled fusion. Most of those present were scholars and professors involved in the scientific research community and naturally understood what was at stake. Just by virtue of that, no one would think that Li Dongxin was unworthy of such a position. Seeing that the entire room quieted down, Elder Deng continued, I don't think the country can find a second suitable candidate like Li Dongxin. Everyone don't just focus on Li Dongxin's age. It's not as if there are no characters in my country of China who became famous in a single battle at a younger age than Li Dongxin. Hua Zhaodong, the god of war of the country of China, at the age of 17, killed the Xiongnu who threw away his armor and collapsed, and was named Marquis of Champions by Emperor Wu, and the god of war, Hua Daizhi, had even greater accomplishments later on. He was an outstanding militarist, patriotic general, and national hero of our country of China, with the rank of Grand Secretary Hussar General, and the title of Marquis of Champion. What a great feat to seal the wolf. In the 4th year of Yuanhari, 119 B.C., in order to completely destroy the main force of the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty launched the Great War in the Desert North on an unprecedented scale. In this battle Hua encountered the ministry of King Zhuxian of Xiongnu, and with a loss of 10,000 in number, beheaded more than 70,000 captives, captured 3 Xiongnu princes, as well as 83 generals and phalangists when they were all lieutenants. Hua went all the way to chase and kill, and came to the area of present-day Menggu Kent Mountain. It was here that Hua made a temporary pause and led his army to perform the ceremony of sacrificing heaven and earth. The ceremony of sacrificing heaven and sealing it was held at Wolfjushu Mountain, and the ceremony of sacrificing earth and Zen was held at Goyen Mountain. It was a ceremony and a determination. After sealing the wolf, Hua continued to lead his army deeper and deeper in pursuit of the Xiongnu, fighting all the way to Hanhai before returning to the army. After this battle, the Huns were far away and there was no royal court in the south of the desert. Hua Zhaoyi and his sealing the wolves have since become the highest pursuit in the lives of Chinese military men of all generations, a lifelong dream to strive for. And Hua was only 21 years old in that year. Looking at Deng Lao's demeanor, it was as if he had returned to the country of China more than 2,000 years ago when he recounted this part of history, and he seemed to share this ambition. Once the esteemed Elder Deng said this, those who were talking about it all lowered their heads, feeling like students who had made a mistake. Mr. Deng made a very good point that one should not look at a person only in terms of his age, but in terms of his ability. Besides, in the world of research, it has always been the achiever who comes first. At this time, a large number of old comrades with stubborn ideas are also enlightened. Li Dongxin also accepted Deng Lao's invitation and decided to take up the position of vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That's where this meet and greet comes to a close. After the meeting, Elder Deng came to a meeting room with Li Dongxin alone, and it was evident that this was all arranged in advance. Mr. Li Dongxin, I know that this matter may be a bit sudden for you, but I still want to communicate with you in advance, and on behalf of the relevant state departments, I would like to make a request to you. Right after Li Dongxin sat down in dismay, Elder Tang spoke seriously. I hope you will go from behind the scenes of scientific research, to the front of the stage, and let the whole country know that you have invented the controlled fusion reactor, in addition to giving you the honor you deserve. At the same time we hope, Mr. Li Dongxin, please can you be the hope of China's scientific research community? Hope? Li Dongxin said bluntly. I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Elder Deng smiled and continued. Hope is something like that. The true antidote to all difficulties. It's not just that you developed the project of controlled fusion, how important the project itself is, but the most important thing is the scientist who developed controlled fusion, which is you. Of course I'm not so arrogant as to disparage controlled fusion technology. Let me give you a chestnut. Take defense. All the people know that the scientist who created the missiles in the first place is the hope of China's national defense. As long as we have him, we have hope that we will not be bullied by foreign enemies. Maybe we will never use this missile in our lifetime, but it is because of it that we have been given a stable and peaceful life. Do you understand when I say that? With this explanation, Li Dongxin understood. Indeed, for the people, to be able to live and work in peace and family harmony is their lifelong hope. As long as that goal is there, they have the motivation to work hard for it. If once we don't have a defense sharpener, that would also lead to China once again being reduced to the point of being slaughtered. There will be more people who will give up on life in the future because of this. So, it is indeed as Deng said, hope is what matters to people. To this day, it is because of the existence of the national defense weapon that many people regarded that scientist as the calming stone of China's national defense force. They believe in it. As long as he is around, China will not fall. But, then again, why did Deng Lao make himself the hope of this people? Elder Deng, I understand what you mean by hope, but I have another question. Why was I chosen to be the hope of the people? Wouldn't you be more suitable than me? Chapter 37, Chivalry for the Country and the People. In the face of Li Dongxin's question, Deng Lao smiled and spoke. Mr. Li Dongxin, nowadays I am indeed the hope in the eyes of the people and the spiritual pillar of the scientific research force. But, I'm old now. I'm in my 70s. I've been this hope for decades. At my age, I may return to the West at some point. When the time comes and I die, there will be no hope in the hearts of the people. What else will sustain them in a good fight at that point? And you, so young, letting the nation know that you invented the fusion reactor. You're the best candidate for hope. Even if other countries work on controlled fusion in the future, people will have a sense of hope as long as you're around. No problem. There's Li Dongxin. He will definitely invent more advanced technology to protect us. With this kind of thinking, the people will live in peace and happiness. Deng Lao's words made Li Dongxin truly realize what it meant to be a chivalrous person. That's when he realized. It turns out that researchers are not only developing high technology. In a way, it also has to be a spiritual pillar in the minds of the people. Be the pillar of their heart to continue to live a solid life. Let them believe in faith that someone is protecting them. That works better than working out a new technology or two. I see. Li Dongxin nodded. Dean Deng Lao's explanation. He had thoroughly understood the country's hope program. Basically, the process should be like this. Find a suitable opportunity to announce to the whole country that Li Dongxin has developed controlled nuclear fusion. Then with the help of state propaganda, Li Dongxin could quickly become a national household name. He will gain supreme honor and status. But, this is all just the beginning. Going forward, he had to be strict with himself, to appear before the public as a hero, a great man, especially in the field of science and technology, because he developed controlled nuclear fusion. All the scientists in the world would treat him like a god, not only in the scientific community, but even in other areas such as defense and livelihood. As long as Li Dongxin is still alive in this world and still doing research, hope will always exist in their hearts. As long as Li Dongxin is still around, no other country will dare to bully me, and I will be able to live in peace for a day. Since Li Dongxin can research controlled nuclear fusion, he can surely research other high technologies as well. As long as he is around, we the people will have a good life. Our country will never fall behind. Give the people hope for happiness. That's what the National Hope Program is all about. And Deng has been that hope for decades. Now, he does need a successor, too. And Li Dongxin, undoubtedly the one who's best suited for the job. Combined with the introduction of controlled fusion technology, it was simply the right time and place. Seeing that Li Dongxin was silent and thinking, Elder Tong continued. Mr. Li Dongxin, I respect your opinion and hope that you will think about it before deciding. Of course, that hope isn't so easy to be, because you carry the expectations of the entire nation. Many times you will be under pressure that is so huge that it is unimaginable, especially when a certain country takes the lead in researching a high technology for which we have no countermeasure now. The eyes of billions of people will be on you, so many eyes watching you and expecting you. That's a pressure you can't imagine right now. By then, if your heart is not strong enough to give back in the face of great expectations, you can easily break down emotionally. Deng Lao's face was grim. He did not doubt Li Dongxin's talent in the slightest, especially after seeing Li Dongxin relying on his own strength to return to China. He was even more convinced that Li Dongxin was a scientific and technological skio that was hard to find in 10,000 years. But can such a genius resist so much pressure or not? He actually debated himself along the way. It feels appropriate to take such a congregation that carries the expectations of the nation and put it hard on a young man. Is it really appropriate? Wasn't it a bit of an imposition? But the harshness of reality didn't allow him to continue hesitating. You should be able to experience this situation in reality. Many singers write hit songs before they become famous. But once you're famous, you're bound by the public's gaze. And every time you write a song before you think about whether the fans will like it or not, and whether you want to change anything, In this way, what was once an extremely spiritual song has just been changed around and turned into a cheesy mouthful of a song. It's very common above the songwriting world. Li Dongxin nodded. I know the kind of situation you're talking about. So says Mr. Li Dongxin. Have you thought about your final answer in response to our nation's hope program? Are you willing to stand in this position of great pressure and give hope to the people? Mr. Li Dongxin. Are you willing? Mr. Deng was both scared and worried. He was afraid that Li Dongxin would not agree to become the successor of Huagua's hope, in which case the people's expectations would pass away as he grew older. Likewise, he was also worried that Li Dongxin would agree. He was worried that Li Dongxin would not be able to support the pressure after agreeing, and instead of becoming the hope of China, he would cut short the future of a scientific and technological genius because of his suggestion. Li Dongxin didn't think long as he looked into Elder Tang's eyes and nodded. I'm willing. Li Dongxin understood that at this moment, there was no one better suited than him to bear the hopes of the people. The reason was simple, because he already had the system in place. He is the only one in this world who can truly give back the hope of his people. Even for Dean Deng, he could only serve as the hope in the hearts of the people spiritually, but he did not have the ability or energy to bring about a leap in scientific research for China. But not Dongxin Li. He could utilize the system to bring about countless advanced scientific technologies. This allowed him to be at ease no matter what scientific challenges he faced. He was the true pride of heaven, the creator of the world. No matter how much energy and effort others had spent to accomplish the research results, they all looked so dim in front of him. Li Dongxin looked up at Elder Deng, the dean who had placed his life's hope in himself. The motherland has nurtured me for so many years, and since I have this opportunity to serve the motherland, it is naturally incumbent upon me to do so. Li Dongxin's promise was like a shot in the arm. Deng Lao was thrilled to hear this and pulled Li Dongxin to shout. Good, 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 Mr. Li Dongxin. I was not wrong. You are truly a peerless nationalist. In Li Dongxin, he not only saw what a true wizard was, more than anything else, he has seen what it means to be in charge, what it means to have a sense of responsibility. This is true chivalry, for the country and for the people. The admiration in Deng Lao's heart is beyond words. Then, next, it is the time to show you this top secret document. Chapter 38, Heaven will bring down a great task to the world. Elder Dun pulled out a hardcover document pouch. Several seals were affixed to it, each stamped with a solemn steel seal. The seal at the very top still says top secret. Elder Tang handed the document to Li Dongxin with both hands. This confidential plan is a hopeful plan drafted by the relevant state agencies, and it contains various arrangements for the plan. So take a look at it. Li Dongxin took this heavy red file bag. Seriously. He still saw this kind of file bag for the first time. This kind of shape, above the red star. Think, the average person is afraid to see once in a lifetime. The paper bag was thin and didn't contain much paper, only 2 pages, but he also knew that the weight of these 2 pages was bearing a program huge enough to support the hopes of 1.4 billion people. Li Dongxin took out the paper and carefully read the words on it. In fact, the general content, and before Deng Lao told Li Dongxin almost the same, are to the hearts of the people of the country, set up and lead China's scientific and technological takeoff of hope for victory. In every age, there is one such person to bear the expectations of the nation. The state did not intend to create a god, but the people needed faith at the same time they needed a hero in their hearts to support the belief. The program in the document shows that after the controlled fusion device passes the test, a launch event for the whole country will be organized. The content of the launch was to inform the people of the country, and even the world, of Li Dongxin's research results. At the same time, it was announced by Li Dongxin that the country of China has led the world, taking the lead in the era of endless energy and controlled nuclear fusion. From now on, the degree of development of the industry will be set by the state of China. The technological laws of the world will also be controlled by Li Dongxin. This would be inspiring news. And in this instant, Li Dongxin's name would become a household name, and he would become a god in the hearts of the people. Next, the state will grant Li Dongxin the honor and status he deserves, as well as special prizes, research funds, and laboratories to do related research. What follows is just a matter of letting things take their course. Regardless of whether or not Li Dongxin would still be able to make breakthroughs in the field of science and technology in the future, the single achievement of controlled nuclear fusion would be enough for him to win the Nobel Prize for Physics and go down in the history books as a colorful stroke in the history of human development. This one achievement is enough to sustain him as a hope in the hearts of the people for decades to come. After reading it, Li Dongxin also felt the heaviness of this responsibility synchronously. Although he will gain a lot of prestige status, he will, at the same time, shoulder the expectations and hopes of 1.4 billion people. As Mr. Deng said, a high position carries heavy responsibilities, but the sky will be the limit. Do not say that there is now the system this big helper. Even if not, as a descendant of the dragon, in the face of the country's needs, there is absolutely no option to retreat. After reading the last word, Li Dongxin stuffed the paper back into the document bag and handed it to Elder Deng. I'm done reading. Then he looked around and slowly opened his mouth. I'm willing to take on this heavy responsibility and dedicate myself for the country of China. For the people. But, since I'm standing in this position, doesn't that mean that I also have some planning authority over the results of my research? Deng Lao hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and there was no doubt on that point. Even though Li Dongxin said before that he was willing to work with the country for free, people put Li Dongxin in this position, then he is the only pioneer of controlled nuclear fusion. He naturally has planning authority over the results of his research. Elder Tang reached out his hand and gestured. If you have any requests, you can just say them. Li Dongxin nodded his head, with a slight smile. This controlled nuclear fusion conference, we hope that we can make it a bit of a sensation. The effect should be strong, and it's best to let people all over the world see the power of nuclear fusion and the power of China. Elder Duncan agreed. Is it a good idea already? Li Dongxin nodded. Actually I have long thought about it. I'm going to cut off the power supply to all of China. Then, utilizing a controlled nuclear fusion device to light up the entire country of China, powering the entire country of China with a controlled fusion reactor. Hearing Li Dongxin's plan, Deng Boss was shaken. He himself has been involved in research in nuclear physics and has participated in many national nuclear programs. It can be said that there are not many people in the whole country of China who know more about nuclear physics than he, Deng Lao. Regarding the breakthrough of controlled nuclear fusion, China has been working silently for many years, but has never been able to make a qualitative breakthrough. So far, the best that's been achieved is just stabilizing the fusion reaction for 1 second. Through countless experiments and data simulations, Deng Lao knew very well that the energy of nuclear fusion was extremely terrifying. It is the purest burst of energy in the universe itself. It's the mass energy conversion of tiny protons from mass to energy. For mankind, controlled fusion represents endless clean energy. If one could really master controlled nuclear fusion, just one power station would be enough to handle the electricity consumption of the entire country of China. Any item that uses electricity, such as cell phones, electric cars, and other products, will still be 99% electric even if it is used until it is scrapped. Therefore, regarding Li Dongxin's plan to supply the entire country of China with controlled fusion power generation, Elder Deng did not feel that it was not feasible. On the contrary, this is perfectly feasible on a theoretical level. Controlled fusion, its energy is an artificial sun. What really surprised Deng Lao was Li Dongxin's wild imagination. Previously, on his way here, he had considered many ways of organizing a high-profile launch and showing the world the horrific energy of nuclear fusion. But compared to Li Dongxin's plan to light up China, it's a complete difference. Cutting off the nation's power supply, shutting down all power stations, then use controlled nuclear fusion to light up the entire country of China. Deng Lao's mouth recited the words, but his expression became more and more excited. He fantasized about the pure energy of nuclear fusion lighting up the darkness of the entire country of China. At this moment, the blood in his body can't help but boil. Now that's a true scientist's romance. Even though Deng is 70 years old, his love for science has never grown old. It seems that I am really old. Elder Tang laughed with a slightly lost but happy smile, worthy of being the one who developed controlled nuclear fusion. This kind of shocking to the core idea is something that only you can come up with. Deng Lao looked at Li Dongxin with his eyes full of appreciation, and the light on him was full of the hope of China. But, I'm still a little worried. Deng Lao paused and continued to ask, as an expert in nuclear physics, I naturally understand that the energy of nuclear fusion is enormous and unimaginable. But, if it's compared to the nation's electricity consumption, will it hold up? In fact, Deng's concern is not superfluous, but rather from a professional point of view. Currently, the nation's daily electricity usage can be measured in billions of dollars. And that's not just household electricity. And then there are the things that include industrial power, large equipment, high voltage losses, etc. Anything that goes wrong anywhere can have a huge impact. Chapter 39, A Bold Plan. Most importantly, powering the country is not just a matter of having a high enough energy output, it's the stability of the power that's critical. If you want to rely on this controlled fusion reactor as the only source of power output, to supply the whole country, first it has to be possible to connect it to the entire national power supply network. That in itself is a massive undertaking. Deng Lao told Li Dongxin all about his concerns, and after hearing this, Li Dongxin smiled and handed the reactor to Deng Lao. Dean Deng, you are overthinking. The power supply of controlled nuclear fusion is very strong, and the fact that I've tested it successfully means that everything about the fusion reaction is controllable. There's nothing to worry about. Li Dongxin continued. As long as you do not go to drive those large factories, large equipment, just drive the national family lighting and so on. This one is enough to illuminate the entire country of China. This is also something I would like you to step in and let the national forces step in to coordinate. After all, it's all about letting our country flaunt its power by this launch. Elder Deng's blood boiled over. He had thought that Li Dongxin had only achieved some successful experiments, never expecting it. This genius boy had actually made all the mature product concepts. It's still the kind of thing that's completely straightforward to use. Deng Lao hugged this symbol of future scientific and technological development. So excited that he was incoherent. I didn't expect humanity has just entered the field of new energy in a few years. And now we have really come to the era of controlled nuclear fusion. This is not just a scientific product. This is a major step that marks the beginning of a true renaissance for our country from here on out. With it, whether it's our aerospace industry, livelihood infrastructure, or national defense, it will get a jump start. I can imagine. With it, we will never have to worry about energy again. We, the people of China, will have endless energy. This kind of national weapon. I must let him utilize his maximum value. I'm going to let those guys abroad know that my country of China's technology is the most advanced on this planet. Our nuclear physics has also finally come to the forefront of the world. Towards the end, Elder Deng unexpectedly couldn't help but burst into tears again. Li Dongxin understands his feelings. As the first generation of scientific researchers in China, Deng Lao has suffered too much, and also suffered too much from the blank stares of foreign researchers. This nuclear fusion is not only a high-tech product for him, but also a sharp edge for him to raise his eyebrows and show the world the strength of China. The few academicians waiting outside the door heard the cries coming from inside. All at once, they understood. Did Mr. Li show something again? That goes without saying. Look at how excited it made Dean cry. I want to go in and take a look so badly. To come across something good and not be allowed to see it. This is simply a man of God. The other academician gave him a blank look. You think you're the only one who wants to know? I want it too. Mr. Li Dongxin is really amazing. High tech is coming out all the time. Our country is blessed with many blessings. At this time, there was an academician with a sharp eye who spotted a doorway. Just as he glanced over to find out what was going on, he was yanked back by his companion. What are you doing? You can't break the rules. You're not allowed to pry into any of the news inside. The peeping academician commiserated. I just couldn't help it. You know, I can't help but want to know sooner when I come across high technology. Alright, let's assist Mr. Li Dongxin properly in the future, and I'm sure he'll pass this knowledge on to us. Inside the lab, Elder Deng had returned to his normal state. I need to rush back immediately and report back to the higher-ups. I'll get started on the idea of a launch party as well, and I'm sure this one will be a global sensation. At that time, the whole world will have to re-examine a thoroughly powerful China. Li Dongxin smiled. Then I'll work hard for Elder Deng. Deng Lao did not dare to trust. By the way, I still have a question about the place where the launch will take place. Do you have any ideas? If we're going to light up the country, don't we need to be near a large power station? Li Dongxin smiled without saying anything. In fact, this question, he had already thought about it. Since we want to use this fusion reactor to light up the country of China, we first need to find a place that can connect to the nation's power supply network. And there's only one place that can fulfill this demanding condition. In China, there is only one power station circuit that is connected to the whole of China. And the address of our launch party will be set at that place. Three Gorges Hydroelectric Power Station. You mean you're going to hold the launch on the Three Gorges Dam? Yes. Elder Deng was shocked. What is the Three Gorges Dam? That's China's greatest project of the century. Again, it's a wonder of the world. This dam has not only changed the ecology and water quantity of the entire downstream region of China. More than that, it supplies half of China's electricity consumption with its own power. It can be said that without the Three Gorges Dam, half of China would be plunged into darkness at night. It's a symbol of China's pride. The role of the Three Gorges Dam is not only to generate electricity, but also to safeguard the ecological balance of the downstream and drive the tourism economy of China. Examples include flood control and waterproofing. Now the place has been developed into a 5S scenic area. Millions of tourists are admitted every day. In terms of use value, it is even more favorable to economic development and ecological and environmental construction. It is now even more of a landmark building. Deng Lao seems to have guessed why Li Dongxin chose to hold the conference at the Three Gorges Dam. Could it be that you want to shut down the Three Gorges hydropower station? The idea startled Deng Lao himself. Since construction was completed, the Three Gorges hydroelectric power plant has never been closed. Not only has it never been shut down, but every year it sends massive amounts of electricity to dozens of provinces in China. It's not child's play to say shut it down now. Deng Lao was once again in deep thought. If Li Dongxin wanted to shut down the Three Gorges hydropower station and use this nuclear fusion to supply electricity, it is not to say that it would not work. First of all, you have to make sure that there is enough effect. After all, if you want to achieve a shocking effect, it has to be at night. That's when electricity consumption is at its peak. When darkness falls and the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station is shut down, half of China will be plunged into darkness. Then the power is restored again by a miniature fusion reactor. And the effect is instantaneous. If a live broadcast is made by satellite, so that China highlights the energy of the reactor between a light and a dark, equals the decision was to be announced to the outside world through the internet and television media before the launch was held. The Three Gorges hydropower station, by then, will surely be the focus of the world's attention. Once it succeeds, the comprehensive strength of China will surely be greatly enhanced. Chapter 40: The Fascination of Controlled Fusion. Outside the room, the few academicians couldn't help but eavesdrop after all. Each one of them was lying by the door, like a lazy village man eavesdropping on gossip. What did you hear? An academician was peeking and eavesdropping again. The sound is too small to be heard at all. Made me curious. Hey, I thought I heard a little, like I was talking about something. Talking about what? You hurry up and say it. What a rush. Oh, talking about the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. Three Gorges hydroelectric power station? An academician half 100 years old looked at each other. We're not talking about high tech. Why are we talking about the Three Gorges Dam? It is true that the Three Gorges Dam could be considered a new energy high tech when it was built. But by now, so much time has passed that the principles of the hydroelectric power plant have long been publicized and are available on the website. It shouldn't be much of a secret, should it? Why do we still have to run inside to talk about it? The smallest academician frowned. Did you hear wrong? Listen again properly. Okay. All of you keep your voices down and be quiet. A few eavesdropping academicians don't look old, but they have good ears. Deng Lao so whispered if he was going to close the Three Gorges hydropower station, and it was really heard by them. Close the Three Gorges Dam? What is this for? I don't know. I haven't heard of any malfunctions there. I haven't heard of it either. Besides, even if it does malfunction, it's not a big deal, and it's a crime to talk to Mr. Li for so long. Nope, I seem to know what they're going to do. An academician in charge of nuclear physics research guessed the hint. This hint almost didn't make him faint. Seeing his body sway twice, his companion rushed to hold him up. What do you know? Tell me, is there going to be another new hydroelectric plant? The nuclear physics academician laughed bitterly twice and whispered the answer he had guessed in his heart to several people. It is estimated that he wants to use controlled fusion technology to supply electricity after shutting down the Three Gorges hydropower station. Yes, he guessed right. But this crazy idea directly scared all the other few academicians. They understand what the consequences of doing so are. Once the Three Gorges hydroelectric power plant is shut down, the electricity consumption of residents in almost half of China will be interrupted. Not only that, but the city's lighting system, as well as industry, will be affected. Even a 1-minute interruption would bring great losses to China. The small academician said dully. The dean won't agree. Will he? The nuclear physics academician shook his head with the same shocked expression. It's really hard to say. If he agrees, it only means that Mr. Li Dongxin already has a mature controlled fusion device in his hands. Really? We've completely built it, haven't we? It's very likely. Otherwise it would be impossible for the dean's nature to say those words. The small academician held his chest. Excited. No way. The shock I got today was just too great. He licked his lips. I thought that was just a preliminary lab report. But I didn't realize that it was actually a mature scientific product report. What an incredible thing this is. Maybe that's the beauty of controlled fusion. At this time, Deng Lao in the room was overwhelmed with emotion. This must be an unprecedented, incomparably crazy launch. Shutting down the Three Gorges is something no one has thought about in decades. Li Dongxin smiled. Indeed. But, is the only thing that is worthy of a controlled fusion launch. Only then is it worthy of today's China, to impress the entire world. Fruit really wants to shut down the Three Gorges hydropower station. Deng Lao was shocked in his heart. Even though he knew that doing so was something that would affect the whole body, the slightest mishap could lead to unimaginable consequences. But, he still believes in Li Dongxin, even more than trusting yourself. Good. Since you have an idea in mind, it is up to me to convince the state side. Also, we need to discuss the specifics of the program. In the face of Li Dongxin, a genius that was hard to find in 10,000 years, Deng Lao was completely treating him as his teacher. Although Li Dongxin is young, he has a big future ahead of him. As the saying goes, three's a crowd. Not to mention a man of such great talent as Li Dongxin. Because you are young, you have unlimited possibilities. Deng Lao was not willing to let a talent like Li Dongxin have the slightest dissatisfaction because of his own stubbornness. What's more, Li Dongxin chose to hold the launch on the Three Gorges Dam, which was indeed a good idea. Deng Lao told Li Dongxin the plan he had just mulled over. First of all, we have to do a good job of pre-publicizing, whether it's on the internet or on TV. We're going to use every means possible to let the people of the world know about this. The launch will ideally include experts from around the world in addition to the media. The general public may not know the importance of controlled fusion yet, but they do understand it. As long as these people see with their own eyes the success of our controlled nuclear fusion in China, they will believe it. The next step is to prepare backup power for hospitals, transportation, communications and other key units. Hospitals, in particular, should never lose power or it could trigger unimaginable consequences. Dongxin Li expressed his complete agreement. Deng Lao nodded and continued to explain the plan. During this period when we publicize the launch we will also test the Three Gorges hydropower station, so as not to have a grid failure and cause the launch to fail. My opinion this time is to take a global simulcast, syndicated via live and satellite two-way channels. When people see China's nighttime light shift between bright and bright from space, I'm sure all Chinese will be proud to have you. Speaking of this, Elder Deng once again became agitated. It seems that he has seen the whole country rejoicing over the success of the launch. The Three Gorges Dam, which cuts across the river Ben, is a miracle. Now it's even more important to usher in a new technological era on top of this miracle. Today Li Dongxin gave Deng Lao too much shock. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was still hardy, or else at his 70-something years of age, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to support himself. Li Dongxin, I'm too excited. Once this launch of Light Up China succeeds, no China will enter a whole new era. Chapter 41, a highly artistic man with great courage. Li Dongxin smiled and nodded. The difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion is not above fusion. Controllable is the real difficulty. A momentary release of energy is actually of little practical use to people's livelihoods, except for use in weapons. The world is working on top of magnetic confinement fusion, also known as tokamak devices, and yet no one has ever been able to use laser confinement fusion. Dongxin Li, this is precisely the break with previous nuclear physics conventions, the first successful use of laser confinement to stabilize plasma fusion. To put it bluntly, Li Dong's newly built is a mini-sun. That's exactly what this launch is going to show. Deng Lao lowered his head and paced back and forth in the room. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, the detailed steps must be done. The hospital's backup power supply needs to be ready in advance, and the diesel generators need to be checked. The communications sector is also key. Billions of people will surely be watching via live webcast by then, and with such a large load, it's important to be fully prepared. Backup power on transportation must also be checked immediately. While thinking, Deng Lao told Li Dongxin all the details of the plan, and at this time, several academicians outside the door have listened to silly. They couldn't have imagined to death that an old man and a young man in the house would be so crazy, and really want to light up China with a controlled fusion reactor at the launch. They didn't dare to eavesdrop any longer. There might be some even more appalling plans if they listened any further. Mr. Li Dongxin is still really going to do this. The hero is a young man. This sentence is really not bad at all. In my place, even if I borrowed 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to say so. The artist is bold. Only Mr. Li Dongxin's talent can support such a huge experiment. Do you guys think we can pull this off? The nuclear physics academician was also silent. After all, this is not child's play or an ordinary experiment. There were only two extreme outcomes once this launch began. It was either that or success. China has been a leader ever since, riding high in the scientific world, leaving all its rivals, including Rice, far behind. Those foreign students who once turned their backs on their home countries for the green card treatment will also see the power of China, and then it will be too late for them to regret. But what if fails? For example, if it doesn't light up or there is some other tangent in the middle, the consequences can be irreversible. The small academician could see everyone's thoughts and said in relief, "What are you guys worried about?" With Mr. Li Dongxin around, are you still afraid that the launch will fail? It's really unfounded. His words were like an enlightenment that instantly woke everyone up. Yes, we have Mr. Li Dongxin. He's a scientific genius. There's no way he can fail. That's right. Mr. Li Dongxin now has a mature controlled fusion reaction technology. This is not an experimental results launch at all. It's a product launch. And with Mr. Li Dongxin, we'll just wait to raise our eyebrows. We have to keep this strictly confidential. We mustn't cause any trouble for Mr. Li Dongxin. Mandatory. Perhaps they themselves hadn't realized that at this moment, Li Dongxin had become the hope of China in their hearts. Inside the room, Elder Deng had already discussed the details of the launch with Li Dongxin. and when he gazed at Li Dongxin again, his eyes were glowing. Mr. Li Dongxin, I wasn't wrong. You are indeed a wizard. You are the guardian god given to China by the heavens. I believe that China's science and technology will go on to glory under your leadership from now on. This launch will definitely let the whole world know that a true creator has appeared in my country of China, and the people of China will bathe in your light from now on. Li Dongxin smiled gently. You are too kind. Deng Lao waved his hand repeatedly. No, what I said is from my heart. Don't be too modest. Deng Lao looked through the window at the sunset in the sky. The setting of the sun today is for the usual rising of tomorrow. Mr. Dongxin Li, after the launch, you are the sun in the hearts of the people of China. The major events regarding the launch have been agreed upon, and all Deng Lao has to do now is to rush to report the situation to the state. I have understood the program clearly. Please rest assured that I will definitely fulfill your idea without any compromise. Li Dongxin smiled. All right, Elder Deng. I'll leave this matter to you. Elder Tang had a serious face. Don't be polite. This is all what I should do. It was getting late. Deng Lao reluctantly held Li Dongxin's hands and said emotionally, Mr. Li Dongxin, thank you for teaching me and the others a lesson today, letting us know that there are really miracles in this world. After the launch, you'll become the new hope of China, and by then, the eyes of the world will be focused on you. There's a heavy burden on it. In addition to the great honor, I am confident that you will be able to shoulder this historical responsibility. From now on, no matter what the request is, CAS and I will definitely do our best to fulfill you, and I sincerely hope that you will be able to withstand the pressure and become the patron saint of the people of our country of China. Deng Lao sighed with emotion. Seriously, I really want to go back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences with you right away now, but I still have to report to the state first, so I'll just have to say goodbye to you first, but it won't be long before we're sure to meet again. Li Dongxin nodded. Then I wish you a safe journey. Deng old face full of spring wind pull open the door. C himself brought a few academicians or guarded at the door. With a guard, immediately came to anger. What have you just heard? A few academicians were scared into silence. No, it's nothing, Dean. Deng Lao does not believe it. These guys look like, how can they do not understand, is it? No matter what you have heard, not a word is allowed to be said. Or don't say I don't care about feelings. Several Chinese scientific research titans nodded their heads uncontrollably like chickens eating rice. This scene stunned those who stood watching from afar. What did the dean say to that young man? Look at him when he came out, seems to be very happy. Ah, that goes without saying. It must be because I'm happy to see a scientist who thinks he's returned from overseas. Can you be that happy? What about all those academicians around him? You see, he seems to be pretty mean to them. It's that. Don't tell me. The dean is pretty scary when he loses his temper. That's not true. He's a man of the country, a national treasure of China. Who dares to offend him? Alas, it's a pity that the dean is getting old, and I don't know who we can count on for science in China in case his old man is gone. A sentence that kind of spoke to everyone's heart. In the minds of the people, Deng has clearly become a national pillar of the scientific community. But people will always live and die. And Dean, if there is a real eventuality. Chapter 42. The plan passed. Despite his age, Elder Deng still has a good ear. The people's whispered comments were heard by him, and he mysteriously winked at Li Dongxin as if to say again, how is it? China is really in need of this new hope of yours. Li Dongxin smiled faintly and didn't say anything. A few days afterward, with a warm welcome from the rest of the academicians, Li Dongxin arrived at the Chinese National Science Foster. Upon arriving, ignoring the hot faces of all the academicians, he dove headfirst into the lab. Except for a quick bite to eat, the rest of the time was spent in the lab, working on building devices such as controlled fusion devices. Li Dongxin had complete confidence in his hand-built fusion reactor. All the parts inside as well as the energy release had been personally experimented and modified by him. Even the equipment for testing is customized. These were not a big deal to Li Dongxin though, but for the Chinese Academy of Sciences, for the country of China, and even for the whole world. It stands at the top of the science and technology pyramid. Li Dongxin looked at the mesmerizing light emanating from inside the reaction device and pondered. If you want to drive electricity to households in half of China, at the very least, you have to ensure a power supply capacity dozens of times that of the Three Gorges Dam. The reactor now has 500 times the power supply capacity of the Three Gorges Dam, and with a stable power output, lighting up China is not a problem at all. This is the terrifying energy of nuclear fusion. Both conventional power plants and now hydroelectric, wind, and even nuclear power plants are nothing compared to nuclear fusion. If the state approves the extended development of this technology, then the country of China will never be troubled by energy, both industry and defense, or people's livelihoods will enter a whole new era as a result. A few days later, the final test has been completed. This controlled fusion reactor is fully mature. ready to take part in a launch event soon. Just after organizing the experimental notes, before Li Dongxin was allowed to take a break, Deng Lao's side called. Deng Lao's voice was slightly trembling, looking very excited. Is it Li Dongxin? It was only after hearing Li Dongxin's response that Deng Lao couldn't wait to tell Li Dongxin the good news. I'll tell you the good news. The proposal to organize the launch at the Three Gorges Dam has been passed by the state. Not only that, but the state has also appointed you as the chief director of the controlled nuclear fusion project. Li Dongxin was not surprised by this heavenly happy news, as if it was all expected of him. Indeed, people from the National Science Department, they were naturally aware of how much of an impact Li Dongxin's plan to light up China could have on the international scene once it succeeded. Not to mention in terms of national power. In terms of the scientific research community alone, China will be the world leader from now on. There will be no more students who want to get a green card from Rice, and the best and brightest from all over the world will try to get a green card from China. The talent resources brought in between. That's unimaginable. Deng told Li Dongxin. This appointment won't be announced until the conference. Now I'm kind of saying goodbye to you in advance. Li Dongxin smiled faintly. Thank you. After saying this, Elder Deng again could not help but praise Li Dongxin again. Only then did he get the business out of the way. There's one more thing I need to ask your permission for. I'd like to ask you to personally go to the Three Gorges Dam site tomorrow to arrange the work. After all, you are the commander-in-chief, and the country will only feel comfortable if you are personally involved. Li Dongxin thought about it. Now that there was nothing wrong with the fusion reactor aspect, he could go to the site to see what was going to be arranged on the launch site. Okay, I agree. Deng Lao was overjoyed. He was afraid that he would feel uneasy because he had to trouble Li Dongxin for even the small matter of setting up the venue. Elder Tang quickly said, then I'll pick you up first thing in the morning. The airport site has already arranged for a special plane. Hanging up the phone, Li Dongxin didn't take a break and continued to busy himself with the work at hand already. He was well aware that trying to convince the country to accept such a risky plan would not be an easy task. It took 3 days before Elder Deng notified himself, indicating that Elder Deng had been working hard for the past 3 days. Early the next morning, Deng Lao came to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, this time very low-key. Aside from a couple of bodyguards and other characters, that leaves the driver. Didn't even bring an assistant to keep it a secret. Once they met, they couldn't bother with pleasantries and hurriedly invited Li Dongxin into a bulletproof vehicle. Not only is it bulletproof, it's even mortar-proof. Just like a tank, the group hoofed it to the airport, where a large special plane was parked. Obviously, this is also for Li Dongxin. Without going through any security checks or anything like that, Elder Deng took Li Dongxin and boarded the airplane directly from the special channel. The large airliner roared into the blue sky. This side of the Three Gorges Airport is also now in a tight schedule of preparations. They have long been notified that today, the old President Deng of the Dragon Science Academy and a heavyweight are coming over to inspect the work. Before dawn, Station Chief Chen, the chief director of the Three Gorges Dam, led a group of engineers to wait at the airport, which was now under full martial law. Not to mention people, not even a bird can fly here. The red carpet has been rolled out and the flowers are in place along with the welcome team. We're just waiting for the arrival of Dean Deng and that mysterious commander-in-chief sent by the state. Seeing that the time was still early, in order to leave a good impact on Deng Lao, the person in charge, Chen Station Chief, once again gave his subordinate engineers a lecture. All of you listen carefully. President Deng is the first person of scientific research in our country of China, and you all have to be careful for me. Don't ever do anything to make his old man angry. Also, there's an even more important thing for you to keep in mind. Along with Dean Deng is the chief director of the Controlled Fusion Project. Protect me all. A hair on someone's head is more important than our brains. These sentences can really stun the group of engineers graduated from prestigious universities. President Deng, I know. But who is this commander-in-chief? I don't know. It must be a senior in China's scientific research community as well. Otherwise how could he be the commander-in-chief? It must be controlled nuclear fusion. That's the research result that all countries dream of. And I didn't realize that my country, China, was the first to succeed in developing it. We must all pay attention, or the commander-in-chief will examine us. Right. I've heard that this older generation of scientists curses when they see their unproductive apprentices and grandchildren. A female engineer made a flowery face. It's happy to be scolded by the commander-in-chief. We have to pay attention to the commander-in-chief and the dean are old. We can be careful to assist. Do not dare to let people bump into the touch, but where people suffer the slightest harm. We are all dry ancient sinners. As we were talking, the roar of an airplane came from the sky. The crowd looked up as a military jet was coming towards the airport. Chapter 43 Identity of the Young Man. Within a few minutes, the plane was firmly parked next to the red carpet. The commander-in-chief who led the project of the century. has really arrived. With the arrival of the special plane, everyone's hearts were in their throats as the engine was turned off. There were those who were worried, those who were excited, and those who were in tears because they were going to meet the first person in scientific research, Mr. Deng. But, without exception, all eyes turned to the airplane hatch. Click! The hatch opened. The ceremonial staff with flowers were already under the hanging ladder, waiting for the arrival of Elder President Deng and the Commander-in-Chief. For the sake of confidentiality, there was no media at the site except for the staff of the Three Gorges hydropower station. Not even airport personnel can have direct contact with Deng Lao. When old President Deng, dressed in a white coat from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, appeared in the hatch doorway, violent applause erupted for a long time. When everyone thought that the highly respected Dean Deng would walk down the hanging ladder amidst the applause, unexpectedly beyond the crowd's expectations, Elder Deng did not wave his hand and walk down the hanging ladder, but instead, he took his body backward slightly by 2 steps, as if he was giving way to someone. Just when everyone was feeling a bit sleepy, a young man appeared on Tang Lao's side. Looking at his appearance, he was at most a recent college graduate. That one confused a bunch of engineers. According to legend, when old Dean Deng appeared, the one who followed him should be the Commander-in-Chief, right? How come it's a young man now? For a moment, the welcome ceremony was abuzz with talk. Who is this young man? Is he the dean's assistant? Even an assistant can't be that young. About the same age as my son. Maybe it's Dean Dun's grandson? I've never heard of inspections with grandchildren in tow. That female engineering division lowered her head and came weakly. Could that handsome guy be? Is the Commander-in-Chief? With one word, the others were shocked by the girl's bold idea. What are you babbling about? How can the Commander-in-Chief be a young man? Don't let the chief hear that, or he'll scold you. Say, isn't Dean Deng followed by the Commander-in-Chief? Just don't allow people to walk slower on top of an airplane when they're older. Stop talking and applaud. At the hatch, Elder Tang smiled and extended his palm to Li Dongxin in a gesture of invitation. Mr. Li Dongxin, please, Deng Lao is not polite. From the level of scientific research above, Deng Lao only just touched the threshold of controlled nuclear fusion, while Li Dongxin has been the top of this science and technology to figure out, leaving behind the scientific research level of the Lanka Academy of Science and Technology 8 streets or more than. If we are talking about positions, Li Dongxin is now the chief commander of controlled nuclear fusion. From this point of view, even Deng Lao has to be governed by Li Dongxin. What's more, Li Dongxin was now shouldering the burden of China's future hopes. By all accounts, Li Dongxin should have been the first to get off the plane, but Li Dongxin didn't see it that way, regardless of position or scientific level. After all, Mr. Deng was the founder of China's nuclear physics and had dedicated his life to China's scientific endeavors. Such a predecessor should be respected by the world no matter what. Li Dongxin smiled faintly. Elder Deng, are you an elder? It's better for you to go first. Elder Tang's humility once again triggered the shock of the crowd. See, Dean Tang is actually letting that young man go down the hanging ladder first. I saw it too. Who the hell is this young man? It's actually able to make a person of Dean Tang's stature willingly take a back seat. We can't say he's really the Commander-in-Chief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've lived so long, and I've seen a lot of talented youngsters, but I've never heard of anyone in the scientific research world who can surpass Dean Tang. No matter what, someone who can make Dean Tang voluntarily back off is definitely not someone we can look at straight on. At Li Dongxin's modesty, Elder Deng smiled and felt gratified, not just because of his virtue of honoring the old and loving the young, but because he would not be a bully. How many people get carried away once they have attained a certain position and even deviate from their original intention? But Li Dongxin reached the position of Commander-in-Chief at such an early age and was still able to maintain a tranquil state of mind. At this point, he has already surpassed the majority of people in the world. Not to mention, he's so talented. Elder Deng couldn't help but sigh. I'm more and more convinced that I didn't look at the wrong person. Mr. Li Dongxin, your noble qualities make me feel admiration from the bottom of my heart. I'm sure you'll be able to shoulder this responsibility of China's hope. Li Dongxin had long been accustomed to Elder Deng's compliments. He smiled lightly. Elder Deng, please hurry. The people below are waiting anxiously. Elder Deng nodded heavily and took a healthy step down the airplane's suspension ladder amidst the applause and welcome from the crowd. Li Dongxin followed close behind. The two were followed by the crew and accompanying aides. Seeing Deng Lao come down, the head of the Three Gorges Dam immediately led a group of engineers to flock up. Flowers, applause all the time. The person in charge excitedly shook Deng Lao's hand. Speechless, Deng, President Deng, on behalf of all the staff of the Three Gorges hydropower station, I welcome you. The engineers following the person in charge also shouted. President Deng, you've worked hard. Welcome to President Deng's inspection. Dean Deng, I wish you good health. Deng smiled as a response to the enthusiasm and blessings of his research juniors. They saw that the airplane hatch was closed, but they still hadn't seen the commander-in-chief. Everyone else thought that the commander-in-chief might not have come with Elder Deng because of other important work. Just as everyone was about to escort Elder Tang out of the airport, everyone noticed the calm, handsome teenager beside Elder Tang. It is reasonable to say that such a young man could not have appeared on this occasion, but since Dean Deng had brought him with him, he must have had his reasons. Thinking of this, the person in charge, Station Chief Chen, couldn't help but ask quietly, "President Deng, is this handsome young man your grandson?" Deng Lao laughed when he heard. Looking at Li Dongxin's gaze is also full of pity. If I really have such a good grandson, death is worth it. This statement confused everyone else as well. Not a grandson, much less an assistant or anything like that. So who could he be? Just as the crowd was speculating endlessly about the identity of this young man, Elder Tang smiled proudly. Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Elder Tang cleared his throat and loudly announced, "I'll give you all a grand introduction. This young man is the chief director of our controlled nuclear fusion project in China, Mr. Li Dongxin." Chapter 44, The Heart of China. Deng Lao came forward to meet his three gorgeous staff introduced. Li Dongxin is the control of nuclear commander-in-chief when the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought they were hallucinating. Some even ventured to speculate that Dean Tang was joking with his own group of juniors. How can that be? Looking at his age, how can a young guy, no more than 20 at most, be the commander-in-chief? It's not like it's a face-saving exercise where you can send whoever you want. It's impossible to take on such a big job without top-notch scientific literacy and scientific achievement. What's more, China's scientific research titans are endless. How can it not be the turn of a hairy kid to be this commander-in-chief? Although everyone thought so in their hearts, no one dared to say what was in their hearts. The chief of the hydropower station, Station Manager Chen, was also shocked by Deng Lao's words, but fortunately, he had seen all kinds of big scenes and quickly forced down his inner shock. Station Manager Chen forced out a smile and reconfirmed to Elder Deng, "President Deng, are you joking with us? Hey. Seeing that he was so nervous that he couldn't even speak fluently, Elder Deng didn't beat around the bush. Directly in front of the crowd, once again grandly introduced Li Dongxin identity. "I'm not joking with you all. Mr. Li Dongxin is indeed the commander-in-chief of China's controlled nuclear project, which is also a prudent choice made after full consideration from above." Deng Lao's explanation was clear enough. Li Dongxin, the commander-in-chief, was unanimously recognized by the bigwigs in the scientific community. Although his introduction dispelled speculation about Li Dongxin's identity, it could not stop people's curiosity. What the hell? So young to be the commander-in-chief? Li Dongxin? How come I've never heard of this person before? I haven't heard of it either. I know all the famous scientists around the country in recent years. There's no such person. Even if you did, you couldn't be an expert in nuclear control, could you? Maybe the commander-in-chief really is an expert in nuclear physics. I don't believe it. Nuclear physics research isn't just a game to say you know how to do it. An engineer who specializes in nuclear power swears, without a few decades of dedicated research, it's simply not possible to get anything done. Of course, maybe we are too insular. Just because we can't, doesn't mean others can't. People obviously showed great interest in Li Dongxin as the commander-in-chief. It's no wonder that those who can work as engineers in this century project of China are not the pride of heaven. Which one didn't graduate from a prestigious university and then get assigned here directly? Engineers from these prestigious institutions such as Huaqing and Peking University are not said to be running all over the place inside the three gorgeous hydropower station. At the very least, one brick will kill 10, and 7 will come from inside a prestigious institution. So they have reason to be skeptical. After all, they had seen too many geniuses. It's just that it's still too appalling for a commander-in-chief so young. Throughout the world of human science, there has never been a precedent for such a young person to take on a major task. Station Manager Chen actually had such doubts, but he was in charge after all, so he couldn't possibly be there to mutter in a whisper like the people under his hand. He quickly adjusted his emotions and excitedly shook Li Dongxin's hand. "I'm really sorry, Commander-in-Chief. You are just too young. I didn't expect you to be recognized by Dean Deng for being so young and talented. It's really amazing." Upon hearing this, Elder Deng smiled and waved his hand. "We are all in the scientific research community. How can there be age bias? You know, the great scientist, Isaac Newton, did all his research before he was 26 years old. In the field of scientific research, talent is far more important than hard work and the accumulation of time. Now, our country has also finally got one more person who is good enough to go down in history." Hearing President Deng say this, Station Chief Chen also sighed with emotion. Yeah, since ancient times, Heroes come out of teenagers. The Commander-in-Chief has achieved so much at such a young age, and will surely have a bright future in scientific research. God bless my country of China for sending us such a talented young man. Li Dongxin smiled and said lightly, Station Chief Chen is overrated. I'm just doing something I should have done on the basis of my predecessors. It's not worth mentioning. In fact, Chen Station Chief, to this day, do not know. The Commander-in-Chief is doing what research results, but to have Elder Tongue hold him in such high regard, he must have had extraordinary achievements. This, coupled with Li Dongxin's glib remark, surprised him even more. If he himself is in the position of Li Dongxin, I'm afraid that the happy cannot find the north. Not very old, but calm and steady-minded. This is the style of a great general, Commander-in-Chief Li, holding a key position but humble, is really a model for those of us who are subordinates. I believe that under your leadership, our country's scientific research will flourish. These few words sort of spoke to Deng Lao's heart. Li Dongxin is more important than his own life. He is the hope for the future of China. The other engineers were also impressed by Li Dongxin's humility, although they still didn't quite believe that Li Dongxin had any outstanding scientific achievements. But the character alone is enough for everyone to admire. Station Chief Chen and a group of engineers accompanied Li Dongxin to visit the Three Gorges Dam with Elder Deng. When he came above the dam, he saw a huge figure that stretched across the river. Like a giant dragon, it blocked the rolling river in layers. The floodwaters from the dam were ejected through the spillway holes with great force, and the scene was spectacular. Station Chief Chen proudly introduced Li Dongxin and Deng Lao. Mr. Li Dongxin, Mr. Deng Lao, you two look. This is the dam of the Three Gorges hydropower station. This is considered the heart of the Chinese power grid, not only supplying power to half of China, but also connecting regional grids across the country. Beneath our feet is the hydroelectric generator. The river is continuous and the electricity is constant. The Three Gorges Dam not only guarantees the people's daily electricity consumption, but also supplies electricity for transportation, medical care, communications and other important units. So, regardless of any situation in China, the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station cannot stop working. It is the foundation of our country of China. Station Chief Chen's eloquent speech received a warm round of applause from the group of engineers. Station Chief Chen is right. The Three Gorges hydropower station is the foundation of the country. Please rest assured, Mr. Li, the Three Gorges hydropower station will never stop. After Li Dongxin and Elder Tang exchanged glances, they both smiled in unison. Station Chief Chen was pleased with the cooperation of his subordinates, while their applause made Station Chief Chen feel a little embarrassed. After all, the Commander-in-Chief and Dean Deng is the protagonist. He scratched his head, embarrassed. So, I don't know the Commander-in-Chief. Come to our Three Gorges. In the end, what is authorized? Li Dongxin smiled meaningfully. I'm sorry Station Chief Chen. I have come here. It's about closing the Three Gorges. Chapter 45 Controlled Fusion. What did you say? Close the three. Close the Three Gorges? A stone stirs up dry waves. Station Manager Chen immediately panicked when he heard that Li Dongxin was trying to shut down the Three Gorges hydropower station. The words are incomplete. The Three Gorges hydropower station, that's the foundation of the nation, not only carries the majority of China's civil electricity, but also carries the pride and joy of the country. If this is said to be closed, how can he explain to the people of China? Losing this station chief is a small matter. Losing the face of China is a big matter. What's more, the closure of the hydropower plant will not only affect the ecosystem below, but will also have an extremely negative international impact. Once other countries know that China's project of the century, the Three Gorges hydropower station, is closed, they will surely maliciously smear China's scientific community. Therefore, the Three Gorges hydropower station must not be shut down. Station Commander Chen couldn't care less about offending this superior and could only say truthfully, Commander-in-Chief, this can't be a joke. You need to know the historical significance that the Three Gorges hydropower station carries. It is not just a hydroelectric power plant. It is the expectation of the people of the whole of China, the pride and hope of the people of China. Station Manager Chen's stand-up has inspired courage in other engineers as well. This hydropower station has gathered the efforts of several generations of people. They have worked and lived here, and they understand too well the feelings that the Three Gorges people have poured into it. Suddenly, he said that this top priority Three Gorges hydropower station should be shut down. Anyone else would not be able to accept this. Commander-in-Chief, Station Chief Chen is right. The Three Gorges hydropower station must not be shut down. If the Three Gorges is closed, it will cause the river in the upstream area to surge and the river below to dry up, which will inevitably cause irreparable damage to the downstream area. Not only that, most of the country's civilian facilities rely on the Three Gorges for their power supply, and a sudden interruption of power supply would trigger incalculable economic losses. You must think twice. Yes, Dean Deng, you should quickly advise that we must not joke about the Three Gorges. Once the Three Gorges is closed today, we will all be historical sinners. Deng Lao looked at the panicked Three Gorges engineers and smiled. He understood the feelings of these people. What one has poured one's heart and soul into, one would naturally regard it as precious as life. Everyone, be at ease. Please listen to the Commander-in-Chief finish his words. Elder Deng's voice is not loud, and it is extremely shocking. When he finished, the scene immediately quieted down. Li Dongxin smiled faintly and took a few steps forward, walking into the crowd. I understand what everyone just said, and it's all right. Station Manager Chen has a great word for it. Hope. That's right. The Three Gorges is the hope of the people and is not to be closed. But I closed the Three Gorges to give the people of China a permanent hope. A real hope. Li Dongxin didn't speak fast or loudly. What's more, I'm not trying to permanently shut down the Three Gorges. It's just to replace the power generation of the Three Gorges with a new energy source. This energy source is more environmentally friendly than the Three Gorges, more economically efficient, and more technologically advanced than the sky. I'm going to shut down the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station in front of the world's attention and send half of China into the night, and then use this new energy source to light up the country of China and that bright light at the pinnacle of science and technology. A few short words from Li Dongxin ignited the male fire inside the engineers. At the same time, everyone's curiosity was piqued. What new energy are you talking about? Yes, you quickly tell us what new energy source can have so much power. Li Dongxin looked into Station Chief Chen's eyes and said word for word, controlled nuclear fusion. Upon hearing the name, everyone was shocked. In particular, the engineer who has studied nuclear physics is stunned and can hardly speak for himself. No, will not. Controlled fusion is still in the exploratory stage. Has someone taken the lead to break through the bottleneck of research and development? I've heard of this stuff too, and Rice is only in the preliminary stages now. It's a ceiling for the research community. Could my country of China really have made a breakthrough in this area? Right. If that's the case, that's great news. But can be realized in a short time? Station Chief Chen also could not hide his excitement, but still cautiously asked, Chief Commander, according to your theory, how big is that controlled fusion reaction device? Probably? Li Dongxin compared the size of a basketball with his hands. It's this big. This time the engineers even exploded. Oh my god. I didn't realize that just such a small reactor could replace the Three Gorges hydropower station. I didn't expect it either. I only knew that the energy inherent in nuclear fusion was very large, but I didn't realize it was actually this large. I've only seen it in movies, where a tiny reactor can power an entire city. Didn't you hear what I just said? He's going to use the reactor to light up the entire country of China. The power of controlled nuclear fusion is truly extraordinary. It seems that what's played out in the movies isn't fake. If we can really build it, it would be a great thing for the country and the people. Li Dongxin waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. What I want to tell you is that this miniature controlled fusion reactor, actually, I've already built it. Not only is it built, but it's extremely powerful and has a stable output, so it's ready to go straight into service. Deng Lao smiled and continued to add, what Mr. Li Dongxin said is true. This reactor, indeed, has been built. I've also seen its experimental data, and as Mr. Li Dongxin said, this controllable nuclear reactor is fully operational. Because it's a matter of our top secret, we can't say too much about it, and everyone has to keep it strictly confidential. The crowd cheered when they heard that old Dean Deng had sat on the claim. It's so awesome. I can't believe I've broken through the scientific research problem. Don't worry, we'll definitely follow the system strictly, and we'll never spill a word to the outside world. When do we start closing the Three Gorges? I can hardly wait. Station Chief Chen looked up at Li Dongxin with the same incredulity, muttering under his breath, oh my god, lighting up the country of China. What a great program this is. Deng smiled and told the stunned Station Chief Chen, and the crowd. When I heard about this program, I felt shocked too, but once I really got to know it, I realized that there really are wizards in the world, and that's what we need most, researchers who dare to think and do, and who have the ability to do it. He looked up at the sky, thinking, wait until that day, when the entire divine land is plunged into darkness, and the next moment, Li Dongxin will use the purest energy in the universe to light up the entire country of China. It must have been a beautiful moment. Deng Lao's words are like a landscape drawing on a blank sheet of paper. Wireless silver threads are born on the drawing paper, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Station Chief Chen was so shocked by this description that he couldn't help but indulge his imagination. The night is late. The misery of the sunset is no more. Chapter 46, Lighting Up China Together. The whole country of China is as asleep, pitch black, with only the stars twinkling in the sky. At this time, with access to the nuclear fusion reactor, the land of China suddenly flashed with dazzling light. Then there seemed to be a giant, in the darkness, holding up a wisp of golden sand, softly sprinkled across the land of China. Those golden sands are like the Milky Way, slowly converging into a river. The entire country of China is lit up. Station manager Chen's eyes gradually moistened as he spoke. He seemed to actually see the moving scene. Not only he, but also the engineers next to him were shocked by this imagination. My God, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed that the age of controlled fusion had really arrived. Lighting up China in the middle of the night. It's like magic. I believe that the moment China is lit up, it will be the brightest light above the blue star. Stop saying that. Say it again and I'll cry with excitement. Elder Deng was also infected by Station Chief Chen's words. He patted his shoulder and smiled. I didn't realize that Station Chief Chen is still a poet. Li Dongxin also nodded. Indeed, this beautiful image is indeed mesmerizing. Station Chief Chen wiped away the teardrops from the corner of his eyes and once again held Li Dongxin's hand tightly. Excited. Mr. Li Dongxin. Thank you. Thank you for creating such a magnificent picture for us, the Chinese people. Really, I never thought in my life that I would be able to witness history and miracles with my own eyes. You are the national treasure of China, the hope of the people. The three gorgeous engineers also gathered around, each one impressed by the Light Up China program. Chief Engineer Li, do you know what? This moment you spoke of, I could only see it in my dreams, and I never thought that now the dream has come true. I have fantasized countless times that perhaps someday God will give us a genius to lead us into the scientific frontier. Now, I have finally met. You are the genius that God has given to China. Because of you, we don't have to worry about energy anymore. Thank you for bringing us hope. Perhaps the shock that Li Dongxin's plan had given them was just too great, and everyone's eyes were red and excited. Station Manager Chen also emotionally stated, in order to ensure the perfect implementation of this program, from now on, all three gorgeous staff will follow your instructions. We will fully cooperate with you. Be sure to show the foreign people that our Chinese nation is strong. Li Dongxin smiled. Good. Let's light up China together. Then, Station Chief Chen continued to lead the way in front, showing Li Dongxin and Deng Lao around the Three Gorges Dam. Standing on the dam and looking at the beautiful scenery, Station Chief Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. It would be a good thing if we could really use controlled nuclear fusion to provide unlimited energy. After all, the Three Gorges Dam also has a lifespan, and there will always be a day when it collapses. Li Dongxin felt a little puzzled. The Three Gorges Dam is the century project of China, and also a 100-year plan of China. How could you suddenly be so pessimistic when you were fine, Station Chief Chen? Why do you say that? Station Chief Chen looked at the young Commander-in-Chief and sighed softly. Commander-in-Chief, you come with me. With that said, Station Chief Chen led Li Dongxin to the lookout below the dam. Through the binoculars on the lookout platform, Station Commander Chen pointed to the center of the dam in the distance. Commander-in-Chief, look there. Follow the direction that Station Chief Chen pointed out. In his binoculars, Li Dongxin realized that a black line seemed to have appeared on the dam. Upon closer inspection, Li Dongxin knew what it was. Crack? Station Chief Chen nodded, looking a bit worried. Not bad. It's cracks. All of them appeared in recent years. Elder Deng frowned slightly after some observation. Have you found out the cause? Station Chief Chen looked at the tiny cracks that were like spider webs from afar, and his mood was a bit low. Checked it out. It's caused by the properties of the concrete itself. When the dam was poured, it went through high internal temperatures and low external temperatures. The temperature difference between the inside and outside is causing these cracks to appear. In fact, this is not only the case with the Three Gorges Dam. Any dam in the world, there will be cracks. He glanced at Li Dongxin and continued. Over the years, especially in recent years, we have reinforced the dam, but there's still no way to organize the spread of the cracks. We've tried everything we can think of, but none of it works. When Station Chief Chen said this, the engineers around him also put their heads down. They are also ashamed of not protecting the Three Gorges Dam, although this is only due to the material properties and has nothing to do with them. But here, after all, too much has been poured into them. For them, the Three Gorges Dam is like their home. The feeling of having a cracked house and not being able to fix it is really hard to bear. Deng Lao also knew that this was a force of nature that human beings could not fight against. Even lofty mountains, not to mention dams, will be reduced to flat ground by the power of nature. Elder Deng looked at the cracks in the dam and was a little heartbroken. In any case, the Three Gorges Dam carries the expectations of too many people. It was because of it that China did not have to worry about the lack of electricity anymore. For the people of China, this is a testimony to the strength of China. Although it now possesses Li Dongxin's controlled fusion technology, the Three Gorges Dam still possesses its historical significance. While everyone who is worried about the future fate of the Three Gorges Dam is worried about the future fate of the Three Gorges Dam. Only Li Dongxin held his chin in thought, and seeing this, Deng Lao hurriedly went up and asked, Li Dongxin, what are you thinking about? Li Dongxin straightened up and smiled slightly at the crowd. Maybe, I have a way. It can get to the root of the problem. Chapter 47, New Material. You have a solution? Station Chief Chen was shocked. The words of the young commander-in-chief in front of him, like a thunderbolt rising from the flat ground, haunted the hearts of everyone. The commander-in-chief says he has a solution. What is it? I don't know. Common sense says that the cracks in the dam are irreversible, and no amount of reinforcement can stop the cracks from extending. Yeah, especially since the dam is located in a location that has a temperate climate year-round, which creates a strong temperature difference. The dam is strong and thick. The temperature inside is low. The temperature outside is high because of the sunlight, and in combination with the water vapor, this is what caused the damage. We, as a group, don't know how many experiments we've done in this area, but they've all been in vain. Let's see what the commander-in-chief has to fix it. It might actually work. Likewise, Station Chief Chen also couldn't guess what Li Dongxin meant. This dam damage is a law of nature. For thousands of years, mankind has been unable to solve this problem. The temperature difference and the erosion of the water flow. No material can resist it. Li Dongxin smiled and looked at the cracks on the dam. Station Chief Chen, you're missing two words. Station Chief Chen's expression choked. Which two words? Not just any material, but any known material. Station Manager Chen was confused. Is there any difference between the two? The rest of the engineers also didn't understand what Li Dongxin meant. What does that mean? Any material, any known material. Doesn't that mean pretty much the same thing? Yeah, we test hundreds of composites every year, so it's safe to say that we've tried everything that's available on Blue Star, and none of them work. That's right, even the hydroelectric power plants in Rice have the same problem, which means they don't have a good solution either. The commander-in-chief is really profound when he speaks. However, Deng Lao seems to understand Li Dongxin's meaning. Known materials can't represent any material. Li Dongxin, could it be that you know of materials that have yet to be developed that can solve this historical problem? Deng Lao's words were like seeing the sun through the clouds. Right. Who says all the materials don't work? It's just that we haven't found it yet. Maybe there really is that one material that will solve this problem once and for all. Nah, I think what the commander-in-chief means is that he has actually thought of the structure of this material. I think so too. You know, the commander-in-chief is the genius who invented the controlled nuclear reaction device. He must have a solution. Li Dongxin didn't sell out, and after hearing the crowd's comments, he graciously admitted, you guys are right. The dam cracks are indeed due to temperature differences. Thinking about it from this perspective, it's just a matter of inventing a material that will keep the dam at a constant temperature inside and out forever. This material, I call it its thermostatic coating. In fact, when developing the controlled nuclear reaction device, Li Dongxin invented ultra-high temperature resistant materials in order to insulate the furnace from high temperatures and pressures, and the thermostatic coating, as he called it, was a byproduct created when he invented super-resistant materials. Li Dongxin possessed a system where when he was developing a certain material or item, the corresponding knowledge would actively form in his mind. The invention of thermostatic coatings is actually an effect of the new system of Li Dong. At this time, the group of proud sons of heaven from prestigious academic institutions were thrilled to hear Li Dongxin's words. Could it be that this kind of material really exists? All the scientists in the world have more than a headache for this problem, and even some scientific research teams, which have spent tens of billions of dollars, have not made the slightest progress. I thought it was some newfangled maintenance program, but I didn't realize it was actually a coating material. Have you guys heard of this thermostatic coating the commander-in-chief is talking about? Nope. There are a lot of insulation coatings on the market that also carry the word thermostatic, but they're all fake. Could it be that the commander-in-chief has already developed this material? Unimaginable. It really is unimaginable. A dam of this magnitude can maintain a constant temperature inside and out just by coating it. Don't think about it. Ask the commander-in-chief. An older generation Three Gorges engineer, who was quite old, walked up to Li Dongxin. Has the thermostatic coating you mentioned by the chief commander been developed? Li Dongxin smiled and nodded. Not bad. I've already developed it. Li Dongxin's words were like a hurricane. The dark clouds that lingered in the minds of the crowd were blown away by this hurricane. No one would doubt Li Dongxin, since he dared to say this. This kind of material must really exist. Deng Lao was once again deeply impressed by Li Dongxin's talent. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are truly blessed by God to be born in China. All the time, in various fields of science and technology, we are catching up with other countries, especially in terms of materials. In all these years and one, we've never been ahead in that area. Not once. As the Dean of Science in China, I've always felt guilty. But, from today, because of you, this situation has completely changed. We are truly ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to basic science. Deng Lao's fists were clenched tightly, as if it was venting years of resentment. Station Commander Chen was also thrilled. Commander-in-Chief, allow me, on behalf of all the people of Three Gorges, to pay you a high tribute. You gave us so many surprises today. Controlled fusion reactor, and the thermostatic coating of our dreams. Any one of these would be enough to go down in history. Wak Wak will be proud to have you. It is also with your presence. China is truly strong. Upon hearing this, Li Dongxin smiled faintly. You two are joking. It is my pride to be born in China. Hearing this, everyone fell in love with Li Dongxin's noble character. With such great accomplishments and such humility, this simply fulfills all the fantasies people have about God. Elder Deng inwardly lamented that this was the role model for the young people of China. With ideals, ambitions and humility to treat people, he will surely become the patron saint of the people. Li Dongxin didn't feel that he was great. He felt that as a son or daughter of China, he should have to contribute to the country. Chen Station Chief swallowed his saliva. A little hesitant, Chief Commander. If you can solve this millennium problem, you can really be the benefactor of billions of people in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. I wonder if could show us this thermostatic coating? Chen Station Chief said after blowing this sentence. Can't help but be a little worried. As a thermostatic coating to protect the dam, it is not only the first of its kind in China, but also the first highly effective protective material in the world. In the history of human material development, this can definitely be called a landmark victory. What's more, this milestone is standing on the land of China. Such important material may be a top secret of the state. Chapter 48, Developing New Materials with Bare Hands. Inquiring so rashly on his own would most likely fall under the violation of spying on the state's top secret. Just as Station Chief Chen was apprehensive because of his own presumption, Li Dongxin seemed to see his inner trepidation and smiled lightly. It's not like it's a secret that can be shown to you. For Li Dongxin, this is indeed not a secret, but just a derivative of his own research and development. But for others, it was different. Especially, these engineers who live on the Three Gorges Dam all year round. They are all too aware of the importance of this thermostatic coating. When they heard that Li Dongxin could show them this high-tech material, the excitement on their faces could no longer be concealed. Under the excitement, there was much more admiration for Li Dongxin in his heart. It is important to know that once this material is released, it will definitely cause a huge shock in the basic scientific research community, like a scientific research earthquake. Whoever breaks this historical puzzle will be clamored for by all the major media outlets, and the door of the Chinese Academy of Sciences will be open for it. For the research and development personnel, it is not only a new material, but also an honor, a promotion opportunity. Those who own him will be the first to apply for a patent as a way of securing their promising future. It was impossible for outsiders to inquire about the name, let alone trying to see it with their own eyes. But what they did not expect was, Li Dongxin actually generously agreed to show this thermostatic coating to them. It also means that people don't care about that. Anyone who can reach this level either has even more mind-blowing scientific research on their hands, or they don't care about meritocracy. As it happens, Li Dongxin is both. Not only does he have more advanced technology, but he also has a light heart. At the same time, Deng Lao was also similarly somewhat surprised. Originally felt that this new type of material is indeed a state secret, and should be immediately reported to the state to seal the information. However, Li Dongxin did not take the initiative to propose what to do with this thermostatic coating. So, whatever Li Dongxin wants to do is his power. What's more, Elder Deng also had a huge curiosity about this coating material. If there really is this thermostatic material, not only can it solve the immediate problem of the Three Gorges Dam, but there are also more products developed by Yenshin, like cold suits, heat suits, protective shields for the outside of spacecraft, and so on. Elder Deng is right. The older engineer was also excited. The range of use of this thermostatic material is just too broad. Spaceflight, for example, is unable to explore outer space because of insufficient thermostatic effects. The lifespan of spacecraft nowadays are very short. To explore Mars, for example, we first need to address thermostatic materials that are resistant to cold and heat. The lowest temperature up there was minus 143 degrees Celsius, and the daytime temperature reached another 20 degrees Celsius, with a difference of more than 100 between day and night. This horrible temperature difference. This is a great challenge for the explorer. Once you have this thermostatic coating, not only does it solve the problem, but it also extends the service life and reduces the cost. It's really a national treasure. Another engineer also excitedly continued. Not only that, with the thermostatic coating, my country of China is equivalent to having an economic trump card. By applying this coating to the equipment, it will surely be madly snatched by other countries, and at that time, there will be a constant flow of wealth into China. In terms of world influence, this will also enhance China's international status in the world. Instead of being a thermostatic material, he's more like fuel for advancing the development of China. No matter which way you think about it, the person who owns this material will be the richest man in the world. Even if it's just by collecting royalties, it's enough. The crowd stirred, getting more and more excited. Li Dongxin, however, said he had no intention of getting rich off of it. Quite the contrary. He wanted to dedicate this material to the nation without compensation, as the hope of China. Although he has not been formally appointed, he has long had this realization now, and this is the responsibility that he should shoulder. What's more, in his mind, the prosperity of China far outweighed his personal interests. Deng Lao looked at Li Dongxin with relief. This young man's character was really too noble. Choosing him to be the leader of China's scientific research was really the right choice. This is not only because Li Dongxin is a scientific research wizard, but also because of his selfless qualities and broad-mindedness. In this new century, there are fewer and fewer young people like him. Believe, when the people see what Li Dongxin has done for China, all of them will be proud of him. Deng Lao remembered a song lyric. He really wanted to live another 500 years. Yes, Deng Lao wanted the heavens to give him more time. He wanted to take a good look at how far the scientific research community of China, under the leadership of Li Dongxin, could develop. He also wanted to see how the future completely awakened China would be noticed by the world. 10,000 nations coming to the court. The world will be unrivaled. Only at this moment, China will be considered to have accomplished its great renaissance. Now no one would question Li Dongxin anymore. Everyone was very eager to see with their own eyes as soon as possible the thermostatic coating in Li Dongxin's mouth. Commander-in-Chief, did you bring the thermostatic coating material over this time? Li Dongxin smiled. No. Just as the crowd was disappointed, Li Dongxin told them, please take me to the nearest chemistry lab. The synthesis of the materials is all in my head. It won't take me long to build it. Chapter 49, is it okay to be your assistant? Are you saying that you are going to make this thermostatic coating material on site? Station Manager Chan was completely nonplussed. If it was just a display, it would be understandable. The so-called demonstration is to put the thermostatic coating material into the test machine and check the standards. But if you make it on site, it's the same as publishing the recipe. This is clearly not a demonstration, but a teaching. Commander-in-Chiefly, this is to teach the synthesis steps to himself. Deng Lao also did not expect that Li Dongxin would actually be so unreserved. However, no matter what, this new material is top-notch basic science and technology and is a state secret. So, it has to be kept secret. With a serious face, Deng Lao told Station Chief Chen, as well as the group of engineers behind him, you have to remember that Chief Commander Li can tell you the formula, but you have to keep your mouths shut. In a moment, everyone involved in this project, or who knows about it, must sign a confidentiality agreement. If any one of you reveals a single piece of information out, what awaits him must be the severe punishment of the law. When the group of engineers heard this, they were all happy as hell and said, don't worry, we will definitely strictly abide by the rules. Never divulge secrets. As soon as we get out of the lab, we will never talk about this. Not one word. Station Commander Chen also assured Li Dongxin, Commander-in-Chiefly, we are tested. Please don't worry. Li Dongxin looked at Elder Tang and smiled slightly. Alright, I believe you guys, so let's start as soon as possible. Station Chief Chen led the way and brought the group to the nationally renowned laboratory. Three Gorges Laboratory. This is the research and development center of basic science in China, bringing together scientific research talents from all over the country. For hiring, Three Gorges Laboratory has a complete selection system. Other research units will have school recruitment, but not here. All the researchers are carefully selected. In order to come here, you have to have a certain amount of scientific achievement, and you have to pass a test to be allowed to come here. That's why those who can come and work here are basically expert people in the research world. The laboratory is located in the center of the dam. There is only one way in and out, and the security measures are very well done, with high-definition cameras shooting 24 hours without dead angle. As soon as he entered the laboratory, he saw many researchers in white coats, who were busy in front of various instruments. Not noticing the arrival of Li Dongxin and the others, Station Chief Chen smiled and introduced Li Dongxin and Elder Deng. Look, these people are the backbone of the Three Gorges experiment. They all have Ph.D., S., and not only that, but everyone comes in with scientific research. It can be said that this place is a collection of the heroes of basic scientific research in the world. Station Chief Chen proudly introduced. Elder Deng also nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This is what a scientific researcher should look like. Hearing old President Deng's praise, Station Chief Chen was also very happy as he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone dropped the experiments in their hands and turned around in confusion. One must know that the time of researchers is extremely valuable. Normally, Station Chief Chen would never disturb their work, unless there is something special to explain. When they saw Elder Deng, the lab fell into a silence, and after a few moments, the lab erupted into loud applause. All the researchers gathered around. In their minds, old Dean Deng was like the high mountain of science in China. They couldn't stop talking excitedly. Dean Deng, I finally meet you. I've heard about your deeds since I was a child. I've dreamed of meeting you. Today is finally a dream come true. Elder Deng, do you know what? I've listened to your lectures at Huaqing before, and ever since then, I've dreamed of becoming a figure like you. Your arrival is really a great surprise for us. Elder Deng, can I take a picture with you? I'll put the photo on the wall so I can see you every day when I wake up and I'll be energized for the whole day. Deng Lao agreed with a smile and said amiably, then let's take a picture. But we can't delay your work. Oh. Deng's affability made all the researchers present, once again, applaud warmly. For the sake of lab confidentiality, they went to the auditorium next to the lab. When standing, Deng Lao and Chen Station Chief strongly requested Li Dongxin to stand in the very center. Seeing this young man, he actually made Elder Tang so respectful, without speculating about his identity. Who is he? How come I've never seen him before? I don't know. I guess it's Elder Tang's grandson or student, this time following over to study. I think so. Never mind. Just stand still for the photo. Despite Deng's repeated concessions, Li Dongxin always had to give the seat to Deng. After all, he is a scientific research senior, and should stand in this most central position. Seeing Li Dongxin's repeated insistence, and fearing that continuing to let it go would delay the researchers, Deng Lao had to agree. Ka-ching! When everyone was standing still, the photographer quickly pressed the shutter to capture this rare image. Just when everyone thought that Dean Deng would give a speech next, Station Chief Chen told everyone to disperse a bit. Then he pointed a few people out from the center. Engineer Zhang, Team Leader Sun, Team Leader Wang and Professor Li, come over here for a moment. These people came over cheerfully, thinking that it was Dean Deng who wanted to talk to them. The others whose names weren't named were all envious. Look, they've been brought to President Deng by Station Chief Chen. There must be some big project or new technology. Calling them over must be an explanation of the mission. To be able to study with Elder Deng, that's a lifelong pursuit for me. Me too. You can learn a lot by following Elder Tang. Station Chief Chen brought a few people to the corner of the auditorium before returning to Li Dongxin. Commander-in-Chief Li. These people are specialized in synthetic materials. Some of them are senior professors and academician alternates. All of them are cutting-edge talents of the country. As your assistant, do you think it's okay? Li Dongxin nodded casually and agreed. Those experts stood at a distance, glancing this way every now and then. What do you think? Station Chief Chen asked us to come here for? It's probably some mission sent down by the state that we need to assist Elder Tang in accomplishing. What mission? How come there's no news at all? I don't know. I haven't heard about it either. But to be able to follow Elder Tang, that's something we couldn't ask for. That's not right. Station Chief Chen seems to be talking to that teenager. It looks as if he's asking for instructions. It can't be. Let's see. Stop it. Elder Tang and the others are coming over. Chapter 50. All were stunned. When Station Chief Chen and Li Dongxin came over, those experts smiled and asked, Station Chief Chen, is there some mission you want to assign to us? The result was unexpected by everyone, and Station Manager Chen extended his palm with great respect, drawing the focus to Li Dongxin, then solemnly announced, your task is to assist this Mr. Li Dongxin to complete an important experiment. The moment these words came out, several scientific research talents were all shocked. I thought that I was asked to assist Dean Deng. How did it suddenly become this young man? What's more, it's an unfamiliar face. I've never seen it before at all. They don't dare to say what's in their hearts. They can only think about it in their minds. Originally, when they saw Li Dongxin, everyone didn't pay attention, thinking that he was just Dean Deng's grandson or student. This time, he came over just to follow his seniors to learn. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, Station Chief Chen actually said that he wanted them, the top pillars of the Three Gorges laboratory, to cooperate with him, and still cooperating with him to complete the experiment. How could this not be surprising and confusing? It is important to realize that although there is no academician level among this group, the minimum is a PhD to start with. Even if a PhD comes here, he can only be responsible for basic research. As for doctoral supervisors, or perhaps university professors, they abound here. These few are even the best among them. If you say, to give Dean Deng a hand, that is the right thing to do. After all, People are the first generation of scientific research seniors in China. Whether it is from the level of scientific research, or from the seniority, it is not comparable to them. But to be an assistant to this young man would be a bit of a questionable life. Chen station chief in charge of the Three Gorges hydropower station for many years. Naturally no. Literati bones in the face of arrogance. In this case, should have been Li Dongxin's scientific research results, a big book, but in the way of state secrets, he could not disclose a single word, so he simply, to the incomprehension and doubts of these proud sons of heaven, all ignored. Anyway, since it was an order, they had to follow it unconditionally. Station Chief Chen asked Li Dongxin politely, the scientific research level of these people are all still reasonable. Will you see if it's enough? And if it's not enough, I'll pick a few more for you? Before Li Dongxin could speak, Elder Deng also walked over. Several project leaders immediately showed scorching heat in their eyes when they saw Elder Deng arrive. Mistakenly thought, just now as the Chen station chief said wrong. In fact, it is Deng Lao is picking the assistant. Precisely, what is in the heart, often the opposite of the truth. When Elder Deng came over, he did not tell them about the next arrangement. Instead, he sincerely spoke to Li Dongxin. Why don't I come and give you a hand? Even though I'm old, I'm still very familiar with the material properties of substances. Deng Lao's words can be regarded as a few special status engineers stunned. They were stunned at Deng Lao's modesty, more shocked at Li Dongxin's hidden identity. Even with Station Chief Chen here, they still couldn't help but whisper, who the hell is this young man, to actually make Elder Tang take the initiative to give him a hand? I don't know. Looks like he's still a student. Is it hard to believe that it's a rising star in the research world? A team leader specializing in new materials hurriedly denied it. Never. At such a young age, it's impossible to do anything in scientific research. That's right. You think this is making a movie or writing a novel? Anyone can research something. Then you guys tell us. Why are Elder Deng and Station Chief Chen both impressed with him? Can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Elder Deng is the #1 scientific researcher in China. He's the king standing on the tip of the pyramid. Not only in our country, even foreign experts, as long as they see Elder Deng walking over, they have to respectfully call out to Mr. Deng. All of these words were heard by Station Chief Chen, who hemmed and hawed in his heart, secretly saying, silly, isn't it? This one really is a genius in the scientific research world. Don't think that just because people are young, they can't do research. Saying it out loud, I'm really afraid to scare you to death. Any one of their research results is enough for you people to learn for the rest of your lives. It just so happens that I'm taking this opportunity to teach you people, who have no sense of crisis, a good lesson. Let you all know what it means to be a hero. Let you know that a mountain is even higher. These words, naturally, were not uttered by Station Chief Chen, who had picked these 4 people out. Firstly, because the scientific research level of these people was indeed very strong. Another, is also afraid of their slack, have to find an opportunity to put some pressure on them. Scientific research is originally a boat against the current. Not to advance is to retreat. Li Dongxin heard that Deng Lao volunteered to be his assistant. He did not agree. After all, synthesizing materials requires a lot of energy. It may require standing all the time, staring at the data, and such energetic demands are not for the 70-something-year-old. Li Dongxin, mindful of Deng Lao's health, could only politely refuse, no need. Deng Lao, with these few, it's enough. He scratched his head, his smile still intact. Actually, there's no need for so many people at all. That's something I can do on my own. Why Don? Chen Station Chief, you let them go ahead and busy themselves. I can do it by myself. How can Mr. Chen agree to this? Li Dongxin is more than just a commander-in-chief. He's a scientific genius that's hard to find in China. Who can afford to take on such a big responsibility if this thing wears him out or makes him sick? At least, station manager Chen thought to himself, he couldn't afford it himself anyway. Deng Lao also disagreed. And the reason was similar to that of Station Chief Chen. Don't excuse yourself. We all know that doing experiments is tedious. And it's really too hard for you to work alone. It's better to let us help you. Deng Lao really wants to see constant temperature coding earlier too much. Which is one more person, one more power, with one more share of strength. 1 point of time could be saved. So without waiting for Li Dongxin to refuse again, he directly jumped the gun and decided. It's decided. Just let me and a few of them give you a hand. Also, oh Station Chief Chen, just labor on you as logistics. If we need something, you'll be in charge of marshalling resources. As if he had been given an order. Station Chief Chen stood up straight and replied earnestly. Yes, Dean Deng, promised to complete the mission. Li Dongxin saw that Elder Deng had already all assigned the task, so it was no good to insist. He also understood Deng Lao's feelings. As a scientific researcher, he definitely didn't want to miss any major experiment. What's more, this experiment is sure to be a success, and by participating in it, you're learning, which can be very beneficial to future research. Alright, then I'll work hard for Elder Tang and all of you. Li Dongxin agreed. Both Station Chief Chen and Elder Deng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled in satisfaction. But those unknown researchers behind them, each standing in place, were stunned by this rare scene. Chapter 51, You'll be thanking me. Dan Lao actually really gave him an assistant. Not only Elder Deng, but even Station Chief Chen is in charge of resource deployment. What the hell is going on here? These few people couldn't figure it out. If it was said that Elder Tang was there to test his juniors, then it was barely acceptable. This is just like the graduate school graduation defense, where the student has to attend and so does the mentor responsible for bringing him up. On the one hand, it is to test the student's research level, and on the other hand, it is also to help the students successfully pass the defense, and these few people of their own, when a graduation defense judge, that is more than enough. Since Tang Lao wants to cultivate scientific research juniors, then they are also willing to be this judge. The path of science is meant to be passed on from teacher to student, passing on learning and results from one generation to the next. Otherwise, how else is technology going to advance if everyone is stuck in their ways? However, it was really hard to figure out whether to put Station Manager Chen in charge of logistics or resource deployment. Although Station Chief Chen was the overall head of the entire Three Gorges hydropower station, if it came to academic level, he was no less than anyone else present. What's more, he has to check the operation of the hydropower station, summarize the work log, and from time to time he has to report his work to his superiors. So it's not an exaggeration to say that he has a lot of work to do in a day. Putting him in charge of the logistics of a student's defense is a huge stretch. To put it in another way, a young man in his early 20s, even if he is talented, is just touching the threshold of scientific research, far from being able to independently research a topic. When they heard that Let Chen, station master responsible for logistics, originally thought he would be dissatisfied, did not expect, known as the Iron Face of Selfless Chen, station master actually cheerfully agreed. Not only did he agree, but he also told these experts with a mysterious face, "You guys, you're really lucky. Cooperate well with Mr. Li Dongxin, and learn from others. You'll surely thank me later." The men looked at each other, greatly shocked. Studying under a young man? This was too unbelievable. Perhaps this young man really did have something to shine, but which of these few people hadn't been called a prodigy since they were young? Not to mention, trophies and certificates of various mathematics, science and chemistry competitions from childhood to adulthood are hung all over the house. Not only that, while others are still worrying about the college entrance exam, they have all been guaranteed admission to prestigious institutions. Every year, we receive various scholarships and grants. In the midst of a prestigious university full of geniuses, they stood out just the same. Through the layers of selection, they came to this research mecca. Let's put it this way, any one of these people, put into the community, are those who are sought after by the scientific research organizations, and they, but also the talent and the genius. For the Chen station master said, follow others to learn well, when it is really incomprehensible. However, they also understand the person of Chen station chief. He is not a slippery person, without some real talent, cannot sit in this position, since it could make Station Chief Chen say these words, maybe that teenager, when he really has some outstanding features, whether it was for the sake of nurturing their juniors, or if they really wanted to follow others and learn well. As Station Chief Chen had said, these few experts had also decided that they would take this task seriously. Station Chief Chen said with a straight face, you guys take Mr. Li Dongxin to the state-of-the-art chemistry lab. Remember, no matter what you see inside, or what you do, don't say a word about it once you're out the door of the lab. A few people were shocked and hurriedly agreed. They then led Li Dongxin to the chemical laboratory in the deepest part of the dam, with Elder Tang following them. By the looks of it, it was still very excited, and in his eyes, he revealed infinite anticipation. This perverse aspect intensified the doubts in their hearts, but because of the secrecy, they didn't dare to open their mouths to ask. When the few people walked away, the researchers who stayed in the auditorium immediately gathered together and talked about the scene that happened just now. Look at you guys. Dean Tang seems to be very happy. What exactly did Dean Deng assign them? Look at those project leaders. They all seem surprised. I don't know. It's probably some new subject, and it must be a state secret. New subjects? Then how come only a few people have gone? That's not enough either. Wait, maybe Dean Deng will pick a few more from among us later. One of the more observant ones, frowning and thinking, slowly spoke. It doesn't look like it to me. From the group photo, it's obvious that Dean Deng and Station Chief Chen are both centered on that young man. did you guys notice that when you were picking people out just now? After Station Chief Chen made his selection, he didn't go to ask Elder Deng. Instead he went to ask that young man. Between the looks and the tone of his voice, he was quite respectful. This young man, he might be something big. A big shot? Isn't he Deng Lao's grandson or student? I guess we all thought wrong. Why don't we ask Station Chief Chen? As it happened, Station Chief Chen walked over with a spring in his step, and just as he was about to speak, he was surrounded by this group of fellows. Station Chief Chen, who is that young man? Isn't it Deng Lao's grandson? Why were you so polite to him just now? What exactly is his status? In the face of the crowd's doubts, Station Chief Chen just smiled but didn't answer. Seeing that Station Chief Chen's mouth was so tight, they had to lure up. Is it possible that it's another teenage science enthusiast? There have been some previous heads with a teenager who had some grounding in scientific research. That teenager came to the lab only to study a little, and asked questions that were superficial, and did not go into the core of scientific research. That's why when they saw Li Dongxin, when Station Manager Chen heard this, he didn't even know how to explain. He also wanted to tell everyone about Li Dongxin's identity and purpose so that they could be happy as well. But this indeed involves state secrets and is not enough for outsiders. He had to smile bitterly and shut up about it. But how could these people give up so easily? When faced with a small piece of data, one can test it without sleep for a day or two, let alone a melon of this size. Plus, research life is supposed to be boring, so when there is suddenly a new face, you will definitely want to ask questions to the end. Seeing that he really can't avoid it, Station Manager Chen had no choice but to avoid the issue. Hey, it's really not that I don't want to tell you guys. Just, so far, this matter is still a state secret and cannot be disclosed at will. But this Mr. Li Dongxin can be an amazing genius. He then calmed the crowd. There's no need to be too anxious, so be patient and wait for a while. After a period of events, his behavior will shock the whole world. His name will also be a household name. Chapter 52, Chemical Laboratory 0. Li Dongxin and Deng Lao, led by several experts, entered the core location of the Three Gorges Laboratory Chemistry Laboratory 0. Unlike other laboratories, not only does this place have all kinds of advanced instruments and equipment, but in addition to the corridors and doorways, there is not a single camera in here. It should be for the sake of confidentiality. Since it is Chemical Laboratory 0, it means that the projects that can be carried out in here must be state secrets. Even the security system can't just view what has happened inside. Upon entering, Elder Deng habitually used his white gloves and wiped around the dead center of the instrument. This instantly made a few experts nervous. They knew that Deng Lao was checking the hygiene of the laboratory. Chemical laboratories were different from other laboratories. This place had to ensure absolute tidiness, knowing that sometimes a grain of dust can lead to experimental data, which is very different from the correct result. Just now, when several of them came over, they all went through the wind door cleaning. The purpose was to clean off the dust they carried on their bodies. When these experts saw how strict Elder Tang was, their hearts trembled. They were afraid that because of an oversight on their part, it would lead to Elder Tang's dissatisfaction. Well, after wiping the white gloves back and forth, they were still as clean as ever, and Elder Tang nodded his head in satisfaction, and they were secretly relieved. It was important to know that Deng Lao's rigorous attitude towards experiments was well known in the scientific research community. He once admonished his students with a phrase that has been widely circulated in the scientific community. In scientific research, I am not afraid that you are stupid, but I am afraid that you are irresponsible. After a while, Deng Lao examined each machine. He smiled and asked Li Dongxin, "How is it? Is this place still satisfactory?" Li Dongxin nodded. "Well, that's fine. Let's get started." With that, several experts hurriedly asked for instructions. "Mr. Li Dongxin, what do we need to do? Time is running out." Li Dongxin also did not politely exchange pleasantries with them, and directly began to assign tasks. "Lu Gong, you are responsible for preparing the high-temperature reactor. Elder Qian, you're in charge of debugging the centrifuge. Professor Wang, you are responsible for purifying the 127C material. Professor Li, you're in charge of matching the thermostatic reaction chamber." Li Dongxin's thunderous arrangement really stunned these experts, not only because he was familiar with the flow of the experiment, but what was even more surprising was that he actually memorized all of their surnames, as well as their positions, just by the fact that Station Chief Chen had named them once. Such a memory is amazing. Not only that, the reason why this is called a state-of-the-art chemistry lab is precisely because it contains instruments that many people have never even seen. Not only had I never seen it, but even half of the group of fellows out there had never even heard of it. In the Three Gorges Laboratory, this is a top-secret area. But this teenager in front of him was not only able to skillfully distinguish these instruments, but also knew their specific uses, which really couldn't help but shock people. Is he really an ordinary young man? With this query, the expert in charge of purification couldn't help but inquire. Mr. Li Dongxin, I would like to ask you a question. How did you become so familiar with these instruments? Li Dongxin smiled lightly and casually replied. I've been interested in this type of thing since, so I deliberately learned about it. This glib remark immediately made a few of them admire it. At a young age, you can learn all this terminology and specialized processes just because you are interested. To say it's a scientific genius is an understatement. Deng Lao looked at the surprised expressions of several people and could not help but laugh inwardly. Where did they know that? In fact, in Li Dongxin's previous laboratory, there was equipment that was more advanced than these instruments by 100,000 80,000 kilometers. Deng Lao's eyes were full of light. He couldn't help but remember the day he first met Li Dongxin. When they first met, Deng Lao fell in love with this young man, for in his eyes, Elder Deng saw the two words he was expecting: love, duty. It was because of this that Elder Deng decided that Li Dongxin would be chosen as the hope of China. As he told Li Dongxin, this hope is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. With the love of research, you can continue to move forward on the scientific path. With a responsibility to the country of China, you can put the interests of the country and the people at heart. Only someone like Li Dongxin could become the future guardian of China. What's more, he's still so young, he can still protect the kingdom of China for decades. Tang Lao walked forward and looked at Li Dongxin seriously. Chief Commander Li, please assign me a task. Li Dongxin looked at the old and chivalrous scientific research senior in front of him, smiled heartily, and said softly, Elder Deng, then please take charge of guiding them through the mission. Deng Lao happily received the task, began to guide next to a few experts. In fact, said guidance, it is to let Deng Lao take a break. Li Dongxin assigned them the task are not very complex. If they're careful enough and conscientious enough, they won't go wrong. Li Dongxin was busy with his own work at hand while directing the others. Is the 137C material purified yet? Purification complete. Add 20 milliliters of reagent 118 and fully fuse. Bring me the 9 catalyst. Keep the thermostat at 300 degrees. Put the fused materials in. Take it out in 15 minutes. Li Dongxin methodically explained each step. Clearly, at first, those experts didn't understand the purpose of doing so, but the further the experiment went on, the more shocked they were. Under Li Dongxin's command, they seemed to have discovered a new line of research that they had never thought of before. At this moment, Elder Deng was also like a student, constantly observing everyone's experimental steps for fear of missing a bit. While he was watching, he was thinking in his mind why Li Dongxin had arranged it in such a way. In fact, this was the reason why Li Dongxin had the system. Whenever he needed to do any experiments, all those known or unknown expertise would automatically enter his mind, fully integrating this knowledge into Li Dongxin's thinking. Li Dongxin's speed of research and development for technology therefore reached a breathtaking point. Experiments are still hot in the. Those experts look at the hands of the experimental samples, constantly changing the nature, cannot help but exclaimed, material high temperature resistance characteristics breakthrough. 300 degrees, 400 degrees, 500 degrees. It continues to grow. Chapter 53, Commencement of Testing. Geez, what kind of structure is this? No matter how hot the outside temperature is, the temperature inside is always the same. Look guys, the material didn't deform due to the outside temperature. Insulated from temperature. Physical shape stabilization. It's incredible. This can't be a thermostatic effect. One expert guessed the end, and his words undoubtedly woke up a few others. Thermostatic effect? Could there really be such a magical material in this world? We've tested it tens of thousands of times and couldn't make a breakthrough, but we didn't expect to make a leap forward today. The tasks assigned to them by Li Dongxin had all been completed, and now within the laboratory, Li Dongxin was the only one left to carry out the final steps. Elder Deng and the few experts were all gathered around Li Dongxin, shocked as they watched Li Dongxin skillfully operate the instruments. They now understood why Station Chief Chen had said that he wanted them to follow Li Dongxin and learn well. This teenager in front of them was indeed qualified to be their teacher. This difficult problem in the history of human materials was actually perfectly solved in the hands of this teenage genius. They were now convinced of Li Dongxin, and their address had changed from Mr. Li Dongxin in the beginning to the current teacher. Look guys, Mr. Li Dongxin has added the catalyst. The temperature continues to climb. Core temperature unchanged. Elder Tang's eyes were also wide open, staring intently at every piece of data on the screen. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Dongxin's experiments, and he muttered in astonishment. Today, I have witnessed the birth of a new era. The experiment was still going on. It had reached the final synthesis process, and the transparent solution inside the apparatus had begun to turn into a gel as the catalyst continued to be added. On the end of the catheter, a drop of crystalline gel finished coalescing and dripped down into the container below. Tick. The subtle sound was as beautiful as heavenly music to the ears of several experts. Everyone was captivated by it. Look, you guys, it's already fused. It's actually so fast. If it works well, it can totally be put on the market. This is great. Finally I can see the thermostatic material with my own eyes. The instruments synthesized faster and faster. Drop after drop of solution formed in the conduit, and in a short time the vessel was stocked with gum. Li Dongxing turned off the machine and was about to take out the thermostatic coating material when Elder Deng stopped him. Seeing that Li Dongxing was a bit puzzled, Elder Tang hurriedly explained, "Mr. Li Dongxing, for such a momentous occasion, we must record it." Li Dongxing smiled and agreed, and one of the experts hurriedly ran out and got a high-definition camera over. When he turned on the camera and focused the lens on the container, only then did Li Dongxing slowly open the protective cover and remove the container, which was full of glue. Everyone's eyes widened, deadly staring at Li Dongxing's hands. Is this thermostatic material? Looking at the physical properties, it's kind of like egg whites. If it really works, it would be a great victory for our basic science. The conception here is just too ingenious. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to think of it, even if I hadn't thought about it, that it was actually possible to utilize active factors to promote synthesis. There are totally enough novel ideas in here to write hundreds of papers. Each one of these will become a scientific research classic. Not only them, even Elder Tang found it unbelievable. Each of Li Dongxing's steps was a breakthrough in conventional thinking, and throughout the synthesis process, Deng Lao watched with unparalleled seriousness. Every command from Li Dongxing took his breath away. Although there was no list of specific experimental steps, according to Deng Lao's experience, the production process and chemical equations involved in this were perfect and extremely accurate. As the camera moved, Li Dongxing's hands were calm and steady, slowly placing the container on the test bench. Deng Lao's hand couldn't help but tremble a little. He understood that if this new synthesized material could really guarantee the thermostatic effect, then it will affect the distribution of the entire basic science landscape. China will thus be at the forefront of the world in basic science. At this time, Li Dongxing turned his head and faintly said, "Start the test." Elder Deng couldn't wait to instruct those experts. Quickly, prepare the experimental equipment and prepare to characterize the material. With Deng Lao's order, several people were all mobilized to test the material properties. The steps were not complicated. However, in order to ensure the accuracy of the test, Elder Deng personally sat in command. Test the heat resistance of the material first. Several experts took out a piece of heated material, similar in appearance to wood, with a temperature gauge inside, and after brushing it with a thermostatic coating, put it into a baking box. Increase the temperature. Under Elder Tang's command, the temperature inside the oven rose step by step, and everyone's eyes were locked onto the screen. Outside heating to 500 degrees Celsius. Material core temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Surface temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Heating to 1000 degrees Celsius. Material core temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Surface temperature 26 degrees Celsius. The outside temperature has reached 3000 degrees Celsius. Material core temperature is still 26. The surface temperature is equally unchanged. After hearing these words, the expert group was shocked. Oh my god, 3000 degrees of heat. The material itself actually has no temperature change at all. A thin layer of coating. It's actually able to completely insulate the temperature conduction. The stabilization of this new material is unbelievable. What an eye-opener. I've never seen such a strong thermostatic material. Yeah, the materials that Rice once spent a lot of manpower and resources to painstakingly develop are far from this kind of ability. Everyone was shocked at what they saw in front of them. The temperature was still increasing. The temperature at the top of the screen remained at 26 degrees Celsius. Not only did the temperature not change, even the heated material itself did not undergo the slightest deformation. Soon, the heat resistance performance test was completed, and the result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After taking it out and placing it in the palm of his hand, he could not feel a trace of high-temperature breath. The expert in charge of the experiment was thrilled with this property. We can make major developments in aviation. Yes, if you coat the machine with this material, you'll never be afraid of destroying the machine due to long-term operation. That's right, not only the industry, but also the people can directly enjoy the endless benefits of this material. If the material is painted on the exterior of the building, then it will ensure that the house will stay warm in all seasons. That's not going to directly reduce the greenhouse effect. This is truly meritorious scientific research. Deng Lao excitedly instructed the next test. Prepare to test the material's cold resistance. Chapter 54, Beyond the People, Beyond the Sky. To test cold resistance, the material is mainly placed in liquid nitrogen and the temperature change of the material itself is observed. The temperature of liquid ammonia is minus 196 degrees Celsius at room temperature and pressure. When vaporized, it will absorb a lot of heat and cause frostbite to the contact object. For this reason, Deng Lao specially prepared a glass test tube, brushed with a layer of thermostatic coating on the outside and filled with warm water inside. The test tube is then placed in liquid nitrogen, which slowly vaporizes as the experiment begins, clouding the lab. Li Dongxin was entangled in this cloud, like a god, looking down on his research. Time passed slowly, and the liquid nitrogen in the container evaporated. Deng Lao could not wait any longer. He went directly to the test tube with his hand. He believed that Dongxin Li's thermostatic coating was successful, so he wasn't worried about frostbite. Before the experts could warn him, Deng Lao had already taken the test tube in his hand. The moment the test tube touched his palm, he looked at Li Dongxin in shock. Under his breath, he muttered, "It's still warm." Li Dongxin smiled calmly and did not say anything. Of course he knew that the temperature would not change. Back when he had begun to develop the controlled nuclear reaction device, he had tested this thermostatic coating to the limit of cold resistance, infinitely close to absolute zero. How can liquid nitrogen break through the barrier of thermostatic coating? To know, the lowest temperature in the entire universe doesn't reach this absolute zero. In other words, this thermostatic material of Li Dongxin could not only adapt to the climate of the blue planet. Even if you go into outer space, how can you still ensure insulation from temperature differences? The way the expert group looked at Li Dongxin was like looking up to a god. Only a god would be able to create such a great thermostatic material. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are truly amazing. You know what? With it, our country's astronauts will be able to really travel in space. By coating the top of our spacesuits with this material, we will be able to go further afield and explore the wonders of the universe. You are putting on the wings of flight for China Airlines. No wonder Station Chief Chen and Elder Deng rely on you so much. You are truly a treasure of the Chinese scientific research community. On the other side, Deng Lao trembled and poured the water in the test tube into his palm to feel its temperature. Excited, what a trans-century invention. The Three Gorges Dam is saved. Quickly, you guys quickly go inform Station Chief Chen. Tang Lao couldn't be bothered to celebrate with the crowd. He just wanted to deliver this good news as quickly as possible. Not long after, outside the corridor came the laughter from the heart of Chen station manager. Laughter through the happy, excited. Just as he entered the lab, Station Chief Chen clasped Li Dongxin's hand and his eyes were surprisingly a bit moist. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are really too surprising. The introduction of thermostatic coatings will shock the entire scientific community. Not only the country of China, the people of the entire world will remember you. You have laid a solid foundation for the rest of our research. Elder Deng was also very happy. He smiled and pulled Station Chief Chen aside. Can't you let Mr. Li Dongxin rest for a while? People just solved a big problem for you. Station Chief Chen slapped his head and said in a loud voice. Right. I was too excited. I'm sorry, Mr. Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin smiled faintly, indicating that he was not tired. And usually, the unsmiling experts were now as happy as children, and could not wait to praise Li Dongxin to the sky. At the moment, they acted as if they were teenagers worshipping a hero. Station Chief Chen, I really thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could we have seen such advanced technology? At first we thought that we were just going to help Mr. Li Dongxin and get a feel for the research atmosphere. I didn't expect that. It's really as you said. We're really here to learn from others. You didn't see it just now. Mr. Li Dongxin's development process. That every step is a different way. I've never heard of any of those advanced synthesis methods. This must be Mr. Li Dongxin's original creation. Another expert picked up. The materials he made are not only much more effective than expected, but also inexpensive, totally ready to be put into industrial production. There's just so much technology that's included in this. Today really showed me what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Station manager Chen joyfully told them. How is it? See the level of Mr. Li Dongxin? You guys be content. Being able to do one experiment with this Mr. Li Dongxin is enough for you to learn. Calling someone a teacher is still an advantage for you guys. The experts said yes in a row. Now, they were convinced by the words of Station Chief Chen that just now, in the middle of the development, Li Dongxin's performance, both in terms of professionalism and technical level, far exceeded theirs. Everyone present was engaged in research for decades, and the level of a person's skill could be seen among his movements. Li Dongxin had just personally demonstrated the development process, and his knowledge of the material properties, as well as his skillful use of the instrument, was extremely rare. From this perspective alone, the scientific research literacy displayed by Li Dongxin was not something they could compare to. Deep down, the experts' admiration for Li Dongxin reached a point of no return, and they dared not imagine that Li Dongxin, who was now so young, had achieved scientific research results that were difficult for others to reach in a lifetime. Then, in the long years to come, no one could guarantee that Li Dongxin would have any more amazing achievements. They excitedly stood in front of Li Dongxin, as if they were students treating their teacher with respect. Mr. Li Dongxin, the knowledge you taught us today, that's really more than what we've learned in these decades. Research programs are all connected, and there is knowledge here that can be used not only in materials research, but for the entire basic research community. If you agree, we would like to analyze the details of this development in a targeted manner. Then, write scientific papers and preserve this scientific wealth for the future generations of researchers. Don't worry, the first author of the scientific paper will definitely be you. Upon hearing this, Li Dongxin smiled faintly. Of course, all of the development processes today are available to you. As for the first author title, I don't really care. Only, for the detailed steps of synthesizing the key materials, as well as the related specific data, you should not write them up. This technology, it can only stay in China and must not be available to foreign countries. Li Dongxin's words made everyone present stand in awe, especially those few experts. They did not expect that Li Dongxin was not only strong in scientific research, but also so humble, not caring at all about fame and fortune. What they admire more is that Li Dongxin has a heart of gold. Chapter 55, Too Many Surprises. In this world, no matter who mastered this advanced technology, then he would become the object sought after by all the countries in the world. If Li Dongxin wanted to make money from this technology, then it wouldn't take long for him to become the richest man in the world. In the face of such great wealth, Li Dongxin still cloudy and lighthearted to give up. This kind of bosom, only the chivalrous will have. Several experts said on the spot that the key technology here would never be leaked out. Not only that, one of the experts also wanted to worship Li Dongxin as his teacher. Mr. Li Dongxin, I am really too much of an admirer of you. I hope you can accept me as your student. Let me be your constant companion and learn from you. When the remaining few experts heard this, they also hurriedly agreed. Mr. Li Dongxin, you can accept me as well. Let me follow you around, even if only as an assistant. Yes, Mr. Li Dongxin, please accept us as disciples. You can rest assured, we will definitely learn from you with all our heart, and all our scientific achievements will be given to you. Li Dongxin smiled lightly and politely refused. We are all researchers of China, and your contributions to China are equally important, so worship is unnecessary. If you guys have any questions, feel free to contact me and I'll let you know as soon as I know. Dang Lao and Chan station chief stood aside, seeing Li Dongxin take the credit, but always maintain the heart of respect for others. Cannot help but a burst of emotion. Mr. Li Dongxin, such a character, is really too difficult. Both his character and his learning are worthy of a lifetime of study. The people of China will be immensely proud of Mr. Li Dongxin's existence. After seeing the experimental data, Station Chief Chen was thrilled. We just need to coat the Three Gorges Dam with this material. Then we can permanently solve the temperature difference effect. There is no temperature difference between the inside and outside of the dam, so naturally there will be no more cracks. Station Chief Chen looked at Li Dongxin gratefully. Mr. Li Dongxin, the people of the lower reaches of the river domain. No, the whole country will thank you. Everyone heartily agreed with Station Chief Chen's words. The Three Gorges Dam is so important that it is still responsible for half of China's residential electricity consumption. It has made an indelible contribution to the economic development of China and the construction of people's livelihood. Secondly, the Three Gorges Dam is also the water conservancy hub with the greatest comprehensive benefits, playing a crucial role in the upstream and downstream flood control system and ensuring the ecological stability of the downstream waters. In terms of shipping, farming, water supply and irrigation, it is incomparable to any giant hydroelectric power plant in the world. The Three Gorges Dam has not only boosted the local tourism economy, but has also become a landmark in China. It has witnessed the country of China from weak to strong. In the minds of the people, the Three Gorges Dam has become a monument. So, no matter how far technology advances, the historic role of the Three Gorges Dam can never be replaced. As for Station Chief Chen's words that the people of the country would be grateful to Li Dongxin, these words were also from his heart. This was because Li Dongxin had developed the thermostatic coating, which ensured the safety of the dam, and thus preserved the testimony of China's prosperity. Otherwise, the Three Gorges Dam will be destroyed by nature sooner or later. Since taking over the Three Gorges hydropower station, station manager Chen has been worried about the safety of the dam almost every moment, and he has even personally participated in the research in order to work out a plan to repair the dam earlier. But, still little effect. Finally, the gods' favor. sent them a scientific research genius to help them develop a thermostatic coating, fundamentally guarantee the safety of the dam. How can he not be excited? They say technology is the first productive force. Until today, I've never really seen the power of technology. Mr. Li Dongxin, your technological power is enough to rival the power of nature. The experts' excitement has not yet passed, and Li Dongxin has brought them too many surprises. Mr. Li Dongxin, your thermostatic coating is really awesome. This one material alone is enough to win a Nobel Prize, not just honor. If you patent it, you'll be the richest man in the world just by collecting royalties. These words were a wake-up call for station manager Chen. Patent. It is important to realize that Li Dongxin's thermostatic coating is more than just a high-tech product. The technologies contained within are extremely developed. If the patent is really applied for, it will surely make the owner rich overnight. Station manager Chen hesitated and spoke cautiously. That, Mr. Li Dongxin, as you know, the Three Gorges Dam is huge and will definitely require a large amount of thermostatic coatings. So can you see if you can charge less for the royalties? He gave Deng Lao an embarrassed look. Most of the revenue from the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station, other than being paid to the state treasury, is used for research. So, Li Dongxin understands what station manager Chen means. Although the Three Gorges hydropower station creates an objective economic value, but the profits here belong to the state, and the power station itself doesn't have much money. What's more, every year, we still have to invest a lot of money for scientific research, and it is estimated that we can't get too much money to buy materials, and if we can reduce the royalty, then the price of materials will naturally be reduced a bit. Li Dongxin smiled faintly. Station Chief Chen, since I built this material in the Three Gorges laboratory, I naturally didn't think of earning money from the Three Gorges. You don't think I'm here for the money, do you? Station Chief Chen hurriedly panicked and explained, very nervous, no, you've misunderstood. I don't think of you as a businessman, except that the technology is simply too advanced. I just think, in order to ensure that it does not fall into the hands of those unscrupulous businessmen, you have to apply for a personal patent to be able to. It's the only way to protect it and use it better. Station Chief Chen looked at Li Dongxin seriously and continued, Mr. Li Dongxin, you are a busy man, and you also have to take care of controlled nuclear fusion matters, so you may not have time to take care of these small matters. Personally, I think you should apply for a patent and then have it manufactured by a company you trust. Only in this way can you ensure that the right to produce and utilize the thermostatic coating is in your own hands. Li Dongxin nodded and smiled. I do have that thought. In my opinion, it would be better to leave the production of thermostatic coatings all to the Three Gorges laboratory. In the future, you will be responsible for all patent applications, operation and management, and defense of rights related to thermostatic coatings. In this way, the Three Gorges Dam will not only be able to use this material for free forever, but will also be able to master its core technology in the production process. Everyone, including Elder Tang, was shocked by Li Dongxin's words. Chapter 56. Giving the thermostatic coating to the Three Gorges Dam to produce. This means that Li Dongxin is giving the patented technology to the Three Gorges for use without compensation. At the same time, it helped them save a ton of money. Such boldness is truly amazing. This technology, if it was given to a research enterprise, would not only bring Li Dongxin a huge amount of wealth, but also bring him a very high social status. And all of this he generously surrendered to the state. Station manager Chen was stunned. He was in a daze, unable to say a word for half a day. The remaining few experts were also shocked by Li Dongxin's words, and all of them stood in place, their brains blank. Rather, it was Elder Tang who took the lead in stabilizing his mind and stepped forward to remind him. Why don't you hurry up and thank them? It was only then that station manager Chen reacted from the great surprise. His eyes slightly reddened and his voice trembled. Mr. Li Dongxin, I thank you on behalf of all Three Gorges staff. Thank you for believing in us. You can rest assured. We will definitely keep it strictly confidential and will never leak out the patent information. At the same time, we will also set up a chemical plant as soon as possible. The royalties collected, as well as the profits, will all be transferred to your account. The experts also reacted, each excited. Mr. Li Dongxin, thank you so much. With this technology of yours as a support, we will be able to develop more products that will benefit the country and the people. You are just so great. Thank you for your outstanding service to our country. You can rest assured, we will definitely produce strictly and will never let your hard work go to waste. While grateful, station manager Chen did not forget to ask for some instructions. Mr. Li Dongxin, do you have any other requirements for the thermostatic coating operation? Li Dongxin nodded and smiled slightly. I won't hide it from you. I do have 3 requests regarding the use of thermostatic coatings. 3 requests? Hearing that Li Dongxin had 3 more requests, everyone focused their attention. Although Li Dongxin entrusted the production and operation of the thermostatic coating to himself, he is still the owner of the patent. Invented this material enough to change the world. As the inventor of Li Dongxin, not to mention 3 conditions, even mention 30 conditions is reasonable. Station Chief Chen was still immersed in the excitement he had just experienced, and he smilingly responded immediately. Mr. Li Dongxin, what are the requirements? You can just say it. No matter what the request is, we will definitely fulfill you. Guarantee to complete the mission. The surrounding experts and scholars, at this time, were also silent and did not speak, staring at Li Dongxin with wide eyes. They were all curious. At this time, what kind of offer was Li Dongxin going to make? Is it money-wise? Or in terms of shares? Or is it in terms of the selling price of materials? Li Dongxin smiled faintly, signaling everyone to relax a bit, then didn't sell himself short and said directly, my first condition is, when materials like thermostatic coatings are used for livelihood, aerospace, infrastructure and other types of national projects, we only charge cost price, not for the sake of making money, but only to enable the country and its people to actually enjoy the technological enhancement as well as the convenience of life brought about by this material. Li Dongxin's words, for a time made all the experts and scholars present stare. No one expected Li Dongxin to make such an offer, but in the blink of an eye, everyone's gaze changed from surprise to admiration. It was admiration eyes and worship from the bottom of their hearts. Li Dongxin is right. If the national key projects, all can use thermostatic coatings, then the comprehensive strength of the entire country of China will be a big step forward. Even in the fields of infrastructure, aerospace and aviation, it will directly surpass other countries and become the king in these fields. This is the dream of all Chinese people for many years. And, then again, there was only one other person in the world who possessed thermostatic materials. So as long as Li Dongxin was willing, no matter how high the price was, there would be someone willing to buy it. It might even be impossible to buy it even if you wanted to. Based on this one material alone, he is enough to become the richest man in the world. But for the sake of the national interests of China and the happiness of the people, Li Dongxin decisively gave up this large piece of interest. At this moment, everyone was giving a thumbs up for this patriotic spirit of Li Dongxin. After all, at a young age, he was able to put the country's affairs in the first place. And this kind of spirit of worrying about the world first was really admirable. I admit that I really have a small pattern. And before I thought that Chief Commander Li would not mention the price aspect of the request. My realm is really low. I apologize from the bottom of my heart to General Director Li. I just thought about the patent cost aspect of the request as well. It seems that my realm and General Director Li are not a little bit different. Only a noble person like Commander-in-Chief Li can think in terms of the country and the people. This time, Chief Commander Li gave us another lesson. Always keep serving the people in mind. Next to him, Elder Deng, at this time, was also filled with appreciation. The gaze that looked at Li Dongxin was filled with various complex emotions. One really did not look at the wrong person. This teenager did indeed have the interests of the country and the well-being of the people at the forefront of his mind. Did not use the technology in hand to make a fortune for himself. Such a person can be the hope of China. After being shocked, Station Chief Chen immediately stated, don't worry, as long as it's a major event involving the country and the people, we definitely won't charge a single penny. Li Dongxin nodded. He believed that Station Chief Chen would follow his words. So, he signaled the crowd to be quiet before slowly saying, my second request is, if companies or individuals in the country want to buy this material, you have to offer discounts as much as possible, on the basis of not destroying the market order and not hitting other material industries. More people, earlier and cheaper, can use advanced products. Li Dongxin's words once again stunned the entire audience. Everyone did not expect that Li Dongxin's second request was still not for himself. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are saying that even if a domestic enterprise, or even an individual comes to buy it, we have to give a big discount, right? Li Dongxin nodded. This is natural. China has been a united individual since ancient times. If the monopoly situation to harvest the people's money, I cannot pass on my conscience. This time, Station Chief Chen and the others were completely nonplussed. For the sake of the country, Li Dongxin has made a huge sacrifice inside the first request. Not only do not charge the country's royalties, and even a penny of profit do not want. This chivalrous, for the country and for the people of the chest, it is enough to let all present, from the heart of admiration, worship. However, what they didn't expect was that Li Dongxin actually made the second request, again not from his own interests, but completely adhering to the purpose of selflessly helping others. Thermostatic coatings can be used not only in infrastructure, but also in a wide range of other fields. Chapter 57, Who is not a vindictive person? The technology involved here can cover the vast majority of civilian products. For example, the cold-resistant effect. Living in the north of the residence, a winter, the tap water pipe will be frozen. If the use of cold-resistant materials, this problem can be completely avoided. Not only that, the thermostatic coating also has this anti-corrosion, waterproof, anti-rust and other characteristics. These characteristics, for private enterprises, are crucial. A material, as long as you can really ensure that one of the characteristics, that absolutely can quickly capture the market. While earning wealth, it can also bring great social status to the business. What's more, thermostatic coating is a combination of all these advantages. If anyone could have this super material and put it on the market, there would definitely be a large number of people who would rush to send money over. But Li Dongxin, as a young man in his early 20s, was thinking a lot. By keeping the price down, he allows more companies to buy cheap raw materials, which indirectly lowers the price of the product, which in turn, the people will be able to use cheap and advanced products as early as possible. And I have to say that Li Dongxin's idea is really completely from the people's interests. It's hard to imagine the country of China had produced a teenager of such great talent. Everyone present not only applauded. Truly, the world worries before the world and rejoices after the world. We really admire Commander-in-Chief Li's broad-mindedness. It's a pity. It's only a pity that Commander-in-Chief Li was born in a peaceful era. If he was born in a war-torn era, he must have been a great man's talent as well. Even in this day and age, Commander-in-Chief Li's feats absolutely crush the world. It's really God's blessing on the state of China. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more agitated and were on the verge of jumping up, Li Dongxin smiled helplessly and signaled for everyone to calm down. Everyone, don't be so agitated. I believe that any Chinese with a conscience, standing in my position, would have made the same choice. There is something in the Chinese people that no other nation has, and that is hard to rationalize. That is kindness. Li Dongxin waved his hand, suppressing the crowd's excitement. Alright, below, it's time for me to say the third condition. The entire lab, instantly quieted. We are all ears and ears, and we are full of anticipation. And what would be his third condition? In the minds of all, the question arose that the first two requests were not made for their own benefit. The third requirement, then, should always be to keep some wealth for yourself. After all, no one hates money. What's more, this money was originally Li Dongxin should get. Not only should get, according to the idea of several experts, Li Dongxin get is not enough. With his achievements, even if he did become the richest man in the world, it would not be too much. Everyone focused their gazes on him once again, and Li Dongxin smiled faintly, not ready to continue to sell his story. The third request. I take it more or less personally. Several people at the scene looked at each other. None of them could figure out what Li Dongxin meant by these words. Li Dongxin always had a faint smile on his face. This thermostatic coating material of ours can only be sold to our local enterprises. Sure, if it's a country with which we have a good trading relationship or partner, it can also be targeted for export. But, this is a material that will never be exported to the U.S. Not only this one product, the thermostatic coating, but every product that is produced with my technology patents, cannot be exported to them. Don't they like to hound us, technologically and scientifically? Let them have a taste of that too. Slap the slapper. This call from Li Dongxin is such a relief. Everyone present, including Elder Tang, couldn't help but applaud. Well said. Ha ha. No wonder Li Dongxin said that the third request carries personal emotions. This emotion, which is not only shared by him, but by all the sons and daughters of China, is a cry for justice. It's a protest against the powerful. China's journey in scientific research is not smooth, but extremely difficult. In the final analysis, it is because of the malicious restriction of the meter country. They tried every means possible to interrupt China's resources, and even used green cards and banknotes to lure Chinese researchers. The purpose is to restrict our development. In this regard, every Chinese researcher, there is a great deal of emotion. In order to get out of this situation as soon as possible, countless predecessors have devoted themselves to their work, just to break through the scientific and technological encirclement of the rice country. It's okay now. We have technology that far surpasses theirs. We're not afraid of their siege. On the contrary, we can also contain them in turn. This breath must be drawn. Li Dongxin's words drew a chorus of shouts from the lab. Relief. What he said is so relieving. Science and technology have no borders, but scientists have borders. I've been wanting to take this out for a long time. Take this opportunity to also let those who have turned their backs on their motherland take a good look at the fact that my country, China, has the world's top technology. The fact that they left China is one of the stupidest things they've ever done in their entire lives. With the technology in hand, we can finally teach rice a good lesson. Internationally, Let them also have a taste of what it's like to be stuck in the neck. That's right. We'd rather not earn the stinking money of the Mizos. And we'll also let them know that those who violate our country of China will be executed even though they're far away. This technology is a sharp edge in our hands, to show them that evil can never overpower good. Station Chief Chen's hands were clapping red, but the applause still refused to stop. Mr. Li Dongxin's words are really a big boost to the national prestige of my country, China. I really want to see now, when the rice people hear this news, the way they spit out blood in anger. Deng Lao excitedly patted Li Dongxin's shoulder with unbearable excitement. Chinese researchers should be like Mr. Li Dongxin, with courage and boldness. As the saying goes, heroes are young, and you are our country's young hero. Let those who try to bully China know that no one can overpower China. Every expert on the scene has experienced China's scientific research, the most arduous period. So, every one of them had the same idea. They used their learning and their backbone to support the scientific research endeavors of China. They hope that one day, China will be able to stop being oppressed when it comes to scientific research. The day has finally arrived. Station Chief Chen nodded heavily and patted his chest in assurance. Mr. Li Dongxin, please rest assured, although you leave this patent in our custody. Chapter 58, the focus is still on controlled fusion, but the ownership of the patent always belongs to you. So, whatever restrictions you want to put on rice, that's your right. We will firmly follow your request and never sell a single drop of the new material to them. We, the Chinese nation, have had the most backbone since ancient times, and the most united. This time, we'll use the technology in our hands to give the Materians a resounding slap in the face. The scene once again erupted into warm applause. After the applause gradually subsided, Station Chief Chen shook Li Dongxin's hand and said excitedly, Mr. Li Dongxin, once this material is made public, this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry will definitely belong to you. This is the first time my country, China, has won this award. I congratulate you in advance. Several experts also agreed, yes, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry carries the most weight. You developed the thermostatic coating, so naturally this award should go to you. Our country of China's position in international scientific research will also rise because of this award. Elder Deng agreed with them. Many of the people of China are hoping that we will have someone who can win this award as well. So, for China, this is not just a trophy. It symbolizes China's position in the scientific research community. How many times at the research summits, the U.S. always talks about this and mocks us for not having won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. We have the intention to fight for our country, but we have the heart to do it. Well now, with this technology of yours, we have this award completely in the bag. With it, Chinese researchers will be able to stand their ground at the World Science Summit, even if they have to. It means a lot, but it means a lot. Deng Lao recalled the road he had traveled in his life, which was so winding and twisted that he could not help but feel emotional. This will be the first time that we, Chinese people, have been awarded a Nobel Prize in name and in the true sense of the word. With this Nobel Prize in Chemistry, in various science and technology forums, we no longer have to hold our heads up in front of other countries. Deng Lao's words immediately resonated among the crowd. Among all the Nobel Prizes, only the scientific and technological awards are the most valuable. The first is the Nobel Prize in Physics, and the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and to the Nobel Prize for Literature, the Peace Prize and so on. Actually, to be honest, none of them play a practical role in human development, civilization advancement, or technological revitalization. Whether we can win the Nobel Prize in Science and Technology depends entirely on our own scientific research results. Whether we are worthy enough to win the Nobel Prize in Science and Technology is obvious to others at a glance, and it will not lead to any arguments at all. Sometimes, when there is no one in the world who is innovative in scientific research, the Nobel Prize for Science and Technology would rather the throne hangs empty than just give it out. That's why any country in the world would take such awards extremely seriously. Elder Tang laughed and looked very happy. Once your research results are announced, it will definitely cause a sensation all over the world, and you'll become the world's premier scientist for it. By that time, I'm afraid you'll just get your hands full with awards. But, Deng Lao turned his words around and lowered his voice so that only he and Li Dongxin could hear. But, all of these things will have to wait until after the controlled fusion launch. Li Dongxin nodded, agreeing with Elder Deng. Right now, the launch of controlled fusion is the top priority. What's more, the technology and patent of thermostatic coating have all been handed over to Station Manager Chen. He doesn't need to focus anymore on that. Chen Station Masters see about the new material things have been negotiated, pressed on the heart of the stone, but also finally fell. Mood suddenly got up. Plus, with the arrival of the controlled fusion launch, his entire body was in a state of exuberance. Mr. Li Dongxin, I'll arrange for the lab to hurry up and produce the thermostatic coating for dam repair. At the same time, special people will also be arranged, responsible for following up on the matter of mass production. I believe that it won't be long before there are all kinds of thermostatic products on the market. Also, there's something else I need to report to you. Regarding the thermostatic coating, I will report to the state in the next couple of days once I have prepared the materials. When the time comes, the country will definitely give you the honor you deserve. Li Dongxin never wanted any accolades for doing what he did. Therefore, he still politely declined Station Manager Chen's offer. Station Chief Chen was greatly shocked inwardly. You are really of high moral character. Not only do you make great contributions to the country, but you also don't seek fame or fortune. It's really admirable. But, the more you do, the more I have to report your contribution to the country. You have given up so much for the good of the country. If you don't want even the most basic honor, don't say I won't agree. The whole country won't agree. Elder Dang also persuaded Li Dongxin to agree. Don't refuse anymore. This is what you deserve in the first place. For a talent like you, the country can't wait to give you all the honors. If we push back again, then the people of the country will really not agree. Elder Dang and Station Chief Chen were earnest in their words. They certainly hoped that a super genius like Li Dongxin would come from behind the scenes to the front of the stage, so that the whole world can see what kind of talent our Chinese teenagers are. Li Dongxin couldn't argue with the two, so he reluctantly accepted. The Three Gorges Dam crack thing is considered to be over. The crowd once again returned to the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station, came to the core area of the power station power supply master control room. Station Manager Chen introduced himself while discussing the specific details of the launch with Li Dongxin and Deng Lao. By this point, those present were also people who knew Li Dongxin's identity. For Li Dongxin's name were also restored, Commander-in-Chief Li. You see, this is the power supply master control room. Li Dongxin began his inspection of the place under the guidance of Station Chief Chen, who led the crowd and came to a huge screen. Two of you, please take a look. This is the command console of the general control room. The operations of the power station can be operated remotely from here. Not only that, through here, it's also possible to check the wiring without leaving home. Let me show you too. With that, Station Manager Chen cut the screen to the giant hydro generator set, and through the screen, 48 tens of meters high hydro generators, neatly arranged. Each wire connected to it was as thick as a basketball, and an adult standing underneath the unit was as small as an ant. These 48 generators, like 48 giants, guard the household electricity of the people of China. Then, Station Chief Chen switched the screen to the high-voltage distribution room. Chief Commander Li, this is the output center of the Three Gorges hydropower station. You see, the cooling mode of our main transformer is a new water cooling method. This is groundbreaking in the world, and there are only a handful of countries, at the moment, that have this technology. Chapter 59, The Time That Belongs to You. Chen Station Chief's face was filled with pride. This technology was personally led by him to research and develop. When the time comes, we can connect all the lines on the transformer, on the nuclear reactor, and then put the master control switch here. This main control room, it's not a problem to accommodate a couple hundred people. When the time comes, you'll be able to operate it through the screen, remotely commanding the personnel. What do you think? Li Dongxin smiled and nodded. Not bad. Then let's set the location of the launch party here. Deng Lao was also very satisfied with Station Chief Chen's arrangement. The place is not big, but it is indeed very suitable. At that time, in addition to the domestic dignitaries who will attend, some invited domestic and international media will also come over. When we do, we'll do it live, globally, over the internet. We want the whole country and the whole world to see for themselves. Our country, China, has come to the forefront of technology in the world. Deng Lao's words ignited the passion of the people at the scene. Deng Lao is right. We just want the whole world to take a good look with their eyes wide open and see the true strength of our country of China. It's incredible that controlled fusion can have so much power. I can't wait for that day to come. Elder Tang and Station Chief Chen were also very excited. And all those present who knew about this matter couldn't wait. Can't wait to see a magic that belongs to all the people of China. Deng Lao looked at the outside view of the dam displayed on the screen in front of him, and in his eyes, he was full of anticipation. On that day, the lion will light up the entire country of China with its roar. And this great hero who tamed the lion is you, Li Dongxin. The location and details of the launch were negotiated and the cracking of the dam has been perfectly resolved. It was already time to part ways, and Station Chief Chen and the group of engineers, naturally, couldn't bear to see Li Dongxin and Elder Tang leave so soon. Along the way, all were persuading Li Dongxin to stay for a while longer. Commander-in-Chief Li, just stay here for a few more days. We have so many more questions we want to ask you. If you're afraid you won't be able to get used to the food and lodging, we'll get you a chef from the city. I can also be your tour guide and show you around the Three Gorges scenic area. For their good intentions, Li Dongxin all smiled, one politely refused. Station Chief Chen also knew that for a scientific research wizard like Li Dongxin, his time was extremely valuable. With his heart set on the motherland, he certainly wouldn't waste his time on eating, drinking and having fun. So it's not good enough to advise further. When he was about to get on the bus, Station Commander Chen held onto Li Dongxin's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Commander-in-Chief Li, I really don't know how to thank you. You have brought us so much good news, especially your thermostatic coating, which really saved the Three Gorges Dam. Now all the work have begun to advance in an orderly manner. The specific work situation, I will report to you in time. You don't have to worry about the launch. I'll prepare all the preparations in advance. If you have any more requests, please let me know and I will help you out as soon as possible. Elder Deng looked at the time. It was already late. Well, if you have anything to say, wait until the launch begins. Chief Commander Li has other things to do, so you all go about your business as well. The doors closed and the vehicle escorting Li Dongxin and Deng Lao slowly drove away from the Three Gorges hydropower station under the unwilling gaze of the crowd. After getting on the plane, Elder Deng said, after I report to the state, I will inform you of the time when the conference will be held. When the time comes, you'll have to come over early to rehearse. By the time the day of the launch begins, all the eyes of the world will be on you. You shouldn't be under too much pressure. Since you're going to be the hope of China, these are things that you'll experience sooner or later. Deng Lao emotionally said, Li Dongxin, I can see it. A time for you to bring. After going back, Li Dongxin was in the lab except for a good rest, continuing to refine some of the details of controlled fusion, plus checking controlled fusion devices to make sure nothing is wrong. 3 days later, perfect. Li Dongxin was about to rest. The phone rang. A look at the caller ID. Deng Lao. After picking up the phone, Deng Lao's side was very excited. Li Dongxin, I have good news for you. The state has confirmed that controlled fusion launch we planned will be officially held a week from now. This side of the country greatly appreciates your idea of closing the Three Gorges and lighting up China. Important instructions have already been made for all units and organizations across the country to cooperate with our commands. Still relieved to be recognized by the state, Li Dongxin thanked Prof. Deng and said he would not let the country down. The country has placed so much trust in me, and I will definitely not let the country down. A week from now, when I shut down the Three Gorges hydroelectric power plant and light up the country with controlled nuclear fusion, that's the moment when our nation really takes off and shocks the world. Old Dean Deng was also unusually excited. As the first generation of scientific researchers in China, people who came from that hard time, he had waited too long for this day. But, because of Li Dongxin, the dawn has finally come. 1 week later, it was a sun named Li Dongxin that rose over the land of Kyushu. Well, then I won't bother you anymore, Li Dongxin. The state estimates that tomorrow night will be the officially boo this news. I also cannot resist the excitement. The first time after the meeting to call you. Then get some rest. The next few days. No. The future fate of China depends on you. After Li Dongxin finished connecting to Elder Deng's call, he went into Dreamland. Chapter 60 Power of the State. Gears about the controlled fusion launch are already up and running across the country. In some chemical plants, steel mills, and special equipment manufacturing plants that use very large amounts of electricity, some people in uniforms suddenly came. They found the person in charge of the business and handed the person the cease and desist notice in their hands. Hello, receiving a notice from the higher-ups. Your company needs to take a day off on this day a week from now. At that time, the entire plant will have to be disconnected. So please cooperate. The chemical plant manager was confused. How can we have a blackout when we are fine? Can I ask why we have to shut down? We have a lot of orders right now. And if we shut down for a day? The visitor didn't explain, just pointed to the various steel stamps on the top of the notice. This is a special assignment and your cooperation is requested. The factory manager instantly sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw it. These steel seals are really something that some people will never see in their lifetime. He immediately saluted and said, don't worry, our factory will definitely cooperate with the superior's request, and the whole factory will be blacked out and put on vacation on that day. Although he was not sure what arrangements the country had, as a Chinese, it was an honor to be involved in such a high-level special mission. The same scene was seen in major factories across the country. All the enterprises that received the notice, all said that they would cooperate with the state deployment. The reason why the state is so arranged, mainly because Li Dongxin calculated that nuclear reactor, while powerful, is not enough to drive all the electricity used in the country. In order to ensure the success of the launch, it is necessary to stop the machines of the big users of electricity, and only retain the civilian power grid, which is used to make the country's electric lights light up the country of China. even so, in fact, can hold up the nation's electricity consumption. But also this is very amazing energy law, controlled nuclear fusion, when really it's the future of mankind. At the same time, in all streets, neighborhoods, residential buildings, and villages and towns, a blackout broadcast notice was also received simultaneously, notice of power outage. As instructed by our superiors, there will be a brief power outage in the region on the evening of July 8th. Please don't be alarmed. The outage is not expected to last long and will be restored in a short time. Hearing this, the residents are feeling a little strange, and have been talking about, strange, so many years have not heard of a large-scale power outage. This is how a good power outage. Why does the power go out at night? How inconvenient. It's okay, let's just charge our cell phones ahead of time. I guess it's overhauling the circuits? Don't think so much. The country must have a reason for doing so. We can just cooperate. Just as everyone was wondering, the radio announcement continued, please make sure you turn on all the lights in your house that night. Don't turn off the lights even in the moment of a blackout. Please be sure to turn on all the lights in your home that night. Do not turn off the lights, even in moments of power outages. This is a special mission arranged by the state. For the honor of the state and the nation, please cooperate. The radio announcement ended here, but the curiosity of the residents all began to guess the meaning of the last few words, not that the power outage it, how to turn on the lights does it mean that they're afraid that there are places where the power isn't out, and then so the power company can come and check? It's really hard to say. I've heard that electricity is pretty scarce right now, so I guess we'll have to figure out which place uses the most power. It won't. Those factories use the most electricity. Why didn't they say anything about a blackout? Who says there isn't? My son works in a chemical plant, and people have put out notices that the day will be a vacation, and the plant will have to lose power. Hiss. That's really confusing. Anyway, everything is subject to national arrangements. The people of China have always believed in their motherland and are full of national self-confidence, so none of these blackout notices were taken seriously either. But, at this moment across the ocean, the rice officials who got the wind and grass were completely nonplussed. Rice's president is pissed off at the moment. He did not expect that the first thing Li Dongxing did when he fled back to China was to hold a conference on controlled nuclear fusion. Everything was going in the direction he least expected. The president of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America is under the control of the FBI at this moment. Facing him, I'm afraid, is endless imprisonment. The entire top echelon of the U.S. knows very well what it will mean once China takes control of controlled fusion technology, but they can't do anything now. In the middle of the conference room, everyone listened to the secretary's report with a taut face and without a word. We have received a shocking intelligence from multiple sources. Although China is still in a state of strict secrecy about this matter, there are some things that will always leak when more people know about them. It is rumored, and still very definite information that China seems to have mastered controlled fusion technology. Not only that, they are also preparing a high-profile, near-future, mega, worldwide controlled fusion launch. After listening to all the people are looking at each other, a time of incomparable silence, really is a house leakage. Afraid of what comes, the president of Rice said stiffly. What does everyone think about this? A white-haired old man sitting across from him stood up trembling. When he got up, the room fell silent. It is enough to see that he is highly respected and well established. He is the backbone of the nuclear physics laboratory of the United States, but also one of the participants in the Manhattan Project of the United States nuclear pioneer. Nobel Prize in Physics, National Medal of Honor recipient Dr. Helmer. With a serious face, he told the crowd, for the matter of China's control of controlled nuclear fusion, I dare swear to God, with my dignity as my pledge. Chapter 61, The Joke of the World. This must be an official lie from China. Without our high-end equipment from the Mi Kingdom, this is something completely impossible with just one Li Dongxing. Some of the top brass, including the president, had their suspicions lessened quite a bit after hearing Dr. Helmer's words. After all, they were not researchers, and he could only start with his own concerns. The President of the United States asked, prudently speaking, even without the materials and equipment, China has no possibility. Is a breakthrough in the theory of controlled nuclear fusion? He kind of hit the nail on the head with that question, and even Dr. Helmer hesitated. After careful thought, Dr. Helmer still shook his head and dismissed the idea. I think it's unlikely. 2. Theoretical foundation also needs certain experimental data. The best achievement of China, that is, to maintain the controlled nucleus for 1 second, is obviously a failure. Even Li Dongxing. It is only with the help of our scientists in the United States of America that we can complete the experiments of controlled nuclear fusion device. It is impossible to use such data as a theoretical basis. Besides, theory is something that China is unlikely to publish. Word of mouth. Who knows what purpose they have in telling lies? He turned his head to the rest of the conference room, who were no match for Hammer in scientific standing though, but without exception, they are also leaders in their respective scientific communities, so their opinions are equally important. The others glanced at each other before expressing their opinions. I agree with Dr. Helmer. The level of scientific research in China is far from adequate. It's impossible for them to break through the research in such a short period of time. They must have an ulterior motive for saying that. China used to be the #1 power in the world. They've been working hard now to regain the #1 position in the world, but they don't have enough talent, so they lied and tried to trick their foreign students back. That's right. If other countries believe in China's words, they will definitely find a way to cooperate with them. Then China's international status will rise, which will directly threaten us. All the oil imported from China is very expensive. They suddenly announced this technology at this time. It must be to suppress the international oil price, and then they can buy it in large quantities. Anyway, no matter what, the Chinese have always been very good at psychological warfare, and they are trying to make other countries dependent on them through this fake news. We must not sit idly by and watch China realize their goal of revival. The president of Rice looked cloudy, and after everyone had spoken, he asked Dr. Hammer again. Dr. Hammer, do you have anything to add? Helmer frowned and looked at everyone present. I'm pretty much on the same page as everyone else. No matter what China's intentions are, one thing is for sure, they're lying. If a breakthrough in controlled nuclear technology is really possible, it will definitely be in our country. Rice. China will never be able to surpass us in technology. We have the top academic institutions in the world, and all the scientific research talents are in the meter. Only we can accomplish this great feat. Dr. Hammer's words once again gained unanimous approval from the audience, and the president of Rice finally revealed a smile. He glanced appreciatively at Dr. Hammer and stood up to voice his final opinion. Everyone is right. The Chinese are crafty and cunning. This must be their lie. So, wait until the day China officially announces the controlled fusion launch. We must dismantle their plot on the spot. Let China become the world's joke. Old name for China. The ratings for the evening news broadcasts are not really high, and much of the traffic has been divided up by video software. And nowadays the vast majority of young people don't watch the news except for the older generation who will pay attention to it. This short message on the Newswire microblog instantly shocked the entire country of China. Because of this message, and every Chinese people are closely related, and even because of this message, China's influence in the international community. To change, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will hold a controlled fusion conference a week from today at 8 p.m. A short sentence that instantly lit up the internet. The first reaction of countless people when they saw this news was that someone had started another rumor. Nuclear fusion in people's perception, which belongs to the tip of the scientific and technological pyramid, can only look up, cannot be touched. Now there's actually a rumor about nuclear fusion, and it's called controlled fusion. It's not like you're treating everyone like a cutie. Well, just as they were about to rush in and disavow rumor and irony, something came to their dismay. It was actually China News that posted this message. This is good. The entire Chinese people are all baffled. China News isn't just some small press, or local media for that matter. This was the most authoritative official media in China, and as long as the news was released on it, it was definitely recognized by the state. That means that whenever this media outlet speaks out, it's 100% true. So, the people of China went crazy. Countless people flooded into the comment section, leaving frantic messages. Didn't you say that it's impossible to break through this technology within 100 years? Why is it suddenly necessary to open a conference? Is this thing for real? Do we really have controlled fusion technology? This is crazy. Help! This is the top of the line technology. The whole world is developing it. I didn't expect my country, China, to be the first to make a breakthrough. It's absolutely true that the official media dad is speaking out. This is great. Let's see who dares to bully my country. Forward it. Retweet it. This is definitely the most shocking news of the year. No, the most shocking news of the century. Is the age of nuclear fusion really coming? Our country of China is going to rise. Long live China. For a while, news about the controlled fusion release was frantically retweeted across social media. Chapter 62, Who the hell is this? The nation's hot search. Microblogging, posting, circle of friends, as long as the platform that can be reproduced, all filled with this heavenly good news. The nation shared the announcement. Various local media outlets, too, were the first to broadcast the story. In less than 10 minutes, the announcement went straight to the top of the hot search list. It's the first time it's been on the hot seat so quickly. The only topic of discussion on the streets is information related to controlled fusion. Some technology anchors live room directly burn waterfall. Usually very few. Not much audience technology anchor. This time the audience fast fat live room burst. Hundreds of thousands of people flooded in, asking him to answer for this matter. Anchor, is this matter true? Kneeling for answers. What exactly is controlled fusion? Isn't it awesome? Didn't you say that we're just touching the threshold now? How did we break through so quickly? Usually not many people pay attention to technology live room. Suddenly rushed in so many people, with the broadcast time is really not used to. When he saw the number of people online instantly soar to hundreds of thousands, he couldn't help but get excited. Coupled with the fact that this announcement is just too shocking, his body, which has long been engaged in the live broadcasting industry, even trembled slightly. For the questions of the family members, I will one answer. First of all, this notice must be true. Don't ask why. Ask is nationally recognized. What is controlled nuclear fusion? To put it simply, it's similar to an artificial sun, providing a constant stream of energy through an internal fusion reaction. This technology is often used inside movies, and to be honest, I didn't think I'd live to see nuclear fusion come to pass. I thought no one would be able to achieve results on this issue in 100 years, but I didn't realize that today. Dream came true. Families, our country of China is really great. This technology will revolutionize our lives. We no longer have to worry about our electricity bills. The audience in the live broadcast room were all excited after hearing the anchor's words. The entire pop-up screen is also filled with thoughts of the future. We'll never have to refuel our cars again. How much money can be saved? Not only do you not need to refuel, cell phones don't need to be charged anymore either. A cell phone is passed down for 3 generations. People leave cell phones in. That's too petty of you guys. With this technology, we can still take an interstellar trip and maybe even discover aliens. The tech anchor was also impressed by the words of his network, and he understood how great this technology really is. Not only will it revolutionize the lives of the people, but it will also bring endless wealth to the country of China. Instantly, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all singing the praises of the state of China. Long live the state of China. The great renaissance of China has finally arrived. I am immensely proud of my Chinese identity. We are the kings of the world. Now no one dares to underestimate China anymore. To hell with those people in the United States. Not only is the network broadcasting this matter, even a set of Chinese television stations also urgently convened a special interview program, live on both TV and the internet. Everyone could participate in the discussion, and the ratings directly exploded to an unprecedented 30%, instantly crushing the Spring Festival Gala. The talk show was also televised on local stations across the country. A set of beautiful hosts from China dressed up to broadcast live, looking very festive. Many people have now put down their cell phones and the whole family has gathered in front of the TV screen, willing to learn such news as soon as possible. This is the first time this has happened since the rise of short videos. Even when we watched the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve, it was never this lively. The beautiful host on the TV had a bright smile and was introducing the attending guests to the audience. Friends of the audience, good evening, welcome to today's talk show. Today we have invited several experts in nuclear physics and would like them to introduce us to controlled fusion technology. This one sitting on the far left is our famous nuclear physics expert, Professor Zhang. Prof. Zhang has been engaged in nuclear physics research for more than 30 years, and has made important contributions to many national-level topics. This one sitting in the center is Prof. Sun from Fuxin University. The beautiful host side was being introduced, and the pop-ups on the online platform were constantly refreshing. Wow! They're all bigwigs in the scientific research world, and all professors from prestigious schools. I know this Professor Zhang. He seems to be engaged in nuclear fusion research. I wonder if he knows any inside information. They're all national treasures of the state of China. This is a great honor for the state of China. It's not right. Wasn't it said that the Chinese Academy of Sciences held the conference? How come we haven't seen any experts from the Academy of Sciences? Yeah, where are the experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Host, did you forget to invite them? Yes, there's also academician Deng Lao. He's the hope of our country. It's not good for you to forget anyone, but you forgot old academician Tang. After the host introduced the identity of the guests, she turned around to face the camera and smiled sweetly. I believe everyone must be puzzled. Obviously it was the Chinese Academy of Sciences that released the news. Why didn't the experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences appear? In fact, long before the program aired, our TV station had invited experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and we invited Elder Deng as well. It's just that the Chinese Academy of Sciences is busy with the launch right now, all unable to be there in person, and I apologize to our viewers. Hearing the host explain this, the audience understood. Indeed, the launch is the top priority. How would Elder Deng have time to participate in the program? I have a feeling that this technology is the breakthrough of President Deng. He is the first generation of scientific researchers. And he is the backbone of my country of China. And he is very famous internationally. That's right. I also think it's old academician Deng. The principal of our school was his student. I grew up listening to his stories. It's so admirable. In his old age, he's still laboring for China. It's great that China has President Deng. I've also heard that Dean Deng has been researching nuclear fusion all these years as well. I'm sure it must have been developed by Dean Deng. As long as Dean Deng is around, other countries won't dare to belittle China's technology. The pop-ups were constantly refreshing. And just as everyone was cheering for Dean Deng, the interview program on the TV officially began. All the viewers kept swiping the screen. They are most eager to know the truth of one thing, the genius who led China to break the century-old problem of controlled nuclear fusion. Who the hell is that? Chapter 63 Answers to 3 Questions. As the beautiful hosts took their seats, the interview program officially began. In addition to several experts invited to this interview, there were more than 100 audience members from all walks of life, who are now listening attentively to the experts' explanations. The host did not introduce the experts too much, and straight doctor the theme of this talk show. First of all, I would like to ask Prof. Zhang, what are your views on this controlled nuclear fusion? The old professor, who was over half 100 years old, picked up the microphone and began to elaborate his views. As we all know, controlled nuclear fusion actually belongs to the future technology in our impression, and we can see it in many blockbuster movies. Various countries around the world have been working on it and have spent a great deal of manpower and resources without being able to break through the critical technology. The moderator immediately picked up and asked, "What are the key technologies you are talking about?" Professor Zhang smiled. Of course it's controllable. The difficulty of nuclear fusion technology lies in the controllable aspect. An instantaneous energy release is of little value. Only to make it controlled and continuously provide energy. This is the most important thing. Whichever country is the first to break through this technology, that will greatly improve its position in the international community, and it will also solve the problem of energy shortage. Mankind will also be able to develop this technology, thereby advancing industrial development directly into the 4.0 era. The beautiful host nodded her head, expressing her approval of Prof. Zhang, while proceeding to ask the next question. And what changes have been made to the lives of our common people? Professor Zhang laughed. Of course there is a change. And the change is huge. Take the car we drive on a daily basis. Now that the price of gas has skyrocketed, many people can't afford to fill up their tanks but can't find a suitable alternative energy source. The most popular new energy electric cars nowadays, although they alleviate the problem to some extent and can be driven in the city, but once they run long distances, they are a bit troublesome. You know, the time used for charging can be longer than refueling. The service area of the highway does not have so many charging piles, the vast majority of the time to queue up for charging, wasting too much time. But once you have the controlled nuclear technology it's different. With this device installed, even if you run non-stop for 1,000 years, the power will only be used up by 1/5. And this energy source is 100% environmentally friendly, and it won't affect the ring beads. Not only that, but the people are using cell phones, tablets, etc., and no longer have to worry about power. Another expert went on to add, not only can our lives at home be transformed, but even our country's standing in the international arena will skyrocket. With this technology, we will be able to build super factories with greatly reduced production costs, and there will be no enemy of China in the world when it comes to foreign trade cooperation. And this technology can also be used in national defense and space exploration, all of which are extremely helpful to the rise of China's status. The words of the experts directly ignited the atmosphere of the scene, and the audience on the stage. After hearing the interpretation of the experts, talked about it, I didn't realize that controlled nuclear fusion could bring so many benefits. Will we never have to pay the electricity bill again? It sounds like the experts are saying that, even if you have to pay the electric bill, it's definitely a lot cheaper. Electricity is fine. Gas is really expensive. With this technology, the people can afford to drive a car. By eliminating the cost of electricity, the price of many things will be lowered, which amounts to an indirect increase in people's income. I really hope this day comes soon. The talk show continues, and comes to the segment everyone is most looking forward to. Answers to the internet's most important questions. The hosts give you an introduction and, next, will interact with the network. The 3 questions with the highest number of likes and the most concern of netizens will be taken out, and Dao will ask the experts to satisfy the strong curiosity of everyone. Okay, here's the 3rd most watched question. The moderator smiled slightly and began to read. The netizens want to know when we'll be able to use controlled fusion products? Professor Zhang thought for a moment, picked up the microphone and began to answer. As far as I personally believe, the main purpose of this conference should be to announce the theoretical breakthroughs without the presentation of finished products. After all, This is a century-old problem, the most cutting-edge technology, and although our country has a certain foundation in this technology, the key technology has not yet been truly mastered. It's not just us, it's any country in the world, and if we want to industrialize, we just have a long way to go. In addition to the controllable technology, there are issues such as ultra-high temperature resistant materials, energy regulation, and the size of the device, all of which take time. But even if that's the case, it's already amazing to have a theoretical breakthrough. And as long as we take what's theoretical and figure out the right path for research and development in our experiments, I'm sure the day will surely come. In the end, the expert also made a little joke with everyone, of course. Unless a once-in-a-million-years genius appears in China, like the kind of Einstein, we won't be able to see the finished product on display in the short term. The audience on stage heard this and once again exchanged words. No way. The launch is out. Isn't there a finished product yet? It's hard to say. Every high-tech product is not of a single nature and requires many combinations of top-notch technologies to be developed. I'm afraid it's true what the experts say. This launch is actually a theoretical breakthrough. That's pretty impressive too. With theories to experiment with, I'm sure one day we'll all be able to use controlled fusion products. That's the end of that question. And the moderator went on to read the next question. If China really mastered controlled nuclear fusion, would we become the world's #1 power? These words asked what was on everyone's mind. Compared to their personal lives, China's position in the international arena was the most important. Professor Sun stood out and answered the question accordingly. That's for sure. Controlled fusion technology can not only be used in people's livelihood, but also has a great role for the industrial system and the national defense system. If the airplane is fitted with a controlled fusion engine, there would be no such thing as a combat radius. Such an airplane could even fly in the sky all the time. The controlled nuclear engine is also very powerful, and the more power, the more ammunition you can carry, and in a sense, the more combat effective the airplane will be. China will thus become the #1 power on the blue planet, and its position in the international community will never be shaken again. Of course, this kind of technology is a national weapon. It's our killer mace. It will never be easily shown to others. As to whether it will be shared to foreign countries, it still depends on the attitude of the developer. Prof. Sun's words poked the hearts of the people, and the network broadcasting room all applauded Prof. Sun's words. What the expert said is too good. If we have this technology, the United States will have to put their tails between their legs and never dare to point their fingers at us again. The caliber of the cannon is justice, and everything within range is truth. And when that day comes, no one will dare raise their voice against us. Chapter 64. Who is the biggest contributor? This technology must not be shared with foreign countries. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. This technology can only truly bring peace to the world if it is in the hands of the Chinese, who are the embodiment of justice and synonymous with goodwill. The theory is there. So can practice be far behind? I'm sure it won't be long before we can all see this day coming. The interview site for this issue is also a very hot discussion. The host of the interview rhythm mastered very well, while the iron is hot, and came up with a third question. The next is the last question, but also the majority of netizens are most concerned about the issue. May I ask, who exactly is the breakthrough artist, the biggest contributor to this controlled fusion? This issue is what everyone is most concerned about. If you can break through this technology for China, then you must be a hero of China. Netizens kept brushing pop-ups in the live broadcast, wanting to tell the Tinjia family the results of their own eye test. Is it academician Deng Lao? He is the backbone of our country. It must be him. This technology was announced by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and old academician Deng is the president. It can only be him. Dean Tang is too great, guarding the country of China for decades, and now giving a great gift to the people of China. This is the rhythm of being crowned a god. I'll bet 10 packs of chili fries that it's Dean done. The host also through the big screen saw the netizens' speculation. In fact, what she thought in her heart is also Dean Deng. Only as a host, she cannot say so. So she used the words of the netizens to offer insights to the experts. Now that the pop-ups in our live broadcast room are constantly refreshing, all the viewers are guessing that this meritorious person is the old academician Deng. I wonder if it's not. The host handed the microphone to one of the oldest guests to get his opinion. This expert took the microphone. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. I and Deng Lao is a hair young, but also a fellow student. Here I can give you a small burst of information. The developer, creator, and the one who deserves the most credit for this controlled nuclear fusion is not actually Deng Lao. He had called me a few days ago, and Deng was very agitated on the phone. He told me, ahem. At that, the old expert cleared his throat. Facing several high-definition cameras, he slowly spoke. Elder Deng told me, the developer of this great technology. It's actually a young man in his early 20s. What did you say? Early 20s? Obviously. The old expert's words were beyond the beautiful host's guess. Shocked, she couldn't help but raise her voice slightly, and she quickly realized her outburst and hastily amended. This is so surprising. This can't be blamed on her. Even the professor on the side was extremely surprised. Oldly, are you telling the truth? This meritorious person is really in his early 20s? Professor Lee smiled and nodded. Hecko, yes, early 20s, still a bit of a teenager. Not only were the hosts and experts confused, even the director's team was dumbfounded. He almost forgot to move the camera to Professor Lee. The audience was also in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by the numbers coming out of Professor Lee's mouth. Early 20s? Still a teenager? Did I hear it right? I really can't imagine that my country of China actually has such a talent, breaking through the world's top problems at a small age. I thought it was old academician dang. Killing me would not have thought it was a teenager. Who the hell is this person? I'm also super curious to know. When did the Chinese Academy of Sciences produce such a powerful character? There's no news at all. Such a genius must have been protected. How could he show his face? He's now the hero of our country of China. Do you think Professor Lee will reveal his name? I want to offer him up. What are you thinking about? This kind of talent must be well protected. In case something happens, our country of China can't accept such a loss. The director signaled for all the cameras to be given to the panel, and the few remaining professors looked at each other in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. I thought it was President Deng of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and even if it wasn't, it should be a subordinate research team, but I didn't think it was actually just a teenager. One of the professors looked so excited that he directly stood up to face the camera. I take back what I just said. It seems that our country has really produced a genius no less than Einstein. I believe that in the near future, the wars will be able to recognize the emergence of controlled fusion products. The host also followed the tempo, wanting to ask for more insider information. Professor Lee, may I ask if you've seen this young hero? Is he a student of academician Tang? Is it convenient to disclose his name? The atmosphere at the scene was heated, and everyone was looking forward to Li Zhongguan's answer. As a result, Professor Lee smiled and shook his head. I've said enough. As for the other questions, please stay calm. Anyway, the conference will start in a few days. Let's leave the suspense until that day. For now, let's take it as a way to leave some sense of anticipation for this future star. Professor Lee's words directly set off a huge wave in the live broadcast room, reeling everyone in. The live feed even lagged due to the sheer number of people in the room. Sparing no effort, the viewers still kept swiping pop-ups on it. Oh my god, a young man in his early 20s has actually accomplished so much. It's really terrifying. Other people have solved scientific research problems in their teens, and I'm still playing with mud in my teens. It's really exasperating to be compared to others. I'm a loser. I don't deserve to see this launch. I'm going to collect rags. Does this big man need a servant? Can I go and wait for him? I don't want to be paid. To achieve such an accomplishment in his early 20s, won't there be even more amazing research results behind him? It's really unimaginable. I can hardly keep up with the times. The talk show may be over, but the discussion of the topic is far from over. This is a topic that is not just exploding on live streaming platforms. Even posters on various topics, microblogs, and even official media from all over the world have written up a great deal about this matter. Up and down the country of China, men and women, young and old, students and office workers alike, were all discussing this matter. In a matter of moments, all the Hot 100 lists were full of speculations about this teenage envy. They are all young men. How is it that the difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and dog? I thought you could only start doing research once you went to college and graduate school, but I didn't realize that someone had taken off a long time ago. I've decided that I'll major in nuclear physics in college, and maybe I'll even get to meet this legendary god. Chapter 65, The Ugly Face of the State of Rice. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. It is not the same as the country of China, which at this time is happy and singing and dancing. In the top-level conference room of the rice country, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The me-boss had a serious face and scanned the many experts on the stage. In this case, the intelligence we got before was not wrong. Sure enough, China has announced that it's going to hold a controlled fusion launch. Today's China can be described as a whole country. Not only have many factories received orders to shut down, even those ordinary residential neighborhoods, they've got blackout notices taped up, and it's a nationwide act. From all indications, it looks like China is going to play for real this time. After the rice boss finished speaking, the experts below began to talk. Yeah, I thought this was just a smokescreen for China. Or, at first many people doubted the correctness of this intelligence. But so far, people China can really not like bluffing. Even a specific controlled fusion launch is scheduled. The great country will not lie. All eyes turned to Dr. Hemar. In the field of nuclear physics, He was the spiritual leader of rice, especially in this incident of controlled nuclear fusion in China. Dr. Heimer has just become a talking head. Perceiving everyone's gazes, Dr. Heimer just smiled faintly. Gentlemen, I'm wondering, when did you all lose your pride and self-confidence of being Micronesia? Who was the first country in the world to build a nuclear weapon? Who was the first country to use nuclear weapons? Who built the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? It's rice. It's our great Milky Way. It's always been. In all areas of nuclear physics research, it's been us that's been ahead of everybody else. What will China, a late starter, do to catch up with us? What will make them catch up with us? Dr. Heimer's words were another reassurance to everyone, and as the world's expert in the nuclear field, no one was more vocal than Dr. Heimer. Yes, think about it, China does not even have a Nobel Prize winner in physics. Talk about controlled fusion? This is not a joke. So, the atmosphere of the meeting place once again turned cheerful. Haha, I see. We are still too nervous. Although the development of China has been very rapid over the years, but in fact, the gap between us and our rice country is still quite large. Yes. Whether it is in the field of aero engine, photolithography, materials, communications, China and we are not even a little bit different. How is it possible to bend the road to overtake the car? Bravo to our great Milky Way. So far, we are still the only country in the world to have landed on the moon. When will China land on the moon? Right. How can a country that can't even land on the moon be capable of breaching controlled fusion? Dr. Heimer was right. China must be lying. Everyone is vocal about China. Now they are all convinced that the news from China is a lie. The rice boss also trusted Dr. Heimer, and with a slight smile, he continued, just as well. Anyway, in 7 days, we'll be able to witness the truth or falsehood of this matter. But, we can't be idle about it. Once we let China's plan to deceive the world succeed, their international status and power of speech will inevitably increase. A threat to us. So, the rice boss looked at Dr. Heimer and smiled meaningfully. As a beacon of humanity, we in rice must take on the responsibility of saving the people of the world. Heimer grabbed what should be done before the launch in China. I think you know very well, right? Dr. Heimer, with his superior intellect, naturally understood what his boss meant, and he smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely expose China's conspiracy in front of the people of the world, face to face. Let them be internationally, without any credibility. The words are split, just when the rice country is tossing and turning over this matter. At this time, China is all up and down the country is a joy. Everyone was waiting for the launch. Even the bazaar started selling fireworks. The streets were bustling with people. Just like New Year's Eve, certain enterprises and factories have posted on the door of their own companies the following message: wish CAS-controlled fusion launch a great success. Just when the entire country of China was overjoyed, a piece of news from the extranet instantly triggered the internet of China. This news comes from the official rice country, with a striking headline deceiving the world of China-controlled nuclear fusion simply cannot be realized. It's really a ghost that won't go away. Rice can't see any good in China. This is the headline teaser for the live program on rice. Similar to China's news talk shows, this title also lists the column guests, all world-class nuclear physics experts. Among them, there are 3 Nobel Prize winners. The most notable of these is Dr. Heimer, the first person in nuclear physics in the United States. The sound was huge and the lineup was lavish. The theme of this global live program is to be the rice country claims, to debunk China's controlled nuclear fusion scam. This program preview immediately caused a crowd as soon as it reached China. When they saw the headline, one by one, they were furious, all of them disliking the official rice country in the message area. Shame on rice. Who is to say that we cheat the world? Insulting others when you can't figure it out yourself. This is something that only the MIB can do. If you say it can't be realized, then it can't be realized? If you're not capable, don't blame others. Not everyone is as stupid as you are. The Materians are jealous of China. We've produced a teenage genius. They're scared. I think it's rice that's deceiving the whole world. We Chinese are not as shameless as they are. If there is a miracle in this world, it must be in China. The entire internet community boycotted this column en masse. The comments section is also buzzing with activity, with some even picking apart Dr. Heimer's biography. And I thought how great Heimer was, except for the early Manhattan Project, after which he's been messing around with controlled nuclear technology for decades, and hasn't made any progress at all. Old man, you're getting old. Go home and retire. Scientific research belongs to the young now. I guess Heimer is dying of depression. The technology that he hasn't been able to figure out in his whole life is easily cracked by my Chinese teenager. Ha ha ha. Isn't there a live broadcast tomorrow? I'd like to see what they can pull. Chapter 66, The Ugly Face of Rice. This program is for the global synchronous live broadcast. The live time is 8 o'clock in the evening in the rice country, which happens to be 8 o'clock in the morning in China. Many people went to bed early this night, aiming for the live broadcast of the rice tomorrow. Some of the office workers took a half day off work for this reason, just to give Hammer a good scolding on the air. Early the next morning, the rice column started on time. Today's guests on our program are all the world's top nuclear physics experts, including 3 Nobel Prize winners. This is our founding father of nuclear physics in the U.S., Prof. Helmer. After introducing the identities of the guests at the scene, the host proceeded to advance the tempo. I believe everyone has read the news released by the state of China, and according to them, in 3 days' time at 8 p.m. in the evening of the imperial capital, they will be hosting the Controlled Nuclear Technology Conference. The news has spread all over the world, and many people are following the story. But we do know that this technology is a problem for the research community, and many countries are engaged in this research and again have come up empty. China has suddenly claimed to have a technological breakthrough. However, is this really the case? Our experts and scholars, they all think they are lying. By this time, the live broadcast room has long been cursing. All the Chinese watching this live broadcast are filled with righteous indignation. What scholars? I shucks. Even the courage to look at other people's research results squarely. Such a person simply does not deserve to do research. If you can't develop it yourself, you suspect others. And you have the nerve to call yourself a developed country. If you have the ability, develop one for yourselves and let me see it. Or else shut up honestly and watch the magnificent performance of our Chinese people. The technology is difficult or not. It depends on who it is for. We have many talented people in China. Just because you can't, doesn't mean everyone can't. The rice columnist's rhetoric continues. Now, we'll hear from Dr. Helmer. Dr. Helmer, how do you feel about the news of China's attack on controlled nuclear fusion? In response, Dr. Helmer sneered, proudly and conceitedly exclaimed, "Friends from all countries around the world, rice as a beacon of humanity. This time must stand out to warn you all. The controlled fusion program, at the current level of technology, is simply not possible. So, in this case, what the state of China is saying is simply a load of nonsense, with an ill intent. It's impossible for China to break through the nuclear control technology. China is lying." Dr. Helmer's tone was full of disdain, as if he were the only expert on the subject. When rice netizens heard Dr. Helmer's remark, they left messages on the air. The Chinese are just lying. They don't have such talent. The whole world knows that the best talents are all concentrated in rice, and even the native students of China will try to come to rice. That's right. Their foreign students don't want to go back when they come to rice, because rice has the highest level of scientific research in the world. Dr. Helmer is an authority in this area. He said that fake is fake, and that China's scientific research level is so backward that it's impossible to break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology. China can tell any kind of lies to elevate its international status. They are a bunch of liars. The words of the people from the United States completely ignited the fire of the Chinese netizens, and the messages on the pop-up screen not only insulted the scientific research community of China, but also insulted all the people of China. At this moment, although there was no charging horn, the unity in the bones of the Chinese people was the rallying cry. And the Chinese people would not allow their motherland to be insulted in any way. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were instantly overrun by Chinese characters, as if they were launching a group center tent on the local positions. "Old thing, you count as a ball, daring to point your finger at China. Chinese never lie. Unlike Rice, who obviously can't do it himself and thinks everyone else is as stupid as he is. What's the big deal about Helmer? He has no research results whatsoever since winning the Nobel Prize, and he has the nerve to show up here. Since we, China, dare to say this, it must be true. Unlike you, who hit the scientific research community of other countries at every turn in order to prevent others from developing. What a bull ***** expert. Can't even respect others. This kind of person doesn't even deserve to mention China. One look at him insults my eyes. Rice, and you will pay for arrogance. I'm afraid they don't know that more and more foreign students want to go back to their home countries, and that China's scientific research level has reached the world's first class. And the people of the meter are still dreaming about it. It wasn't just China and Rice that were involved in the discussion. Netizens from other countries were also watching the live broadcast, and when they saw that China's netizens were hitting back at Rice, they started to express their opinions in the pop-ups as well. I don't know if the Chinese are lying or not, but I see the arrogance of the Mies, and it makes me disappointed in the Mies. Controlled fusion technology is indeed difficult to break through, and our country is working on it, but it's still ineffective. China is also a world power. Similar to Rice in terms of international status. I believe what they say. No matter what, I still hope that China has really developed it, because our country has a good relationship with China. So maybe they'll share it with us. I hate the arrogance of rice and love the unity of China, where the people are known to be kind and united. True or false? Wait until that day to find out. The viewpoint turned back to the live broadcast. Dr. Hammer seemed to sense the indignation of the Chinese people and said contemptuously, "Reality is cruel. The Chinese people must be very angry right now because I told the truth. Controlled fusion technology is more important than the fusion reaction, which is the basic material science. And China is still a backward country in this regard. The research and development of superheat-resistant materials, rice is at the forefront of the world, and China has only just begun, and definitely does not have this technology. You should know that every technological innovation requires countless talents and funds, and in this regard China is far from strong enough. Likewise, China lacks detection equipment to test controllable nuclear energy, which, as far as I know, is a high-end technology only possessed by our country, rice. May I ask how China, which doesn't even have energy control parameters, can obtain real experimental data? Obviously, this is an official lie from China. He has not only deceived the people of China, he has deceived the whole world. If China really has this technology, then bring out the controlled fusion device and let us all see if it is real. Trying to deceive everyone with theories falsified by fake data, Lee, is impossible. I don't know if it is the case that the rice country has imitated the Chinese interview program, and the program that never sets up a live audience area has actually invited some audience members this time. They all stood up and applauded after hearing Dr. Hammer's words, and the applause was neat, as if it had been rehearsed. Chapter 67, The Revulsion of the World. Hearing Dr. Hammer's words, the moderator immediately began to ask the other experts for their opinions. So do you agree with Dr. Hammer? Several experts had long thought of what to say, and when they saw the camera pointed at them, they immediately cleaned up their expressions and revealed a calm and collected look. Of course, Dr. Hammer is the world's top nuclear physics expert. If even he doesn't believe in the technology, then this thing must be a fake. Dr. Hammer also said that controlled nuclear fusion technology is definitely not empty talk on paper, and it's delusional to rely on a set of bluffing theories to deceive the people of the world. The difficulty of this technology is almost the same as landing on the sun. The surface temperature is close to 10,000 when the energy is huge, and China doesn't have such materials. I'm now looking forward to China's launch, because when this launch starts, everyone around the world will be able to see China's mouth. I hope the people of the world will recognize the reality that only rice is the most developed country in this world, and no one can surpass its technology. The last few sentences are no longer exploratory, but rather a brazen capper. The self-importance of the rice experts instantly aroused the resentment of people all over the world. Everyone else, except for rice netizens, swarmed into the comments section, wanting to properly condemn the rice experts. However, when they rushed in, not only the netizens of China, but also the netizens of other countries were equally unable to speak on it. The only thing left on the entire pop-up screen was a message from the native rice. Where are the Chinese? Why don't they say anything? Do they know their country is lying? How can China have this kind of technology? Give them 100 years and they won't be able to surpass rice. Today is a good show. Dr. Hammer deserves to be the world's leading expert, and directly crushed their lies. Ha ha, the Chinese must be ashamed now because their country has deceived its own people. The only country in the world that tells the truth is rice. No matter what kind of technology, rice is the most advanced in the world. Chinese people should still farm well. High technology is not something you can play with. In the future I will bring $100 million to China to play. Maybe even become their richest man. These insulting words to the people of China filled the entire pop-up screen. This has infuriated the Chinese netizens, who wanted to fight back, but were blacked out of their IPs by the shameless media. But the united people of China would not give up on this and they turned on the corresponding live streams on various social media. Even together with the Chinese world superstar has a rare join live, began to rise of shameless speech, launched a strong counterattack. I know the rice people shameless, but did not expect so shameless, said but pull black. This is with not children over the home. If you can't afford to play, don't let people talk, and you have the nerve to have a live interview? Disgusting. That's all they have. There's an idiom called cover your ears and steal your bells. It's really appropriate to use it on millet countries. The Chinese don't care to argue with such people. They don't deserve it. Let them amuse themselves. In less than 2 days, we'll use the facts and slap them hard. The kind that draws blood. Rice's behavior of blocking the IPs of other countries has not only aroused the contempt of the Chinese people, but has also made other countries see their faces. I'm on China's side this time. The rice people are really shameless. They can actually do such a thing. I'll call my kid right now and return to my country immediately after graduation. Don't stay in a shameless country like rice. Go China. I'm sure you'll make it. I'm looking forward to your launch. No matter what rice does, it can't stop the great revival of China. Rice's shameless behavior quickly spread through the streets of China. At this moment, the country's honor, national self-respect swept across the land of China. The ancient civilization of 5,000 years, transformed into a dragon, let out a chilling hiss at this moment. The former veteran recalled the great days of that year, and hung the flag of China in his home, and his eyes burst out with endless light. Students flocked to various Rice social media platforms and began a dueling backlash against Rice's rhetoric. All of them are upholding the dignity of the country with their actions. Countless people shouted underneath Wask's tweets. They love their country. They love their people. Now it's not just a fight for CAS. It's a righteous counterattack for the entire country of China. Tens of millions of messages converged into just 5 words. Wasp, please fight. Anyone who saw such a passionate scene would be moved. Finally, the inspiring moment had finally arrived. Just shortly after the end of the live column of the Rice Country, Chinese officials gave a strong response to the shameless behavior of the Rice Country. The official Weibo of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as the Weibo of the People's Daily, various official media, uniformly forwarded a heavy news. Facts speak louder than words. China will let the world witness who is the real clown. The words of the blind media in China were concise but powerful. Everyone was immensely proud of the blind media for speaking out. Short video platforms are abuzz. Stickers are abuzz. Weibo is boiling. Even the circle of friends is clearing up and retweeting the quote. Below the official media of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, more and more people gathered, and they told the crowd their innermost words without reservation. If there is really a miracle in this world, then this miracle must be created by the Chinese people. China is the world's only ancient civilization. What others can make, we can too. If others can't, we can. 100 years of stormy road. Try to match the heights of the heavens. No one under the sky can withstand the wrath of China. I have no regrets for joining the Chinese nation in this life, and I will still be a Chinese in the next life. Please rest assured that we are resolute in accomplishing the mission entrusted to us by the motherland. While passions ran high on the Chinese side because of these words, there was a chorus of jeers on the me side. The interview section of the Rice Country is still continuing. When the host was talking to Heimer in a polite manner, the latest news sent by the guide team suddenly came from the headset. The host's expression was stifled after listening to it, and he gave Dr. Heimer a complicated look, pausing to sing the praises of Rice. Dr. Hey, Heimer, we've just received news that the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the official media of China, has just released an update titled, Facts Speak Louder Than Words. China will let the world witness that the geese are the clowns. This sentence immediately set off a wave of waves in the live broadcast room. The original silence, quite a lot of pop-up screen, once again become lively. Chinese people how always live in fantasy inside, have told them, this world cannot exist controlled nuclear fusion technology. Why they just do not believe it. I'm actually starting to sympathize with the Chinese now. They are so ignorant and foolish. They should believe in science and the ability of Rice. Don't tell them so much. They're not going to come to their senses and are no threat to us. Chapter 68, How Many Newtons Short? The moderator took the words of the Rice Network and picked out a few sentences to repeat them to Dr. Heimer. Dr. Heimer's emotions were not moved in the slightest when he heard this. His eyes were full of contempt and belittlement, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The people of the Rice Country are still very sober, and they clearly recognize the strength of the Chinese country. This message released by the WASC is a dying effort in my opinion. They can't change people's impression of China anymore. As long as that day, they can't produce a physical object, then everyone will know that the Chinese are all liars. The me host saw the needle in the eye of the beholder. Seeing that the effect has been achieved, he is ready to end this interview. It's like this. I believe that people all over the world have heard and understood Dr. Heimer's words, so let's all pay attention to China's nuclear control launch. Next, we'll be showing a documentary about the development of nuclear fusion in Rice to give you a taste of what's really top-notch technology. The front stage interview came to a close, and Dr. Heimer went behind the scenes with several other experts. In the TV station's high-class VIP lounge, Dr. Heimer was in a good mood. He smiled and laughed with the people around him. It's China that lost, as you all know. When their Chinese Academy of Sciences president was studying in the United States, I had advised him to stay in the United States, but he preferred to go back. He hasn't beaten me once in all these years, so I guess he was going to rely on this fake news to muddle through and try to overtake me in international prestige. But what he didn't expect is that I actually among them poked and prodded the Chinese lie. Ha 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 ha, dang lao ah dang lao. You want to make the rise of China's regret, just take it to the grave. However, next to an expert some concern, said, According to China claimed that this attack on the subject of controlled nuclear fusion is a young man. Seems to be in his early 20s. Seems to be still running back from our rice country. This obviously doesn't mean old man Deng. Elder Deng is over 70 years old. Dr. Heimer waved his hand. This is just ecstasy. Elder Deng wants to confuse us and make us think that a genius has really come out of China. He underestimated me too much. How could I possibly fall for his trick? And, even if China does have a breakthrough in controlled fusion theory, it won't help. Hammer smiled disdainfully. I've taken a favorable position in the public eye and eyeballed them about the situation ahead of time. So, if China publishes the experimental data, whether true or false, we can say that he is a fake. As long as we bite the bullet, then they're liars. And unless they can actually come up with something physical, then, Dr. Hammer sipped his water. Otherwise, we can disprove their theory as usual. The other Nobel Prize winner let out a laugh. Dr. Helmer, you are so right. There is a saying in China that hearing is not believing, and as long as we can't get the real thing, then the international discourse will always be in our hands. Dr. Heimer smiled faintly. I will never allow the scientific achievements of China to be able to step on our rice country's head. Besides, they simply don't have that power. The video of this exclusive interview by Rice has sent shockwaves through the world. Even some small and weak countries were involved in the discussion of this matter. And on the world's largest social media platform, a topic titled Controlled Nuclear Fusion in China was started. On it, netizens from any country can leave a message. China and Rice are both world powers. So what makes Rice so sure that China doesn't have this level of technology? Rice is very arrogant. Knowing that China is the only ancient civilization in the world, they often create miracles. And I believe this time is the same. Rice people don't have a high IQ. They simply can't compare to Chinese people. And many of the high-techs in Rice are actually developed by Chinese people. With a population of 1.4 billion people in the country of China, maybe there really is a genius out there who can overcome this world problem. If this thing is true, then this Chinese will surely win the Nobel Prize. And by that time, the Materians will probably have their big noses askew. Ha ha. The topic was a hot one on social media platforms, with more than 100 million people participating in the conversation. The netizen Mouth who posted this thread started a poll on the ministry's side. Do you believe that the state of China has conquered the nuclear control technology? He gave two options, believe/don't believe. Those who believed it accounted for 70% of the total number of voters, while the remaining 30% were disbelievers. The IP addresses of the disbelievers show that they are basically from the country of arrival. The result of this vote quickly reached the ears of the rice boss, and he was furious when he learned of the result. He immediately called and brought Dr. Hammer over. Look at this. I've always been afraid of this. It's true that what you worry about comes back to you. I didn't realize that in this world, there are actually so many people who choose to believe in China. It's obvious that we've worked so hard to discredit it. Huawei is just too scary. He's not a sleeping lion, but a sleeping dragon. And even when he's asleep, his snores make those timid animals tremble. If they really rely on this launch this time and take control of the world's discourse, then we in the United States will be in an extremely dangerous zone. Dr. Heimer smiled. Even when facing the rice boss, he remained open and confident. It won't happen. China will never be able to replace rice. China simply doesn't have this level of scientific research. Their materials base is still at the middle school level, while we in Rice are now at the university level. Not to mention his country of China. Even if it is our country of rice, if you want to break through the nuclear technology, turns at least important for hundreds of years. China started nearly 50 years after we did. There's no way they could have crossed 150 years overnight. Unless, when he heard Dr. Helmer say unless, the rice boss's heart, which had just been put down, suddenly hung in the air again. He stared nervously at Dr. Hammer. Unless what? Dr. Heimer looked to the huge globe beside him, locking his eyes on the map of China, and smiled contemptuously. Unless, China can emerge a genius that is comparable to Einstein. And this genius has to have an extraordinary status. It is impossible to manage the top scientific research team. As far as I know, the only person in the entire country of China who has such a status is that old man Deng, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But do you think it's possible? He's over 70 years old. God knows if he's senile. What's more, there's no telling how many Newtons between him and Einstein. After listening to Dr. Heimer's words, the big man of the rice country thought about it and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's also right. What you said also has a point. Chapter 69, the day has finally come. Dr. Heimer's mood became relaxed and joyful when he heard the praise from the rice boss. Scientific research is not an exam. Maybe the Chinese people can get good grades on the test paper, but it's all dead. Nothing great. But scientific research is a matter of talent. and it also requires superb logical thinking, as well as strong computational skills, and China has never had such a genius. Even if they had, they would have come to our rice country a long time ago. So far, none of them have been able to get a Nobel Prize for science and technology, or even an advanced theory of science and technology. In my opinion, they're better suited for farming. Helmer's last comment made the rice boss laugh. Now that he was completely relaxed, the launch in China couldn't bother him anymore. He looked at the stag-type section on the globe with a grin. Chinese people always like to say that their country is a huge dragon and a lion. But, doesn't this look like a broiler to the slaughter? The rice boss exhaled deeply. He had never been this relaxed before, then laughed out loud. That's right. You're right. In that barren land of China, it simply doesn't breed top-notch geniuses. Ever since Rice insulted China on a talk show, every Chinese has buried this hatred in their hearts, to let this hatred brew and ferment inside. From that day onwards everyone locked their eyes on the day the launch began. They believe, in this day, there will be a talented young man who will take the shame for them, to give them a hard slap in the face of the people of Rice. The waiting time is the longest, but time is also the fairest. Whether you think it passes fast or slow, it will eventually arrive as expected. The day has finally come. Starting in the morning, the entire country of China began to fly the Chinese flag in the streets and alleys. The bright red color was like a long ribbon, connecting the hearts of all Chinese people. At the same time, all factories in China began to take a day off in accordance with the unified deployment of the state. Some factories, fearing that there would not be enough time, even extended their vacation time backward by half a day. Dear employees, today is a big day for our country of China, and our factory has been closed for one day on this day in accordance with the requirements of the state. While the whole factory is disconnected from the power supply, I'm afraid that you won't be able to sleep and stay up late tonight. So after a study by our factory, we've decided to extend the vacation until noon tomorrow. I also hope that everyone will comply with the state's arrangement to have all the lights in their homes, even the ones in the walkways, 10 turned on at 8 p.m. Tonight. Let's witness together tonight the miracle of our Chinese nation. I now declare vacation. As soon as the factory manager's words ended, the employees on stage applauded, and elation overflowed on every face. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I've been staring at the clock every day. Who isn't? I'm telling you. I even bought a lot of fireworks that cost me half a month's salary. Wow, you're really giving up. Cut. What's this? Today is a big day for us Chinese. Not to mention half a month's salary. Even half a year's salary I'm willing to give up. Okay, stop it. Hurry home and fully charge your rechargeable batteries. We have to watch the live broadcast tonight. Now all the people in China are on the same page. Not only the large factories are cooperating with the national arrangement, even in the villages and towns below the small counties, many people are waiting in front of the TV set early in the morning. At this time, just when the Chinese country up and down a chess game, the other side of the ocean, the United States, is now the same strict wait. Rice's top conference hall was filled with hundreds of experts, and even some of the top big names were in attendance. They have all converged here to watch the live broadcast of China's controlled fusion launch. Now that there was still some time before the launch, the Rice boss turned his head to Dr. Hammer. Dr. Hammer, what do you think the Chinese will play tonight? Dr. Hammer stared intently at the countdown on the screen and smiled contemptuously. What tricks can there be? It's just bragging about their researchers, then finding a hairy kid as a stand-in, reading out the scientific data, and finally announcing the success of the launch. That's all they're good for. The Rice boss nodded his head, agreeing with this statement. I really can't understand the Chinese people. Obviously they haven't developed it, but still have to tell this lie for what? Is it hard for them to think that other countries will believe their bull asterisk? Dr. Heimer sneered. Now that they feel their international status has improved, they are trying to challenge Rice's position as king with lies. If it had been something else, like a fuel engine, I might have believed him if he had said he had broken the materials barrier. But their appetite is just too big, and it's ridiculous to think that they can use the attack on controlled fusion technology to pick up high international status and try to take over Rice's position in the scientific community. The Rice bigwig nodded and looked at the big screen again. Are we all set for the press conference? Dr. Hammer likewise shifted his eyes to the screen, on which the clock was counting down. He replied with an expressionless face, all ready. Today, when the launch in China is over, we will then expose the false face of the Chinese. Let the world see the joke of China. At the same time, not only are the people of Rice concerned about this big event, the rest of the world's netizens are also synchronized to watch the live broadcast. The number of people online on the webcast platform has now surpassed 800 million. It almost overcrowded the backstage server. The ratings of the China set even reached a terrifying 50%. Since the creation of China, there have not been such high ratings. All eyes are locked on the development of the industry here. The glory of China. The civilization of mankind. A new chapter will be opened tonight. And that Chinese teenager will be remembered by the entire Blue Star from this night onwards. From now on, human technology, under his leadership, will advance into the age of nuclear fusion. Dang, dang, dang. The bells on the Imperial Clock Tower chimed. The time had finally come to 8 o'clock. The manhwarecap-controlled fusion launch is finally underway. At this very moment, people from every country and nationality around the world are watching the launch via webcast or television. Whether it's a live direct depiction or a broadcast, all the media's broadcast booths are packed with people. The total heat went straight through the sky, reaching 3 billion new viewers. For the first time since the advent of live streaming technology, this is a groundbreaking first. Meanwhile, as the launch was about to begin, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like a waterfall, constantly rushing, so fast that you can barely see what anyone else is saying. I feel like it's been harder than 7 years this week of 7 days. I've spent every day staring at my watch, and this day is finally here. Chapter 70, the launching party begins. I always used to think that time passes too slowly, and to this day how I wish that time would stand still. On this day of the launch, I believe that today must be the day when our country, China, is completely on the road to rejuvenation, and from now on, China will return to the top of the world. 100 years ago today, we suffered a lot of condescension. Now we Chinese will let the world take a good look. The roar of China will shock the world. Come on, come on, come on. The countdown is on. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown on the screen reaches 1, the red special effects Manhwa is officially opened. The most famous hostess in China came in style. The bright red flag spores were so dazzling, just like the national flag of China. A moving smile spreads across the hostess's face as she looks at the camera and speaks slowly in anticipation of half the world's population. Good evening, viewers. It's 8 p.m. Imperial time, and the moment has finally arrived. Human history will remember this day, and our world will be turned upside down from this day on. And the place where we are today, hosting the controlled fusion launch, is the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. What? The entire internet department was shocked by the location where it was held. How could they not have expected that this conference, which would affect the fate of mankind, would be held on the Three Gorges Dam? The pop-up screen instantly exploded. How come it's at the Three Gorges hydropower station? I was thinking it was at the Great Wall. After all, the Great Wall is the landmark of China. Host, why didn't you say so earlier? Is it too late for me to go to the Three Gorges Dam? The state must have their reasons for arranging it at the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. Let's patiently look down the road. At the same time, there was an uproar in the high-level conference hall of the Rice country. In particular, the boss of Rice, after hearing the location where the launch was held, looked incredulously at Dr. Heimer. Why would they hold it at the Three Gorges hydroelectric power plant? Isn't that just a hydroelectric plant there? Does it have any special meaning? Dr. Heimer frowned tightly, two eyes staring at the screen. I also did not think to understand. The Three Gorges hydropower station to protect the construction of the majority of the country of China's residential electricity. In addition to this, there does not seem to be any other special significance. The Rice boss froze for a moment. Seems to be flat to have a kind of bad premonition. The location of this kind of large-scale conference must have been decided after discussions in China. And since they chose to hold it here, they must have an ulterior motive. Dr. Heimer sneered twice. Whatever their purpose is, they're bound to lose. As soon as they announce the theoretical parameters, I'll organize a counterattack immediately. In the global simulcast room, the female host began to introduce the importance of the Three Gorges Dam. As we all know, Three Gorges Dam is the largest man-made dam in the world. It not only safeguards the ecological balance of the lower reaches of the river, but also prevents flooding and other byran disasters. Apart from that, its most important component is the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. Here, the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station is connected to all of the nation's power grids, and it generates enough electricity each year to support the power consumption of the people of China. It is also because of the establishment of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station that we, the people of China, are no longer plagued by the use of electricity. It can be said that the Three Gorges hydropower station has long been a treasure trove of energy in the hearts of our Chinese people. Hearing the hostess say this, the pop-ups were all in agreement. Setting the wrong. When I was a kid watching TV, the power went out every Tuesday. And since the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station was built, there's never been a power outage. I only know that the power generation capacity of the Three Gorges hydropower station is huge. I didn't expect it to be so big, and I guess there is no power plant with a bigger power generation capacity than it. But what does the power generation of the Three Gorges have to do with this launch? One is a hydroelectric power plant and the other is a nuclear fusion launch. So there's not much relationship between the two, is there? In the next words of the hostess, she answered the doubt in everyone's mind. People may wonder why the launch of nuclear fusion, which is obviously a nuclear fusion launch, should be held in the Three Gorges. What I want to tell you is that is the only way you can understand the enormous power of nuclear fusion. After precise calculations by our experts, a small controllable nuclear reactor, its energy output is equivalent to the sum of the wheeling out of hundreds, if not thousands, of Three Gorges hydroelectric power plants. Controlled fusion reactor. That's a little artificial sun. The host's words shocked the netizens once again. The pop-up screen exploded in popularity. I only knew that nuclear fusion had a lot of energy, but I didn't realize it was this big. Then we won't have to worry about energy anymore. One Three Gorges hydropower station supports the electricity consumption of half of China's residents. So hundreds or thousands of Three Gorges hydropower stations will be able to drive the whole world, won't they? The Chinese are really marvelous. It would be great if they could build a controllable nuclear device. Our country is really short of electricity. With this technology, the cost of oil will be greatly reduced. Go Chinese! The whole world is cheering you on. After the host finished the introductions of the foreground, he received instructions from the director's team to prepare to bring out the heavyweight guests. Audience members, after my introduction, you all must have gotten a certain understanding. So, next, we'll be inviting out a heavy-level guest. He is our Chinese nuclear physics Magi man, the first generation of scientific researchers in China, the Qingdou of the Chinese scientific research community, and the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Let's give our warmest applause to welcome our old Dean Deng, the backbone of science in China. After hearing Deng Lao's name, everyone stood up from their chairs, whether it was the media at the scene, or the people staying at home. At this moment, all the people of China were applauding the appearance of Elder Deng. The comments in the pop-up screen kept refreshing as people from all over the world paid tribute to Elder Deng. Oh my god, I've known Dean Deng since I was a kid. He's a regular in the textbooks. I didn't realize that even old President Deng was here. He has a high international reputation. Even I, a foreigner, know him. I really envy the people of China. They have such a great scientist. Elder Dean Deng is the hope of our country of China, the pride of our Chinese nation. Elderly President Deng appeared in the white coat of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The scene once again erupted in applause. Deng Lao greeted everyone with a smile, and the country around the control of nuclear technology began to explain. Hello everyone. I am the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The next step is for me to briefly introduce to you. Controlled fusion technology is a world-class problem, and the energy it contains is enormous. Once any country possesses this technology, it immediately raises the country's strength to number one in the world. Chapter 71. The wave of the Yangtze River pushes the wave of the front. This technology can be applied to all fields, including national defense, industry, livelihood, communications, and even interstellar exploration, to name a few. For this reason all countries have been working hard, spent a lot of human and material resources and financial resources, and after so many years, have not been able to overcome the core technology. But, today, we, China, have taken the lead in solving this world problem, and from this moment on, we, China, will lead the era, advancing the global system to the age of nuclear fusion. Deng Lao's words brought the heat of the launch to a climax again. The number of online viewers, worldwide, has surpassed 3.5 billion. At the same time when everyone was applauding for China, in the high-level conference room of the rice country, the boss of the rice country's face turned ugly when he heard what Deng Lao said. He actually took to say that the Chinese country will lead the era. Too much not to put us in the eyes of the rice country. Dr. Heimer naturally did not believe what Deng Lao said. This is delusional. His level of scientific research I know. I admit that he is a genius, but it is a pity that he returned to China, doomed to nothing. Since we in the United States of America have not been able to overcome controlled fusion technology, it is even more unlikely that he, China, or even Tang Lao, will be able to do so. Mr. Please also take it easy and don't get overly nervous. Everything is under my control at the moment, and I've prepared tons of rebuttal passes. As soon as Deng Laozhang publishes the theory of controlled nuclear fusion, I will immediately send out these circulars, and at the same time hold a press conference, and I will dismantle their lies. Heimer Bo-on was now confident. He had been waiting for the moment when Deng Lao would announce the theoretical data. He was a bit above Deng Lao, both in terms of international status and research results. He thought to himself that no one in the world would believe the technical theories published by Deng Lao as long as he came out to refute them. However, what he didn't expect was, Elder Tang didn't follow his thoughts at all. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about other things. People always say that I am the hope of the country of China, but I'm increasingly realizing that I'm getting old. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and truly the future of the motherland and the hopes of the people should belong to the yearlings. Deng seemed to see the other side of the world, to see Dr. Hammer's anxiety. With a slight smile, he continued, I believe that everyone has followed many relevant reports in this period, and learned that the one who attacked controlled nuclear fusion for us is a young man in his early 20s. Now I'm going to confirm for you. That's right. The solution to the century-old problem of controlled fusion is none other than a young man in his early 20s. The netizens were shocked and dumbfounded, although everyone had been prepared through the last talk show, but Deng Lao's personal confirmation still shocked them. A young man in his early 20s can actually carry the banner of revitalizing the country of China and advancing the progress of mankind. This is an honor for the country of China. Who on earth is this young man? Please, old Dean Tang, don't sell us short anymore. Hurry up and tell us. It's hard to imagine. Which teacher actually taught such a young man? This is a once-in-a-million-years wonder. China has not lacked geniuses since ancient times, but a genius who allows humanity to achieve progress in civilization with only his own strength. That's really something that can't be found anywhere else. Elder Dean Tang, quickly let this young man of God appear. Quickly let us worship properly. On the stage, Deng Lao stared at the camera in front of him, and through there, he seemed to see what had happened to China in the past 100 years. That year he went abroad to further his studies for the future of his country. That year, he went through thousands of obstacles and returned home. That year, he was also known as the backbone of China. But now, he is old. This age is still moving forward. He believed that he had found a new patron saint for the people of China. Under his blessing, China could definitely lead the world. Deng Lao laughed, a laugh that came from the heart. Li Dongxin gave this country to you. I'm really relieved. Facing the billions of viewers, in the world fog alarmed, Deng Lao wore a smile on his face. With a wave of his big hand, the door behind him however opened. Next, let's invite our genius boy who has overcome 100 years of problems, the chief director of the controlled nuclear fusion project, and the hero, who has led the people of China to endless energy sources, to take the stage. With Elder Deng's words, the door behind him slowly opened, as if opening the door to a new era. All the spotlights shone on top of the door, and all the cameras were aimed there. Billions of people around the globe held their breath and locked their eyes tightly behind that gate. A puff of dry ice smoke rose slowly, instantly enveloping the figure behind the gate. Under the spotlight, Reina's heroic body was radiating light. As if a savior, he appeared before the world. The scene resounded with shocking and stirring songs. Generally speaking, on such formal occasions, more traditional music is played. But this time, in order to match Li Dongxin's appearance, the country specifically chose a background music that was most suitable for the teenage hero. This drew the people of China could not help but sing along. Teenagers have their own. Teenagers are wild. The body is like a mountain and the backbone. Dare to measure the sun and the moon. Again, I'm the only one who's a teenager today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge. Cloak and dagger. Who can stop it? The world laughs at me, but I am mad at myself. Live up to your years. Be strong. As the music played, a handsome, flamboyant young man slowly walked out from the giant red door. The scene erupted into violent applause. Even the director's team and hosts applauded excitedly. This teenager came out and stood at attention in the middle of the field. His body straight. The entire spotlight was on him. It was like a god descending into the world. Everyone recognized him at this moment for the first time. His name was the only thing left in the live broadcast's pop-up screen. Li Dongxin. He is Li Dongxin. I recognize him. Heavens, it's actually him. I wouldn't have guessed. It turns out that our teenage hero has already met everyone. This world is just too crazy. Why didn't I guess that Li Dongxin is our hero? I now believe that there really is a god in this world. Li Dongxin is the god of protection given to us by the heavens. I can't stand it. I'm going to go roar in the street. There really is a genius in China. Li Dongxin's appearance was like a meteorite crashing to the ground. The entire blue star shook at his appearance. At this time, regardless of the country or nation, everyone was cheering for Li Dongxin's appearance. Between heaven and earth, there was no other sound at this moment. The mountains and rivers all echoed with Li Dongxin's name. It was as if the entire world was revolving around Li Dongxin. The webcast footage has been popped up. Chapter 72, surprisingly, it's him. The high-level conference room of the rice country on the other side of the ocean was now equally astonished. All the upper echelons and the famous scientists of the local rice country, especially the big names of the rice country, were shocked and furious when he saw Li Dongxin. It's actually him. Dr. Hammer was equally shocked. He originally thought that this news was just a gimmick, put out by China to confuse people, and that the one who appeared at the launch site at that time would definitely be Elder Deng himself, or one of the well-known experts in China. But the fact that he once again drew a loud slap in the face, appearing at the launch site, but even from the rice country to run back to the Li Dongxin. Whoever let him go must be severely punished by the laws of rice. Dr. Helmer, do you know about this teenager named Li Dongxin? The rice boss aimed his words directly at Dr. Helmer. He knew that in recent years, Dr. Helmer had been focusing on the scientific literacy of the native youth of rice, so he thought he should have heard about it. But to his surprise, Dr. Helmer shook his head with a blank expression. Exactly. Helmer also realizes that he is getting older and needs to find some talented youngsters to train as future scientists for rice. He ran through all the famous academic institutions in rice, but came up empty-handed. This made him very frustrated for a time, and he thought that the situation of the whole world was similar to that of the rice country. Did not expect the appearance of Li Dongxin. It completely made him doubt his life. Why? Why did Elder Tang manage to find such an outstanding teenager? No, Elder Tang is lying. This teenager is a fake. He's not a real genius. His theory must have been given to him by Elder Tang. Elder Tang, I will definitely wear out your lies. Your plot will not succeed. Dr. Helmer no longer has the calmness that he had at the beginning, replaced by a state of self-epilepsy. Dr. Helmer's breathing had begun to become a bit rapid. He stared at Deng Lao on the screen with both eyes, as if he had returned to 60 years ago. That year, Deng Lao refused the invitation of the meter country and still returned to China. He himself also severely humiliated Deng Lao in front of all his university classmates, saying that it was impossible for him to develop a nuclear weapon queue for China in his lifetime. However, in less than 6 years, China possessed its own nuclear weapon queue and successfully detonated it. This infuriated him. Swear that you must completely crush the technology of the United States of America, and never let China break through the latest scientific and technological direction of controlled nuclear fusion. For so many years, Helmer tried to find ways to keep the parameters about nuclear fusion out of China's hands. As long as they are international students from China, they are not allowed to touch the core of nuclear physics. Seeing that China's nuclear control technology had been at a standstill, he had thought that he had gotten his way with his plan, but the heavens had still played a big joke on him. The appearance of this teenager humiliated himself once again. The rice boss stared unblinkingly at Li Dongxin. In the screen a trace of regret and greed flashed across his face. Li Dongxin really calls himself the best of the best among men. When this launch is over, I will personally call him and ask him to come to Rice to give a speech. No matter what kind of conditions he has, I will agree. Such a genius must belong to Rice. On TV, the launch continues down the line. After Li Dongxin appeared on the scene, Deng Lao took the initiative to go forward and hold his hands tightly. Between the looks, they were full of joy. This scene is just invaluable. Future textbooks will surely contain this image. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast, the turns are all commenting on this not picture. This scene is really beautiful. It's as if two mighty divisions have allied, symbolizing the dawn of victory. I've taken a screenshot and saved it. I'm sure this moment will go down in the textbooks for future generations to remember forever. Elder Deng has devoted himself to our country of China with a bang. He's just too tired, and this is the moment he can finally take a break. Commander-in-Chief Li is so young, he will have even greater achievements in the future, and China's scientific research community will soar. Deng Lao looked at the Li Dongxin in front of him, and his thoughts flew to 60 years ago. That year, he was admitted to the top school Harvard University in the United States of America. Carrying the expectations of the motherland and the expectations of the people, he embarked on the road to study abroad. When he left his country, he had secretly resolved that he would use his learning to build up the country of China in the future. That year, as the best nuclear physics expert in the whole country, he decided to leave for his home country with a lot of publications, decided to fulfill his original promise. Returning to the bosom of his motherland, he would dedicate his life to the development of his country. What he didn't realize was that his way back to his home country was strongly blocked by the authorities in the country of Seska. He even said, Deng Lao's value is comparable to 100 airplanes. I'd rather let him die in the United States than let him go back. Talents must stay in Rice, alive or dead. These words quickly reached Deng Lao's ears, and he was not deterred. Still following the plan, he was ready to return to China at any time. At that time he was very young, and has been a genius-level scientist in the United States of America. When the same Harvard University students Helmer, in the learning of this news, should moment eye to him, in order to persuade him to stay in Rice. Helmer's words were quite fierce. Why do you have to go back? Can't you just stay in Rice? China is so poor and backward that it can't even build a tractor. You're studying nuclear physics again, and this penniless country can't give you any conditions for scientific research. What can you do if you go back? Just stay. Realize the value of our lives together with me. Here are the fruits of your research. Here is your home. where you can gain status and power. Whatever you want, rice will do its best to fulfill you. In the face of rice's sugar-coated bombs, Deng Lao was not the least bit fazed. He pointed at China on the map with confidence in his eyes. This is my home. Her name is China. There is my home, my parents, my countrymen, and they are all waiting for me. That's right, China is poor now, and it's precisely because she's poor that I want to go back all the more. I am a son or daughter of China. China is my mother. Now my mother needs me. You say as a son or daughter of me. Geese stand idly by? My mother is calling me. The people are calling me. I must go back. And you're wrong about one thing, China is not penniless. The people there have noble beliefs and the people there are kind. For me, that's enough. Seeing that he couldn't talk Deng Lao out of it, Hamo threatened furiously. You have to think clearly. The rice country won't let you leave easily. Hearing this, Elder Deng smiled disdainfully. Instead, he somewhat sympathized with Helmer. When a person has faith, death has long since failed to threaten him. Chapter 73, Who's the Clown? You rice people will never be able to understand this. 3 months later in the morning, the rising sun, Deng did not take a piece of paper, boarded the ship back to China alone. At that moment, the sunrise slowly rose from the east, very beautiful and beautiful. At the moment of boarding the ship, Helmer on the shore let out a hysterical roar. You can't win. You can't help China develop nuclear weapons. You'll regret it. Deng Lao didn't look at him. He just greeted the sunrise and silently said, it doesn't matter if I lose, but I can't let China lose. At this moment, standing at the scene of the nuclear control launch, Elder Deng was incomparably proud and pleased. Look, at China. This teenager has won over you all. He smiled and nodded at Li Dongxin before slowly stepping back toward the curtain. The scene was like the setting of the sun, more like the changing of the old and new eras. The night was about to pass and tomorrow's sun was about to come. At this moment, Deng Lao was overwhelmed with emotion. Decades of hard work had created a new world of scientific research for China. It's been a really rough ride. I may be old, but you're young. Your time has come. Li Dongxin, this country, this nation, from now on, is in your hands. After tonight, you will be the new hope in the hearts of the people of China. The people of China will live happily under your blessing. Deng Lao's figure gradually retreated behind the curtain, and this scene appeared in the live broadcast camera, and many netizens' eyes began to moisten. They knew what it meant that the old man who had blessed the country of China for half a lifetime would henceforth say goodbye to the people. He found new hope for the people. The pop-ups were filled with endless emotion and gratitude. Thank you, President Deng, for your contributions to the country of China. The country of China is immensely proud because it's made up of you. We will always remember you. This scene almost made me cry. Like an old man entrusting the treasure he has protected for half his life to his juniors. That's right. We are the treasures in Tang Lao's heart. Tang Lao entrusted us to General Commander Li. And our days will get better and better. Commander-in-Chief Li, go for it. We believe in you. May you definitely lead us back to the peak of the old world. Chinese, never say die. Now the entire live camera was left with Li Dongxin alone. Li Dongxin was now standing under the spotlight, with all eyes on him. He carries the expectation of the nation's strength. He has taken on the heavy burden handed to him by Elder Deng. From this moment on, he became the new hope of the people of China. In the future, he will be in a mortal's body, and will be compared to Mo Ming. Li Dongxin picked up the microphone, his eyes like a torch, facing the world, and slowly opened his mouth. Tonight, I invite the people of the world. Together we can appreciate the miracle of belonging to the Chinese nation. These 2 words of Li Dongxin were like a comet breaking through the night sky and illuminating the universe. Immediately caused a huge reaction in the live broadcast. Even foreign netizens were inspired by Li Dongxin's words. China is an amazing country. They are the only and ancient civilization in the world. I believe they will be able to create a miracle. I've been to China before, and the people there are so kind, and they have a trust in their country that I've never seen before. The people have faith. The country has strength. The people of China are the most united in the world, and we will definitely appreciate the miracle tonight. I don't know what kind of changes China will bring to the world. My intuition tells me that tonight will be a splendid chapter in the history of China. Li Dongxin knew that billions of eyes around the world were now staring at him. The people of the country were even placing their expectations on themselves, but he wasn't nervous at all. He understood his mission, and tonight, China would be proud of the world because of him. Li Dongxin calmly held the microphone and continued his speech. I know that there are still a lot of people in the world who are looking at China with the eyes of the past. They think that today's China is still as poor and backward as it was in the past. These people want to rely on their own technology to limit the development of China. What I want to tell this group is that China has long stood up, and no one can ignore her. This oriental dragon has opened her eyes. Her every breath and look will affect the world. and Her Majesty is not to be fought by peaches. The wheel of history, rolling forward. No country or individual can hinder her progress. I have to say, certain countries do have a loss of great power style. They can't research nuclear fusion themselves, so they think others can't research it either. Today, on this majestic Three Gorges Dam, let the people of the world witness, who the hell is the real jumper? With the body of a teenager, Li Dongxin is like a star in the dark night, guiding the world to see the direction. Everyone was shaken to their core by his words. Deng Lao stood behind the curtain and looked at Li Dongxin in front of the stage. His heart shook. He suddenly remembered himself as a teenager, when he was in his prime. In the face of a shattered country, he and his classmates stood on the banks of the rolling river, with great ambition, and read aloud, only to die for the country in the battlefield. There is no need to wrap the corpse in horse leather. If we are to live and die for the sake of our country, how can we not avoid it because of disaster or happiness? On that day, he resolved to make a contribution to his country with his own strength. In the face of the invasion of foreign enemies, Deng decided to join the army to protect the country. Later, victorious, the motherland was again by the rice country to contain the lifeblood of science and technology. In order to break the fantasy of the rice country, he once again returned to the classroom. That day, he remembered vividly. In a dilapidated classroom, he led the class out onto the playground. At that time, the rising sun, the instant warmth of light spread all over the big smash. At that moment, he was full of strength. The students recited in unison the patriotic poem, Peace Kinyuankan Long Vale, independent of the cold autumn, Xiangjiang River to the north, Orange Island Head. See the 10,000 mountains red all over, the layers of forests. The river is full of blue water, and 100 boats are competing with each other. The eagle strikes the sky, the fish flies to the bottom, all kinds of frosty sky competes for freedom. I am disappointed with the lonesome, and I ask who is in charge of the vast expanse of the earth. I was a young man in the classroom, in the prime of life, a scholar's spirit, waving a square road. I was a scholarly man, and I was able to write and write with a passionate spirit. Do you remember? When you were in the middle of the current, the waves were beating the water, and the waves were holding the flying boats? It was also that year that he embarked on the road to study abroad. He wanted to seek a way forward for the science and technology of his country. Now Deng Lao is not responsible for the country and the people. He looked at Li Dongxin, full of the self of the scripture. The same young, the same vigor, the same determination to love the country. What's different is that the country of China is now strong. Li Dongxin will continue to strive forward on the path of his predecessors. Li Dongxin's speech not only touched Deng Lao, but also inspired all the people of China, who kept sending out patriotic voices in the broadcasting room. We Chinese have been a great nation since ancient times, and countless miracles have been created by us Chinese, and this night is no exception. Chapter 74. An ancient civilization of 5,000 years will not be knocked down. Let the wind and rain shake me. Those who want to see China as a joke, you'd better take a good look at yourselves. What you can't do doesn't mean we Chinese can't do it. More than 1 billion people in China, together, is a rushing river. No one can stop the steps of smashing forward. Instead of pointing fingers at others, we should work harder ourselves, or we will only be an international laughingstock. All the live broadcast rooms around the world, all of them were now filled with Chinese characters, and this scene directly subdued the rice netizens. They looked at Li Dongxin on the screen and felt an unprecedented fear in their hearts. This teenager's aura is just too strong. They didn't dare to speak in the live broadcast room. They could only hold their cell phones, their mouths constantly shouting, even by karma, even by karma. Li Dongxin's speech was domineering. Even the rice boss, this system was subdued by him due to his aura. Looking at Li Dongxin in the screen, he was stunned and unable to say a word for half a day. He slowed down for a while before shockingly questioning Helmer. Are you really sure that China hasn't attacked nuclear fusion? So why is this teenager so primed? Dr. Helmer stared straight at Li Dongxin. In his body, he seemed to see the shadow of a person. Deng Lao. This man is like his own nightmare. Every time he thought of him, Dr. Helmer felt a shiver run down his spine. He had fantasized countless times whether he could have made such an achievement if he had been the one to face a penniless China. The answer is obvious: never. Dr. Helmer understood that he was relying on the advanced scientific research base of Rice, as well as a large pool of talent, which led to the Nobel Prize. Although Deng Lao did not win the award, he relied on himself and created a world for China. Dr. Helmer's Nobel Prize, compared to the two, pales into insignificance. At this moment, whether he admits it or not, he is now really looking at some weeks afraid. He was afraid that this teenager was really a technological genius. He was afraid that this teenager would surpass himself. He was afraid that he would live under the shadow of Tang Lao for the rest of his life. Nope. Jealousy makes a man's face change. He gritted his teeth and stared at Li Dongxin in the screen. His tone ruthless. It's impossible for them to develop it. They don't have such technology. They are just lying. So far, China has just been putting on a show. They have not produced any substantive proof at all. What's the difference between a launch and a concert without any proof? The bigwig from the rice country obviously noticed Dr. Hammer's loss of composure. He frowned and his eyes became sharp. It better be. You have to realize that if China really breaks through nuclear fusion this time, then we'll lose a lot of face. You have to realize that the world is watching our attitude right now. Even if we in the U.S. haven't broken through this technology, then we definitely can't stand by and watch others break through. Especially China in the East. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed boss of rice was also a bit stirred by his emotions. He understood all too well the truth of the high ground, and he would not allow that in this world. There still existed an existence that could challenge the authority of the rice country. However, looking at the gray-haired Hamer Botu, he was more than a little bit reluctant to do so. This old man, no matter what, had dedicated his life to the technology of rice. He then sighed and his tone warmed up a bit. Dr. Helmer, there's one thing we have to admit. The Chinese nation, since ancient times, has been a nation that constantly creates miracles. 5,000 years ago, they created a brilliant civilization, and in that oriental land, so many great people were bred, and their ideas, their inventions are still influencing the world today. We must not underestimate them. Decades ago, we lost, and we lost badly. I don't want our next generation to still lose today. Decades later, we're going to show them that in the field of science, never try to surpass rice. Dr. Heimer had also calmed down now after a short period of emotional turmoil. He turned his head to look at the rice boss, forcing out a smile. Don't worry, I understand the level of science and technology in China. At most they can only come up with theories. There is absolutely no scientific research in kind. As long as they can't produce the physical object, no matter how they try to justify it, it's a steeplechase. In international scientific forums, we in the U.S. are the real authority. If we didn't make it, neither should they. What's more, Dr. Hammer's eyes glistened with confidence. As they did back then, we're well prepared. As soon as they dare to publish theoretical data, there will be a vast scientific literature to refute them. This time, China is bound to lose. Dr. Hammer is so calm because he is convinced that China cannot have a physical device for controlled fusion. All of this was nothing more than a self-directed show by the scientific research community in China. Not only did he think so, but even the rest of the group of Quan Sung scientists in the United States thought so as well. At the International Science Forum, they fought countless rounds with Chinese scientists, and neither one conquered the other. Even the scientific research community of the United States has a slight upper hand. Thus, they rightfully believe that the level of scientific research in China is simply not comparable to that in the United States. But, what happened next? Far more than they expected. After delivering a short speech, Dongxin got right to the point. People may not have much of an idea about the energy of nuclear fusion. Today, I'll let everyone witness the purest energy in this universe. Li Dongxin's words completely surprised everyone, including the scene of the media reporters, and all the people around the world who are watching the live broadcast. Reporters from Li Dongxin finished the last word, started the high-speed camera. They cannot miss the next set of images. Intuition tells them that the next thing that is going to happen, it must be highly subversive. Every photo they take now has the potential to be a valuable resource. Similarly, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were partially shocked by the words. Commander-in-Chief Li said that we can witness the energy of nuclear fusion with our own eyes. Could there be a physical demonstration? It can't be. I've learned about controlled fusion technology before, and I've always thought that it only exists in theory, and that it's simply impossible to realize it in terms of the world's current level of technology. Whether or not what's being said is real, I'm sure there's going to be an incredible scene, and I'm ready to videotape the whole thing. Didn't you listen to the experts on the talk show before, saying that this technology would take 100 years to emerge? Does it mean that the core technology has been broken through? Chapter 75 Controlled Fusion Reactor. I heard that too, and said that unless it's an Einstein-like figure, it's not going to come true anytime soon. Don't always talk about Einstein. I think Commander-in-Chief Li is better than him. He's only in his early 20s and has such achievements. Who can compare? The experts from the meter country, who were thousands of miles away, were now also in a state of shock. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Li Dongxin actually said that he wanted to demonstrate the energy of nuclear fusion. How is he going to demonstrate it? Can it be that he has a nuclear control device? I don't believe that there is any material that is currently available that can withstand the high humidity associated with nuclear tightening, not even the outer bright material of the space shuttle. In that case, is there any other way to show it? I don't know. Let's see what Dr. Helmer has to say. He's the expert on this. They focused their eyes on Helmer, and feeling the pressure, Dr. Helmer's brow furrowed into a chuan, and he was now confused. He couldn't figure out how else he could demonstrate energy other than a physical device. You can't just make a few pages of PPT and play it for everyone to see, can you? Dr. Helmer interlocked his fingers and inwardly called out, Li Dongxin, what the hell do you want? At this moment, Li Dongxin, who was far away from the Three Gorges Dam, seemed to sense everyone's sense of suspicion as he looked at the largest camera in front of him, smiled slightly, and then reached out to make a gesture to start. A metal box slowly rose in the center of the stage. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. From the looks of it, the upper room comes with both digital encryption and fingerprint encryption. It looked like what was inside was very valuable, the kind that couldn't be easily displayed. Li Dongxin pressed the metal box with one hand while telling everyone, not bad. I have not only conquered the theory of controlled nuclear fusion, but also developed ultra-high temperature resistant materials. YIK broke a series of barriers, and successfully developed a device for controlled nuclear fusion. Not waiting for the netizens to be shocked, a burst of lasers swept by, and the red indicator light in the center of the box turned green. Bang! There was a muffled thud from the box, and the door of the safe was opened. The moment it was opened, a wave of warm light shot out from inside, as bright as the Milky Way at night. Li Dongxin took out the glowing object inside, and all the reporters all gathered around, dying to point their cameras at the glowing object. Everyone in the world held their breath, their eyes widening as they stared at the glowing object in Li Dongxin's hand. Even the pop-up screen stopped scrolling. It was as if the globe had been hit with a pause button. Only Li Dongxin remained calmly smiling. People don't know what to call this glowing object, and through the high-definition camera, inside are rings of energy similar to the Milky Way, releasing a steady stream of energy. The white scorching jade-like energy, as if it had a solid body, rotated more than just inside the circular sphere. A reporter on the scene was the first to come to his senses. His face shaking voice, this is a nuclear reactor? Li Dongxin smiled and nodded. Not bad. This is the controlled fusion reactor. Li Dongxin's voice seemed to have an extremely strong penetrating power, and in an instant it spread across the sky, south and north, reaching everyone's ears. A short tone of silence heralds the onset of a violent storm. Pop, 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 pop. A round of applause. Second sound. A breath later, the room erupted in deafening applause. With Li Dongxin's explanation, the whole room shook. All the people present, no matter if they were the appearing guests or the staff, all stood up their bodies and frantically called for Li Dongxin. The hand is swollen from the shot. It's okay. It doesn't hurt. My hands are numb. It's okay. They're not broken. There was a burst of applause that nearly toppled the roof of the launch site. Immediately after, in all corners of the venue, one after another, the children and grandchildren of the state of China stood out. Flag after flag of China bloomed everywhere. It seemed to turn the entire universe into a sea of red. People shouted and cheered. There was only the sound of celebration between heaven and earth. All the people in the live stream bouncing moo couldn't be bothered to comment. They shouted neat slogans, making the pop-ups intertwine into beautiful patterns. Even some foreign netizens were infected by the majestic atmosphere, and they followed the Chinese netizens' lead, constantly shouting cheers in their pop-ups. The scene on the television had completely stimulated Dr. Helmer from the rice country. When he saw the reactor that Li Dongxin took out, his entire body instantly bounced out of his chair, trembling, pointing at the reactor in the screen and roaring furiously. Impossible. This one is a fake. It must be a fake. It's a model. It's a prop. There are as many of these as Hollywood wants. Unless he can prove it to me, I'm going to break him down. The big man of the rice country saw Helmer, who almost fell into madness, hurriedly let his men help him to sit on the chair. He was also very shaken in his heart. Now the plan has exceeded his expectations. But, although the Chinese teenager really took out the physical object, as long as it cannot prove its energy, then this is all an act. He beckoned, and a few of his men immediately ran over. Go, notify it, and immediately post an article on top of Twitter, saying that this thing is a prop. It's not real at all. Yes, a few of his men led the way. Soon, the internet was flooded with such articles. What is the purpose of China's use of props to deceive the world? A clown's poor performance. Worthless. These articles were not only widely reprinted on Twitter, but they even appeared on Chinese online platforms. Rice netizens seem to have grabbed a lifeline. You guys are so good at acting, taking a glowing glass ball and trying to fool the world? Poor Chinese people. Our Hollywood props are so sealed to you as Takako branch. It seems like China really worships us. Rice. Too much. Even treating a magic crystal ball as a treasure. Chinese. Please use your acrobatics to have to prove its worth. Or you're all liars. Oh, I'm going to have to tell this joke to my ex-girlfriend. Maybe she'll die laughing at it. These comments are like a sick song that extends around the world. Some foreign netizens who don't know China are also a bit skeptical. Chinese, please show it. I would love to witness the miracle with my own eyes. I don't know who to trust now, but what makes me look forward to this is what will the Chinese do next. Li Dongxin, who held a conference at the scene, naturally does not know the war on the outside network, but he himself does not care. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Have the strength in hand. Still afraid of others to question it? Li Dongxin commanded according to the pre-planned plan without the slightest disturbance. Please switch the satellite image. In an instant, all the big screens of the conference, the background in the global synchronized broadcast room, all switched to a geostationary satellite view. It was a night scene on the Earth side. In the darkness of the land and sea, the lights of the coastline intertwined and illuminated the entire silhouette. And in the midst of the lands, the night lights of countless cities brightened this vibrant land into the night. Seeing this scene, countless Chinese people are excited. The netizens of China instantly recognized where it was. It was the motherland they had lived in for many years, even if it is a dark night. But the motherland won. 4 billion people lit up the lights, are still the guardians of this dark night. That's right. Everyone gasped. It's satellite view of the land of China at night. Chapter 76, This is the Genius Boy. That's right. The displayed on the screen and in the live broadcast at this time is exactly the nighttime satellite map of China. The entire land of China was brightly lit, like a spider web of light lines. They intertwined into a beautiful picture at night. These bright lights show the beautiful night scenery of China, and providing them with electricity are the countless power stations on the land of God. These power stations, which need to consume a large amount of coal every moment, cause great pollution to the environment of China. These situations are not only found in China, but also in various countries around the world. That is why countries are committed to developing new energy sources. When netizens saw Li Dongxin tuned out the night lighting map, some do not understand. Not to show everyone the miracle. Tuning this out, what is the use? Only to see Li Dongxin backed against the dazzling night scenery of China, smiling so confidently. Starting tonight, we will enter the age of nuclear fusion. I'll do it all by myself. Light up the whole of China. Each of these words was like a mid-meteor in the night sky, cutting through the sky and finally blooming overhead. Everyone was shocked beyond words by the image of Li Dongxin crocheting. How big of a person did this have to be able to say such grandiose words? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room exploded, and countless people frantically swiped the screen. With the power of one person, lighting up the entire country of China. Could it be that Commander-in-Chief Li is trying to power up the country with this tiny reactor? How can this reactor contain so much energy? This plan is just too crazy. It's hard to imagine that this world really has such terrifying energy. Commander-in-Chief Li deserves to be a genius, having such vigor at such a young age. I don't know what's next, but I do know that tonight will surely go down in history. No wonder he said he wanted to witness a miracle. To accomplish such a feat, that can only be explained by a miracle. The launch was watched not only by the general public, but also by countless of the world's top scientists. When they heard Li Dongxin's announcement of entering the nuclear fusion era, they were all stunned. Today, they originally thought that it was just a theoretical conference, but they did not expect that someone would actually be able to develop a nuclear control device. Inside the specialized group of the technology forum, there was also an uproar. Did I hear it right? Does he mean that after tonight, the world will have a mature nuclear control device? I've been observing that reactor ever since he took it out, and it contains a tremendous amount of energy. But what does he mean by lighting up China? Isn't there no shortage of electricity in China now? There's nothing wrong with the various lines in China on the satellite map either. I know some Chinese language. I guess he maybe trying to replace the Three Gorges hydroelectric power plant with that reactor. Today has really opened my eyes. If China can succeed, then this day will surely be remembered by all. China's fortunes are booming. With such a talented young man, the world's pattern is about to change dramatically. This forum does not have any top scientists from the United States involved, because they are all gathered in the high-level conference hall at this moment. The conference hall, which was supposed to be solemn, was now a cacophony of noise, and the attention of those top experts was all on Li Dongxin. Could it be that he wants to use the transmission equipment of the Three Gorges to test the reactor? Isn't the Three Gorges hydropower station their project of the century? How dare they do that? I really didn't expect that this teenager actually has such vigor. More than 100 times better than us. If it were me, even if I were lent 10 guts, I wouldn't dare come up with such a plan. His imagination is just too exaggerated. Could it be that China really has mature controlled fusion technology? How else would they dare to do this in front of the whole world? Once China's plan succeeds, then China will return to the center of the world. The words of these professors and experts all reached the ears of the rice boss. He sat in his seat in a cold sweat. Could it be that China has really completely mastered controlled fusion technology? They can't be trying to use that reactor to power the site. The rice boss was shocked by this thought of his own. If that's true, that's horrible. The Chinese must not be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, rice will be defeated today. He couldn't be bothered to arrange a media counterattack now, as Li Dongxin's plan had gone far beyond his imagination. There is not a single person in the world who can stop Li Dongxin now, and billions of people around the globe are staring at this grand plan. The only thing he could do now was to pray to God that Tianwan would not let China succeed, or else China would completely crush rice in terms of technology. In that case, the world's top talents will all flow to China. He can't afford that. Rice can't afford such a loss. He turned his head to Dr. Hammer, who was off to the side, willing to get some useful information from him, but what he didn't expect was, Dr. Helmer, who was sitting next to the me-boss, didn't have the same instrumental attitude he had before at this moment. Ever since he heard Li Dongxin's words, he had guessed what he was going to do. Dr. Hammer sat paralyzed in his chair, his face pale, his empty eyes never leaving the screen, his trembling voice rambling on, as if he were a man about to drown, making his last dying struggle impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can break controlled fusion technology. The Chinese are liars. They are all liars. It's just a shame. The world doesn't stop turning because of any one person. The launch site of the Three Gorges hydropower station is now the center of the world. The conference is still continuing. Everyone stared at Li Dongxin without blinking to see how he was going to operate next. Li Dongxin stood in the light, like the first ray of sunshine rising from the land of God. He faced hundreds of cameras and the expectations of billions of people around the world. Aloud, he ordered, Level 1 readiness. Shut down the nation's power plants. This directive immediately set off an uproar around the world. The foreign experts were all dumbfounded as they looked at the translation on the screen incredulously. What? Is this teenager crazy? He actually wants to shut down the entire Chinese power grid? The power grid is vital to a country. Never heard of a country that would cut off power to the whole country at once. I thought he was just going to experiment with the reactor with the output equipment from the Three Gorges, but I didn't realize he had even crazier plans. This Chinese teenager is just incredible. This can simply be called the greatest experiment in human history. I believe that no country other than China would dare to do this. Chapter 77, Awaiting Further Instructions. The instructions issued by Li Dongxin were quickly communicated down the hierarchy. Attention all provincial control centers. Except for the first-level authorities switching the backup power grid and the second-level authorities using diesel generators. All the rest of the units are ready for a blackout. This directive was quickly responded to everywhere. GUO defense facility switching backup grid complete. Prepare for power outages. All hospitals switching to backup grid complete. Prepare for power outage. All communications departments switching to alternate grids complete. Prepare for blackout. Backup power has been activated on city transportation lines. Prepare for power outages. Backup power has been activated for the water plant, natural gas plant, fuel oil plant and other infrastructure. Prepare for power outages. Every time a reassuring piece of news was reported, the scene erupted into violent applause. The people of the country also switched from television images to cell phone images. They don't miss a single frame of the moment. This is a superiority that no other country can match. As long as the country gives the order, the whole country will follow the state's arrangement. This unifying force has shaken the netizens of other countries. Today, the provinces and cities of the Three Gorges Basin, all the first-class authorities, have already activated the backup power supply and prepared for the blackout. This will ensure that after the nationwide blackout in a while, there will be no impact on these infrastructures. Orders from units at all levels are still being reported. Foreign netizens were shocked by the neat and tidy pace of China. The pop-up screen was full of various languages, expressing their inner shock. The Chinese people are really too united. This Chinese teenager just issued an order, and everyone is cooperating with him to accomplish the mission. It's hard to imagine which other country in the world can be like China. No speeches, no propaganda, just a word and immediately cooperate with the country. This scene is just too shocking for the city. I can't imagine what kind of person this Chinese teenager is that he can make the people of the country trust him so much. This is simply a super magic. Only China can accomplish such a feat in the world. Go China. At the launch site, new news kept coming back. The blackout in North China is complete. Waiting for next instructions. South China blackout complete. Awaiting next instructions. East China blackout complete. Awaiting next instructions. Coastal blackout complete. Awaiting next instructions. Lights in one area after another, fading out. In just a minute, on the satellite map, the whole world of China was plunged into darkness. There is not a single ray of light. Like a giant blindfolded, The original brightly lit night map of China is now ready for a blackout in all provinces except for the provinces responsible for power supply in the Three Gorges. Everyone is waiting for Li Dongxin's next command. As news began to be reported from all over the country of China, the sound of users quitting continued to come from inside the country's webcast. Ding! User exiting the live stream. From the time Li Dongxin issued his instructions, the number of people online dropped drastically in a few minutes from time to time before and after. The number of people in the entire live broadcast room was instantly missing by more than 300 million people. Apparently, this is all due to the internet, TVs, and computers shutting down after the nationwide blackout, and those who didn't drop out were watching the live stream on their cell phones. But, unlike the panic everyone expected, there wasn't a hint of panic in the entire Play Session live room. The people of China, who had been notified long ago, took advantage of the last network and kept saying in their sleep, "The people of North China will retire for now. Please guard our live broadcasts. The Hu Jin people are withdrawing first. Be back in a moment. Take he people offline for a while. The people of Techigang retire. When we return." Seeing the departure of netizens from the southern region, those from the Yangtze River Basin who are still online have commented, "Friends in the north, we are here waiting for you to come back. Friends of the north, we are here for your return. Friends of the north, we are here for your return. Friends of the north, we are here for your return." At the same time, the city lights in the north and south of China went out one after another. Televisions, lighting, street lights on traffic routes, and lights in shopping malls, all went out. City after city went into pitch black. But, they weren't scared. They weren't alarmed. They knew that all of this was for the sake of China. The notification a few days ago had long prepared them for this. What's more, the dark night will always pass. The dawn will come. They do not fear the night. Can't watch live? It doesn't matter. They took out their flags, opened the windows, walked up to the balcony, and raised their arms to shout, "China, go for it. China will win. China, go for it. China will win. China, go for it. China will win. China, go for it. China will win." This cry is like the sunlight that shines throughout the land. This roar was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking heaven and earth. The whole world was shaken by the roar of the people of China. The land of China resounded with the sound of the universe, instantly spreading throughout the world. Netizens from other countries saw this amazing scene through outdoor broadcasting rooms all over the world. Everyone marveled at it. Is this the power of China? Their cries are practically piercing through the night. I've never seen a scene like this before. It is really thrilling. I can't imagine anyone else like China. They are so united. I believe that from today onwards, the voice of China will resound in the world, resound through the universe. No one dares to question China anymore. In the face of such a nation, on the big screen of the live broadcast room, the previously bright and benighted country of China, under the unified arrangement of the country, all the electricity was cut off. From the satellite map, only the cities around the Three Gorges Dam are left with light. With the unprecedented unity of the Chinese people, it took just a few minutes to accomplish such a daunting task. It made rice, thousands of miles away, as quiet as a chill. On the other hand, in the high-level conference room of the rice country, a dozen top experts watched this scene with jaws agape. How could they not believe that there was such a united people in this age of haste? Chapter 78, Too Many Shocks Tonight. They could no longer care about their status as experts from the United States. All of them couldn't help but applaud the miracle of China. I don't understand. What in the world sustains the people of China? And how they can be so united? This is not magic. This is a miracle. The people of China are creating a new miracle for the whole world. No wonder China is the only ancient civilization in the world. They have this kind of power from thousands of years ago. China is not just a country. He's more of a nation. An ancient nation that has been passed down for more than a few years. In front of them, all praises pale in comparison. Even Dr. Helmer, who has always been at odds with China, has temporarily abandoned his prejudices after seeing such a shocking scene, with more than a hint of shock and awe in his heart. The Chinese, what kind of power is holding them up? As far as I know, most Chinese people are faithless. They don't believe in Jesus or God. So, what on earth is holding them to such strong beliefs? At this moment, the boss of rice sitting at the front, at this moment also do not have the heart to smear China. Moreover, even if he wants to smear is useless. All the network platforms are all broadcasting the surplus. No one at all to read the rebuttal article they released. This moku of the people of China raising their arms and cheering for the motherland was deeply embedded in his head. The shouts that resounded through the heavens and the earth kept coming from his ears. This scene of unprecedented unity shook him. He couldn't imagine why in the world there was such power. He couldn't figure out how every single Chinese nation could bring their hearts together. His eyes were nothing but shock and trepidation. In just a few minutes, the whole of China was able to fulfill their orders. What on earth supports them? Could it be that the national faith they talk about really has so much power? Perhaps the thing that frightens us in Rice is their unity. Whatever China wants to do, his people will support it unconditionally, and with that kind of unity, anything they do will be the biggest threat to us. We should reflect on when it was that we, in Rice, had no faith. Or, we never had. The live feed continues as the briefing continues with a constant stream of reports. The 4-ship nuclear power plant has been de-energized. Awaiting further instructions. The Subsword power plant has been de-energized. Awaiting further instructions. The power has been shut down at the River Hay wind farm. Awaiting further instructions. Tachigang Haikong solar power plant is offline. Awaiting further instructions. Netizens abroad who are watching the live broadcast are going crazy, seeing the entire national power grid interrupted. The entire mainland of China was blacked out at night. What a shocking scene this is. I didn't realize that even the various power plants had been cut off. This thought was breaking through the heavens. Even the power plants are down. Are they preparing for nothing more? Does he want to rely solely on the Three Gorges and a tiny nuclear reactor to power the entire country? No. There have been so many shocks tonight. I'm going numb. What is this teenager up to? I don't know what the purpose of doing this is, but I have a feeling that this Chinese genius is even more unbelievable than what we've seen. Tonight, the whole world will stay up all night because of China. Tomorrow's sun will surely rise for the kingdom of China. This is an unprecedented nationwide blackout in the history of mankind. I'm now especially curious to know what else China is going to do next. Among the guests at the launch site, there were quite a few top-level experts from China, who stood in the background, looking at Li Dongxin in front of the curtain, and were emotionally excited. When I first heard about this program, I was overwhelmed by the boldness of Chief Commander Li, and this is the first time I've seen such a grandiose experiment. Look at the broadcast on screen. Twilight. People all over the country are cheering for China. After tonight, China will be back on top of the gold tower of science and technology because of this technology. Chief Commander Li will also become the new leader of science and technology in China. An old expert, looking at the dark night, the Chinese flag flying everywhere, couldn't help but moisten his eyes. Yes, it's really a blessing for us to have such a great scientific genius. Decades ago, China also had this scene, and it was also since that day that no one dared to bully the Chinese anymore. Elder Tang, you are familiar with this scene, aren't you? Several experts turned their gaze to Elder Deng, who was standing in front of them. He did not say anything. He just looked at Li Dongxin in front of the curtain out of his mind. Of course he remembered this scene. Not only did he remember it, he had seen it before, because at that time he was just like Li Dongxin, who had created a miracle in China. Deep in the deserts of China that year, there was a loud bang. It shattered glass abroad. From that moment on, China's status in the international arena instantly increased. At that time, the people of the whole country, just like today, took to the streets and waved the Chinese flag. Countless red figures in the streets and alleys came together to form a red river. Same as now, everyone was shouting and cheering for China. They sang this patriotic song that was so uplifting. Looking at Li Dongxin in front of him, Tang Lao was like seeing his younger self. What is not the same is that the teenager in front of him is more talented and has more light of the times. At this time, on the big screen at the launch site, the vast majority of the map of China has been plunged into darkness. Only the provinces near the Three Gorges hydropower station are left, and the lights are still on to see. Li Dongxin looked at the only light left in front of him. He knew that the reason why these provinces hadn't lost power yet was because all of their power supply came from the Three Gorges hydropower station, and these rays will soon be extinguished by him as well. Li Dongxin slowly picked up the microphone, his gaze like a moment, shouting to the audience in front of him, to the countless cameras, and to the 4 billion viewers around the world. He said, "Listen to my order. Engineering level 2 ready. Close the Three Gorges." Li Dongxin gave an order, and all personnel responded. His orders were once again conveyed down the chain of command. Station Chief Chen on the scene was shaking a bit as he held the walkie-talkie in his hand. After so many years, the Three Gorges hydropower station had never been closed, and he had questioned it before when he first heard Li Dongxin say that the Three Gorges would be closed. Chapter 79 Closure of the Three Gorges hydropower station. But now he understands that before, it was not closed in order to protect the development of China, but, tonight, for the better development of China, the Three Gorges hydropower station must be shut down. Station Chief Chen adjusted his breathing and quickly conveyed Li Dongxin's instructions to all departments. Commander-in-Chief Li instructed that the power supply system of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station, all of it, be shut down. After Li Dongxin's second directive was released, all the broadcasting rooms that were relaying the live footage, regardless of whether they were at home or abroad, all of them exploded. What? This teenager is actually going to shut down even the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station? Then isn't China completely without electricity? Crazy, crazy, crazy. The Chinese are all crazy. They actually don't even want the last guaranteed power supply. Isn't the Three Gorges China's project of the century? That could have changed the ecological environment of the entire downstream waters of China by itself. It's just shut down? My head is now unconscious. Time and time again, the Chinese have rubbed my imagination against the ground. I don't know what else they wouldn't dare do. Unlike these foreign netizens, Li Dongxin's instructions were instantly transmitted to the Three Gorges General Control Room. The commanding officer in the Three Gorges General Control Room immediately reported. The General Control Room has received an order. Close the Three Gorges, close all gates and stop all units. Boom, rumble, boom, rumble, boom, rumble, boom, rumble. One control button after another was pressed. The Three Gorges Dam, the world's miracle project built on a mountain, was all but shut down at this moment. More than 70 steel gates weighing 1,000 tons slowly rise from under the water. All the giant floodgates were sealed. The loud noise startles all the animals near the waters of the Three Gorges. The birds perched on the trees were frightened and all flew up, covering the sky. The giant water column like a white rainbow was cut off a little bit. 10 minutes later, a muffled sound again came from the Three Gorges Dam. Boom, 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 boom. All the gates are completely sealed. Between heaven and earth, it reverts to tranquility. The Three Gorges Dam, which is like a heavenly rift valley, hardens the rolling river and cuts off the river. No fish, no drop of water, can escape from such a powerful force. This was followed by a thumping sound. Inside the Three Gorges Dam, 32 giant generating units were shut down one after another. The uninterrupted humming sound that has been going on for more than 10 years dissipates in an instant. The river returns to calm. All that remains of the Three Gorges Dam is the chirping of birds and the sound of the wind. The Three Gorges hydroelectric power station has been completely closed today since the date of its completion. There are constant reports coming up from the launch site. All gates closed. Floodway closure complete. Waiting for next instructions. Generator and turbine shutdown complete. Awaiting next instructions. Shutdown of high-pressure machines, low-pressure machines, etc. Complete. Awaiting next instructions. Shutdown of power cabinets, regulating cabinets, extinguishing switch cabinets, etc. Complete. Waiting for next instructions. As shutdown after shutdown was reported, the only remaining lights around the Three Gorges Basin began to go out one by one. Through the computer to watch the live broadcast of the Chinese netizens have also long been ready. All in the Popmu message, singing people temporarily leave. Live room will be left to you to guard. The people of Enchi are excused for the time being. Everyone wait for me to come back. The sweatless people will retire for the time being. The people of Whalesands will retire for now. And I will wait for Commander-in-Chief Lee to bring us back. Cities near the Three Gorges Basin went dark one after another. And all but those who watched with cell phone traffic dropped out. Although the number of online viewers in the domestic live broadcast room rapidly decreasing, but the total number of global viewers is not decreasing, but rising. The number of people online went from 3 billion to 4 billion straight from the time Li Dongxin announced the shutdown of the nation's power supply. That means that at least a large portion of the world is attending the event via webcast. When Chinese netizens learned of the global online numbers through other channels, they were extremely proud to swipe the screen inside the live pop-up. Tonight we have all personally participated in history, and we will all be embodied inside the science books in the future. China has returned to the top of the world. All eyes are now on China. I am proud of my identity as a Chinese national. Our nation is not afraid of any hardship or danger. At this moment I finally understood a saying circulating on the internet. In this life, I don't regret entering China. And in the next life, I will still be a member of the Chinese nation. At the same time, far away from the venue in the meter country, there were also exclamations of astonishment. You guys, look, the satellite picture on the big screen. All the lights on the land of China have gone out. It's incredible. The Three Gorges hydroelectric power station is the largest power supply unit in China in terms of power generation capacity. And it's also the safeguard power station of China. And I didn't expect that this teenage commander-in-chief would really shut it all down. What the hell is China doing here? What is the purpose of this teenage commander-in-chief? Does he have some special meaning in having the entire country of China completely blacked out? I can't guess his intentions either. If it's to test his Yuzhong's nuclear reactor, then there's no need to disrupt the power grid without the country. The rice boss looked at the satellite map. The night scene of China on it was pitch black, compared to the other countries around him. At this moment, China was like a dragon diving into the night, and the next moment it was going to open its huge eyes and look down on the whole world. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. That thought from before suddenly popped up again. Could it be that the Chinese are really planning to use that tiny reactor to power the whole country? Cold sweat dripped down his back in a grin at the thought. He lowered his voice, trying to get some negativity out of Dr. Hammer. Does the tunnel know if they are going to King in next? Dr. Hammer clenched his fists, his face pale and trembling as he stared at the satellite image of China on the screen. No. They're trying to power the whole country with controlled nuclear reactors. The imagination of the Chinese people is just horrible. They would actually come up with such a bold idea. This is just too risky. For a country. What kind of kingdom is it? To be able to go up and down. To plunge the nation into darkness for a launch. Dr. Helmer's words sort of completely verified the thoughts in the heart of the rice country boss. He sat back to his position as if he were dead. Empty eyes, staring at the dark Chinese satellite map in front of him. Indifferent and unaware of a word. Chapter 80, the moment has finally come. He also came from a scientific research program, and over the years had been dedicated to the development of the scientific research community in the United States. And he had seen too many amazing ideas and designs. And was more accustomed to geniuses and the like. But, today this teenage commander-in-chief who escaped from their rice country shattered the last barrier in his heart. This can be called the greatest technology in the history of mankind. Just like this was shortcut by the country of China. China is now in the dark night, but compared to the past, this surge of power in the dark night makes him feel more horrible. It was like the calm before the eruption of a volcano, ready to erupt with great power and engulf the world in an instant. This teenager is the real genius. No one in our rice country can compare to him. I was once a believer in Einstein and thought he would be the ceiling for human scientists. But I didn't realize. This one called Li Dongxin is the mountaintop of the scientific world. One can only look up, but cannot climb. The boss of the rice country took a close look at the center of the satellite map of China. There is exactly the launch site of the Three Gorges hydropower station where Li Dongxin is located. Although there was darkness there, but he knew in his heart, in the underground of the hydroelectric power station, there is a fire of the new century. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Tonight, the world will be completely ignited by this spark. The launch site Li Dongxin is still broadcasting normally now. He pointed to the darkened satellite map of China behind him and said aloud, "Now within China, all power stations have been shut down. All areas of electrical equipment also have been cut off. The entire country of China is now in darkness. But all this is only temporary, and what emerges after the darkness will be eternal brightness." Li Dongxin raised the reactor glowing faintly blue in his hand. It was like Prometheus who brought fire to the world, bringing light and hope to mankind. Billions of pairs of eyes around the world are all focused on Li Dongxin's hands. A firm voice came from their ears. "Tonight, let me light up the entire country of China." Li Dongxin's shocking words spread around the world in a few breaths. Countless viewers were excited, and the traffic on each country's online platform instantly spiked. Everyone rushed in to leave comments. "He looks like Promethean break inside the myth now, bringing light to the world. So there really are gods in this world. This young man is the one sent down from heaven to protect the people of China, to light up the entire country of China. Such boldness is simply unimaginable. He's got the whole world in his sights. Perhaps at some point in the future, the teenage commander-in-chief will once again announce that he's going to light up the whole world. Before this, I always thought that Rice's technology was the #1 in the world. And today I realized that China is the hidden king." At the moment the whole world guessed what he was going to do next. As the host said before, the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station is connected to the nation's power grid. Then Li Dongxin brought out the controlled nuclear reactor at this time, and said that he wanted to light up the entire country of China. Then he had only one purpose, to use the reactor to power up the entire country of China through the power grid of the Three Gorges. This idea not only shocked the foreign netizens beyond measure, even Elder Tang, who had once again recalled this plan, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement now. He recalled the first time he heard about this grand plan, or the first time he met Li Dongxin, when he was also shocked and speechless for half a day after hearing it. He also did not expect at that time that someone in this world would really be able to realize this unparalleled miracle. In just a few days, he had fantasized countless times about what an amazing scene it would be when Li Dongxin used the controlled nuclear reactor in his hands to light up the entire country of China. Now this moment had finally come. Elder Tang sat in his chair, trembling with excitement. He couldn't wait to see China break free of the blackness again. It was not only the people at the scene who felt the powerful vigor of Li Dongxin. At this time, the city center, which was originally very lively, no longer had the sound of cars honking or the sound of music played by various merchants in order to attract customers. People all over the street were holding their cell phones and watching the live broadcast in sync. From time to time, there were also people letting out impassioned cries. The flag of China and its people, together, sketched out the most splendid scene, not to mention the extraordinary excitement of the people of China. Anyone who heard Li Dongxin's plan could not maintain their inner peace. The high-level conference room in the United States is now devoid of the atmosphere of creating tension. Instead, there is an unspeakably subtle atmosphere. On the one hand, the scientists of the United States were shocked because of Li Dongxin's grandiose plan. On the other hand, also because of the sour feeling of jealousy that arose within them after being crushed by Chinese technology after this night. Nowadays, these experts in the United States of America already do not care about Li Dongxin as a Chinese teenage genius. For them, such as the person, a generation of scientists can witness the scientific miracle, which is the most important. Scientists have borders, but science has no borders. The soul of the scientist made him admire the young heroes of China. After all, no matter what country breaks through the high technology, that is a great divine benefit for the whole human society. The shock and excitement on their faces could no longer be concealed. Looking at Li Dongxin in the screen, these experts from the meter country, at this time, were also not yet in awe. Remarkable, truly marvelous. The entire world will be turned upside down because of this teenager. From now on, mankind will reach a higher civilization. I can finally witness the birth of a genius with my own eyes. I have no regrets in death. And Dr. Hammer, who was on the sidelines, was at that moment blue and very ugly. He clenched his fists, deadly staring at the big screen. On the other side of the Three Gorges hydropower station in the launch site, the last return message from the Three Gorges Dam arrived. Reporting to Chief Commander Lee, all power supply facilities at the Three Gorges Dam are shut down, ready for the next operation. After hearing these words, Li Dongxin nodded. Under the attention of countless people, he brought the controlled nuclear reactor to the main control room of the power supply. There is a cylindrical grid intersection there, which has been personally verified by Li Dongxin, and it is connected to a 32-way provincial and municipal grid, from which the power output can be completely delivered to all parts of the country. Chapter 81, There is Always Light. With over 4 billion people around the world watching, Li Dongxin slowly placed the controlled nuclear reactor at the intersection point and gave the final command. Level 3 ready. Connect to the national grid. Hearing these words, people all over the world became excited, and the pop-up screen kept rolling. Finally, the most crucial moment has come. We will remember this important moment. He will surely enter the annals of human history. The brightest star in the night sky will be relit. His light will break through the night and shed its light on Earth again. I'm ready to record the whole thing. I'm going to preserve this segment completely as an heirloom for future generations. This miracle belongs not only to the Chinese, but to the whole world. We will all be the beneficiaries of this technology. Let's witness the birth of a miracle. Go China. With Li Dongxin's last command, all the Three Gorges engineers began to adjust all the conveying equipment. They had prepared day and night, waiting for this moment. Under their skillful operation, a return message soon resounded throughout the broadcasting room. The power grid of Will Creek province has been connected. Waiting for the next instructions. The power grid of the Sifun province has been connected. Awaiting further instructions. Hujian grid is connected. Waiting for next instructions. Hushik grid is connected. Waiting for next instructions. The Tetsu River power grid has been connected. Awaiting further instructions. With each sentence of the report, a warm applause rang out from the scene. At the back, all the people present flipped and sang the national anthem of the state of China. Infected by the atmosphere of the scene, all the Chinese nationals and Chinese expatriates sang with tears in their eyes in front of the screen. The only thing left between heaven and earth is the impassioned song. Countless foreign netizens were also touched by the unity of the Chinese people, and they all ran to the official Twitter account of the United States to leave a message. Where are you people? Why don't you say anything? Didn't you say that Chinese people are liars? The Mizos have really shown us this time. Who is the jumper? You finally paid the price for your conceit. From now on, the world's #1 technological powerhouse is now China. You've long been left far behind them. Where's Helmer? Where is he? Come out and say something. Aren't you looking down on the Chinese? That group of Duslomigwa people have completely lost their face today. I'll see if you still dare to criticize China in the future. Seeing that they were being denounced by the whole world, the rice netizens were now not political to say a single word. Li Dongxin has crushed their sense of superiority. One by one, all honestly watched the launch site, no longer in the network platform to attack China's technology. Not to mention that the rice netizens do not dare to refute. As to some of the previous denial of Li Dongxin's rice experts and, now are fast becoming a fan of Li Dongxin. Earlier, their participation in that targeted interview was also on a national mission. But today, seeing the breakthrough in the scientific barriers of mankind, the soul of science and technology within them was burning brightly. While foreign netizens were speaking up for China, the last summary report from the conference site came up. Report to Commander-in-Chief Lee. the national power grid has been connected. Requesting instructions. The final debriefing had come and gone. It was clear to all that the launch had come to its final moments. The world, in the twinkling of an eye, fell silent. No one spoke. No one walked. Even the vehicles traveling on the road stopped. Everyone stared at the screen in front of them. This moment must not be missed. Li Dongxin slowly backed up 2 steps, picked up the microphone, and stood in front of Quan Shirsi Highcloth. China will officially enter the era of controlled nuclear fusion this night. Real-time images from all parts of China, including satellite night views, are synchronized to the rest of the world through online media. Through the images captured by various lenses, foreign netizens were shocked by the situation before them. The screen. China is now in darkness, except for hospitals and other key units still lit. The rest of the places, including factories, residential buildings, villages and towns, are all plunged into darkness. This would certainly cause all sorts of chaos if it were in your own country, and people would be scared, worried, and wondering if something terrible would happen next. But on the contrary, after the people of China encountered this unusual situation, the people did not have a trace of panic. Instead, they were holding the red flag of China, walking above the streets and alleys, singing the national anthem. The joy and exhilaration on people's faces was so clear. The heart-stopping lyrics that hit everyone's heart. Originally wanted to honestly eat melon. Foreign netizens, after seeing this scene, also cannot calm down. They opened the social app. Crazy in every China video below the message, China is now in the middle of the night. Back to they still seem to be idle bathing in the sun. It's unbelievable. I've never thought about what would happen to our country if one day rice was in this situation. Perhaps in the hearts of each and every one of the people of China, there is a sun, and no matter what color the sky is, in their hearts, there is always light. I apologize for my previous overstatement. The people of China are indeed great. They walk the streets and sing moving songs that make me unable to hold back my tears. At this moment, people from various countries around the world, through the network broadcast, could clearly see that the entire country of China was in the dark. 4 billion people, regardless of country or race, are silently cheering for China at this special time, especially when they saw the live broadcast of Chinese netizens, one by one. After dropping the line, they knew that the power was really cut off at their place. They took the place of those Chinese netizens who had dropped out and kept swiping the screen to send out blessings for China. Friends of China, we are here waiting for you to come back. Chinese friends, we are here for your return. Chinese friends, we are here for your return. Chinese friends, we are here for your return. The scene was like a world fusion, and everyone around the world was expecting the miracle that followed, expecting China to be lit up, looking forward to the great country of China being lit up by that talented young man, one person. Chapter 82: The Fall of the Tiger and the Leopard. The same scene is being played out all over the country at the same time. There was no script, no rehearsal. Everyone turned on all the lights in their homes in accordance with the country's established plan. Headlights, small lights, ceiling lights, toilet lights, kitchen lights, balcony lights, and so on and so forth. Even though there is still a blackout, everyone is actively cooperating and responding to the state's call. Turn on all the lights in the house wide open. In conjunction with Chief Li's command, light up the nation. Everyone is ready to wait completely, waiting for the moment when Li Dongxin lights up the country. All the people of China, either holding the national flag to the street, waving the flag for the miracle of China, either they pushed open their balconies and stood on top of the tall buildings, raising their arms and shouting for Li Dongxin. The sound wave was like a tsunami that swept across the country. At the end of the day, 1,000 words converge into the same slogan that resounds throughout the country. The world and the sky, go Li Dongxin, light up China. 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 The moment. Countless ordinary people went out into the street when the country of China had a total power cut, cheering for the country of China and for Li Dongxin. Foreign netizens were all shocked after seeing this scene in the screen through the internet broadcast. They stared straight into their eyes as the Chinese people's sense of national self-layering once again deeply infected them. I so want to join them. I want to join them in cheering for China. This scene is really too touching. How I wish I was a Chinese national myself. They don't care how high or low they are. They have different statuses. At this moment they share the same name, Chinese. We are lucky. Although we can't go to China to stand with them, we can equally cheer them on in the live broadcast. That's right. This event does not only belong to the people of China, but also to the people of the whole world. Let's come together to cheer for China. Driven by the people of China. All the online platforms around the world were filled with Li Dongxin's cheer. Light up China. At this moment, the hearts of the people all over the world were beating together with this slogan. Everyone was expecting that Li Dongxin would light up the entire country of China with the controlled fusion reactor in his hands, just as the entire population of China is cheering for the imminent lighting up of China. The meter, far across the ocean, has a diametrically opposite feeling. The rise of China had terrified them from the bottom of their bones. In the top conference hall of the United States, dozens of authoritative experts in the United States, as well as several competent figures in the scientific community, all of them are now staring at the screen. Atmosphere and all dare not come out. When they saw with their own eyes, the entire country of China was completely plunged into black. When Li Dongxin took out the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, they then came to a sobering realization that China had not lied at all. They are really breaking through the core nuclear fusion technology. They are really going to use that controlled fusion reactor to relight the country of China. They could never have imagined in any case that China had really developed a physical object. At this moment, all of their backbone, all of their dignity, instantly ran away. Everyone was shocked by Li Dongxin's aura. Only Dr. Hammer is still trying to make a last dying effort. He wouldn't dare use this to power the whole of China. It's a toy. They brought this toy out to hoodwink the world. I don't believe anyone can actually make this thing. The controlled fusion reactor simply doesn't belong in this era. The rice boss couldn't help but frown when he saw Dr. Helmer's near crazy actions. He didn't expect Dr. Hammer to actually lose control so much. In fact, regardless of whether what the Chinese teenager said was true or not, at this moment, he could only wait quietly and wait for the next development of things as he shook his head inside. But where does the Hammerbo soil care about this? He is now full of thoughts that China is in the show. But things often go in the opposite direction. Dr. Hammer had expected that the reactor that was tuned to be taken back after the demonstration. Then using the equipment at the Three Gorges power station, we tested it and finally announced that China had mastered nuclear fusion technology. If that's how it goes, then Dr. Hammer can excuse himself by saying that it's all a fake experiment set up by China. Then Helmer still had a chance to turn the tide. But when he saw Li Dongxin personally put the reactor into the convergence point of China's power grid, he completely broke down. Because what Li Dongxin did was completely beyond his expectations. Not only was he going to use the reactor to light up China, he was going to accomplish this feat in front of the whole world. In this way, there was no way for Helmer to argue at all. It was as if Dr. Helmer's life had been drained out of him all at once, and he instantly slumped in his chair, trembling uncontrollably, a feeling that all came from the roar of the lion in the east. From that Chinese teenager, the colt of the tiger and the leopard, though not yet a teenager, already has the spirit of a bull-eater. By this moment, everyone understood that they had lost, completely and utterly lost. Dr. Hammer's face was pale, his eyes were lifeless as he looked at Li Dongxin in the screen. At this stage, how could anyone possibly be able to develop materials for controlled nuclear fusion? How did it appear out of nowhere in China? Who the hell is this teenager? How did he do it? Dr. Hammer's brain was in turmoil as he was pulled back and forth between fantasy and reality, almost on the verge of tearing him in half. This torture quickly destroyed the last of his willpower. He was so weak that he actually slipped out of the chair and paralyzed on the floor. Several people behind him saw this and hurriedly ran over to assist. This scene directly shocked the other authoritative experts. Some experts who knew about Helmer's past guessed that he was struck by Li Dongxin. Helmer, who had been in the scientific and technological world for decades, had lost his reputation in one lifetime. They were afraid that something would happen to this number one person in nuclear physics and rice, and whispered in his ear, Dr. Helmer, don't you worry, maybe we have such a talented young man in rice too. What's more, even if China possesses this technology, then they've only surpassed us in this area. In other areas, we in the U.S. are still the strongest in the world. Another expert next to him also kept persuading. Yes, there is still a long way to go between successful research and development and actual use. It's not that easy for China to surpass us even if they want to. We're still number one in the world in aerospace, so don't be in too much of a hurry. At this moment, Dr. Helmer had long since stopped listening to their words. His gaze had been dead on the screen, staring at the teenager in the screen, the teenager who had commanded the world. The foreign netizens didn't realize that all that was happening right now as they rushed into Helmer's Twitter feed, constantly questioning him. Didn't you say that China couldn't research controlled fusion technology? Now that people have a physical product, what else do you have to say? It's fortunate that this technology wasn't developed by your country, rice, or else I don't know how you would have bullied the smaller countries. Dr. Hammer, you're old, the world belongs to the young after all. Don't struggle. Chapter 83, a few people rejoice, a few people sorrow. Now that China is the world's most powerful country in terms of technology, you should stop thinking about cheating the world. China has made history. and we will join the people of China in waiting for the light to come. At this time, although it was nighttime in China, it was still daytime in rice, and their stock market, Rice Tech, was way down. The Standard Spectrum Index fell 2,000 points. The Dow QS fell 4,700 points. The Nasdaq Composite fell 3,100 points. All of the world's stockholders have been selling rice stocks. The rice economy instantly shrink a lot, which makes the global netizens shouted overjoyed. Rice itself probably didn't realize that a few of its own smear stories had led to such dire consequences. There is a saying in the country of China that a few people are happy and a few people are sad. Now, not only are the people of the world watching the live broadcast, but even some of the big names from other countries that have close ties with China are now gathered in the conference room. When they saw Li Dongxin's announcement of closing the Three Gorges hydropower station, they were all shocked. It was different from the shock of the rice country. The bigwigs of these countries were shocked and questioned. It was the time when the meeting of their coalition of small countries was being held, and because of the simultaneous opening of the conference in China, the host country of this meeting announced that they would suspend the meeting and watch the broadcast from China together. When the bigwigs of these countries saw the reactor in Li Dongxin's hands, all of them could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is this the controlled fusion reactor? Didn't Rice say that China doesn't have the strength to develop it at all? Then what is this?" Next to the other tall big man obviously with the country of China relations are good, Rampli Hua told him, "Rice is no longer powerful. It is impossible to put his hand into the territory of the country of China." Right. What's more, China itself is a technological powerhouse. So what makes you think he can't develop it? The big shot who questioned China's strength was disliked. Although he was from a neutral country, he would still intentionally or unintentionally fall on the side of Rice. And now that he saw that China actually possessed technology that transcended the times, he couldn't help but get hot under the collar. Since the two countries don't usually have much contact with each other, I had to turn to the blonde big shot. "I know you have good relations with China. Can you send my regards to China and congratulate them on their achievement of the controlled nuclear fusion technology?" The tall big man smiled, knowing what his old friend meant. China's latest technology has become the meat and potatoes in the hearts of all the countries in the world. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to make good relations with China. Maybe China will share this technology with them. It's okay to take a step back, even if you don't share, as long as you don't have one more enemy. The big man felt that since people were interested in making friends, he might as well be a peacemaker himself. "That's fine. It just so happens that I'll be visiting China next month, so I'll help you convey it then. But specifically how to maintain your relationship after China, that depends on your country's sincerity." The big man of the neutral country was overjoyed to hear this and thanked him. Another brown-haired big man's face turned upside down. He knew clearly that his eyes China's relationship was not good, because he also followed the rice country carded China's technology. "I thought it would be better to ride under a big tree. But I didn't realize that China was the first country to break through the ceiling of science and technology and overcome the controlled nuclear fusion technology. This time he is considered completely unable to sit down. He is afraid of retaliation from China on the one hand. On the other hand, for the latest technology of China, he is also very greedy. He also wanted to ask the tall, big man to put in a good word for him, but would he help him? Without waiting for him to open his mouth, the tall big man guessed what he wanted to say, and patting the other man's arm, he lowered his voice and said, "Do you want me to carry a message for you as well?" The big brown-haired man nodded his head repeatedly, knowing that his country's strength was not a match for China at all. Previously, following the rice country is just waving the flag, which can't play much of a role at all. It's okay, only you have to understand. If China forgives you, then in the future your country cannot do anything to harm China. The big brown-haired man's face eased a lot when he heard him agree. This is natural. We are also willing to make friends with a country like China. At this time, is in the rice conference room, unaware of the former allies. One by one is turning his back on his own rice boss. At this time is also a sad brow, helplessly shook his head. After removing the suit mirror, looking at the phone on the non-stop sent the bad news, sighed, a moment as if 10 years old. Who would have thought that the hegemony of the rice country for so many years would be completely shattered by a teenager in just a few minutes? He leaned back in his chair in disappointment, his medical face falling. This time, it was Rice who lost. To a teenage hero. The launch site. Deng Lao stood behind the curtain with mixed feelings. Real-time scenes across the country. All local media transmitted back. He saw the land of China. Countless people shouting for Li Dongxin. It was a scene that stayed with him for a long time. After all these years, the scene from the dream has finally reappeared. These sons and daughters of China are shouting and cheering for their motherland and for China's science and technology in their own way. And all of this was because of this teenager in front of him. The red flame within Deng Lao was instantly ignited. You are now not only a great scientist, but also the spark in the hearts of the people of China. Today you will not only light up the land of China, you will also light up the fire of Nonang in the hearts of the people of China. From this moment on, the torque of fire in your hands begins to illuminate the entire land of China. Your light. The road will be blessed to see hundreds of millions of Chinese subjects. Go. Do what you want. The times will change because of you. Go. To light up China. Deng Lao was so agitated that the fluctuation of his emotions almost made him unsteady on his feet. The hostess behind her, after seeing Deng Lao's body swaying, was so frightened that she hurriedly went forward to assist him. Deng Lao, are you tired? Let me move a chair for you to sit on. Deng Lao glanced back at her and shook his head with a smile, then returned his gaze to Li Dongxin. Do you see that he looks like Prometheus among the myths? He is now bringing new light to mankind. Hearing Elder Tang's words, the female host flinched as she assisted Elder Tang and looked at Li Dongxin's autumn water eyes, which flashed with a strange look. At this moment, Li Dongxin was bathed in the light blue light of the reactor. It was like an angel floating down. Raise your hands and feet to show full dominance. For a moment the hostess was in a bad trance. The eyes that looked at Li Dongxin's back also became more and more infatuated. Her thin lips lightly bit, and infinite surges welled up in her heart. Although she was a few years older than Li Dongxin, he was now like a giant of the times in her heart. One could only allow oneself to look up to him. Chapter 84 The Last Hour. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes. This is an unchanging law. What's more, the handsome young man in front of us is a young hero who changed the whole world pattern with the power of one person. How could this not make her mind swirl? This popular flower girl in the media industry of China, the beautiful hostess with mesmerized eyes, murmured, history casts heroes. Heroes make history. That's what Dong Xin Li is all about. Not only did Bing Bing exist with this feeling, even the netizens watching the live broadcast were deeply impressed by Li Dongxin's temperament. On the screen, Li Dongxin wrestled the controllable fusion reactor, and the light blue light moist of nuclear fusion surrounded him. Commander-in-Chief Li now looks as if he's holding up a cosmic creator god. That controlled fusion reactor. Why does it look more and more like a galaxy to me? No wonder he said it's the purest energy in the universe. It's clearly like having the Milky Way in it. It's so fascinating. If I have the chance, I must meet Commander-in-Chief Li in person. Just as the netizens were mesmerized by Li Dongxin's divine beauty, they were mesmerized. Once again, the launch site was filled with reports from various departments. Adjustment of the transformer cooling unit is complete. Waiting for next instructions. Nationwide grid test smooth. Awaiting next instructions. Grid merge into convergence point complete. Awaiting next instructions. Superconducting line liquid nitrogen cooling device installed. Awaiting next instructions. Fusion energy scene tester installed. Awaiting next instructions. Feedback message after feedback message resounded throughout the launch. Everyone knew that this was the most important moment of the launch. Eventually the last feedback message came up. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief. Cooling units in place. National power grid lines are clear. You may proceed to the next step in the process. The scene was filled with loud applause, and all eyes were focused on Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin nodded. Turning around, he looked at the big screen behind him. There, China was in the middle of a dark night, like a giant is sleeping. The lights emanating from the surrounding countries surrounded the country of China. Just like Li Dongxin was surrounded by a light blue light general serenity, the controlled fusion reactor in front of him was heavy and solemn. The energy contained herein will break through the night in an instant. The light that emanates from it will surely illuminate the whole world. Netizens have also put their attention back on top of the launch. They are also aware that the most critical moment has been reached. The grand plan to light up China is about to be realized. I'm so nervous right now. I'm about to witness history. Is it the last moment now? Is Commander-in-Chief Li about to light up China? Let time pass a little slower. Let me feel more of this breathtaking excitement. I wonder how bright and moving China will be when it shines in the universe again. The Eastern Dragon is about to open his eyes. I can already feel his majesty. The whole world is trembling. At the same time, people all over the country have spontaneously come outdoors. City dwellers came outside their neighborhoods and on the roofs of their buildings, where they waved the national flag while shouting loudly. It was as if they wanted the whole world to hear their call. Go Li Dongxin, light up China. Go Li Dongxin, light up China. Go Li Dongxin, light up China. There were even people who ran to a local tourist attraction where dozens of people spread out a huge Chinese flag. The flag was surrounded by their cell phones. The bright red color, illuminated by the flash of the cell phone, was so stirring. Now all over the country, the same Chinese red is everywhere. Above the mountaintops, the clouds are shaken by such a sound. In the desert, the gravel is shaken by this cry. Within the jungle, the fierce had been horrified by this cry. Beneath the rivers, the fish jumped by this cry. At this moment, on the land of China, wherever there were Chinese people, there was this splash of bright red, this flash of red. not only shines on the land of China. Even foreign netizens were completely stunned by this scene. This kind of shocking scene was something they had never seen before. Now, global online platforms are a sea of red. Netizens from all countries are playing the Chinese flag on it. In the live broadcast of the foreign broadcast, oh my god, are the Chinese trying to turn the entire universe red? I swear, this scene is definitely the most shocking scene in human history. Once again, I am overwhelmed by the unity of the people of China. Their sentiments for their country are incomparable to ours. I believe, if miracles really had colors, it would have to be China red. Let's light up the country of China. Let's all cheer for Huagua. People of all races around the world simultaneously shouted for China at this moment. The loud and powerful shouts almost broke the sky. Li Dongxin also seemed to feel the expectations of the people of the world for him. Now he was carrying more than just the expectations of the people of China. It was even more so that he was bearing the ardent expectations of billions of people around the globe. The universe was big, but at this moment, Li Dongxin was the focus of the universe. Finally he placed his finger gently on the controlled fusion reactor. There was an empty colored button for the safety device. He slowly opened the safety, placing his hand on it. He looks at the big screen in front of him. The land of China, which was in the darkness of night above, seemed to have opened its eyes. This oriental dragon looks at its best sons and daughters, and seems to say again, "Go, my boy. You are the hope of China. Use your power to light up China for the whole country." Li Dongxin felt the voice from his motherland. He slowly nodded his head and looked at the starry sky outside the conference center, where the stars shone monstrously. The light shone brightly in the universe, facing the vastness of the universe, facing the gazes of billions of people. The country of China is now completely in darkness. Below, I will use controlled fusion. Light up the country. The world perked up at the sight of Li Dongxin pressing his hand on the red switch. The last minute has finally arrived. Everyone is about to witness a miracle. Netizens all over the country can't wait. The pop-up screen is bristling with swipes. More violent than any other time it's come. Light up the country of China. Let's witness the miracle of history together. Cheer up Commander-in-Chief Li. Push the button down. Use your power to light up the world. This moment is short-lived though, but we Chinese people have waited for hundreds of years. Now, he's finally here. After tonight, our country of China will lead the world again. No one will dare to challenge China again. In the next moment, the light of the Kingdom of China will shine in the world. The entire universe will tremble because of the Kingdom of China. Chapter 85, Dreams of a Great Revival. The passion of all the people of China is as bright as the sun. The whole world felt the power from China. The number of people in the foreign webcast room drifted up again. Now, regardless of skin color, regardless of racial creed, every single person on the globe is waiting for the next miracle. This moment is so short, yet so long. Not only Chinese people have waited for 100 years, all mankind has waited for 100 years. Meaning look at the technological ceiling of controlled fusion technology that will be proven tonight. Foreign netizens went crazy as they kept swiping pop-ups in the live broadcast. Go for it, Chinese Commander-in-Chief. Push that button that symbolizes civilization down. The light of the new era shines on you, and your light will surely warm the world. The sun doesn't even shine as brightly as you do, for you now hold the sun's energy. Because of you, this era will be incomparably glorious, and we will witness the coming of the after age. Humanity's technological development is only today considered to have truly stepped into a high-tech civilization. And you, the teenager from China, you are the pioneer of this era. I can't breathe now. The light of this genius scientist from China is just too much. He belongs not only to the people of China, but to the whole world. Nowadays, Li Dongxin's every movement and every breath tugs at the heartstrings of countless people. Today, the balconies of homes are lit up with cell phones. It's a sea of stars belonging to the people of China. Shout after shout, one after another. The cheering sound made by a few young girls was like the horn of a charge. It shook down all the snow in the heart that was pressing down on the mountain. This avalanche of shouts detonated the entire neighborhood. For a moment, every corner of the neighborhood lit up with fluorescent lights. One neighborhood resident after another rushed to the balcony. Waving their hands, they cheered for Li Dongxin and cheered for Huagua. This sound Vijong's slogans completely went down in history. Everywhere echoed the shocking cry, "Go China! Go Li Dongxin! Go China! Go Li Dongxin! Go China! Go Li Dongxin!" The people were emotionally stirred, and this passage of surging power stimulated the nerves of every son and daughter of China. Not just on Earth. At this time in space in orbit around the Earth, on the space station in China, 3 astronauts are closely watching what's happening in China. The 3 astronauts are also using satellite signals to watch simultaneous live coverage of the launch. When they saw the entire land of China, all plunged into darkness, the 3 are thrilled. "Look, you guys, the people of China are out on the street cheering for China. It's just too bad we're in space and don't get to join them. Another astronaut smiled lightly after hearing this. What does it matter if we can't participate in person? We are also Chinese. As long as our hearts are together, no matter the distance, we can all cheer for our motherland. They were looking through the space station's hanging windows. Look solemn. Salute to the motherland and to Li Dongxin. The country of China under the night is so peaceful, as deep and clear as the universe. This feeling could only be felt by the three of them. After countless hours of hard work, China had finally realized the dream of the great Xiaoxing. As the three Chinese astronauts, how can they not be proud of their country's Min Rise, the captain of the three astronauts? This is his second time to enter the space station in China. He looked at the bright blue planet under his feet. His eyes could not hide the excitement. I did not expect that I could actually see China can lead the world's science and technology in my lifetime. We have waited too long for this moment. Behind a female astronaut excited tears. The screen Li Dongxin, the age of his own son. She looked at Li Dongxin's eyes. In addition to admiration and generalization, but also more from the mother's doting, I did not expect to lay this foundation for us, is actually a teenager. He is about the same age as my son. I really want to hug him. At this time the vice captain of the space team pulled the cable and floated over. You're obviously thinking of your son, but you're right. He's an outstanding son and daughter of our Chinese nation. Even though we're in space, we can still shout and cheer for him in our hearts. The female astronaut looked up at the distant moon. It was so bright and radiant. She hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corners of her limbs so that she wouldn't float in the space station. And she sighed slightly. I really want to go to the moon, bring down the most beautiful moon rock, and give it to Commander-in-Chief Li with my own hands. As an astronaut from China, her biggest dream in her life was to log on to the moon, to personally plant the flag of China on the surface of the moon, and solemnly declared to the world, the Chinese people have finally succeeded in landing on the moon. Although now China has been able to realize the mechanical landing on the moon, but there is still a long way to go from a man landing on the moon, so that the footprints of China really step on the moon. It was a great encounter for all the people of China. The captain, as one of the earliest astronauts in China, empathized with the words of his teammates. He looked at the moon 300,000 kilometers away, smiled, and sighed. In the history of human moon landings, only the astronauts of the Rice Nation have successfully landed on the moon. We in China have been working hard for so many years, and have never been able to land a man on the moon. It's not that we're not determined enough, it's just that the state of the art isn't there yet. But there is a genius like Commander-in-Chief Li sitting there. I think we can definitely realize a manned moon landing in our lifetime. The captain's words instantly lit up the hearts of the remaining two. China already had the world's top technology from tonight. One of the difficulties in landing on the moon is the lunar module, and the other is sufficient power. With a controlled fusion reactor, the power source is naturally not a problem. Next, as long as the moon landing module is fixed, and the moon landing orbit is designed, then China's landing on the moon will no longer be a dream. The woman astronaut immediately stood in awe at the thought. When that day does come, I'm going to work hard to become a moon landing astronaut. Personally bring that medallion like moon rock. Bring it back to Earth for Commander-in-Chief Li. Although she had never met Li Dongxin, from the computer screen and hearing Li Dongxin's speech, she knew that this teenager must be a heroic figure with a heart for the motherland. If the country really wants him, then he will definitely contribute to his country. The captain's gaze was as deep as the universe, his eyes reflecting the gorgeous starry sky. Since ancient times, our country of China has had a purely special sentiment towards Megatron. Since China ran to the moon, there have been myths about the moon throughout the ages. I didn't realize that today we'd finally have a chance to witness it with our own eyes. Chapter 86. As if holding the sun in his hands. When the female astronaut heard the captain's words, her mind was also filled with infinite reveries. If the country still allows it, I will definitely live up to my mission, and hold the soil on the moon with my own hands for the country, for the people, and also for Li Dongxin, and bring it back to the country of China. The captain wiped his hand on the lens, the watery breath he had exhaled. When Armstrong landed on the moon, he said something that has been passed down through the ages. This is one small step for me, but one giant leap for mankind. Then, when we Chinese land on the moon for the first time, what words should be said? What's it going to take to beat Armstrong? Just as the two were lamenting over their future dreams of landing on the moon, the vice captain pointed at the screen and said excitedly, "Don't you guys chat, come and see. Li Dongxin is going to light up China." The two floated over in a hurry. The screen. Li Dongxin hand pressed the switch and solemnly announced to the world, "Controlled nuclear fusion project, first project start." The project name is Light Up China. Pow! Li Dongxin heavily pressed the start button. Bang! Miso, 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 miso. When Li Dongxin finished the last word, After he heavily pressed the red button on the controlled fusion reactor, a soft thud came from the controller, followed by an ever-increasing, accelerating humming sound rang out. The blue glow from the fusion reactor is getting brighter and brighter. Everyone couldn't see it though, but could somehow feel the change in the energy field. Instant. A powerful energy exploded out from the reactor. The light blue energy star ring was constantly spreading outward from the reactor. It was just like the violent shockwaves generated at the time of the Big Bang. One ring after another. The various groups of staff responsible for regulating the output of the power grid. They did not dare to be careless at all. Staring closely at the data in the computer screen, constantly reporting the real-time situation to Li Dongxin, the reactor pressure began to increase. It is in the normal range. Reactor temperature beginning to rise. It's in the normal range. Plasma is breaking down. Fusion energy normal. Plasma conversion stabilized. Pressure values normal. Energy output stabilized. Ready to deliver near transformers. Every news broadcast seems like heavenly music to the people of China. There was continuous applause, and all the cameras were focused on the controlled fusion reactor beside Li Dongxin. Netizens from various countries clearly saw through the live feed that Li Dongxin had begun to light up the country of China. Everyone was stunned by the scene on the screen. It's finally started. I feel like it's been such a long hour. It's finally time to light up the country. Is that the energy from nuclear fusion? It's like the shockwave created when a star explodes. Exactly. This is the purest energy in the universe. We humans have finally mastered him. Commander-in-Chief Li is really amazing. He actually really holds the sun in his hands. A miracle. This is a miracle. It's the same as when the God of creation brought light to the earth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. At the same time, was just as foreign netizens were frantically swiping the screen to leave messages. The last report of the launch also came. The fusion energy device strategy stabilized. It's working fine. Chen Station Master as the control room command heard this sentence, the hanging heart finally completely put down. He picked up his talker and gave a final summary to Li Dongxin. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li. Fusion energy parameters normal. Requesting connection to Three Gorges unit main circuit. This moment has finally arrived. Thunderous applause erupted from the scene. The nuclear physics experts of the Chinese Academy of Sciences all gathered behind the curtain. They're ready to witness the birth of a miracle. Deng Lao, who was the deputy commander-in-chief, clenched his fists. He looked at this Chinese teenager in front of him. This man who brought hope to China and miracles to the world. He believes that Li Dongxin will succeed. The staff outside the launch site also cheered when they heard the news. Li Dongxin didn't let them wait much longer. His voice was loud and clear as he gave a new order: close the gate. Connect the power grid. Finally, with a command from Li Dongxin, the staff in charge of the switch pulled down the control gate valve directly. Boom! Huge transformer banks roared at the same time. Zzzzzzzzz. Debay horse pop. Baird. Bang. When a high voltage line is closed, blue high voltage electricity is generated. The enormous energy flows instantly into the power grid. After passing through voltage regulators and transformers, it is transmitted via cables to the north and south of the river. At this moment, the streetlights outside the Three Gorges instantly brightened up. The bright lights, like the midday sun, illuminate the Three Gorges Dam. A tremendous amount of electrical energy, starting with the Three Gorges, spreading rapidly across the country, like a burning spider web. The shocking moment has finally arrived. Through the country of China's satellite night map on, the country of China's lights across the country, centered on the Three Gorges, began to gradually light up. The lights were like newly knotted cobwebs that kept stretching out to the whole country of China. The sea ship's light came on. Hujian's light also flickers again. Will Hai, Zhejiang. Lights gradually came on in one province after another. It's like the fire of stars being lit one by one. From space. At this moment, China is like a giant dragon reopening its eyes. The flickering light is almost comparable to the sun. As bright as the stars. The netizens of China were shocked by this scene. They even forgot to swipe the screen. Everyone was immersed in this dreamlike world. Immersed in the history of mankind. The miracle of bacteria using nuclear change energy for once. Finally, the pop-up screen rolled back up. It's like the Three Gorges opening the gates. A steady stream that can't be broken. China is lit up. I'm not dreaming here. We really did it. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's like the stars really opened their eyes when the night sky fell. How fortunate I am to actually witness this historic moment. Commander-in-Chief Li is really great. He really created a miracle. He has really lit up China. Is this the energy of nuclear fusion? Is this the purest power in the universe? This energy is about to blind me. It wasn't just China's netizens who witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Netizens from other countries also enjoyed this beautiful moment through the broadcast from China. Chapter 87. A new sun rises. The Chinese did it. Look, You guys, on the satellite map of China, there is a sun rising right there. This is technology. This is real technology. The people of China are so great. They've lit up the whole world. At this moment, China shines more brightly than all the surrounding countries. The light he radiates. Then I feel the warmth of the sun. Is there anything the Chinese can't do? They can even move the sun home. From now on, the world revolves around the sun, and we will revolve around China. Miles away from the country of China's rice, all the people of the country of rice watched China's satellite night map, the original ball-black piece of instantly with the momentum of a starfire, burning the whole territory of China. The provincial city, which had just been in the dark of night, was now brightly lit. It was like the great Tang dynasty. They saw clearly that it was the little controlled fusion reactor that did all this. As the world's superpowers, they can't afford the technology of other countries from the bottom of their bones. This also makes them more and more arrogant and self-righteous. But, today, the Chinese people have taught them one thing. A scholar is not a scholar for 3 days when he is a scholar for 3 days. China's technology has surpassed that of the United States. Whether you recognize it or not, the facts are right in front of us. Although the rice netizens were frustrated in their hearts, they were still impressed by the technology of the Chinese. They didn't dare to defy Chinese technology anymore. Twitter is full of their messages. China is lit up, lighted up by this young man from China. He is a genius. He has done what we could never do. Is this the final technology of China? This technology has really come out. We've entered the post-technology era. We should not be arrogant. We have to recognize that China is a great country. The wisdom of the people of China is beyond our comparison. Could this Chinese teenager be a messenger sent down by God? He's talented enough to be compared to God. This sheer power, even if you look at it on the screen and can feel it. Perhaps we should reflect on this. Obviously we have more technology. Why can't we develop controlled fusion technology? Meanwhile, in the cosmic space station over the world, 3 other astronauts are also watching everything. The lights in the Three Gorges area were the first to go on, as if they were starbursts. Immediately afterward, this starburst, with the momentum of a prairie fire, rapidly expanded to the entire country of China. That connecting light, in the night sky with a soaring dragon. Although only a few provinces of the Three Gorges Zhou country have been lit up, that kind of gradually spreading lights is like an unstoppable flood beast. It was roaring with endless energy, gushing toward the country. Several astronauts, with tears in their eyes, counted the areas that were lit up. Fujian is lit up. Guangdong is lit. Tetsui also lights up. The 3 of them could no longer hold back their inner excitement. They embraced each other happily and cried out in excitement. Our motherland is lit up. Our motherland has been lit up by Commander-in-Chief Li. It's beautiful. It's only just a few provinces lit up, but the lights continue to Moyen. Wait until China is completely lit up. How beautiful it will be. Salute. Salute Commander-in-Chief Li. The 3 faced the Chinese flag inside the space station, and they had tears in their eyes, solemnly saluting. Who would have thought that our country, China, would actually give birth to such a talented young man? I'm getting more and more confident about landing on the moon now. It seems it won't be long before we can realize our common ideal. The vice captain floated over, shook the hands of the 2, and said emotionally, this is not only our ideal, but the ideal of all Chinese people. I have 1,000 words in my heart, but I don't know where to begin. The captain smiled and nodded, sending his body to the space station's hanging window position. Through there, he could clearly see the spreading of the bright lights on the great land of China. Nowadays, the provinces in the Longnan region have basically been completely lit up. Endless energy is gravely extending towards the north at an even faster speed. It won't take more than a few minutes. The entire country of China will be completely lit up. That moment, the earth will explode with a light never seen before in the night. The captain of the space station looked in the direction of his home, which was still dark, but would soon be lit up. At one point his voice choked. This is the rise of the Chinese people. Have been waiting for thousands of years for the rise of the nation. Commander-in-Chief Li, you are the new son of China. The satellite map of the state of China relighted one area after another. Splendid Chinese lights blossomed on the land of China. It was as if a vast river of stars was reflected in the water, and that miniature fusion reactor continues to provide energy. This endless energy continues to spread across the country. It's like it's never ending. Longnan, Longzhong, Longdong, bloomed with light one after another. City after city awakens from the night. Cities built on rivers. Their light and splendor converge into a river. It looks like a golden dragon, lying down on the land of China on the satellite cloud map. These glories consisted of every family. When the light shines again, the people are all abuzz. At this moment, the feeling of the family and the country is spreading in the hearts of everyone. It was as if Li Dongxin had not only lit the lamp in their homes, it's also lighting the lamp in their hearts. There were lines of car owners running out of various underground parking lots in the city. The parking lot staff directly removed the exit railing in order to get them out quickly, and the car owners scrambled to get their cars up a steep hill. Some people waited for half a day without moving and kept urging anxiously, "Hurry up in front. Don't stop me from doing my part to light up China. Don't rush. I'm more anxious than you are. Do you know where the nearest steep slope is? No. Let's drive up the hill. It'll work." There is not a single car on the main road of the city now. On the contrary, some remote mountain roads are crowded with all kinds of vehicles, especially on steep slopes. The steeper the slope, the more cars there are. All the car owners pulled out and parked on a slope, letting their headlight lights rush into the sky. A pillar of light rising up into the sky. Looking at the unprecedented scene in front of them, the owners cheered, "Now we can see the mountain we lit up from the sky. Hey, I turned on all the lights at home, and since we're going to light up China, we can't afford to have less lights on this barren mountain." Chapter 88, Whether or Not to Increase the Power. That's right, let's help Commander-in-Chief Li light up the entire country of China. Guys, hurry up, turn on all the car headlights, make the night sky of our Chinese country a little brighter, keep those foreigners at bay. People's patriotic fervor is at an all-time high. Ordinary people use their own modest efforts, with all the lights at their disposal, to weave a luminous picture of the motherland. This kind of emotion is not only the ordinary people of the country of China have. Even the various universities and academic institutions are also thinking of ways they phase to use their own power, to do what they can do to light up this grand event in the country of China. On campus, the scholars turn on all the lights in all the academic buildings, libraries, dormitories and even the cafeteria. After doing this, the scholars took their flashlight cell phones and drew back to the playground in turn. The light of a cell phone, though not bright, can shatter the darkness. The brightness of a flashlight, though insufficient, can illuminate the whole of God's land. Scholars standing on the playground, the forest paths, even on the roofs of every building, wherever they could look up and see the sky, they were all there. Wherever their figures are present, there is light in all. They wave their arms, trying to make China a little brighter, brighter. Chants once again resounded through the campus. Let's go everyone, let's light up China together. For the sake of China's tomorrow, let's work together. Go China, light up China. It's not just this one academic institution, but universities all over the country are taking action. The Qing and Bei schools even turned on the lights on the soccer field. They positioned their spotlights so that the light was aimed at the sky. The students even brought out their laptops, trying to use the faint glow emanating from their screens to add a point of brightness to the light on the great land of China. At this moment, whether it is the city or the countryside, wherever it can be bright, all of them are turned on. The merchants even spared no expense as they did, taking out all the table lamps in their merchandise stores and placing them outdoors. Connected to the sockets, the lights were thrown into the night sky. This moving scene was transmitted to the conference site by all the reporters from all over the world. Dang Lao looked at the screen and the real picture. Moving the district chair is standing up. The assistant wanted to go forward to help him, but he was pushed away. His eyes were moist and his throat trembled. Staring intently at the Chinese people in the screen, he could hardly help himself. This is the Chinese people. They will always come forward at the most critical moment. Instead of saying that Li Dongxin has lit up the lights of China, it would be better to say that he has lit up that Shenghong in the hearts of the people. This kind of scene could only occur in my country of China. These scenes likewise fell into Li Dongxin's eyes, and seeing that the people of the country were supporting themselves in their own way, Li Dongxin's gaze was like a torch. Bright eyes looked backwards at the 10,000 lighted areas of the country of China. Under the reflection of billions of home lights and cell phone flashes, the entire country of China turned into a dazzling sea of stars in the darkness of the night. Second by second, on the satellite night map, the light is like a locust transit spreading little by little to the northern part of China. Today, even though half of China is now lit up, but the power of nuclear fusion has not diminished in the slightest. The energy from the controlled fusion reactor continues to extend deeper into the territory of China. The staff of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station, constantly reporting the real-time situation. The reactor energy output is stable. Whether to increase the power. Station Chief Chen looked back to Li Dongxin for his opinion. Li Dongxin nodded, and Station Commander Chen immediately relayed the Commander-in-Chief's order. Increase the power. A few moments later, the operator reported up the results. Output power has been increased. Continuous monitoring in progress. Post-temperature stabilization in the reactor. Ongoing detection. Pressure stabilized in reactor. Continuous monitoring in progress. Plasma transfer loss stabilized. Ongoing detection. Station Commander Chen followed Li Dongxin's established plan and gave the order. Commander-in-Chief orders. Connect the power grids of all ministries in the northwest and southwest. Half a minute later, the operator's voice sounded again at the scene. Defeated Soviet power grid is connected. Power output is normal. The mountain stream power grid is connected. Power output normal. Neiman power grid connected. Power output normal. High- power grid connected. Power output normal. On the satellite map, the light shines on the western part of China. And soon, the lights in these areas are lit one after another. It's just that it's not densely populated enough compared to the mainland, so it doesn't compare to the eastern part of the country in terms of the brightness of the satellite cloud maps. But there is a way for fewer people. How can the people of the West be absent in the midst of their country's great event? The villages built on the prairie just as electricity was being delivered on the West were soon lit up. A 7 or 8-year-old child, carrying dry wood in his arms, was running towards the yard, and when he saw the light bulb go on, he excitedly shouted, "Ah, pipe! Ah, pipe! It's coming! It's coming!" Hearing his son's call, a head poked out from behind the woodpile. When he saw his house lit up, he hurriedly picked up a swarm of dry wood and rushed out into the yard. Tooth! Quickly light the fire. The little doll obediently pulled the lighter out of her pocket and handed it to Abba. Cha! Cha! A fire in the courtyard was lit, and the doll jumped and clapped her hands excitedly. It's lit! Immediately after that, all the dry wood in the rest of the yard was set on fire. The dark red fire shone brightly on the father and son's faces. It looked like the colorful sunset in the evening. Curious, Doll asked his father, "Abba, why do we need so much fire?" The young father dotingly rubbed his son's head, squatted down to receive him, and looked up to the sky. "There's a big brother who's doing a magic trick, and he wants the whole world to see the lights of our country of China. We've got to help him out. We don't have many light bulbs, so we'll just have to light a bonfire and show the world a good time. How bright the night sky of our country of China really is." Just then, this little village with no name, a clump of fire sprang up from the courtyard of each family. This cluster of red flames gathered together, almost reflecting the sky in red, from the satellite above. The night sky of this northwestern region has never been so bright. Even the uninhabited places are now flashing lights with a strange light, bright and dark. Chapter 89. Everything is too small. These rays of light were still expanding. It was as if they were endless. The night melts. Even the moon in the sky is a few points brighter than usual. It was as if even she was trying to help China. Under the moonlight and starlight, it illuminated the outline of the entire northwestern region. If someone could look down on the entire map of China right now, they would surely be able to see the same kind of scene in the great land of China. All the headlights of the cars were turned on, and people were lying on the roofs of their cars, shining their flashlights into the night sky. Students occupy the entire campus, and with the faint glow of their cell phones, they contribute their light to their country. The villagers didn't have enough lights in their homes, so they used firelight instead of light in their own yards to illuminate the night bends. This night belongs to all the people of China, shining the universe with its own energy. This is the romance that belongs to the people of China. Today, all the people of China are working for the same purpose. They believe that no one in this world can ever again deeply extinguish the flame within them. This moving scene was reflected on the big screen. Standing behind the curtain, Deng Lao saw these images and immediately instructed the on-site reporter, "Reshake all these images on the online platform. We'll show foreigners that it's not just the lights of China that are lit up tonight, and the pride and honor of the people of China." The media at the launch event. In response, they have cut these real-time images to the live webcast platform. These images were quickly seen by foreign netizens. When they saw this scene, everyone was partially shocked. They can't imagine. China to the people is what kind of a country? What makes them able to do so? All the people instantly asked to explode. China's people are using headlights to illuminate the sky? They are helping the Chinese teenagers, together with lighting up the Chinese country? My God, this is really amazing. Those villagers actually lit a bonfire at the entrance in order to increase the brightness over China. What kind of a nation is the Kingdom of China? The power they gather together is so powerful. You guys look. Even the students are standing on the top floor with the sky illuminated by the flash of their cell phones. Having such a people, there is nothing in this world that can be difficult for China anymore. No, this is not the end. On the bottom screen, there are still many people from the country of China running up the mountain. They're trying to light up all of China. The strife of these images is being reproduced, and even small, remote countries are broadcasting them in real time for their populations. At this time, inside the hall of an international conference, many foreign bigwigs are witnessing the miracle of China through the broadcast screen. When they saw that China by Zhejiang was relit, the scene erupted into warm applause. Some of the bigwigs who have good relations with China are even more disdainful of hiding their inner happiness. "See, this is the true strength of my good big brother. Their technology has long surpassed that of rice. I didn't expect it. Mankind has only entered the information branch era for less than 30 years, and in the blink of an eye, we've crossed over into the controlled nuclear fusion era. The problem that mankind hasn't overcome for nearly 100 years has finally been overcome by the state of China. It seems, only China can represent human technology, compared to the energy of nuclear fusion. The current energy source is like a number 5 battery. Everything is too small. I wonder if China is willing to share this technology with us, or sell the product to us. But we've maintained good relations with China since ancient times. Next to the big man with slightly dark skin, tall and with a big beard. When he heard it, he was in a happy mood and said to this one who was still looking at the big screen, "My friend, you may be overthinking it. This kind of national weapon. If it were you, would you fake sharing it with others?" The fusion-hungry man still had a hint of fantasy. "I know that China's heart is great. Maybe they'll want to supply the reactor to us. Maybe." The big blonde man nodded, agreeing with him in this way. China is very broad-minded, but this is after all top-notch technology, and even if they were to share it, I'm afraid they would only be willing to share it with friendly countries. For example, our country. Ahem. Our country has long maintained good relations with China. If Big Brother eats meat, how can you also give us little brothers a mouthful of soup? As for you, the tall big man with the beard stretched his tone and laughed. The latter words didn't need to be said for the man next to him to understand. He sat in his seat with a frustrated face, chagrined. Alas, I didn't expect at first that China would actually have such a leashy scientific research genius to break the controlled nuclear fusion technology in one fell swoop. No. This matter is the fault of rice. If it wasn't for them compelling me, my land wouldn't have made things difficult for China. Tall big man with a big beard was sister-in-law beard. Eyeballs a turn, opportunity well. In fact, it is not no. Just do not know whether you are willing to. China is our good big brother. Always warm and accommodating. Treating people with courtesy. If you can change your former behavior and understand things. Ahem. And maybe change that kind of relationship. Upon hearing this, the man immediately came into the spirit. He hurriedly asked, "What opportunity? What do I need to do?" The tall big man with a big beard made a smile and said, "Your country's photolithography machine seems to be pretty good." Before he finished his words, the big shot immediately interrupted him. "No need to say anything, I get it. I'll notify the domestic factories to send the 20 high-end photolithography machines we made for rice to China." The blonde big shot sighed. "You're being too stingy. People in China that's controlled fusion technology. And you're just giving 20 photolithography machines? Since you're giving it all away, I think you might as well be generous and give away 100 units. Now is the critical moment to show loyalty. You cannot let China think that you are not sure of your moves and want to be a wallflower." That big shot instantly looked embarrassed after hearing this. 100 photolithography machines. That was 2 years of production. He was indeed a bit reluctant to part with it. However, on second thought, if he can pull in relations with China with 100 lithography machines, maybe they will really share the controlled fusion technology to themselves. This deal is worth it. Chapter 90 The Power of Role Models. The other man guessed what he was thinking when he saw his expression change from cloudy to sunny. He didn't speak again, just calmly looking at the screen in front of him. The scene of watching the people of China collectively lighting up the country was playing on it. The other man lamented, "You'll just have to work down as hard as you can. What did you do earlier? It's only now that you know to curry favor with the Chinese Academy." At this time, the pure power of controlled nuclear fusion is gradually spreading from the Three Gorges to the whole country. The provinces south of the river have all been lit up, but the provinces north of the river are still in darkness. In the imperial capital far from the Three Gorges, while the streets are crowded with people, the flashing lights of cell phones reflected into a sea of stars. But at this time, the power of controlled fusion from the Three Gorges has not yet been channeled here. All the lights were still not lit. In a high-level conference room in the imperial capital, it was currently filled with bigwigs in charge of various departments. Generally speaking, senior meeting rooms like this will be equipped with corresponding backup power supply, not to mention the temporary power outage. Even if cheap jerseys from China the power is cut off for a few months, this place will not be troubled by the lack of electricity. Only, for the Chinese people, today is a special big day. All these big shots chose to extinguish all the light sources in order to cooperate with Li Dongxin. Apart from the big screen in the center of the conference room, there was no other light source on the scene. This is also that when Li Dongxin lights up the country, can have one more bit of light, one more point of brightness, one more point to add power to that night picture. The other party looked at Li Dongxin in the screen, his eyes filled with appreciation. Li Dongxin is indeed a role model among teenagers. Next to him, the other one also nodded. To achieve such an accomplishment at such an age is indeed a blessing for my country of China. The controlled fusion reactor he developed this time is not only a high-tech in the scientific research community, but also a gem to enhance our national pride. For such young heroes, we definitely need to support them. As soon as the words fell, someone next to him immediately picked up. Look, in the lower right corner of the big screen, we, the people of China, are cheering for China. They took to the streets in droves, national flags raised in their hands, shouting for China and cheering for Li Dongxin. This scene, it's so nostalgic. My old blood has not boiled like this for a long time. The man at the head laughed, with a steady voice. Not bad. Back then, we were also like this, all the way to China's storms and difficulties forward, before finally letting China stand on top of the world. I didn't realize that after so many years, that hot fire in the hearts of the Chinese people was once again ignited. Li Dongxin, this teenage hero is really a credit to him. Another one admired Li Dongxin, and he didn't hide his appreciation for him at all. As far as I know, Li Dongxin has not only conquered nuclear fusion, he also intends to share this technology with the country for free. Such selfless character deserves to be studied by scientists all over the country. Not just scientists, all teenagers should study him. We should establish Li Dongxin as the hope of China as soon as possible, so that his deeds will spread throughout the country. The power of an example is great. I believe that with Li Dongxin as a pioneer, our Chinese students will make great contributions to our motherland. When I go back, I'll immediately start taking action. I want to have Li Dongxin's deeds written inside the textbooks of elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and even universities. Let the students realize what it means to be a true idol. One of the men in the audience lowered his voice slightly. He's right. We need such role models for the people. There have been seniors before who have given decades of their lives to the country of China, and the people of China love and trust him very much. But he is old after all. We can't let him shoulder such a heavy burden at such an old age. It's time to find someone to press in his place. And the seniors are really tired. The leader's expression remained unchanged, but a glint flashed in his deep eyes. What you are saying is that you want Li Dongxin to become the leader of science and technology in China. Is that right? The person next to him nodded in agreement. Li Dongxin is very suitable. He is not only young, but also talented. Now in his early 20s, he has achieved such a feat, and there will surely be other amazing scientific achievements in the future. And he is of high character and can give selflessly for the country of China, for which the teeth are thick and vital. I think the position is his. The leader turned to the group of people seated behind him. Is that the opinion of all of you as well? The crowd all smiled and nodded. Yes, Li Dongxin is the superior choice both in terms of character and talent. His values are in line with our collective values in China, and such a heroic young man is indeed suitable to be the leader of technology in China. I believe that under the leadership of Li Dongxin, the level of our country's science and technology is bound to flourish. The one in charge smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. Good. In that case, then we'll proceed as previously communicated. Everything's ready, right? A man behind him immediately got up and approached to report. Everything is ready for the recognition ceremony. He redirected his gaze to Li Dongxin on the screen, and smiled faintly. Okay, in a week's time, we're going to have the biggest award ceremony in history for Li Dongxin there. We're not just going to give him the National Medal and the Scientific and Technological Progress Award. We're going to give him a special honor. The one next to him, on hearing this, hastened to ask, what special honor? His demeanor remained the same, but his tone was raised a few notches. 3 Gorges Merit. The words came out. Many of the big names below who hadn't heard about this matter froze. What? You mean the 3 Gorges Meritocracy? A few nearby big names have some doubtful feelings. Not that this title is higher in rank than the others, but the ceremony for the awarding of this title has already passed for too long. It's safe to say that is already an out-of-print title. Chapter 91, the first person in China's science and technology. The 3 Gorges Dam has been in operation for more than a decade, so how can it still be? Can it still be retroactively awarded? Right. This title is the state's way of rewarding those who have made outstanding contributions due to the construction of the 3 Gorges. Supplemental awarding of the 3 Gorges Merit. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Li Dongxin has not only conquered controlled nuclear fusion, but also has something to do with the 3 Gorges side? The head of the big man smiled but did not say anything. The one next to him did understand. He smiled, signaling everyone to be at ease. I think it's right to make up the award of the 3 Gorges Merit. Seeing that the crowd was puzzled, he continued to explain. You may not quite understand that in addition to this controlled fusion technology, Li Dongxin also helped to completely solve the cracking problem of the 3 Gorges Dam. As reported by 3 Gorges, the thermostatic coating developed by Li Dongxin fundamentally solves the problem of internal and external temperature difference. Now that the cracks on the 3 Gorges Dam have been repaired, the painting will never have new cracks after applying this material. Is this contribution still small? He's patented this technology. And he's also instructed Three Gorges to sell anything that's part of our country's infrastructure, etc. At cost price only. Even when private companies approach him to buy, they give up as much profit as possible. He has made great contributions to the infrastructure of our country. What does it matter if such a merit supplement awards a Three Gorges merit? The others came to a realization and praised Li Dongxin. In that case, that's absolutely fine. To be able to solve such a world problem of a century-old project, this title is well deserved. To be able to make outstanding contributions to the Three Gorges, what is this if not a Three Gorges meritocracy? That big shot pondered slightly. A character like Li Dongxin must be pushed to the front of the stage so that the people of the world will know about him. Otherwise, it's really a shame to just serve as a hero behind the scenes. The Three Gorges meritocracy. It's the once-century-old Three Gorges project that owes him. The head bigwig nodded in agreement. We owe too many heroes in the history of China. They contributed to the country of China in silence and for the sake of secrecy. And as a result, in the end, the people of the face do not know them. I feel so guilty every time I think about it. Such a regrettable event must not be repeated today. What's more, China is now strong. We can protect our heroes, but at the same time we should give them the treatment, honor and respect of the people that they deserve. The big man's voice was small, but loud. Those around him were unanimous in their approval. The big man at the head stood up straight and faced the crowd. At the commendation meeting, in a week's time we must not only let Li Dongxin get the honor he deserves, we must also tell the entire nation about his saving of the Three Gorges Dam. Let him be enough to go down in the history books of China. The first person in China's science and technology. When foreign netizens were still shocked at lighting up China. The miracle of the century. At this time, China's power grid has now been mostly connected. Many netizens had also logged back into the live broadcast. Ding 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 ding. The sound of new users entering the live room rang out one after another. Comrades, I'm back again. I'm using fusion electricity now. The people of River Creek returned to the team. Did everyone miss me? Fujian province has been lit up, and we're back. How are you, friends of China? I'm turning on all the lights in the house. I'm going to light up the eyes of the people of the United States. I've been here waiting for you guys. Come on, let's let our Chinese characters, once again, dominate the screen. Most of the netizens who had just dropped offline all came back online. In a moment, the pop-ups in the live room were all filled with Chinese words, and the pop-ups kept scrolling upwards, so it was hard to even see what they were actually saying. Foreign netizens were shocked when they saw the number of people online, which directly soared to 300 million. They tried to talk at the pop-up, but just as they posted it, they were instantly drowned in a sea of Chinese words. Foreign netizens couldn't help but return to the comment section of their own country's broadcast to leave a message. The sky is terrible. I just said a sentence. Have not yet seen. Straight child by the Chinese pop-ups to rush. Did you guys see the number of people online? It directly skyrocketed by 300 million. The power of China's netizens is just too strong. The night scenery of China is now more beautiful than ever. Even the depths of the mountain ranges are shimmering with light. The unity of the Chinese people is really breathtaking. When our country can be like them, I'll be satisfied. Now, the entire Shenzhou land cheered. Everyone is boiling blood. The network synchronization of live broadcasts in the Pop Mu, but also in situ explosion, we succeeded. We lit up the country of China. We finally surpassed the country of rice in technology. I've studied nuclear fusion, and the energy that controlled fusion technology can provide is virtually unlimited, and generating the electricity itself costs nothing. A weak question from a schoolboy. Do we now have controlled fusion technology so that the electricity bill can be reduced to a dime in the future? It's very possible, and it's up to our country to determine exactly how much the electricity bill can be lowered, regardless of the drop. This time we lit up China, and that means winning the world. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief Li, for helping us realize our wish. Ha ha! Now those wavering countries in the international arena will know what to do. Nuclear fusion technology is so advanced. If they don't make good relations with my great China, they won't be able to get anything. They won't even get a single kilowatt of electricity. Just as China's netizens were thinking about the future, several of China's neighbors around the country were now in a flurry. When the bigwigs of their countries saw the power of China's science and technology, they all couldn't sit still. At this time, in a secret meeting room in the Sakura country, filled with the heads of various departments, when the bald big man of their country came in, all stood up, and the noisy meeting site was instantly silent. The big bald man looked downcast and waved his hand. Sit down all of you. The situation is urgent and I have to call this emergency meeting. I think the matter is known to all of you. China has successfully broken through the controlled nuclear fusion technology, and this matter has already attracted the attention of all countries in the world. What do you guys think about this? Chapter 92. The Shangshur is as you wish it to be. a tall and thin figure in charge side. This technology has already surpassed the times. It's not a matter of high tech or not at all. The Chinese nation will surpass all nations in a short period of time with this technology. Even rice can't stop the extremely rapid development of China. The other person in charge followed his words and continued to add, I've just watched China's live broadcast, and just that one tiny nuclear reactor is actually able to hold up such an amount of electricity in China. You should know that the territory of China is very large, and it is indeed mind-boggling that this reactor can do it so easily. I reckon there are already many countries that are trying to find ways to curry favor with China now. The balding big man's eyes flinched, nodded, not bad. This technology can infinitely advance the industrial development. If everyone does not have it also, even if now China has it, which means that the industrial 4.0 generation has lightly come. We also have to think of ways to get closer to China. After all, our two countries are neighbors. The person in charge of the lower right of the big man let out a bitter smile. It's not that easy. All these years we've followed behind the rice country, and our relationship with China is not very good. If we suddenly offer our courtship to China now, I'm only afraid that people won't be able to see it, either. Even if we kneel down and beg them, I'm just afraid they won't believe us. The big man was a bit disappointed, but still undeterred. Is there no solution at all? What if it's to cut off all international cooperation with rice? We can form a strategic partnership with China. The thin and tall person in charge thought about it and seemed to have an idea. He swallowed and opened his mouth. In fact, the Chinese people don't care at all about fawning like bending the knee. They treat people very sincerely. No matter how strong the other party is, they are willing to treat them as equals. But there's a caveat, the other person is exactly the one who genuinely respects them. Seeing that there was something in his words, the big bald man hurriedly urged, speak quickly. What do you have in mind? The man stole a glance at the big man, and then said what was on his mind. I think we have to dismantle a certain Yasukuni shrine toilet. And, in the time to come, we need to honor history, face up to it, and also face up to our mistakes. The big man was a bit puzzled, and when he saw the eyes of the others, he instantly understood. You mean that God's toilet? I don't see any problem. After all, that's what the Mizuni compelled us to nauseate the Chinese nation. Tearing it down is just like tearing it down. What does it matter? I actually can't even look at it myself. This kind of tactic is just too despicable. Besides, we do need to reflect on ourselves, face up to history, apologize when we should, and admit when we should. The others were all happy to hear this. Then in that case, China should believe in our sincerity. The big man didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered his secretary, go! Immediately get someone to tear down the sacred toilet, revise the history textbooks, do everything you can to make China see our achievements. The secretary led the order and left, and the atmosphere in the conference room was, at once, much more relaxed. Internationally, there are undercurrents everywhere now. Almost all the countries are thinking about how to please China now. Elder Deng had just hung up a phone call behind the curtain when Bing Bing, the host behind him, curiously walked up. Dean Deng, who's calling again? I see you've been answering the phone for a while. Deng Lao laughed and did not hide it. A country that has been living a pretty good life. Their big shot wants to visit Li Dongxin in a private capacity. The moderator smiles knowingly. Looks like they all want to get their hands on some controlled fusion technology. Elder Tang smiled without saying anything, and this meaningful smile naturally explained his thoughts. After loading up his cell phone, his expression gradually became exclamatory and full of memories. He pulled out a yellowed photo from inside his white coat, crumpled and crumpled with some age at first glance. In the middle of the photo stands side by side looking at four people, looking dressed in what appears to be a decades-old outfit. Deng Lao stretched out his dry right hand and gently rubbed it gently on the photo. Teacher, what I promised you back then. The student has done it. Did you see this? This photo was taken before Deng studied abroad, and the three people in the back are his mentors. Standing in front is the young Deng Lao who will be going to study abroad. These three mentors were the top leaders of the country at that time. It was also they who led Deng Lao towards the path of a strong scientific and technological nation. When they saw that Deng Lao loved scientific research so much, they decided to train him well and let him become the future scientific research talent of China. During those years, the three of them regarded Elder Deng as if he were their own son, and a few years later, Elder Deng had become one of the top scientific geniuses in the country. But he felt that his knowledge was still not enough and he wanted to study abroad. When he asked his teachers for their opinions, his benefactors actually guessed what Deng Lao was thinking a long time ago. They smiled and handed Deng Lao a box containing a few clothes and a small bundle, and instructed him not to open it until he was on the ship. And Deng Lao nodded heavily. 3 days later, Deng Lao departed for Harvard University in the U.S. to begin his study abroad career. When he got on the boat and opened the small package in the box, Deng Lao was in tears. Inside was a stack of rice dollars and a photo of the three of them together, with a letter written on the back of the photo. The letter was short, just a few words. Take care of yourself when you leave for another country. I'd rather love a shovelful of dirt in my hometown than 10,000 taels of gold in another country. When you return from your studies, your teacher will welcome you with 10 miles of welcome. Deng Lao did not expect this goodbye to be forever. When he finally finished his studies and returned home, only then did he realize that his three mentors were no longer alive. Deng Lao has carried this photo with him ever since, and he hopes that one day the three benefactors will witness the powerful China today. Today, this wish finally came true. He turned the photo over so that the three benefactors in the photo looked at the shimmering fusion reactor, looking at Li Dongxin, who has become the new hope of China. Look at the big screen behind you. That is gradually being lit up China. Deng old tears, voice spit, teachers. You see, this fatherland is in full bloom. As you wish. Chapter 93, Geniuses are people too. Now, the whole world knows that Li Dongxin has really conquered controlled nuclear technology, and everyone is looking forward to the upcoming era of controlled nuclear fusion. Even those top-notch scientists in the high-level conference room of the US, at this time, all threw away their prejudices and felt excited from the perspective of the progress of human civilization. The Chinese have really succeeded. They lit up the country of China. They've ushered in a new era for mankind. The night sky of China tonight is really beautiful. A small nuclear reaction device really has so much energy. I'm curious as to what kind of material they used to withstand even sun-like heat. I was laughing at China's basic science before, but I didn't realize that it was ourselves who should be laughed at. We lost. Completely lost. Not only is China crushing us in terms of technology, even their people are more religious than us. Next to a scientist of his nationality with a face of excitement. For scientists, nothing can be more than the latest technology. More people obsessed. A loss is a loss. We have to recognize it. What's more, although we lost to China, all of mankind has won because of China. Other native scientists of the United States heard, as if enlightened, the inner unwillingness and frustration instantly dissipated. Right. Isn't the reason we engage in scientific research is to make human civilization better? What does it matter if we lose? We can push technology forward. That's what matters. With this technology, this year's Nobel Prize in Physics, the day must belong to this Chinese teenager. As a former classmate of Deng Lao's past rivals, Dr. Heimer, the founding father of nuclear physics, in the United States, has a very different feeling. In the moment he saw the country of China gradually being lit up, his heart was as if it had been emptied, without a trace of energy in his body. Now recalling the tenacity and strength in Deng Lao's eyes when he parted, Helmer was covered in sweat and his whole body was trembling. The heart has long since lost its commanding presence. Only panic, fear and loss remained. Helmer, do you know what power of faith it is? This power exists in the heart of every one of us in China. The power that erupts when the Chinese unite is like nothing you've ever seen. Helmer, perhaps one day you will see for yourself the power of Chinese faith. When it really comes to that day, maybe you'll understand why I'm obsessed with returning home. Heimo Bota was silent. These words were what Deng Lao told himself on his parting. In retrospect, these words still ring true. Elder Tang, is this the power of China you were talking about? I don't understand until now why you insisted on returning to China in the first place. You are right. I don't know you, much less you Chinese people, but now I know that this power was not brought to them by you. This power has always existed in the bones of the people of China. You lit the fire in the hearts of the people of China in the first place. Now it's this teenager's turn. I see your shadow in him. You are all the backbone of the Chinese nation. I lost. Dr. Hammer dropped into his chair, none of the scientists behind him noticing the change in his demeanor. Each of them was still reeling from the miracle of China. Dr. Hammer's face was pale and his voice trembled. It seemed as if he was speaking to someone else, but it was more like speaking to himself. Elder Tang, I now see what you said. The Chinese nation, united in strength now. The boss frowned when he saw the disoriented Helmer. He knew that the moment of life and death had now arrived, and he had just received a message back from the security department that all the countries in the world now wanted to curry favor with China, wanting to beg each other to help them enter the nuclear fusion era. This is definitely not good news for the consistently strong Rice. The Rice boss walked over to Hammer's side, steeled himself, and comforted Dr. Hammer, don't be so depressed. This time it's us, Rice, who lost. But what does that mean? There's a saying in China that victory and defeat are commonplace. Historically, we, Rice, have lost, and so have they, China. But we, Rice, are still the world's #1 comprehensive power. Now we are lagging behind in nuclear fusion. But what does it matter? It's not certain who will have the last laugh. Hamerbota looked up and glanced at the MIB boss. What do you want to do? The rice boss laughed and looked at the self-haired old man in front of him, unabashedly putting his thoughts into words. Since we don't have such a genius in our rice homeland, but we can persuade Li Dongxin to come back to the rice country. Let him work for our me country. That way, we'll still be number one in the world. Helmer sighed and shook his head. It's impossible. He won't promise you. The rice boss didn't understand what Helmer meant, and asked rhetorically, why wouldn't it? Look at it. Half of the scientists we have in me now are from other countries, and aren't they still serving us now? Many foreign students from China don't go back after they come to rice. They even join the rice nationality and become rice nationals. Dr. Helmer looked at Li Dongxin in the screen. Slowly, he said, it's no use. There's an ineffable spirit and faith in the Chinese people. They are not going to turn their backs on their country, especially a genius like Li Dongxin. The rice boss was still undeterred. So what if it's a genius? A genius is also a human being. He also has desires. He also has what he wants. For money, I can give him $1 billion rice dollars a year. To power, I can put him in charge of any of the tech departments. To women, international superstars at his disposal. As long as he's willing to come to rice and join the rice nationality, I'll give him whatever he wants. People die for money and birds die for food. I don't believe he really has no desire at all. Helmer did not want to argue. Anymore he understood that this big man did not understand the Chinese people at all. Just like when he himself did not understand Tang Lao. What's more, before this, the rice country has already taken a series of tactics against Li Dongxin. And it's not as if they haven't left Li Dongxin behind. Yes, everyone has desires. The Chinese are no exception. They also have things they think about and people they want to protect. But in the minds of the Chinese, the interests of the motherland are far above one's own. This is the truth that Deng Lao taught himself. At the beginning, Deng was faced with the poor and backward country of China. He was determined to return to China. Now that China is strong, the pride of the Chinese people has been ignited. They are even less likely to turn their backs on their country. You'll never understand the selflessness of the Chinese. Dr. Helmer rose slowly, arching his back toward the door. The rice boss looked at Helmer in disbelief. Where are you going? The meeting isn't over yet. We still have to discuss how to persuade Li Dongxin to come to rice. Chapter 94, thoroughly lighting up the entire territory. Dr. Helmer did not turn around, just stood in place and faintly returned. You guys can just discuss it. I am really old. But before I go, I want to tell you, the spiritual power of the Chinese is something you don't understand. To deal with them, you have to respect them and their choices. Rice boss heard these words, but also want to refute something before, but in the end also just opened his mouth. A word cannot be said. Dr. Helmer arched his back and moved step by step toward the door. To the onlooker, at this moment, Helmer looked as if his spine had been extracted, resembling an old dog waiting to die. Dr. Helmer just left, and in the eyes of the puzzled crowd, fell down and walked out, leaving this luxurious high-class conference room. Also left the tip of the pyramid of the scientific research world forever. On Helmer's personal Twitter account, he was besieged by many people for his previous post slandering China. Underneath each post, there are millions of comments, and the number of comments continues to grow. Dr. Helmer, didn't you say that the Chinese are liars? Now that they've really lit up China, why don't you say anything? When you, rice, can't conquer controlled fusion technology, you slander other people's technology as fake. As a world authority on nuclear physics, don't you blush when you say that? I hope you can have some backbone. Don't just finish scolding China, and now you have to fart around begging others. You'll really laugh your asses off then. Comment after comment. Everyone was waiting for Helmer's reply. At this time, Hamo had already returned to his office, and he was as if his heart was dead as he scrolled through one comment after another, all of which were cursing him. There are even people who point out that Dr. Helmer hasn't made any scientific achievements at all in recent years. He doesn't deserve to be in charge of the scientific research community in the United States. Just when everyone thought he was afraid to make another move because he was ashamed of his puppets. Dr. Helmer's Twitter updated. This time it's a new message posted by the man himself. I admit, I lost in front of the spirit and faith of the people of China. Actually, now that I think about it, I lost it 50 years ago. It's just a shame that I'm only now realizing where I lost. At this moment, a large part of the land of China, a large part of the area is relighted, and the controlled fusion reactor, the source of all energy, is still in a stable state. Li Dongxin looked at the only remaining pitch-black area on the satellite map of China, and the whole of China's round south was still a little bit short of being complete. Those are the most distant and remote provinces from the Three Gorges. The greater the distance, the greater the pressure and loss of power delivery. It's now that it really comes down to the wire. Confidently facing the camera, Facing the world, Li Dongxin gave the final order. Activate maximum power mode. Let the energy of controlled fusion completely light up all of China. Hearing this sentence, the experts on the scene, and even Elder Deng were all shocked, staring incredulously at the reactor on the console. What? Hasn't this reached its maximum power yet? It's already lit up half of China. I thought this would be the end. There's only the border zone left to light up, but it takes a tremendous amount of voltage to channel it from here. What is the power threshold of this reactor? Anyway, I had thought that as long as I could light up the eastern region, it would already be a success. I didn't realize that Commander-in-Chief Li's boldness was so great he really wants to light up all of China. It seems that our last test of the reactor was not spot on. We underestimated the true power of controlled fusion. Elder Deng was also obviously a bit dismayed after hearing Li Dongxin's latest instructions. As an expert in nuclear physics, he was naturally well aware of the great energy of nuclear fusion. But, want to further increase the output power? We must first ensure the stability of the reactor inside. No less than 100 tests had been done on the reactor before, but the pressure resistance threshold of the protective cover had never been probed to ensure safety. Trying to see that according to calculations, it should have been almost, if not already, there by then. I didn't expect myself to be too conservative. The stability of the controlled nuclear reactor was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. I'm afraid only Li Dongxin, who invented it, can really understand the precise data here. Station Commander Chen, who stood at the front of the general control room, immediately conveyed Li Dongxin's instructions. Commander Li orders, increase the output power of the reactor and light up China completely. The operators immediately adjusted the power knob without the slightest hesitation. Every word spoken by Li Dongxin was now like the truth to them. Truth is not to be doubted. Soon, Li Dongxin's command was answered. Output power has been increased. Continuous monitoring in progress. Temperature in reactor stabilized. Continuous detection in progress. Pressure stabilized in reactor. Continuous monitoring in progress. Plasma conversion stabilization. Continuous detection in progress. This loud report was like blowing the horn of victory. Everyone present applauded excitedly and shouted, "Tonight will surely be the most glorious day ever in the history of China. His light is unstoppable. So much power. The internal pressure remains stable. What kind of material is this? Look at Commander-in-Chief Li. This all seems to be what he expected. A man of God. Commander-in-Chief Li is simply a heavenly wizard. These figures must have been calculated in his mind long ago. Such a huge calculation. We would have to calculate for hours even with a supercomputer. And Commander-in-Chief Li was able to construct a data model in his mind? If it was in the old days, I would definitely think the other person was sick if they said he could mentally calculate a data model. Now that I've seen Commander-in-Chief Li, I'm convinced that there really are people in this world who can compare to the gods. Thanks to the cooperation of the whole country, China is now not only lit up, but brighter than any night before. From the satellite cloud map, the light emanating from the great land of China, it was almost on the verge of shining the light through the clouds and illuminating the universe. The netizens in the domestic and international broadcasting rooms can't wait to cheer. The outline of the shape of the rooster is almost all visible. There's just a little bit left that's still dark. This is not lighting up China. This is clearly lighting up the entire universe. The light on the land of God's kingdom comes more fiercely than ever before. The lights of those surrounding countries are like a candle compared to China. I've never seen such a beautiful night light. He's almost brighter than the moon. Go for it, Commander-in-Chief Li. Light up the country of China completely. This is the unity of the kingdom of China. Not a single piece should be missing. I'm ready to take screenshots. The moment China is completely lit up, I'm going to save this beauty completely. Chapter 95, Beauty is not for the faint of heart. This moment is not only a moment of glory for the people of China, it's even a symbol of civilization for all mankind. In the face of the hierarchical leap in human civilization, people all over the world put down their hatred. They all concentrated in front of the screen, silently blessing China's feet. They shouted and cheered for the upcoming miracle. Some countries that were not too friendly to China before, they also saw the opportunity and started to curry favor with China. A state-level statement was continuously sent to the launch site. Moon South sent a congratulatory message to the state of China, and presents 3 million tons of fruits to the state of China, as a testament to the friendship between the two countries. Kimchi Nation has prepared 2,000 containers of kimchi and immediately sent them to China to congratulate China on entering the nuclear fusion era. Holly Blue has drawn 100 photolithography machines and presented them to the state of China as a congratulatory gift. Please accept it. Gall presents 10 million bottles of Lafite to congratulate China on its miracle. The country of Enroth presents 20 T White Goose airplanes to the country of China. We wish China another year of glory. More than 100 countries around the globe all sent congratulatory messages. At the same time, They gave free compensation to China for their own specialties or high-tech products. This scene made China's netizens so happy that they proudly swiped the screen in their pop-ups. Ha ha, now you know how to please China. Where have you been all this time? Don't think we can be defeated by sugar-coated bombs. Who is this? Even has the nerve to send out kimchi. What a lack of sincerity. Why are there still fruits? What do you take us? China. 4. Do we lack your little things? Look at Roth. He's got 20 airplanes right off the bat. That's what I call a good deal. Now you know who is the world's strongest technological country, don't you? Let's see if you guys still dare to be the lapdogs of the rice country in the future. The hostess also saw the foreign gift. Shocked half-speech. Engaged in the media industry over the years. Never today so raised eyebrows. Seeing her dazed look, Elder Deng kindly reminded her. What's wrong with you? You can't be dumbfounded at this time. You have a mission later. The host came back to his senses. Look at these countries that have come to curry favor with our country of China. Elder Deng. It must be for our controlled fusion technology. Do you think we will share it with them? Deng Lao laughed and pointed at Li Dongxin, who was observing the satellite map. That's not for me to say. You have to ask Chief Commander Li what he means. This technology was his breakthrough and the patent belongs to him. It's all up to him. The host came to a realization, and her beautiful eyes stayed on Li Dongxin's handsome face. This time, Commander-in-Chief Li can turn into the world's hottest scientist. The hostess's eyes are flowing. That one autumn water is always wrapped around Li Dongxin. I was born before you were born. The gentleman was born to me in my old age. It is said that a hero can't get past a beauty, but where can a beauty get past a hero? At this moment, looking at the back of the world that ordered the world, she truly realized herself, already, deep in. At this time, Station Commander Chen's summary report also came. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li. The power has been adjusted. All parameters are normal. Please instruct. Li Dongxin nodded, trying to refocus his gaze on the satellite cloud map. Go light up the entire country of China. Let the whole of this fatherland be lighted up. Not a single piece of it. Station Chief Chen loudly answered the order. Close the gate. Light up all of China for Commander-in-Chief Li. This sentence has spread far. Every Chinese people hear out the confidence contained in this sentence. Bang. Miso. The last few control gates finally closed. In an instant, the golden dragon once again appeared on the land of China. Swimming all the way to the deepest part of China. Light blooms where the golden dragon passes. Brightness reappears in the last few places of China's map. Zhongnan is bright. The foot of the snowy mountains lit up. The prairie lights up. The depths of the desert light up. Changbai Mountain lights up. A ray of light shot up into the sky. The light that symbolized China's science and technology once again shone on all things. At this moment, the entire country of China was completely lit up. The light that shone through everything was like a soaring dragon, unceasingly swallowing the darkness into his mouth. His power is so great, even the night was torn apart by him. His roar almost shattered the heavens. No one can look directly at the energy from the sun. All submit to his majesty. Station Chief Chen looked at the scene that was unfolding in front of him. He was thrilled with tears of excitement. This dreamy moment had finally come. He witnessed the whole process of the birth of the miracle. As a Chinese, at this moment, the Chinese soul in his body completely awakened. He used his whole body's strength to shout loudly and loudly, reporting the inspiring news to Li Dongxin, to Huagua, and even more so to the whole world. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li. The entire territory of China is all lit up. Station Chief Chen's voice resounded throughout the room. This thunderous roar almost shattered the glass of the Rice Conference Hall. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li. All of China has been lit up. Every word was like a shockwave, constantly stimulating everyone's eardrums. At this high sound of report, all were quiet. In the entire venue, apart from the voice of station manager Chen, not a single other murmur appeared. It worked. It finally worked. Li Dongxin has truly lit up the entire country of China. After a brief moment of silence at the conference site, a never-before-seen applause erupted from the scene. The entire Three Gorges hydropower station is filled with the sound of people celebrating. People cheered and shouted, to their heart's content, with waves of sound rising one layer above the other, almost toppling the jungle on the mountains, almost pouring the river's flowing water. The flag of the state of China fluttered throughout the venue. Whether they were national experts or ordinary Three Gorges staff, everyone embraced each other with excitement. The tears of excitement in their eyes could no longer be stopped. From this moment on, the Chinese people have created an unprecedented miracle. From this moment on, the Chinese people have completely established themselves in the towering of science and technology. The reporters gave all the cameras on the scene to Li Dongxin. Behind him was the very same China satellite cloud map that was lit up by his country. The two are now merged into one, showing the world China's strongest technology. Deng Lao looked at the map of China that shone with technological brilliance and was overwhelmed with excitement. he shuddered and stood up, letting his heart beat faster. After so many years, his own dream of a strong technological nation had finally been realized. Teachers, did you see that? This young man has realized the dream of a strong nation for me, for you, and for China. Our country of China has completely surpassed other countries from today. Deng Lao and a group of experts on his side were in tears. The netizens of the country of China were equally moved. Before the country of China was illuminated, I always hoped that this moment would come soon, but when it did come, I was so scared. I was afraid that I was dreaming. I'm afraid that once I wake up, nothing will have happened. I'm almost 40 years old this year. When I saw this moment when Huagua was lit up, it was as if I had returned to my youth. I couldn't wait to rush in front of everyone and tell them that I'm from China. Chapter 96, The Sound of the Trumpet, burning around the globe. Thank the heavens. Let me become a Chinese national in this life, giving me the chance to witness a miracle with my own eyes. We are not just witnesses to miracles. More than that, we are participants in the miracle. Every bit of starlight on the land of China is made up of us Chinese. After this time, nothing in the world will be difficult for us Chinese anymore. Our lives will get better and better. Long live the state of China. Long live Commander Li. At this moment, all the people of China were cheering for the victory of the motherland. Each and every one of them felt immensely proud of their country's victory. This touching, even foreign netizens' ministry of personal feelings, China's victory, not only belongs to them, it also belongs to us, to all mankind. The birth of controlled fusion technology completely transformed our lives. No longer will we have to worry about energy scarcity. We no longer have to worry about ecological destruction. This Chinese teenager doesn't just give hope to the Chinese people, he gives us hope for life. Let's all turn on the lights in our homes and serve up another light for the illuminated country of China. With all the netizens calling for it, all the countries in the whole world weekly backstab the national lighting system. The tall buildings in the city light up, the farms in the countryside light up, the lighthouses on the mountains light up, and the streetlights along the roads light up, driven by Hua. All the buildings radiated an unprecedented brilliance. This glow almost forced back the starlight. The common cry of humanity resounded through the heavens at this moment. Even the Chinese space station above the blue star heard it. The 3 astronauts on the Chinese space station saw the land of China tear through the night and usher in the light. Hundreds of millions of starbursts made up a brilliant and eye-catching picture. And the scroll was still stretching. It's almost wrapping the entire world. The astronaut captain looked at the shocking scene in front of him. His heart was incomparably stirred. He stretched out his hand and stroked the earth of China reflected in the hanging window. His voice choked with emotion. Our country of China has really been lit up, and his light is even stronger than the moonlight. This is the pride of all of us in China. The goal of our great renaissance is about to be realized. The female astronaut was equally excited as she looked up at the moon floating 300,000 kilometers away and muttered to herself, China's landing on the moon is no longer a dream. For the Chinese people now, it is already within reach. I must personally go to the moon and hand-pick a piece of moon rock for Commander-in-Chief Li and personally present it to him as a medal. The vice captain behind her shared the same dream as her. Commander-in-Chief Li can light up China. He can definitely help us fulfill our dream of landing on the moon as well. On that day, we will plant the flag of China in the moon sea. We're going to show the world. There's nothing we can't do. 3 astronauts think about their future dreams of landing on the moon. Eyes were redirected to the land of China. There, all the cities boiled. The people all rushed out of their homes and onto the streets. Everyone was waving the Chinese flag in their hands and cheering to their heart's content. The splash of red, illuminated by the glow of nuclear tightening, was so brilliant. It was so passionate. At this time the whole street was full of people. Everyone was recklessly seizing the shuttle among the crowd, unabashedly and loudly expressing their feelings to the motherland and to Li Dongxin. A few girls went crazy, dashing through the streets. Green silk dances in the wind. Passion floats through the earth. Their clear, jetting voices penetrated block after block. People were infected by their passion. One by one, they joined them. It's as if the lights converge when you light up China. The crowd was expanding. It's like a stream coming together to become a river. Rivers converge to become rivers. Rivers run into the sea. They ran all the way and shouted all the way. It eventually stopped at the busiest square in the city. Tens of thousands of people have gathered here. Flags in their hands cover the land. Loud trumpets blaze across the globe. Go China! Go Li Dongxin! 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 This powerful cry, it almost made the rivers flow backwards. The sea pour in. Such moving scenes can be seen everywhere on the land of China. All the people are expressing their love for the motherland in their own way. This day is a holiday that belongs to the people of China. It's also a holiday that belongs to all mankind. Just as China was rejoicing, The statement from the United States also arrived, warmly congratulate China on entering the nuclear fusion era. This is a day to be remembered by all mankind. On this day, China's Mr. Li Dongxin lit up the country with nuclear fusion technology. This technology ushers in a new era for humanity. Because of this technological breakthrough, humanity no longer has to worry about energy. Because of the introduction of this technology, humanity will never again destroy the ecosystem because of survival. Because of the arrival of this technology, the world will be a better place. We should all be grateful to Mr. Li Dongxin of China. It was he who helped us enter a whole new era. It has been decided by the states in consultation. Every year in the future, this day will be named after Mr. Li Dongxin, in memory of Mr. Dongxin Li, for his great contribution to humanity. This statement from the United Nations was honoring Li Dongxin as a hero of mankind. From now on, Li Dongxin would appear in every country's textbooks. No matter how much time passes in the future, people will remember the technological pioneer who came to bring them fusion technology. Whenever people take a vacation on this day, they thank Dongxin Li for his contributions to humanity. This news quickly reached the launch site. When the big screen in the middle of the conference displayed this statement, everyone was cheering for Li Dongxin. This teenager is now not only the hero of China, he is also the hero of all mankind. His name will surely go down in the history of human development. This era, too, will be different because of Li Dongxin's appearance. The satellite cloud map of China behind Li Dongxin was enlarging. The light on the land of China also became brighter and brighter. Li Dongxin stood in this light and splendor, as if he had put on a golden battle armor. It is like a god in the world. The golden light constructed a sacred totem for him. For the first time, people truly felt what it meant to be in the body of a mortal and be compared to a god. Li Dongxin leaned his back against the golden totem and faced the whole boiling world, holding a microphone in his hand. His face stern and straight cloth, I announce. Chapter 97, the launch was a success. From today, China officially enters the era of controlled nuclear fusion. Li Dongxin's loud and clear voice echoed through the launch site. The flag of China, which was planted all over Zhou, fluttered in the wind amidst Li Dongxin's sound waves. The atmosphere of the scene was also ignited once again by Li Dongxin's announcement. People applauded wildly while envisioning their future lives. All these years of struggle, finally realized today. I didn't realize that we crossed over the oil age and went straight into the nuclear fusion age. We no longer have to worry about energy. Nuclear fusion can be used for more than just generating electricity. For example, interstellar travel, super rockets, moon bases, and so on. All these century projects can be started. After the launch, I'm going to personally type up a report and submit it to the state for evaluation. These big events must be on the agenda as soon as possible. It's thanks to Commander-in-Chief Li. Otherwise, even if we wait until we leave this world, we won't see this day come. From this moment on, human history will take a giant step forward. Li Dongxin's announcement that China has entered the age of nuclear fusion is a scene that will surely make its way into history textbooks. Not only did this group of scientists understand, even the journalists were aware of the importance of this scene. As the top journalists of the major media, how could they miss this important time column? From the moment Li Dongxin picked up the microphone, the group of reporters were holding their cameras and snapping frantically at Li Dongxin. Hated to shoot every strand of his hair. Some overly specialized journalists have even come up with a headline for tomorrow's headline. China's teenager lights up China with one man's power. Commander-in-Chief Li advances China into the age of nuclear fusion. If there is a god in this age, it will be Li Dongxin. Elder Deng looked at Li Dongxin, who was radiating a golden glow. His eyes gradually moistened. Yan's trembling hands pressed the yellowed photo to his chest. He wanted the teachers to see the strongest technology in China with their own eyes. Wanted to let the teachers know that the promise made at the beginning had finally been realized. Teacher, did you see that? That teenager on stage helped us fulfill our dreams. Our country of China is strong. After so many years, I finally have the face to visit the graves of my teachers. A line of muddy tears, sliding down the furrows of those years, drop by drop. This night, a night of confidence and pride for the people of China. With technology far beyond that of other countries, China is truly at the top of the technological ladder. The excited Chinese netizens would not forget that at this time they still had to think of foreigners to show the unity and strength of the Chinese people. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room slid upwards at a rapid speed. Commander-in-Chief Li has announced, our country has taken the lead in entering the nuclear fusion era. It's the only one in the world. No one will ever dare to speak loudly to China again. If they want to get technology sharing from us, they have to honestly listen to China. I feel relieved now when I think about those foreign students who defected from China. They never dreamed that the world's strongest technology is in our country of China. Commander-in-Chief Li has become the hero of all people. Not right. It's a universal hero. With his technology, He has helped us realize the dream of a technologically strong nation. This night will surely be remembered by future generations. Each and every one of us followed Commander-in-Chief Lee and experienced a miracle in person. The pop-ups are getting faster and faster, and gradually becoming uniform in length. I don't know who first uttered the first sentence. Immediately afterward, the entire live broadcast room was screened with these words: the entire nation. Enter the era of controlled fusion with Lee Dongxin. At a time when netizens are happy about entering the age of nuclear fusion. At this time, in a large conference room in the imperial capital, bright as day, all the titans of the scientific research community here witnessed the lighting up of China with their own eyes. They all stood up, applauding for Lee Dongxin's success in lighting up China. The applause resounded through the large conference hall. They had springtime smiles on their faces. The electricity we're using now is delivered by Lee Dongxin. He has succeeded in lighting up the land of China for the country and for the people. That's a lot of credit. Other characters agreed. With this technology, we're not just entering the age of controlled fusion, and it can be used as a basis for the development of new technologies for guest species. For example, the moon landing program, the super airplane, and so on. These are all national treasures too. The man behind him, who often appears on TV, was similarly all smiles. All of this requires a long-term plan, and can't be realized in a day or two. There is a more pressing issue at hand. Regarding the status aspect of Lee Dongxin, now that we've decided, we're going to let him take over the burden on Elder Deng, then we need to implement it as soon as possible. Take advantage of the heat and push him straight from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. We're going to put him in the textbook and make him a role model for all students to follow. The rest of the several people responsible for the propaganda aspect of the work, after hearing his words, also agreed. I think let's start after Lee Dongxin's speech at the National Assembly Hall. I will award him the honor he deserves. Let him be the hope in the hearts of the nation. Then we go through a series of awareness campaigns to establish the right values in the minds of the youth. Teenagers nowadays. Worship what fresh meat. Worship what netizens. This is not a good sign. We just happen to be able to publicize. With this 1 inch, let Lee Dongxin become a hero worshipped by the people. Let him become a pillar of the nation and a pillar in the hearts of the people. The affable man listened and nodded, agreeing with their plan. Indeed, China now needs a new backbone. This position is his. Let's start as soon as possible after the launch. After instructing the work, he walked to the screen in front of the conference room and looked at the map of China. His heart was somewhat emotional. This is a great thing only compared to the founding of the state of China. Controlled Fusion Initiation Project Light Up China Project. A complete success. Chapter 98, the end of the launch. The conference was almost over at this moment. Lee Dongxin retreated to the backstage amidst the applause of the crowd. The hostess was rubbing shoulders with Lee Dongxin, biting her lower lip. Her heartbeat accelerated and she was slightly flustered. Finally, it was her turn to go on stage. Walking to the front of the stage for the launch, the presenter smiled sweetly for the cameras on stage. A pleasant voice, spreading throughout the north and south of the river. Let's congratulate Commander-in-Chief Lee for successfully lighting up China. I believe that under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief Lee, our country of China's technological level will nation once again stand at the top of the world. At the end of this launch, I am here to announce an important resolution on behalf of the nation. Declaring resolutions on behalf of the state? The netizens were shocked. The press conference is supposedly over. How come there's something else to announce? Is it hard to believe that there are other experiments to be done in the back? The moderator didn't let them take too long and went straight to the state's resolution and announced it, as agreed by the state. A week from now, the state will hold an award ceremony and honoring ceremony for Comrade Lee Dongxin at the National Assembly Hall for the whole country. At the same time, Comrade Lee Dongxin will be announcing civilian programs related to controlled nuclear fusion, and give an important speech on the next research direction. This heavy news was announced. The room erupted in applause. Most of the guests attending the conference were authoritative experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They had also heard about Lee Dongxin's speech that he was going to deliver at the National Assembly Hall. But the netizens of China didn't know that. When they heard that the country was going to hold an award ceremony for Lee Dongxin personally at the National Assembly Hall, one by one all froze. What is the National Assembly Hall? It was the place where important meetings had been held since the founding of China. Occasionally, it's used to give awards to highly decorated scientists or model workers. No one has ever been honored. In the minds of the Chinese, this was more than just a state auditorium. Being able to enter here is an honor in itself. Now it actually broke the rules to hold a separate ceremony for Lee Dongxin. This special mal directly shocked the netizens. The pop-up screen exploded all of a sudden. Honorable ancestors. The National Assembly Hall has never organized a ceremony for an individual before. Those who can get in here are all nationally recognized advanced workers. They are usually selected by the nation and then awarded collectively. I guess only Commander-in-Chief Lee can deserve it. He's made such a great contribution to the country. What's the point of having a separate award ceremony? Chief Commander Lee's merit, not to mention holding a personal award ceremony inside, even if it's a wedding inside. I think it's all also deserved. Now Commander-in-Chief Lee is going to become a national idol. When I have the chance, I'll definitely beg him to take a picture and hang it in the most prominent place. A civilian program for controlled fusion? Does that mean we can get rid of traditional energy sources and just fly? What do you mean? Don't you get it? It means that great god Lee Dongshin will completely apply controlled nuclear fusion technology to our lives, and we won't even have to spend a dime on electricity in the future. Although Deng Lao had known about the state's resolution for a long time, he was still quite envious in his heart when he saw the host announce it in person. By now Lee Dongshin was backstage and standing beside him. He patted Lee Dongshin's shoulder and looked at him amiably. Commander-in-Chief Lee, the country values you. I'm afraid you're the only one who can organize a personal award ceremony in the National Assembly Hall. This honor, even I am envious of it. But, you deserve the credit. And this honor is only deserved by you. Lee Dongshin smiled and didn't say anything. 2 technological gifts to the country in a row. One is to help solve the cracking problem of the Three Gorges Dam. The other is a miniature controlled fusion reactor. Either type of technology can bring unimaginable benefits to the country of China. With these 2 national treasures, China's international status can be improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of international trade, China can also use the derivatives produced by these 2 technologies to make enough money for foreigners. So, Lee Dongshin does deserve this honor. The rice boss is constantly sending people to spy on Lee Dongshin's intelligence at the moment. After all, no matter who, when he faces such a technological wizard like Lee Dongshin, it is inevitable that he wants to persuade him to return to his own country. When he saw the intelligence gathered by his men, his brows directly furrowed into a Chuan character. He threw the information aside in chagrin and spoke rather vehemently. Isn't all this information available online? Do I still need you guys to spy? What a bunch of stupid guys. Hurry up. To get some useful information back to the meter, mainly to probe his inner desires to me. Several of the top MiG intelligence agents hurriedly led the orders and retreated. The rice boss shook his head helplessly. He was sure anyone would have desires. As long as the price he offered was big enough, he would definitely be able to turn Lee Dongshin successfully. If we really can't do it, then we'll do one thing or another and make him disappear from the world completely. If you can't get it, you must destroy him. Rice. But we have a lot of arrangements in China. It's time to activate these latent mass murderers. Thinking of this, he began to feel confident again, turned his head and began to comfort those experts who were still in the conference room. Don't be in tears. We haven't lost yet. Seeing the crowd's puzzled expressions, the rice boss laughed bitterly. This group of authoritative experts were really defeated by Lee Dongshin alone. He hit the spirit, ready to speak out a top-secret event that has been dusty for many years, and that only the general leader of the rice country can know. According to the reason, he was not supposed to speak out, but at this moment, the world hegemony of rice has been greatly threatened by Lee Dongshin. This secret already had to be told. Otherwise, the rice science community, it would really be all over. The oldest of the meters cleared his throat and said solemnly, I see that most of you have also been struck by Lee Dongshin's controllable nuclear fusion. I understand your feelings and your reverence for high technology, but please don't forget that Ni stands as the world's hegemon and the pinnacle of science and technology, and after so many years of precipitation, can it be overthrown by a genius who says it can be overthrown? In our rice country, there is another crushing secret that exists, and at the same time, also this is also a secret that has been sealed for 60 years. It's time to tell you. All the experts and professors from the United States who were present were shocked. They even wondered if they were still from the United States. They had spent most of their lives working for the U.S., but there were still scientific secrets that they didn't know about. However, since they had a trump card in their hands, Bai Ran was very happy and hurriedly asked, "What's your squeeze? Is it the latest technology?" But all of the cutting-edge talents of the country of rice are here, and everyone knows very well what they are researching with each other. Could it be that rice still has secret laboratories? The rice boss smiled, looking through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows to the distant moon. There, the still sea of the moon is planting the rice flag of the rice country. He withdrew his mind and breathed a slow sigh of relief. Looking serious and earnest, this is a manifestly final secret that only successive generations of chiefs have been privy to since 1969. As you all know, so far, only we, rice, have successfully landed on the moon. Guess what we brought back from the moon. Chapter 99, The Secret of the Dark Side of the Moon. What? Did rice land on the moon? Bring back any more secrets? Can there be something on the moon that can go beyond controlled fusion? Could it be the legendary dark matter energy that is the source of the black hole energy that swallows everything? The experts and professors here were dumbfounded. The moon landing. This is a dream that countless countries have had since ancient times, but the difficulty of landing on the moon is so great that so far, only one country, the United States, has completed a manned lunar landing program, the only country to have landed on the moon. It has been 50 years since Rice landed on the moon, but there is still no second country that has accomplished this feat. Even a country as big as China. It is also far from being able to accomplish a manned mission to the moon. That was, in 1969, a great event that changed the course of human history. On July 16, 1969, the Saturn V Super Heavy launch vehicle, ignited from the Rice Space Center, began the first human journey to the moon in space. Rice astronauts Armstrong, Sterling, and Collins piloted the Apollo 11 spacecraft across 380,000 kilometers, carrying the dreams of all mankind to the surface of the moon. It was the first time since the apes stood up from the ground. That man stood on the surface of the moon. The first astronaut to log on to the moon at the time, Strong, uttered the world-shaking words, "It's one small step for me, but one giant leap for mankind." The weight and pattern of this statement is still untouchable. Since 1969, Rice has conducted a total of 6 missions to the moon, with a total of 6 groups of astronauts working on the moon, experimenting, bringing back soil samples, or doing something secret that has not been released to the world. After that, the end of the war, coupled with the loss of the drawings for the Saturn V carrier fire energy design, Rice lost the ability to log on to the moon forever, and continues to do so to this day. The moon, still waiting in solitude for the next human to arrive. This is the story of the Apollo moon landing in the United States. In the United States and even in the world, is known to all. Among all the experts sitting here, there is a well-known figure who is accomplishing the mission of re-entering the moon. He is also attempting to reach out to the more distant planet of Mars by proposing the Mars Migration Program. This figure is the world's richest man, Aaron Masek. He is most widely known as the founder of Tesla, the leading electric car industry. In fact, he has quite a few other identities: a member of the National Academy of Engineering and Rice, the new owner of the world's largest social media company, Twitterer, chairman of Space Adventure Technologies, and a close relationship with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. However, this Rice boss, nonetheless, shocked everyone at the scene. On the one hand, it's the shock that there are secrets on the moon that they don't know about. On the other hand, it's the fact that Morning Surprise Rice has kept this secret sealed for decades. The Rice boss stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. The conference room, which had already quieted down, became noisy again. Rice experts are whispering. This whole moon landing thing has been going on for a long time. 1969 to the present. Are there any unanswered questions? Back then, the return capsule was to bring back moon rock, moon soil and so on. This is no longer a secret. The substances in the moon soil are similar to those in Blue Star, and this was analyzed a long time ago, and can be found on the internet. I remember we also gave a small amount of moon soil, as a gift to other countries. If there really is some unknown ingredient, what should be announced has been announced, and what should be shared has been shared. That means, there was definitely more than just soil brought back from the moon in the first place. Or perhaps, something else was brought back. Those astronauts, including Armstrong, have been under strict surveillance since they returned from the moon landing, and if you consider that there are secrets, it all makes sense. Everyone quieted down and waited to see the big man continue to tell that secret. The big man saw that what he said had aroused everyone's curiosity. The Rice boss smiled as the top scientists of these countries finally lifted their spirits and fighting spirit. It wasn't in vain for him to go against his principles and spill the secret. These top me scientists, seeing that the me boss was not speaking, urged, "You tell us quickly, what other ultimate secrets are above the moon? This secret, could it be some unknown energy, more powerful than controlled fusion? Or, is it the discovery of some kind of extraterrestrial life? Or is it that some secrets of the origin of the world and the universe have been discovered? You tell us." The Rice boss saw that the time was almost up. He smiled slightly before he opened his mouth to continue on. "Don't worry, everyone, rest easy. I can tell you all for sure, on the moon, it does possess secrets that you don't know. Not only do you not know, even Dr. Hammer, who is carrying out the space exploration program, Masek does not know." Speaking here, he could not help but look his eyes to the empty seat. Thinking back to Dr. Hammer's back when he was leaving, he suddenly felt a little sad. An old man, contributed to the development of the Rice country for a lifetime, and ended up with a gloomy exit. Indeed let a person saddened. But, how could he himself not be so? Intelligence from all over the world had already been sent over. Many countries have been making frantic overtures to China. Among them, there are many allies of the United States. All of them have now turned to China's side. Rice is now in a situation where all the people have turned against it, and the centuries-old prestige of rice has been destroyed in one fell swoop. If not for this, he would not have thrown his weight around and told the secret that had been hidden for years. Otherwise, the rice research community, I am afraid that from this night onwards it will really fall apart. The rice boss, with an extremely serious expression. I'm telling you all of this today, but also to help hope that you guys can get your spirits up, pull yourselves together super, and not be defeated by a talented youngster from China. So what if controlled fusion is invented? As long as they don't land on the moon, they'll never know the secret. The big man's words made all these experts and professors here relax. That's right. Even if China solves the energy problem, the moon landing project is a task that involves hundreds of disciplines, requires the most sophisticated mathematical calculations, and the configuration of nearly 1,000 types of precision materials, in order to be accomplished. The current China is far from being capable of landing on the moon, and the genius designer of the Saturn V launch vehicle has long since died and the drawings have been lost. In this world, only Rice itself knows the secrets on the moon. Seeing that everyone had regained their spirits, the Rice boss smiled at Mask. The true secrets of the moon. Those countries that can't land on the moon will never understand. Now that the design drawings for the Saturn V to carry the fire chapter have been lost, no nation will be able to land on the moon. That's why, even China, which possesses the genius Li Dongxin, is doomed to fail to design a high-thrust rocket, doomed to fail to land on the moon. I believe that our close comrade Mask will be able to get ahead of them. China will always be one step behind us. Meanwhile, the director of China's space agency is shopping for a new rocket launch base. The terrain here is extremely high. With a glance, the entire city was in full view. He silently watched the cheering crowds in the city, the lights of the night. He smiled. Only, in this laughter, there was a hint of downturn. It was at midnight. The moonlight is cold and sprinkled on the earth. Feeling the moonlight, he picked up his head and looked toward the bright moon. Li Dongxin also looked up into the distant space at this time, as if he sensed something unique above the moon that was attracting him. Li Dongxin silently thought in his mind after releasing the civilian cooperation program for controlled nuclear fusion. It would be great if he could personally go on the moon to see it. Chapter 100, The Next Plan, Landing on the Moon. Li Dongxin had previously paid attention to China's space technology, which was far behind that of Rice, and only one country in the world today had successfully landed on the moon. He was thinking at the moment, get the civilian cooperation program for controlled fusion on track, and help his country revitalize its aerospace industry next. The moon is just the first target to start with. Can we get to the more distant Mars soon? What the Rice people can do, we must do. What the people of the People's Republic of China cannot do, we must also find a way to do. This is the root of our country, China, to realize the great rejuvenation of the nation. There really isn't enough time. The director of China's space agency was worried about this at the moment. He had fought for this all his life, but he was still left behind by the United States. He couldn't be blamed for this, as various countries had always adopted a policy of blocking China with regard to this area of technology. All these years, he's been working hard for the moon landing. Even at this time of national celebration, he remains at his post. He doesn't spare a minute of his time, sometimes not even taking a break for months to complete a test. In order to keep the secret, he didn't even politely make a phone call to his home. The last time I went home to visit my daughter was at the beginning of the year. As soon as he entered the house, his 4-year-old daughter called him uncle. This cry of Uncle Quan was about to break his heart. But, landing on the moon had been a dream of China for thousands of years. Now not only was he working on it, but there was a large group of scientists behind him who were working on it as well. For the sake of the country's help, hope and the people's dream, he could only leave his family behind for the time being. He devoted himself to the moon landing. Only in this way will it be possible for China to complete its manned moon landing program. Right now the only country in the world that has successfully landed on the moon is the United States. He would love to help China and plant that red flag on top of the moon, and then solemnly proclaim to the world, the country of China, a successful moon landing. His vision blurred, and while he was still immersed in the beautiful imagery of the moon landing, a frustrated voice came from behind him. Chief, power propulsion simulation failed again. He slowly turned his head to look at the bearded researcher in front of him, who was only 26 years old, and a pang of guilt ran through him. Worked day and night on the moon landing program and now looks like he's 40. The director sighed. Failed. You guys just go back and rest. You've all been up for 2 days and 2 nights. Go back and take a good shower and get a solid night's sleep. After the researcher left, he was alone on the rooftop again. He took out his cell phone. The face above is at the end of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Conference. Li Dongxing proudly did to announce to the world that China is leading the world and has entered the era of controlled nuclear fusion. He looked at the confident and majestic teenage hero, not only exclaimed, "Nianjing Ali, Commander-in-Chief, China has you. Really, God blessed Huaxia. I wonder if you would be willing to help us with the moon landing program?" On the cell phone of the director of the space agency, Li Dongxing solemnly declared to the world that the country of China had officially entered the era of controlled nuclear fusion. The moment Li Dongxing pressed the button and lit up the entire country of China, his heart was also lit up together. At this moment, the sound of reporting constantly came from the cell phone. All of China was lit up. The cluster of lights was like a golden flower blooming. Such a magnificent view of the world was created by this young man. The bright moon was reflected on the cell phone screen, and Li Dongxing's figure was in the moonlight. It looked so mysterious and unpredictable. It was as if Li Dongxing had brought down the moon with his own hands. This beautiful scene made him unknowingly. His eyes gradually began to moisten. He recalled the day when he was leaving. His daughter cried and asked him, "Dad, where are you going? Do you not want me?" His heart sank and he almost burst into tears. Picking up his 3-year-old daughter, he forced himself to hold back his inner torment and told her with a smile, "Daddy's going to build a big spaceship and take you and Mommy to the moon to find Sister Chang'e." The daughter doesn't understand any of this. She only knows that her father is leaving again, and she won't be able to see him for a long time. She threw her arms around her dad's neck, crying and refusing to let go. As a father, how could he not want to be there for his daughter? But the moon landing mission has not been completed, and the dream of the people of China has not yet been realized. As the director of the Chinese Space Agency, he could only bear the pain of breaking his daughter's arm and handing her over to his wife. After the manifestation, in the eyes of his wife's reluctance and his daughter's cries, he boarded a special bus to the space agency. Tears welled up in the corners of Akira's eyes in reaction to the thought. He could not be a good and qualified father, but he had to be a qualified spaceman. More than that, he has to be a competent spaceman, because he carries the hope of the people of China for thousands of years. Wiping away the tears in the corner of his eyes, shutting off his cell phone, he decided to visit Li Dongxing as soon as possible. No matter what, he had to ask him to help himself, help China to fulfill the dream that has been taught for 1,000 years. He firmly believes that only Li Dongxing can help himself and complete the moon landing mission. After the launch, even though several days had passed, the heat was still unabated. Almost all the TV media or online platforms were discussing Li Dongxing and his controlled fusion technology. Some science and technology anchors it's to open a live broadcast, specializing in the application of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The entire country of China had a scientific fever. All the people were involved. Various social media platforms are abuzz with talk of controlled fusion. Knowing Wall posted a related topic in What Do You Expect from Fusion Technology? This topic immediately aroused widespread discussion. Now that nuclear fusion technology has come out, our country is no longer afraid of energy shortages. So the electricity bill cannot also be reduced. The electricity bill is still a small matter. Anyway, we are home electricity. Hold up, only 200 or 300 things. But for those large factories, it's a big savings. Why are you all so conservative? What's the point of obsessing about electricity bills every day? If it were applied to cars, wouldn't we never have to charge for the rest of our lives? Right. As the saying goes, a car passes on for 3 generations, and the car is still there when people leave. And that's just at the civilian level. It would be different if it was put into space engineering. A spaceship built with nuclear fusion technology would probably be able to fly right out of the solar system. That's right. That's right. I've heard that Neptune is full of diamonds. When the time comes, we, the people of China, will all have a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg. In just a few days, there were over 4 million comments below this topic, and the number of people commenting was growing. Even some of the official media had gotten involved. For example, a Chinese television station has also opened a column program dedicated to nuclear fusion technology, inviting experts from all over the country to explain the application of nuclear fusion to the people of China. On the TV, the hostess smiles brightly at the guests invited today, who are also experts in nuclear physics. When the host asked what applications nuclear fusion specifically has, one of the experts riveted a smile. In fact, nuclear fusion technology is not just a technology, it is in the application of the basic materials science, fusion controllable technology, as well as the energy to show the conversion problem. Every piece of technology in here can be applied in other areas. Let's say, the outer cover of a controlled nuclear reactor, it is resistant to high temperatures and high pressures, etc. And this material can be used in the space shuttle. And then, for example, if we can make the controlled fusion device more miniaturized, or even miniaturized, together with ultra-lightweight materials, we might be able to achieve ultra-long cruising on a small drone, which is a big killer in future wars. Chapter 101, My Dream. So, what Chief Director Lee has brought us is more than just controlled fusion technology. At a time when everyone is discussing nuclear fusion, inside elementary schools all over China, also all carried out ideological education at the same time. Previously, if teachers asked students about their dreams, the answers they got were basically actors, internet celebrities, being a famous boarder or an official or something. But, since Li Dongxin lit up the country of China, the answer he got from asking these elementary school students again had become different. Inside an elementary school classroom, a moral lesson is being taught. Young teacher writes my dream. On blackboard, elementary school students are actively raising their hands to answer. I dream of becoming a person like my brother Li Dongxin and contribute to the people of the motherland with my knowledge. My dream is to be an astronaut and go to the moon in a space shuttle. I dream of becoming a scientist, just like Li Dongxin, lighting up the country of China for the people. The video of the students' class was transmitted online by their parents, which quickly caused the netizens' national view. Commander-in-Chief Li has not only brought us technology, but also brought us new hope. My child is the same way. Used to say every day that he wants to be a netizen, and then broadcast live to make money with goods. Now it has become that he wants to be a scientist, to develop high technology for the phase use. What a large number of students have been saved by Commander-in-Chief Li. Without him, it's hard for me to imagine what would have become of our future generations of children and grandchildren. A strong science and technology nation must be more than just words, it must be put into action. Better yet, add a basic science course in schools. Now people are not only interested in controlled nuclear fusion. For Li Dongxin himself, they are even more interested. All of them are looking forward to the official announcement of the National Recognition Conference on that day. That's the honoring convention exclusive to Dongxin Li. Not only do we have to receive an award for Li Dongxin, but more importantly, Li Dongxin also has to face the whole country and deliver an evolution. What will he talk about? Everyone pulled in anticipation. A week later it was finally the day the recognition ceremony began. Early that morning, many people were squatting in front of the TV. Some office workers even pretended to be sick and took time off work directly in order to be able to watch the live broadcast. Because today is the day the country honors Li Dongxin. This time the Table Pang Conference can be said to be the highest specification ever in the country of China. After all, the place where this ceremony is being held is in the National Assembly Hall, in the hearts of the people of China. This is a sacred place. Many decisions of great historical significance were passed here. It can be said that the meetings that can be held in the National Assembly Hall are all extremely important for China. Although, in the past history, the National Assembly Hall has also organized the Table Pang Assembly, but that is for collective awards, or to give awards to more than one person to move, like Li Dongxin. A situation where an award ceremony was held specifically for one person. It's unparalleled in the history of China, so it can be seen how much importance the country attaches to Li Dongxin. At this time, the network live channel has also been opened. Chinese netizens peeked and swarmed in. The bouncing moo is full of tethers to Li Dongxin's personal commendation assembly, holding a personal commendation assembly in the National Assembly Hall. This is the first time in the history of China, isn't it? I'm so looking forward to Commander-in-Chief Li stepping up to the lectern. At that moment, he must be radiant. I don't know what kind of medals will be given to Chief Commander Li approach. I reckon there must be a scientific and technological progress award or something. Everyone was now well on guard in the live broadcast room. They couldn't wait to hear Li Dongxin's speech. As China's great man of the century, controlled fusion chief engineer, the world's unique genius boy, what in the world? Will he deliver a speech that will shock the world? At this moment, the award ceremony has not yet begun. The whole country cannot wait to stand by the TV. Now that primary and secondary school students are not yet on vacation, every classroom has turned on a large multimedia screen, so that these flowers of the motherland, the first time to be able to hear Li Dongxin's speech, at various universities in China, the auditorium was already packed with people. At this moment, in the National Assembly Hall, the rehearsal for the recognition ceremony has also been completed. The large National Assembly Hall is all covered with red carpets, because it is the highest level of rehearsal. So, the scene in addition to the staff, there are only a few big names sitting in the highest position in China. When the rehearsal of Li Dongxin's speech was completed, all the bigwigs applauded enthusiastically and warmly, and took the initiative to get up, walking over to Li Dongxin's side to congratulate him. Mr. Li, your speech just now was wonderful. It was just too contagious, listening to your speech. I am so proud to be back in those days, a hero from time immemorial. I felt the emotional resonance from your speech. It was so well said. I can imagine it now. After this table color assembly, the whole country will definitely learn from your spirit. In my opinion, this can be completely written into the textbooks. Nice. The sentiments coming out of this speech are worth learning from everyone. It's necessary to show all the current generation of young people what a true idol is. What is the spirit that should be honored as a son or daughter of China? Mr. Li Dongxin, I'm sure your speech will shock people, and they will definitely feel the power of your spirit. These bigwig nations surrounded Li Dongxin, each of them excited. The speech that Li Dongxin gave on stage just now really made them empathize. They agreed that only such a speech should appear above the National Assembly Hall. Only such a speech should be studied by the majority of the people of China. Only such a speech should be studied by the people of China. There's still some time before the conference is official, which is reserved for rest. After the big shots left, Deng Lao and a group of academicians standing in the distance gathered up. Just now they heard Li Dongxin's speech under the stage, and all of them couldn't help but applaud for him. Moved to tears, Deng Lao's face is now rosy and full of spirit. He held Li Dongxin's hand tightly and was thrilled. Li Dongxin, do you know? Hearing your speech, witness, I remembered my former teacher. When they first taught me, they said that only science can prosper the country, and only science and technology can strengthen the country. Let me not forget the mission of being a Chinese wherever I go. Today, in your body, I once again felt that fire-like enthusiasm. Li Dongxin, your speech will surely become a battle cry that all young people will memorize. Your spirit will influence generations of young people to realize what they should aspire to. Chapter 102, Commencement of the Recognition Ceremony. When he said this, Deng Lao thought of the current situation of the youth in China, and his mood became a bit low. In our time, everyone revered science, and that was the time when scientists came out in their droves. But now the teenagers face too much temptation, face the impetuous society, slowly all become eager to make quick success, loss of dreams and pursuit. Another academician also sighed when he heard Elder Tang's words. Elder Tang is right. There was a time when people were so revered and pushed for science. At that time, just go to ask an elementary school student's dream. 70 or 80% will tell you that their dream is to become a scientist. Parents also educate their children by telling them that they have to contribute to their country and become a contributing member of society. But what about now? How many people still remember that? I went to my granddaughter's class meeting the other day. The teacher asked them what their future aspirations were, and all they answered was that they wanted to be an internet star, a celebrity, or something. Not one child said, wanted to be an astronaut, wanted to be a scientist. Not a single one. But when we were kids, even when my son was a kid, every boy wanted to be a scientist astronaut. It hurts my heart to hear children say these words. If our backtroop is pushing these playwrights, these claptrap internet celebrities, then into whose hands should the future of our country be placed? The words of this academician were echoed by everyone present. What a country can rely on is never those stars, with powdered heads and oiled faces, and even less are those net celebrities who rely on scratching their heads and cheating to get reward gifts. If a country wants to develop significantly, it has to rely on the power of science and technology. It must rely on people's pursuit of knowledge. Otherwise all that awaits them is to have their country's foundations hollowed out by capital, to be trampled on and humiliated by other countries. Deng empathized with these issues. After all, he also came from that era, and like other academicians, he was immensely nostalgic for that innocent era of science. He held Li Dongxin's hands and said emotionally, Li Dongxin, this article of yours will surely awaken the masses and make them realize what is the backbone of my country. What is the help of my country's hope? In the face of everyone's high praise, Li Dongxin just smiled faintly. This is just a piece of my humble work, and it's really my honor to be recognized by everyone. For all of you said this situation. I also empathize with this speech. And this speech, too, does contain a kind of cry of mine for the current state of society. I just hope the young people of our country will really listen and be able to re-examine their values. Li Dongxin is also a young man. He understands very well the situation of the youth in China today. The reason why he wrote this speech this time is also because he hopes to be able to reawaken the dreams and pursuits of young people through his own meager voice. If, through their own efforts, the hearts of the people of China can rekindle a national fire, they are also considered not living up to the name of Ingui, not living up to the name of hope. At this point, the entrance to the National Assembly Hall is crowded. People waved the Chinese flag and the whole square was a sea of red. A reporter from the national TV station, who is reporting live here. Everyone, please look. The location we are in now is above the square of the National Assembly Hall. The Chinese flag is now flying everywhere in the square, and the place has become a sea of red. The personal recognition conference about Mr. Li Dongxin will begin soon, and now the delegates from all over the country are entering the venue in an orderly manner. As you can see, in addition to the delegates who came to the recognition ceremony, there are some friends from all over the world. Although they can't enter the field, they still wait here with enthusiasm. just to see Commander-in-Chief Lee with their own eyes. Below, let's interview these enthusiastic friends. After the reporter said this, the camera was trained on the young man in the neighborhood. They held up the red flag of China, pulled up banners, held lighted signs, and waited enthusiastically for Li Dongxin's arrival. The reporter handed them the microphone. This group of young people were very excited. To grab to see the waist, I am a graduate student, although I do not qualify to enter the venue, but I still want to keep here, just so I can see Mr. Li Dongxin one time. He is now the idol of our hearts. I don't live in the imperial capital. I came here from the northwest of China just so I could see the hero of China with my own eyes. He has advanced the entire human technology into the field. Such a hero must be seen with my own eyes. This is the first time the country held a commendation assembly for individuals. It can be said to be unprecedented. Not to mention that this time the commendation is a genius of China. How can we not support it? The square was getting more and more crowded, and the atmosphere was getting more and more enthusiastic. These scenes of passionate fire were felt even by the viewers of the live broadcast. Although the commendation ceremony hadn't started yet, it didn't affect their support for Li Dongxin. The enthusiastic pop-ups from netizens almost covered the live broadcast screen in one place. I should have gone to the scene to support Mr. Li Dongxin as well. He's the pride of our Chinese nation now. Today is a moment to witness history. The only one who can get the state to dedicate a personal commendation meeting is Big Brother Li Dongxin. He is now a role model for our young people. At such a young age, he has solved the problem of the century. Even Einstein couldn't match this kind of scientific talent. I wonder what Big Brother Li Dongxin will say in his speech. I've got my little notebook ready. I'm going to memorize everything he says and study it carefully. Why hasn't Mr. Li Dongxin shown up yet? I can't wait. Why do you keep shooting exteriors? Why don't you go in and shoot Mr. Li Dongxin for us? It's still some time before the recognition ceremony begins. The national TV reporter cuts back to the studio after interviewing the live audience. There is a live interview being broadcast there. The picture on the big screen in the studio hall is fixed on the moment when Li Dongxin lights up the whole country of China. The hostess told the audience, "We have just reviewed the process of the launch, and we have also invited experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and representatives from the business community to talk about Mr. Li Dongxin and today's personal recognition ceremony." Chapter 103 is now officially opened. A female academician picked up the microphone in front of her and smiled faintly at the camera. Actually, now we are no stranger to Mr. Li Dongxin. As a genius in his early 20s, being able to overcome such a century-old problem as controlled nuclear technology is simply unthinkable. You know, so many countries in the world are researching controlled nuclear technology, but there has never been any breakthroughs, which shows how difficult this technology really is. The host smiled like a flower. Then you mean, Mr. Li Dongxin is using one person's power to overwhelm the global scientific community? The female academician didn't hide her admiration for Li Dongxin. It's perfectly understandable. I don't think there's anyone in this world who can accomplish such a feat except him. The netizens in the live broadcast room heard this and agreed. That's right. Big Brother Li Dongxin is the one person who presses the world. And now all the countries in the world are trying to find ways to please us. China is in full bloom. Million states come to the court. It was Big Brother Li Dongxin who helped us fulfill our dream, which in ancient times was a saint and a great sage who had to build a shrine. I have a portrait of Big Brother Li Dongxin hanging in my house right now, and I have to worship him every night. In my heart, he is a god in the sky coming down to earth. The interview program continues. After the female academician answered the first question, the host followed up with a second question to Wang Chuanfu, chairman of BYD, who came on behalf of the business community. What does the business community think about this individual recognition meeting? The situation of the civilian cooperation program? Answering this question, Chairman Wang Chuanfu, who is also the vice president of the Fichi Association, said, "Holding a recognition ceremony for individuals in the National Assembly Hall is the first time in the history of my country, China, because the breakthrough in nuclear whole fusion is absolutely worth it. Since the introduction of nuclear fusion technology, our country's international status has skyrocketed, and is now almost on par with rice, and if we are able to achieve full-scale civilianization, we'll more than likely leave them far behind. If BYD can fully cooperate with Li Dongxin, we are confident that we can beat all our rivals in the global new energy vehicle market." During the gathering of entrepreneurs in Shenzhen, the chairman of Dajiang Drone, and even old Mr. Ren Zhengfei, the founder of Huawei, who seldom participates in public gatherings, all stated that they would actively strive for the cooperation of Li Dongxin. I think it won't be long before our country becomes the world's #1 power, and all of this can be attributed to Mr. Li Dongxin. Hearing the business community praise Li Dongxin in this way, the host's smile intensified. She couldn't say why. In fact, she and Li Dongxin It was just a one-sided relationship, and it was only a partnership for that launch too. But, for some reason, hearing people praise Lee Dongxin made her happy. Very happy. Even happier than hearing compliments about herself. Even her eyes turned gentle like water. This change in demeanor was noticed even by netizens. What's wrong with our host? How come she smiles so happily once the expert compliments big brother Lee Dongxin? I guess she must have fallen in love with Mr. Lee Dongxin. Otherwise how could she be in such a situation that she's laughing out loud? What's so strange about that? Big brother Lee Dongxin is so handsome and good looking. Any pretty girl would like it, right? It's just a pity that host's age is several years older than big brother Lee Dongxin. Otherwise the two don't quite match. Shut up. Lee Dongxin is my male god. No one is allowed to say that he is compatible with anyone. Otherwise I'll be angry with you. I'm not that greedy. I know I'm not good enough for the new male god Lee Dongxin. All I'm asking for is a chance to see him with my own eyes. Now a little bit of time passes. The recognition ceremony started at 10 a.m. and it's now 5:30 a.m. The director's team also began to prepare for the live broadcast of the commendation ceremony, and as soon as the time came, immediately cut the picture back to the National Assembly Hall. A voice from the broadcast team came from the headset worn by the hostess. Get a grip on your time. One last question and the live feed will cut away. After the hostess heard the guide's words, her expression remained unchanged, and after Chairman Wang Chuanfu finished answering the previous question, she asked the expert the last and most crucial question. I think the audience must want to know what is the next arrangement for our teenage hero, Mr. Lee Dongxin. After the commendation ceremony is over? This expert laughed. Without directly answering the question, Mr. Lee Dongxin is now carrying a heavy responsibility, and every minute of his time is very valuable. And as far as I know, there are already many key organizations that have extended invitations to him, including chips, artificial intelligence, high-tech materials, life sciences, and so on, in the hope that he can help solve some technical difficulties. But, what exactly is his next arrangement, which still has to be respected? Netizens, after learning the news, another round of speculation, will it be to help shipyards build aircraft carriers? This is a national treasure. The more the merrier. Nope. It must be to help car factories develop new energy vehicles, which is a major livelihood issue. Don't forget, there are still airplanes, and if they are retrofitted with controlled nuclear reactors, then the whole world is in our range. The netizens were still hotly debating the topic when a bell suddenly sounded in the broadcast room. When the time had already reached 10 o'clock in the morning exactly, the guide team immediately cut the live broadcast screen to the National Assembly Hall. At this time, just in time to see the moment when the recognition ceremony begins, a national conference-specific presenter walks onto the stage with a serious and joyful expression. He solemnly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience and the nation, I have the honor to announce the following. Comrade Lee Dongxin's personal recognition ceremony is now open." Chapter 104, the welcome salute goes off. I declare, Comrade Lee Dongxin's personal recognition conference is now open. Finally, in the anticipation of the entire nation, this much anticipated individual recognition ceremony has begun. The people of the country have been waiting for a long time. Inside schools everywhere, a burst of applause erupted. Everyone at this moment has long been looking forward to, finally started. I have waited for the flowers to be thankful. I also don't know what honors the country will award this time. Will it be advanced workers? Or model workers of China or something like that? Won't. Lee Dongxin is a scientist. Surely will Shuanfa could be awards to him. I reckon it's Round Home Science and Technology Speak Step Award. Really? This is a top honor in the scientific world. If Lee Dongxin really wins this award, then he really won't have to worry about funding for the rest of his life. He doesn't have to worry about money now, either. Don't forget, there's a big bonus along with the medal. A couple million at least. The students are discussing over here. The recognition assembly has also officially begun. When the big man finished his announcement, the live broadcast screen nationally cut to above the square. The square's red carpet placed a row of cannons, not yet waiting for the netizens to react to comet, only to hear a loud bang. Boom, 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 boom. The rows of welcome salutes exploded. The sound was like rolling clouds of thunder, resounding through the sky. This scene stunned the netizens. What kind of rhythm is this? Today is not Lee Dongxin Big Brother's personal commendation meeting. Why? Is the welcome salute suddenly released? Can't it be that there is a sudden visit from a big shot from another country? Just when the netizens are confused, a careful netizen also deliberately counted how many welcome salutes. The result of this count, to his own are stunned. Good boy. Foot 21 salute. This is the highest etiquette of welcoming guests in China. Even if a foreign bigwig comes, he may not have this treatment. Did you hear that right? Is there really 21 shots? Isn't this a 21-gun salute only on major holidays? I know. Must be the state in order to show respect to Li Dongxin Big Brother. This is specially arranged to welcome the salute. For our Chinese people, today is indeed a major holiday. I know that the country attaches importance to Big Brother Li Dongxin, but I didn't expect to actually attach such importance to it. This has opened my eyes. The scum who didn't graduate from elementary school strongly and weakly ask, is this etiquette very advanced? Ordinary people can't put it? Let me put it to you this way. Let's not talk about 21 shots. If you can get your country to fire 13 shots in your honor, your children and grandchildren will never have to work again. You'll be protected everywhere you go. The welcome salute is over. The live feed cuts back inside the State Assembly Hall once again. The official host of the state of China took the opening speech and began to announce the curtain. He first introduced Li Dongxin's life, research results, and outstanding contributions to the people. Although Li Dongxin's deeds were a household name in China, every time he listened to the TV, it was like an overwhelming feeling. It's really hard to make people phenomenal. All these top achievements intentionally will concentrate on this teenager. The netizens in the webcast room were also extremely excited. Who doesn't know about Li Dongxin's deeds now? Our neighborhood, regardless of the elderly children, are all discussing Li Dongxin. When will Big Brother Li Dongxin give his speech? I'm waiting anxiously. More than an award, I'm looking forward to what award the country is going to honor Li Dongxin with. I saw Li Dongxin. Oh my god. He's actually sitting in the first row against the center, right next to the big shots. After the controlled nuclear fusion launch and the lighting up of all of China, Li Dongxin's position in the hearts of the people was like the guardian god of China. The entire online platform is full of his pictures. Now there are only those who can't see him. There are none who don't recognize him at all. Directly after the presenter's introduction, the awards session began. Amidst applause, the moderator took the microphone and announced aloud, after a national study, it was decided, first to award Comrade Li Dongxin, highest scientific progress award. Following that, there was a hot to applause. Li Dongxin walked steadily towards the award podium under the attention of the crowd. Netizens commented, this award is the highest award in China's scientific research community. I just checked. Not many people have won it. That's for sure. This medal is awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to the country of China. How can ordinary people get it? There's not just a medal certificate. There's a $10 million bonus. The kind where you don't have to pay personal income tax. Having received this honor, will there be a shortage of money? As long as Big Brother Li Dongxin asks, those entrepreneurs will send their asses over. According to the merits of Big Brother Li Dongxin, it's only natural to receive this medal. Is it time for the speech next? It should be, supposedly after the awards are over. It's time for Big Brother Li Dongxin to give his speech. Li Dongxin won this award. Has long been in everyone's expectations. This is China's top honor in the scientific community. The previous scientists who won this award, none of them have made significant contributions to the motherland. So, Li Dongxin, this is kind of deserved. Li Dongxin accepted the medals and certificates and then stepped back, just when everyone thought the speech was about to begin. Instead, the host continued to announce, next, the second award will be presented to Comrade Li Dongxin. After a national study, it has been decided to award Comrade Li Dongxin the National Order of Merit. On the web, in the live broadcast room, even many of the viewers at the site instantly exploded. Oh my god, the national medals are given law. I've heard that no one has stood to receive this medal. Big Brother Li Dongxin has made history again. The only person who can get this medal alive is probably Big Brother Li Dongxin. Only those who have made great sacrifices for the country of China will receive the national medal. The gold content of this medal is just too great. This is equivalent to a gold medal for exemption from death in ancient times. It belongs to the highest reward of the country. This is not just an honor. It represents the country's recognition of Mr. Li Dongxin. After all, he developed controlled nuclear fusion technology for the country of China. And this contribution is indeed worthy of a national medal. The significance of what this medal represents far exceeds all other awards. Mr. Li Dongxin is truly great, and this honor is well deserved by him. To receive two top honors at once. This is the first time since the founding of China, isn't it? And I guess no one else will be able to have this honor in the future. Chapter 105. Everyone is shocked. This is the highest honor unique to China. I didn't expect Li Dongxin to take it at such a young age. In his early 20s, this kind of thing is unprecedented in the history of China. In the midst of the netizen sentiments, the national medals had also been pre-awarded. Wearing two golden medals, Li Dongxin returned to his seat. Watching Li Dongxin calmly sitting on the seat is the netizens confused. How to sit back again? Isn't it time for a speech? Can't it be that there are still some honors to be awarded to him in the back? There shouldn't be any more. There are rules for awarding medals. They all go from low to high. The national medal is already the top title in China. There can't be any other awards behind it. Don't guess. It should be an official figure who has to go on stage to give a speech, expressing the great achievements of Big Brother Li Dongxin. And then it's his turn to give a speech. Oops. Why are you so slow to give out an award? I can't wait to hear Li Dongxin's speech. I want to use his speech as a family motto in the future. Then, the scene that made all the audience's jaws drop appeared. No big names came on stage to speak. Still the same presenter. Still the same moves. Still the same booming voice. With all the people watching, the moderator picked up the brief. For the third time, he solemnly announced, "Below, a third honor will be presented to Comrade Li Dongxin." After a national study, it was decided to award Li Dongxin a special title. This title is an encouragement to Li Dongxin's dedication and a reward for his contribution to the Three Gorges project. I now announce the awarding of to Comrade Li Dongxin, honorary title of Three Gorges Merit. The host's voice echoed through the synagogue. Every person heard the name of this honor clearly. The scene erupted into the loudest applause. At the same time, the synagogue's radio sounded cheerful music. Li Dongxin walked up to the podium for the third time in this solemn and cheerful music. The entire network was dumbfounded. They didn't think there was really a medal back there. And it's still an out-of-print medal. 3 medals. One person actually won 3 top medals on the same day. And one is more special than the other. Do not say that the front is not seen. Only 1,000 years back. It is also not seen in the future. After a short period of calmness, the pop-ups in the live broadcast once again appeared in an avalanche of brush screens. The speed and quantity are simply overwhelming. But the awarding of the Three Gorges meritorious service has been decades in the making. So to speak, it's an out-of-print achievement. How come it was now awarded to Li Dongxin? Everyone is also talking about it. How come there are still Three Gorges meritorious ministers? Isn't that only for those who have made outstanding contributions to the Three Gorges? I remember that only after the Three Gorges Dam was built did a very small number of people receive this title. And since then, this award hasn't appeared again. I didn't expect Big Brother Li Dongxin to obtain it today. This may not be the top honor, but it's definitely the most special honor. After 20 years, the Three Gorges meritocracy has once again reappeared in China. I am now particularly interested in knowing what outstanding contribution Mr. Li Dongxin has made to the Three Gorges to qualify for the Three Gorges Medal of Merit. After the moderator's curtain call, netizens saw a middle-aged man walk up to the speaker's podium. This person, whom they had never seen before, were curious as to what he would say on stage. The station manager of the Three Gorges hydropower station? That's the first time I've seen it. But, what's he going to say on stage? Isn't today the commendation meeting for great god Li Dongxin? Although it is said to be the Three Gorges Medal of Merit, then there is no need to let the station chief of the Three Gorges to present the award. At the very least, it should also let President Deng to come up. It looks like it should not be. You see, he still holds the speech. It is estimated that it is on the stage to send. I'm a bit curious about what he'll say. It can't be to report to the whole country on the amount of power generated by the Three Gorges. Now that we have controlled nuclear technology, the actual usefulness of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station is quite a bit lower. In any case, the Three Gorges hydropower station also carries the expectations of 2 generations of our people. Even if it will eventually be replaced by nuclear fusion, its historical significance will not be erased. Amidst the warm applause of the delegates, Station Chief Chen walked up to the speaker's podium with a steady gait. Good day to all the audience. I'm the General Director of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. It is well known that the title of Three Gorges Meritorious Minister has been awarded only once, and it was awarded to those who made outstanding contributions to the Three Gorges at the time of its completion. Everyone must be very curious. Mr. Li Dongxin breakthrough control nuclear technology, according to the Three Gorges, have no direct relationship, but why would the state retroactively award Three Gorges merit to Mr. Li Dongxin? In fact, Mr. Li Dongxin has made indelible contributions to the Three Gorges Dam, and the Three Gorges Dam has been secured because of Mr. Li Dongxin's dedication to the dam. Station Chief Chen's words quickly generated heated debate. Hasn't the Three Gorges Dam been safe for more than 10 years? Never heard of a major accident. Why do you say Li Dongxin protected the dam? The key is, what exactly is wrong with the Three Gorges Dam? Station Chief Chen glanced at Li Dongxin, who was seated in the first row of seats, and a look of gratitude flashed across his face. In recent years, cracks have been appearing non-stop in the body of the Three Gorges Dam, and no matter how much they're repaired, they can't stop the cracks from spreading. This condition is fatal, and if it is not fixed, perhaps in the days to come, the Three Gorges Dam will be completely damaged. The cracks appear as a result of the material not being able to withstand the temperature difference between the inside and outside, and no amount of repair will stop the cracks from spreading. Netizens were shocked to hear this. They never heard reports of cracks in the dam. The screen in the live broadcast room was instantly occupied by pop-ups. How could the Three Gorges Dam suddenly crack? I even traveled there before. I didn't hear the tour guide talk about it. The Three Gorges can't be damaged. It's the project of the century for us Chinese. A monument symbolizing China's march towards power. I'm in construction engineering, and this kind of problem is one that all large buildings face. And the uneven temperatures inside and outside of the Three Gorges Dam can lead to this kind of situation. Chapter 106, The Birth of a Great Man. As a matter of fact, this problem is not only ours. All the dams in the world have cracks, and no one has been able to solve the root cause so far. Is there really no way to fix it? What about reinforcing the dam every year to repair the cracks? If the country has no money, we can raise funds. Never let the Three Gorges days now damaged. The Three Gorges Dam is extremely important in the hearts of the people. And when they heard that the Three Gorges Dam was cracked and beyond repair, everyone's heart hung in the air. Station Chief Chen's speech wasn't over yet, just when everyone is worried about the safety of the Three Gorges. However, his next words are considered to give the netizens a peace of mind. Just when all of us were at a loss, Mr. Dong Sin Lee helped us solve this heavenly problem. When he heard about the irreparable cracks in the dam, Mr. Li Dongxin was the first to develop a thermostatic coating, which fundamentally solves the problem. After testing, this new material can withstand temperature differences of tens of thousands of degrees. The temperature inside and outside the dam can be stabilized after all of the Three Gorges Dam is coated with this material. Not only that, after this period of observation, we are surprised to find that the cracks in the Three Gorges Dam have not spread further. That means thermostatic coating helped us save the Three Gorges Dam. Hearing Station Chief Chen say this, the netizens' hanging hearts were sort of put down. In an instant, they were swept away by a huge surprise again. Because it was only then that they reacted to the fact that the person credited with developing this thermostatic coating was none other than their teenage hero Li Dongxin. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room continued to refresh at an even more furious rate. It's not thanks to great god Li Dongxin. Only he can create this miraculous material. With the thermostatic coating, the Three Gorges Dam is completely saved. With this material, Big Brother Li Dongxin can definitely win this year's Nobel Prize. This is simply saving all the buildings in the world. If thermostatic coatings are applied to residential buildings, then comes summer, won't we never have to turn on the air conditioning again? Not only this can also be used on top of fireproof and cold-proof materials, such as the space shuttle, astronaut spacesuits, can be used. Great god Li Dongxin is going to become the richest man in the world, and the products produced with this material will surely be praised by the world. It can be said that the products of the future will use this material, from the big space shuttle to the small clothes we usually wear. Cannot be separated from it. Now that this thermostatic technology has been patented, the next thing you know, Mr. Li Dongxin can become the richest man in the world just by collecting royalties. But what was not expected was, Mr. Li Dongxin shared this technology with the country for free and made 3 conditions that moved people to the core. When people heard that Li Dongxin had made 3 conditions, the national auditorium was silent. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room stopped. Everyone perked up their ears, wanting to know which 3 conditions Li Dongxin had put forward. Station Chief Chen adjusted his emotions and his voice was loud and clear. The first condition: when the thermostatic coating is used for livelihood, aerospace science and technology, infrastructure and other types of national projects, is free. The second condition: domestic enterprises or individuals who want to buy thermostatic coatings, offer discounts as much as possible. Third condition: after all, Li Dongxin's third condition is too inspiring. The third condition: this material can only be sold to our local companies or to partners with whom we have good relations. But this material can never be exported to unfriendly countries. Station Chief Chen's impassioned voice echoed in the National Assembly Hall. Those stirring 3 conditions stimulated everyone's heart. The launch is now after a brief moment of calm. It erupted into applause like never before. All the participants stood up and applauded for the great contribution made by Li Dongxin and saluted his selflessness. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked by Li Dongxin's chest once again at this moment. Everyone stood up straight across the screen and cheered loudly for Li Dongxin's broad-mindedness. The entire country of China was touched by Li Dongxin. The total number of viewers in the live broadcast directly exceeded 500 million. The messages in the pop-up screen were like pouring rain, covering the entire heaven and earth. These 3 conditions of great god Li Dongxin are touching. He actually gave up such great wealth for the sake of his motherland. It's really marvelous. The third condition is really a great relief. Science has no borders, but scientists have borders. And hasn't rice always stuck its neck in our science and technology? Now let them have a taste of that too. Just don't sell it to them. We won't sell it even if we beg on our knees. This technology is a sharp blade in our hands. We will use it to completely defeat the Mi Kingdom. I now finally understand why the state awarded Mr. Li Dongxin the Three Gorges Order of Merit, an honor he deserved. Mr. Li Dongxin is more than a great scientist. He is a great man. He gave up his personal interests for the sake of China. This kind of chivalry is the idol of all of us. We are proud to have Mr. Li Dongxin with him in our country of China. We don't have to worry about being bullied by others. I only respect three people in my life. One is heaven and earth. The second is the country of China. And the third is Mr. Li Dongxin, whose bosom is as wide as the sky and as thick as the earth. Now not only are the netizens thrilled, but even the delegates to the conference are moved to the core. From the moment station manager Chen finished announcing these three conditions, the applause at the scene did not stop, and many people refused to stop even though their palms were clapping red. After all these years, finally someone has taken out this bad breath for them. Real bad anger. Raise your eyebrows. Humph. Let those foreigners who don't have bad intentions get a taste of what it's like to be stuck in the neck. The national hosts were equally excited. He applauded as he walked up to the stage and grabbed the microphone. Facing the enthusiastic and fiery scene, he announced in a loud voice, "Below, let's just give a warmer applause to, once again, I invite Comrade Li Dongxin to the stage to receive his award, Three Gorges Meritocracy." Chapter 107, third time on stage. In the applause of the delegates in the audience, as well as the eyes of 400 million people, Li Dongxin took the podium for the third time. The Medal of Honor of the Three Gorges Merit. After a lapse of more than 10 years, it has reappeared in front of the world. In one day, consecutively won 3 top honors in China. This is unparalleled in the history of China. When that collection of gold glittering medals hanging in Li Dongxin's neck, the scene of that powerful applause, resounded in the sky. Everyone no longer wondered why the country valued Li Dongxin so highly. With the body of a teenager, he created 2 top technologies. This kind of great achievement is enough to seal a god. The people felt a special power in the body of this teenager. This power will make the nation united. It would make everyone proud of him. When people face difficulties, they think of him. When people gain happiness, they will be grateful to him. When people go out of China and face other nations, this man is the backbone of their back. From this moment on, the hearts of the people of China have been deeply engraved with his name. After receiving this medal of special significance, Li Dongxin bowed to the delegates on the stage, as well as to the people of the country, and stepped down from the stage. This calm demeanor of his shocked all the netizens. The highest scientific award, National Medal of Honor, Three Gorges Merit. These 3 honors are one more precious than the other, one more special than the other. If it was an ordinary person who obtained any of these items, I'm only afraid that they would have already flown up to the sky with joy. On the contrary, Li Dongxin, when he received several awe-inspiring honors, he still had the same calm and unruffled demeanor. This great man's temperament of not taking things for granted, deeply shocked everyone. The netizens were attracted by this unique temperament of his, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again rolled up picking up. I've never seen someone like Zaishan. He's like a saint who transcends the mundane, and he's still so calm in the face of such a great honor. Is there anything else in this world that can startle him? He's made such a great contribution to China, and I don't see an ounce of pride on his face. Perhaps this is the bosom of a great man. In Mr. Li Dongxin's opinion, these external things are simply not enough to shake him, and we ordinary people can never do that. It is only today that I have truly seen what is truly not taking things for granted. Big Brother Li Dongxin is no longer an ordinary person. His mindfulness of the world is simply comparable to that of 1,000 ancient sages. I so want to be able to meet great God Li Dongxin with my own eyes. Even a glance from afar would be enough for me. The host was also full of joy now. After all, Li Dongxin was the hero of China. His own country had produced such an amazing figure. Anyone else would be happy. The host cleared his throat. Thank you, Mr. Li Dongxin, for your contribution to our country of China. I believe, under his drive, our science and technology in China will definitely flourish and create another brilliant future. Here, let's use the warmest applause to invite Mr. Li Dongxin to deliver an important speech to the people of the entire Chinese nation. Boom! The crowd roared with applause. Everyone has been waiting for this for so long. Finally waiting for this moment. Everyone's eyes are full of anticipation. Li Dongxin, such a century genius, national hero, technology great man. Just what kind of amazing speech is going to give? Li Dongxin walked up to the speaker's podium amidst the applause of a crowd of delegates. This was the most important moment in the commendation meeting. It was also the part that everyone was looking forward to. The applause now stopped when Li Dongxin took the stage. The entire National Assembly Hall regained its silence. The delegates on the scene all flipped open their record books, ready to write down Li Dongxin's important speech. The netizens across the screen also shuffled their ears and patiently waited for Li Dongxin's next speech. In fact, a week earlier, when the hostess announced at the conference, Dongxin Li would be speaking at the National Assembly Hall, the network has been speculating that Li Dongxin will be at the recognition conference. What kind of speech? What is the theme again? Is it a look into the future of technology? Is it a reminder of the good old days? Or is it a plan for the next scientific research? Or is it to encourage young people to contribute more to the country? Everyone speculated, every single one of them curious. This speculation continued until the commencement of the recognition ceremony. Finally, people waited for this moment. The mystery was about to be revealed. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively to the screen of the National Assembly Hall, but also only down Li Dongxin's figure. In the midst of all this anticipation, Li Dongxin adjusted the position of the microphone, scanned the National Assembly Hall where tens of thousands of people were seated, and slowly spoke the first sentence of his speech. In 1980, outside the bookstores, newspaper kiosks, and bookstalls in all cities across the country, Tianjin were packed with people. Thousands of people lined up like a long coiled snake just to get in line to grab a copy of the magazine. Li Dongxin's voice is not big, but his voice is extremely clear. When Li Dongxin finished the sentence after the whole scene was silent, it seems to be able to hear the heartbeat. Everyone sat in the chair, as if with the petrified general. Everyone was facing each other. They had not expected at all that Li Dongxin would actually open his speech with this kind of beginning. On such an important occasion, a form of storytelling was given. What is he trying to say? And, more importantly, what kind of story is he trying to tell? What was going on in 1980 that he was talking about that so many people stood in long lines to grab a magazine? What is this magazine? Why did it drive so many people crazy to buy it? Everyone couldn't help but have questions. Not only were the delegates at the scene a bit confused, even the netizens watching Straight Shake were also confused. Inside the university's auditorium, those students who had waited early for Li Dongxin's speech had guessed that Li Dongxin would begin with the future of technology. I didn't expect him to exceed everyone's expectations, and actually said that he had surpassed the past events of 1980. That year, the students were not even born yet. How is it possible to know what happened more than 40 years ago? Moreover, China was still relatively poor at that time, and the people couldn't even afford to eat meat. So how could they still line up overnight to buy any magazines? Chapter 108 Unbelievable Opening. Even the people who snapped up the magazine in the first place are only afraid that they won't be less than 60 years old this year. These students, counted as the pride of heaven. Even so, when they heard Li Dongxin use the past as the beginning of his speech, they were all left with a head full of questions. The originally quiet auditorium became a bit noisy. All the voices of students talking. Li Dongxin said the magazine in 1980. Have you heard of it? What happened in that year? Did the history books tell us about it? How would I know? I'm a science student and I don't usually pay much attention. Besides, 40 years ago, not to mention me, even my dad wasn't born yet. How would I know what magazines aren't? Could it be that that's when people started going star crazy, and then lined up to buy magazines of the stars? Is Big Brother Li Dongxin trying to rail against this unsavory phenomenon? I've never heard of it. People didn't even have TVs back then, so how could they chase stars? Even if they were chasing stars, their stomachs were almost full at that time. How could they have spare money to buy these things? That's strange. Li Dongxin Big Brother on such an important occasion actually mentioned a magazine, but rather a magazine more than 40 years ago. Why is he doing this? Don't say anything. Listen to him continue on. He must have his reasons for saying this. Let's hurry up and write it down and check it out later. The students' disbelief and murmurs were heard by the principal, who sighed, shook his head helplessly, and turned his head to the vice principal sitting beside him with a bitter smile. Did you hear that? The students nowadays don't even know what happened back then. They still think that magazine is pictures of celebrities. The vice principal also heard it, and he empathized with the principal's words. He had also queued up all night to buy the magazine back then. It wasn't a bad price at the time, and he had saved his meal money for days to snag it. He stared unblinkingly at Li Dongxin in the screen with some loss in his eyes. With the rise of the self-media era in China over the years, many young people have been carried away by them. Where would they remember this? Mr. Li Dongxin has good intentions. It's hard for him to remember these old memories at such a young age. The principal nodded, his tone containing a hint of hope. Perhaps Mr. Li Dongxin can help them recall that fiery era back then. Delegates in the National Assembly Hall looked up, all listening intently to the speech that was to follow. 1980. A magazine. What kind of magical past is this? The camera of the live broadcast room was pointed at Li Dongxin. Netizens felt his gaze through the screen as if Li Dongxin was beside himself. Fondly recounted a period of old times. The name of that magazine is called Science Special, a special New Year's issue in 1980. Once listed on the market, It was popular in China. Even if it was lined up all night long, it was still hard to find a book. This book was not priced low back then, and the people were not well off. But why did so many people still rush to buy it even though they would rather freeze and starve? Speaking here, Li Dongxin paused slightly, then smiled slightly. The cover of that issue of the magazine was called The Gotthard Harbin Conjecture, and the cover featured a Chinese mathematician, and this magazine was a report about him. Tucked away in that article is the golden nugget of a generation. The crown of mathematics is number theory, and the Gotthard Harbin Conjecture is the jewel in the crown. This Chinese mathematician is the closest person in the world to that pearl. Li Dongxin's words were like a vibrating brass bell, reawakening people's memories. So, 1980. That's what it says. After hearing Li Dongxin's brief introduction, the tens of thousands of delegates on the scene, the tens of millions of viewers in front of the TV, and the hundreds of millions of netizens in the webcast room, all understood. The door to memory opens as well. In 1980, something big happened. That year a mathematician from China conquered one of the most complicated cases of the Gödel-Haben conjecture, as one of the world's top 3 mathematical puzzles. After 200 years since this conjecture was made by Gödel-Haben, no one in the world has been able to solve him. Until the appearance of this Chinese mathematician, the most complex formula inside the proof out by now was only one step away from completely unraveling the Gödel-Haben conjecture. Back then, all the people in China lacked confidence, especially in science, and China was even teased by foreign countries as poor soil for science and technology, and they thought that China could not make achievements in science. It is in this kind of era background that mathematician hard with his own strength, born to lift China into the circle of mathematical power. Hearing this, everyone also understood what Li Dongxin wanted to tell. It turned out to be this matter. They vaguely felt as if someone had slammed a blow at their chest. There is something unspeakable in their hearts that is slowly awakening. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Li Dongxin's speech continued. Ever since this Chinese scientist tackled the problem of the century, he has received hundreds of letters every day. The love letters, personal photos, and gifts sent by the girls are even counted in sacks. If say someone writes a letter to him, even if the envelope is misaddressed, or has a misspelled name, the letter will be delivered to his home in good condition. For a while there, he became the hot topic of discussion on the streets, and he was invited to speak all over the country, as far south as Guangdong and as far north as Tian Shan. Despite the fact that most people couldn't understand his accent-laden Mandarin at the time, every lecture was still packed. For a while, he became a national idol. People will mention him no matter what they encounter, from the smallest to food, clothing, housing and transportation, to the largest to the wedding and funeral. Every time he is spoken of, people can't help but ring a phrase. Strive to learn math and work hard to realize the dream of our country to be a strong scientific nation. Speaking here, Li Dongxin's eyes are full of yearning for that era and reverence for this mathematician. Chapter 109: The Age of the Scientist. He looked at the camera lens in front of him and sighed quietly. Seems to be saying to himself, and more so to a national audience, that era was the era that really belonged to scientists. That era was also a time when all the people revered science as a strong nation. When this reverence is extreme, the scientist's every word and action is the object of universal competition. Li Dongxin didn't speak fast and his voice was smooth, but every word that came out of his mouth, it was also penetrating. This penetrating power pierced right through the hearts of the audience, pouring a drop of water on that seed in their hearts. With Li Dongxin's speech, people's thoughts flew back to the last century, flew back to 1980. Fly back to the golden age when science was king and technology was honored. The status of scientists and how much they were valued at that time was much more than one could imagine. At that time, whether they were stars or rich people, their status was simply less than a tenth of that of scientists. To show the status of scientists, there is even an argument that whoever has to make way for science. There was once a Chinese geologist who disappeared while on an expedition in no man's land. Before he disappeared, only left a note: "I'm heading east to look for rock formations." When the state learned of this, it wasted no time in sending air and ground troops to search and rescue. Radio stations at all levels also kept calling his name, over and over, just to get a reply from him. But there has never been a miracle. But the country did not give up on this, and even repeatedly deployed national forces to continue the search and rescue. The number of search and rescue once reached thousands of people. The second time we didn't find it. Then we looked for the third time. The third time we didn't find it. Li will just me the fourth time. In the fourth search and rescue teams found ice age shells, ancient coins, and even the remains of an ancient civilization in a no man's land thousands of kilometers in circumference. But only did not find this geologist. The search for this geologist went on through almost an entire era. Many young people have his picture on their walls and pray daily for his return from the desert. 2 years after the geologist's disappearance, the search hasn't quite stopped. In those days, the biggest expectation parents had of their children at that time was that they wanted them to be scientists. The best-selling book of the year was 100,000 Reasons. This set of books was a hot read in those days, and almost everyone had a copy of it. And those who couldn't afford it had to copy it by hand. Many children received this book and refused to let go of it, and can't wait to read it from morning to night. If it weren't for the urging of their parents, I'm afraid these kids would be reading all night long. There was a young man who was the editor of the 100,000 Reasons Why. His family introduced him to a date and told him to hurry up and go on a blind date and bring some meet and greet gifts or something. This young man was broke at the time, so he just brought a set of 100,000 Reasons Why as a gift. Unexpectedly, this girl who matched with him immediately smiled and laughed when she saw the book, and bluntly said that the young man had ideals with a vengeance. This is unimaginable in today's society. As a girl, receiving a set of 100,000 Reasons on a blind date is actually happier than receiving expensive jewelry, simply because she knows that knowledge is wealth. Li Dongxin's words were like telling a story, attracting everyone at the same time, also awakening everyone's memories. The pop-ups in the live room are filled with everyone's memories. Back then my biggest wish was to have a set of 100,000 Reasons Why. When my family was poor, couldn't afford it, I borrowed my classmates' copies after class. I remember. I still have several of those books at home right now. They were gifts from my parents when I was a kid. I'll have to find them and treasure them. People were really simple in those days. No one cared about food and clothing. Everyone was enriching their spiritual food. And when I look back now, my heart is still on fire. The hearts of the people are not ancient. The world is going down. Nowadays society. Children one by one want to be famous, want to earn big money, want to be a star. Netroots. And how many people remember their own once upon a time dream? I lost my social account before, and when I complained, it actually asked me to fill in the verification info. What is my wish? I filled in become rich, become a star. All wrong. Now I remember. It's a scientist. The entire audience was caught up in memories. And Li Dongxin's speech didn't stop. In that era, everyone knew that science and technology was the first productive force, and those who won science won the world. It was also the era when a science craze began to take the country by storm, and those who came from that era were convinced that reading was the only way out. At that time, bookstore is always overcrowded. There is no money does not matter. Brain-loaded heavy with or without cloth knowledge group is important. Since the special issue of Science became popular in China, foreign media commented, "This mathematician has become a national hero of China." That's right. Li Dongxin's tone intensified a few points. The scientists back then are our national heroes. There was a large number of young people who even shaved their own inches in order to study that mathematician, to be more sure of their idol. Then the mathematician died, and the international community named an asteroid after him in his honor. To this day, that asteroid is still in the sky watching people. In 2001, the Mir space station crashed into the atmosphere and after a 16-minute burn, plunged into the middle of the ocean. At this point, the ground is long gone and the scientists have retreated from the front of the Times to the back of the curtain. Li Dongxin's words turned. His tone became heavy. Since then, times have changed completely, becoming a look we don't recognize. Chapter 110, Questions to the Soul. Li Dongxin's voice echoed in people's ears. Netizens' hearts are no longer calm, because the seed in the heart has quietly sprouted, and kept expanding outward. As they reminisced about the past, questions arose in their minds at the same time. What exactly was Li Dongxin's purpose in saying these words? On the screen of the live broadcast room, some doubtful and incomprehensible voices gradually appeared. Why would Mr. Li Dongxin say this? Today is a commendation meeting. Shouldn't he say something like thanking the motherland for cultivating him? How did it turn into a memorial meeting? I don't know, but after listening to his speech, I felt like something was going to come out of my heart. A hot, familiar feeling, but I just couldn't tell. I also have this feeling, as if there is something we once possessed, but now it's been forgotten by us. And Big Brother Li Dongxin's words made me sense its existence. The netizens were still swiping pop-ups in the live broadcast. Li Dongxin's voice once again rang in his ears. Everyone focused their attention and continued to listen to Dongxin Li's speech. The image shows him in a low tone, but every word is full of power. I don't know when everything around us has changed. People don't like science. They no longer revere it, and they no longer pay attention to it. These days no one lines up for books anymore. Instead, tickets to celebrity concerts are hard to come by. When it was a national sensation, it was forever pegged at 100 million copies sold, 80 million of which were still sold in the last century. In recent years, does anyone else remember this book? Can anyone else remember what it was like to stay up all night reading this book? Back in the day, There was an old artist who even spouted off in a skit that those who engage in nuclear Q are not as good as those who sell tea eggs. And people just laughed when they heard it, not bothering to think about why such a jibe came up. Many young hikers have also appeared in the no man's land nowadays, and when they walk here, how many of them remember the geologist, the scholar who dedicated his life to the Gobi Desert for the sake of his country? Perhaps even he himself did not expect. The country of China, which he fought to the death to protect, is now turning into the era of celebrity idols, and their skies are being colorful. Li Dongxin's infectious noise brought everyone's thoughts back to the present. At the beginning of the new century, the so-called pop culture of kimchi countries entered China. Many young people have been influenced by this faddishness to follow in the footsteps of their idols, and in 2003 to select the 10 idols of the 20th century resulted in the election of only one scientist. Instead of stopping, these idolization effects are getting more and more intense. There was a news story before that a 10-year-old girl used her year-old money to buy a sports car for her idol, and said that they, the fans, are the idol's ATMs. Nowadays, the young generation's journey to the star is even more alarming. They have gone to great lengths to spend huge sums of money to pack airports, cafes, theaters, and KTVs in order to celebrate their idols' birthdays. Even the exterior lights of the Tudor building were wrapped up, just to put the idol's name on it. They are as crazy about celebrities as people were about scientists back in the day. Li Dongxin's tone had been calm as he recounted these facts, as if he were telling a bedtime story. But when the netizens heard this story, the expression on their faces changed a bit. The speech is not yet over. Li Dongxin will be in the hands of the speech on the side. Nowadays, the children, their ideal is no longer to be a scientist. They are more revered stars, revered money. In this new era, the ideal of the boys is to become rich, driving luxury cars, living in luxury homes. The ideal of the girls is to want to marry a star or a domineering president, with them from acquaintance to marriage. In the 2014 Youth Survey report, more than 52% of minors want to be stars when they grow up, and only 13% want to be scientists. Last year, moreover, 2 underage girls ran away from home, only to leave a letter to the family, which said, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to the Empire when the net read, when I fire again between home to see you." Something happened a while back. A private auction of the last letter of the scientist's life started at 100, resulted in no bids and a runoff. When someone later asked them why they didn't buy it if it was so cheap, the young men smiled disdainfully. "And I thought it was rags collected from the ground." Li Dongxin said this matter in a humorous and witty tone, attracting a burst of laughter in the room. Laughing and laughing, a sourness welled up in his heart. This laugh is not joyful. This laugh is helpless. It is tears and laughter. Today's times seem to have really changed, becoming unrecognizable to everyone. Kids don't read science books anymore and don't like to listen to celebrity stories. Instead, they are familiar with all kinds of anchors, electric campaigners and netizens. If you ask a random child on the street now, "Do you know who Li Bai is?" most of the children will say, "No." Scraping the field is an assassin. Even Li Tai Bai, the poet immortal of 1,000 years ago, has been forgotten. And who still tries that mathematician? Seeing the audience laugh, Li Dongxin followed suit. "But is this story that funny?" Li Dongxin approached the microphone and slowly spoke. "Do you all remember the asteroid I just mentioned that used the odd name of a Chinese mathematician? Now this asteroid is surrounded by countless asteroids that have their names. Some are given to their artists by record labels. Some are bought by fans for their idols, named after their idols. And some are birthday gifts from tycoons to female netizens. I'm afraid this mathematician has been doing calculations all his life and never realized that he's now actually surrounded by the stars of celebrity netizens." Li Dongxin amused the audience again with this comment. Only this time Li Dongxin wasn't laughing. He raised his head and faintly scanned the tens of thousands of spectators on stage, issued a soulful question. They are willing to give everything for their idols. But what can these idols do for the country when our country of China is in danger? Li Dongxin's thought-provoking question pierced right through the audience's soul. The netizens knew that Li Dongxin was asking himself, and they did not dare to look squarely at Li Dongxin's gaze. All of them lowered their heads, because a large number of them have children who are the so-called fans that Dongxin Li talks about. In Li Dongxin's speech, he seemed to be telling a story, seemed to be an ordinary speech, but each of his words seemed to be exchanging the lost pursuit and dreams in people's hearts. While scientists are working hard to do research for the country of China, they themselves are letting their children chase stars and become internet celebrities. How can this not make people blame themselves? Deng Lao sat on the stage, listening to Li Dongxin's speech, and his mood was stirred. As an old generation of scientists, he didn't care about honor and material things, but he couldn't care about the future of China. If all the children now follow the example of those internet celebrities and stars, who will be able to carry the flag of China's scientific research in the future? Countless scientists work day and night, It is not easy to have a strong science and technology today. Science is the foundation of a country. Must not let the current network dross damage the foundation of the country. At the same time, the auditoriums of those institutions of higher learning were silent as night, and these proud sons of heaven were all asked by Li Dongxin's words. Chapter 111, Finding Your Dreams. They carefully recalled this question from Li Dongxin, and suddenly had a sense of crisis in their hearts. If all the youngsters in China are like this, who will carry the banner in the future? Do we expect those celebrity netizens to step forward when China is in trouble? The answer, naturally, is no. The future of a country can only depend on science and technology and on the faith of the people in their country. This quote from Li Dongxin, leaving the entire auditorium scene silent. Everyone realized the severity of the problem. I don't know when. The status quo of China has reached such a point. People no longer believe in science, no longer pay attention to science education. They all want to be famous and make money. If this continues, then China is going to face a great crisis. Li Dongxin raised his voice a few points and once again asked rhetorically, who is going to guard our country? Of China? Everyone at the scene was shocked by these words. They sat up straight, and their minds kept echoing with Li Dongxin's questioning. Who is in the country of China? Looking at Li Dongxin on the stage, they couldn't say a word. It's a question they can't answer, can't face. Today is no longer the time decades ago, when our forefathers fought for it. Rather, it's the social reality of Netflix and money. Li Dongxin looked at the silent crowd. Throughout the long course of history, why has our country of China been able to struggle for 100 years without extinguishing? To forge ahead through countless trials and tribulations? It is because countless revolutionary predecessors have given everything to pave the way for us. Elder Qian, Elder Deng, Elder Yuan. And today? If there is that day in the future, when there is some unknown danger, a powerful enemy threatening our country of China, at that point, who will be left to guard our homes? At the end of his speech, Li Dongxin once again asked a deafening question. There was silence, and no one could answer the question. If China's scientific community really goes down the drain, who will be left to guard us? They are all pondering, reflecting. They are wondering about the immense reverence for science when they were children. Where has it all gone now? When did you, yourself, lose your dreams? Time seemed to pause. There was not a sound in the room. Everyone was in thought. They were asking themselves. Boom, 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 boom. The room erupted in applause. Finally, they figured it out. The only way to rekindle the fire of science in China is to put scientists in front of people again. After a long silence passed, the venue of tens of thousands of people, the most enthusiastic applause broke out. Everyone was moved to tears by Li Dongxin's speech. The violent applause endured for a long time. It almost toppled the entire auditorium. Everyone's palms were numb from clapping, but they were still unwilling to stop. 10 minutes. This enthusiastic applause lasted for 10 whole minutes. And it didn't look like it had abated at all. People stood up excitedly, the light of technology blossoming in their eyes. They gave their loudest applause to Li Dongxin. The netizens watching the live broadcast were also moved at the moment. The technological fire within them has been rekindled. After the speech, Li Dongxin went backstage. In the background, academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as various bigwigs, have congratulated Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin, congratulations to you. Your speech today was so wonderful that it was as if I had returned to that era in the beginning. Your speech today, we are going to include it in the textbooks of primary and secondary schools, so that students all over the country can learn from you. Also, we are going to publicize your patriotic spirit well on TV, online media, as well as newspapers and other channels. Dang Lao and other academicians also hurriedly surrounded and kept congratulating Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin, you are indeed remarkable. At a young age, you have become a national hero of the country. And you will certainly have even more remarkable deeds in the future. Your speech today was really deafening, and I believe that, under your impetus, the whole country will recognize the importance of science, and the status of scientists will be improved. I had thought that I would never see the time when all the people respected science again, but I didn't realize that after 40 years, this golden age is coming again. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are truly a hero of the scientific community. If it wasn't for Mr. Li Dongxin's touching speech today, I'm afraid that our young people wouldn't have realized the seriousness of the problem. And if it continues like this, I'm afraid that no one will care about science at all in our future generations. Facing the compliments of the academicians, Li Dongxin responded politely. The commendation ceremony had ended. The big shots had left. And most of the people left on the scene were representatives of the business community, who could be waiting to reach a cooperation with Li Dongxin. At the forefront was a big entrepreneur who seldom participated in social activities. Mr. Ren Zhengfei, chairman of Huawei Company. This old Mr. Ren who had led Huawei to the peak of the world's technological enterprises and had always been serious, was praising Li Dongxin's youthfulness with a smile on his face. Li Dongxin also admired the old man from the bottom of his heart. Is a thoughtful pattern of business leaders. It is also clear that the predicament faced by Huawei is blocked by the United States, stopping the supply of high-end chips. The situation is exceptionally dangerous. Li Dongxin couldn't help but wonder if he could also make a breakthrough in photolithography. Now the latest international commercial application is 4 nanometers technology. Li Dongxin if a shot. How to make a breakthrough towards the limit of 1 nanometer, so that the people of the United States shall not chase a few decades. Li Dongxin and see Mr. Ren next to the old man, and the handsome CEO of Baidu Li Yanhong. They are one of the 3 giants of the internet that used to be listed side by side with the bat, but unfortunately in the era of the mobile internet, some of the pull across to fall behind. Baidu is fully entering the direction of artificial intelligence, especially in the field of unmanned driving, which is in the leading position in the country, and is planning to compete with Tesla's program in the international arena. If Li Dongxin could enter the field of artificial intelligence AI, it would really be a blessing in disguise. In the back of the line, there were entrepreneurs from the chemical and medical industries, and even a strange character mixed in, the chairman of the Maotai liquor industry. What's he doing here? Maotai can still get involved with high technology. Perhaps too nervous? To Beidou Li Yanhong raised the demand. Originally 2 sentences can finish things. Hard to say 4 or 5 minutes to sort out the problem. After saying this, he also had to carefully seek Li Dongxin's opinion. Mr. Li, do you think this AI problem of mine is a good solution? Li Dongxin nodded slightly and said that it should not be a big problem. It is how this time is scheduled. Li Yanhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart surged with great surprise. As long as it was not rejected, it was an opportunity to get in line first. Everyone else had also told Li Dongxin what they had encountered under Elder Tang's arrangement. For their problems, Li Dongxin said all can be solved. Back to find time to send them the solution. Receiving Li Dongxin's assurance, the group left joyfully. As a result, there was no time for him to take a breath. The door rushed in another person, panting, and it looked like he ran all the way over. Seeing this, Deng Lao hurriedly arranged for someone to pour him a cup of water, and the man took it and drank directly from it. After even panting a few mouthfuls of rough air, he then began to introduce himself. Hello Mr. Li, let me introduce myself. My name is Zheng. I'm the director of the Chinese Space Agency. Chapter 112, Just a Moon Landing. I came from the space base today specifically to ask for an audience with you. Li Dongxin smiled politely. Director Zhang, hello. Seeing that his breathing hadn't calmed down, Li Dongxin gestured for him to sit down and talk. Director Zhang said thank you. Mr. Li Dongxin, today I'm here to ask for your assistance in our moon landing program. At present, as you know, our country has been trying to land on the moon, but there has been no breakthrough in the key areas. Elder Tang heard this, his eyebrows raised, and a look of concentration appeared in his eyes. The moon landing program is a top priority for the country. Ever since the successful moon landing by Rice back then, no other country in the world has been able to set foot on the moon. Although China has been working hard all these years, it still hasn't gotten any substantial progress, which has made all spacefarers anxious, especially this director Zhang, who hadn't been home for several months in a row just to calculate the trajectory of a moon landing module. When he saw Dongxin Li at the launch, he was convinced that he could help him realize this dream. Director Zhang was afraid of Li Dongxin's refusal and kept his posture very low. Mr. Li Dongxin, you also know that our country now urgently needs to successfully land on the moon as a way to improve the country's international status. But the path is indeed too difficult to follow, and countless difficulties await us ahead. I'm also really out of options, which is why I've taken the liberty of bothering you to help us. Before Li Dongxin could say anything, Elder Deng beside him asked Director Zhang a question. How far have you come now? What problems do you need Mr. Li Dongxin to solve for you? Upon hearing Elder Deng's words, Director Zhang's face flushed and he was somewhat ashamed. Next there are calculations for orbits, and return paths, and so on, which have yet to be solved. Hearing this, Deng Lao's brows tightened. I knew the moon landing program was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. When you encountered so many problems, you should have asked for national support earlier. Why did you have to wait until today? Director Zhang knew that President Deng was criticizing himself, and he didn't dare to refute it. In fact, he has long since reported to the state. The state has also sent a batch after batch of experts to assist themselves. Back is never able to break through the key issues. Failure after failure had almost broken him. It wasn't until the day he saw Li Dongxin at the launch that his heart died again and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Director Zhang apologized while pleading with Li Dongxin to help the space agency. Mr. Li Dongxin, I implore you to help us. The moon landing program has been a dream of our Chinese nation for thousands of years, and now that we have come to the most critical moment, we are only one step away from success. I request that you must take a little time out of your busy schedule to help us with the problem at hand, please." When Elder Tang and the others saw how sincere he was, their faces couldn't help but be a bit moved. In fact, in his heart, he also hoped that Li Dongxin could help Director Zhang. After all, the moon landing program is a major event for the whole country. Everyone should work hard for it. However, Li Dongxin hadn't taken much of a break in so long, and the speech was put aside for now. Half a month had now passed since that day when he received Li Dongxin to the imperial capital. That is to say, Li Dongxin has not had a good rest for half a month, which is called for. Deng Lao was afraid that Li Dongxin was too embarrassed to refuse, so he wanted to take the initiative to make this situation known. Director Zhang, let us put it this way, Mr. Li Dongxin has not had a good rest for half a month, so let him take a break for 2 days first, and then get back to you, okay? Director Zhang didn't want to morally kidnap Li Dongxin, so he was ready to agree. I did not expect that he had not yet opened his mouth. Let Li Dongxin grab the first to speak. There is no need. For national affairs, this matter I help you. Director Zhang froze, not expecting Li Dongxin to promise himself so painfully. After a brief moment of dismay, Director Zhang's expression became ecstatic. He kept praising Li Dongxin for being worthy of being a national hero and the hope of China. Then with hopeful longing, "Thank you so much, Mr. Li. With your help, I believe that within 5 years, we will be able to fulfill our dream of landing on the moon." Li Dongxin smiled faintly after hearing this. It's just a moon landing. Where does it take 5 years? 3 months is long enough. What? 3 months? Director Young of the space agency couldn't believe his ears. What in heaven's name is this? Li, Mr. Li, did I hear you wrong? Are you saying that it will only take 3 months to allow us, the people of China, to stand on top of the moon? He was not the only one. None of the academicians still present had their eyes and mouths wide open, shocked beyond words. The moon landing project. How difficult. There are so many projects. Director Chang said it'll be completed in 5 years, but he's just praising Li Dongxin. Normally it would take 10 years to complete a successful landing on the moon. That's something to make the nation proud and excited about. For a while, everyone froze in place, not daring to speak, as if they were ice sculptures. They're a little confused. Is Li Dongxin serious, or is it a joke? Just then the backstage director told Li Dongxin, "The host has already said his closing words. Declare this commendation meeting a complete success. According to the plan, it is also necessary for Li Dongxin to go to the stage of the National Assembly Hall and wave goodbye to the whole country." Li Dongxin nodded, temporarily regardless of these in shock turned into ice sculpture academicians. Once again walked to the front of the stage. Boom, boom, boom. As Li Dongxin returned to the stage, the scene once again erupted into a mountain of applause. It seemed to topple the dome. Previously, Li Dongxin's speech was too shocking, and the nation's viewers and friends, which had just slowed down from it, emotions were reaching a peak of excitement. Meanwhile the pop-ups on the live stream were tearful. "Thank you to Dongxin Li. It's been a long time since I heard such a moving speech. Big brother Li Dongxin has helped me reawaken my dreams. It's like a blazing fire burning in my heart right now, ready to burst out at any moment. When my teacher asked me what I wanted to do when I grew up, I said quite a scientist. So many years have passed, even I forgot my original ideal. I did not expect Mr. Li Dongxin to help me recall. He talks too much. We shouldn't be stargazers. We should worship our real heroes, our scientists. They are the pillars of our Chinese nation. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. When the youth is wise, the country is wise. From now on, I'm going to educate my child well, and I'm going to raise him to be useful to the country. Once our country of China is in danger, the first ones to run away will be those stars. They won't be able to guard our homeland. Our homeland can only be guarded by ourselves." Li Dongxin's speech touched everyone, even those elementary school students in the classroom, concentrating on watching. At this time were also deeply encouraged. Chapter 113, again. The whole internet is triggered. I want to read 100,000 reasons, and when I grow up I want to go to college and be classmates with my brother. Li Dongxin, teacher, can I still change my dream before? I don't want to be an Edison anymore. I want to be a respected scientist too. At the same time, the same Imperial Capital's Academy auditorium also erupted in a long-lasting applause. The students applauded wildly while shouting loudly for Li Dongxin. Everyone's hearts were lit up. They finally understood why Li Dongxin made such a speech, why he mentioned the glory days of yesteryear. The corner of the eye of the principal was moist. In Li Dongxin's speech, he felt the fire-like enthusiasm. He sidled up to the vice principal beside him and exclaimed, "Do you feel it? The The light of science within our students has been rekindled. It feels like going back 40 years, and everyone is applauding the scientists. The vice-chancellor was obviously moved by the moving scene, and when they heard Li Dongxin's speech, they felt equally uplifted. They are now as if they have returned to the era of struggle and are full of energy. Perhaps for the young people of the new era, the past years are just like a movie, to see and touch. Vain. But for them these are things that happen to them, and no matter how much time has passed, they still remember the times, because they once cut through that passionate and fiery years. Though they are now old, they know those days better than anyone else. They know those days better than anyone else. They also respect science more than anyone else. When they first met Li Dongxin, they saw the hope of China in him. In Li Dongxin, they seemed to have found the shadow of themselves back then. The esteemed old man applauded as he rose to his feet in a radiant manner. He laughed sideways with a person next to him. Li Dongxin's speech today will surely guide our youth to develop correct values. This article I think can be selected into the textbook. The man next to the palmer almost clapping red, or refused to stop, has been implemented. The new semester is coming. This year all the primary and secondary school students, the county will be in the textbook to study this article. Such a good article must be placed in an important place in the textbook, and it must be focused on learning. It has to let our country's young generation take a good look at what is the true hope of China. He looked at Li Dongxin on the lectern, his eyes full of appreciation. In fact, there is no need for us to implement it deliberately. This article is full of positive energy, and the value orientation is also very correct. All the schools in the country will organize students to study it, and they will also write afterthoughts. The people around them nodded. It's not enough to just study this article. They must also learn about Li Dongxin's patriotic spirit. That's the most important thing. The publicity about Li Dongxin must be put in place. TV stations, internet, newspapers, etc. All channels must be utilized. We need to let all the people know that our country of China has produced a national hero like Li Dongxin. The respected old man's eyes lit up. That's right, is a national hero. Let's use this title to publicize Li Dongxin. What is a great scientist like him if not a national hero? In the 1970s and 1980s, we needed such national heroes. And now in the 21st century, we need them even more. Only people like Li Dongxin can support the faith of our entire Chinese nation, and make our people confident and strong. The moderator's closing remarks are over 10 minutes too long. Li Dongxin waved his hand numb, but the applause at the venue never meant to stop. Everyone's enthusiasm was just too high. The media stenographers on the scene had long ago recorded everything Li Dongxin said during his speech. The transcripts of these speeches were sent to the media editorial department the moment Li Dongxin finished his speech. The media's editorial department had already prepared a number of circulars, and when they received Li Dongxin's speech, they added it directly and finished it. After doing this, the article featuring Li Dongxin's speech was instantly uploaded to the internet. A few moments later, caused a dramatic sensation on the network. An article was reproduced by major online media. The number of hits in an instant exceeded tens of thousands. The titles of these articles were also extremely eye-catching and sparked widespread debate. Once, we also revered science. Li Dongxin's speech brings tears to the nation's eyes. This is the time of the people's happiness. Is also the time of science's greatest misfortune. What have we lost? What is the idol of the Chinese people? Who can take up the faith of the motherland? As the brightest rising star in China's scientific research community, Li Dongxin deserves it. Who will guard our country in the future? Who can guard our homeland? Great hero Li Dongxin. What's next for him? These uplifting articles quickly burst into flames on the internet. Netizens have been forwarded in the circle of friends, and countless people recalled the passionate burning years of the year. In the depths of their hearts, too, the fire of science is kindled in all of them. Everyone is also empathetic to Li Dongxin's words. Now on the internet, any article centered on Li Dongxin's speech will be sought after by everyone. The comments underneath these articles are also extremely uplifting. No thanks to the great God Li Dongxin. Every word uttered is from the country's point of view, in which I can see his patriotic fervor. After so many years, I've never felt so passionate, excited. I have to say, Li Dongxin is truly a role model for all people of our generation. Now that I've uninstalled all the games, I'm going to study hard from today, and I hope I can get good grades in the college entrance exam in 2 years. University. Wait for me. What qualifications do those playwrights have to compare with our scientists? I've already bought my son the biography of famous people, and the education of children should start from childhood. A strong youth is a strong Chinese nation. The reverence for science education must start with the children, and it is best to have a science popularization course in school, so that the children can establish the correct values of life from an early age. This kind of scene really moved me too much. You know, when the children were asked about their ideals several times before, Every child answered something like Wang podcasting, Netflix, singers, and so on. Li Dongxin has really changed the entire country of China with one person. Now, in addition to Li Dongxin's speeches being sought after by the general public, even the videos of his speeches were also edited out by countless creators and released online. For a moment, the entire short video app was occupied by Li Dongxin's videos. A random slip of is a clip of his speech. The camera is showing him giving an impassioned speech. Chapter 114, Changing the Whole of China. His handsome appearance coupled with his righteous temperament greatly inspired the patriotic sentiments of the people. Now whenever Li Dongxin's speech videos, they would receive hundreds of thousands, or even millions of likes. After the last controlled fusion launch, Li Dongxin was once again lifted to the first place in the hot search. It's not just the populace that pushes Li Dongxin now. This is even crazier on various college campuses. Great God, Li Dongxin's speech in the morning was so wonderful that I've watched it no less than 10 times this morning alone. I think his next speech will definitely be wonderful as well. That's right. I'll have to go, and even if I have to climb over the wall at that time, I still want to meet the great God with my own eyes. It's best if there's a chance to take a picture with him. Then I'll be satisfied. A big man is a big man. After hearing him speak, I just felt like my whole being was lit up and I really wanted to see the era he was talking about in person. The universal promotion of science is indeed something to aspire to, but it's not like we don't have the chance to see it with our own eyes. I believe that under God's leadership, our country of China will definitely be able to restore the golden age of those days. Li Dongxin's shocking speech at the National Assembly Hall not only drove the people to promote science and scientists, but also drove the best-selling popular science books, especially the 100,000 Reasons Why. It was literally an overnight fire all over the country. The books in the physical bookstores have long been snatched up, and so it goes. Many people are placing their orders online in the first place, and they're still buying the full set. The hottest selling product on online shopping platforms today is this set of 100,000 Reasons Why. Almost instantly, the series of books on the website was snapped up. Not only this set of books, but other books for science education were also sold out in the county. All the major bookstore and online store owners were stunned by the scene. What a situation! The book that was put up for sale for less than 2 copies a year, it was actually snatched up in a moment. The reason is because Dongxin Li mentioned this set of books in his speech. Now, parents all over the country, like crazy in the children to buy 100,000 reasons, whether in offline stores or online shopping. All are hard to find a book. It doesn't matter how much stock the store puts up, it all sells out in a second. Everyone is afraid that they won't be able to grab it. Every parent wants their kids to see what about the 100,000 reasons. Some places have also made this set of books required reading for children. It's been years since this kind of bookstore overcrowding has been seen. These bookstore owners have been calling the publishers, urging them to hurry up and ship. How many more sets of 100,000 reasons do you have there? Forget about it. No matter how many there are, send me when they come. No stock? You're a big publisher and you don't have any stock? Then still ink what? Hurry to open the machine to print. Do you know how enthusiastic the people are now? Don't ask me how many sets I'm going to print. I want as many as you can print out. What do you care if I can sell them or not? If you can, pull 100 million sets over to me today. See if I can sell them all. This set of books is not only sold in the domestic tight, and even many foreign countries have begun to contact the domestic publishing house, enough to buy the copyright and start the translation work. Li Dongxin really did it all by himself, fixed the sales of 100,000 reasons for 20 years, and doubled the total sales in one hard day, and it is foreseeable. In the near future, the 100,000 reasons series is going to be a bestseller for a very long time, and will even be the only work in the world that has sold more than 1 billion copies in total. Just less than half an hour after Li Dongxin's speech, the owner of the publishing house was going crazy. This side, then the customer order phone. They are urging the paper factory delivery. You do not talk. Listen to me. Now no matter how many books in your factory paper, all to me to send over. Listen carefully. It's all of it. What do you care if I can use it all or not? If you have the ability to pull over 100,000 tons of paper for me, you'll see if I can use it all. After hanging up the phone, publishing house boss wiped a sweat. This feels, it's almost like going back to the 80s. Back then, in that era, the best sellers were the popular science type of readings. What 100,000 reasons, encyclopedias, science magazines and so on. Every day there are a lot of parents to buy. And in contrast now, not to mention the science books, even if it is the stock type of popular shape books or cast, how many people buy. In those days, the best sellers were science books. Comrade Li Dongxin, you really changed the entire country of China by yourself. In the National Assembly Hall, Unlike the crowd cheering and applauding in the venue, in the backstage, a group of academicians and ministers, they are still immersed in the shock of the just, did not slow down. It's just a moon landing. It takes 5 years? 3 months is enough. These words left the crowd petrified in place. Unbelievable. But didn't dare to question it. It was not until now that he heard the cheers outside, that he got over his shock. Especially Zhang, the director of the Chinese Space Agency. He almost wondered if he had heard it wrong. Even if all the problems could be solved, it would never be possible to complete the moon landing in 3 months. He stared in the direction of the synagogue in dismay, half a day unable to slow down, and inside his head he repeatedly chanted, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months to complete the moon landing. Seeing that Director Zhang had been staring at the direction that Li Dongxin had left in a daze, Deng Lao could not help but call out to him, "What is Director Zhang thinking about?" The aerospace director turned his head numbly and saw that the dean was looking at him and smiling. Before reacting to the fact that he had just lost his temper, he wiped the fine beads of sweat oozing out from his forehead, his face full of accompanying smiles. "Dean, 3 months' time. Is Mr. Li Dongxin really that sure? Mr. Li Dongxin's technology level is far beyond others. I believe he will be able to help us solve the moon landing problem." He gulped and stole a glance at Deng Lao's face. Seeing that he looked as normal, he then continued, "It's just that the moon landing is not a trivial matter. Nor is it a particular individual field, but rather it is something that can only be accomplished by concentrating all the top-notch technologies. After all, a walk in the park is like a mountain. Perhaps Mr. Li Dongxin doesn't understand the current state of aerospace in China. Although China is now the world's second largest aviation country, ranking just behind the United States in terms of comprehensive strength, there is still a big gap compared to the United States, especially in terms of landing on the moon. Rice completed its lunar landing program back in the 1960s, and is currently the world's only a country that has successfully set foot on the moon. And we in China are in the situation of crossing the river by touching the stone. Without technical reference, everything has to be worked out by ourselves. Several academicians beside him nodded their heads when they heard Director Zhang's words. Although they hadn't personally participated in the moon landing program, they could understand Director Zhang's predicament, and science was all connected to some extent. Normally, they are often faced with a variety of problems in scientific research, which are extremely headache to solve, sometimes in the middle of the night still thinking hard about a problem. Chapter 115, Come As You Are. A single field of research is still so difficult, not to mention the moon landing program, which is a collection of the world's science and technology. The current situation of Space Moon. I'm afraid that it is much more than the problems encountered by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. One of the academicians thought for a moment and turned his head to Elder Tang. Dean, do you know what Mr. Li Dongxin is planning to do? The space agency is now facing not one or two difficult problems, but probably dozens of them. After all this is settled, there are various experiments to be conducted, and this alone will take 3 months. Another person also continued to add, especially in the orbital operation calculation, which can't be a bit of a mistake. There must be precise figures to be able to do it. Can Mr. Li Dongxin do it? Director Zhang couldn't help but sigh when he heard the words of these experts. He believes that Li Dongxin can help himself. Li Dongxin is just one person. How can he complete such a large amount of calculations? The academicians are right. The moon landing program is difficult and the orbital operation of the calculations. To bring the person up is important, but it is more important to be able to bring it back again safely. A manned moon landing is not like a robotic moon landing. In addition to thinking about how to get people to the moon, you also have to make sure they are safe in the process, where the material issues of the design are also critical. Elder Dang also understood the key to this, but ever since he had seen Li Dongxin's level of technology with his own eyes, he had completely trusted Li Dongxin. Since Li Dongxin said that the moon landing program could be completed in 3 months, it must have been well thought out by him. Now, Director Zhang and a few academicians, the reason why they had some doubts was just because they didn't know Li Dongxin yet. Elder Deng smiled and told them, "You guys and settle down." Li Dongxin said that it could be completed in 3 months, so he must be sure. He then pointed to the other 2 academicians. "Didn't you 2 sneak a peek at his lab? Tell us about that too." The 2 academicians glanced at each other. Both smiled embarrassedly. They thought that the dean did not find out about it, but not to still know about it. They both scratched their heads before they spoke. "Mr. Li Dongxin is the most amazing genius I've ever seen. He gives me the feeling that, as if any difficult problem is not a problem in his eyes, since he said that it can be completed in 3 months, it will definitely be completed. Accomplish it, then it will definitely be accomplished." Another person agreed with this statement. "Director Zhang, you still don't know Mr. Li Dongxin very well." "Ah, This time the station manager of the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. Did you listen to the report he made? Director Zhang nodded doubtfully. I've heard that Mr. Li Dongxin has contributed the patent for the thermostatic coating to the country. And this kind of bosomgram is admirable. The academician gave a hum. I'm afraid you don't know that when Mr. Li Dongxin heard about the cracks in the Three Gorges Dam, he went straight to the chemical laboratory, where he developed the thermostatic coating in just 2 hours. It's hard to imagine how much more research Mr. Li Dongxin has hidden in his head. Mr. Li Dongxin has such scientific talent. What else do you have to worry about? Hearing him say that, Director Zhang was immediately wrapped in a huge surprise. He knew that Li Dongxin was very powerful, but he didn't expect to be so powerful, solving the top problems of the construction industry in 2 hours. That 3 months to successfully land on the moon is totally possible. Just when he was ecstatic about Li Dongxin's talent, Li Dongxin returned from the synagogue. As soon as he entered, he was immediately surrounded by everyone. Director Zhang of the Chinese Space Agency held onto Li Dongxin's hand tightly, like grabbing a life-saving straw. He refused to let go. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are really amazing. I believe that under your leadership, China will definitely be able to complete the moon landing program within 3 months. Deng Lao laughed at the side and explained to Li Dongxin, the matter of you developing a thermostatic coating in 2 hours. The old has been known by the director. When you say you can complete the moon landing program in 3 months, do you already have a solution? Li Dongxin smiled slightly. I have confidence. Although, Li Dongxin so far did not understand the specific facilities and laboratories in spaceflight, but after all, he has the system. No matter encountered any problems in science, the brain wall will be completely comprehended and instantly arrive at a solution. With this system, Li Dongxin had long ago learned all the science subjects in the world. Not only that, he also made a lot of breakthroughs and researched a lot of high technology under the existing level of human technology. That's why Li Dongxin said that he was confident in completing this task, even if he encountered something that he had not touched before. As long as he had a little contact, he would immediately understand the key points in it and be able to come up with an accurate answer. So, for him, as long as it's within the realm of science, it's not a problem. As for the moon landing program, there is nothing more than that involved in it. Seeing that his lifelong dream is about to come true, Director Zhang's hands were trembling with excitement. Mr. Li Dongxin, on behalf of the space agency, I sincerely thank you for your help. May I ask when you can come to our space agency to guide us? Director Zhang couldn't wait to use the 8-carried sedan chair right now and immediately carry Li Dongxin back to the space agency. However, he still had to comply with Li Dongxin's wishes. After all, Li Dongxin hadn't rested properly for half a month. Li Dongxin looked at the excited Director Zhang, smiled slightly, and asked a question. How far have you come now? Director Zhang didn't dare to be sloppy and hurriedly gave Li Dongxin a report on the current work situation. In order to save time, we are now working on multiple fronts. To say that the most difficult is still in the calculation. In particular, the calculation of the path for lunar orbit change and return module retrieval has also been stuck in dead on. There are just so many factors to consider, such as the gravitational pull of celestial bodies, the orbital intersections of the Earth and Moon, the volume of solid fuel, and so on. After saying this, Director Zhang immediately stood up straight and assured Li Dongxin, please rest assured. We will definitely solve this problem as soon as possible and welcome you to guide our work. After hearing Director Zhang's report, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that it was ultimately stuck in the calculation aspect, which could be more than just a huge amount of calculations, and without a genius mind, it was completely impossible to design the most reasonable sailing orbital routes under various gravitational intertwining situations. During the calculations, not a single decimal point can be wrong. Otherwise, there will be a serious spaceflight accident. However, Li Dongxin heard this and only smiled faintly, so it's stuck on the trajectory calculation. It's just a simple math problem. Since we're all here, we're going to go to the space agency and figure it out for you on the spot. Chapter 116, Idols of the People. Receiving Li Dongxin's reassurance, the elation on Director Zhang's face could no longer be concealed, and his laughter was a few points higher than usual. Then, Mr. Li Dongxin, let's set off now, shall we? The specialized car is already waiting outside. Li Dongxin nodded and got up to leave this high-level conference room. He was followed by Deng Lao, Director Zhang and others, and invisibly, Li Dongxin seemed to have become their leader. After walking out of the National Assembly Hall, Director Zhang was stunned by the shocking scene in front of him. The square was now filled with people. They were waving the red flag of China in their hands, all waiting for Li Dongxin to appear. You should know that the square of the National Assembly Hall is the largest square in the world. This place can hold at least 100,000 spectators at the same time. At this moment, it was actually surrounded by the crowd that came to cheer, and there was a sea of red everywhere. When Li Dongxin appeared at the entrance of the State Assembly Hall, the crowd all cheered. The mountainous cheers shook the ears of the crowd. Seeing this moving scene, Elder Deng couldn't help but be a little moved. 10 miles of streets welcoming heroes. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Director Zhang was also infected by this Red Sea and choked. The people have faith. The country has hope. They are treating Mr. Li Dongxin as the hope of the motherland. When Li Dongxin and the others walked down the steps, there was no need for the surrounding security personnel to clear the way, and the crowd automatically made way for a passage. Li Dongxin walked among the people with a faint smile on his face. He waved to everyone while shaking hands and saying goodbye to the crowds on either side of him. Reporters from the media immediately reported live to the audience after seeing Li Dongxin appear. Viewers, our national hero Mr. Li Dongxin has come out. He's saying goodbye to the crowd of people right now, and the cheers are rocking. It also shows the people's admiration and love for Mr. Li Dongxin. The images in the live broadcast room instantly caused everyone to gather around and the number of viewers continued to climb. After Li Dongxin appeared in the middle of the screen, the netizens' pop-ups instantly swept the screen. It almost blocked the live broadcast screen. Mr. Li Dongxin is just too approachable. No matter who shakes his hand, he always has a smile on his face without a hint of impatience. If it wasn't for something at home that I couldn't get away from, I would have gone to the imperial capital to send off big brother Li Dongxin, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to see him with my own eyes in the future. These cheering crowds should be careful. Don't break the hand of the great god Li Dongxin. He is the national treasure of our country of China. Have you guys not noticed? Those who came to see off great god Li Dongxin were all young people, which means that great god Li Dongxin has awakened the fire of science in their hearts. That girl, don't grip it so tightly. Hurry up and loosen it for me. I'm not done with you if you hurt the great god Li Dongxin's grip. There was a staff member who wanted to come up to keep Li Dongxin safe, but he refused. Deng told them with a smile. Mr. Li Dongxin came from the people. Naturally he wants to get closer to the people. Are you guys blindly worried? And spectators here have been screened as they enter the confines of the plaza. Those staff looked at the surrounding crowd, kept on greeting Li Dongxin, and was relieved. Dean, you are right. Mr. Li Dongxin's heart is for the people, and the people respect him. It's because we didn't think it through properly. After the crowd on both sides of the passage saw Li Dongxin with their own eyes, all of them were very excited, and their mouths kept cheering. Mr. Li Dongxin, we are proud of you. Can you come to the China Arts Academy when you're free? Many of our classmates would like to meet you in person. I finally saw you in person. You are now our family's idol and we will definitely learn from you. Li Dongxin shook hands with them cordially as he did so. While smiling broadly, he said, thank you all for your support and affirmation. Deng Lao looked at the crowd so loved Li Dongxin. His heart is also extremely happy. He sidled over and said to the next director Zhang, this kind of scene, I have never encountered it in my life. Director Zhang was in a particularly good mood right now, and gave a happy laugh. Mr. Li Dongxin is a people's hero. Who wouldn't want to get in touch with a hero more often? When we go to the space agency, I'd like to take a picture with him later, to go back and show off with my kids. You may not have thought that now in the circle of small children again, Li Dongxin has become a godlike existence. Elder Tang looked at him with a smile. You're quite resourceful, knowing that close to the water is the first place to get the moon. Director Zhang scratched his head in embarrassment, but the smile on his face, however, grew stronger. Just as the group was about to arrive at the boarding location, there was a welcome sight. A 4 or 5-year-old little girl, holding a large handful of flowers, drilled out of the team, wobbling and trotting to Li Dongxin's front, using all her strength to raise the flowers in her hand high, handed to Li Dongxin in front. Brother Li Dongxin, this bouquet of flowers is for you. Everyone says, you're the greatest scientist in the world. Can you grant me a wish? The little girl's behavior sparked applause from the surrounding crowd. Li Dongxin smiled amiably and asked her softly after bending down his body to receive the flowers. What is your wish? The little girl was innocent, blinked her big eyes and told Li Dongxin in a clear voice. Brother Li Dongxin, I want to fly to the moon, and then pick a star. Ha 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 ha. The little girl's childish words instantly amused everyone present. Even the pop-ups on the live broadcast were all in laughter. This little girl is too cute. In front of great god Li Dongxin, she said that she wanted to go to the sky to pick stars. If I really helped her pick them, I'm afraid China wouldn't even be able to fit. Maybe she's still young and doesn't know how far away the moon is from us. Didn't we have this kind of naive thoughts when we were young? But it's good for little girls to have such wishes. Look, you guys, the little girl's eyes are so pretty. Her eyelashes are flickering. It's kinda like the stars in the sky winking. It's really a. Whose daughter is this? I guess her parents must be groomed as well, or how else could they give birth to such a girl who loves back? Really children's words, ahaha. Fly to the moon to pick stars. I guess I just read a fairy tale. For a scientist like Li Dongxin, this is too difficult. Seeing that everyone around was laughing, the little girl was a little aggravated, and her little mouth turned up. Chapter 117, The Dream of Flying to the Moon. As a result, the crowd couldn't help but laugh again when they saw this adorable appearance. But there was no malice in anyone's smile. But even so, Li Dongxin did not smile at all. He understands that children's minds are very fragile and the world in their hearts is very simple. If everyone laughed at her, she would be very hurt. Therefore Li Dongxin looked at the little girl seriously and inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" The little girl raised her head, looked at the handsome big brother in front of her, and solemnly replied, "Brother Li Dongxin, my name is Sun Yenyu." Li Dongxin favorably touched her little brain. "What a nice name. Your dream is to fly to the moon, and your name is also Yenyu. Is there a connection here?" The little girl nodded fiercely and said proudly, "That's right, my daddy is on the moon. He turned into a star." Everyone stopped smiling, and looked at the little girl at a loss for words. Is this little girl out of her mind? But then, the little girl, named Sun Yenyu, told Li Dongxin her story, her name, and her wish. It turned out that the little girl's father, a Chinese astronaut, he did his duty, without complaint, wholeheartedly devoted to the motherland space industry. Every time he meets the country needs to carry out a mission, he is the first to rush to the forefront, even if this mission is very dangerous. But, eventually regret happens. In China, a navigation experiment around the moon, because the capsule had an accident. Little girl's father never came back. At that time, Sun Yenyu's mom had just gotten pregnant. 6 months after the heroic astronaut's death, Sun Yenyu was born. To remember her husband, the little girl's mother named her Sun Yenyu. Then the little girl grew up and understood things, and every time she saw that other children were accompanied by their fathers, the little girl would also ask her mother, "Mom, where is my father? Why doesn't he play with me?" That's what mom would explain to her every time. "Daddy's on the moon. He's turned into a star and watches over you from the sky every night. Watching over you." As the little girl spoke, the cheering crowd next to her was no longer laughing. In their place were solemn looks, and many had begun to glisten with tears in their eyes. Even the always lively live broadcast pop-ups are now calm, and everyone is quietly listening to the little girl's story. By now, everyone knows what happened. The little girl's father, the great astronaut, was killed on a space mission, but the kind mom lied that his father had landed on the moon and turned into a star to keep her daughter from worrying. For a moment everyone's eyes turned moist. However, Sun Yenyu's childish smile was continuing to tell about her wish. "So, I lie down by the window every night to say hello to my dad, wanting him to come home to stay with me and mommy. Sometimes I ask my mom to watch it with me, but I've noticed that my mom cries every time she sees the moon, and sometimes at night. I think she must miss her dad." In an atmosphere as quiet as an ice cave, Sun Yenyu blinked her big, soulful and clear eyes with a cheeky smile and looked at Li Dongxin with anticipation. "I want to cheer up mommy a bit, so I want to fly to the moon, then pick a star and give it to mommy." Little Nurang's voice is clear and ethereal, and she smiles as she tells the story of her father, but the audience listens with tears in their eyes. When people heard the little station moving said, "to pick a star to give mom," everyone in the room was in tears. They did not expect such a small child to actually think about caring for their mother. And this mother is also the same, also bear down everything on their own, with the goodness of the lies wrapped up in the daughter to grow up. It is this in an already incomplete mother-daughter family. Mom told her daughter, "Dad went to the moon and became a star to guard you," and the daughter, for the sake of her mom, childishly uttered, "I'm going to fly to the moon, pick a star and give it to mom." This kind of mother-daughter love scene, the Chinese people who are good at heart can't stand it at all. The tear ducts directly collapsed. The little girl's innocence and love for her mom moved everyone. Even Dang Lao, who has seen a lot of wind and waves, and has been separated from life and death, now looks at the little girl's eyes, are full of pity. He walked up and rubbed the little girl's head, in a kind tone. What a good, understanding child. The little girl heard that the old grandfather was praising herself, and immediately got happy, and smiled sweetly at Deng Lao. This smile almost melted the hearts of netizens. All of them, netizens wiped their tears, while constantly leaving messages in the pop-up screen. What a good child. At such a young age, she is so understanding. I really want to give her a good hug. This little friend is really heartbreaking. Your mom was right. Daddy is watching over you and guarding you from heaven. This smile is like a ray of sunshine in the sky, warming each and every one of us. Maybe when she grows up, really have a chance to go to the moon. May also say, the moon landing is not only her wish, but also the wish of all of us Chinese people. Her mom is truly a great wife, not only raising the little girl all by herself, but also making her husband, who has never been seen, the hope in the little girl's heart. Director Zhang of the Aerospace Bureau's eyes grew blurry as he heard the little girl's words. He squatted down and hugged the well-behaved little girl, the little girl's father. He knew from, and there was no way that he, as head of the space agency, wouldn't recognize it. That failure of raw business also became his nightmare all these years. Watching the students that he brought out with his own hands, he lost his life in space. Every time he thinks of this, Zhang's director is so heartbroken. Yes, this Invictus Defense astronaut is called Su Qiulong, one of the earliest batch of astronauts in China. Back then, China was in the early stages of space exploration and needed a large number of astronauts. Chapter 118, A Heartbreaking Accident. And Su Qiulongson is among this group of people, the most outstanding one. He has many times of work experience in outer space. The ability is very excellent. To be able to independently complete space operations, his greatest wish is to be on the moon. Also new was the year China's first manned experiment around the moon began. No its-sized country in this world has successfully logged on to the moon except for Rice. China is still a student of aerospace technology despite its rapid development. So the Chinese astronauts are also exploring and practicing at the same time. And that circumlunar manned experiment, China has no experience and no data. Participants in this circumlunar space experiment are likely to have no return. When Director Chang told the group of astronauts about this plan, he thought they would have some concerns, but to his surprise, when he spoke, all the astronauts actively signed up. Not a single person flinched. Full enrollment. Even managed to collectively sign a life and death contract. They told Chief Young, for the honor of Sangak, even if it's a sacrifice, it's still honorable. After the space exhaustion of several experts to discuss the final determination, to let the best performance Su Qiulong complete the task of this pitch, Su Qiulong joined the team early, and has performed several outer space operations. In the event of an emergency situation, they are also able to handle it calmly. Not only do you have a lot of experience in space operations, but you also have a great sense of responsibility for your country. Director Zhang still clearly remembers that it was the night before the experiment began. He saw Su Qiulong on the rooftop of the office building. It was thought that he was afraid. After all, this space experiment is too dangerous. Seeing him there alone with the night wind, he wanted to go over and inquire. Space experiments were not child's play, and there must not be the slightest hint of negativity. I didn't expect Su Qiulong to show him a text message. Husband, you're going to be a father. It was from Su Qiulong's wife, and Director Zhang was very happy to see it. Congratulations, Xiao Su. Ha ha ha, you're going to be a father, but happy at the same time. Also accompanied by a concern, his wife is pregnant. Should not first let him go home a trip? When Director Zhang told Su Qiulong about this idea, he was rejected outright. What Su Qiulong said that day, Director Zhang still remembered clearly. Director, the moon landing is a national event. We can't delay it for later. When I successfully complete my mission, you are giving me a few days of good vacation. So, Su Qiulong flew into space with this wonderful wish. When Su Qiulong entered the manned rocket, everyone was staring intently at the data on the screen. From rocket ignition to liftoff, to orbiting the Earth, and finally merging into a near-moon orbit. Everything seems to be going so well. Just when everyone thought that this experiment was sure to be successful, accidents happened. The large screen in the Space Control Center showed a sudden sharp rise in the temperature of the capsule. In just 2 minutes, it soared directly from 20 degrees to more than 300 degrees. Astronaut Su Qiulong's vital signs disappeared with him. Everyone at the space agency knows what this means. That's when something happens to the capsule during its flight around the moon. And Su Qiulong, the first person in China to explore the moon, also remained in space forever. After experts sent by the state investigated day and night, they finally found the cause. Because a data miscalculation in the capsule led to a short circuit in the electrical wires of the orbiting lunar vehicle, triggering a fire. And the point of origin is the automatic fire extinguishing device. A small mistake made China lose the best astronaut Su Qiulong at that time. Since the emergence of that accident, China's lunar landing program was once called off without 100% certainty. Do not easily man to the moon. And this incident has also become a pain in the hearts of all aerospace people. It has even become a shadow that Director Zhang can't shake in his whole life. Director Zhang of the space agency, his eyes full of tears, took Su Nianyue's hand and looked at her as if she were his own daughter. He softly asked, Nianyue, still remember uncle? Ha ha, you shouldn't remember. You were still very small when uncle went to see you then. Your dad is a hero just like Li Dongxin. Your mom was right. He's been watching over you from the sky. The little girl nodded doubtfully, looking at the white-haired uncle in front of her. whom she really didn't recognize and was puzzled. "Uncle, do you know my father?" Director Zhang smiled with a complicated expression. Tears welled up and said the name that he had been suppressing in his heart. "Of course I know your father. Your father is our Chinese space hero, Su Qiulong." Boom! Director Zhang's words were like a thunderbolt. Through the live camera, it was transmitted to the ears of all the viewers watching this program. It struck at the heart of every single person. Su Qiulong. This name is too familiar. They remember this person. Remember this person's name. They also remember the fire on the moon back then. Netizens also remembered when China's first circumlunar space experiment is a hero astronaut sacrificed. The name is called Su Qiulong. It turns out that this little girl is the descendant of a space hero. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were once again screened. Everyone was nostalgic for the space hero of that year. So he's Hero Zhang's daughter. No wonder she looks a bit familiar. She looks so much like her dead father. Back then, Su Qiulong was the best astronaut in China. I thought he could represent China and realize the wish for 1,000 years. But I didn't expect. God is really unkind. It was after the experiment failed and I cried for days. Until now I still have his last image in my cell phone. The little girl's mom was right. Hero Zhang did turn into a star. And he's guarding his daughter in the sky. And us too. Su Qiulong sacrificed his life for our space industry. He is the space hero of our country of China. We will always miss him. Hero, go well. The hostess stood aside, tears in her eyes covering her mouth tightly to keep from crying out. Looking at the little girl Sun Yue, she was eager to beg Li Dongxin to help the little girl person to realize this wish. But she dared not, and could not, because she interviewed Director Chang, who explained the moon landing program to her in detail and showed her how difficult it was. Chapter 119, The Pain in Everyone's Heart. Under the gaze of the camera and hundreds of millions of viewers, Li Dongxin squatted down and looked at the little girl Sun Yue, looked at the child who had not seen her father since birth. So do you want your father? The little girl nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. Li Dongxin stroked her head and smiled affectionately. Then when do you always miss daddy? When you go to school? When you sleep? Or when? Playing? The little girl looked at the handsome big brother in front of her. Innocent eyes pure and clear. Her voice ethereal. Once choked. Speaking of her dad and remembering some of the scenes she usually envied the most, she shook her head slightly. A slight aggravation in her voice. It's every second. Every minute. Every second. I think of my dad. Sun Yue's clear childish voice echoed in the live broadcasting room. As if this sentence had magic power. It hit the most fragile part of everyone's inner heart. Sun Yue's words were like green apricots in the spring, souring the hearts of the crowd. Parents' love for their children. Children's love for their parents. The most sincere emotions in the world intermingle at this moment. Netizens can no longer hold back. Many people cried through the screen. Sun Yue little girl's words were like the first rain in the fall. One drop wetted everyone's eyes. A large portion of the messages in the pop-ups were missing. Not that the netizens had gone offline, but that they didn't know what to say, didn't know how to help her get her wish. The only messages left in the pop-ups, and they were all from netizens holding back their tears. This little girl is a hero's daughter. Her father died for our hopes of landing on the moon. Please let me do something for her. The little girl's love for his dad. It's just so touching. I'm still a student and I can feel how much she misses her father. I miss my dad too. I've been working outside for years and haven't been home. This year, whether I earn money or not, I will go home. To be with them. Heaven, please, bless our country of China to succeed in landing on the moon soon, so that the little girl can realize this wish. I'm a big old man. Now I'm crying my eyes out. Don't ever let me have a daughter in the future, or I'll cry my eyes out when she marries. Not only were netizens moved to tears by Sun Yue's words, even the crowd at the scene, after hearing Sun Yue's story, remembered that space hero Su Qiulong, and couldn't hold back their tears. Sobbing sounds came out from among the crowd from time to time. At the same time, among the hundreds of millions of netizens in the live broadcast, there were 3 special viewers. At this moment, they were standing in the Chinese space station, floating above the universe. Having finished their day's work early, they were also watching Li Dongxin's personal recognition ceremony via live streaming. All 3 of them were shocked when the little girl appeared on the live feed. As Su Qiulong's colleague and comrade in arms, she was instantly recognized as Su Qiulong's daughter Sun Yue. I was wondering what she was doing here when I heard her telling a story about her father. The little girl's words also evoked the pain in their hearts. That incident is still both fresh in their minds for the 3 of them. Among the group of people who had applied to participate in the circumlunar experiment back then, there were 3 of them, and they still remembered the days when they had trained with Su Qiulong. At that time, Su Qiulong was the captain of the team, and every time he finished a mission, he would share his experience with them, and in their eyes, Su Qiulong had already become the backbone among them. Until that came along. The female astronaut touched Sun Yu's little face through the screen, her eyes full of doting love. As the only female among the three, she was able to appreciate the little girl's heart. She has also been helping to take care of Su Qiulong's wife all these years. Her eyes were moist and her voice gradually choked. When Su Qiulong was still around, we all thought he would be the first Chinese to set foot on the moon. But I didn't expect that one to come up. The captain patted her back and sighed. I was supposed to be the one to go in the first place. And the day before he left he learned that his sister-in-law was pregnant. Director Zhang wanted him to go back and stay with his sister-in-law. So he talked to me and wanted me to take over for Su Qiulong. This matter was known by Su Qiulong, and he took the initiative to come forward, saying that the experiment was imminent, and that replacing someone at this time would surely cause a lot of delay again. Director Zhang couldn't argue with him, so he finally sent him up, and I didn't expect. He never came back from this trip. When the captain said here, his eyes also read. He adjusted his feelings, continued, everyone knows how dangerous that mission. Almost no data as a reference. All rely on the astronaut's hard strength. And for a situation like this, he stood in front of all of us and charged up and threw himself alone. The night before I left, I approached him and hoped that he would give up this mission in favor of me. After all, sister-in-law just got pregnant. She has to have him by her side. If something happens, the baby won't have a father. When he heard that, he didn't say anything and took me to the rooftop, where I remember the moon was especially full and bright that night. Su Qiulong pointed at the moon and told me with a smile, going to the moon has been the desire of our country of China for thousands of years. We have waited too long, and the country and its people have waited for a long time. Now that we have finally come to the experimental stage, how can I affect the grand plan of the motherland because of my own personal childish feelings? By the time this was said, the co-captain and the female astronaut were already whimpering. The captain picked up his head to look at the moon 300,000 kilometers away, his eyes flashing tears. He also showed me a small copper mirror at that time. But his wife's picture. Su Qiulong gave me that this is his amulet. Every time he goes to the sky to carry out the mission will bring. That's why. The moon landing program is not only the wish of Sun Yue, but also the wish of all our astronauts. With that said, he turned his attention to the planet, turned in the direction of the imperial capital of China. The three people in the mouth of the young director, at this moment, facing the lovely Sun Yue, quietly clenched his fists, and the hot tears in his eyes also quietly slipped. He hated himself, hated that he hadn't protected Su Qiulong, and hated that he was incapable of failing to make China land on the moon earlier. Not being able to protect Su Qiulong, not being able to fulfill Sun Yu's original hope. I'm sorry, said Director Zhang, his voice choking as he lowered his head. Sun Yu looked at him suspiciously. At her young age, she was a little puzzled. This stranger, why would he say sorry to himself? Chapter 120, I will fulfill your wish. At this time, everyone in the web simulcast room also recognized the director of the space agency, Director Zhang. As head of the space agency, it's only natural that you'll be on TV a lot. Seeing Director Zhang choking up, the pop-up screen was instantly swept up. Isn't this Director Zhang from the space agency? Why is he next to Mr. Li Dongxin? And what was he apologizing to the little girl for just now? I remembered that time when that circumnavigation of the moon test was hosted by him. Su Qiulong was also sacrificed precisely because of that accident. No wonder he would apologize to the little girl. Alas, because of that accident back then, it seems that Director Zhang was also disciplined. In fact, this matter can't be blamed on him. As the director he has to coordinate the whole situation. How can the work be fine-tuned to the calculation? I heard that the country even suspended the moon landing program because of that incident after that. I guess the one who had the hardest time with it was the director of the space agency. After all, he wanted the moon landing to succeed more than anyone else. The moon landing program is very difficult, and only Rice has succeeded in the whole world. We in China started late, but then under the leadership of Director Zhang, China has become the second largest spacefaring nation in the world, which is already not easy. This scene of the little girl wiping Director Zhang's tears is so touching, just like a child wiping his father's tears. That's right. Yue is not only the daughter of Su Qiulong's hero, but also the daughter of the Chinese nation. Her wish will definitely be realized, and our Chinese nation's wish to land on the moon will definitely be realized as well. Sun Yu's good behavior makes the audience extremely touched, only touched at the same time, also have a touch of emotion and regret. Now the little girl is still small, still do not understand the meaning of his father into a star. If she grows up in the future, will certainly be very sad. It can't be helped. Su Qiulong's heroic sacrifice has already become a fact. No one can do anything to change it. We can only pray that the little girl's wish will come true sooner. How can it be that easy? Our country has been working hard for so many years, but we can only realize near-Earth man flights, and we can't even fly around the moon yet, let alone land a man on the moon. Yeah, the little girl's wish is afraid that it will be very difficult to fulfill. At least for a short period of time it is definitely impossible, and we can only pray for this child. Maybe when the little girl grows up, she'll give up this unrealistic dream too, and whatever else I'm sure she'll be proud of her dad. Valley. The sound of the crowd talking was small. Sun Yanyu did not hear anything. She just looked at Li Dongxin blearily, her big eyes clear, bright. When her mother tells her that Li Dongxin is the greatest scientist in the world, Seo Nim Moon believes that he can help grant her wish. Li Dongxin looked at her expectant eyes, squatted down, hooked her little thumb, and pulled the hook. I'll take your wish. I'll go to the moon for your dad and send you a star. Li Dongxin hooked Sun Yenyue's little thumb and smiled as he gave a promise. And although Sun Yenyue wasn't very old, she was able to understand Li Dongxin's meaning. He said he would help himself pick the stars, so he must have promised himself. She happily pulled the hook while singing, pull the hook, and hang yourself. 100 years. No change. Thirsty. Thank you, brother. My mom said you were the best scientist in the world. You can definitely fly to the moon. However, this scene directly shocked the netizens. What is this situation? Why did Li Dongxin suddenly say this sentence? The pop-ups also exploded, so fast that even the subtitles overlapped. What does Mr. Li Dongxin mean by this? Is he planning to help Sun Yanyu fulfill her wish? That's unlikely. Not necessarily. I guess it's just to make kids happy. The moon landing program is so difficult. How can you easily start such a big program because of a little girl? I also think it's like this. Great God Li Dongxin should mean to give her a meteorite, which isn't hard to obtain. It's sold all over the internet. It makes sense. Meteorites are also stars. Giving Sun Yanyu a piece of meteorite is equivalent to plucking it from the sky. And Sun Yanyu will be able to grow up happily. Great God Li Dongxin is Great God Li Dongxin. He can come up with such a genius idea. That is to say, is it possible that it's true? What if Big Brother Li Dongxin is really landing on the moon and picking stars? It's just that it might be a longer time, maybe 10 or 20 years from now. I also think that Great God Li Dongxin can't possibly fool children with a limestone. He really wants to land on the moon, but it will definitely be in 10 years. Anyway, sooner or later, China will land on the moon. And sooner or later, Sun Yenyue's wish will come true. A child's mind is not as complex as an adult's. She only knows that her handsome big brother promised himself, so she jumped and laughed with happy hands, her skirt swinging in the wind like a lively flowery light yellow butterfly, while spinning in a circle riddling and jumping, and also telling everyone loudly, Brother Li Dongxin is the greatest scientist in the world. He promised to help me pick stars from the moon. The crowd at the scene was amused by Sun Yenyu's cute appearance, and at the same time, they were also deeply impressed by Li Dongxin's gentleness, as a top scientist, and still able to be so hands-on. It's really touching. The scene erupted into a loud applause as everyone applauded Li Dongxin's gentleness. Standing behind Li Dongxin, Dang Lao could not help but line his emotion. Mr. Li Dongxin is not only a great scientist, but also extremely caring. The country chose him as the hope of the country of China. It really chose the right person. Truly great men, without exception, have a heart of benevolence for all. Director Zhang also beside Dang Lao crazy applause. Originally thought as long as Li Dongxin can help complete the orbital calculations, he was satisfied. Did not think he would promise Sun Yenyue to go to the moon to pick stars. That also meant he would help the space agency land on the moon. How could he not be overjoyed? He echoed after hearing Elder Tang's words. You're right, Mr. Li Dongxin's character is worthy of all of us. His glorious deeds will surely be passed down to future generations, celebrated by 10,000 generations. Netizens were also touched by Li Dongxin's gentle side, and the subtitles on the pop-up screen became more and more numerous. As if it was raining plagiarized rain, I can't imagine that someone as great as Great God Li Dongxin actually has a gentle side. His smile is warmer than the winter sun. As one of the top scientists in the world, for him to stop and make a commitment to a little girl is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 121, just 3 months. I'm suddenly a bit envious of this little girl. The fact that she can get a smile from the Great God Li Dongxin and mouthing his hand is something I can't even dream of. Is this the smile of a god? Great God Li Dongxin has not only great love for the world, but also small love for the world. Such a person should be enshrined by the people. I'm not greedy. As long as Great God Li Dongxin can look at me, I'll be satisfied. If he can smile at me, I'll be happy even if I die. The hostess right next to Li Dongxin was also mesmerized by Li Dongxin's gentleness. She saw Li Dongxin's warm smile, which seemed to be able to melt icebergs, and a clear water inside her gradually flooded with chain rides. However, her professionalism as a host here, taking into account the impact of Li Dongxin's well-intentioned lies, She still for Li Dongxin's words just now. To make some explanations. It is a human being who can hear. That Li Dongxin is only saying this in order to make the little girl happy. In fact, man, lunar landings are so easy. But doesn't stop some netizens from actually taking Li Dongxin's words seriously. At that time, if it is really discussed on the internet, it will certainly greatly reduce the image of Li Dongxin. It would even netstorm Li Dongxin because of it. Whether as an admirer of Li Dongxin or as a Chinese host, this was something she definitely did not want to see. Thinking of this, she hurriedly signaled the cameraman to turn the camera on herself. Then with a son-in-law smile, she began to help Li Dongxin round up the scene. Friends of the audience, everyone saw that touching scene just now. We have to admire. Mr. Li Dongxin is really a gentle and kind scientist. He used a well-intentioned lie to protect the world of little good heavenly hundreds mind. I'm sure everyone is well aware that Mr. Li Dongxin's comment about helping little Sun Yanyue to pick the stars was actually just to make the kids happy. So please don't overinterpret it. We all know, the moon landing has been the dream of our Chinese people for thousands of years, and we have worked extremely hard for it. But the moon landing program is very difficult and can never be accomplished overnight. So please also understand Mr. Li Dongxin's peace of mind. Please join Mr. Li Dongxin in keeping a pure land of the heart for this little girl Sun Yanyue, and for this space hero afterwards. We believe, in the near future, Mr. Li Dongxin will also be able to lead us to complete the moon landing and realize the dream of our Chinese nation from the year before. Netizens heard the host so say, also instantly understand, the moon landing program which is so easy otherwise, so many foreign developed countries, not long ago ran up. Netizens also expressed their understanding on the air. As a great scientist, it's not easy for Mr. Li Dongxin to make it this far. So how can we possibly make it difficult for him to actually go to the moon? The host is also overly concerned. In fact, she doesn't need to explain for Li Dongxin Day Gun. We all understand. I will often use this method to coax my son as well. Of course we know that big brother Li Dongxin is very busy. The way you explain it, it makes it seem like we're going to cyberstorm him if he doesn't go to the moon and pick stars. Who dares to cyber violate great god Li Dongxin? Dare to give your name? Do you believe that I won't be able to retrieve my 40-meter sword? If you dare to cyber violate god Li Dongxin just to make a child happy, you're not going crazy, are you? In any case, I'm sure that great god Li Dongxin will help us realize this wish, and I hope that little friend Seo Nim you will understand Mr. Li Dongxin as well. From the last speech at the National Assembly Hall, the hostess had become an admirer of Li Dongxin, so she was very worried that Li Dongxin's words would be misunderstood by others. After all, is now a highly rated live broadcast, and it is inevitable that others will misunderstand. That's why she scrambled to help Li Dongxin round up the crowd, and in order to convince her audience and friends, she smiled and turned the microphone towards Li Dongxin and continued back to the scene. Mr. Li Dongxin, your love really touches us. You have described a beautiful future for little Seo Nimyu. We also all believe that when she grows up China will definitely develop at a high speed. At that time, it will definitely be able to pluck the stars in the sky. Do you think so? The host was afraid that the audience would not believe it, so he politely helped Li Dongxin lay the groundwork. As long as he nodded his head, or said the word yes, or even just smiled without saying anything. This step, he is also down. The hostess' eyes were flowing. She did not want Li Dongxin to be hurt at all. The live audience, as well as netizens, also focused their gazes on Li Dongxin, and nearly everyone had already expected that Li Dongxin would definitely nod his head and admit to the facts stated by the host. After all, he was just making a casual remark, guarding the little girl's childish innocence. However, something that made everyone feel surprised appeared. Li Dongxin faced the audience, as well as the counting people behind the camera. He did not take the microphone, nor did he walk down from the built steps. He gently hugged Sun Yanyue, so that all the people in the country could see Sun Yanyue. Then he smiled slightly at the camera. Since I've pulled the hook, it's a promise. I'll take responsibility for what I've said. Li Dongxin's words echoed in everyone's ears, and people stared at Li Dongxin dumbfounded. In fact, not long ago, I had already communicated with Director Zhang of the space agency, and the national side also intends to announce this matter to the public in the near future. So, I'll give you all an early spoiler here. Saying that, Li Dongxin smiled and looked at the delighted and excited Sun Yanyue as he announced to the world, starting from today, I will officially join the Chinese Space Agency's moon landing program, and within 3 months, I will fulfill the Chinese people's dream of landing on the moon for thousands of years. Meanwhile, I also invite the entire nation to witness my promise. I will personally honor the daughter of space hero Su Cholong. Pick a star. Chapter 122. Everyone's shocked. Within 3 months, complete the moon landing program? Other than Elder Deng and those who already knew about Li Dong's new plan, Everyone was shocked by the timing. They couldn't believe their ears. Thought they were hallucinating. Hearing 3 years as 3 months. And Li Dongxin is going to go to the moon himself. That's just heavenly. The kind hostess's smile froze at this moment. Her entire body was like a statue, staring at Li Dongxin in a daze. Her brain was blank, and she even forgot to breathe. Not only her, the audience at the scene, the viewers watching the straight shake all froze at this instant, staring at Li Dongxin in the screen with wide eyes and open mouths, shocked and unable to say a word. The moon landing project is not like climbing a mountain. As long as the physical strength is enough, you can climb to the top of the mountain. That is the need for countless people's heart and blood condensed together, in order to be able to accomplish this feat. Technology, hard work, and time, you can't have one without the other. No one doubted Li Dongxin's level of technology. The person who could develop a controllable fusion reactor. The level of technology was there. As for endeavoring to work around the clock in the space agency, the people are there for all to see. But the only time, this is anyone to go to the moon, cannot overcome a big mountain. On such an occasion, uttering these bold words is equivalent to making a military order in front of the entire nation. Once it fails, no need for the people of China to say anything. Foreigners will all go crazy laughing at China. It will be said that China is not self-important. They're trying to get away with it. This is very damaging to China's international reputation. So it is impossible for Li Dongxin, as the top scientist in China and even in the world, not to understand this. Netizens also thought that they had misheard, afraid that Li Dongxin was misunderstood by other. Have explained in the pop-up screen for Li Dongxin, it should be that I misheard. Li Dongxin God said 30 months. I heard it as 3 months. Almost scared me to death. Ha ha. It couldn't be helped. There were too many people there. And maybe the radio equipment didn't recognize it clearly, so it caused a delay in the sound effects and left out the numerical units after the 3. Not only is the time of the moon landing left out, even the words of Li Dongxin God are left out. Obviously he will personally help the space agency to land on the moon. Limited to record as Li Dongxin God personally to land on the moon it? Now the media is more and more unprofessional. This is still a national TV station? Such an important occasion also does not check the equipment. This if the foreigners know. Surely will say we Chinese bragging, whether it's 30 months or 3 years. This is great news for us. Since great God Li Dongxin dared to say this, surely has a direction for his research. We just need to wait patiently. The time given by Li Dongxin was too shocking. So that was the only way netizens could explain it without being shocked into skepticism. As for whether or not he was wrong, only the live audience close to Li Dongxin really heard him clearly. Li Dongxin is not talking about 30 months or 3 years, but a real 3 months to successfully land on the moon. Nonetheless, he would personally go to the moon and pick a star for Sun Yenyu. But none of them spoke, or cheered, because they no longer believed their ears. In fact, the reason why Li Dongxin said this sentence in the case of the national broadcast is also the result of careful consideration and communication with the space agency director Zhang. First in the conference room of the State Assembly Hall, Director Zhang, on behalf of the Chinese Space Agency, personally requested Li Dongxin to help solve some problems. Li Dongxin also took the opportunity to understand the plight of the Chinese space semi-industry. Since the MiG has been suppressing Chinese technology before, it has led to China's slow progress in aerospace technology. It has improved in recent years, and China has completed its manned space program. But for the moon landing, it was still out of reach. Li Dongxin is China's national hero. He naturally will not stand idly by. This time just can take advantage of this national live opportunity to announce to the people of the country Li Dongxin joined the moon landing program this matter. On one hand, it can improve the international status and influence of China, and on the other hand, it can also improve the self-confidence of the people. Secondly, the biggest reason why Li Dongxin was willing to help Sun Yenyu fulfill her wish was because her father, a space hero who had sacrificed his life for his country, Sun Yenyu, a girl who should have grown up in her father's arms, is missing the much-needed fatherly love because of her father's sacrifices for his country. Since his father died for his country, Li Dongxin thought that he deserved to do something for this hero. Therefore, helping Sun Yenyu fulfill her dream of picking stars was also entirely out of respect for Su Qiulong. As a Chinese astronaut, he gave his precious life for the sake of his country's space industry, especially when he learned the good news of his wife's pregnancy. He did not ask the state, much less apply for a delay in the launch of the rocket. Instead, they flew into space with determination for the sake of the expectations of the people of China. Instead, it turned out to be an accidental semi-accidental occurrence that caused him to remain in the universe forever. So the state owes something to Su Qiulong's family. When people learned that Sun Yenyu is Su Qiulong's daughter, the kind-hearted people of China naturally want to help her, so that they can also slightly make up for the regrets in their hearts. This might be hard for others, but for a wizard like Li Dongxin, it was nothing more than a trivial matter. It was out of this consideration that Li Dongxin agreed to help her realize her dream of picking a star. As long as we can successfully land on the moon and take a piece of moon rock, it's all a simple matter. In the end, Li Dongxin said that he wanted to go to the moon himself, which was the main purpose of his decision to assist China's moon landing program. The matter was a secret. Li Dongxin had told no one. After he learned all the math, science, and chemistry under the complete sky in high school, he started working on calculating astrophysics and things in the universe. And it was while calculating the previous parameters of the Earth and the moon that he realized something extraordinary. According to the known laws of physics and the laws of Yu, the moon could not be a satellite of the Earth. That is to say, for the Earth, the moon is a totally uninvited guest outside the rules. This point, Li Dongxin was also shocked at first, and thought that he had miscalculated, but then countless calculations confirmed that the system brought to his Sakri was absolutely not miscalculated. Chapter 123, To Go to the Moon Himself. Throughout the entire observed universe, every star and planet's satellite is much, much smaller than itself. Just for example, the mass of the Sun is 330,000 times that of the Earth. The gap is very large, and in most of the many galactic sky ladders in the universe, the ratio of satellites to the sky ladders they orbit is such that the difference is vast. But on the contrary, the mass of the Moon is up to 1/80th of that of the Earth. That means the Earth is only 80 times the mass of the Moon. That's an awfully small difference. When the solar system was first formed 5 billion years ago, there was no moon in existence. So the moon must have been a celestial body that flew in from outside the solar system. But with a mere 80 times the mass difference between the Earth and the moon, that amount of gravity would never be enough to capture the moon. So the fact that the moon can suddenly appear and become a satellite of the Earth is a completely out of character thing that defies the laws of the universe. Li Dongxin can be sure that on the moon, there must be some unknown secrets. So, in order to unravel this mystery, Li Dongxin decided to go to the moon to see for himself. 3 months to complete the mission to land on the moon. And, listening to Li Dongxin's meaning, will also personally land on the moon. This shocked the audience to the point of not being able to breathe for a while. Everyone stared at Li Dongxin, wanted to see if he would have any other reaction after those words. For example, if you are wrong, or to add, 3 months is just to complete one of the experiments. Not yes to be able to successfully land on the moon. As the crowd waited, the host's brain was spinning as she tried to figure out how to minimize the impact. In fact, the hostess herself is not sure whether Li Dongxin is on the spur of the moment, or in order to raise the self-confidence of the people. So she made this unusual move. But to her it really seemed a bit of a pipe dream to complete the project of the century in 3 months. Although she has been in the industry for a long time, she has encountered all kinds of emergencies, and there are often interview guests because of the excitement. Rashly said some unreasonable words, but with her excellent mental qualities and flexible reactions, she was able to save the ground awkward situation. But Li Dongxin remained calm and relaxed, and now maintains a confident smile. That kind of smile is really too easy to let people fall in. Save the scene eagerly. The host looked at Director Zhang behind him, wanting to ask him to step in and help Li Dongxin salvage the situation. Feeling the hostess's look of help, Director Zhang immediately understood what she meant. It was no wonder that Bing Bing was shocked. After all, she did not understand Li Dongxin's scientific strength. If he hadn't heard the words of the academicians with his own ears, he himself wouldn't have been able to believe that Li Dongxin would have such a terrifying level of scientific research. I'm just afraid that at this point he himself would be just as shocked as the host, unable to even speak. But Director Zhang laughed and took the microphone from Bing Bing and walked in front of the camera. Seeing that Director Zhang had stepped in, the hostess secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that this was saved. Director Zhang of the space agency, that was someone who had experienced too many great storms. The interviews he faced with the cameras had long been routine, and he cleared his throat and said calmly, "Hello to all the viewers in front of the various television sets. I am the director of the Chinese Space Agency. I know that everyone is wondering if Mr. Li Dongxin is telling the truth when he says that the moon landing will be completed in 3 months. It just so happens that I'm taking this opportunity to make an announcement of medium importance to all of you. Mr. Li Dongxin has been invited by the space agency, formally joining the China's moon landing program project. We are confident, under the leadership of Mr. Li Dongxin, 3 months to achieve a man landing on the moon." Speaking here, Director Zhang paused. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but he knew a mountain of cheers would follow. In this case, no one can stop the people from getting excited. Fittingly, after a brief lull in the scene, boom, 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 audience erupts. Everyone raised their hands high and playfully applauded for Li Dongxin. That wave-like applause almost blew the red flag hunting Cheers and shouts mingled together in this moment, creating a most spectacular sight. The sea of red once again appeared above the square. Everyone was waving the red flags in their hands frantically, and the sound of their desperate shouts could be heard 10 miles away. Great! That's great! One day, you will be able to see China land on the moon. Since ancient times, there has been the dream of Chang'e running to the moon. I didn't expect it to really come true this time. So what Li Dongxin said is true. If the moon landing really succeeds, that little Miss Sun Yen you will also be very relieved. At least, someone has fulfilled her father's dream for him. Li Dongxin looked at all this in front of him calmly. For him, it was taken for granted. The hostess, on the other hand, was shocked by Director Zhang's words. She originally wanted Director Zhang to help Li Dongxin to relieve and round out his words, but what she did not expect was that Director Zhang actually confirmed Li Dongxin's statement. Not only does it confirm the 3-month moon landing, but it even reveals the inside story of Li Dongxin's joining the space agency. Oh my god, it's even true. Li Dongxin, he's really going to the moon. At this moment, the hostess then recalled the way she had just rushed her head and tried to explain for Li Dongxin, and could not help but blush a little. Really, it's so out of character. At the same time, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into. In the network's simulcast room, it shook the netizens' brains into a buzz. It looked like goosefeather snow was falling on the live broadcast screen, and the pop-up text almost completely covered the entire screen. What great god Li Dongxin said is true. He's not coaxing children. We are not hallucinating either. He's really going to help China land on the moon. If these words came out of someone else's mouth, beating me to death, I wouldn't believe them, but coming out of Mr. Li Dongxin's mouth, I have no doubt about it. 3 months. To actually complete the moon landing program in 3 months. Is this something a mortal can do? I request that the country tell us honestly whether or not Big Brother Li Dongxin is a god who has descended to Earth. Whether or not he was sent by the ancient gods to try to help us. If it is not confirmed by Director Zhang himself, I suspect that the reporter's equipment is out of order. What has not been accomplished in China for decades, Li Dongxin, the great god of the world, was able to accomplish it in 3 months? And now praising him with a genius is something that my ministry feels is insulting to him. How many other things is Big Brother Li Dongxin hiding from us? I can't imagine what China will be like 10 years from now. Maybe we'll all be living on the moon by then. 124. Travel to the space agency. The netizens were so agitated that they could not wait to put Li Dongxin in the temple and worship him. What other countries have spent countless manpower, material and financial resources on, but have not accomplished? He has actually promised in person that it will only take 3 months to accomplish. This is not the technology of other countries. Rubbing on the ground. The raucous atmosphere at the scene continued on and on. Director Zhang smiled faintly and looked deeply at Li Dongxin, his eyes full of reverence as he continued. Next, Mr. Li Dongxin will be departing for the space agency, and the detailed details regarding the moon landing program will be announced in a press conference at a later date. We are also very grateful for everyone's support for China National Aerospace. Please believe in our country, China National Aerospace, and more importantly, Mr. Li Dongxin. After 3 months, we will definitely deliver 10 satisfactory answers to the people of the country. Before Director Zhang's words fell, the scene once again resounded with warm applause, and everyone was waving the flag for Li Dongxin. At this moment, Li Dongxin was not only a great scientist in their hearts, but also a god sent from heaven to guard them, an angel to help them realize their dreams. Mr. Li Dongxin, it's getting late. Why don't we set off back to the space agency now? Li Dongxin nodded and walked towards the long-awaited special car amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd. The Chinese Space Center is not far from the imperial capital, and after more than an hour, the vehicle arrived at the Chinese Space Center. The staff of the Space Center, too, waited at the door early. They were thrilled when they saw their long-awaited Li Dongxin appear. This is the winner of 3 top honors, the Scientific Progress Award, the National Medal, and the 3 Gorges Merit. They couldn't care less about their scholarly demeanor. They all scrambled to greet him. They sent the flowers in their hands to Li Dongxin's arms. The others applauded while excitedly pulling out their cameras to preserve this precious moment in time. An old professor with 2 white vessels walked up and shook Li Dongxin's hand in excitement. Mr. Li Dongxin, I've always dreamed of having the opportunity to meet you in person. I never thought that this dream of mine would finally come true. Welcome to the Space Center for guidance. We've been looking forward to this for a long time. Director Zhang stepped forward and explained. He is the expert responsible for Earth-Moon orbit calculations. Since he heard about your deeds, he has been clamoring to meet you every day. If he hadn't really been unable to leave today, he would have followed me to the imperial capital to pay his respects to you. Li Dongxin smiled and nodded, waving with the old professor. Seeing that Li Dongxin was so affable, the other staff members swarmed around and begged Li Dongxin to take a picture with them. Mr. Li Dongxin, can I request you to take a picture with me? I want to hang it in my living room. That way, I can see you every day when I wake up and be encouraged to learn from you. Everyone else also begged Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin, don't you know? You are the idol of all of us. Our biggest wish is to take a picture with you. Fulfill my wish. Deng Lao stood behind Li Dongxin. The smile on his face was both gratified and envious, and he softly lamented. With such a hero, what is difficult to prosper the country can? The staff of the Space Center were all enthusiastic after meeting Li Dongxin. As a year-round research and development work, their biggest wish is to hope that a savior-like person will appear. Li Dongxin is the savior of their hearts, a leader in the research industry. Having only seen it before at the conference and recognition meeting, they were all stunned at Li Dongxin's youth, as well as his astounding scientific achievements. Now that they had finally met the true God, how could they not be excited? Mr. Li Dongxin, we are seeing what you said on TV. Is it true what you said about helping us with the moon landing program in 3 months? Before Li Dongxin had a chance to speak, the other person answered ahead of him. That's definitely true. Mr. Li Dongxin is a national hero of China. If he says he will help us, he will definitely help us. Mr. Li Dongxin, we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Welcome to guide your work. Li Dongxin handed the bouquet in his hand to the staff with a light smile on his face. Thank you all. Everyone has worked hard. Before the words were finished, the scene once again erupted in warm applause. Li Dongxin smiled and continued. Today I came here to solve the difficulties of the space agency. I think it's better to talk about work first. Site staff heard, admiration in the eyes of a few more points. Privately are discussing, hero is a hero. Not at all trying to make a false name. Just to the place. To be put to work. If we put it to work sooner, the moon landing program will be completed a day sooner. Hearing that Deng Lao had said so, Director Zhang could not insist any longer, so he could only smile apologetically and then face the staff of the space agency at the scene. Mr. Li Dongxin has taken time out of his busy schedule and purposely used it to help us, and we will surely recognize the point to cooperate with Mr. Li Dongxin on our day. I believe that under the leadership of Mr. Li Dongxin, we will be able to realize our dream of landing on the moon as soon as possible. Director Zhang's words were supported by everyone present, and they kept making assurances to Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin, don't worry, we will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest extent, and we will also do our best to fulfill whatever requests you have. With you at the helm, the moon landing program will be a success, and we'll be able to raise our eyebrows in front of the MIB. Director Zhang also did not dare to delay any longer. He now cannot wait for Li Dongxin to hurry into the work. Many problems are stuck in the key points, waiting for him to help deal with it. Director Zhang led the way, and the group managed to reach the interior of the Space Center after passing through several gate posts. The large experimental hall was filled with space experts in white coats. Director Zhang led the way while introducing to Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin, look, this is the R&D center of the space agency. The researchers here are all recruited from all over the country. Basically, they're all previous university professors, and of course there are academicians from the Academy of Chemical Sciences. Chapter 125, I'll calculate it for you. Li Dongxin saw that this group of experts were lying in front of the computer, staring at the data in the screen, without blinking their eyes, not even noticing that someone was passing behind them. The group walked to the very center of the lab, where a glass enclosure was placed in the most prominent position, and inside were actually some photos and household items. The top of the glass cover also has the words in large letters. Today's negligence is tomorrow's failure. When Director Zhang saw these items, his eyes became a bit silent. Even his voice rode lower as he explained to Li Dongxin and Deng Lao. These are the photos of Su Qiulong before he was born, as well as his daily necessities. Since his accident, I have set up a warning station here, and I also hope that we can learn from this and not make a single mistake in our work. We can't afford another accident like that. The group of astronauts following behind them all lowered their heads, and a trace of guilt appeared on their faces as well. Li Dongxin took 2 steps forward and took a look at the photo of Su Qiulong, a very spirited young man, with a vigorous brow, and a small bronze mirror hanging on his neck. Very beautiful. Elder Deng also saw it. He looked a bit downcast as well, patting Director Zhang's shoulder and comforting him. It's not just you, it's us. None of us can afford such an accident. Carrying the hopes of hundreds of millions of people, we must be careful. With that said, under Director Zhang's guidance, the group arrived at a room located deep within the experimental hall. Inside, dozens of people were standing in front of a supercomputer, arguing endlessly about something. Director Zhang was a bit embarrassed, so he had to gently that twice. The crowd turned back in confusion and realized that it was Director Zhang, who immediately stopped arguing and gathered around. Before he could speak, he realized that there was a young man standing beside director Zhang. As everyone was wondering, I don't know who recognized Li Dongxin first and shouted, "It's great God Li Dongxin! It's great God Li Dongxin!" After he reminded, everyone reacted, "This is not our national hero Mr. Li Dongxin." Everyone was shocked at this moment. They didn't expect a legendary-level teenage scientist to actually appear in front of them. After the shock, there was a huge surprise, excitement. They frantically came up, saying words of admiration and such to Li Dongxin. "Mr. Li Dongxin, how did you come here? I'm really surprised. I finally saw you with my own eyes. Ever since I saw you on TV, I've been thinking day and night about meeting you in person, and I didn't expect my dream to come true so soon. Great God Li Dongxin, you may not know it yet, you are already a legendary existence in our hearts. We now return to the dormitory every day to watch your video, especially lighting up the country of China. We watch it once and get excited. You're the pride of our country of China. God Li Dongxin, can I shake your hand? You are the idol of my heart. I still have your picture on me. Every time I see you, I have inexhaustible strength." Li Dongxin smiled and nodded. Those top experts see Li Dongxin agreed. One by one impatiently Li Dongxin's hand tightly held, as if grabbing some rare treasure. Grabbed it will not let go. Seeing this scene, Elder Tung threw a look to director Zhang with a smirk, who immediately understood. Li Dongxin is now a super national treasure. So many people to shake hands with him, not to mention the delay, in case any ungrateful force to make too much hurt him, not to mention the country. Just the people cannot forgive themselves. Director Zhang rushed forward to relieve Li Dongxin. Seeing the top boss stepped in, those experts had to reluctantly release Li Dongxin's hand. Director Zhang smiled apologetically and said to Li Dongxin, "They are all math experts sent by the state, and many of them have won gold medals in international competitions. A little too excited to see you this time." Li Dongxin smiled faintly, indicating that he could understand. Then Director Zhang signaled the crowd to make way and led Li Dongxin to the supercomputer. Pointing to the blinking numbers on top of the screen, he told Li Dongxin, "This computer is what calculates the reorbiting path and power parameters. It is capable of calculating it trillions of times per second and belongs to the world's top supercomputers. But due to the technology blockade by the U.S., we don't have any data to use as a reference, so we have not been able to calculate the change of orbit path." As soon as Director Zhang's words fell, the leader of the group inside this group of experts went on to add, "Not only the reorbiting path, but also the flight attitude, the docking position of the return capsule, as well as the return path have not been calculated. We've done tens of thousands of moon landing simulations on the computer, only to have them all fail." Hearing his words, the experts present also looked a little ashamed. After all, the moon landing program has begun for a long time, has not been able to make a breakthrough in this issue. The heart inevitably feel a little ashamed of the country, ashamed of the people. Seeing the low morale, Director Zhang coughed twice, cleared his throat, and bellowed, "What are you doing? We Chinese are the ones who have come out of countless failures. I've got Mr. Dongxin Li for you, and he's the one who's going to help us with our computational challenges." Hearing Director Zhang say this, everyone instantly raised their heads, shocked beyond words. Li Dongxin Great God is a top expert in energy physics and chemistry, which whoever fights even knows. But the calculation of celestial operations belongs to advanced mathematics. It's a completely different thing from the field he specializes in. Is Li Dongxin actually even proficient in this? Feeling the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Li Dongxin smiled lightly. "Please give me a copy of the data and a desk. I'm going to figure out the merge path for you." Chapter 126, Demonstrating Calculation Speed on the Spot. What? You want to do the math on the spot? Or on paper? The crowd of research gurus nearly collapsed. Calculating orbits is not an OU problem that can be solved by finding a pattern, but includes the trajectories of countless celestial bodies, the changing positions of the gravitational points between the Earth and the Moon, and the flight attitudes. Among other things, even with a supercomputer, it would take days to calculate each value. If this were calculated on paper, the draft paper for just running the trajectory data could fill an entire room. When Director Zhang heard that Li Dongxin wanted to check the calculations on the spot, he was not sure of what to do. Even though he was a director, he was also a scientist by training, especially the first human spaceflight experiment, which he was personally involved in designing, so he understands the difficulties all too well. The sheer volume of calculations, and the data modeling, it just can't be done on the drawing board. He wanted to tell Li Dongxin that these could actually be done on the computer, but when he saw Li Dongxin's confident look, he swallowed the job back hard. He stole a moment to observe the expression of Deng Lao, and found that he did not seem to be out of surprise, but instead was full of smiles. Looking at Li Dongxin calmly, he couldn't help but ask Tang Lao, "Dean Tang, do Do you really need to take the paper off? This amount of data is quite a lot This in case Mr. Li Dongxin is exhausted. How I can explain to the country Deng Lao smiled and did not say anything. He has seen Li Dongxin's ability, but also clear about his strength. The calculation of the control of nuclear technology as a home study, but also to develop so many top-level equipment, with the make to take out put inside the laboratory. It is enough for a large number of experts to study for a lifetime, not to mention calculating the change of orbit path. If you have to ask Li Dongxin's scientific research cap there, the only answer is there is no cap. When Director Zhang saw that Deng Lao did not say anything, he understood what he meant. Since Li Dongxin said that he wanted to use draft paper to calculate, then he would just cooperate fully. A person who can independently develop a cross-generation technology naturally can't be judged as a normal human being. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered someone to get the data from the drawing paper. You, quickly go, and bring over all of the Earth-Moon distances, cosmic orientations, and gravitational parameters that we have now measured. And you, go pack the biggest desk you can find and have a pen and paper ready for the math check. You 2 negative pages cooperate with Mr. Li Dongxin. Whatever he needs, he must fetch it immediately. As for everyone else, all of them stand honestly to the side and learn well from Mr. Li Dongxin. Soon the data was moved over. Stacks and stacks of neatly yards on the table. Hundreds of pages of paper, which were densely filled with all kinds of data. When everything was ready, Li Dongxin then took his seat. He instructed the nearest specialist, because I'm not hot to note. It's going to be more trouble to find, so I'll have to trouble you a bit, so you can hand me whatever data I want later. That expert was flattered and nodded his head repeatedly when he heard Li Dongxin's instructions. Seeing that Li Dongxin was ready to start working, everyone held their breath and did not make a single murmur for fear of disturbing his calculations. Li Dongxin picked up a stack of data on Earth-Moon distances and then perused them one by one, starting with a 10-second look at one and setting it aside when he was done. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, and the review got faster and faster. By the end of the day it was almost 2 or 3 seconds to read a page. And after looking at a piece of data, he immediately informed the bystander. You move orientation. Next to the assistant in response to the data handed up. Li Dongxin review violation of the degree of unchanged. Less than 10 minutes. The thick pile of data all finished. Lunar gravity changes. The intensity of the sun's light. A huge pile of data was handed to him and everyone in the room was shocked. Was this reviewing the data? Wasn't this a review of data? Wasn't this a flipbook? Can you figure out this data at this reading speed? Director Zhang gulped and quietly sought Deng Lao's opinion. President Deng. Mr. Li Dongxin has really seen it all? That's hundreds of pieces of data on each page. Elder Deng still showed a look of pleased calmness, signaling Director Zhang not to be in a hurry and just wait patiently. Director Zhang was obviously stunned by Li Dongxin's reading speed. Although he had heard of Li Dongxin's miraculous working speed, he had never heard of him having such a fast reading speed. In just 20 minutes, the number of embraces on the top of the table was reduced by half. In such a short period of time, you can't even repeat the name of the data, let alone memorize it. Director Zhang stared dumbfounded at Li Dongxin's hands, only to see that he had just picked up a piece of paper, and before Director Zhang could read the title, it was put aside by Li Dongxin's smooth hands. Now he was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Now not only was he stunned by Li Dongxin's behavior, even the group of scientific research bigwigs behind him were all dumbfounded. They stared straight at Li Dongxin's hands, unable to say a word. They do not hui Li Dongxin. For Li Dongxin, although the data in front of him is cumbersome and complex, but as long as he looks at it, all the numerical symbols will be quickly memorized into the brain, and will be automatically organized in the brain. Correct and effective data. In other people's view, Li Dongxin's rummage speed is very fast, but Li Dongxin feels that he has already seen enough. Between the two brain running speed, not at all in a quantum leap. If the computing power of this group of experts was the abacus, then Li Dongxin was the supercomputer behind them. An abacus and a supercomputer. Can they be compared together? Finally, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, Li Dongxin quickly memorized all the data and sorted out a complete calculation. Director Zhang shivered and glanced at the clock on the wall, so scared that he almost fainted. Boy, hundreds of pages of data and all of it in 20 minutes? So much paper. Even with fire, it's impossible to burn it so fast. The group of experts were also wide-eyed and seemed to have not reacted. That's all you've read? There are more than 800 pages. How long has it been since then? Did great god Li Dongxin finish reading all of them? A doctoral student hung his head and put the first page of data on the table. Don't ask me how I know. I don't know if great god Li Dongxin has finished reading it. Anyway, I haven't even memorized the first page yet. If great god Li Dongxin really memorized all the counting folders, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. He's completely rubbing our memory against the ground. Subsequently, Li Dongxin picked up the paper and pen that had been prepared long ago and began to calculate quickly. Those experts saw Li Dongxin enter the main topic. Hurriedly all stretched their necks, staring at Li Dongxin arithmetic of that piece of paper. Want to see him in the end know how to calculate. Only to see the pen in Li Dongxin's hand, flying and sliding on the paper, as if it was a light moth bee. Where it danced, it presented all kinds of formula symbols. At first, the group of graduates from prestigious schools and experts could still understand a little, but the further they went, the more they were shocked. The numbers on the paper became less and less, but more and more letters, and all kinds of strange symbols they had never seen before. Chapter 127 Unrecognized Symbols. Could this new be the fabled math and all symbols? Director Zhang picked up a piece of draft paper filled with various formulas and studied it for half a day, but he couldn't figure out what exactly Li Dongxin had written. He handed it to the group of experts behind him, wanting them to look at it as well. The group rushed to pick it up. After reading it carefully, everyone was at a loss. The knowledge written here. Can you guys read it? I don't know the words, but when they're put together, I don't know them all. What are all these symbols? What does it stand for to see? And how come I've never seen this formula that looks like a theorem before either? Don't you have a PhD in math from Harvard? Explain to us what the hell is being calculated on this? That doctor of mathematics shook his head repeatedly. I can't read it. I don't just can't read it. I don't even know the meaning of these symbols. And, you guys will do 10,000 in the future not to say that I'm a doctor of mathematics. In front of the great god Li Dongxin. I don't even have the qualifications to be an elementary school student. Everyone else was also a matter of fact. Director Zhang also said that we should learn. We note that we can't even read. How can we learn this? Is it hard to learn calligraphy from the great god Li Dongxin? Director Zhang averted his eyes from Li Dongxin and turned to Elder Deng next to him. Can you read it, Dean Deng? Deng Lao frowned and shook his head as well. I'm not sure, but I feel that these special symbols must have its meaning. As for what exactly it is, I'm not sure. Besides, these are nothing more than calculation processes that you can study on your own in the future. The most important thing today is, it's a calculation. That's a real wake-up call. Yeah. As long as the final data is correct and you can figure out the optimal changeover timing, merge path process and whatnot, it's totally possible to learn it backwards later. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Li Dongxin's calculations never stopped. What is even more remarkable is that he did not utilize any calculator, nor did he use a computer. Everything was done with pen and paper. Finally, another 20 minutes had passed. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Li Dongxin's movement stopped. When everyone had thought he was tired and wanted him to rest for a while, they didn't realize the words were still coming out. Li Dongxin gently put down the pen in his hand and smiled slightly. I'm done counting. Li Dongxin handed the draft paper in his hand to Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Crowd of experts behind us. No one picked up the draft paper, let alone made a conversation. Everyone looked like a wooden statue in the mud. They stared blankly at the draft paper in Li Dongxin's hands and froze. Deng Lao stood next to the road showing embarrassment and hurriedly stabbed Director Zhang. Don't freeze. Being stabbed by Elder Deng like this. Director Zhang then reacted, scrambling to pick up the paper in Li Dongxin's hand, which was densely written with the arithmetic process. Director Zhang gulped. His hands holding the draft paper were shaking slightly. He stared wide-eyed. Oh my. So many academicians and professors here and the country's pending approval of the ultra-extreme computer. They counted for several years and didn't figure it out. You actually did all the math in less than an hour. Li Dongxin smiled lightly. Sometimes, it's just a matter of thought and direction. I'm sure you can figure it out if the thinking is right. Hearing Li Dongxin say with certainty that the results had been calculated, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Coming to their senses, they exclaimed in shock. They swarmed over the draft paper in Director Zhang's hands, marveling as they looked at it. What kind of formula is this? Is it a theorem? Which special math journal wrote it? Unbelievable. Really is unbelievable. Mr. Li Dongxin, can you explain to us the meaning of these symbols? Li Dongxin smiled. Look where each symbol started to appear. Being said so by Li Dongxin, these experts couldn't wait to turn forward page by page. Finally, that Harvard math doctor found the end. He exclaimed, "Ah, I found it." He pointed at one of the symbols in astonishment. This is it. This node-like symbol is representing the mid-range arithmetic process that precedes it. But where did this postcode formula come from? I've never seen it before. Mr. Li Dongxin, where did you see this? Did the party make tell us? These formulas are just amazing. They can almost replace a large portion of computer operations. Li Dongxin replied in a light conversation. It's nothing, just some small research I usually do. When Li Dongxin said this, the expression on his face did not change at all, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But the more he did, the more shocked those experts became. Their dream-hungry serving gods remained stuck on the arithmetic processes, itching to get them all into their heads at once. This is not a little research. This is like discovering the true meaning in math. Gosh, every number, every symbol on this has a different meaning. If this is worded to the International Teaching Summit, I'm afraid those judges won't be able to recognize it. If Goldbach's conjecture is the jewel in the crown of mathematics, then the formula theorem written here, that is the scepter of the kingdom of mathematics. I have never seen the true beauty of math until today. Only the creator can crack these real secrets. If it wasn't for Mr. Li Dongxin today, I'm afraid mankind wouldn't have been able to discover them for another dry year. If I can see these arithmetic processes today, I will not have come to the world in vain. Mr. Li Dongxin, can these be kept at the Space Center? We'd like to study the wonders of it. In response to everyone's request, Li Dongxin smiled without saying anything, and was considered to have acquiesced. To him, these theorems were nothing more than small studies. That is, he proved out these mathematical formulas to facilitate his own arithmetic when calculating fusion energy earlier. If he were to calculate even larger amounts of data when he did so, there were even more amazing theorems in Li Dongxin's mind. Theorems that practically encompass the operating laws of the universe. Seeing that this group of experts loved math so much, Li Dongxin was happy to see it happen. After all, in his heart, he also hoped that China's mathematical community could take a big step forward. These people, moreover, are the pillars and linchpins of the motherland. They have paid too much for the motherland space industry. This small request can still be satisfied. Just as they were looking at the data in front of them, mesmerized, Director Zhang realized that there was another page on the table, picked it up, and was instantly stunned. There wasn't any arithmetic process written on there, but rather a graph, and various power data. Director Zhang was stunned. Could, is this the final arithmetic result? The most complex data on this is straightforward. It's all specific coordinates, times, bearings, and power curves. Chapter 128. A wizard rarely encountered in 1,000 years. As he looked at it, he let out a gasp of amazement. These are the power parameters of the capsule during a change of orbit. This is the inverse power parameter for the landing of the lunar module. And this is the ship's operational attitude during a change of orbit. And this is the ship's operational attitude during the orbit change. It's actually turned 180 degrees to dock. Geez, this is really whimsical. Even if I were to think about it for the rest of my life without eating or drinking, I couldn't possibly figure out that there's still this kind of docking. Even the speed of the ship and the cabin during docking have been calculated. The more Director Zhang looked at it, the more he was shocked and appalled. Li Dongxin's unusual docking method instantly opened his mind, and his exclamation drew Deng Lao in. When Deng Lao came closer to look carefully, his face also appeared surprised. Although he did not engage in aerospace research, but he still understood the theory of flight. He tremblingly pointed to the flight curve and gazed at Li Dongxin incredulously. Does this curve mean that the lunar landing module only needs one change of orbit to enter the lunar orbit, and then when it returns, it only needs a second change? Li Dongxin nodded calmly, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. The experts looked at Li Dongxin's designed flight path. All of them were shocked and speechless. They all understood what a successful orbit change meant, indicating that Li Dongxin's calculations of the orbit had been so precise as to be undoubtedly additional. After the capsule enters near-Earth orbit, it doesn't need to adjust its flight attitude at all, and it can directly dock with the lunar module, and then take the module into lunar orbit. You know that when Rice landed on the moon back then, the capsule was turned around in orbit several times before the flight attitude was adjusted, and there is always the possibility of falling into the atmosphere due to lack of power while adjusting the attitude. In other words, the less time spent in NEO, the safer the capsule will be and the safer the astronauts will be. Director Zhang looked at the flight curves in front of him. His eyes turned red. It was because of the flight track calculations that were not available all these years, which led to the stagnation of China's moon landing program. Now that he had finally broken through the most crucial data, how could he not be excited? After handing over the drawings to the others, he held Li Dongxin's hands and was half unable to utter a complete sentence. Mr. Li Dongxin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to reach the moon for 20 years. You are a credit to China's aerospace industry. The country and its people will surely remember your great contribution today, and when this moon landing is completed, I will immediately hang your portrait in the Space Center. I want every spacefarer to remember. It was you who helped us fulfill a dream we've had for millennia. The others were also thrilled after seeing these parameters and curves. Mr. Li Dongxin, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have said that you are a genius. To say that you are a genius is simply insulting. You are a wizard that will not be found for 1,000 years. I believe that there is no one else in this world who can surpass you, neither in the past 5, 000 years of my life, nor in the next 50,000 years, will there be anyone who can compare with you. Deng Lao looked deeply at Li Dongxin with admiration in his eyes, although he knew Li Dongxin's level of scientific research and was prepared to be shocked. But, when he saw that Li Dongxin had only used 1.5 hours to solve the problems of the aerospace tongue that had been in existence for more than 10 years, he was still astonished by Li Dongxin's talent. After being shocked, Director Zhang hurriedly greeted the others. Quickly, input all these data and flight paths into the computer for a simulated moon landing. The crowd responded. Having simulated the moon landing tens of thousands of times before without a single success, and today the most accurate data appeared, so of course they wanted to try it in a hurry. In a short while, all the data was entered into the supercomputer, and the next step was to observe the model demonstration in the screen. As the computerized capsule entered near moon orbit, everyone sweated because this was the most critical step. The image on the computer screen continues. Parallel flight attitude. Into lunar orbit. Lowering the lunar module. Successful landing. The lunar module then ignited and lifted off. Docking capsule. Merge into near-Earth orbit. Entering the atmosphere. The final screen on the computer showed that the simulated return capsule had successfully landed in Shaoyuan, northwest China, after passing through the friction of the atmosphere. Finally, the screen of the supercomputer showed 4 big words, successful moon landing. When those 4 words appeared in front of the crowd, everyone cheered. These top aeronautical experts of China excitedly hugged together and cheered loudly. It worked! We did it! We've finally completed our simulated moon landing. The cheers of dozens of people shook the entire lab slightly. As the biggest contributor to this simulation of the moon landing, Li Dongxin was sitting on a chair, looking at the simulation of the successful word displayed on the supercomputer, picking up a cup of tea with the residual warmth still present, smiling with satisfaction. Simulated moon landing success. Supercomputer simulated moon landing success. This made all the astronauts present leave tears of excitement, and the efforts of several generations, of decades of heartache, were all turned into tears in their eyes at this moment. No one can understand the difficulties of spacefarers better than them. Thousands of designs, and tens of thousands of simulations have long since made them accustomed to disappointment, accustomed to aggravation. They thought that their hearts were already as solid as a rock, and that they would not be moved by any situation. But when they really faced success, the fire of hope ignited inside melted the ice in their hearts. The melted water turned into tears and spilled drop by drop into the laboratory of this aviation center. The success of this simulated moon landing represents a big step forward for China's spaceflight, which can now formally enter the preparation stage for the moon landing. Director Zhang was also moved to tears by this surprise that came out of nowhere, looking at the hard-earned simulation of a successful moon landing in front of him in large letters, almost on the verge of crying out. He wanted to say some words of gratitude to Li Dongxin. The words were on his lips, but he still couldn't say a single word. Deng Lao gazed at Li Dongxin, gazed at this national hero of China. His heart has been completely at ease. Even the moon landing program, such a difficult project, he can be able to solve. So what other difficulties can there be in the future? Can be difficult to stop him? Putting China's scientific research community in the hands of Li Dongxin, he was relieved. After this group of aerospace experts vented the heartache in their hearts, they wiped away their tears, and the draft paper used by Li Dongxin for checking the calculations has been treated as a treasure by them. Just now, they had already sought Mr. Li Dongxin's permission to leave the process of checking the calculations, which they had only wanted to study as a new formula for mathematics. But when they saw the success of the simulation of the moon landing, they soon realized that they were holding more than just the draft paper of the risky calculations. It was a milestone symbolizing the success of the moon landing program. These dozens of pages are already precious artifacts that must be preserved. That Harvard math doctor choked in disgust with Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin, we would like to photocopy these arithmetic procedures of yours and seal the originals as the original surname information in the database. Chapter 129, Suitable Launch Vehicles. In that case, we can not only learn your formulas, but also preserve your manuscripts in their entirety. Knowing that this batch of your manuscripts is already a national treasure for the country of China, Li Dongxin did not have any comments. And Director Zhang's mood had calmed down by this time, and his smile was full of gratitude. Mr. Li Dongxin, is thanks to you today? Or else, we don't know how many years we will have to be delayed here. You've already helped us solve one of our biggest problems, and as long as we can solve the mega-powered rocket next, then there will be no other obstacles to the moon landing program. Zhang said this super large power rocket, Li Dongxin is aware of. Before the Rice-manned moon landing, the Saturn V launch vehicle used. It was also the Saturn V that helped put man on the moon for the first time. It went on to land on the moon 5 more times, but since the 5th moon landing, they suspended the program. And now, all over the world, No country has this medium-sized launch vehicle? It could be said that the design drawings of the oversized launch vehicle were difficult for all of the world's aerospace powers. When Elder Deng heard Director Zhang's words, a hint of concern came out of his eyes. As an old generation of Chinese scientists, he is very concerned about the scientific and technological development of China. Not to mention the calculation of the launch vehicle and flight orbit, which is equally important. Even the launch vehicle is more important, after all. The first thing you need to do to make a successful moon landing is to get the astronauts and the in-vacuum lunar module safely into space. Otherwise, even if the simulation of the moon landing is now successful, there is no suitable launch vehicle. That the moon landing program is still the moon and the wildflowers in the water, visible, but not touchable. After thinking for a moment, Deng Lao asked, "How far is the design of the super-large launch vehicle now? Who is designing it?" Director Zhang didn't dare to hide the fact that this was the country's project of the century, and there had been that accident before. So now he had a cautious attitude towards every question that came up, not to mention the fact that it was an older generation of scientists who were asking the questions, so he didn't dare to beat a dead horse. Director Zhang only had to honestly report the actual situation to Deng Lao. It's the Chinese Aerospace University that's designing it, and they've encountered some problems. Deng Lao raised his eyebrows and hurriedly followed up. What kind of problem? Is it material-wise, or fuel-wise? Director Zhang was somewhat overwhelmed by Deng Lao's continuous questioning, as all the problems in this area existed and could not be solved for a while. Originally, he wanted to politely state the problem so that his old man could feel more at ease. But seeing Deng Lao's stern gaze scared him so much that he had no choice but to tell the truth, all of them, I guess. But the main problem is still the power aspect. As you know, all of our rocket liftoffs are on solid fuel. For very large stack rockets there is even more solid fuel needed, and we have not been able to find an equilibrium between the two. And once too much solid fuel is refueled, it will inevitably cause a safety trap. And the Chinese University of Aeronautics has been dealing with this problem. Speaking here, he brightened up and looked deeply at Li Dongxin. It's a good thing that we saw the controlled nuclear technology at the launch, which also gives us some new ideas for powering our super-large launch vehicle. If it's a controlled nuclear reactor in a rocket, then it saves the power supply equipment. That would complete the power design of the launch vehicle. Deng Lao was a bit strange, and asked offhandedly, "Then why don't you go and do so quickly when you know all about it?" Zheng director faced difficult, President Deng. Not we do not want to, really have difficulties there's only one hand-controlled nuclear reactor at the moment. It also remains at the Three Gorges hydroelectric power station. On the other hand, even if we have this reactor, how do we dock our power plant? Hearing this, Deng Lao also understood. It seems that it is still a technical problem. Li Dongxin had been sitting next to him, and he also heard what Director Zhang meant. It seemed that his own controlled nuclear reactor was too advanced, and the current technological power that they had palmed and pinched was not enough to fully utilize the energy of nuclear fusion. Li Dongxin heard them speak and stood up. "In that case, then I will simply design the rocket for you as well. We're here anyway, so let's settle this once and for all." Li Dongxin's tone of speech is very flat, giving people the feeling as if he is going to help elementary school students calculate 1 + 1 = 2. Although it gave the impression that this was the case, Director Zhang and the others didn't dare to really think so. When he heard Li Dongxin say that he would also help him design rockets, the excitement on his face was beyond words. "Mr. Li Dongxin, you really consider helping us design rockets? Great. With your help, I'm thoroughly confident of completing the moon landing program in 3 months. You don't know, I've been going back and forth between the two places every day because of the power design issues, and it's been like that for over 10 years, and I still haven't made any progress. Today is really a lucky day for China's spaceflight. Because of your arrival, China's spaceflight has been able to make such great progress. You are just so great." Not only was Director Zhang shocked, along with the group of experts behind him, they all looked open-mouthed and stared at Li Dongxin with straight eyebrows. Half a day before coming back to their senses, several experts standing at the end, all of them couldn't help but whisper in amazement, "Mr. Li Dongxin can actually even design a super-large power rocket? This is too sensationalized. Is there anything in this world that Mr. Li Dongxin can't do? Anyway, I don't think there is. I've never seen such an amazing person. Don't even say you've seen him. You've never even heard of him. I even doubt that he even knows the secrets among the Yumu. When I was a kid, my teacher told me I must believe in science, even calculated the parallel moon orbit, and now he's telling me he can design rockets. How does that make me believe in science?" All of these exclamations and compliments entered Li Dongxin's ears, and taking it for granted, he glanced at Director Zhang and said unhurriedly, "Take me to the power laboratory. I'll help you design the medium-sized launch vehicle." The power lab was not far from here, A group of people could walk there in 10 minutes. Rather, Director Zhang still felt that he should let Li Dongxin rest first, having just attended the commendation meeting in the morning, and now helping the Space Center to overcome the orbital arithmetic, in the middle of the day. Except for a short break on the airplane, the rest of the time was basically busy, which made Director Zhang feel a little uneasy in his heart. People Li Dongxin is for the motherland's aerospace industry. This is to spare no effort to come to want to busy. This is Li Dongxin's noble character, as well as patriotic feelings, but they cannot really take people as labor. Otherwise, if he was really exhausted, the Space Center would not be able to explain to the motherland and the people. Director Zhang would not dare to risk universal condemnation, so he tried to persuade Li Dongxin to take a rest first. Mr. Li Dongxin, you have worked hard enough today. Why don't you stop here today? Tomorrow is not too late. The other experts also couldn't bear to see Li Dongxin working so hard. Yes, Mr. Li Dongxin, the moon landing plan is not an overnight thing after all. You take a good rest tonight, and we'll go back to the power lab tomorrow. Chapter 130, finish it off in style. Otherwise, if the country knew you were working so hard, they would surely blame us for disrespecting you. Deng Lao also felt that Li Dongxin's work today was too intense and he should take a good rest. Why don't we continue tomorrow? You're also tired today. Li Dongxin shook his head. No need. It's better to finish early. Li Dongxin didn't say this to put on a show for others to see. It's just that he was also now wondering what secrets existed above the moon. On another note, he really didn't feel tired. He didn't encounter any difficulties in his calculations just now. It was just as smooth as an ordinary meal and drink. When the crowd saw how insistent he was, they couldn't say anything else, and the group was led by Director Zhang to the power lab. Compared to the other rooms, this place was obviously much larger, and there were 3 or 4 space engines structured inside alone, each several meters thick. While there were still many staff members who were busy, Director Zhang clapped his hands. Everyone paused for a moment. Mr. Li Dongxin is here. Since the orbital arithmetic was attacked by Li Dongxin, Director Zhang's mood was also much better, and his voice was louder than usual when he spoke. The vast power lab constantly echoed with his voice. Mr. Li Dongxin is here. Mr. Li Dongxin is here. Mr. Li Dongxin. These words, as if there is magic, directly buried in the work of the experts, all woke up. When they came back to their senses and spotted Li Dongxin's figure in the crowd, all of them exclaimed, "It's really Mr. Li Dongxin. Mr. Bandit Zhe has come to see us. Quickly, hurry down. I can finally meet the great god Li Dongxin with my own eyes." Some people think that the front is moving too slowly and keep urging, "Can you do it? If you can't, get out of the way. Don't mope. Hurry up. If you're late, they'll be gone." Seeing this, Deng Lao and the others hurriedly reminded Gao Zhou, "Be careful. Don't be in a hurry. Mr. Li Dongxin is not leaving." Especially Director Zhang, seeing them panicking and climbing down, his heart-chi is almost in his throat. These experts are the ones who had broken their legs before being transferred from other units. If they accidentally fall, they will be injured. Then they will not die of heartache. He hurriedly ran forward to help them down from the hanging ladder. I did not expect. This group of aerodynamics experts, feet just next to the ground, have not yet stood still. Immediately ran to the not far away Li Dongxin. Even thank you did not have time to say with Zheng. Director. Eyes are all Li Dongxin's silhouette. Dozens of people in a grand piece, directly surrounded Li Dongxin. Their excitement is difficult to express, because just ran too fast. The gas 4 are not gasping. Mr. Li Dongxin, why are you here? Aren't you in the imperial capital? Why did you come to the Space Center so soon? Right. I was watching your personal recognition ceremony this morning. You alone took home 3 top technology awards. It's really marvelous. Are you here today to inspect our work? Would it be convenient to take a picture with you later? I've been dreaming of meeting you ever since the nuclear control conference. Me too. Mr. Li Dongxin, if it weren't for the fact that we've been too busy lately because of our work and we just can't get away, we'd all be heading to the imperial capital en masse to welcome you. Elder Deng and Director Zhang stood behind Li Dongxin. Both of them were smiling without saying a word. It was obvious that this group of experts had directly ignored the two. Deng Lao was okay, always the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And some of the experts who came from the Chinese Academy of Sciences also called out respectfully when they saw him. Good day, President Deng. Then they surrounded Li Dongxin again and kept saying all kinds of admiring words. Director Zhan laughed helplessly and joked with Deng Lao. President Deng. I didn't expect that. Once Mr. Li Dongxin appeared, this group of experts all got selective blindness and directly filtered us both into it. Deng Lao is indifferent. This kind of scene, he cannot wait to see more. The more people respect Li Dongxin, it means that Li Dongxin's prestige is higher. In this case, he can also take over the Chinese Academy of Sciences as soon as possible. When Deng Lao heard Director Zhang's words, he thought that he was jealous. Director Zhang, you shouldn't feel aggrieved. Li Dongxin is now a hero of China. And naturally there are far more people who adore him than us. Director Zhang let out a laugh. I don't feel aggrieved. I just think it's best for a great talent like Mr. Li Dongxin to stay in the space agency. How wise Deng Lao was. He instantly realized that there was something in Director Zhang's words. What do you mean? Director Zhang approached Deng Lao's ear and looked secretive. I intend to recommend Li Dongxin to the country to take over the position of Director of Aerospace once the moon landing program is completed. Hearing such words, Deng Lao instantly frowned. How can this work? He was still planning to let Li Dongxin take over the Academy of Chemical Sciences. If he let Director Zhang steal the show, then who would he give this mess to? Deng Lao directly pulled his face down. Director Zhang, the position of Aerospace Director isn't set by you. It has to pass the state's scrutiny. What's more, Mr. Li Dongxin is a Chinese scientist, so he's not the same wherever he is. If you run into trouble again, he'll be able to help you. Secretary Zhang heard Deng's tone of voice is quite huffy. The heart is a little puzzled. He did not say to directly give way to Li Dongxin. Deng Lao, why such a big reaction? After carefully observing, Deng Lao understood. The corners of his mouth with a smile. His eyes also always stayed in Li Dongxin equals. Obviously not really angry. Young director he smile. Deng Lao, you tell the truth. Are you also planning to hand over the Chinese Academy of Sciences to him? Being broken through the mind of Deng Lao. The old face red. Hurried tactical cough too. Also do not answer. Rush to the group of experts went over. Almost Mr. Li Dongxin still have business to do. Do not all surrounded by this. Busy you go. When the group of experts saw it was Deng Lao, they were all like mice seeing a cat. Their heads were lowered. Their necks shrank. And they loosened Li Dongxin's hand. Director Zhang also had a smug smile on his face and followed him over. Mr. Li Dongxin is our problem solver here. You'll all be on the sidelines in a moment to learn from the problem. Do you hear me? When the group of experts heard this, their heads were directly dumbfounded. How could they not understand what Director Zhang meant? It is not true that Li Dongxin is a scientific research wizard. It is unparalleled in the world that he can overcome the controlled nuclear technology. But aerodynamics doesn't have much to do with the new energy side of things. And the difficulties encountered so far are basically in the design of the rocket, not something that can be fixed with a different power source. Seeing this surprised look on their faces, Director Zhang was a bit nonplussed. Good guys. I worked so hard to help you guys invite a big Buddha. And you guys actually don't worship it properly. It's as if you still doubt Mr. Li Dongxin's ability. His eyes glared, exuding the majesty of a director. Just now, Mr. Li Dongxin had already helped us calculate the track path. And when he heard that you guys were also in trouble, he went out of his way to come over to help you. So you guys have to cooperate. Chapter 131, Wrong from the Start. What? Mr. Li Dongxin actually calculated the orbital path? This calculation is no less difficult than rocket design. Didn't he just come to the R&D center? He's just arrived at the R&D center? The group of power experts were all shocked. Their mouths were so long that they couldn't close them. Staring straight at Li Dongxin, not slowing down for half a day, Director Zhang hurriedly repeated one more sentence out loud. Do you all understand? Being so frightened by him, the group of experts did not have a puzzled look in their eyes anymore either, and replaced it with an indescribable feeling, both admiration and awe. Director Zhang definitely wouldn't tell a lie. And when he said that Li Dongxin had calculated the track path, it was definitely true. However, a person can take on different fields of science, one after the other. Is this something a mortal can do? The few math experts who followed behind Director Zhang stood by and studied well. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Just now, when Li Dongxin was in the math lab, Director Zhang said the same thing, and they believed the same thing. And when they saw Li Dongxin's godly calculations, it would be good to be able to see and understand it. Not to mention learning. It's great to see the Power Labs guys get their asses handed to them. The group came to one of the largest rocket power plants, which already had scorch marks on it, indicating that a power test had been conducted prior to this. Director Zhang pointed at the big guy and explained to Li Dongxin and Elder Deng, this is the experiment we did in the early stages, but it failed. Director Zhang told Li Dongxin that the honored rocket propulsion device, which is currently the largest in China, has failed to reach the predetermined parameters in several experiments because the total weight and jetting effect are not ideal. It's the same as saying that several years of hard work has been wasted. The people working in the power labs all put their heads down, matching the expressions of the math experts earlier. This rocket propeller, which cost hundreds of millions of Chinese dollars, was clearly able to reach the standard when it was calculated and simulated. Who knew that when it was made, the energy was much higher than what was expected to be calculated? Li Dongxin glanced at the behemoth and nodded thoughtfully. Li Dongxin's system once again came into play. When he put his eyes on the rocket propeller, his mind had automatically discovered the flaws on it and gave the most perfect solution. But, even with the flaws patched in, it's still underpowered, which means that the rockets they're designing are going in the wrong direction to begin with. Seeing that Li Dongxin had been staring at the device without saying anything, Director Zhang thought that he hadn't figured out the problem either. So he tried to get someone to bring him the experimental data. Go and bring over all the experimental data and give it to Mr. Li Dongxin for reference. The man didn't take 2 steps before Li Dongxin stopped him. No, go and bring me the design drawings of the rocket. This power expert hesitated for a moment. According to the saying that if you want to discover the design defects, the experimental data is the best supporting evidence. The design drawing of the rocket is the general program, on which there are only the outrageous parameters of the components, which is of little practical help in discovering the details of the problem. Seeing that he didn't move, Director Zhang couldn't help but urge him loudly. What are you still waiting for? Don't go yet. Being so scared by him, this power expert hurriedly jogged all the way out. In less than 3 minutes, carried a large roll of drawings and came back, tiredly huffing and puffing. Li Dongxin first. Mr. This is the drawings, please review them. Without waiting for Li Dongxin to speak, Deng Lao waved back and let out a few people to help spread out the drawings. Really don't say. The rocket's design is different from others. Just one is enough for 7 or 8 square feet. An adult lying on it and can roll. Zheng, director of the sensitive mind. See Li Dongxin look at the map is not convenient. Hurriedly ordered people to push to the high platform. Help. Li Dongxin stood up. Mr. Li Dongxin, this is a comprehensive design drawings. The design of the relevant parts and components of the design plan. In the computer above it. Li Dongxin didn't say anything. His attention was all on top of the drawings below, the black lines outlining the shape of the rocket. Next to it were all the various model specifications. Even the name of the manufacturer was there. In Li Dongxin's eyes, these lines of text were as if they were given life force. All of them were deposited into the brain for arrangement and combination. And the lines were jumping, like the ripples of a river, constantly disrupting and reorganizing. Just for a short while, Li Dongxin already had a brand new design in his mind. And this time it was the system that had worked, giving him an instant solution. Li Dongxin smiled, walked down from the high platform. Zheng, director, saw the situation and rushed forward to assist. Found Li Dongxin's face is still hanging faint smile. His heart stirred up the fire of hope. Mr. Li Dongxin, what kind of? Li Dongxin instructed the staff waiting by. Prepare a computer for me. I'll start helping you redesign now. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, especially those kinetics experts, who stood frozen in place like rain and lightning. Even Director Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air and became bewildered. You mean, designing an oversized power rocket from scratch? Li Dongxin said yes, and the word was like a blast to his head. It directly blasted his head. After a short period of dismay, Director Zhang was again a burst of ecstasy, and could not care about ordering others, and directly brought Li Dongxin to the design room, where the computers were used to draw drawings. Li Dongxin moved his fingers, clicked on the CAD medical software, and directly began the design of the rocket. Deng Lao and the other engineers all gathered around, standing behind Li Dongxin without saying a word, both eyes fixed on the screen. See Li Dongxin left hand disk, right hand mouse, both hands move. The design room is all the sound of the keyboard and mouse. Soon a prototype of an alternatively shaped rocket was drawn, which instantly made the group behind them look handsome. Although CAD drafting software is not difficult, as long as the serious learning a year and a half, basically can master. However, it was the first time that they had seen such skillful drawing, especially since Li Dongxin basically did not make any modifications when drawing. It was all molded in one go. This scared them. How does Mr. Li Dongxin know so much about drafting? The amount of work he did in a while, it's enough to work us for days. Giving the figure fast I can accept. The off-chain is how he managed to do it without modifying it once. You guys, the lines on the rocket prototype, they're all very precise. More than that, usually rocket designs are drawn from the bottom first, so that the overall design direction can be grasped. But Mr. Li Dongxin drew it from the beginning, which means that he already had his own plan in mind. How is this possible? He just glanced at the paper, or the general rocket diagram, not even looking at the specific data. How can he know the program? Chapter 132, The Birth of a Scientific Giant. That Harvard math doctor heard their comments and laughed disdainfully, telling them in a low voice, "This is nothing. Just now, you guys were not able to see that when Li Dongxin was calculating the orbital path, all the information was memorized in a single sweep, and in the process of arithmetic, the use of calculations and arithmetic laws, I have not even seen. You can still read his chowder circle now. Be content. In a while there will be a time for you to be surprised." No sooner had he spoken than an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. So soon to be designing a time spray device. Why is the jet nozzle shaped like this? And the main rocket doesn't jet in the same direction as the 4 secondary arrows. Not only is the power plant different from how they designed it, but even the method of delivery has changed. He seems to be using a multi-stage thrust method. It's not the one-stage propulsion we know. It's actually still possible? The one-piece propulsion was used by Rice back in the day. Did we misunderstand? Terrific. Mr. Lee Dongxin is really amazing. With this type of delivery, not only can the rocket load be reduced step by step, but also can save a lot of fuel. I see. These 4 secondary rockets are not used to propel the rocket up into the sky, but are used to recover the different rocket stage segments back. That makes this or a recoverable launch vehicle. Lee Dongxin's brain was running at a fast pace, flashing one number after another in front of his eyes, which were the design parameters of each component. 15 minutes later, the problem that had plagued the power lab for several years had been solved, but he didn't stop there. The movements of his hands also became faster and faster. The composition of the rocket was sometimes enlarged by him so large that he could see every rivet, with the specification material clearly written next to the rivet, or the main body of the rocket was shrunk down so small that he could see the whole construction in its entirety on the screen. This godly maneuver stunned director Zhang into a wide-eyed stupor. He understood that Lee Dongxin was really redesigning the rocket program, and compared to what they had done before, he didn't know how many times more advanced it was. It was only at this moment that director Zhang truly realized how great Lee Dongxin really was. Not only had he solved the most difficult orbital arithmetic in 40 minutes, but now he was using the power of one person to push China's launch vehicle technology forward by hundreds of years. His fingers kept trembling, and his lips couldn't stop trembling up and down, as if like he was going to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Tick! A bean-sized crystalline liquid landed on Lee Dongxin's shoulder. For so many years, in order to be able to overcome the rocket problem earlier, he had run through all the science and technology universities in the entire country of China, wearing out 7 or 8 pairs of shoes, just to find a solution. Sometimes, he would rather stand on someone's doorstep for a whole day in order to persuade a university aerospace professor to join the team. You could say that a large part of how the Chinese space agency got to where it is today is due to director Zhang. Now that success is imminent, how can he not be excited? All these years of hard work had finally paid off at this moment. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him. Tears had long since blurred his eyes, and his heart already possessed absolute confidence, because he knows, as long as there is Lee Dongxin, China completed the moon landing program within 3 months. This battle will be a success. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Dong's new hand speed was getting faster and faster. The frequency of hitting the keyboard was getting higher and higher, and the picture on the screen kept jumping. Often, when a part appeared, it flashed past before you could see what it was, and the crowd behind you sweated together. What kind of divine operation was this? It didn't give anyone time to react at all. A power expert wiped the cold sweat on his head. Shocked. No wonder you just said there were times when I was surprised. Now I believe it. Mr. Lee Dongxin is not designing a rocket. He is clearly picking up the scheme in his head. The doctor of mathematics stared in fascination at the computer screen, on which the image flickered so fast that it almost appeared to be a double image. His head buzzed, almost shaking. Seeing this, the bystanders rushed to help him. What's wrong with you? Do you want to see a doctor? Math Boda shook his head, his face reddening. I'm fine. I was just overly excited, causing my blood to rise and my head to spin for a bit. He then slowly closed his eyes after looking at Lee Dongxin again, 2 drops of crystals dripping from the corners of his eyes. I previously thought that the pinnacle of human intelligence was Einstein. It seems that I was wrong. 10 Einsteins tied together would not be able to withstand one hand of Mr. Lee Dongxin. The results of his work in a few minutes are worth decades of our efforts. To this day I realize that talent really does outweigh effort. Without waiting for this Dr. Haver to finish lamenting, Lee Dongxin's side of the design was already finished. Alright, it's ready. These few words were like an imperial decree that directly summoned everyone in the room. Elder Deng looked at the time and it was actually less than 2 hours. A stunned look flashed across his face once again. It seemed that Lee Dongxin had once again performed a miracle. Director Zhang has long been impatient to come to the computer, eyes unblinking staring at the rocket design on the screen, and his fingers are constantly zooming in on the rocket. From the appearance of the rocket, to the structure of the main body, not a single design detail was spared, and the more he looked at it, the more he was amazed. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Lee Dongxin's design drawings have all the design parameters of the rocket written on them, and even the fuel to be used for the power unit and the power source are clearly described. The current director Zhang could no longer see anything else in his eyes other than the design of the rocket. The others were also on the sidelines taking in the way Lee Dongxin was designing. When they saw the streamlined rocket layout, everyone was stunned by Li Dongxin's whimsical ideas. What kind of genius design was this? Completely abandoning the conventional power layout of the past and adopting bionic hydrodynamics that they had never thought of before. When they saw this, the dozens of experts present had a common feeling that they were like a piece of poor little paper in front of Li Dongxin, being blown and ravaged by the storm at will. How on earth did Mr. Li Dongxin come up with all this? I had read all the domestic and foreign rocketry monographs, and no country, much less anyone, would have thought of this design. Is this really the kind of thinking that carbon-based organisms can have? Don't say who is a genius in the future. In front of great god Li Dongxin, no one deserves the word genius. Compared to him, I instantly felt as weak as a small grass and could only survive under his shadow. Great god Li Dongxin gives me the feeling as if the world is like building blocks in his eyes. He can design whatever he wants. He is the creator of this world. Is there anyone else in this world who can match him? Others are standing on the shoulders of giants, and I feel like he's stepping the giants into the mud. He is the real scientific giant. Chapter 133. This is going to take 3 days to finish. Inventing a controlled nuclear reactor, developing a thermostatic coating, calculating orbital paths, and now even designing a mega-powered launch vehicle. This is the strongest scientific wizard. Director Zhang had seen Li Dongxin's strength, and compared to the others, he was now quite calm. By the time he had looked closely at the design, his intuition told him that it was the world's most perfect carrier extinguishing arrow. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and give the design drawings to the people in the engineering department, and tell them to make the experimental body according to the drawings as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Remember, not a single slip up. A group of people led the order and went. The lab was suddenly much emptier. Li Dongxin got up and moved his body a little, and before he could relax, his hand was grabbed by Director Zhang again. Mr. Li Dongxin, I don't know how to say the words of gratitude anymore. I can't express my admiration for you either. I can only say one thing: you are the benefactor of China's spaceflight. You are the great savior of China's spaceflight. Deng Lao saw Director Zhang shaking Li Dongxin's hand again. Gu felt a by pain. You're not done shaking hands? Don't be quick to arrange a resting place for Mr. Li Dongxin. Director Zhang slammed his head and apologized. Right. I was too excited and forgot about it. Mr. Li Dongxin, you come with me. The place to stay has been arranged for you. Li Dongxin looked up at the time. It was still early before the break. No, I'm here once in a while, so why don't I just solve some more problems? What difficulties in the moon landing project are not overcome now? Bring them all, and I'll solve them together. You say you want to keep working? Director Zhang was shocked and even more flustered. It is not that there are no other problems. He is really afraid of exhausting Li Dongxin. Deng Lao was also deeply moved by Li Dongxin's drive. Li Dongxin has his own year's drive. In order to a task, cannot eat and do not sleep for several days to fight. What was different was that Li Dongxin's work efficiency was more than 100,000 times better than his own at that time. Elder Deng waved his hand at Director Zhang. Go on, listen to Mr. Li Dongxin's arrangements for everything. But Elder Deng, Mr. Li Dongxin Director Zhang wanted to persuade him further, but he was still interrupted by Elder Deng and had no choice but to convey Li Dongxin's instructions. 10 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the lab, and by the looks of it, there were quite a few people coming. The group of people have not yet entered the door. It is almost noisy. Old Zhang, what are you pushing me for? I was notified before you. I have to ask first. By what right? Is the space center run by your family? Is Mr. Li Dongxin a relative of yours? Why do you have to go first? I have to go first. You two fight it out here. I'll go over there first. As if someone had drilled both sides of the quarrel, it drew a chorus of curses. Surname he. You're shameless. Old he. I'm not done with you. Director Zhang stood next to Li Dongxin with a black line, while Tang Lao was determined to see Director Zhang's joke. What? Are you planning to throw the entire moon landing plan to Mr. Li Dongxin? Poor Director Deng's cold sweat brushed out. Hurriedly explained, no. So they want to take this opportunity to meet with Mr. Li Dongxin more often. Deng Lao didn't believe his bull anymore, and threw a blank stare over, comprehending it for himself. In the blink of an eye, the doorway was crowded with heads of units. Don't look at Director Zhang in front of Li Dongxin honest as a student, in front of his subordinates, but not at all polite. What are you doing? Do you want to disgrace the Aerospace Bureau in front of Mr. Li Dongxin? Do not say. Zheng, director of this voice, really outside the group of people to calm down. The original alcove miscellaneous scene instantly quiet down. Director Zhang snorted coldly, and when he turned his head to face Li Dongxin, he changed to an extremely respectful look. Mr. Li Dongxin, they're all here. Where do you think we should start first? Li Dongxin thought for a moment and pointed down to the expert outside with the spacesuit. Let's start with him. That expert saw that Li Dongxin had ordered himself, and a look of ecstasy leapt onto his face. Thank you, Mr. Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin received the heavy spacesuit, and in his mind immediately Case realized the problem. So heavy. Astronauts can't operate on the moon after wearing it. The old expert's expression directly turned into shock. He clearly did not say anything before. Mr. Li Dongxin, how all Qi knew. Is it possible that Mr. Li Dongxin is the guardian god sent down from heaven, as rumors say? Without waiting for the old expert to speak, Li Dongxin directly redesigned the spacesuit on the computer, from the coated fabric to the oxygen cylinder, all of which were completely drawn. The whole process is only a few minutes to complete the mapping, and then print out the drawings to the old expert. According to me, this redo. If you want to use the material, you can ask for the thermostatic coating from the Three Gorges. With that, all the heat preservation equipment can be eliminated, and the weight can be eliminated by more than half. And then the rest is some balancing devices and anti-acceleration devices. The old expert looked at the drawings in his hand with unblinking eyes, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. So difficult to solve the problem. A few minutes to get it done? He excitedly hugged the drawings and thanked them repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Li Dongxin. You have really helped us a lot. Thank you so much. The way the old expert held the drawings, it was as if he was holding his own grandson in his arms, which was the tip of his heart. When the experts saw this scene, they were all speechless. The people in the spacesuit project team, but the modification of the last dry times have not been able to get things done. In Li Dongxin, this actually used 10 or so minutes to complete. Director Zhang cleared his shang, not waiting for them to finish marveling, and said aloud, next, experts have long been lined up, according to the order of one by one into the laboratory. They want to break the head, cannot solve the problem. In Li Dongxin, this all solved. It's like a teacher correcting an elementary school student's homework, one after another, one after the other. Director Zhang wiped the fine beads of sweat oozing from his head. Looking at the shorter and shorter queue, he silently exclaimed, Mr. Li Dongxin, where are you running for 3 months with this stance? This is simply going to be a successful moon landing in 3 days. When the time comes for China to actually land on the moon, we take out all the technology that is decades ahead of its time. It will surely shock the world. Chapter 134, State-of-the-Art Spacesuits. Equals. The people lined up at the door waiting for the problem to be solved became less and less, and Director Zhang's expression became more and more stiff. He really did not understand how much more Li Dongxin would do. In the moon landing program, all the various problems encountered, from the redesign of the rocket to the de-icing effect of the window, were smoothly solved under the blessing of Li Dongxin's buff. Zheng director stood straight beside, looking at one after another difficult problem, all by Li Dongxin, hand up and down, one step to all get it done. He was dumbfounded. The first time he saw can also be so dealt with technical problems. Starting from the design of the spacesuit, there were more than 10 technical difficulties handed to Li Dongxin before and after, and the difficulty of these problems had plagued the space agency for more than 10 years. During this period, it is not known that these critical technologies have been difficult for one group of experts and professors after another, and they have not been overcome. As soon as Li Dongxin arrived today, he solved these technical difficulties with ease, like a teacher correcting a student's homework. It was too thrilling. Time passes by. Every expert who comes here to seek help is full. Li Dongxin uses the shortest time to help them relieve their troubles. The speed is smashing. Until the last subject was solved, Director Zhang looked out through the window, and it was still dark outside. Director Zhang realized that Li Dongxin had used less than half a day to solve all the problems encountered by the moon landing program. All of them. Now that there are no roadblocks to the moon landing program, it's just a matter of building the components step by step, then testing them, and the countdown to launch is on. Director Zhang pursed his dry-toned lips, staring incredulously at what was happening in front of him for a long time. Even Elder Deng was surprised by Li Dongxin's speed. He summarized for half a day, but he could only come up with one sentence to describe Li Dongxin. This person's talent can look down on the whole world. Deng Lao had already surprised Li Dongxin as a heavenly being, and just when he wanted to speak, he was interrupted by the sound of surprise coming from outside the door. Mr. Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin. It's done. It's done. Everyone followed the sound and looked toward the doorway, only to see the visitor's eyes glowing like a cloud of incoming sparks, so overwhelmingly excited that he almost shouted his voice out. Director Zhang fixed his eyes, Isn't this the old expert of the spacesuit project team? The design drawings of the spacesuit. Didn't Li Dongxin solve it a long time ago? How is it that only an hour or so has passed and ran back? He was seen holding a milky white item in his hand and joyfully rushed into the lab, not even bothering to greet him, directly handing the item to Li Dongxin. Then he emotionally told Li Dongxin, "Mr. Li Dongxin, you are simply too divine. The spacesuit you designed is simply 200 years ahead of the world." Hearing him say this, the surrounding experts and academicians have gathered up, all focusing their attention on the milky white object. After Li Dongxin opened, people then see that the milky white object turned out to be a piece of fabric, which looks a bit similar to the radiation protection coated fabric outside the spacesuit. But there is a little different. The appearance of this piece of material, with some metallic luster, in the fluorescent light, illuminated colorful blue light. Director Zhang curiously took it over and scrutinized it carefully, and found that it was very light to the touch, and the texture was extremely soft, and with a hard tug, it actually had a good elasticity. All of this in front of us at once can confuse the crowd. The old expert face happy. Keep reporting good news to Li Dongxin, Mr. Li Dongxin. According to your design, we made this new type of astronautical clothing coated cloth. It's been tested to not only protect against radiation, but it also has a superb thermostatic effect. If it replaces the previous spacesuits, then the astronauts will be able to carry much less weight, and the flexibility of movement is greatly increased. Director Zhang looked incredulously at the new coating in his hands and was stunned. It actually has such an effect. Have you guys tested it? The old expert nodded his head heavily in excitement. It's been tested, and it can completely meet the requirements of the spacesuit. And judging from Mr. Li Dongxin's design scheme, the appearance of the new spacesuit is almost a downward blow to the previous spacesuits. It possesses not only the effects of weight reduction, protection against cosmic rays, and constant temperature, but more importantly, this spacesuit is also able to increase ground adhesion and resist vertigo, which means that even ordinary people wearing it will be able to go into space and complete the moon landing project. Hearing the old expert explain this, Director Zhang was shocked. According to him, whoever wears it will be able to withstand the vertigo from the acceleration, and after landing on the moon, there would be no unsteady walking due to reduced gravity. Previously, after landing on the moon, the Mike astronauts moved not at all by walking, but by moving forward slowly with a hop and a skip, which led to a reduction in work efficiency and greatly increased the safety risk. But this spacesuit can actually increase the adhesion. That does not mean that the Chinese astronauts can move freely directly after landing on the moon, and astronauts don't have to go through as much rigorous physical training when they are selected. Director Zhang was startled by his own thoughts. One should know that whether it was China or Rice or any other country, in the selection of astronauts, they all had to undergo rigorous tests. Not only do they test physical fitness and emergency handling, but the most important thing is the strength to withstand acceleration. The superacceleration of the rocket as it lifts off can result in blood not being supplied to the brain, and this is often the most dangerous time, when the lack of blood supply to the brain can cause the astronaut to pass out on the spot. For this reason, China's astronauts are required to undergo hypoxia training every day, with the aim of ensuring that they do not collapse early due to insufficient blood supply during liftoff. If Li Dong's newly designed spacesuit was really able to resist the pressure caused by acceleration, it would not only reduce the pain of astronauts training, but it would also make it possible for ordinary people to ascend into space as well. This is no astronaut suit. It's like giving wings to dreams. There was no need for Director Zhang to be shocked. The other experts were all stunned by the capabilities of the new spacesuit. They scrambled forward and stroked the new coating material. No way! This spacesuit can actually resist acceleration? If that's the case, then won't we be able to land on the moon too? Not to mention the moon landing. I would be satisfied if I could go to space once. How can I not regret that I can't even go to space after a lifetime of dealing with the space industry? That's not the most important thing. If it really has all these features of radiation resistance, heat insulation, and pressure resistance, then China will have a lot more astronauts. Maybe in the future, our people will have the chance to go to the moon. If only that were true. The moon. That's the place where everyone in China has wanted to go for years. I'm really curious now. How on earth did Mr. Li Dongxin design it? From the time he entered the Space Center, in less than half a day, he solved all the difficulties we encountered, and they were all Super Age designs. Chapter 135, Landing on the Moon in Person. Don't ask. We're not on the same level as him, and his appearance directly makes me suspect that I myself am from the ancient times and can't keep up with the times at all. Director Zhang clutched this piece of new style material tightly, his hands trembling, his mouth unable to speak. He could no longer think of any words to describe Li Dongxin. Originally he only thought that he would be satisfied if he could solve the orbital arithmetic, but the development of things was far beyond his imagination. Li Dongxin not only calculated the precise orbital path, he also designed the oversized launch vehicle, and now he's even developed a spacesuit that's far ahead of its time. How could he believe the facts that had been established before his eyes? 1,000 words. In the end, they can only converge into one sentence. Mr. Li Dongxin, really, is too good. Thank you so much. Director Zhang's voice was already hoarse. He choked as he spoke. His eyes had long been stained with tears. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. But the blurring from his vision told him that it was all true. Director Zhang took a long breath and tried to calm himself down, not caring what Elder Deng had said before. He once again clasped Li Dongxin's hands tightly and was grateful. Mr. Li Dongxin, you are a great benefactor of China's aerospace industry. More than that, it's a great benefactor to all of us in space. We will never forget you, let alone the qualitative contribution you made this day. Li Dongxin's figure, once again, blurred in his line of sight. What else do you require? You just say it. No matter what kind of request, we will do our best to fulfill it for you. Li Dongxin swept a glance at the surrounding experts, and then glanced at Deng Lao, and found that they were all gazing at themselves with red eyes. Li Dongxin smiled slightly and said slowly, actually, I really have a request. Hearing Li Dongxin say that he had another request, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Director Zhang didn't wait for him to say it, and responded in succession. You said, no matter what the request is, as long as we can fulfill it, we will definitely oblige you. The others were also curious as to what kind of request Li Dongxin, as the greatest scientist in China, would make, so they all chimed in. Right, Mr. Li Dongxin, you are now the benefactor of the Chinese Space Agency, not to mention one, even 10 or 100 requests. That's all deserved. Is it necessary for us to report this situation to the state? You don't have to tell us that we will do so. Your credit this time is too great. We must ask the state to give you the honor you deserve. You said there is no return question as to whether you want us to patent your technology or prohibit sharing it with others. These are all important national weapons. How can they be easily shared with outsiders? Don't worry about this. We will strictly observe the secrecy order. The person who said this was obviously aware of the 3 conditions Li Dongxin had put forward in the first place, which he had put forward at the Three Gorges laboratory, when he had developed the thermostatic coating. This morning at the personal commendation meeting, the Three Gorges station chief also made this request public. And now the whole country is aware of Li Dongxin's great breadth of mind. It was important to realize that each of these demands was beneficial to the country and the people, without the slightest personal interest mixed in, so they took it for granted that Li Dongxin would also make corresponding demands this time. After all, Li Dongxin is a national hero. What he has in his heart is the family and the country. Seeing them say this, Li Dongxin was no longer polite and nodded at Director Zhang. Actually, what I have to say is not these. The crowd wondered in unison. Not these? Then what could it be? They all knew very well that in terms of Li Dongxin's noble character, he would never make material demands. Money was no different from waste paper for him, and as long as he asked, no matter how much money was involved, the country would give it to him. Elder Deng also revealed a puzzled expression. He also did not guess what kind of request Li Dongxin would have. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Li Dongxin smiled faintly and uttered his request. I hope that the country will allow me to land on the moon personally as an astronaut. The crowd of aerospace experts were all stunned by Li Dongxin and could not speak. It was as if Li Dongxin had said something heavenly, especially Director Zhang. His smile froze, like a clay statue. He stood still and couldn't even move. The sweat on his head also started to pour out. He originally thought that what Li Dongxin said in front of the media was to coax Sun Yue, so he didn't take it seriously. After all, everyone's focus was on his statement of completing the moon landing program in 3 months, and no one would really take that to heart. But what he didn't expect was that Li Dongxin actually brought up this matter again, and it's in the R&D center of the space agency, which shows that he's not just talking about it. Li Dongxin is trying to be real. The others were also stunned. Their eyes were stagnant. Their mouths all grew wide, and they all stared at Li Dongxin as if they were wooden chickens. Any other conditions would be just fine, even if they were allowed to work for 3 or 4 days in a row. However, Li Dongxin is actually going to land on the moon himself. This joke is too big. Who dares to agree to this? Going to the moon. It's not like climbing a mountain and just saying you're going up. You have to pass all the physical training and familiarize yourself with all the functions on the capsule. China's astronauts, that can be from the country's pilots inside the pick of the best, they have gone through all kinds of rigorous training, as well as day-to-day training, learning. For that matter, there were still a whole lot of unqualified people out there. Not to mention that Li Dongxin was just a scientist. No flying experience at all. These are not so bad. The key is, Li Dongxin's status now is different from before. He is now not only the super genius of China, but also the hope of the entire nation. Anytime his safety is involved, it's a top priority. If there's the slightest accident when he lands on the moon, the people at the Space Center will die 100 deaths. Even if Li Dongxin had experience in aeronautical flight, that would never warrant him landing on the moon. Director Zhang was the first to react, his expression grave. Mr. Li Dongxin, this request. I don't dare to make a decision. The most crucial thing is, I don't dare to promise you either. You are now shouldering the expectations of the motherland. You are the faith of the people's heart. Who dares to let you take such a great risk? China can't afford to have such a great man of science as you. Who dares to take your life and safety as an experiment? In case anything happens to you, China can't afford the loss. Director Zhang earnestly pleaded with Li Dongxin to break this idea. He knew that Li Dongxin in scientific research has a talent that others can hardly match. Chapter 136 can't let him take the risk. But the moon landing, after all, to test the body-soul, not that achievement can be achieved. Even if his body can meet the standard, the country will never allow Li Dongxin risk to land on the moon. Dang Lao's expression became serious. In fact, in public and private, Dang Lao did not want Li Dongxin to personally go to the moon. After all, he is the successor of the country's hope that he found with great difficulty. The mission on him is significant. As long as he is alive, there will always be hope in the hearts of the people of China. In private, after so many days together, Elder Tang had already treated Li Dongxin as his own. He really liked this young man too much. Not only is his academic level high, and his character is very good, above all, think of your country and its people at all times. The heart is full of patriotic feelings. This is so rare nowadays. Dang Lao, that is Li Dongxin, is the jewel in the palm of his hand. Hold in the hands for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting, lest something happen to him. How dare you let him go to the moon? Li Dongxin, I know you have a good heart and want to help that little kid Sun Yue fulfill her dream, but you must also understand one thing. You are carrying the hope of the whole country on your shoulders. You can't take any risks. As for picking stars, we can delegate that to other astronauts. Whoever brings down a piece of moon rock is the same anyway. The experts were also anxious, fearing that Li Dongxin was determined to take this big risk. Yes, Mr. Li Dongxin, we have a lot of astronauts in the space agency. When the time comes, you can give them an order to bring the moon rock back to Little Pingfa. You must not participate in this mission. This moon landing is the first of its kind for our country, and we can't even predict what accidents will happen in the middle. We must not joke with your safety, even if we have to cancel this moon landing program. That's right, Mr. Li Dongxin's safety is more important than the moon landing, and we can't afford such a big responsibility. When Li Dongxin saw their group's excitement, they would rather die than agree. He couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that this group of people misunderstood his meaning. How could he put himself in danger just for a little girl? This incident was nothing more than a passing gesture. The reason he wanted to go to the moon himself was to discover the secrets on the moon. He can't finish analyzing, calculating, or understanding through the system without seeing something with his own eyes. So no one can replace him on the moon. Some things have to be seen in person to know the answer. Furthermore, Li Dongxin is not a willful person. On the contrary, he is very cautious. From the design of the line rocket, to the improvement of the astronautical suit, almost all through the design of his hand, he knew very well that as long as the equipment was built according to his design, this moon landing program was 100% successful. There were no surprises. Only, this kind of situation is only known to him. Others do not understand at all, so it is so anxious to get on the head. Seeing that Li Dongxin was unmoved by the persuasion, the group became more anxious and increased their lobbying efforts. Mr. Li Dongxin, let me put it to you this way directly. If you want to become an astronaut in China, you must have at least 1,000 hours of flight experience. Otherwise you won't be able to adapt to the burden of acceleration. Also, once the human body is out in space, all the organs of the body will be in a state of weightlessness. And that feeling is not to mention how unbearable it is. People who have not been trained for a long period of time will immediately pass out from vertigo as soon as they are in a weightless environment, which is very dangerous. If you have to go, you'll have to wait a little longer, until you have thousands of hours of safe flying experience. They knew that Li Dongxin wouldn't really fly for thousands of hours. That's why they made such an offer, so that they didn't have to put Li Dongxin in danger of landing on the moon, but also to take care of his emotions. Just when he thought he had found a suitable reason and relieved himself, Li Dongxin smiled, shook his head, and spoke. You guys are worrying too much. Even though I have no experience in aerial flight, I have designed a new type of astronautical suit that can solve all of these problems. He looked around, and seeing that they still maintained their serious demeanor, Li Dongxin blithely continued to add, most importantly, the space capsule, the moon landing capsule, and even the launch vehicle were all designed by me as well, and there is no one who understands these state-of-the-art instruments better than I do. That is to say, these instruments are left to me to manipulate, more reliably than any of you. Li Dongxin analyzed the situation in 3 words, and all the people present were shocked. They only then reacted to the fact that the current moon landing program has long been not the previous program. Just now, Li Dongxin had already helped the various subject groups and replanned the design direction. A very small portion of it was based on the original, slightly improved a bit, but the vast majority of them were outright overturned and redesigned by Li Dongxin to come up with the latest solutions, and the ones given far exceeded modern technology. The old expert responsible for the design of the spacesuit, his excitement hadn't faded. His eyes were glowing like starbursts. Mr. Li Dongxin is right. The spacesuit he designed can indeed eliminate these problems and is extremely practical. If it can really be produced, not only will astronauts be able to land on the moon, but even ordinary people will be able to fulfill their dream of landing on the moon. Except that, apart from the surface coating we were able to develop, we're still learning everything else too. In fact, it was not only the subject group of the spacesuit, but also other projects that were in this situation. The design given by Li Dongxin was too advanced, and many things were not something that they could understand. When Fong conducted orbital arithmetic, Li Dongxin casually wrote a formula that would be enough for mathematicians to study for a lifetime. Not to mention more complex operating systems, various mechanical aspects of the design. Even the old professors and academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences who were engaged in aerospace work, after carefully studying the program given by Li Dongxin, they still had half an idea. If they wanted to manufacture it in its entirety, they really needed Li Dongxin to help them understand the manufacturing process, or else forcing them to make it according to their own ideas would definitely be very different from the actual effect. The old expert glanced at Li Dongxin, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. He had been engaged in R&D for his entire life, and had never seen such an amazingly talented person. Almost single-handedly, he has pulled China hard to the position of the first power in spaceflight. The old expert continued to explain to the group. With Mr. Li Dongxin around, we can always ask him for advice on the production process, and I'm sure that the moon landing program will soon be on the countdown. But with astronauts, it might not be so appropriate. This equipment is so advanced that all our astronauts are familiar with his previous technology, and their proficiency in operating the new technology is virtually nil. Chapter 137. Nothing is a problem. They are time-consuming and laborious for others to learn, and the proficiency may not be up to scratch. Even if we start training the astronauts from now on, it will take at least 3 or 4 years before they can completely master it, and the only person who can teach them is Mr. Li Dongxin. The old expert's meaning was obvious. Although they had obtained the design drawings, with the help of Li Dongxin, they were also able to develop the new type of equipment. The problem is that it can be done, but who will operate it? China's astronauts learn to operate the appropriate equipment before they lift off, but it's all old-fashioned, and when they're faced with the latest technology, they're still at the elementary school level. It's impossible to put Li Dongxin in the Space Center for 3 or 4 years to train astronauts exclusively, right? That would be too much of a waste of national talent. Therefore, as Li Dongxin said, of all the people at the moment, the only one who could truly familiarize himself with these technologies was himself, and the only one who could truly operate the space capsule and the moon landing module was also him. Saying so, Director Zhang also understood what the old expert meant, and the old expert explained to Director Zhang that the high technology carried on top of the new aviation suit newly designed by Li Dongxin could completely counteract the physical discomfort brought about by the state of weightlessness, and in the vacuum environment of space, this suit can also resist cosmic rays. Cold insulation limit can even reach absolute 0 degrees. Whoever wears this spacesuit and walks through space is perfectly safe. Director Zhang, let me put it to you this way. The astronautical suit designed by Mr. Li Dongxin has technological performance far beyond what we can comprehend. Even if you pull a random passerby on the street, as long as he wears this spacesuit, he won't experience the slightest discomfort, whether it's during the liftoff phase or the moon landing phase. Hearing him say this, the other people's taut nerves also relaxed, and were then enveloped by a huge surprise. According to this statement, wouldn't everyone be able to land on the moon? Although these experts were scientists, they were first and foremost Chinese, and the greatest wish of Chinese people was to be able to walk on the moon. They were no exception. When they knew the performance of the new spacesuit, they could not contain their excitement, and at the same time, their admiration for Li Dongxin deepened. In that case, we really have the opportunity to go to space? This is my lifelong wish. Mr. Li Dongxin is a technological all-rounder. Not only did he help us solve the problem at hand, but he also successfully developed a super spacesuit, making it possible for us all to land on the moon. Unimaginable. China's moon landing program started out as the pinnacle. With this suit, we're 200 years ahead of Rice. Listening to his explanation just now, I feel that this spacesuit can not only be used when landing on the moon, but even landing on Mars is not a problem. If that happens, won't China become the first country in the world to set foot on Mars? It's really true. Rice is the first person to land on the moon. Then we, China, are going to be the first person to land on Mars. We're going to let the whole world know that the strongest spacefaring power in the world is our country, China. The more these experts and scholars talked, the more excited they became, as if they would soon be able to soar in the universe. Director Zhang was also shocked by the old expert's words. He had thought that this was still in a conceptual design and could only produce simple material samples, but he hadn't realized that it was actually a new technology that could be fully developed. With this top-notch technology, then Chinese people landing on the moon will no longer be a dream. He was now afraid to look directly at Li Dongxin. In his eyes, Li Dongxin's figure was as tall as a boulder statue. It could only be admired from afar. Mr. Li Dongxin, I really didn't expect you to give a design that actually really ignores even the laws of physics. No wonder you insisted on landing on the moon yourself. So you already had the certainty of victory. With this suit, everything will not be a problem. As long as the country agrees to your landing on the moon, all of us at NASA will definitely support your work. Li Dongxin listened to the satisfied nod, but Deng Lao is still a little hesitant. This matter is a big matter, and it is not something they can decide. Although he absolutely believed in Li Dongxin's technological standard, he also believed that the spacesuit designed by Li Dongxin really did have those ultra-modern properties, but that did not mean that there were no other dangers. Space is different from the surface. After all, anything can happen, especially in near-Earth orbit, where there's more space junk than you can count, and the slightest collision could lead to a space accident. However, he finally decided to respect Li Dongxin's own thoughts. Alright, Li Dongxin, no matter what decision you make, I will fully support you. I'll go and get it for you on the national side. There was a great sense of relief in his eyes as he looked at Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin had surprised him time and time again. Before it was his unrivaled scientific research talent. After that, it was the broad-mindedness of the world. Today, he was even more appreciative of the courage in Li Dongxin's heart. This makes Deng Lao feel that Li Dongxin is the long-awaited spiritual pillar of China. His eyebrows spread and he told Li Dongxin from the bottom of his heart, Li Dongxin, you have paid too much for the country and the people. I'm sure the state will respect your opinion as well. Li Dongxin nodded, although it took a lot of effort to convince these people, but after all, everyone was also looking out for their own safety. Li Dongxin could understand. As long as Deng Lao and Director Zhang agreed, the state side is certainly not a big problem. Thinking of this, Li Dongxin also breathed a sigh of relief. A gentleman's word. A team of horses is difficult to catch up. Now, finally can complete, and Su Nianyue pulled the hook of the agreement for her to the moon to pick stars. Recalling the events of this day, Director Zhang really felt as if he had dreamed a dream. In the morning he had run to beg Li Dongxin in a hurry. At that time, he was still expecting to be able to go to the moon for 3 years, which was already a very fast speed. But he did not expect Li Dongxin to directly give 3 months, which made him not believe it for a while. Even when he saw with his own eyes that Li Dongxin had calculated the orbital path in 40 minutes, he still had reservations about completing the moon landing program in 3 months. Until just now, Li Dongxin in his face, like a teacher correcting homework, the moon landing program encountered in the technical barriers, one by one, all the time to solve, he only clear course over. The moon landing success turned out to be close at hand. The stone that had been pressed on Director Zhang's heart for more than 10 years was finally released at this moment. Now that the technical problems are all solved, the next step is only to build and assemble the equipment for the voyage as planned. But before that, there was one more big thing to discuss with Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin, thank you for the help you've given to the space agency, and I'm requesting that you be able to stay here for 2 more days. 138. Launch of the space agency. Because I have received permission from the state to hold a press conference in 2 days to announce this great joyous news to the nation. You have also been appointed as the commander-in-chief of this moon landing project, and you will be required to appear at the launch site at that time. What do you think? Li Dongxin didn't have any opinions, which made Director Zhang overjoyed. The two then made plans accordingly based on the current progress, and since the space agency had Li Dongxin as a technical guide, all materials were again readily available. Therefore, according to the plan, all the relevant equipment and parts will be manufactured after 2 months at the most, including the mega-powered line-carrying rocket. It will also be assembled or finished on time. Such speed of China is enough to shock the world. After the discussion, Li Dongxin and Deng Lao went to the hotel to rest under the arrangement of Director Zhang. At this time, night had just fallen, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, China's news broadcast was aired on time. As usual, the people of China had just had dinner. and the news broadcasts were broadcasting domestic and international events as usual, until near the end, when the newscaster did not pack up the press release as usual, but instead read a short message. China's space agency measures new news. Tomorrow morning, the Chinese Space Agency is going to hold a major briefing with important announcements. There will be a live broadcast from this station. This news has just been broadcast. All viewers in an uproar. Then the news was everywhere on all the apps. A few moments later, the news that the space agency was going to hold a launch event spread all over China. This attracted countless melon eaters to come and watch. The space agency is organizing an important launch? Then it goes without saying that it must be another rocket launch. If it's just a rocket launch, is there a need to hold a conference? Have you guys forgotten that yesterday? Great God, Li Dongxin said that he would complete the moon landing program within 3 months? It can't be. I thought at the time that he was just trying to encourage us and give us confidence in Chinese spaceflight. I didn't realize that he could really help us fulfill our dream of landing on the moon, but I also think that the theme of tomorrow's launch will be the moon landing. But it can't be done in 3 months. Last month the space agency also released news that we were still at the elementary school level for the moon landing. How can we jump straight to the university level in less than a month? No matter what, this time it must be related to the moon landing program. And it must be good news. We just need to prepare our benches and melons and watch the conference in peace. It's been so much good news that I'm getting numb. It takes more intense good news to stimulate my nerves. Come on, NASA, let the storm come harder. Since Li Dongxin attacked the nuclear control technology, the Me side is very concerned about the dynamics of China. The news has just come out less than half an hour, has been informed by them. At this time, it was still early in the morning in Rice, and the boss of Rice, who had not yet woken up, was awakened by a sharp ringing of the phone. It's me. What's wrong? What? Say that again. I don't know what the other party said, but it directly scared him so much that he jumped off the bed. His face instantly turned pale. I'll go back to my office right away and call the aviation experts to come over for a meeting as a whole. 20 minutes later, his figure appeared in the office. When the other staff members saw his bad face, they did not change to go forward to greet him. After another while, the Me aerospace experts arrived here one after another, and as soon as they entered, they were stunned by the atmosphere in front of them. The big shot who used to be unperturbed by everything was now staring at them with an iron face, scaring them to the point where they couldn't even stand or sit. One of the leaders asked boldly, "What's happened, sir? Summoning us here in such a hurry?" The Rice boss gestured for them to sit down, and then ordered all the unrelated personnel to go out again. Before he sighed deeply and spoke the news he had just learned. The Chinese Space Agency is going to hold an important press conference. All the experts were facing each other. What kind of big deal is this? Doesn't the Chinese Space Agency hold a conference every year? Seeing that they all had a puzzled look on their faces, the Rice boss shook his head helplessly. How could he suppress China when the information was so closed? Don't you guys know? That teenager called Li Dongxin said yesterday that he's going to help China finish her moon landing program in 3 months. Hearing him say that, the aerospace experts all tensed up. The name Li Dongxin was like a nightmare for them. Lingering, especially his feat at the nuclear control launch, actually did light up the country of China with the power of one man. This really crushed the scientific and technological community of the United States. And whenever they think back, they all feel shuddering. Even the always strong Dr. Heimer cannot withstand this blow. Claimed illness retirement, now still living in the hospital. At this moment, the leading space expert's face turned pale, and began to shiver when he spoke. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. China simply doesn't have such technology, much less such talent. Ever since the advent of manned aviation, no country in the world has ever set foot on the moon, except for my country, Rice, including the country of China. His words were quickly echoed by other experts. That's right. Although China is known as the second most powerful country in spaceflight, that's also for other countries. We, the United States, successfully landed on the moon as early as the late 60s, when China was still a poor 200. If you want to go to the moon, at the very least, you need a super large powered launch vehicle, as well as a space capsule and a moon landing capsule, none of which China has. They can't even make a set of qualified moon landing suits, so how dare they talk about landing on the moon? False news. This must be fake news. The Chinese are deceiving us. There must be a conspiracy behind them. Not to mention 3 months. Give them 3 years, it's impossible to complete the moon landing project, not even if they had controlled nuclear technology, which is a completely different thing from manned moon landing technology. The blonde, blue-eyed Rice boss listened to their impassioned speeches, and instead of gaining the slightest comfort from them, a trace of sadness welled up in his heart. He clearly hadn't said what the news of the Chinese launch was, and had only mentioned what Li Dongxin had said. And the group of aerospace experts were all as if they had lost their souls. In the unlikely event that it's true, Wouldn't they become like Hammer and never be the same again? Now he couldn't say anything else but reassure them. I hope you're alright. Manned lunar landing technology is the only advantage we have left. This advantage is something we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Or else China will really surpass rice and become the most powerful country in the world. The rice boss's mouth is saying this, but in his heart, he is constantly praying that he must not let the Chinese discover the secrets of the moon. Otherwise, rice will lose its last trump card. The second morning, the people of China prepared the bench melons early, squatting in front of the screen now. Chapter 139, Launching the Manned Moon Landing Program. Network Live channel has also been opened. Netizens crazy influx. Live screen instantly by the pop-up screen. Last night I did not sleep well. Always dreaming of the moon landing picture. And I do not know this conference in the end will be announced what news. I dreamed about it too. And it's still me going to the moon. Do you guys think it's possible that we can go around on the moon in the future? Then you'd better keep dreaming. What are you talking about? That astronaut is a person who can become one? Without hard flight experience. You can't even touch the door of a rocket. At the same time, students from various universities gathered in the auditorium once again. And they had a premonition that Li Dongxin would definitely appear at the launch. Li Dongxin was their role model. What's more, Li Dongxin had said yesterday that he would complete the moon landing program within 3 months. And as Li Dongxin's superfans, they certainly wouldn't miss the launch of the space agency. The members of the society also all held posters of Li Dongxin and kept waving them around the auditorium. I bet this launch is still a solo show for the great god Li Dongxin. What else do you need to say? Great god Li Dongxin can conquer nuclear fusion technology. So what's so hard about helping the Chinese land on the moon? Near 10 o'clock, the Space Agency's conference is finally about to start. All the people of China who were watching the straight were all staring intently at the screen. The screen turned and jumped directly to the launch site. The only two people in the camera were Director Zhang and Li Dongxin. Director Zhang smiled and greeted the present audience in front of the TV, and then reported the excitement. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I'm here to tell you all with great excitement. In the near future, our Chinese nation's manned moon landing project will be successfully launched, and will also synchronize the live broadcast globally. Let the people of the world know the elegance of our Chinese nation. Boom, 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 boom. There was a thunderous applause. Those college students originally they were already excited when they saw Li Dongxin appear in the camera. This group of highly talented students, now that Director Zhang had broken such big news, they were even more excited beyond their control. The manned landing on the moon is not only the dream of the Chinese people, it is also the dream of their students. After looking forward to it for so many years, they finally waited for the good news that China was about to land on the moon. How could they not be excited? What's more, Li Dongxin can appear in the picture. Certainly because he played a decisive role in this, which is not only the pride of the country. More so, it is the pride of these college students of theirs. The students waved the Chinese national flag, while venting their inner excitement. See that? This is the power of China. This is the speed of China. To land on the moon. Is there anything crazier than this under the sky? This must be because great god Li Dongxin helped them overcome the technical difficulties. Otherwise how could they have announced the launch of the moon landing program so quickly? Great god Li Dongxin is invincible. Great god Li Dongxin is already a super god in the field of science and technology. No matter what obstacles he faces, he can easily solve them. If he had been born earlier, our country would have been the world's #1 power. With big brother Li Dongxin around, all the bull cable and Oxbridge would have to eat dust behind us. Big brother Li Dongxin is definitely a wizard that comes out rarely in 10,000 years. Within a month, he directly elevated China's technology to the strongest in the world. He's still so young. God knows what China's technology will become. The atmosphere at the launch event was equally enthusiastic. Although there weren't as many media as at the last nuclear control launch, but with thousands of aerospace workers gathered together, the applause was like a rolling solemn chorus that went on and on. It resounded in the Science and Technology Hall of the Space Center. Director Zhang on the meeting platform gratefully glanced at Li Dongxin and realized that he had a slight smile on his face, and it was really marvelous to be able to maintain his inner calmness in the face of such an enthusiastic scene. Director Zhang glanced down at the speech and spoke in a high tone. Here, on behalf of the space agency, I would like to pay high tribute to Mr. Li Dongxin for his hard work. With his help, China's manned moon landing project has made significant progress. I now announce, after careful study by the state it was decided. It has been decided to appoint Mr. Li Dongxin as the commander-in-chief of the moon landing project. The words have not yet fallen. All participants stood up. The launch site once again resounded with applause. Those experts who had seen Li Dong's new level of technology couldn't help but burst into tears. It's too good. It's really too good. With Mr. Li Dongxin as the commander-in-chief, China's manned moon landing project is really foolproof. Who would have thought? The super scientist who consecutively conquered the nuclear control technology, thermostatic coating, and manned moon landing technology in 1 month is actually just a young teenager like this. I can guarantee, in the next 1,000 years, it's impossible for someone to appear who can match Chief Commander Lee. He's standing at the top of science and technology, and everyone can only look up to him. I hate that I can't worship him as my teacher, although I am several dozens of years older than him. In front of him, I am like a toddler with teeth. If I can become his student, I have no regrets in death. All of Commander-in-Chief Lee's ideas transcend this era. Every one of his technologies is subversive. It's as if there are no field limitations in front of him. Anything related to technology, he can solve it with a smile. This national resolution announced by Director Zhang didn't just make the experts of the space agency's blood boil. Even the viewers in front of the screen were shocked. 2 century projects in a row in 1 month. This is too appalling. A few moments later, the mood of the whole country was completely ignitedly, and countless people cheered in front of the camera. They had previously guessed that the launch was definitely related to Lin Zhe, but they hadn't expected him to become the chief commander of the moon landing project. Together with his last status as chief commander of nuclear control, Li Dongxin had now become the first dual project commander in China since the founding of the country. The live broadcast room was also abuzz. Li Dongxin is the real YYDS. As long as he's around, there's still nothing that can't be done in China. Yesterday I had a premonition that great god Li Dongxin would definitely help the people of China realize their dream of landing on the moon. Only I didn't expect that this day would actually come so soon. Dual commander-in-chief status. This is unparalleled in the history of China. The great god Li Dongxin will surely be enshrined in the annals of history and shine brightly in the dry autumn. Has the moon landing program started? When can we land on the moon? I can't wait. No matter when we land on the moon. With big brother Li Dongxin around, it's not far from the day when the Chinese will conquer the moon. Li Dongxin on the screen. His expression remained calm, and next to him, Director Zhang impassionedly continued on. I believe that everyone is curious to know how our Chinese country's moon landing program is going. Chapter 140 Rice Panics. What I want to tell you is that under the leadership of Chief Commander Lee, we have overcome all the technical problems, and we are confident that we will complete the manned moon landing project within 3 months. The nation's netizens were blindsided by this sudden good news, and they didn't come back to their senses for half a day. Even the pop-ups stopped scrolling. A moment later, a strong cheer erupted on the land of China. The people were boiling. The dream of thousands of years was finally coming true. The screen of the live broadcast room was also completely obscured by the pop-ups. Snowflake-like comments were stacked one on top of the other, making it impossible to see what they were actually saying. 3 months? It really is 3 months. I'm definitely not hallucinating this time. What the hell happened this night? Didn't great god Li Dongxin just go to the space center yesterday? How come all the technical problems were attacked by straight cloth today? How much is this all technical problems in the end? Is there anything more exciting than this news? All of a sudden it's announced that they're going to land on the moon, and it almost gave me a heart attack. In terms of science and technology, we can 100% believe in Li Dongxin Dishun. In this world, only we can't think of. No, Li Dongxin Dishun can't do it. In ancient times, it was mother by son. Before that, it was me by country. But today I realized that there is actually a country by great god Li Dongxin. Among carbon-based organisms, I would like to call great god Li Dongxin the strongest. At this moment, the rice country on the other side of the ocean is also paying attention to this conference. When the rice boss heard the news from Director Zhang, he bounced up from his chair and stared wide-eyed. He stared at Li Dongxin on the screen. There was no blood color under his skin. His eyes were filled with horror. He couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't believe that China was actually going to land on the moon. The group of aerospace experts sitting behind him were instantly shocked by such news as well, and their faces gradually became twisted and grim. Listening carefully, there was a faint sound of gnashing of teeth. They howled like madmen. It was only less than half a month ago, and the technology of the Rice Kingdom had been trampled into dregs by the state of China. How could they not be mad? No, no, no. The Chinese are lying. They couldn't have landed on the moon. They don't have the skill. No country in the world has this technology except for my country. Rice. Even if they build a mega-launch vehicle, they'll never be able to build a lunar module, much less calculate an orbital path. 3 months' time to accomplish a moon landing. This is simply a fool's errand. They haven't even succeeded in a single manned circumlunar test, so what gives them the right to reach the sky in one step? Sir, please make sure you investigate closely. The design drawings of the Saturn V back then were definitely stolen by the Chinese. How else could they have said so? The manned moon landing technology is our last trump card. The expert in the lead could no longer care about the status disparity. The defense in his heart was completely destroyed by Li Dongxin, and at this moment, He was like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. It looks like Li Dongxin's blow to him was fatal. Unlike controlled nuclear technology, that is something that even they do not have. So, when they learned that China was the first to make a breakthrough, they were still able to maintain their scholarly demeanor and generously indicate that this is a boon to all mankind. But China suddenly announced that it was going to land a man on the moon. This brought them a completely different feeling. It is equivalent to trampling their decades of hard work into the mud. How can this group of Korean aerospace authorities accept the failure peacefully? At this time, the boss of the United States of America looked at the screen. Li Dongxin. His face was gloomy, almost able to wring out water. A country that does not have any basis for landing on the moon. 3 months can be completed to land on the moon? This would not have been something he would have believed in any way before. But this time when he saw Li Dongxin, who was sitting in the television set and smiling calmly, he really did not have a bottom in his heart. With a supreme genius like Li Dongxin around, then anything is really possible. If China does make it to the moon, then the secrets on the moon can't be kept. On the TV, Director Zhang was explaining the details of the research and development. Thanks to the genius design of Commander-in-Chief Li, many of the problems that had previously remained unsolved for a long time have all been solved. Especially the development of the super-large launch vehicle. We used the most advanced nuclear fusion engine, which contains enough energy to run the rocket for 1,000 years. And this is all due to the command of Li Dongxin. Director Zhang's humorous and heartfelt speech won a round of applause from the participants. When the experts heard this, their surprise was etched on their faces. The energy of nuclear tightening is actually so great. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to fly directly to Mars? Mr. Li Dongxin is indeed extraordinary. Actually able to apply the newly developed nuclear fusion to a carrier rocket. It seems that the future of interstellar travel is no longer far away. It's just a pity that we're all too old and may not be able to see that day. Otherwise I'd really like to go to another planet to see what the rest of the universe is like. Ha ha, you're thinking pretty far ahead. It's already not easy for us to witness the completion of China's manned moon landing project. Deng Lao gazed at Li Dongxin on the stage. A smile surfaced on his face by and by. Li Dongxin was so young. Yet he had already climbed to the peak of science and technology. In just half a month's time, he had created 3 miracles in a row. What's more, he still has such a long way to go. And under his leadership, who knows how far China's technology will develop in the future. Maybe, in the near future, Chinese people can really finish or interstellar travel, explore the deepest mysteries of the universe. Thinking about this, Deng Lao felt for the first time that life was too short and wise, so short that he could not witness the arrival of that day. All the words finally turned into just one sentence. Li Dongxin, this era will surely blossom into the brightest light because of you. At this time, it was just after 10 in the morning in China's imperial capital time. The 3 astronauts from the Chinese space station also finished their work for the day early. Yesterday they had been notified by the control center that there would be a heavy news to be announced today, and they were asked to make sure they tuned in on time. At the moment the 3 gathered in front of the screen, concentrate on watching the space agency conference. When Li Dongxin appeared in the middle of the screen, they already have a hunch that the conference of the mainland must be hard to land on the moon related. As expected, when Director Zhang, in front of the whole nation, promised that the manned lunar landing project of the state of China would be launched within 3 months. Once this news was released, it immediately set off an uproar in their hearts, and they were as excited as little children. Have you heard? There are still 3 months before we launch the moon landing program. How could it be so fast all of a sudden? And I didn't hear a peep before. Such a big thing, surely must be kept secret. The manned lunar landing technology is a secret among secrets. Without a great certainty, who will not invite the news to the public? Chapter 141 Wishes Can Come True. No, what you both said is wrong. Since Mr. Li Dongxin was appointed by the state as the commander-in-chief, he must be the one who conquered the moon landing technology. Otherwise we couldn't have been so fast. That makes sense. Remember, we talked about this on the day of the nuclear launch. And I didn't realize it would come true so soon. I can only borrow. We won't necessarily be able to make it to the moon landing. The vice captain's words immediately poked a few people's sore spots. As astronauts, their biggest dream was to represent their country and conquer the moon. But they were still a month away from the end of the mission. And by the time they returned, the moon landing project would be counting down. And the trio simply didn't have the time to do any more training for the moon landing. The 3 most promising people, who have been waiting for the stars and the moon, have finally landed on the moon in China, but they have lost the chance, so how can we not feel sorry for them? Seeing that the 2 were looking a bit forlorn, the space captain couldn't help but smile. What are you 2 doing? As long as China is able to fulfill its dream of landing on the moon in the dry years, whoever goes up there won't be the pride of the entire nation? Besides, we are the first astronauts to enter the Chinese space station. We are already contented, aren't we? Hearing the captain say this, the two men's knots were untied. The captain is right. As long as we, China, can set foot on the lunar sea of silence, whoever goes up there is just as proud of us. China, maybe we'll even have a chance to meet up. We should really thank Chief Commander Lee this time. If it weren't for him, we don't know how many years we'd have to wait for this day to come. Back at the ground center, we'll all catch up on our training and do our best to make it in time for the next moon landing. And I'm sure the day will come when our ministry will set foot on the moon. The space captain nodded and looked up in the direction of the moon with a somewhat heavy expression. Where his comrade was slumbering, his vision gradually blurred. His voice also started to become a bit poo-sing. When that day really comes, he will also rest in peace, right? At the same moment, in a family home in the imperial capital, a pair of mothers and daughters are also waiting by the TV set. The light in the screen will project the two figures on the field, appearing to be a bit now silent and lonely. The little girl was holding the freshly picked flowers in her hand and was thinking of giving them to her kindergarten teacher. But when she saw that her mother's eyes were red, she hurriedly gave her the flowers. This is what Nian you just picked in the morning. Give it to mommy. Mommy won't cry, okay? This little girl is the daughter of that hero Su Nianyu. Mom took the flowers in her daughter's hand, quietly wiped her tears away, touched the ground's little brain-wired melon, and smiled lightly through. Thank you Nianyu. Su Nianyu was still young and didn't understand what the TV was saying. She could only stare at the screen with a dumbfounded face, occasionally tilting her head in a cute way. Mom, I've seen this uncle before. What is he talking about? Su Nianyu's mom patiently explained to her. This is Uncle Zhang. Didn't you meet him yesterday? He's talking about our uncles and aunts in China who are about to go to the moon. Su Nianyu was happy between groups. Ha ha, it's too good. My wish can come true. Su Nianyue was just about to tell her mother that there was a big brother who wanted to help her pick the stars when the TV screen turned, and the pending shot of Li Dongxin appeared in the screen. When Su Nianyu saw it, she immediately jumped in excitement. Mommy! Mom! Yesterday it was this big brother who said he would help thinking moon pick stars. That's him! That's him! Su Nianyue's mother naturally recognizes Li Dongxin. From the day of the Control Core launch, Li Dongxin had just become a national idol. As the widow of a dragon astronaut, she naturally pays more attention to the news of scientific and technological talents than normal people. She took Su Nianyue to the National Assembly Hall yesterday as well, wanting her daughter to take Li Dongxin as a role model so that she can learn, but did not expect that in the blink of an eye, her daughter ran away without a trace, shocking her with a cold sweat, and she almost even had to call the police. As a result, not much time later, her daughter ran back in the ass, shocked her out of a cold sweat, asked her daughter to run where. She refused to say. It wasn't until she read the news report that she then realized her daughter had gone to beg Li Dongxin to help her go to the moon to pick stars. Looking at the gallant teenager in the screen, this mother sighed and her tone was slightly scolding. You are really a human child. How can you go to Mashu Commander-in-Chiefly? Su Nianyu there understood all this. She looked at her mother with a proud face. Big brother is a good man. He's really going to help you pick stars. Su Nianyue's mother naturally knew that Li Dongxin would not really help the Chinese Space Agency launch a manned moon landing program for the sake of a little girl's words, and that this was nothing more than something that just happened to happen to her daughter. Even so, Su Nianyue's mother is still very into the excitement of Li Dongxin. After all, China manned the moon is the husband's lifelong dream. She turned her head away, looking at the wedding photo on the wall. Her eyes reddened again. Do you see? Chief Commander Lee is going to fulfill your dream. At this time, the Space Agency's conference is also about to enter the end. Zheng, director of the hands of the speech, but also said almost all. There is only one left to end, under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief Lee. Our Chinese country's aerospace industry will surely soar to the heavens. The dream of our Chinese people for thousands of years will surely be realized. I believe that our country's first manned lunar landing project will be a complete success. After introducing the relevant details, Secretary Zhang felt that the time was almost up and was ready to publicize the last national resolution. For the people of China, this resolution is even more shocking than the previous news. Director Zhang stood up from his chair. His expression was solemn and his voice was loud, greeting the eyes of the nation. To the hundreds of millions of viewers, Zheng Yibu, after careful study by the state, decided. Commander-in-Chief Li Dongxin, who will be one of the 3 astronauts to land on the moon? Land on the moon yourself? What? Commander Li wants to land on the moon himself? Am I hallucinating again? Hundreds of millions of onlookers were in a state of confusion. The country appointed Li Dongxin as the chief commander of the manned moon landing project, and everyone could guess it. Who let people have an unrivaled level of scientific research in just half a day, on behalf of the space agency to save more than 10 years of time? This genius naturally have to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Only as the commander-in-chief of the moon landing, actually want to astronauts as the identity of the personal landing on the moon. Inevitably too appalling it. No way. This is absolutely not okay. Commander-in-Chief Li is the future of China. How can he land on the moon himself? That's too dangerous. Is our country of China running out of other astronauts? Do we have to let the great god Li Dongxing go into danger? If there's really no one, then send me up. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't risk my life as a national hero. What was the space agency thinking? Commander-in-Chief Li is a scientist, not an astronaut. And everyone knows how much of a burden going into space puts on the body. And how can he go to the moon without training in a weightless environment? Chapter 142, Never let him risk his life. This appointment must be withdrawn. The great god Li Dongxing cannot land on the moon. His life and safety is related to the future of our Chinese nation. You're risking the future of our country? We'd rather never land on the moon than to risk the life of great god Li Dongxing. Have you all forgotten about that accident? How dare you still do this? Commander Li's safety is no small matter. We all hate to offer him up. And you guys actually sent him on such a dangerous mission. You want to go crazy thinking about landing on the moon. The netizens were in a frenzy, all of them disagreeing with Li Dongxing's hasty landing on the moon. At this moment, the launch site was also in awe. Those who knew the reason for Li Dongxing were, after all, still in the minority, and most people did not understand why Li Dongxing was sent to the moon. Li Dongxing smiled slightly and took the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you're all wondering why I, as chief designer and chief engineer, would want to go to the moon as an astronaut myself? The reason is actually very simple. Since ancient times, landing on the moon has been the dream of our Chinese people. This dream has lasted for thousands of years and has only come to fruition today. In order to fulfill our common dream as soon as possible, I believe that whoever it is will have the courage to represent China on the moon. And I am no exception. I know everyone is concerned about my safety, but let's not forget that even if I don't go up there will be other astronauts going up there. This danger is the same for anyone. The equipment and instruments in the rocket and in the lunar module are all designed with my personal participation, and only when I personally control them can I maximize their performance. What's more, if I can't even trust the equipment I designed, how dare I risk the astronauts our nation has gone to such great lengths to train? Li Dongxing calmly stated his reasons without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, but the experts on the stage were shocked by his courage, moved by his selflessness. At once, applause and shouts resounded throughout the technology hall. Everyone's eyes were red. They stood up from their seats and paid a high tribute to Li Dongxing, to their commander-in-chief Li. Li Dongxing's calm demeanor and steady tone also increased the confidence of all the netizens. The atmosphere on the pop-up screen was shaken. Everyone was deeply impressed by Li Dongxing's breadth of mind and courage. In the past, I only knew of Commander-in-Chief Li's wisdom. I thought he was just a scientific research wizard, just a young man with great ambitions for his country. It seems that I was short-sighted, and only today do I realize that he is even more of a great warrior. Great god Li Dongxing's courage crowns the three armies. I'm sure he will be able to complete his mission successfully and put a period to the dream of our country of China for several dry years. The tiny moon couldn't resist the footsteps of great god Li Dongxing at all. The moment he steps on the moon, the sun will pale before him. Great god Li Dongxing, don't worry about your moon landing. We are all waiting at home for your triumph. The moment you return to your homeland, all of us, the people of China, will be supremely proud of you. In front of big brother Li Dongxing, what's a small moon? His goal is a starry sea. Inside a family home in the imperial capital, suddenly came a small child's cheer. Yeah, it's so good. Brother Li Dongxing is really going to the moon. He's going to help me pick stars. Mommy, look, my brother is going to help me pick stars. Soon Yenyue's mom covered her mouth and nodded heavily. At this moment, she has long been in tears and sobbing. At the same time, the conference hall of the meter country, which was separated by 10,000 miles, there was a cacophony of noise. The Mi space experts inside, after hearing that Li Dongxing was going to personally land on the moon, had long been in a mess. Isn't he the chief commander of China's manned moon landing project? How can he land on the moon? He hasn't gone through special spaceflight training at all. Is China joking with his life? To actually be willing to let such an outstanding genius risk his life for them? Although Li Dongxing is a Chinese national, I don't want to see a great scientific wizard go into danger just to fulfill the dreams of the Chinese people. I can't believe where he got the courage. It goes without saying how dangerous the manned moon landing project is. For what purpose on earth did he have to go to the moon himself? The rice boss was also shocked by the news. He had dealt with China all his life. It could be said that he already knew the China side like the back of his hand, but he couldn't guess this time why China was doing this. Knowing how much scientific value Li Dongxing possessed, they still agreed to risk him. This left him puzzled. China surely won't do that. So, there is only one answer. The rice boss turned around. and the look on his face changed from shock to snickering. Alright, all of you. Stop arguing. I think they're doing this for only one purpose. There's no way they could have landed on the moon. That's why they released such a smokescreen to make the Chinese people think their country has produced a warrior. I'm sure. They're sure to find an excuse in 3 months and then postpone the moon landing. They're doing this to raise their international profile. Let's just wait and see what happens. The rice boss is confident. A group of aerospace experts in the United States were also bluffed by him. They were all stunned in place, unable to speak for half a day. But is that really the case? On the TV, Li Dongxin's smile was not reduced. He took the microphone on the table in his hand and then stood up from his seat, facing the thousands of Chinese experts on stage, and even more so, facing the gazes of hundreds of millions of compatriots. He slowly said, "In a month's time, everyone will be able to see China's newest super heavy launch vehicle. At that time, we will give the whole country a satisfactory answer." A super heavy launch vehicle in a month? The netizens were shocked. Although China is known as the world's second aerospace powerhouse, and has all the launch vehicles on hand, it doesn't have a single large rocket, much less have experience in manufacturing super heavy rockets. How can Commander-in-Chief Li say it can be done in a month? And the manufacturing aspect is not design. Any small mistake can lead to the scrapping of the whole part. This is not like cartography. Drawing mistakes can still be modified. But, although they are surprised, they still absolutely believe in Li Dongxin. This half a month, too many miracles have happened to him. Every single time, the limits of human imagination were brought to a standstill, waist-deep in mad friction on the ground. This matter might be bragging to others, but to a genius like Li Dongxin, it wouldn't be that difficult. The Chinese netizens can figure it out, but they don't necessarily see it on the me side. They just know how hard it is to build super heavy rockets. Chapter 143, Building a Large Rocket in a Month. This is not. As soon as he heard Li Dongxin once again put out bold words, that group of rice space experts could not sit still. Each one of them was as if they had eaten devil's chili. Each of them was red in the face and thick in the neck. Too arrogant. This Chinese teenager is really too arrogant. He doesn't even understand the difficulty of building a super heavy rocket. It's not enough to just have drawings and technology. You need to have a manufacturer who wants to match it. Does China have such a great craftsman? He actually dared to say that he could build it in a month's time. Is he trying to deceive the people of the world? Why didn't he say he could build it in 3 days? It's really a newborn calf. He thinks that just because he's conquered nuclear fusion technology, he'll be able to play around with some technology? That's just a new energy technology. But the super heavy rocket encompasses all cutting-edge technologies. I'm suddenly looking forward to it now. I want to see what kind of thing China can build in a month's time. But don't just build a joke. Ha ha. Now the young people really do not know the sky in the sky. He thought that the super heavy launch vehicle want to create can build also do not take a good look at the Chinese industry. In the end there is no such strength. Seeing them say that, the rice boss was happy in his heart. At least they had the same opinion as himself. They all thought that the Chinese spaceflight was actually a stunt. They simply don't have that much cutting-edge technology. Trying to accomplish a manned moon landing is not something that can be done by moving your mouth up and down. Even Rice can't replicate the Saturn V rocket now, not to mention China, which had never ventured into this field. He smiled and signaled for everyone to quiet down. Well, we are now convinced that the Chinese have indeed released a smokescreen this time. That Li Dongxin in front of me said he was going to land on the moon. I didn't believe it in the first place. Now he's saying he can build large rockets in a month, which reinforces my suspicions. The Chinese are lying. They are deceiving us. The Chinese side of the space agency's conference has also ended. And after the meeting, Li Dongxin called the heads of various departments together to discuss the details of the work behind, including the standards for making super heavy launch vehicles. And after all that, it was already dark outside. After a simple dinner, Li Dongxin returned to his hotel accommodation, took a hot bath comfortably, and lay down for a good rest. The next day, Li Dongxin woke up refreshed. After a simple breakfast, he came to the space center. Those engineers who were busy saw Li Dongxin. They all stopped their work and respectfully shouted, "Good morning, Commander Li." Li Dongxin smiled kindly and looked at the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. "You are working all night?" The group of engineers, who were relatively young and basically students of the various experts, shyly scratched their heads and admitted, "You have helped us solve so many difficult problems. If we don't work our asses off, how can we be worthy of your efforts?" "Commander-in-Chief Li, yesterday I heard you say that you would build a super heavy rocket in a month. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I came over to work overtime." "Commander-in-Chief Li, you really want to land on the moon yourself? It's not dangerous, is it? Why don't I go for you? You just sit in the command center." "What are you talking about? The commander-in-chief must have something big in mind if he's going to land on the moon. Why do you have to worry about it? Besides, it's not your turn to replace him. The space agency has plenty of backup astronauts. That young engineer knew that he had slipped up and was so scared that he spat out his tongue. And before he had time to apologize, he heard a soft shout. What are you doing surrounding Chief Commander Lee in the morning? The crowd probed and bluffed, their necks craning as they hurriedly continued their work. For the visitor was none other than Director Zhang. Seeing him walk over, Li Dongxin pointed at the group of black-eyed engineers behind him. Let them go back to rest. Staying up late to work is prone to errors. Director Zhang was now obedient to Li Dongxin's words, and immediately raised his voice. Don't get busy, all of you. Hurry back to rest. Get well and come back to work. The engineers pretended not to hear and continued to bury their heads in the sand. Director Zhang smiled awkwardly at Li Dongxin and raised his tone once again. It's Chief Commander Li's instructions. Good guy. As soon as they heard that it was the words of Commander-in-Chief Li, they looked at each other, without saying a word, immediately put down their tools and trotted back to the dormitory to rest. It looks like their reverence for Li Dongxin has long exceeded that of their own top boss, and Director Zhang gave a thumbs up with a face of adoration. Chief Commander Li, it is still good for you to speak, or else this group of little brats would really dare to disobey the order. Li Dongxin smiled with a calm demeanor. They are also doing it for their work. Are all the people here? Director Zhang nodded, saying that the two of them stepped into the conference hall not far away, where a group of aerospace experts were seated, intently waiting for Li Dongxin's arrival. As soon as Li Dongxin entered the door, this group of experts stood up in a hurry and neatly asked Li Dongxin for the morning, and it was obvious that Li Dongxin had already had absolute prestige in their hearts. Li Dongxin waved his hand, signaling them to take their seats. Next, I'll assign the detailed work behind. Since the super heavy rocket was to be completed in a month's time, there was no shortage of meticulous work division, and last night before going to bed, Li Dongxin had already assigned the production steps. As long as they were able to follow their plan and implement it step by step, then in less than a month, China's first super heavy launch vehicle would meet the world. The fusion engines were given to the Aerospace Power Group, and according to the program, they can be built in 10 days. Lunar Module to Space Center Lab 1. 20 days is plenty of time. The capsule is in the care of Space Center Lab 3. You have 15 days. As Li Dongxin had an early arrangement in his mind, the manufacturing work of all the parts was quickly assigned by him. Those experts recorded while secretly sighing in admiration. Commander-in-Chief Li is really a heavenly wizard. Such a complicated job is well organized by him. Chapter 144, Countdown to Test Fire. The manufacturing of the super heavy launch vehicle of the Chinese Space Agency is nearing its end, and everyone is working in a tight schedule. Director Zhang, in particular, had been thoroughly entrenched in the Space Center, overseeing the manufacturing of the rockets without moving an inch, fearing that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the test-firing phase of the rockets within a month. This day has been a day and a night without resting. Zhang Director is resting in the room, now that it had reached the final stage. Every moment his nerves were in a tense state, afraid of the slightest problem. Eyes just closed, half asleep, half awake. The office door was knocked open with a bang. Startled, he immediately straightened his body, only to see the head of the power group barge in. Director Zhang's heart sank and he thought something big had happened, only to see that the person in charge of the joy on his face. As soon as he entered the door, he exclaimed excitedly, "It's done! It's done! Director Zhang! We did it!" Director Young was busy asking what the situation was. That person in charge couldn't hold back his inner excitement, and his hands holding the design drawings began to tremble slightly. We finished assembling all the rocket parts in accordance with Commander Li's design. Now all that's left is to test the parameters, and then the countdown to test firing will begin. As soon as Director Zhang heard this, the tired body was like a shot of chicken blood, instantly revitalized. Without saying a word, he ran directly towards the assembly workshop. The speed was so fast that he almost hit the passing engineer. When I arrived at the assembly workshop, I only saw that a huge steel behemoth was lying on the launcher. Hundreds of white-clad engineers were doing the final monitoring. When the other group leaders saw Director Zhang, they immediately all gathered around. Everyone looked excited. It was as if they had encountered some great joy. Director Zhang, Chief Director Li's design is simply flawless. The design parameters he gave are ridiculously accurate, especially when the engine was assembled. According to the refinement coefficients he gave us, we combined two different parts together, and the traces of the connecting seams were not even visible. It was amazing. Not only that, even when the engine was assembled to the rocket, it was perfectly combined with the rest of the device, and the non-linear connection method he originated was so practical. That's right, the amount of cable used on this rocket is 70% less than we designed it to be, and it's much safer in terms of recovery. Now that all the equipment has been tested, We only need to do the final overall test, and we can announce the countdown to the test launch. Director Zhang didn't say anything, just quietly walked over to the launcher and stroked the arrow with both hands. This sudden feeling of joy stimulated every cell in his body. He was completely intoxicated by this unexpected success. A few moments later, the person in charge of the test group walked down from the launcher, came to Director Zhang, and forced his heart to hold back the ecstasy, loudly announcing to everyone, "The Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle test is complete. Ready for launch countdown." Boom, boom, boom. The assembly hall at the Space Center erupted in thunderous applause, this time different from the usual kind, but a frenzied, almost frenzied, clapping. The applause and cheering went on for a full minute before it gradually stopped. Director Zhang looked up at the streamlined rocket. His eyes were filled with excitement and pride, excited that the dream of landing on the moon is about to be realized, proud of China's possession of Li Dongxin. At this moment, he seemed to go back to a distant era. In that era, this was how they realized the dream of a great spacefaring nation step by step. Director Zhang dialed Li Dongxin's cell phone amidst the cheers of the crowd. He wanted to report this good news to Li Dongxin at the first opportunity. "Commander-in-Chief Li, reporting a good news for you. The first experimental launch vehicle has been assembled and passed all tests. We can now enter the countdown to launch." "Yes, I'll tell the nation the good news immediately." Hanging up the phone, Space Center once again erupted in a burst of cheers. It was as loud as a monstrous wave. That night, people for their cell phones suddenly popped up a piece of information. "Li Dongxin No. 1 rocket assembly is complete. Will be test fired in 3 days to lift off." This shocked everyone. They knew that the manned moon landing project was being prepared, and at first, Li Dongxin had said that the assembly of the super heavy launch vehicle would be completed within a month. At that time, except for the Chinese, all other countries did not believe it, especially Rice. They also criticized China's launch vehicle technology on various online platforms. To say that China simply can't build a super heavy launch vehicle, let alone accomplish the feat in a month, it's a complete fool's errand. I didn't realize the moment of the punch in the face would come so quickly. It's now just half a month past. The space agency has suddenly released a message. It says the launch vehicle is in the countdown for test launch. It was a hard slap in the face to the mic. The key is, still ahead of schedule. Now the people of China are completely boiling. Compared to other things, it's the moon landing that is the dream of all Chinese people. For a moment, this information was reprinted like crazy. Reprinted up to hundreds of millions of times. The heat was comparable to a nuclear control launch. Netizens flocked to the space agency's Douyin account and kept asking for specific news. "Li Dongxin No. 1. That's a good name." Commander-in-Chief Li played a decisive role in this. His name should be used as a memorial. "Aerospace Dad, can't we talk in halves? At least tell us what's going on. Didn't you say it would take a month to complete? We're only halfway through. I would like to ask, since there is Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle, isn't there No. 2 and No. 3 as well? Reveal it quickly, or I won't be able to sleep at night. I can't sleep anymore." How on earth did Mr. Li Dongxin do it? I'm also in the heavy industry, and a rocket of this size can't even be built in half a year, let alone half a month. Kneel down and beg Commander-in-Chief Li to hold a conference and tell us the specific details. Let us also slap the Rice people hard. I now believe in this matter of landing on the moon in 3 months as said by the great god Li Dongxin. It's only been half a month since we finished building the rocket, and 3 days later we're in the test firing stage. That's the speed of China. Now I especially want to ask, people of Rice, does your face hurt? The news caused a furor at home and abroad. Many countries took notice, as they marveled at China's amazing speed of development. They're also all salivating over the manned moon landing technology. Mao Zi, a fellow spacefaring nation, sent a message of congratulations on the same day, and took the initiative to offer to practice technology sharing with China, including energy, space and even JUN affairs. After the Maoist country made this start, the countries surrounding China were not willing to show weakness, and they expressed their willingness to jointly develop outer space with China, even if it is to play a hand, especially the Sakura country. Their bigwigs even said that they were willing to provide 200,000 automobile engines for China every year, as long as they can figure to share some moon soil with them after the moon landing. Chapter 145, Super Heavy Launch Vehicle Launched. After all, most of China's neighbors are small countries, and they don't yet have the strength to complete such a large project. China's official media quickly publicized the news. The netizens' national pride was once again sublimated. What does it mean to be proud of your country? What does it mean for all nations to come to court? This is, with General Director Li. Is there anything under the sky that China can't do? For a time, Li Dongxin almost became synonymous with the technology of China. Netizens frantically. Space Agency came forward and invited Li Dongxin to personally participate in the rocket test launch. kill a good bit of the prestige of the people of the meter. Yo! Even the cherry blossom country has come to show us favor. Didn't you always help Rice to bully us? Now you know who your father is? The manned moon landing technology is our bottom card. No one can share it. Not even the frontal country. Such a cutting-edge technology must be in our hands. That's right. The more cutting-edge the technology, the less it can be leaked. Great God Li Dongxin also said that his technology can only be used by the people of China. Other countries can't even think about it. It's already this time. Why hasn't Chief Commander Li shown up yet? I wonder if the great God Li Dongxin will attend the rocket test launch in 3 days, regardless of whether he participates or not. I believe that Li Dongxin one launch vehicle will be able to successfully complete the mission. That said, the appearance of the rocket has not been issued. Deng Lao also received the news from the space agency at the first time. He was presiding over an important meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences at that time. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately put down all the work at hand and hurriedly rushed to the space center. The dream of landing on the moon for so many years, it's finally coming true. He sat in the special car. A never-before-seen luster erupted in his eyes. Li Dongxin, China's dream for thousands of years. It's finally going to be done in your hands. After receiving the notification, Deng Lao rushed towards the space center at breakneck speed. As soon as he got off the plane, he couldn't wait to head to the assembly workshop. There was a group of engineers waiting for him there. Just entering the workshop, Deng Lao was stunned by the scene in front of him, only to see a steel behemoth, tens of meters tall, standing right in front of him. The appearance of the streamlined body emphasized its power. It was as if it was about to rush into space at any moment. Elder Deng gulped, his eyes rolling. He had never seen such a grand and spectacular rocket. Humans were as small as ants in front of it. He steps closer to the launch vehicle. The lights on the launch vehicle flashed, although there was still a great distance between the two. But Deng Lao could already feel the sizzling breath coming from this huge body. The launch vehicle had just gone through a thrust test, and Deng Lao could clearly hear the residual roar of the engine. He could not believe his eyes. Everything in front of him was too unreal. Deng Lao did not expect Li Dongxin's rocket manufacturing level to have reached this realm. The appearance of this rocket looked extremely sci-fi. It was completely different from the cylindrical shape of a conventional launch vehicle. Deng Lao's heartbeat accelerated. The expression was wooden, completely mesmerized by the streamlined beauty of the arrow. This was the first time he had lost his temper after controlling the nuclear reactor. Deng Lao stared at the rocket with unblinking eyes, his face gradually becoming flushed. He couldn't help but ask the people around him, "Is this the ultimate super heavy launch vehicle?" Director Zhang walked to his side, together with Elder Deng. He looked up at Li Dongxin. Although he had seen the computer-synthesized model a long time ago, but how could that feeling compare to seeing the real thing? The authenticity of this rocket overwhelmed him. It was also the first time he had experienced, firsthand, the power of this giant carrier extinction arrow. Director Zhang nodded, his excitement not fading at all. That's right, this is the final form of Li Dongxin. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe that it could actually be built. Just now we conducted a final test of the rocket and found that it is not only capable of accomplishing manned missions to the moon, but even exploring Mars, especially in terms of heat insulation. The aero body will not cause great friction after returning to the atmosphere from space, and it can be completely insulated from the high temperatures outside the aero body. That means, it can be recycled and used many times. Speaking here, Director Zhang took a deep breath. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chief Director Li's scientific research level has long surpassed this era. He has created miracle after miracle, and now I can't describe his talent. In the field of science, Commander-in-Chief Li has become a legend. Director Zhang kept praising Li Dongxin, and the other engineers were also full of admiration. At this moment in their hearts, Chief Commander Li is the ceiling of the scientific community, an unbeatable existence, a record that can never be broken in science and technology. Deng Lao also empathized with this. Have you notified Commander-in-Chief Li? The countdown to the test launch of the rocket has begun. When the day comes to launch, he'll have to be the one to push the launch button. Also, you guys have to do further tests on the arrows again. Be sure to make sure it works once and for all. You have to know, not only are our Chinese people paying attention to this matter right now, but even the meter country, which is far away across the ocean, is likewise paying attention to our first test firing experiment. If the test launch fails due to any flaws in the middle, it will have a big impact on our country. When Director Zhang heard this, his expression became serious. How could he not understand what Elder Tang said? It was because of the failure of the lunar ring test that led to the stagnation of China's manned lunar landing project for so many years. This was a joke to some countries. Now that it was hard to get back on track for the moon landing, how dare he take it lightly? The agitation in Director Zhang's heart gradually calmed down. You can rest assured, that I have already reported this matter to General Commander Lee, and he is already on his way here. We would never have launched the rocket into the air so easily if we hadn't gotten a test from Commander-in-Chief Lee. The painful lesson from back then is still fresh in my mind. What's more, this also concerns the safety of General Commander Lee. None of us dare to be sloppy in this matter. Director Zhang's eyes were firm. Together with the group of engineers behind him, they all looked at Elder Tang with solemn expressions. None of them wanted to experience another accident. Seeing them say that, Elder Deng put his heart down and summoned the crowd to the lab for the final simulation of liftoff, so that the experimental data could be centralized and handed over to Li Dongxin for review when he arrived. After all, he had designed the rocket, and he was the only one who truly understood its various properties. Chapter 146 Literary Attainments. Just as Elder Deng and the others were experimenting, the social media platforms of Rice were also abuzz. To know, manned moon landing technology is their last position. Once it is lost, then Rice will be completely surpassed by China in terms of international status. For this reason, they have been frantically mocking China on Twitter, trying to use psychological warfare to crush the self-confidence of the Chinese people. I don't believe the Chinese can build a manned rocket, before saying 1 month, and now saying that they are about to enter the countdown for test launching, which is obviously a lie. Chinese, you guys wake up. Although you have the genius boy, you can't accomplish the manned moon landing project with him alone. This kind of nonsense is only believed by the Chinese. They think that manned spaceflight is a single technology. It's a state-of-the-art technology that combines various technologies, and China can't do it at all. They can't even build a 7-nanometer photolithography machine, and they're thinking of landing on the moon? It's simply a fool's dream. Even if I give you another 20 years, you Chinese won't be able to go to the moon. Alas, this Chinese teenager actually wants to land on the moon himself, but it's a pity. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it back. Rice netizens were extremely mocking to the best of their ability, and they were all sorts of mouths on the internet. Unbeknownst to them, the talented young man they were talking about had already arrived at the Chinese Space Agency, making final preparations for the first stage of the test launch. On that day, the official media of China directly released a message that directly showed the hypocritical face of the people of the United States. Co can go. I can also go. The Chinese will complete the manned moon landing. The author of this article uses his pen like a knife. The writer of this article has written like a knife. He has dissected the villainous mentality of the people of the United States. It is profound and has its own insights. It's unique, and it's a real treat. Once released, it was quickly pursued by netizens. This is what you call an article. Not only is it sharply worded, but it directly puts the jealousy of the people of the country of Kai into words. Ha ha ha. Really addictive. The author is so sharp. How did he come up with all these words? Not mentioning rice in every sentence, yet not leaving rice in every word. I've already reprinted this article. I'm going to let that arrogant group of people in the meter country take a good look at what it means to be a true man of culture. If you want to fight a war of words with China, you won't even be qualified in your next life. Seeing this article made me want to kneel down for the author. How in the world did he come up with this kind of thought into writing? It's really marvelous. I'd like to call it the #1 literary hero of our time. The MiG has suffered a defeat this time, and I'm afraid he's going to jump out of his skin in anger this time. I really want to see what kind of expression he has now. It must be very wonderful. In the consensus of the netizens, the author of this article, known as a pen that can defeat 100,000 soldiers. At this time, the rocket assembly workshop located in the Chinese Space Agency was now also bustling with activity. Once Li Dongxin arrived, the hearts of all the engineers settled down. Perhaps even they themselves had yet to realize that they had long since taken Li Dongxin as their backbone. As long as he was here, even if he didn't do anything and was only watching, their hearts were all settled. It's like a child learning to swim in a pool with the child's father standing right next to him. As long as he's there, the child is at ease. Li Dongxin was standing at the top of the rocket, checking the experimental data according to the plan, when Tang Lao walked over, with a mysterious smile on his face. Li Dongxin, I was really surprised. You are not only a scientific research genius, you actually have such high attainments above literature. Your article was so widely acclaimed by the people that it is now included in the textbook. Once those guys in the United States saw your article, they are all honest now and no longer dare to speak out on the internet. Some literary scholars say that this article of yours is comparable to the diatribe against the thieves back then. They say that you are worth 100,000 soldiers with one pen, and I don't think that's true at all. Li Dongxin looked indifferent after hearing Dang Lao's words. I just wrote it casually on the airplane. It's better than nothing. Dang Lao admired, even thumbs up. By the way, now the experts of each group are inside the conference room, waiting to report to you the progress of the work. Also, have you finalized the time for the rocket test launch? The Weather Bureau sent over all the weather forecasts for the last few days. They're all sunny and the wind is not too strong. Very suitable for a rocket test launch. And should the media be notified of this rocket test launch? Will it be broadcast live? Dang Lao threw out all the questions in his head. He knew that Li Dongxin was a 7 knowledge mind. Not to mention these few questions. Even if there were 10 or 8 more questions, it would be a piece of cake for him. As expected, Li Dongxin answered Dang Lao's questions one by one in the order in which they were asked. Especially in the last way of publicity, Li Dongxin did not think twice about choosing the live broadcast. There is no other reason. This rocket test launch is only an experimental stage. But for the 1.4 billion people in China, it is a wait of thousands of years. Launching China's first super heavy launch vehicle into the air in front of them will not only increase the people's national self-confidence, it can also defend China's international status once again. Usually when other countries do large-scale experiments, they wait until they are completed before announcing them, just to avoid hitting the people's self-confidence after a failure. But Li Dongxin didn't have to worry about this at all. He had the system, and as long as it was a device or problem that he had touched, it could be solved, and the solution was extremely fast. Just like this inspection of the Li Dongxin No. 1 manned rocket, when he had just reached out and touched the rocket, images of the various parts had automatically formed in his mind, and all the problems inside would be exposed to him. So what might take days for the space agency to accomplish in his hands, is only a matter of 10 minutes. After Li Dongxin finished looking at the last piece of data, he followed Deng Lao to the conference room of the Space Center, which was already filled with experts from the individual project teams. Many of them were familiar faces. As soon as they saw Li Dongxin, they all stood up from their positions and gave him the warmest applause. Li Dongxin smiled and nodded, signaling for them to start the meeting. I've already checked the main body of the rocket. There's nothing wrong with it. I've decided to set the test firing for tomorrow morning. Boom, boom, boom. Li Dongxin's words gave the on-site experts a peace of mind, and they worked tirelessly these days for fear that something would go wrong during the assembly process. Now that they heard Li Dongxin say this, their hanging hearts were put down. And this feeling is wonderful, like the examination results are recognized by parents. After Li Dongxin finished speaking, Director Zhang then added, in accordance with Chief Director Li's instructions, this rocket test firing experiment, we will take the form of a live broadcast. Chapter 147, Space Capsule Installation Completed. The purpose is to let the whole country see that the dream that our country of China has had for 1,000 years is finally coming true. And it's also important to show certain countries what the real speed of China is. 2. This rocket test launch must be a success. I also believe in, under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief Li, our Chinese aerospace industry will surely move forward toward a more heavenly goal. Director Zhang's words had just ended. The scene once again erupted into violent applause. Everyone was thrilled. They looked at Li Dongxin with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. That night, the official media of the space agency once again released a message: China's first super heavy launch vehicle will be lifted off at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Once this news was sent out, the whole network immediately boiled up. Whether it was the people of China, or reporters from all over the country, all focused on the rocket test launch at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and countless self-media are also scrambling to report the rocket test launch related information. For a time, on top of the network, all kinds of information is all over the place, and the speculations on the major network forums in China are also coming and going. And there are also countless messages from netizens in these posts. As long as the rocket test firing is successful tomorrow, does it mean that China can accomplish a man landing on the moon? The space agency is really being a bit stingy and not sending out a picture so we can see what the rocket looks like in advance. Tonight is bound to be another sleepless night. Every time great god Li Dongxin makes a move, the entire country of China will be too excited to sleep. God forbid. Be sure to let our rocket launch successfully. We Chinese have been waiting for this day for thousands of years. Countless people were anticipating and looking forward to it. This night was extremely long for the people of China. Many people really didn't sleep either. According to the news information, the national television will be broadcast live, and at this time the live channel has been opened in front of the rocket launcher, picture framed only from a distance. The tens of meters high launcher is pea-sized in the shot, but even so this is enough to attract countless people. They all waited quietly in front of the screen, until 3 a.m. when an update on the progress popped up on the screen. Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle being installed. The words were like firecrackers set off in the dead of night. It directly dispersed everyone's sleepiness. The pop-up screen suddenly turned into a mudslide, vastly blocking the live broadcast screen. See, a shiny rocket was set up, but it's too far away, so I can't really see it. Strange. The shape of this rocket seems a bit wrong. The engine part of the carrier rocket is said to be the thickest part, and it looks as if the top and bottom are about the same thickness, and the center is thin instead. Hiss. This TV station too. Don't they know to get the camera closer? I still have to take screenshots and zoom in. I guess it'll have to be fully erected before the space agency releases the final state. But I have a feeling our rocket is going to blow people away. Although netizens could not see the details of the rocket, the blurred shape of the rocket has made their hearts pound. Meanwhile, the interior of the Space Center is now brightly lit with all the engineers making final preparations for the rocket launch. Even Li Dongxin, who was the commander-in-chief, is on guard at the Launch Control Center tonight. From the time of the rocket test launch, is not down 5 not hours. He persevered in the workplace. Director Zhang couldn't bear to see him work too hard and tried to persuade Li Dongxin to take a rest first. Commander-in-chief Li, why don't I arrange for someone to send you back to your room for a rest? You don't need to keep an eye on the whole thing now that the rockets have already started to be set up. You can rest assured. Our engineers are very careful, and after the erection is completed, they will scrutinize all the details to ensure that there will be no medical or any mistakes. I'll wake you up when it's 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, Director Zhang's persuasion did not work. Li Dongxin insisted on seeing the rocket erection completed. Deng Lao sat beside Li Dongxin and comforted Director Zhang with a smile. How come you still don't understand the character of Commander-in-Chief Li until now? The reputation of our country is at stake in this rocket test firing, and he won't rest easy until it's all ready. What's more, he's guarding the place, so if any problems arise during the installation, he can get to them without too much delay. Director Zhang glanced at Deng Lao and sighed. Just as he wanted to speak, he was stopped by Deng Lao. You don't have to worry about me either. I'm in good spirits right now. Even if I go back inside the hotel, I won't be able to sleep. So you should be busy to go to busy you. We two, one old and one young, will be in the guard you. Had. Young director now really have no recourse. Can only shake his head out of the control center. To the door also looked back. The heart cannot help but feel a sentence. Alas, in case these two are really exhausted, how can I explain to the country? In fact, not to mention Li Dongxin, he himself did not have much rest these days. Lying in bed also tossed and turned and could not sleep. He looked as if he was more nervous than everyone else as he watched the rocket test firing about to begin. On the other side, the Li Dongxin one rocket was also being prepared in a tight schedule, and from time to time, it reported the situation to the control center. The units have been installed. The condition of the lines is being tested. Engine 1 commissioning complete. Ready for launch. Second engine commissioning complete. Ready for launch. Lunar landing simulation silo installed. Communications good. Capsule installed. Communications good. One exciting news after another came. Deng Lao sat in the control center. His face was already unable to hide his joy. It seemed like he could already see the scene of the rocket lifting off. Thinking back to China's space journey over the years, it had been discriminated against by too many countries. Since that accident, many people have ridiculed the fact that it would be impossible for China to complete a moon landing within 30 years. This has made all astronauts hold their breath, vowing to fulfill the dream of China's manned moon landing project. I didn't expect. Just half a month, China re-entered the moon landing experiment. As long as this rocket is successfully launched into its intended orbit in the morning, then the Chinese people's dream of landing on the moon will be half realized. Thinking of this, Deng Lao looked at Li Dongxin gratefully, and his heart already did not know how to express his feelings. Li Dongxin, as the commander-in-chief of the manned lunar landing project, looked at the launch vehicle in the screen, but a quiet look. 148. The countdown to launch begins. Just at this moment, the radio of the control center, came an excited message. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li Dongxin. One launch vehicle erection completed. Please inspect. Hearing the sound of the broadcast, Deng Lao stood up from his chair with a miso, his eyes staring at the giant rocket on the screen. It's already time for the final inspection. As long as the overall check is fine, then the rocket can lift off on time at 8 a.m. The corner of Li Dongxin's mouth lifted slightly as he led Deng Lao to the launch site. Under the night, a silver steel giant was standing on the launcher. The moon's clear and cold light sprinkled on the rocket. Like a dream, the erection engineers saw Li Dongxin coming over and reported their good news to Li Dongxin. Chief Commander Li, there was no collision during the operation, and the aero body fits perfectly with the launcher. Ready to be launched into the air. All of the individual rocket units have been checked and there are no problems. And there's very little wind today. Perfect for launching. The analog bins are all installed as well. And with the communication equipment you designed, we'll be able to receive timely feedback even when we're above space. The ground command center has just contacted the space station, and the astronauts up there will be tracking the entire rocket after liftoff. All of these people are so excited that they can't wait to get to the rocket test launch countdown. They can't even wait for the last 4 hours or so. Li Dongxin placed his hand on the rocket's aero body. A clear cold sensation penetrated his body, and a piece of rocket status data began to present itself in his mind. Li Dongxin quickly scrutinized it once. And indeed, as they said, the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle was indeed ready for launch. At his command, China's first super heavy launch vehicle could lift off. Seeing Li Dongxin's relaxed look, the engineers standing aside also put their hearts down. Now no matter what they encountered, as long as Li Dongxin himself said that there was no problem, they could only feel at ease. At this time, the deputy chief engineer in charge of this transit walked up to Li Dongxin with a respectful attitude. Commander-in-Chief Li, just now a reporter from the national television station came over to ask if it was possible to enter the launch site and get close enough to film. They also need to prepare articles and such earlier, and many Chinese netizens are now waiting in front of their screens to see the real face of Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle. Li Dongxin thought about it and nodded in agreement. The original reason for not live streaming the setup process was to prevent leaks. It is important to know that during the rocket transit process, not all parts have been installed, such as the space capsule and the lunar module, which are installed into the interior of the extinguished Arrow only after the Arrow body is stabilized. Once this type of footage is known abroad, they can see the inside of the rocket through the footage from the installation. That's why also has partitions covering the top of the launcher when the rocket unit is installed, so that a certain country's satellites can't get a picture of the rocket. Now that the rocket launch is a few hours away, all the preparations are complete and national television can be allowed to get close enough to film. So, just as the netizens were waiting a bit anxiously, the screen suddenly shook. A uniquely shaped rocket appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The appearance with metallic texture, together with the shape that is different from the regular rocket, directly shocked all the netizens. What's going on? Why can I see clearly all of a sudden? What is this? It's so strange. It can't be. This is a launch vehicle. Oh my god. Is this a rocket? It looks so much like a flying machine in a science fiction movie. Is it possible that the TV station is showing the wrong picture? This is the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle, isn't it? No wonder the space agency didn't expose it before. It's so beautiful. I want to touch it myself. This is not a rocket. It's a perfect work of art, with a smooth surface that reflects light. Does it look like an alien ship from a movie? This must have been designed by the great god Li Dongxin. Only a genius like him can design a rocket that is different from the norm. Netizens have marveled at the shape and design of Li Dongxin No.1. Also once again, they were overwhelmed by Li Dongxin's outstanding talent. For them, this kind of shock and excitement is not new. Since the introduction of the controlled fusion reactor, Li Dongxin has brought too many wonders to the world, starting with lighting up the country of China and then the introduction of thermostatic coatings. Now he has even built a very sci-fi rocket. The genius of his creations strikes a nerve again and again. Even the overseas Chinese who are far away from their home country also feel immensely proud of their motherland. I'm so excited. I have been abroad for so many years, and this is the first time I have felt the strong power of the motherland. Now I really want to rush out of the street and tell all the foreigners that we Chinese are the most marvelous. I really didn't expect that our first launch vehicle would be so beautiful. It's 10,000 times more beautiful than the Saturn V of Rice back then. I'm here to wish the motherland a successful experiment. My classmates are also watching the live broadcast, and they are all amazed at the talent of Mr. Li Fingerhut, and looking at their envious eyes. I am really so happy. Our motherland is really strong. I will return to my country as soon as I graduate. I'm going to use what I've learned to make a valuable contribution to the development of my country. This is what Commander Li taught me. It's as if I can see the image of Chinese people setting foot on the moon. This rocket is like a ship escorting us to the other side of our dreams. Long live the motherland. To make it easier for netizens to visualize the rocket, Li Dongxin even allowed multiple cameras to film it without dead angles. Anyway, it's all ready now. And even if other countries find some traces of it, there's no way they can build it. At first, the mic had condescendingly said that even if they gave the drawings of the photolithography machine to China, they couldn't build it. And now Li Dongxin had already returned the words. Just in his newly published article, even if China released the rocket design drawings, none of you could build this kind of launch vehicle. It's already dawn. The eyes of everyone in the world are now focused on this ship. The Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin looked at the countdown on the wall and announced the latest instruction. Make final preparations. Countdown to rocket launch begins. Chapter 149. The rocket rises from the ground. After a long wait, the time was close to 8 o'clock in the morning. It was an early morning with fair winds and pleasant temperatures, perfect for a rocket launch. People close to the rocket launching base have come out of their homes to witness the lifting off of the Li Dongxin No.1 carrier rocket. Some even had their astronomical telescopes out, ready to follow the whole rocket liftoff picture. Hundreds of people gathered together in twos and threes. And even the grandparents who usually like to stroll in the park and walk the birds are now standing on the balcony, looking out toward the rocket launching base. I said, Lao Lu, this rocket looks different from the previous one. The previous rocket looked like a big chimney. This looks a little like a peanut. Too thick, center thin. Oops. As soon as I see you don't pay attention to current affairs, the news said that this is designed by Chief Director Lee, which is many times more advanced than the previous rockets. Oh yo. Terrific. Amazing. We're in good times. There's a Commander Lee in China. Now everyone in China is in the limelight. But I have heard that many foreigners now want to dig Commander-in-Chief Lee over there. Not to mention the faraway island nation. They still want to marry their princess to Commander-in-Chief Lee. But he turned it down flat. Hey. They try their best to be alright. What ball princess can be worthy of Commander-in-Chief Lee? They are just looking at the technology of our country of China. Oh, right. Your family that astronomical telescope? Your grandson bought that a few days ago. Move out and let me take a look. He took it away a long time ago. He's probably watching rockets with a bunch of kids on the mountain. Don't think about it. Just watch it. A group of elderly people barred their dry cigarettes, unable to hide the pride in their dim eyes. These people who had witnessed the early development of China had high expectations in their hearts for the strength of the motherland. Having waited for most of their lives for this day of China's revival, the old men who had previously achieved honors on the battlefield wore their commemorative medals on their chests. In their opinion, only by dressing formally like this is it worthy of witnessing the liftoff of Li Dongxin No. 1. At the same time, far away from the other side of the ocean in the United States has been the night. Since these conceited people in the United States, in the internet was Li Dongxin after an article to calm down. All dare not blindly fooling around on the internet again. One by one, they crouched honestly in front of their computers, waiting for the test launch of China's rockets. When they saw the shape of the rocket, they all couldn't help but let out a gasp. Oh, my God. It's so handsome. It's simply super invincibly handsome. Why can't our rice scientists build it? Jesus. Look at the smooth lines. And the metallic casing. Is this really just a rocket? It's totally comparable to the artwork in Rufus Palace. I really wish I was Chinese now so I could make no secret of my love for it. I've only seen this kind of image in Hollywood blockbusters. I didn't expect that the Chinese people would actually turn a movie into reality. I wonder what it will be like when it lifts off in a few moments. What kind of fuel does it have? Is it solid or liquid? I can't wait to see it lift off now. I now have every reason to believe that this Chinese teenager is the creator. How else could he possess such amazing technology? Please forgive me for my previous blabbering. I will worship you as a god in the future. The appreciation of the people of Rice for Li Dongxin No. 1 was undisguised. This praise came completely from the heart. They had been completely overwhelmed by Li Dongxin's genius design. As the Chinese netizens say, if you want to conquer the strong man, then you have to be stronger than him. This saying applies to all countries, and it applies even more to the unbeatable Rice. Today, the people of China have their own super heavy launch vehicle, and the conquest of the moon is close at hand. It was time to show the people of the world just who could represent the most advanced technology of mankind. The people of China are not the only ones who have this idea. Even the boss of the rice country is clear about the importance of it. At this moment, he was sitting in a luxurious office, and on the TV screen in front of him, a live broadcast of the Chinese TV station was playing. He looked grimly at the Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle with his brow clenched in thought. Behind him sat a group of aerospace experts, and when they saw that boss' face looked bad, one of them didn't even dare to utter a single breath. The rice boss looked at the time, less than half an hour before the Chinese rocket test launch. He turned his body and looked at Musk in front of him, who had once made Rice proud, and slowly spoke. Have you ever seen a similar rocket design before? Musk shook his head. A pair of blue eyes rolled twice before he began to answer his question. It's unseen in reality except inside a movie. This design is completely against the rocket design parameters. From its construction, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to sustain the rocket into its intended orbit, either with solid or liquid fuel. And this Li Dongxin No. 1 has an irregular oval shape as a whole, so once it encounters strong winds at high altitude, it's likely to deviate from its intended course. The manned moon landing project is not an ordinary experiment. Any slight error in the middle may cause irreparable damage. Isn't that what caused the accident in China back then? So, I personally believe that this rocket test launch in China can only be seen as an attempt at a new type of rocket, and is simply unable to undertake a manned mission to the moon. Hearing Musk say that, the rice boss squeezed out a rare smile, and a countdown came from the TV screen. Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle. Countdown ready. All the cameras of the Chinese TV station were given to Li Dongxin, who in the picture was staring at the numbers on the display, and director Zhang, sitting beside him, had already begun broadcasting the countdown to the rocket launch. 10, 9, 8. The netizens who were watching the live stream jumped up and down with excitement. It was already the last minute. How could they still sit still? With the sound coming from the cell phone, many people shouted together. 7, 6, V. On a hill not far from the rocket launch site, A group of young people are looking through astronomical telescopes, waiting for the moment when the rocket lifts off. They raised their hands above their heads, each heartbeat quickening with the countdown. 4, 3, 2. In the middle of the screen, Li Dongxin has pressed his hand on the red button. The atmosphere in the control center had reached its peak. All the engineers were staring dead at the rocket on the screen. 3, 2. Light the fire. With Chief Zheng's final broadcast, Li Dongxin quickly pressed the launch button. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from outside. Blue flames shoot out from the tail of the rocket. Li Dongxin no. One pulls up and rises. There was a round of applause all over the land of China. The live broadcast screen was also swept by pop-ups. Liftoff. It's lifting off. Look at this. China's first super heavy launch vehicle has been successfully launched. I'm so excited. The flame is different from any previous rocket. It's like a blue sun on the end of a rocket. It's beautiful. Look closely. The blue fire at the jet's mouth is made up of countless tiny flames. Holy cow. Each flame carries a Marco ring. This is too sci-fi. Is this a rocket or an alien ship or what? Except for a loud bang when it ignited. You can barely hear the flame jets now. Wow. This acceleration is too fast, right? It only took a few seconds for the rocket to fly into mid-air. What kind of propellant fuel is it using? Chapter 150, Rice restarts manned moon landing project. Netizens marveled at the way the rocket flew. In their impression, a rocket should eject a large amount of flame and then rise slowly into the air. But Li Dongxin no. One was in a state of continuous acceleration at the same time he started the engine. The monitoring equipment in the ground control center kept a close eye on the rocket's various data. On the live feed, real-time reports are coming in. Optical tracking is normal. USB radar tracking normal. Dual optical radar tracking normal. Rocket flight attitude normal. Remote radar tracking normal. Reports of the rocket's flight data continue to come in from the live feed. The cameras of the national TV station are now less than the figure of the rocket. Just less than 30 seconds have passed, and the rocket has already risen into the sky, leaving only a few flight traces in the sky. The group of astronomy enthusiasts on the mountain all cheered, because through their telescopes, they clearly observed that the rocket had begun to adjust its flight attitude. This indicates that the takeoff phase is over and the rocket is about to travel to its intended orbit. This group of young people stood on the top of the mountain, rushing in the direction of Li Dongxin no. One's flight, embracing each other and cheering. It's so awesome. This flight is simply beyond my imagination. I thought the rocket would have to adjust its flight position after rising into midair and then shift in the intended direction. Li Dongxin is truly a man of God. Didn't you guys realize? This rocket doesn't have a stage rocket engine at all. According to the rules, when it reaches an altitude of about 70 kilometers, the first stage of the rocket engine should be shut down and separated. But it's already hundreds of kilometers away. This means that the Li Dongxin no. 1 rocket has broken the limitations of conventional propulsion parameters. It no longer needs to reduce its weight in flight. How in the world did Commander-in-Chief Li design this? This is an epical change for the aviation industry. The longer the rocket continues to fly, the safer the astronauts will be when they land on the moon in the future. What do you mean that debut is the peak? My country of China's Li Dongxin no. 1 is, the Rice country back then also built so big Saturn V, which barely sent the moon landing module into space. In look at our rocket, directly can be transported to the near moon orbit double module. This scene was seen by many people. Not only were these astronomy enthusiasts surprised, even the aeronautical experts in the United States were shocked beyond words after seeing the acceleration of Li Dongxin no. 1's liftoff. They wailed at the impossibility at the same time, while marveling at the stability of the rocket's flight. How did this rocket get so much power? It's only been a short time and already we have to rely on optical radar to track it. I'd love to get a closer look at the way he's spraying his flames. It's so different from any conventional rockets in the past, and how they're controlling so many flame jets with such precision. It's only been a couple dozen seconds since we took off. It's already in space now, and they're not even flying in a graded style. Have they already broken through the weight ratio limit? Unbelievable. China's aviation technology has actually reached this level. At this rate, it's very likely that they'll succeed in landing on the moon. The fewer stages a rocket has, the better. The more stages you have, the more complicated the construction and the less reliable the working time. They've eschewed graded engines, but that's all the technology used in between. The words of this group of experts entered the ears of the Rice boss word for word. His face sank like water. Fire was coming out of his eyes. The manned moon landing technology is the last trump card for Rice. If even this is suppressed by China, then in the future, Rice's international standing will be in tatters. Being the world boss for so many years, how can he sit back and watch this kind of thing happen? But, even though he racked his brain, he really did not have a good idea in his heart. It was an indisputable fact that China's rocket manufacturing technology had surpassed that of Rice. unless he could convince Li Dongxin to join the United States. Otherwise, he would have to sit back and watch China dominate the scientific research. Musk, the chief aviation expert sitting behind him, also had a serious look on his face. The rapid development of China's aviation technology had exceeded his imagination. Rice, as the only country to have successfully landed on the moon, had brought them untold benefits. Now that China has also embarked on a journey to the moon, if it wants to continue to maintain the dominant position of Me Aeronautics, it has to remind other countries that Me also possesses the technology to land a man on the moon. Thinking of this, he walked over to the big blonde man, lowered his voice, and told him his thoughts. Sir, we should restart the manned moon landing project. We must land on the moon before China does. Otherwise, the secret of the moon really can't be kept. What? Restart the manned moon landing project? The Rice boss's heart skipped a beat. Since the launch of this program, it has taken about 11 years and the cost has reached a horrifying 25.5 billion Rice dollars. This was a huge expense at that time. Before and after the project, 20,000 enterprises, more than 200 universities and more than 80 scientific research institutions participated in the project. The total number of people even exceeded 300,000. If the manned moon landing project is restarted now, and we have to get ahead of the Chinese, how easy is that? It takes a long time just to mobilize the various departments of the MIB. But, if not, then the secrets on the moon. This will be easily obtained by China. For a time, he was in a dilemma. Seeing that the Rice boss didn't say anything, Musk increased his lobbying efforts. Sir, this is the only way we can salvage Rice's position. If we sit back and watch the Chinese succeed in landing on the moon, then the rest of the world will completely fall back on China. At that time, we want to return to the peak of the world's decadence. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. These words were like sticking a steel needle into his heart. Let him sting unbearably. Thinking about it, there is no other better way. The Rice boss slammed the table, startling the crowd behind him. Only his eyes were rounded, deadly staring at Li Dongxin in the screen. His teeth clenched. You're right. We can't just sit back and watch China land on the moon unattended. I'll call a meeting right now. Get this thing finalized as soon as possible. The TV. Li Dongxin, no. One launch vehicle is still flying as scheduled, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is getting bigger and bigger. Now not only Chinese netizens are watching, but even foreign netizens are watching this rocket test firing through the broadcast. When they saw China's new launch vehicle lift off, they all couldn't help but exclaim, China is really a marvelous country. They have once again created a miracle. I didn't expect that they would actually create a super heavy launch vehicle in just half a month's time. This rocket looks more like an alien ship. Could it be that China has already mastered alien technology? Otherwise, how could their technology progress so quickly? That Chinese teenager couldn't be an alien. As long as the rocket can reach the intended orbit, then half of China's manned lunar landing project will be successful. Then in the near future, a new flag will be planted on top of the moon. It's been decades since we humans finally had the chance to set foot on the moon again. This will be a great victory. I believe that when the Chinese nation reaches the moon, a whole new era will come. And China is the one who will start the new era. Chapter 151, The light is brighter than the sun. At this moment, the rocket launching base in China had become the center of the world. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the data on the screen. Li Dongxin sat at the center of the console. It was like a king who dominated the field of technology. Whenever a broadcast comes in, the scene will ring with applause. The rocket flight position is adjusted. Power output is normal. USB radar tracking normal. Optical radar monitoring off. The rocket is about to reach its intended orbit. Boom! The ground control center erupted in applause. This one line of broadcast meant that the rocket test launch was halfway there. Director Zhang had mixed feelings. China's 1,000-year dream of landing on the moon has finally embarked on its journey. Director Zhang sat behind Li Dongxin and looked at his back. His heart surged with infinite pride. When he first met Li Dongxin in the live screen of the control core launch, he was sure that this teenager would be able to help him fulfill his dream. Later, when he heard Li Dongxin say that he wanted the 3 not-so-lunar tigers to become the moon landing, he thought he was hallucinating. Even up to the moment before the rocket lifted off, he still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Until just now, he heard with his own ears that the rocket was about to arrive at the predetermined orbit. Only then did he really understand. This chief director Li really did it. China has stepped into the path of manned moon landing project. Director Zhang's vision gradually blurred as the azure sky was left with a trail left by a rocket jet. It was as if he had already seen the moment when the Chinese astronauts planted the red flag on the moon. Li Dongxin seemed to have become a pillar of mind in his heart at the moment. No matter what kind of problems the astronautics agency faced, he was able to solve them easily. And Li Dongxin has performed miracles time and time again. never letting anyone down. Looking at the teenager in front of him, Director Zhang's heart was pounding. He believed that Huawei technology was under the leadership of Li Dongxin. The future must be bright and radiant. For this, he feels deeply. At this moment, not only the staff at the scene were excited, even the Chinese netizens who were watching the live broadcast were in a state of exuberance. Although they didn't understand the specific details of the rocket liftoff, but from the news broadcast in their cell phones, they could also understand that the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle had completed the first stage of its flight. The live broadcast of the real-time screen instantly exploded. Has our rocket entered space? What position is it in now? Is there a god who can tell us? My admiration for great god Li Dongxin right now is like that of a mountain. It's really too shocking. On the first test launch, it was able to reach the intended orbit in one step. This is a super heavy launch vehicle. This is the speed of our country of China. Either we don't do it or we do it once and for all. I'm already dreaming of exploring the moon now. Great god Li Dongxin, you have once again made a great achievement. The country of China will win a flourishing splendor in your hands. Now that the rocket had entered space, the optical observation on the ground had been turned off, and the images now displayed on the screen were just computer simulations of the flight attitude battle. Seeing that the rocket had arrived at the predetermined orbit and that everything was within his plan, Li Dongxin picked up the intercom on the console, looking calm and collected and spitting out his words clearly and loudly. Activate the space station observation system. Let all Chinese see the rocket. As soon as Li Dongxin's words fell, the control center immediately conveyed his instructions. Commander-in-Chief Li instructs. Activate the space station observation system. Let all the people of China see the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle. Roger that. Zip, a burst of electromagnetic waves spread. The ground and air talk lines were connected. Soon, there was a response from the space station. Command received at space station. Going into observation mode. Please wait. At this time, the three astronauts in the space station, after receiving the instruction, responded at the first time, and the rows in the space station went up together, flashing a blue light, with a burst of electricity flowing through it. Soon, a huge optical radar detector in space turned from the outside of the station in the direction of the rocket. At the same time, the cosmonaut was reporting back to the base. Optical radar has been turned on and is tracking the mouth of Li Dongxin No.1. Captured target. Signal is being redirected to ground control. The captains of the three cosmonauts spotted the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle on the screen. What is shown on it is exactly the flight status of the rocket, which is flying extremely fast. In just the blink of an eye, it could be seen with the naked eye alone. The captain got close to the porthole and excitedly called out to the remaining two to come over. Come and see. This is the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle, and it has arrived at its intended orbit. Hearing the captain say that, the other two astronauts floated directly over from the console with their hands on the armrests. Through the overhanging window, all that could be seen was a gleaming silver rocket with pale blue flames jetting from its tail. Under the sunlight, the rocket's entire body emits a dazzling light, like the star of enlightenment above the night dome, bringing people the hope of light. Li Dongxin No.1 cuts through the atmosphere, leaving a sinuous band of air in its wake. It's headed straight for the front. The astronaut captain watched the scene in front of him and was overwhelmed. He probed his hand as if to caress the rocket that carried the dreams of hundreds of millions of people. His voice choked at one point. This is our own moon landing rocket in China. We've really waited too long for this day. Look at its light, brighter than the sun. This is the pride of all of us in China. Our dream of landing on the moon for thousands of years is finally coming true. That female astronaut was also thrilled. Looking at the image formed by the optical radar, she could hardly speak for a long time, and her eyes shone with a luster she had never seen before. Yes, they had waited for this day for far too long. If it wasn't for the appearance of Li Dongxin, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to witness the moon landing in their lifetime. Now that the super heavy launch vehicle has lifted off, as long as it enters a parallel lunar orbit and completes its circumnavigation of the moon, the manned lunar landing project will be considered to be half completed. Can he or she still make it? She had said today that she would hand-pick a moon rock for Li Dongxin and give it to him personally as a medal. But the moon landing is imminent. The three of them have not returned to the Chinese base. If you want to go to the moon, you must complete a series of training. I'm just afraid time is running out. She stared at the direction of the rocket's flight and murmured in a low voice, I hope I can represent China and plant the first red flag on the surface of the moon. These words were heard by the vice captain at his side, and he smiled gently, the same strange gleam in his eyes. This is not only your dream, but also my dream. It's the dream of all our Chinese astronauts. It doesn't matter even if we don't make it to that day. Commander-in-Chief Li will personally land on the moon and help us conquer it. I believe that the moment Commander-in-Chief Li stepped on the moon was the most celebratory day for all of us. The astronauts of China. 3 space station astronauts think of a better future. Eyes redirected to the land of China. There is a Chinese genius scientist working on the dream of all Chinese people. Chapter 152, Instructions Beyond Cognition. NASA's ground control center was unusually quiet. Everyone is waiting for the footage from the space station to come back, and the live TV cameras are given to the big screen, and everyone is waiting patiently. Zip! Came an announcement over the radio. Space station screen reception successful. The signal has been forwarded to the control center. Before the words fell, the large screen image in front of the crowd turned, and a vast starry sky appeared. Even though it was daytime, the depths of the universe were still pitch black from the perspective of the space station. In the middle of the picture, a silver rocket is flying toward the moon, surrounded by stars. This rocket is as bright as a shooting star. The center's radio once again sounded. Li Dongxin no. 1 launch vehicle optical picture capture successful. Flight position normal. Power output normal. The rocket has arrived in its intended orbit. Is in the process of circumnavigating the Earth. The broadcast is complete. The control center once again erupted in violent applause. The atmosphere is even more explosive than here. When it comes to those college auditoriums, as with the last nuclear control launch, the schoolchildren once again converged on the auditorium to watch the rocket test fire. When they heard the rocket arrive at the intended orbit, all the students jumped up. Applause and cheers resounded throughout the campus. Every student let out a deafening shout. This is not only the pride of China, it was even more the pride of all the teachers and students. This feeling filled the hearts of every student. Great God, Li Dongxin has succeeded. The rocket he designed has reached its intended orbit. Our dream of landing on the moon has taken a big step forward. Truly amazing. I can't describe my admiration for him anymore. I dare to say that no one in this world can surpass Great God Li Dongxin anymore. The light he radiates can illuminate the entire universe. I have no doubt that he is now even talking about landing on the sun. The field of science has been completely subjugated at his feet. For a while, the originally silent and peaceful campus became a boiling sea. In the middle of the screen in the auditorium, Li Dongxin's expression remained unchanged. Looking at Li Dongxin no. 1 on the screen, he once again picked up the intercom and gave the second command. Adjust flight attitude. Follow established route to near-moon orbit. Commander-in-Chief Li instructed to adjust the rocket's flight attitude and fly to the near-moon orbit. The words echoed through the room and the control center. Everyone is glued to the screen, not daring to slack off in the slightest. And Li Dongxin always maintained that calm and collected demeanor. It was as if everything was in his anticipation. The scene that appeared on the screen shocked all the netizens who were watching the live broadcast. What is Chief Commander Li doing? Shouldn't the rocket compartment be separated by now? Now that it's in its intended orbit, the rocket's mission is considered complete. My goodness, how come Li Dongxin no. 1 still has enough power now? It's actually going toward near-moon orbit. Could it be that he's trying to fly the rocket directly to a near-moon orbit? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This rocket isn't big enough to carry that much fuel. Someone please tell me if this is a rocket or a spaceship. It stands to reason that by punching out of gravity, the rocket's power should have run out long ago. So why would it even give this kind of command? Unimaginable. His design pushes the limits of my imagination again and again. It's not even a conventional launch vehicle. And conventional rockets can't sustain work in outer space. The nation's netizens were stunned by this directive. Although China hadn't completed the moon landing yet, it was after all the second largest aviation country in the world. There were also quite a few rockets launched every year, whether it's transporting satellites or the latest China's space station. Once the rocket reaches its intended orbit, it shuts down its engines and releases the satellite. Even in the circumnavigation flight test in the previous years, it was to release the space capsule and the lunar module after arriving at the predetermined orbit, and then gradually approaching the near-moon orbit by relying on its own inertia. Never heard of. Directly to use a rocket to fly toward that. This kind of unconventional flight pattern is not only unheard of in China, even developed countries like Rice have never heard of it. You should know that. Near-moon orbit is only 66,000 kilometers from the surface of the moon, and the Earth-moon distance is 380,000 kilometers. Even if we fly there in a straight line now, then Li Dongxin no. 1 would need to fly at least 300,000 kilometers continuously. Interstellar journey is not a highway. No oil can still enter the service area to refuel. If the midway power is insufficient, then the end result. That is a repeat of the last accident. At this moment, the hearts of the whole country are in their throats. They believed in Li Dongxin, but when they heard something beyond their cognizance, it was inevitable that they could not contain their inner excitement and let out a series of stunned sounds. Because of this matter and shocked, not only China's netizens, even other developed countries such as Rice, at this time is also once again by the absolute shock from China. The country of China. The country that has stood in the world for 5,000 years without falling, time and again. It has performed miracles. These they can still accept. For example, the controlled nuclear technology. This technology is being researched by many countries, and it is just that China is ahead of everyone. They were highly shocked, but they could still figure it out because the technology did exist. But, the power of the Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle has completely exceeded their knowledge. The size of the rocket is so big that even if nothing is loaded and all the fuel is carried, it will not be enough to sustain the rocket for that long. What's more, since this is a rocket designed for the moon landing, the inside of the aerobody will certainly leave part of the double cabin position. Based on the solid fuel commonly used in China, it would be enough for this rocket to fly to a distance of 500 kilometers. This distance is exactly where the space station is located. At this time, the Western region is holding an international conference, which is attended by the heads of science and technology of various countries. When they learned that China was going to conduct a rocket test firing today, they paused the discussion and watched the broadcast footage from China together. When they heard Li Dongxin's directive with their own ears, the bigwigs all revealed unbelievable expressions. Since they were in charge of their country's science and technology sector, they must have a clear understanding of the relevant issues, and naturally understood the significance of Li Dongxin's directive. For a moment, the originally serious atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became noisy. Everyone is frantically talking about this. I kind of can't understand what China is trying to do. Are they trying to leap 300,000 kilometers to reach near moon orbit? How can this rocket possibly do that? Back then, when Rice landed on the moon, it was a floating flight for 10 days, and only then did it find a suitable location and merge into a near-moon orbit. And even then, the fuel it carried at first was a bit insufficient. Can China's launch vehicles already keep flying for so long? What kind of fuel are they using? As far as I know, China hasn't invented an efficient energy fuel. Is it hard to believe that they're putting in a controlled nuclear reactor as well? That's not right. Rockets fly in outer space by the reaction force generated by the jet. Nuclear fusion can't generate this kind of power. I don't know. I can't imagine where China's trump cards really are. They have once again broken conventional human cognition. If this rocket can really leap 300,000 kilometers, wouldn't their guide Dan be? Although the big man didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant. Chapter 153, China's True Aviation Strength. The difference between the two is nothing more than carrying different things. But in essence there is not much difference. China's technology is not only breaking the aviation industry, but also leading the world in other important areas. What Li Dongxin brought to them this time was not only the shock of technology, but also the fear from the high-latitude strike. Some of the bigwigs who used to be at war with China quietly felt a bone-chilling chill in their hearts. This chill makes them fidgety, and they can't wait to run to China to pay their respects. But will the people of China accept themselves? Among this group of people, there are also many friends from China. Compared to the former, they have very different feelings. The ghostly blue light emanating from the tail of the rocket in the screen was reflected in their brown pupils, and it was as if they saw the future China. Saw China returning to the top of the world. This world will be under the leadership of China, toward true peace. The words of this big man made everyone fall into contemplation, and over the years, especially in recent years, China has become increasingly powerful, and the voices of Chinese people have begun to dominate the world. Unlike in the past, the feeling that China brings to them, in addition to power and awe, there is an inexplicable peace of mind. And all of this stems from this talented teenager Li Dongxin of China. He brought too many miracles to the world. It also made the previous group of people who only looked up to Rice re-examine the power of China. They quickly realized the problem. The birth of the Li Dongxin No. 1 rocket was not only the pride of the people of China, it was even a new hope for the whole world. If this rocket can really reach the near-moon orbit, then mankind has really taken the first step on the interstellar journey. Perhaps in the near future, human spacecraft will really be able to fly away from the solar system and head into the depths of the more distant universe. In the eyes of this group of science and technology leaders, there was a glimmer of hope. They all came from the science and technology position, step by step, to today's position. Although they are in important positions, in a sense, they are still a scientist at heart, just like Elder Deng of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. While improving the level of technology in their own country, they will always pay attention to the technological progress of other countries, even if they can't get the technology of the state of China to share. But this also verifies a fact for them: humans will eventually conquer the universe. And so, when the figure of Li Dongxin No. 1 flew toward the moon, the scene erupted into loud applause, regardless of whether they had a good or bad relationship with China before. In this moment of national celebration, they all sincerely hoped that China would succeed. See? China has once again proved to us that mankind will finally embark on the journey to conquer the universe. Although scientists have national boundaries, technology has no borders. No matter who lands on the moon again, it will have a different significance for all mankind. I really want to pay my respects to this talented young man now. I want to know what else he has planned next. I believe that the Chinese people's conquest of the moon is just the beginning. They must have even greater achievements behind them. One did not expect. Humanity has developed rockets for less than 100 years, and China's aviation technology can actually be at this level. So maybe we really might be able to migrate to other planets under China's leadership. This teenage commander-in-chief is not only the pride of the people of China, but also the pride of the whole world. The world has just entered the age of nuclear fusion, and now it's actually moving into the age of interstellar travel. He alone has saved hundreds of years for mankind. In this short period of 1 month, Li Dongxin broke the limits of human imagination again and again. Like the creator of technology, he has taken technology that only exists within movies and actually put it in front of the world. Perhaps he is not only trying to improve the overall strength of China, but also to pave a smooth road for the ultimate goal of mankind. And this globally acclaimed genius boy is the guiding light of human technology. At the same time, there was the same cheer in the Chinese Space Center as the rocket designed by Li Dongxin was flying steadily towards the near-moon orbit as expected. And things are extremely stable within the rocket. Based on the data information returned to the rocket, Li Dongxin has added equipment inside the lunar landing module and space capsule, which is designed to simulate the state of astronauts inside. For example, whether the internal temperature is stable during flight, whether the oxygen content is sufficient, whether the vibration frequency and the polarization angle are normal. These issues are critical to the success or failure of the manned lunar landing project. The facts have once again proved that Li Dongxin's design is simply flawless. These data are not only always within the stability threshold, and even the fluctuations are minimal. This is no longer an experimental rocket. It can be used as an official moon landing rocket. As a member of the Space Center, how can they not be excited? How can they not be excited? You guys look at the information coming back on the screen. The temperature on the surface of the rocket body barely fluctuates, always maintaining a constant surface temperature. This means that even if it reaches the vicinity of the moon, the internal construction of the rocket won't slow down the operation of the equipment due to the low temperature. I really regret that I didn't study industrial manufacturing back then. Otherwise I would have been able to get involved in it. Now the drawings of the Li Dongxin No. 1 rocket have been classified as highly classified by the state, and we're afraid we'll never be able to guess the reason inside. Have you guys forgotten Chief Commander Li's article? He has said above that even if he publishes the drawings, no one will be able to build it. This rocket was designed by him throughout the entire process, and the technical key inside is only known to General Commander Li. That's true. Without a superb level of technology, one can't even read what's up there. But what the hell is the fuel for our rocket? It can actually support the rocket to fly so far. Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's all a state secret, and no one knows about it at all except those involved in rocket building. After hearing their mutterings from the side, Elder Tang leisurely picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. His mood, at the moment, that is really as comfortable as it can be. What gravity! What inertial flight! In front of absolute power. These are just floating clouds. Only those who have seen the design drawings of Li Dongxin know that the power source of this Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle is not a conventional solid or liquid fuel at all. Rather, it was specially developed by Li Dongxin for the rocket, and the energy contained within it was beyond anyone's imagination. Coupled with the controlled nuclear reactor as the power support, not to mention flying towards the near-moon orbit, even flying directly around the moon continuously for 2 or 3 years, there is no problem at all. On the display screen of the control center, the figure of Li Dongxin No. 1 gradually disappeared into the vast universe, which meant that the optical radar of the space station could no longer capture its figure. So Li Dongxin once again gave a command, and this command directly shocked everyone beyond words. Increase the propulsion power. Open the aero optical monitoring. Let everyone see the real aviation strength of China. Chapter 154, If There Really Are Gods. Boom! All the audience froze, as if someone had thrown a thunderbolt into their heads, jolting their brains. All over the world, the land of the 9 states, there is no one who can withstand the shock. Originally, it was shocking enough to have the rocket fly directly to a near-moon orbit, directly treating a distance of 300,000 kilometers as nothing. Now Li Dongxin actually wants to increase the propulsion power. Could it be that the Li Dongxin No. 1, which had already entered space at this point, had not yet released its full power? Now the whole country is in a frenzy. I didn't hear it wrong. The rocket has gone into space, and it can actually temporarily increase its propulsion power. Is this a rocket or an automobile? It's in 6th gear when it's up to speed. This is too ferocious. It directly crushes other rockets into dregs. With a rudder. It's a spaceship. Just how many more secrets does Li Dongxin know? One hiding from us? Will it suddenly turn into a transformer? I don't think anything is impossible anymore. All I want to do now is kneel down for the great god Li Dongxin. He's not a scientist at all. He's a god who came out from the multidimensional world. This is the first time in my life that I've ever heard of a rocket being able to increase its speed midway. I now have a feeling that the various UFO incidents in the past could be the invention of Chief Commander Li. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how Chief Commander Li, he designed this kind of rocket. In the midst of endless shouting, people also finally figured out one thing. That was that Li Dongxin's level of technology did not belong to this era at all. He appeared solely to save the current technology of this world. Some had even begun to speculate that the reason why Li Dongxin was putting so much high technology on display was to fend off future aliens. So far, any one of his technological achievements would be enough to change the entire world. It could also give the country of China and the people of China come to count endless wealth. As for Li Dongxin himself, he can already be established as a deity by the world, to be fed by the incense of 10,000 generations. Look around the country. No, looking around the world, there is no one who can compare to Li Dongxin's talent. This era will eventually leave an indelible and brilliant chapter in the long river of history because of the emergence of Li Dongxin. Suppose there really is a god in this world, then Li Dongxin deserves it. Only someone as talented and selfless as him can be crowned a national hero and the hope of the people. Somewhere in a small neighborhood in the imperial capital, Hero Su's widow was watching a live broadcast at home. On the coffee table in front of her, there was a picture of Hero Su in his lifetime, facing the TV. It seems that he wanted him to witness the miracle of China together. When Li Dongxin's orders came from the TV, this hero's wife couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up from the sofa and held her husband's picture in both hands. Thrilled, old Su, did you see that? This Commander-in-Chief Li is the savior of China's spaceflight. He designed a rocket that could fly straight to the moon. In the future, if we Chinese want to go to the moon again, there will be no sacrifices. If we had met him earlier, maybe you wouldn't have left me. After that one sentence, this strong wife's vision had blurred. Since her husband died because of the manned lunar landing project, her greatest wish is to hope that the Chinese people can go to the moon. On behalf of her husband, to fulfill the long-cherished wish, Su Nianyue also walked over from the bedroom at this time, saw her mom standing in front of the TV, holding a picture of her dad in her hand, felt a little strange. Mom, what are you doing? The wife looked at her daughter, eyes full of excitement that cannot be hidden. She put down the photo, hold her daughter tightly in her arms, voice once choked. Nianyu, you see, TV that big, bright planet, is where daddy lives. Su Nianyu tilted her head to look at the TV. The screen was split in two. One part was the space control center and the other part was the scene in the universe. At this time, a series of instructions came from the television set. Commander-in-Chief Li instructed to increase the rocket propulsion power. Turn on the onboard optical monitoring. Roger that. Optical monitoring is on. Screen effect display is normal. Signal transmission is normal. Rocket propulsion power is starting to increase. Level 1 acceleration complete. Level 2 acceleration complete. Level 3 acceleration complete. Speed keeping. Rocket flight status normal. Aero body data is normal. Although the rocket was now tens of thousands of kilometers away from the base, the electromagnetic radar that received the transmission signals, meanwhile, came from Li Dongxin's design. Compared with other radars, this new radar can filter out other interfering signals, and convert the final electromagnetic wave needed into mathematical information and display it on the screen, which is the real 1,000 miles eyes. Shunfeng ear. Z, the screen image flashed and jumped, and a moving picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the distance, a bright moon is lying quietly in the depths of the night sky. The surrounding stars were bright. It was like black silk sprinkled with pearls. This is the image propagated back by the Li Dongxin No. 1 Arrow camera. This is the first time mankind has been able to take a real-time picture of the universe. Unlike what people see with the naked eye, the moon in space is brighter. It is also more mysterious. Under the sunlight, it seems to be covered with a veil. The Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle, like a magician's hand, is about to lift the veil and reveal the final appearance of the moon to all mankind. This is the first time for human beings to observe the whole process of rocket flight. A little bit of time passes. Everyone is waiting patiently, waiting for the launch vehicle to fly into lunar orbit. Director Zhang looked at the clear cosmic background on the screen, and his heart was filled with infinite bravado. In front of the camera, he uttered some grandiose words. Back then, it took half a month for the Rice country's spaceship to reach the lunar orbit, and we, China, will be led by Commander-in-Chief Li. A wonderful interstellar journey for mankind. Chapter 155, China Must Rise. Director Zhang relied on his own excellent ability, as well as his understanding of the aviation industry, starting from an ordinary engineer, and working steadily step by step, slowly came to this position today. In over 10 years of commanding the space agency, he had seen all sorts of things. He had also experienced countless storms, and he understood very well what to say on what occasions. According to the past situation, Secretary Zhang would never say these words in front of the media. But times are different now. China's aerospace science and technology overnight. A sea change. From the past look at the moon sigh, into the current chasing the stars to catch up with the moon. It had been so long since he had stood so high up that he was almost used to being cautious. When the screen showed a vast cosmic background, it was as if a blazing fire had been lit inside him, burning away all the vines that had entangled him in the past. What is left behind is only the pride that is due as a Chinese national. His words were clearly transmitted across the country. When netizens heard these words, they applauded him across the screen. Director Zhang is right. Only great god Li Dongxin can lead China's technology and soar to the sky. What took others 10 years to complete, our country of China only needs half a month. This is the speed of China. This live broadcast not only witnesses the takeoff of China's technology, but also lets the world see the country's heritage. A civilization that has been nurtured for thousands of years naturally has a power unknown to the outside world. The world's talent is 10 points. I, Mr. Li Dongxin, occupy 7 or 8, and leave the remaining 2 or 3 to be divided with the world. Great god Li Dongxin has lighted up the country of China. Now, what he wants to light up is the entire universe. Looking at the entire world, only the country of China can have such a character. 5,000 years ago, the country of China stood proudly in the world, and there were ups and downs in between. But today, China has once again returned to the top of the world's nations. It's not bad. Our country of China has stood for several dry years. I believe that during these thousands of years, China has accomplished its original dream. And now, the country of China is at another peak. The country of China must rise. This paragraph instantly lit up the internet. The entire pop-up screen was screened with the same sentence: China will win. China will win. China will win. The national pride in the hearts of the people of China exceeded any time before. Their cheers and shouts across the screen seemed as if they could shatter the heavens. The entire earth trembled with this surging enthusiasm. At this time, trembling not only the earth, but also far across the ocean and the rice country. They now have a diametrically opposite feeling. China had risen from the ashes and developed rapidly in the new era, and was now the dominant player in the world. This made them feel terrified from the bottom of their bones. In the high-level conference hall of the United States, dozens of aviation experts in the United States stared roundly. Staring at the screen, they didn't dare to utter a single breath, especially when they saw the images taken by Li Dongxin. No. 1. Everyone was shocked. They had clearly realized that China's aviation technology had long surpassed that of the rice country. The manned moon landing technology they now possessed had been eliminated. Especially the last words spoken by Director Zhang directly shattered the last line of defense in their hearts. Yeah, it took a whole decade for the rice country to complete the journey to the moon. And China completed all the steps almost overnight. Send the new rocket directly into space. According to the flight trajectory chart given by China, they can enter the near-moon orbit today. And they don't have to rely on the flight inertia at all, seeking the merging timing a little bit. This also means that in the future, the Chinese people want to land on the moon, staggering and eating a home-cooked meal as simple as that. This would be an absolutely devastating disaster for them. Rice. The rice boss was already white as a sheet at this moment. Didn't even care about the live broadcast on the TV. All he could think of was, what to do? What should we do now? Once the Chinese are allowed to land on the moon, the ultimate secret on the moon will never be kept again. At that time Rice will also lose the last trump card in its hand. They will also, as a result, completely lose their dominant school for the world. Damn, how did this happen? Musk, the head of Me Aviation, had a blue face. On the one hand, he marveled at the aviation technology of China, and on the other hand, he was afraid of Li Dongxin's superb level of technology. For the first time in so many years of being in charge of Me Air, he felt a deep sense of oppression. Powerless to resist, even more powerless to argue. How he wished that everything that was happening in front of him was fake, all just a dream. But the trepidation inside was reminding him all the time, no, this is not a dream. This was the most real world. He couldn't stop trembling, and his heart was filled with unease and fear. This feeling all came from the roar of the lion in the east, more from that Chinese teenager. The colt of the tiger and leopard, although not yet a teenager, already has the spirit of eating oxen. His face was pale, eyes staring lifelessly at Li Dongxin in the screen, as was Dr. Helmer at the time. At that time, He had laughed at Helmer for being so unbeatable, completely losing his confidence after being surpassed just once, and now he had finally tasted this. This pressure that was simply irresistible. He wondered who this teenager really was. How could he have broken through several top technologies in a row? How in the world did he do that? Musk's brain, which had been completely plunged into chaos, the cruelty of reality stripped his soul completely. He was like a walking corpse, sitting in his chair and freezing. This torture-like feeling quickly destroyed the last bit of spirit that supported him. He suddenly went limp, as if his spine had been taken away, and without warning, he slid down from the chair to the ground. Behind the crowd saw the situation, rushed to assist. His limbs do not listen to the constant trembling, eyes staring at the screen in a daze. The Chinese teenager on the TV was calm and steady, looking at the vastness of the universe in front of him, without the slightest ripple in his heart. The truth of the universe is slipping out of our hands. Wait until the day when China succeeds in landing on the moon. This Yujinkin has no more secrets for them much. Chapter 156, it's so exciting. Li Dongxin No. 1 is about to arrive in near-moon orbit. Prepare to release the capsule and lunar module. After seeing the radar-tracked position, Li Dongxin gave the command again, and the rest of the staff responded, broadcasting the operation dynamics on the spot continuously. The rocket is about to arrive at the predetermined position. Open the pressure relief hatch, reduce flight speed and maintain lower speed limit. Prepare to release dual pods. 5, 4, 3, 2, dual pod release complete. Start capsule engines and enter orbit around the moon. Li Dongxin No. 1 adjust flight attitude. Prepare to return to base. As could be seen on the screen, the head of the Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle had opened, and a silver craft, similar to a triangle, slowly floated out from within the rocket. It also had the cone-shaped moon landing module attached to its front. With a command, a burst of light blue flame erupted from the rear of the capsule, pushing the capsule slowly forward. This was the last frame taken by the aero-carrying surveillance. As the capsule disappeared from sight, everyone dared not make a sound. Even their breathing became cautious, because at this moment, the most critical period had already arrived. If the capsule could successfully enter the near-moon orbit, then China's manned lunar landing experiment would already be considered a success. Rao Dangold, such a person who has seen a lot of wind and waves, now also oozing fine beads of sweat on the forehead. When China's circumlunar test, it is in this part of the situation, resulting in the astronaut hero, forever left in space. This has also become the pain in the heart of all the people of China. After a few years, now coming to the same position of that year, everyone is a little bit wary, afraid that there will be any mistakes again, leading to new accidents. Zheng director hands tightly clenched fists, knuckles at the slightly white. He is the same as Deng Lao, inwardly vaguely some uneasiness. The tragic situation of the accident back then is still fresh in his mind. Although there is no astronaut inside the experiment this time, everyone's dedication and expectations are the same. Only, different from the last time is that this time there is Li Dongxin sitting in the command center, which makes his uneasy heart, but also slightly relaxed. Director Zhang stole a glance at Li Dongxin and realized that he was still calm and composed, his eyes looking at the flight trajectory coming from the radar without the slightest bit of nervousness or worry at all. This caused Director Zhang to sigh with emotion. Commander-in-Chief Li is truly marvelous. Now that we've entered the most critical moment, he can still maintain such a calm demeanor. Don't look at me as being dozens of years older than him, but in terms of state of mind, I'm far inferior to him. Our country of China is really lucky to have such a talented person. Director Zhang only knows Li Dongxin's calm character, and does not understand the truth of the matter. Li Dongxin is not worried or nervous, solely because he knows that this experiment will be successful. Before the rocket took off, he had personally checked the indicators of the rocket. Thanks to his system, when he touched the rocket's body, he had seen all the construction conditions, and there was no problem inside. Suffice it to say, this experiment around the moon will only succeed. This tranquil appearance of Li Dongxin also shocked the Chinese netizens, who felt the tension through the screen, but could not see any abnormal emotions on Li Dongxin's face. Such a critical moment was as simple as a drink of water to him, and there was no need to worry about something going wrong. Don't you all realize? Chief Commander Li doesn't seem to be nervous at all. Look at him like this. It's like he can already see the results. That's the biggest difference between him and ordinary people. This is the bosom of a great man. A mountain crumbles in front of him without changing his face. We can't learn this kind of mindset. Originally I was quite nervous, but when I saw that great god Li Dongxin was so calm, I felt that my worries were unnecessary. Great god Li Dongxin has never let us down. This time will definitely be the same. I can't. I've got to get some blood pressure medicine. The old man's blood pressure is coming up. And this is so exciting. What are you all so blindly excited about? Do you still doubt the design of the great god Li Dongxin? Just settle down and wait for our capsule to merge into near-moon orbit. The Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle has begun its return journey, and the optical radar detectors have been turned off, so that now only the computer-simulated dynamics can be seen. This was the data that was automatically simulated based on the signals transmitted back from the capsule, and without the most intuitive mirror image, it was inevitable that people would feel a little anxious. This included the 3 astronauts from the Chinese space station, who, like the netizens, crouched in front of the screen, waiting for the new status broadcast. Since the morning, they have been focusing on the status of Li Dongxin No. 1 rocket, especially when the rocket swept past them at great speed. This shocking sight lingered in their minds. As astronauts from China, they were more worried about the success or failure of this experiment than anyone else. The waiting time was ultimately long, even if it was only a few minutes. For those of them who had been waiting for years, it was comparable to a year. They had turned the radio radar on, keeping an eye on the capsule's flight status. Dropping, dropping, dropping. There was a red line on the instrument's display that was pulsing rhythmically, and an audible electromagnetic wave was coming from the headset, and the rhythm was getting faster and faster. This meant that the capsule was approaching lunar orbit, and the hearts of the 3 astronauts were, almost, beating out of their chests. None of them had been this nervous when they first entered space. Even Comrade Vice Captain, who was usually the most talkative, was now keeping his lips tightly shut, not daring to say a single word. Finally, a continuous beep came from the electromagnetic waves in the headset. Drop! The beeping sound was also heard by everyone in the ground control center. The field commander's eyes suddenly turned red, and their lips all began to tremble slightly. They know what the beep means, but the netizens didn't understand what it meant. They were anxious. There were pop-ups asking what was happening, only to see the screen. Li Dongxin's mouth corners gently upward, calm as a lake. So far, it can be declared that this rocket test launch is a perfect success. Chapter 157, Conquering the Moon in Half a Month. But, for a secret program when the moon landing is formalized. At this point, a sentry post is to be left in lunar orbit. He slowly picked up the intercom in front of him. Speaking faintly, he said, "Prepare to release the circumlunar laboratory." Li Dongxin's voice was not loud, but everyone heard the words clearly. The capsule successfully entered lunar orbit, which meant that the experiment had been successful. After a short silence in the Space Control Center, another announcement came over the radio. Circumlunar experiment chamber launch successful. All units are functioning normally. Then there was an outburst of applause as loud as Zeus. The entire space center was filled with the sound of people cheering. People applauded wildly and shouted to their heart's content. The sound is like ocean waves. It kept spreading into the distance. We did it! We did it! We can finally go to the moon. The dream of Huagua gone for 100 years will be realized in our hands. Waves of sound layered on top of each other, catalyzing mountains and rivers to vibrate. Pouring rivers, lakes and seas. Cries of joy appeared all over the country of China. Whether it was the staff of the space agency or the ordinary people of China, they were all proud of their country's success. Tears of excitement flooded the eyes of countless people. They understand. From this moment on, China has officially embarked on the journey to the moon. From this moment on, the Chinese people's dream of a great spacefaring nation is finally realized. The reporters at the scene gave all the cameras to Li Dongxin. The bright eyes of this Chinese teenager reflected thousands of stars, just like his vastness like the universe, shocking the entire world once again. China's dream of landing on the moon will finally be realized in the hands of this teenager. Director Zhang couldn't hold back his inner excitement as he watched the signals coming back from the capsule. With trembling hands, he braced himself, letting the tears leave his cheeks. After all these years, one has finally waited for this day. China's dream of landing on the moon is about to be realized. Old Sui, did you see that? This teenager, this national hero of China has helped open the door to the moon landing. We, the state of China, begin today. Officially enter the interstellar journey. In the future, Chinese spaceflight will conquer one planet after another under his leadership. Director Zhang burst into tears at the control center. As excited as he was, there were also netizens in China. The moon landing is not only the dream of the astronauts, it's also the dream of all Chinese people. We did it. Our capsule has entered orbit around the moon. The moon. The moon will be stepped on by our Chinese people. How many years have we been waiting for this day? How many years have we Chinese been looking forward to this day? Thank the heavens. Let me still have the chance to witness the day when the red flag is planted on the moon. There is no one now who can stop us Chinese from landing on the moon. This moment, the whole starry sky is shining for China. Thank you, Chief Commander Li. Once again you have helped us fulfill our dreams. I can't express my gratitude to you anymore. Thank you. China is supremely proud to have you. God Li Dongxin, I love you to death. You're a hero to the people of China. and even more so to the whole world. Your deeds will be celebrated for generations to come. Your glory will protect generations of Chinese people. The cheers of the people of China almost blew away the white clouds in the sky. The cries that shook the heavens and the earth were felt even by the astronauts on the Chinese space station. They witnessed the birth of history. Looking at the signals pulsing in the radar display, the three embraced each other. Everyone's heart was incredibly stirred. I told you. Chief Commander Lee will definitely help us fulfill our dream. Now that the circumlunar experiment has been successful, will it be far from us setting foot on the moon? Our dream is finally coming true. The people of China will finally have the opportunity to set foot on the moon and plant the red flag above the moon sea. We are going to soar above the moon to our heart's content. At this moment, I feel like my entire being has become full of hope. This planet, it's finally time for it to belong to us. Commander-in-Chief Lee, you are the most admired idol of our Chinese people. Your glorious deeds will be remembered by all. They are all excited about the rise of China, and they are all honored to be part of it. The rise of China's spaceflight. It's just around the corner. Just one step away. Just one last step. They can conquer the moon. In just half a month, China's spaceflight has directly ascended to the top of technology. What a great miracle this is. How many countries, how many people have spent their entire lives trying to accomplish something, yet it was realized by Li Dongxin in the quickest way possible. This caused the hearts of countless people to surge. These people were all boiling with fervor. At this moment, the people of China all had a long time to calm down. Their eyes were fixed on the handsome young man in the screen. That young face. Their hearts were filled with infinite longing. They longed for and looked forward to the coming official moon landing. They felt a surge of unrivaled pride and pride. This is a glorious moment for the people of China, and an important journey for the world's aerospace community. Above the land of Huaxia, once again fluttered the red flag. People waving red flags in their hands ran through the streets and alleys, delivering this happy news to all. Deng Lao in the Space Control Center. It is now equally difficult to suppress his inner excitement. He clasped Li Dongxin's hands and burst into old tears. Commander-in-Chief Li, you are the person we honor the most. You are the pride of the Chinese space community. Chinese science can only truly rise under your leadership. Your honor will go down in history. At this time, China's aerospace industry had truly reached the pinnacle. Li Dongxin had also accomplished the first step of his plan. He did it. He helped the Chinese people erect confidence in landing on the moon. Everyone at the scene surrounded him in the center. They gave him the warmest applause. Facing the crowd's praise, Li Dongxin smiled as he tried to wave them off. Once again, people feel what the true power of technology is. Now, there is only one thing left to do. Li Dongxin leaned his back against the screen, being surrounded by thousands of stars. With microphone in hand, he solemnly declares, I declare, this rocket test-firing experiment was a full success. From now on, China officially enters the countdown to the moon landing. Chapter 158, only a novel dares to write this. Li Dongxin's voice spread all over the north and south of China. From this moment on, the wheel of the history of China's moon landing will speed forward with an unstoppable momentum, and this scene will also be written into the teaching materials of China. From now on, generations of students in the state of China will remember Li Dongxin's contribution. Everyone present understood the importance of this moment. Reporters raised their cameras to freeze the picture at the moment of Li Dongxin's solemn declaration. The flashbulbs kept flashing. It was as if they wanted to surround Li Dongxin in a curtain of light. The rest of the major media outlets have already written their publicity articles. Just fill in the relevant details and publish immediately. And so, shortly after the successful test launch of Li Dongxin No. 1, the internet was covered with related news. Chief Commander Li has achieved another brilliant success. China's moon landing is no longer a dream. A 5,000-year dream, soon to be realized. China enters the countdown to the moon landing. The world is watching, counting the heroes of the new era. Look to Commander-in-Chief Lee. These articles were widely circulated on the internet. For a time, the entire country of China was in great joy. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was also overrun by cheers from netizens. The red flag of China will definitely be planted on top of the moon. From now on, the goal of the Chinese nation will be the stars in the sky. No one will be able to stop the advance of the Chinese people anymore. We're about to officially land on the moon. The moment the Chinese set foot on the lunar surface, the world will be shaken. All Chinese people will remember this moment. Today is the day we return to the top of the world. No one will dare to raise their voice against China anymore. Commander-in-Chief Lee is a hero. A true hero. He has once again created a miracle. Our world will become incomparably wonderful because of him. Ooh, I can't stop the tears anymore. It's really too exciting. Chief Commander Lee is simply the savior of China's technology. We should build a statue for him and be honored by all. It is indeed too difficult. China has made countless efforts for the space industry over the years. Many excellent scientists, in order to realize the dream of landing on the moon as soon as possible, went forward and backward in their work. They endured skepticism. They endured ridicule. They spent all their energy on the moon landing experiments, failure after failure, almost shattering their confidence, just when people thought the manned moon landing project would be difficult to realize. Finally, they waited for the arrival of the technological savior. Li Dongxin's renewed success finally gave them hope that Li Dongxin was leading Chinese scientists to a whole new era. He led the future of China. This moment, China will be in the field of aerospace science and technology, once again to the pinnacle. Long live Commander-in-Chief Li. Commander-in-Chief Li is mighty and domineering. Long live Commander Li Dongxin. Commander Li Dongxin. Long live Commander Li. Li Dongxin commanded. After Li Dongxin announced this news, the entire country of China was plunged into great jubilation, and all the sons and daughters of the country of China were chanting these words. Their shouts resounded. Li Dongxin's mighty name, among the subjects of China, deep into the marrow of the bones. The future of China is also in their common expectation. At this moment, in the hearts of the people of China, Li Dongxin was the greatest hero, the hero of all the people of China. In this instant, Li Dongxin had been molded into an unsurpassable god in the hearts of the Chinese people. At the same time, in a secret conference room in the imperial capital, it was filled with big shots from the Chinese side. Hearing Li Dongxin announce that China had entered the countdown to the moon landing, they all stood up and applauded the dream that was about to be realized. Warm applause echoed through the conference hall. Everyone's face was covered with a spring-like smile. Terrific. It is truly marvelous. Li Dongxin has once again created a monumental feat for China. China really chose the right person when they chose him as the leader of science and technology. How long has it been since the last successful lighting of China? And he proceeded to realize our 1,000-year-old dream for China. His great achievements should be remembered by all. In my opinion, should compile his deeds into a booklet as soon as possible so that everyone can learn from him. These words immediately gained the approval of the others. Not bad. Last time, after he lit up China, we agreed that we would let him take over the burden from Elder Tang. And I think the time is almost right. He's going to go to the moon himself. When he comes back from the moon, this matter can be put on the agenda. The scientific community of China is in his hands, and I believe this is the common wish of all the people. Not only that, he has repeatedly performed new feats for the state of China. The relative honors must all be given to him as well. For example, Hero of Aviation, Special Merit for China's Science, and so on. These are all things he deserves. Oh, these honorary titles. That's an out-of-print From the founding of China until now, no one has ever been able to obtain so many at the same time. But, also in favor, Li Dongxin fully deserves these honors. Sitting directly in front of the big man, looking at the TV, his May's young self-confidence factory eyes are full of admiration that cannot be hidden. In a sense, Li Dongxin's position in the hearts of the people had surpassed everyone else. It was his wish to be able to put the future of China in the hands of Li Dongxin. Hearing the deliberations of the crowd, he was extremely agreeable. Good. I think it's totally fine. Li Dongxin has made outstanding contributions to the country. Then he deserves the appropriate honor and status. But, official landing on the moon is just around the corner. I think the relevant matters should be placed after his return from the moon. After the business catalyzed these things, they once again brought their eyes back together on the screen. Li Dongxin in the screen looked so young and energetic, which made them not to sigh with emotion. The country of China, pursuing the true meaning of science for a long time. It is time for a leader to appear. Since Li Dongxin announced at the Space Center that China had officially entered the countdown to the moon landing, the nation's national self-confidence had never been stronger, and this highly infectious atmosphere was especially evident on the campus of HUST. The campus playground, forest paths, and other places were filled with flags of various colors. On top of the flags was a portrait of Li Dongxin, and the summer sunlight was so bright that through the portrait, it looked as if Li Dongxin was enveloped in a halo. Students strolling on campus, all of them are longing for the upcoming manned lunar landing of China. The kind of confidence and vigor unique to young people, overflowing in the entire campus. It was as if they had already seen the scene of China taking off. You know what? When I heard the great god Li Dongxin say that he had entered the countdown to the moon landing, don't mention how excited I was. The shock he gave us this time was even greater than his attack on Goldbach's conjecture. That's right. Who would have thought that China would suddenly give birth to thought geniuses, not only leading us into the age of nuclear fusion, but now even helping us accomplish the moon landing, which in the past would have been unthinkable. This is only a novel that dares to write like this. The further technology advances, the more difficulty it encounters increases geometrically, and if it weren't for the great god Li Dongxin, I'm afraid we might not even be able to make it to the moon in another 10 years. Chapter 159, The Ugly Face of the Mears. In a secret conference room somewhere in Rice, a group of department heads were all worried. They were holding an emergency meeting, and the Rice boss was also attending. The matter is clear to everyone. I've asked Harvard University to throw an olive branch to Li Dongxin. I didn't expect to be rejected by him. I really didn't expect that this Chinese teenager could actually not be tempted by money. Now that China's international status is growing by the day, especially in terms of technology, they've surpassed us. At this rate, I'm afraid that we in the U.S. will lose our position as the world's hegemon. What do you guys think about this? There was a silence in the conference room, and what caused this situation was entirely because of that Chinese teenager, whose various research results could be described as astounding. With this kind of character, it was only a matter of time before China wanted to surpass Rice, and Harv offered such generous conditions in order to recruit him. He even had to use the Chinese language as the language of instruction, but he still couldn't impress him, which shows that this person doesn't care about fame and fortune at all, and that he only has his own motherland and people in his heart. For such a person, this group of big shots really can't do anything. Blame can only blame God is not fair enough. To give the country of China to give birth to such a great man of science. Seeing that they were all silent, the Rice boss raised his voice a few notches. It's now a matter of life and death. We have to think of ways to stop China from surpassing us, especially controlled nuclear fusion technology. Mastering this technology is equivalent to mastering the future of mankind. That's an inexhaustible source of clean energy. And as we can see from the last time we lit up China, the energy contained in nuclear fusion is extremely huge, even beyond our imagination. China now has this technology, then they can enter space, dominate the universe, and surpass us in every way. So, for the sake of Rice's status and honor, we have to get it any way we can. Otherwise, this world will have no place for us. The Rice country. His expression was very serious when he spoke, which made the others enough to feel a sense of oppression. So, under his strong request, the people have spoken. If you want to get controlled nuclear fusion technology, unless he can join the Rice country. But this road is obviously not Goa. After all, Li Dongxin matter ran back from our Rice country. Think about it. How about we make an offer he can't refuse? Like offering him $1 billion a year in research funds? Or build him a top-notch laboratory where he can pick his assistants at will. Money alone is still not enough, I'm afraid. We also need to add power. As long as he's willing to join the Rice country, we can arrange a real power position for him. In that case he'll work for the Rice country. No. We can't give him real power. That would delay his time. He's the best scientist in the world. Every second of his time is precious. Didn't he contribute his technology to China? We pay for it? No matter how much it costs. With this technology, we'll be invincible. And at the very least, we'll be on par with China. This person's opinion was quickly passed over by the crowd. Controlled nuclear fusion technology that is a national weapon. It is also a country's bottom card. Who would trade this technology for money? Unless they're poor and crazy. What's more, the Chinese don't lack money at all. Their economic strength is close to that of Rice and is about to surpass it. And now that they have high technology to add to it, are they still afraid that they won't be able to earn the world's money in the future? The boss of the Rice country listened to his head, said half a day all bad ideas. He was very painful. Why the Rice country can't come out of a genius of this kind? His mood began to panic a bit. China had created countless miracles since its founding, but those were all within the realm of human cognition. Controllable nuclear technology is not the same. The country subconsciously researched for decades, but also can barely maintain fusion for a few seconds. Had thought that mankind at least 100 years before it is possible to break through this technology. I didn't expect China had actually accomplished surpassing it overnight and already possessed mature technology. This is just too much of a blow. There was no way that Rice would sit back and wait for it to happen. They desperately needed a reasonable way to get Li Dongxin to join Rice. But this road has obviously gone out of the way. Just as everyone was fretting, a dark-skinned big shot made a point. Mister, right now, if you want Li Dongxin to join the Rice country, it's obvious that it's unlikely. From what I know of the Chinese, the honor and interests of the country even outweigh their own lives in their minds. No matter how much money we give Li Dongxin and how high his status is, I'm only afraid that he won't come to the Rice country, which can be seen from the news he released. But you don't necessarily have to ask him for controlled fusion technology if you want it. It's just as easy to ask China for it. Hearing what he said, the conference room was in an uproar, and everyone was quietly murmuring, how is this possible? This technology is capable of changing the course of mankind. How could China tell us? That's right. It's not like we have a good relationship with China. And Li Dongxin has said before that he'll never be allowed to share it with us. Rice. China is a world power. We may be able to put pressure on small countries, but the Chinese won't eat our words. How could he say such childish things? How could the Maoist country agree to share its technology with us when it was rejected by China the last time it tried to request technology sharing? The rice boss's eyebrows jumped. He obviously didn't understand the meaning of the last sentence either. How could this kind of top-notch technology be obtained just by moving his lips? There had to be a reasonable reason. That dark-skinned big man can see the doubts of his boss. He laughed, did not continue to sell, and told his own scheme. In fact, we can use the metaphorical theory, forcing them to hand it over. Utilizing metaphorical theory? What does that mean? The crowd showed puzzled expressions. Could it be that they were joining other countries to negotiate with China, and then force them to hand over the fusion technology? How is this possible? Although rice is still the world leader, but does not mean that all countries listen to their own, and China now has a number of cutting-edge technology. Other countries are too late to please it. How will be with the rice trip this muddy water? For a while, the conference room was in disarray, and the dark-skinned big shot naturally knew what they were thinking. He glanced at the rice boss, and after receiving the latter's approval, he coughed lightly twice and spelled out his plan. Naturally, we can't negotiate with China, and once we open up a multinational negotiation, no matter if we win or lose, in the end, we won't be able to get this technology. Chapter 160, just lick your face and ask for it. And that would make our purpose too obvious, not to mention whether the Chinese government would accept it. First of all, no other country would follow us. They just want to be able to share the appropriate technology, and it doesn't matter where they get it from. So, we have no choice but to take the high ground of public opinion if we want to have technology reasonably and still not be blamed by the world. For example, utilizing the world pattern of peace and equality to force China to voluntarily disclose its technology. In that case, China will have to seriously consider our demands. The others present all understood. Isn't this the same tactic often used in the past? It was just that before, they were all targeting small countries, and they didn't think about big countries like China. By him mentioning this point, everyone immediately reacted. That's a good idea. Chinese people are more concerned about international influence. If we can make other countries realize that nuclear fusion technology must not be in the hands of a single country, then they will surely be on our side. That's right. We have to present nuclear fusion as dangerous and force China to release the technology for joint appraisal by other countries. It's not only the fusion technology that needs to be released, but also the formula for the materials inside, which is the key to the technology of the controlled nuclear reactor. As long as we get the formula, then we can improve on the original basis, so that we are still the world's #1 technological power. It's useless for other countries to get the technology. They simply don't have the strength to research it. Maybe in the end only our two countries will have it. The more they talked, the more excited they became. It was as if China had already promised to release the technology. After hours of discussion, they finally came to a unified opinion to use metaphorical high pressure to force China to release the controlled fusion technology and hand it over to the U.S. for appraisal. So, that very afternoon, the major departments of the rice country acted at the same time, united with various media outlets across the country, and openly published remarks attacking China on the internet. An hour later, the entire internet was covered with various skeptical articles. Nuclear fusion is extremely dangerous. Potential for human extinction. China must not be allowed to dominate. Nuclear fusion technology belongs to all mankind. China must release its nuclear fusion technology for authoritative appraisal by the United States. To realize the peaceful development of mankind, China must surrender its nuclear fusion technology. Controlled fusion is a force of nature that no one can privately appropriate. Countless articles standing on the high ground were pressed against China, and even the bigwigs of the rice country stepped in, especially that dark-skinned bigwig. He even made a speech against China. This video was quickly reposted by media outlets in various countries. In the video, the big black-skinned man seemed extremely angry, facing the camera. He even showed some compassion. As we all know, nuclear fusion technology does not belong to this era. China is actually privately developing nuclear fusion technology in a vain attempt to dominate the world. For this kind of behavior, we in the United States are willing to stand in front of the world and fight for peace in the world. The state of China openly calls out the magnitude of the power of nuclear fusion with the intention of frightening us all, and then submitting to the state of China. So, in order to ensure world peace, for the continuation of human civilization, for the enjoyment of endless energy for all, the state of China must publicize all the technologies of nuclear fusion. This will ensure the stability of world peace. His words immediately caused an uproar around the world, especially those countries that were willing to be the lapdogs of the mic, knowing that they could not get technical support from China, openly supported the mic's claim. In order to match the metaphorical offensive of the rice, they also mobilized the media in their own country to bombard the scientific research community of China on the internet one after another. pointing the finger directly at the relevant technical units, especially the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Li Dongxin. They then almost scolded by name. What gives China the right to have exclusive access to nuclear fusion technology? It belongs to all mankind. You must publish the data and theories. This world can't have technology that goes beyond nuclear fission, or it will bring disaster to mankind. China cannot privately develop nuclear fusion technology. Whoever privately monopolizes nuclear fusion technology is an enemy of the whole world, not even the inventor. China must accept Rice's supervision, or it should destroy all facilities on its own. There is no third way for China to choose. Either publish the technical report or ban the research on nuclear fusion. This is the responsibility that being a great nation should have. Nuclear fusion technology is a gift of nature and should be enjoyed by all mankind as an endless source of energy, not by one country alone. This is shameful behavior. These countries follow behind the United States, separated by 800,000 miles of good a holler. But no one dares in the international frontal just China. These remarks are all from their media, and our private media. Even the national official media have not issued a voice. Obviously, they simply do not have the backbone, and even less strength to call the shots with the state of China, and completely belong to the small role of foxes and tigers, standing behind the rice country and waving the flag. These words quickly spread to the territory of the countries. Netizens have seen these videos, all stunned. They know that the rice people are shameless, but did not expect so shameless. It's obviously a technology developed by the Chinese themselves. Why do you let them publicize it? You have a lot of cutting-edge technology too. Why don't we see you publicize it? It's really a crime of desire. The eyes of the masses are discerning, and except for a very small number of countries that are willing to go along with them, other countries can still see the wolfish ambitions of the rice country. At the same time, being busy at the space agency, Deng Lao also learned about this matter. He immediately approached the head of the official media in China, and just said, "Help me publish an article. I'm going to ruthlessly expose the shameful face of Rice in front of everyone." Rice's shameless behavior is really infuriating. Deng Lao is old. Gas cultivation work is also very sufficient. Easily will not be angry. But this time, he did move shocked anger. He was going to send out an article to refute the ridiculous reasons of the Mizuno people and ruthlessly expose the face of the Mizuno people. The official media of China was very fast, and shortly after Deng Lao wrote his article, an article titled "The Dogs of the Lost Family Only Dare to Bark Over the Wall" was quickly pushed to the front page of the official media. Netizens have clapped their hands after reading it. The article not only uses sharp words, but also dissects the villainous hearts of the Mig people ruthlessly. Chapter 161, Being Sold but Still Counting the Money for Others. Even those countries that only dared to hide behind Rice were scolded by Deng Lao. The entire text does not carry a single dirty word, but pinpoints the blood. It is a masterpiece of hegemony. In the face of hegemony, China has never been afraid. Not when it was weak before, but now that it is strong, China will not be afraid. In the face of the outside world's ill will, it is necessary to respond with a stronger attitude. Netizens have run to the bottom of the article to leave comments. Well said. Who doesn't know the wolfish ambitions of Rice? They just want to take possession of my country's technology. That's why they made up such a set of lies. If they had been the first to master fusion technology, would they have publicized it? And talk about threatening world peace. That kind of lie wouldn't even fool a 3-year-old. Why didn't they say that science and technology are mutually beneficial when they were blocking my country's science and technology? Now that they've been surpassed, they've started advocating that science has no borders, which is really disgusting. Dean Deng is right. Why should we share it with them? This is our Chinese country's technology. Go research and develop it yourself if you want to, or keep your mouth shut honestly. Millet country is in a hurry. They are scared, seeing that their position is not secure. They want to discredit our Chinese technology and force us to hand over our technology. This is just a fool's dream. How powerful the Chinese people were when they united. They weren't satisfied with the domestic online platforms, and they ran to the official website of the meter country to start rounding up the people, including those flag-waving minor characters. The Chinese netizens didn't spare them either. For a moment, the square characters unique to China quickly flooded their internet. Do you rice countries dare to be more shameless? As soon as you see that someone else has something good, you want to take it for yourselves. This is the behavior of a robber. Let me tell you, China is not the same as it was 100 years ago. We've grown strong and we're not afraid of your threats. If you want to get the nuclear fusion technology, don't dream of it. And you small countries, you're still counting the money on your behalf even after you've been sold. What qualifications do you have to force China? If you can stand in front of the stage, don't just let a bunch of small media fool around. Everyone knows the true intentions of the United States, but it is just to obtain the technology of the People's Republic of China, and they're still using peace as a cover. As long as you, Rice, are in this world, there can never be true peace. Millet country? You think China is your own father and will give you whatever you want? Don't dream big. We won't give you anything. It won't be long before you'll be completely left behind by China. Nuclear fusion technology can only truly bring hope to the world if it's in the hands of China. Empowered by the powerful strength of the state of China and the great national self-confidence, every Chinese netizen had a high fighting spirit. They shocked everyone who dared to offend China. And all of this stems from the confidence that Li Dongxin brings to them. It was also Li Dongxin's example that made the netizens of China stand together and guard the heroes of China under this powerful cyber siege, without waiting for the state to take action. Those articles and news that denigrated China were quickly taken off the shelves. Even some of the smaller media outlets, because of the stern accusations made by the Chinese netizens, actually turned their guns directly against the United States, telling people that it was the United States that forced them to do this. This in turn gave the people of the world a good show. In the face of the mighty power of the people of China, where did the upper echelons of Rice dare to show their faces? They could only send out articles to admit their weakness and released an apology video, which put an end to the farce. The Chinese netizens were once again victorious and showed other countries the power of the Chinese people. But one family is happy and one family is sad. The people of China are now happy, but the people of the United States are once again in a dilemma. The former could not force China to hand over its nuclear fusion technology. The latter could not stabilize its position as the world's hegemon, and even its previous allies have now switched to the Chinese camp. If there is really any conflict, the Rice country is directly in an isolated and helpless situation. In a high-level conference room in Rice, a group of bigwigs of different skin tones looked worried as the internet went sideways, declaring the metaphorical battle a failure. Actually, they should be used to it, since China has become powerful. In terms of metaphorical polemics, Rice has never won. What's more, the truth was in the hands of the Chinese this time, so how could they be a match for the Chinese? The outpouring of Chinese netizens alone trashed their plans, not to mention that there is a powerful Chinese country behind them. So, the whole conference room was filled with sighs. The dark-skinned big shot who had come up with the bad idea was now slumped over the table with his head down, frozen, not daring to say a word. It was because of his arrogance that led to a passive situation for Rice. And now it would be even more difficult to force China to hand over its nuclear fusion technology. The Rice boss began to summarize the lessons learned. As you can all see, today's China doesn't fear us at all, especially their younger generation. With their self-confidence and unity, they have almost no enemy in this world. In the face of such a Chinese nation, all our previous routines don't work. Moral abduction and threats of peace may be useful for small countries, but for China, they are tantamount to taking their own lives. We'll have to think about alternatives. His words gained the approval of many people. The current China had indeed become very powerful. Trying to get them to hand over their nuclear fusion technology was simply harder than climbing up to heaven. Just as everyone was at a loss, a character sitting in the back row raised his hand. Actually, there is a way. You can make China obediently hand over its nuclear fusion technology, and they'll be happy to accept it. Rice's metaphorical war plan ended in failure. In order to get China's nuclear fusion technology, they held another meeting. One is to summarize the failure experience, and the other is to discuss a new method to use to force China to announce the nuclear fusion technology. However, in the face of the increasingly powerful China, everyone racked their brains and remained at a loss. Just when everyone thought that this matter was hopeless, the person in charge sitting in the last row raised his hand and said that he had a way to make China hand over its nuclear fusion technology, and it was still handed over with gusto. Hearing him say that, everyone focused their eyes on him. Chapter 162, Want a Nobel Prize? The Rice boss gestured for him to hurry up and speak. This matter was imminent and there was no time to sell it here. The brown-haired head stood up and cleared his throat before he spoke his considerations. Actually, this ploy is very simple, yet it works. Maybe it won't make them publish the whole theory, but at least it will get some of the theoretical data, especially the formula for heat-resistant materials. They must publish it. As long as we have these things, we can build on this foundation and break through to fusion research. According to the scientific research strength of our country, Rice, as long as we have mastered the key steps, it wouldn't be difficult to develop a controlled nuclear reactor. His words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Rice had been engaged in nuclear fusion research for many years, and the reason why it hadn't developed a controlled nuclear reactor was that it was stuck on high-temperature resistant materials. If the corresponding research ideas could be obtained from China, then with the scientific research strength and foundation of the meter country, inspiration could also be obtained from this, thus breaking the current research stalemate. The Rice boss signaled him to continue. The man slightly owed. This is his first time to participate in a high-level meeting. It is inevitable that he is a little nervous. His voice slightly trembled when he spoke. I consider that you can use the Nobel Prize for Science and Technology in exchange for the relevant technology. All of us are well aware that although China sits on a population of 1.4 billion, there are quite a few of the world's top scientists among them, but so far no Chinese, in the true sense of the word, has been able to win the Nobel Prize in Physics, or the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, especially the Physics Prize, which is the most prestigious of the 5 Nobel Prizes, even more than the rest combined. Nowadays, China is indeed very powerful, so powerful that it possesses controlled nuclear technology, but they still lack such a medal to prove their country's scientific reality. One word woke up the dreamer. Everyone at the meeting woke up. He was right. The scientists of China have had the Nobel Prize on their minds all their lives. They want to get this honor for China, and only this honor can make the world identify with China's scientific community. How can a country be called a scientific powerhouse if it doesn't even have a Nobel Prize for physics? This is undoubtedly a shame for a great nation. For this reason, countless Chinese scientists are fighting for it, trying to use their results to get a Nobel medal in physics for China. But, so many years have passed, China has never won the Nobel Prize in physics. This has become the regret of all Chinese people. If now has a chance to get China the supreme award in science, I'm sure they will spare no effort to fight for it. This is the current situation that China is facing right now, and they need an award like this to prove their scientific status to the world. The brown-haired head's words gained the approval of many in the room. Even the rice boss couldn't help but applaud. That's a good idea. Doesn't China need the Nobel Prize in physics? Then let's help them. And they are invited to publicize a portion of their research success, thereby proving that they have indeed conquered nuclear control technology. We can't say that they performed a magic trick that lit up China and the organizing committee gave him the award, can we? If you want to get this supreme honor, you have to come up with something dry so that it will be convincing. The words are there. Cootie. All understand the meaning of it. If you want to win the Nobel Prize in Science and Technology, you have to be judged by the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee, the process of which is extremely complex. In addition to the need for relevant nomination qualifications, the most important thing is to announce the relevant technology. Even if it's only part of it, only then will the organizing committee consider whether to award him the prize or not. And Li Dongxin's controlled nuclear fusion technology can be said to have broken the limits of the times, directly advancing technology to a new civilization. He could undoubtedly win the Nobel Prize for Physics. No one in the world would have any objections. Anyone else's research or technology would have to come in behind him. As long as he accepted the award, then Li Dongxin would have to publish a portion of the technology to support his research results. Once he did so, then Rice would be able to obtain the corresponding technical parameters without much effort. Then Rice might be able to attack the controlled nuclear technology as well. The most important thing is that the Nobel Prize in Physics is an honor that China has been thinking about for a long time, and they will categorically not refuse the award from the organizing committee. This plan of clapping was applauded by all the bigwigs. What a good idea! Exchanging the honor that China wants for the technology. No matter which way you look at it, we, Rice, have earned it. The key is that this kind of result can also be recognized by China, and won't make them feel resentful. If they want to win the award, they have to publish the technology. It's not like we're forcing them. Ha ha, the Chinese have always focused on national honor. Isn't Li Dongxin their national hero? He must not bleed for national honor. Exactly. They don't have any reason to refuse, and they'll probably disclose all the technology in order to secure the Nobel Prize in Physics. If that were the case, it would save us a lot of time. Except for a few big countries that have such scientific research capabilities, other countries can only sigh and wonder. The rice boss looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. He seemed to have seen that day, when Li Dongxin announced the relevant technology, he would immediately arrange for personnel to conduct research. Thinking of this, the smile on his face intensified. Then it's decided. Immediately contact the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee and tell them to judge Li Dongxin's eligibility for the award in a timely manner. At the same time, let them ask China to publicize the relevant technical parameters, especially the formula of high-temperature resistant materials. I'm sure China is willing to shed a little blood in order to fulfill their long-cherished wish. The me boss seems to be very certain. He thinks that China will definitely publicize the relevant technical parameters in order to get the Nobel Prize in Physics. This is an honor they have been longing for. So, when the people agreed on this strategy, he immediately gave an order to immediately contact the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee and asked the organizing committee to ask China to publish the relevant technology. Just as he was gloating over this strategy, China had also received a notification from the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee, which stated that Li Dongxin could win this year's Nobel Prize in Physics for his nuclear control technology. Chapter 163, The Wolf's Ambition, clearly revealed. In order to facilitate the judging by the organizing committee, It was also requested that Li Dongxing publish a portion of the relevant technology, especially the parameters in the area of high-temperature resistant materials, which had to be published so that they would award the Nobel Prize to Li Dongxing. After receiving this news, China immediately held an emergency meeting, located in a hidden conference room in the imperial capital. Many characters often seen on TV, all gathered. The big shot sitting in the middle of the room had his brows tightened. He was pinching the documents sent by the Nobel Prize organizing committee in his hand. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he single-handedly entered into the subject of the meeting. You've all read the document, haven't you? The Nobel Prize organizing committee has nominated Li Dongxing for the award and has asked us to publish the corresponding data. And it also named the parameters of the heat-resistant material to be published. I need to talk to you all about how we should respond to the guys before we release it to the community. The crowd was also silent after hearing this. From the perspective of national honor, this was indeed an opportunity to prove to the world that China was a technological powerhouse. Many local scientists have dedicated almost their entire lives to this honor, just to help their country improve its international status. But heaven forbid, every time there is a new research result, it will be overshadowed by other countries, resulting in a situation where the scientific community is not on top of the world. But nuclear fusion technology is the most important weapon of the country. How can it be easily publicized? This is China's most valuable trump card. It's also related to the well-being of hundreds of millions of people. Once it's released, it could have an extremely bad effect. Hearing that big shot say that, everyone voiced their opinions. It must not be publicized. This is obviously a plot by the Me nationals. They want to utilize the fact that China doesn't have a Nobel Prize to tempt us to give them this technology. They also named the parameters of the heat-resistant material. The wolf's ambition is obvious. We must not fall for this. Controlled nuclear fusion technology can only be controlled by our country of China. If it is obtained by other countries, especially by rice, it may be used in war. When Li Dongxing shared the information with the country, he also said that we must not let the meter country get this technology. If we hand over the nation's most important weapon for the sake of a Nobel Prize, it will definitely cause the people's indignation. I agree. We can take our time to fight for the Nobel Prize, but as for the nuclear control technology, don't even think about it for the meter country. We, China, will never use our national security in exchange for the so-called Rongzhan. The big man in the center listened patiently and his tight brows gradually relaxed. He was in agreement with the crowd. When this notice was handed over to him, he realized that every word in it, almost all of them, came from the meaning of the rice country. And naturally, he could guess the real intention of the rice country. This Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to Li Dongxing, and the patent of the nuclear control technology also belongs to Li Dongxing. In that case, whether to choose to publish the relevant parameters, this decision is also in the hands of Li Dongxing. In the face of the supreme honor of the scientific community, any scientist will be moved, which is human nature. Not to mention, Li Dongxing has always been to fight for the honor of the country as its own responsibility. He will not be for the people's expectations, and choose to publish this one technology? This is no one knows. After pondering, this big shot voiced the concern in his mind. The Nobel Prize organizing committee is going to award the prize to Li Dongxing, and this is an honor he deserves. Li Dongxing has given up a lot for the sake of the country and the people. We can't morally kidnap him and force him to give up the Nobel Prize. It's too unfair to him, I think. Why don't we just leave the decision to Li Dongxing? This technology originally belonged to him, so no matter what choice he makes, we should support him. He is a national hero of our country of China and the future successor of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I'm sure he will have his own considerations. Hearing him say this, the others agreed. Indeed, Li Dongxing had sacrificed a lot for the development of the country. Just a patent for thermostatic coating technology is enough to make him the richest man in the world. But he unhesitatingly dedicates himself to his country, which has touched countless people of China. Now, the Nobel Prize, known as the highest honor for scientists, is about to be awarded to Li Dongxing. How can they bear to ask Li Dongxing to refuse it? What's more, this was originally an honor that belonged to him. A hero must not be allowed to give while shedding tears. As for whether or not to publicize the controlled nuclear technology, that would be left entirely to Li Dongxing to decide. The people reached a consensus of opinion, immediately informed the state's decision to Li Dongxing. In order to avoid metaphorical pressure on Li Dongxing, they chose not to publicize this matter, until Li Dongxing made a decision. At the same time, Li Dongxing was having a meeting with all the experts in the space agency, with the purpose of discussing the experiments to be carried out when landing on the moon. And just as the meeting was in the middle of the meeting, the door of the conference room was knocked by someone. Director Zhang got up and opened the door. Saw Deng old assistant was standing outside the door, fine beads of sweat oozing out of his brain, a look of anxiety. and in his hand was holding a craft paper bag, which was labeled with a seal of top secret words. Before Director Zhang could open his mouth to inquire, Deng Lao's assistant walked into the conference room, handed the file bag to Li Dongxin, and whispered something in his ear. When Li Dongxin heard it, he smiled slightly and gestured to the crowd. Today's meeting will be opened here. Although the experts were puzzled, they still followed Li Dongxin's instructions and left this conference room. A few moments later, only Li Dongxin and Deng Lao were left in the large conference hall. Li Dongxin opened the document bag and gave the contents inside a cursory reading before handing it over to Deng Lao beside him. He looked as normal, but Deng Lao's face changed dramatically when he looked at him, but he restrained himself. He pointed to the document and quietly inquired, "Since the state has given you the choice, so, what's your opinion?" This document is, naturally, the notification from the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee and the final decision of the state. When Deng Lao saw this, he was also very surprised in his heart. He was a scientist who had come out of the storm. How could he not see the hidden crisis behind the Nobel Prize? It was just that he didn't voice out the concerns in his mind, and like the other bigwigs, he couldn't bear to see Li Dongxin make sacrifices for China anymore. Chapter 164. This day has been waiting too long. The weight of the Nobel Prize in Physics in the minds of scientists. That is incomparable. Even Deng Lao himself, after seeing the notice from the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee, his heartstrings were slightly loosened. He understood all too well the appeal of the Nobel Prize to scientists. It's not just an honor. It's more like a symbol. Symbolizes the recipient becoming a true scientific authority. If it was any other related technology, he would not hesitate to persuade Li Dongxin to accept it. But this time it's controlled fusion technology. The future of 1.4 billion people is at stake. And once it is publicized, it may cause irreversible consequences. He didn't dare and couldn't do so. Therefore, he kept all these words in his heart and gave the final choice to Li Dongxin. Just like before, no matter what choice Li Dongxin made, he would support him without hesitation. Deng Lao looked at Li Dongxin, waiting for his final choice. Li Dongxin didn't say anything, just put the document back into the paper bag, then told Deng Lao, help me hold a conference, preferably of an international nature. Deng Lao was shocked upon hearing this. He understood that the reason why the country kept it secret was that it didn't want the metaphor to influence Li Dongxin's choice, and that if a conference was held, someone would inevitably publicize the secret behind the Nobel Prize. Once this is the case, then will the people still allow Li Dongxin to accept the Nobel Prize? If accepted, then will Li Dongxin be cyber-violated? Although Li Dongxin has matured too much compared to his peers, cyber-violence can be scary. Under high-pressure public opinion, can Li Dongxin still keep the state of mind that he is in nowadays? Deng Lao was a bit worried. He could neither bear to see Li Dongxin continue to sacrifice for the country. Even more so, he didn't want Li Dongxin to be subjected to cyber-violence. So, he thought about it, but still decided to persuade. Li Dongxin, I think it is best to keep this matter quiet. You also know, not everyone can understand your sacrifice. If the people are maliciously brought to the rhythm, I'm afraid the consequences are somewhat serious. Deng Lao didn't put words in his mouth and knew that he could understand what he meant. As a result, Li Dongxin smiled gently after hearing this and still asked for a high-profile conference, and also made a point of emphasizing that he would make sure that journalists from other countries would come to participate as well. Seeing that he was so insistent, Elder Deng could not say anything else and had to follow Li Dongxin's words. Soon, the Chinese TV station published the news with a striking headline: Li Dongxin nominated for Nobel Prize. Conference to be held tomorrow. When the news came out, it quickly caused a heated debate on the internet. After all, Chinese people have been looking forward to the Nobel Prize for a long time, and today this dream is about to be realized by Li Dongxin. So how can the people not be excited? Is this true? Our country is finally going to win a Nobel Prize? And it's the most prestigious prize in physics. Great God, Li Dongxin is really the pride of our country. As soon as he steps in, he is immediately going to bring back the Nobel Prize for our country of China. We have been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone is making a fuss. Great God, Li Dongxin has conquered the controlled fusion technology. So who else can he award the Nobel Prize to if not him? Is there anyone else in the world whose research can surpass the achievements of Mr. Li Dongxin? This is great. Let's see who still dares to say that we don't have a Nobel Prize winner in China. With the great God Li Dongxin around, maybe the Nobel Prize will be given to him every year in the future. I wonder what Chief Director Li will say at this launch. I'm really looking forward to it. The people of China are happy for Li Dongxin receiving this honor. Li Dongxin is well deserved. Just when people thought things were that simple, a new post appeared on the internet, and the appearance of this post directly blew up the netizens. The post spells out the conditions for winning the Nobel Prize, which is that the winner must make the appropriate research public. No one is exempt. Seeing this post, the netizens are not calm. They only focus on Li Dongxin will win the Nobel Prize. But forget about this. Soon, this post was topped on the hot search. This is also the thing that Deng Lao is most worried about. He is worried that Li Dongxin will be morally abducted because of this. And he did not expect. The state of affairs did not develop as Deng Lao expected. Although there is some controversy among Chinese netizens, it all centers around whether or not the relevant technology should be disclosed. And there is no moral abduction of Li Dongxin. They understood very well what the Nobel Prize really meant to the scientists. Although this technology is a national weapon, but he is after all the research results of Li Dongxin, great God, to publish the relevant technology or not. This also has to be decided by Li Dongxin, great God. No one is allowed to morally kidnap great God Li Dongxin. He has already done enough for us. This honor is his due. No matter what he chooses, I will support him. This is obviously a huge conspiracy to use the Nobel Prize to cheat us out of our technology. But the Nobel Prize is important to scientists too. So why don't we just publish a little bit of it? Leave the key technology behind. The Nobel Prize in Physics is the highest gold content. We have been looking forward to winning this award. But controlled nuclear technology is also very important. This is our national treasure technology. Where can we easily show it to others? Now caught in a dilemma. Accept it. We'll have to publish the technology. Do not accept it. That is too cruel to Li Dongxin, big God. We cannot bear it. Alas. It's better to let great God Li Dongxin make his own choice. Deng Lao was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw the messages from the netizens. The people of China are really kind. Knowing the conspiracy behind the Nobel Prize, back they still support Li Dongxin. It seems that Li Dongxin has become an irreplaceable presence in the hearts of the people. The stone hanging in Deng Lao's heart was completely put down. Looking at Li Dongxin, who was busy beside him, he had the intention to ask about the contents of tomorrow's launch, but he still held back his curiosity. Deng Lao's heart quietly expects, at tomorrow's launch. And what a wonderful performance you will have. Chapter 165, the launching party begins. After a night of anxious waiting, time quickly came to the next day. The launch venue was arranged in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is also Deng Lao discussed with Li Dongxin. Finally selected in this place, compared to the Space Center or the National Auditorium, in the Chinese Academy of Sciences to hold an international conference, can be from the side of the side to say that this is on behalf of the Chinese science. At this moment, there is still an hour before the conference starts. The conference hall is already packed with people inside. In addition to a part of the domestic famous media, there are also many authoritative TV stations from other countries. They have long wanted to get in touch with China's heroes and young people. But unfortunately there is no suitable opportunity. Today it is hard to wait until the Chinese Academy of Sciences notice, allowing foreign media to ask questions on the spot. This is a great opportunity to seize the headlines. And this conference, or for the world synchronous live broadcast, many countries, can be watched through the TV, the network. The domestic network live broadcasting room was also opened, and the netizens had already moved their small stools and waited in front of the screen. It's still the first time that great God Li Dongxin has held an international conference, isn't it? All previous conferences only allowed domestic media to attend. This time actually wanted to open up the foreign official media as well. I wonder what will be said. It must be related to the Nobel Prize. I just don't know how Mr. Li Dongxin will choose. On one hand it's the honor of a scientist. On the other hand it's the top technology. This time perhaps Li Dongxin God is also caught in a dilemma. No matter how to choose, in the end, there will be part of the regret. But I still hope that he can accept the Nobel Prize. After all, this is an honor that belongs to him. Other people do not have the qualifications to make the decision for him. Whether or not the public announces the nuclear control technology doesn't affect my admiration for him. Scientists are also human beings. They also have feelings and desires. Not to mention that although he is a hero of China, he is always a young man. I'm really worried that he won't be able to carry it off. If these foreign reporters dare to make things difficult for him, we, the people of China, will never agree. Commander Li, go for it. Netizens are full of trust in Li Dongxin, and they will unconditionally support him no matter what choices he makes. And at this time, the upper echelon of the rice country also sat around in front of the TV, waiting for Li Dongxin and foreign journalists to exchange words. They were now in a very relaxed mood, having learned of the attitude of the people of China, which made them feel that they were about to succeed in their plot. Especially the person in charge who made this proposal is now very proud. The polls in China show that they are all in favor of China accepting the Nobel Prize. So, our plan is about to succeed. The rice boss nodded with a smile. He was satisfied with the plan, and it seemed like things were going according to plan. This launch should be from China to celebrate the Nobel Prize. That's exactly what we would like to see. The Nobel Prize in Physics. That's a coveted award for all scientists. They won't turn it down, much less turn it down. Using a mere Nobel Prize in exchange for the essence of nuclear control technology. We've undoubtedly made a lot of money on this business. And I have arranged for journalists to go forward to the conference and will urge China to release the data then. We're going to win this round. His words were unanimously echoed by those present, that the Nobel Prize, though precious, was after all only an honor. What's more, Mizuno has already had hundreds of people win such awards, so what does it matter if we let China take it away once? It would have been theirs anyway, and trading the other side's honor for the other side's technology was a solid deal either way. Furthermore, attack the controlled fusion technology, then the rice country is still the world's hegemony, and the future benefits from this will be far more than just a medal. Faced with such a choice, Kuti knew what to do. 2. Excitement appeared on the faces of the participants. This plan is really flawless. The Chinese people are not rejected at all this time, and there are still many people looking forward to winning the Nobel Prize. As long as they accept the Nobel Prize, then they have to announce the related technology, especially the high-temperature resistant material. With this formula, we can make progress in a lot of science and technology in the United States. Although the Nobel Prize is precious, it's not as precious as nuclear control technology. Chinese people have always been very smart, but I didn't expect to end up on top of the Nobel Prize. This is normal. After all, Li Dongxin is just a teenager. Even though he has all the cutting-edge technology, he expects to be recognized by the world, and the Nobel Prize is the best way to do that. I have already prepared all the experimental equipment. As long as we get the relevant technical parameters, we can immediately put into the research. With high-temperature resistant materials, we are still afraid that we cannot design the reactor. In the eyes of this group of ambitious people, Li Dongxin seemed to have become meat on the chopping board, ready to be taken by them at any time. Many people have already begun to envision a better life in the future, and they are sure that in the extended research on nuclear fusion, the rice country will definitely be able to surpass the state of China and once again restore the status of the world's #1 scientific and technological power. The conference is about to begin, and many journalists have already set up their long guns and short cannons, ready to record this important moment. Dang old man in the background to see the scene of the situation. The heart is vaguely worried. This conference is international in nature. In accordance with the customary, when Li Dongxin introduced the relevant Nobel Prize situation, it is necessary to accept the questions of the journalists present. It would have been fine if it was the national media. The issues they raised would have been considered from the national stern side, but it's not the same for foreign journalists, who are following orders from their home countries and may ask tough questions. These are questions that sometimes catch people off guard and prevent the other person from being able to respond calmly. What's more, this is the first time for Li Dongxin to face the foreign media. And Dang Lao was worried that, with Li Dongxin's age and experience, he will not be able to calmly deal with this kind of occasion. Li Dongxin was resting his eyes. He seemed to sense what Elder Tang was thinking and gave him a reassuring look. In his tone was a calmness that is hard to find even in adults. It's almost time to start. It's time to tell everyone about my final decision. Hearing Li Dongxin say this, Dang Lao had no choice but to swallow back the words that were on his lips. Chapter 166, Question Time for Journalists. A young man in his early 20s, just out of the university campus, was pushed to the heights of the national level. It is really a bit difficult for him. Dang Lao patted Li Dongxin's shoulder and cheered him up. Good. Let's get started then. You don't have to worry too much. You have a strong motherland behind you, and no matter what problems arise, I will help you out. You are the hero of the country and the hope of the nation. Let those foreign journalists take a good look and see the powerful China today. Li Dongxin's eyes cleared and he nodded, walking from behind the curtain to the front of the stage. Boom! When Li Dongxin appeared in the public's view, a roaring applause erupted from the scene. The flashlights that flashed more than once illuminated the entire launch site as if it was daytime. Li Dongxin's looks were very handsome, which made the foreign journalists who saw him for the first time with their own eyes light up. For a while, the flash in their hands almost shook one's eyes open. Elder Tang followed behind Li Dongxin, and when he saw this scene, his slightly worried emotions were slightly calmed. From the lively atmosphere of the scene, it seems that Li Dongxin also possesses overwhelming popularity in the international arena, compared to those foreign journalists, who won't give him a hard time. The netizens who watched this conference through the internet were all excited the moment Li Dongxin appeared on the scene. The pop-up screen also swiped the screen. Finally, I've seen God Li Dongxin. Still so handsome. Poor old anti-heart of mine. I just can't resist his charm. Can you guys not turn on the flash? If you flash Commander Li's eyes, I'm not finished with you. I'm an old auntie too, but I just love how he's such a handsome young man. So calm and unassuming no matter what. It really does get better the more you look at him. I also wonder what the great God Li Dongxin will talk about this time? The Nobel Prize has been delivered to his doorstep, and I don't seem to have realized how happy he is. What's there to be happy about? With great God Li Dongxin's achievements and research results, it's not even enough to have Nobel himself present the award. Li Dongxin slowly scanned the stage and saw that reporters from various countries had basically arrived before he took his seat. Facing the camera, he spoke calmly. Greetings, guests. I'm sure you're all aware that I've been nominated for the Nobel Prize, and I've taken this opportunity to hold a press conference. There were two people sitting beside Li Dongxin. One was a simultaneous translator who synchronized what Li Dongxin had said into English, and the other was naturally Tang Lao. He originally didn't need to appear, but he was relieved that Li Dongxin couldn't be bothered, thinking that he could dismiss some unfriendly issues so that he could also protect the heroes of China. Li Dongxin's opening speech is short and powerful. Love calm, look calm. A few words will be the ins and outs of the matter, which also won the presence of foreign media unanimous applause. At the same time, they all secretly marveled. It's really worthy of being a heroic young man of China, facing the media from all over the world. It's really rare to be able to remain calm. China is fortunate. God gave them such a genius. I believe that Mr. Li Dongxin, no matter which country he is in, as much as he can become the guardian of the people's hearts. His image is so perfect that no matter from which angle he is photographed, there are no flaws. This is the first time in all my years of journalism that I have come across someone so perfect. It's time to move on to the questioning session in a moment, right? I hope Mr. Li Dongxin will ask me first. I'm a big admirer of his. This is our first contact with Mr. Li Dongxin. We must seize the opportunity to leave him some good images. Maybe will allow us to have an exclusive interview with him later. As Li Dongxin looked at the crowd on the stage, the applause and murmurs at the scene gradually subsided. Let's move on to questions from the press. Dang Lao, as Li Dongxin's assistant, was always in control of the rhythm of the conference, and as his words fell, a group of reporters on the scene raised their hands. The foreign media, in particular, hate to put their hands up to the ceiling. Li Dongxin smiled slightly and pointed to a random girl. Looking at the logo on her chest, she should be a reporter from an island country, and she should not be too old. Li Dongxin didn't have any particular reason for choosing her. He just saw that she was the closest and ordered her in a back-and-forth order. Seeing that his wish had come true, that Sakura country reporter showed great excitement and immediately picked up the microphone and started asking questions. Hello Mr. Li Dongxin. I am a reporter from the island country's television station. I would like to ask you the first question that people all over the world want to know. Is your controlled fusion technology really going to enable mankind to make a journey into space? After asking this question, the room was silent, all waiting for Li Dongxin's answer. Compared to the Nobel Prize, this issue is related to the fate of all mankind. Before about the energy of nuclear fusion, although everyone from the lighting up the country of China, to obtain some information, but this is all their own speculation. Whether the specific power contained within was really enough for mankind to cross light-year units and sail into outer space. This still required Li Dongxin's approval. This island reporter, in order to show her respect, she deliberately used the Chinese language to ask questions, so there is no need for simultaneous translation. Li Dongxin directly can answer. He faced the cute girl and smiled slightly. Nuclear fusion technology is actually known to everyone, and it does possess unrivaled energy compared to currently known human energy sources. It's not something that can be answered with a yes or no to your question, because if mankind wants to travel through space, a controlled nuclear reactor is not enough, but also matching technologies such as curvature engines, and time controllers, etc. All of these technologies are products of the post-technological era. So, forgive me if I can't answer your question head-on. Boom! Li Dongxin's answer was generous and once again won applause from the crowd. Even Elder Deng breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but praise him for it. Li Dongxin's answer was seamless. But what will be the next question on? Chapter 167, it's really well said. The first question was not warm, and Li Dongxin answered it very appropriately, which made Deng Lao's heart half down. Immediately after, the second question was raised. This reporter is blonde hair with a hawkish nose. His face is not kind, and the questions he asks are quite tricky. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li Dongxin. I'm a reporter from the hair country's TV station. I would like to ask, your country's controlled fusion technology, will it be shared with other countries? After he said this, the atmosphere of the scene was choked. Although many people are concerned about this matter, it would be inappropriate to raise such a question in front of the whole world. Anyone knows that nuclear control technology belongs to the country's top secret, so how can it be easily shared with others? But when he asked this question, it made the other party have a bad answer. If he said that he would share it, then other countries would immediately look for China to ask for the technical parameters. If you say that you will not share, then it really should be the words of the rice country. China is trying to dominate the world. China has always wanted to coexist peacefully with the world. So the answer is not to hit their own face? Tong Lao's face changed slightly. The angle of this question was indeed tricky, and if one was not careful, words would fall. In order not to let Li Dongxin be embarrassed, he wanted to skip this link directly, but he did not expect Li Dongxin to actually move the microphone forward, which is to answer the rhythm of the question. As expected, Li Dongxin's expression was bland after hearing this question. Our country of China has been a state of etiquette and a great power in the world since ancient times. As a world power, it is natural to contribute to mankind. And from a certain point of view, the people of the big countries are willing to share nuclear fusion technology with the people of the world. But, when they heard the word but, everyone realized that there must be something else to say. Li Dongxin looked at the hairy reporter, his eyes cold, this powerful aura, so that everyone dared not meet his eyes. Some countries, however, let us down. On the one hand, they forced other countries to publish their technology, but on the other hand, they hide their own high-tech, scheming to continue to dominate the world. For such irresponsible countries, we in China don't care to be in the same boat as them. Controlled nuclear technology must be used for human development, and must not become a tool for certain ambitious people. Li Dongxin's words were sound and his logic was impeccable. It made everyone appreciate it. Even the reporter who had asked the question couldn't help but applaud vigorously. What was said was really great. In the first sentence, it first affirmed the status of China and defended its own country, followed by the attitude and responsibility of a big country, which gained the approval of other small and medium-sized countries. Immediately after, exposing the selfishness and shamelessness of certain big countries, although it was not said by name, but everyone knew who Li Dongxin was talking about. Finally, Li Dongxin also solemnly declared that China will never share nuclear fusion with ambitious people, and will only use it for human development. As for who is ambitious and who is worthy of China's help, that is still not up to China? In this way, the initiative is back in the hands of China. This series of answers was a tight and dripping logic, sharp words, with room for maneuver. It is an art of language, a classic of great power exchange. The bigwigs of China sitting around the conference room, after hearing Li Dongxin's answer, looked at each other and smiled, their eyes full of appreciation. Li Dongxin is marvelous. In just a few words, he has straightened out such a complicated situation. And his logic is clear, and he is free to move in and out of the room. He is really a fearful young man. Ha 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 ha. I'm tempted to ask him to come to my department. I'm short of a language artist like that who can turn passive into active. That's not going to work. Li Dongxin is a scientific research wizard. It would be a real condescension to put him in the position of spokesman. Do you see? Li Dongxin in the speech of the tone of voice calm. Look at ease. I like his age when the same did not have this state of mind. We have to cultivate Li Dongxin properly. Maybe his future prospects can be beyond our imagination. The big man sitting in the center nodded his head with a smile. He had placed heavy expectations on Li Dongxin since he first met him. Unexpectedly, Li Dongxin's performance far exceeded his expectations, which made him feel very relieved. Don't all of you worry blindly. Li Dongxin is going to take that path. I think it's better to leave it to him to choose. All we have to do is not interfere with him. That's the greatest support for him, isn't it? Several of the big names nodded in unison. The applause at the launch site and the screen continues, and Li Dongxin's language art has conquered the foreign journalists. The applause lasted a full minute, faded back, and it was time for questions again. Standing up this time was a dark-skinned journalist from a small country. Judging by the left chest logo, the question he asked was relatively mild. Hello, Mr. Li Dongxin. May I ask what specific areas your country will invest in after conquering nuclear fusion technology? Or will there be actual products produced that will be used to enhance the lives of the nation? The question was asked at a very high level. Unlike the hairy reporter, their small countries are more focused on people's livelihoods. Li Dongxin listened to it, rarely nodded at him, which excited the dark-skinned reporter. Their country was friends with China. Li Dongxin was regarded as a hero by the people of China. Then their country naturally respected Li Dongxin very much, and being able to be looked at differently by Li Dongxin, even if it was just a nod of the head, this made him extremely proud. In fact, this issue is not only he cares, the people of China care even more. When they lit up China before, they had fantasized about the technological life of the future. New energy cars, never charging cell phones, and free electricity, and even a trip to space is in mind. Now just waiting for Li Dongxin himself to tell them which step to start with first in the future. Li Dongxin looks at the camera with a warm smile. There were countless expectant eyes there, looking at himself, and his tone was much softer. I think, this question is what many people want to know. That includes our Chinese people. So I can answer you positively. Chapter 168. An above-average view of the big picture. Hearing Li Dongxin say this, everyone perked their ears up. Unlike technology sharing or anything else, which is a matter between countries, It's a matter of everyone's life in terms of which way it's used. Even the recorders at the scene held their breath, ready to take down Li Dongxin's words. Li Dongxin signaled the dark-skinned reporter to sit down, and then began to answer the question. China is a big country, but also a country with a commitment. We will firstly use this endless energy in solving the problem of people's livelihood. For example, the problem of electricity in remote areas, the cost of electricity for manufacturing, and the security of electricity for the people. We are also willing to sell power to our friends at a very low price if we can guarantee our basic domestic needs. Li Dongxin's answer conquered everyone. His pattern, as well as his mindset, is no longer something a teenager can have. The scene was once again filled with loud applause, and the dark-skinned reporter who asked the question was more excited than everyone else. Because their country is extremely short of electricity, there is not enough electricity to complete the development in agriculture and industry, which is the root cause of their poverty. Now Li Dongxin said in front of everyone that he would help his friend to develop, and that friend, naturally includes his own country. His eyes were filled with respect, and after bowing deeply to Li Dongxin, he retreated behind the crowd. China's netizens were also touched by Li Dongxin. Mr. Li Dongxin is indeed a man of fraternity. He carries us common people in his heart, and he puts livelihood issues at the top of his list in order to make our lives better. It's so well said. Only our friends in China can enjoy this endless energy. When we are rich, we naturally won't forget our poor friends. This is exactly the role of a big country. I really hope this day comes soon, when we'll have the cheapest electricity possible. That's truly people-oriented. When the cost of electricity is lowered, the production cost of industry will also be lowered, and at that time, we will be able to skyrocket the money of foreigners. China will also become the richest-looking country in the world. The netizens fell for Li Dongxin's wisdom, and his answers were so appropriate in every sentence that even Elder Deng was not shocked. This young man who was only in his early teens was so mature in heart. Moreover, his words and phrases were all very well thought out, so that one could not pick out a single fault. Originally, he also wanted to help Li Dongxin fend off some tricky questions, but now it seems that he is over-anxious. Li Dongxin's view of the big picture is beyond his imagination. The question session was also almost over, and there was only one last question slot to follow, and Li Dongxin chose a blonde reporter. Looking at the chest logo, he is exactly from the United States. This reporter originally thought that Li Dongxin will not give him the opportunity, because the relationship between the two countries is not cordial, and he was indeed appointed by the country this time and came to attend this launch. When the microphone was handed to him, he hurriedly grabbed this last chance to ask questions and started to complete his task. Mr. Li Dongxin, nice to meet you. I'm a reporter from the official media of the Meter. Today is the launch of the Nobel Prize, so I'd like to ask a question about the topic. This issue is also the most important concern of the people of China. As we all know, China has not won the Nobel Prize in physics so far, which is the regret and expectation of all Chinese people. And you will surely pick up this year's Nobel Prize laurels with your controlled nuclear technology. At the same time as you receive the Nobel Prize, you must also publish the corresponding research results to be judged by the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee. May I ask whether you are willing to publicize the nuclear fusion technology of Samsung for the sake of the expectations of the people of China? This question was like throwing a spark onto dry wood, instantly lighting up the atmosphere of the scene, and many people began to talk to each other. Compared to those few questions just now, it was what the American reporter said that really poked at everyone's heart. Moreover, the angle from which he raised the question was very tricky, telling Li Dongxin on the one hand that China had been expecting the Nobel Prize for a long time. This could cause the public to misjudge. Then, re-emphasizes that acceptance of the Nobel Prize must be accompanied by the disclosure of the relevant technology so that everyone is aware of this established fact. The most crucial thing is that he did not give Li Dongxin a yes or no choice, and directly pushed Li Dongxin to the opposite side of the people. If he answered willingly, it would indicate that Li Dongxin would announce the relevant technology, which would be tantamount to falling into the rice's trap. If the answer was no, the result would be even worse, and the foreign media would be able to capitalize on this topic to trumpet that Li Dongxin had disregarded the people's expectations, destroying his image in the hearts of the people. Use metaphorical pressure to completely crush this Chinese technological genius. This move, it couldn't be described as not poisonous. No matter how Li Dongxin answered, he was wrong. Chinese netizens were also in an uproar after hearing this, and they were outraged at the impudence of the people of the Meter to actually come up with such tricky questions to embarrass the heroes of China. So, there was a lot of cursing on the internet. What do the MiGs mean? Sowing discord, aren't they? We do hope to win the Nobel Prize, but that doesn't mean we have to force Li Dongxin. I knew this Guilo didn't have good intentions. He wanted to morally kidnap Commander-in-Chief Li. No matter how he answered, he was wrong. The Mizos are shameless. This question should not be answered, lest we fall into the trap of the people of the United States. The Nobel Prize they love to give or not. We do not care about it. We don't give a damn about the Nobel Prize. We don't give a damn about it. We don't give a damn about the fusion technology. Damn old rice. Shut up if you can't talk. This is an international conference, not your domestic talk show. Get the hell out of here. You're not welcome in China. Agreed. Fork this big nose out. He has no good intentions at all. Trying to force great god Li Dongxin to hand over his technology. Nice try. The netizens were outraged, but the group of people in the United States were very happy to see that their plan was close to succeeding. The boss of the United States looked very excited. He stared dead at Li Dongxin in the screen, his tone extremely domineering. Oh, Chinese teenager, tell the people your choice. No matter what you choose, this game is a sure win for Rice. Chapter 169, a gentleman should not peek at the beautiful jade next door. Rice boss, at this time full of confidence. The question of the Rice reporter, he arranged to go over, but also he has deliberately let that reporter so question. The purpose was so that he could use the title of Hero of China to crush Li Dongxin. Aren't you the hope of China? That's good. Winning the Nobel Prize is also the people's expectation. So I will help you, so that you can get a Nobel Prize in physics. As long as you dare to refuse the Nobel Prize, the Me Congress will immediately publish all kinds of articles that will directly flood all the networks, saying that you don't take the honor of China seriously for the sake of your own patents. At that time, just the spit of cursing you will drown you. There's no way you can refuse now. And, when you are discredited, Rice will be your only refuge. And you will end up being one of us. The more this big shot thought about it, the happier he became, and he waited to see what China would do. The experts in the field are also excited. Now the Chinese boy has no way to answer. No matter what he says, in the end, he will fall into our plan. He is still too young. Ha ha ha. This has nothing to do with being young. If it were me, I'm only afraid that I wouldn't be able to deal with it calmly. This question is just too difficult to answer. He will definitely accept the offer. Otherwise he will become a sinner of China. They have been expecting the Nobel Prize for many years, and they desperately need a medal to improve the status of the country. As long as he publishes the relevant technology, even if it's only part of it, we'll be able to overcome the difficulties at hand, and it won't be long before we'll be able to develop controlled nuclear reactors as well. Doesn't he want to develop people's livelihood? We'll develop heavy industry, especially military SHI forces, and by then, we, the Rice country, will still be the world's only superpower. The scene of the press conference on the TV screen was completely quiet, and everyone focused their eyes on Li Dongxin. They waited for Li Dongxin's answer, and anyone knew that this question was extremely weighty, and if they were not careful, they would fall. And, if he really wants to publicize the relevant technology, even if it is only a little bit, this can bring research direction to other countries, and the process of research and development will be decades faster than now. In today's world, only China has complete nuclear control technology. They have set the nuclear control technology as top secret and have not disclosed it at all, which has made certain countries anxious to death. Though the neighbor's beauty is not for a gentleman to spy on, but this is nuclear fusion technology, more precious than 100,000 jade mountains. A gentleman would have to pickpocket his neighbor's house if he saw it. Not to mention Rice, which has always viewed China as an enemy. Deng Lao had been helping Li Dongxin to control the rhythm of the conference, and when he heard the question from the Me reporter, his face instantly changed. He had seen big waves and was naturally aware of the hidden crisis behind this. He raised his hand to end the conference early, but was stopped by Li Dongxin. Deng Lao looked at him with surprise, not understanding why Li Dongxin wanted to block himself. Did he still have a way to deal with it? That's a dilemma. Either terminate the launch or avoid the issue. Didn't see a third way to go other than those two. This scene was also seen by the bigwigs of China, and they all showed surprise when they saw Li Dongxin pressing down on Elder Deng's hand. According to the usual practice, when journalists ask design secrets, or full of malicious questions, it is possible to simply skip the question, which will not damage the country's reputation. But why did he stop Elder Deng? This is really puzzling. The corner of the mouth of the big man sitting in the middle slightly hooked, signaling everyone to take a close look at Li Dongxin's expression. You guys see, Li Dongxin doesn't seem to be nervous and it is also very calm. I reckon, he already has a way to deal with it. Others hurriedly examined the micro-expression of Li Dongxin, observed and found that, indeed, as he said, Li Dongxin's face hung a faint smile. Instead of being nervous, there was an indescribable confidence, as if he had already thought of this. The crowd couldn't help but feel stunned. It's really like this. Li Dongxin hasn't lost the slightest bit of his temper since the beginning, and judging from the questions he answered in front of him, It seems as though he's familiar with this kind of scene, but he shouldn't be. He doesn't have the slightest experience in this area. Did he really intend to respond in a positive way when he stopped Elder Deng from ending the conference? This question is really hard to answer. This reporter is presumably assigned here. Otherwise it would be impossible to ask this question. No need to estimate. Is sure. You see the expression of the rice reporter, as if it is very proud. One look to know that he is early planning. In my place, I'm afraid I can't give an answer. Since Li Dongxin is going to answer, he must have thought of an answer. We should trust him. He is a national hero of China. No matter what time Li Dongxin will uphold the dignity of the bosom family. That's right. Let's wait and see what happens. Besides, there is still a country behind Li Dongxin. There is still us. I'd like to see what Rice wants to do. The world was now waiting patiently. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast had stopped. And even some journalists were already thinking about how to answer such a question if they were the ones who encountered it. After racking my brain, I had to give up. The problem is almost insurmountable. Finally, Li Dongxin made a move as he slowly stood up and scanned the stage. From the time the reporter asked the question to the time Li Dongxin got up, the center was only 10 seconds, but it felt like a century had passed. The anxious waiting was too much of an ordeal. Li Dongxin finally fixed his sight on the meter reporter. That reporter was still complacent. In the moment of eye contact with Li Dongxin, the confidence in his heart was instantly crushed. The gaze from the strong man made him unable to look at him, and he hurriedly lowered his head to try to avoid this powerful pressure. Li Dongxin smiled meaningfully. In the midst of all the expectations, he firmly shook his head. I'm afraid I have to let you down. Control nuclear technology is the most important weapon of the country. I would never put my country at risk for a Nobel Prize. Although Li Dongxin did not put words through, everyone understood that he was a righteous refusal. Chapter 170, Need a Nobel Prize? All the reporters at the scene were shocked beyond words. How could they not expect that Li Dongxin would so blatantly refuse? I expected him to have some kind of euphemism about the importance of nuclear control technology and then hope that the Nobel Prize organizing committee would forgive him or something like that. But he took this precious honor and threw it away in front of everyone. Not only this, even used the words "will not" for a Nobel Prize to indicate that they do not care about this supreme award. This is not a slap in the face of the Nobel Prize organizing committee. Even the foreign netizens who watched the live broadcast felt that this was too bold. Doesn't this teenager know the importance of the Nobel Prize? This is an honor that all scientists dream of. Why did he just refuse it? Listening to him, it seems like he doesn't care about the Nobel Prize at all. This confidence of his is really awesome. But if he refuses, what about the honor of China? Does he really not care about the people's expectations? As far as I know, the Chinese people would love to win a Nobel Prize. I don't know. Who knows what he thinks? If it were me, I would have chosen to publish some technology in exchange for the Nobel Prize. I will do the same. With the Nobel Prize, I am the most authoritative scientist in the world, and I will be respected everywhere I go. It's just a pity that this Chinese teenager is just too young and doesn't understand the benefits of the Nobel Prize at all. Seeing that Li Dongxin didn't say the words to death, that reporter wanted to block Li Dongxin's retreat and use the public's expectations to force him to give in. Mr. Li Dongxin, can I understand it this way? You gave up the Nobel Prize for physics for the sake of your personal technology. You don't care about the expectations of the people of China anymore, do you? The Rice reporter was aggressive, and he tried to make Li Dongxin fall into his trap according to his long-planned speech. You don't accept the Nobel Prize? That's good. I'll tie the Nobel Prize to the people of China. Your refusal of the Nobel Prize and your refusal to publicize the technology is tantamount to your refusal of the hopes of the people of China. Next thing you know, there will be all kinds of articles saying that you don't even deserve the title of national hero, and that your purpose is to gain benefits for yourself. When this charge is confirmed, you'll be cyber-raped by the Chinese netizens. There are only two paths waiting for you. Either publish the technology or flee China. Regardless of which path you choose, the end result is that we in Zaikaku get what we want. The aggressiveness of the Me reporter was such that even the other media people could not listen to him some more, and they quietly accused. How can he ask that? Today is Mr. Li Dongxin's press conference. Isn't he afraid of public anger if he does that? The problem with him is that he is deliberately misleading people, and he has lost even the most basic professional ethics, which is a disgrace to us media people. Rice has always been called the lighthouse of mankind. I think it's time for this lighthouse to go out. What kind of a big country is it when it doesn't even talk about the basic facts of justice? What I'm worried about now is whether Mr. Li Dongxin will just terminate the launch in a fit of pique. And I haven't even spoken to him yet. I'll go back and write a piece denouncing the villainous behavior of the official media in the meter country. They're not qualified to participate in such a conference. The voices of these media reporters made the originally serious atmosphere of the conference somewhat coaxed. Everyone looked at the Rice reporter with a bit of loathing. but he was still oblivious to the fact that he thought he was getting more attention from the others. Li Dongxin faintly swept a glance at him and said disdainfully, "The hope of the people of China has never been the Nobel Prize, and China doesn't need an award to elevate itself. What the people need is to live a better life. Controlled fusion technology is a top secret of the country, and I won't reveal the secrets of China just for the sake of an individual. I would advise certain countries not to think of stealing nuclear control technology. We won't say a single data out of our mouths." This time, Li Dongxin's answer was equivalent to a straight-faced hard confrontation. Not only did it tear apart the ugly face of the meter country, but it also showed the world the backbone of the Chinese people. His words elicited a round of applause, and Chinese netizens also praised Li Dongxin. "Well said. We Chinese people don't care about these false names. We want a real good life. To hell with the Nobel Prize. Rice's plan is wrong. Want to use the Nobel Prize to pin down China? Don't dream of it. Even if all the Nobel Prizes were given to us, we wouldn't even care. Nuclear fusion technology is our ace in the hole, and it's too whimsical for you to try to lasso our technology away with a flick of your lips up and down. That's what no other country would do. They're clearly treating us like an ingrate. Hurry up and throw him out. This one is deliberately picking a fight, provoking the relationship between us and great god Li Dongxin." Elder Deng sat next to him, looking at Li Dongxin in front of him with admiration in his eyes. His answer was really too perfect. Didn't the meter country want to use the fame of the Nobel Prize to pressurize Li Dongxin into accepting the conditions? It favored people who didn't care about that. Although the people of China would like to have a Nobel Prize, we can still tell the difference compared to the importance of nuclear fusion technology. You want to use a foreigner's award to exchange for top technology. Do you take China as a 3-year-old child to cheat? That reporter saw that Li Dongxin was not only not fooled, but also saw through his true purpose, which made him feel ashamed. At this moment, like a defeated rooster, he shrugged his head and stayed where he was. He seemed to be undaunted, ready to make a death struggle. "Mr. Li Dongxin, it's really not fair that China, as a world power, doesn't even have a Nobel Prize, right?" He raised his head with difficulty, met Li Dongxin's torching gaze, and swallowed. "Besides, don't you need a Nobel Prize in physics to prove your worth?" Chapter 171, Do We Still Need the Nobel Prize? Seeing that the plan was recognized by Li Dongxin, the rice reporter, unwilling to fail, struggled to grab a straw, trying to use the honor of the scientist to stimulate Li Dongxin to accept the Nobel Prize. In order to achieve his goal, he even described the lack of a Nobel Prize for a major country as something to be laughed at. Obviously he is at the moment self-disorganized, a bit of a dog in a hurry mentality. When he just words put out, understand that he is in trouble. This is not in the country of rice, but in the country of China where everyone is like China. He actually dared to talk about China as being shamed in front of so many people. Isn't this intentionally looking for trouble? Sure enough, the words just fell. The surrounding reporters can no longer hold back. Have been talking, how could the rice country send such a person into the country of China? Too bold. Actually dare to speak to the heroes of China like this. He is crazy. China is a world-class power, and now in terms of international status, it almost has the same influence as the country of rice. So how dare he say that if China doesn't have a Nobel Prize, it will become a matter of shame. This is a national press conference. It's not a talk show in their own country. A press conference has to have the rules of a press conference. Isn't what he's doing tantamount to putting us in harm's way? I'm worried that Mr. Li Dongxin won't accept our interview. The mics are just too arrogant. They can't even respect other countries in order to achieve their own goals. This is a major international news accident, and the media world will be spurned by the world for this. So I guess there will be no more press conferences in China in the future. The words of the reporters on the scene, word for word into the ears of the rice reporter. He is now very fearful. He would have liked to use the more piercing words, picked to stimulate Li Dongxin, which is also arranged by the rice side. But he forgot that what he was facing now was the national hero of China, not those weak countries. The air conditioning at the conference site was blowing cold air outward, but beads of sweat were falling down from the heads of the rice journalists, drop by drop. He now regretted to death that he had actually taken this mission and offended Li Dongxin. So how could he gain a foothold in China in the future? Now the network is also cursed. All the Chinese netizens are angry. They cannot believe that the rice country dares to insult their own motherland in front of their face. Is this Guilo has lost his mind? Dare to talk like this. This is also to not put China in the eyes. He must be expelled from the country. We don't welcome this kind of person. Even if China hasn't won the Nobel Prize, it's not your turn to say anything about the country of Tsai. Since when do scientists need a Nobel Prize to prove themselves? What if we don't want the Nobel Prize? Just because of your shameless behavior, the nuclear control technology will never be revealed to you. Where's the security guard at the scene? Hurry up and get him out of here. Don't let him dirty our eyes. The dead rice guy shouldn't have appeared at the conference. Li Dongxin looked at the Manhwa reporter with a glint in his eyes that almost shot him through. Rice reporters stood trembling in place. Manhwa did not dare to put a word. Just when everyone thought that Li Dongxin would be angry. I did not expect him to gently laugh out. Only the smile and the, with 3 points of sarcasm, very disdain. I think you have mistaken some things. China never needed these things to prove its greatness. We're more interested in the practical help that technology brings than in such nebulous honors. And the controlled fusion technology one created will surely lead the times. And humanity will enter the post-technological era ahead of schedule because of this technology. Do I need a Nobel Prize to prove myself? After a brief moment of silence, the scene erupted into unprecedentedly violent applause. Everyone raised their hands above their heads, clamoring and praising for Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin was right. As the pioneer of controlled nuclear fusion technology, he opened the door to a new science and technology for mankind, guiding mankind into a whole new technological era. When the people of future generations use endless energy, or even travel into space, none of them should not thank Li Dongxin for his contribution. This kind of merit surpassed almost all previous scientists. Even Einstein and others could not compare to Li Dongxin's merit. Such a great man of science, long ago did not need a Nobel Prize to prove himself. He has now been written into the textbooks of the state of China, and will be written into the history of mankind in the future. Let everyone remember the greatness of Li Dongxin. Whether Li Dongxin has a Nobel Prize or not, it does not affect his historical status in any way, not to mention his status as the father of controlled nuclear fusion. So, after seeing through this problem, people will realize that the Nobel Prize is something dispensable for Li Dongxin. The Rice reporter was completely defeated, and now instead of accomplishing his mission, he had put himself in a dilemma because of the arrogance of the Rice side. He no longer had the face to continue staying here, so he could only give a sarcastic smile and hurriedly leave the conference site with his assistant. As soon as he left, the applause at the scene became even more enthusiastic, and the journalists all frantically applauded for Li Dongxin. In their eyes, Li Dongxin is not only a great scientist, but also a philosopher, who can easily see the essence through the phenomenon. This is really admirable. The female reporter from the island country saw that people were applauding, and she hurriedly seized the opportunity to ask a second question to her idol. May I ask, Mr. Li Dongxin, although according to your merits, you really don't need the Nobel Prize to prove yourself, but do you have any regrets in your heart for turning down the Nobel Prize? There was loud applause, and she purposely raised her voice a few points in order for Li Dongxin to hear her question clearly. After the question was asked, the applause of the scene subsided, and people once again focused on the Nobel Prize. She was right. Li Dongxin indeed didn't need the Nobel Prize, but did he really not care about the gain or loss of the Nobel Prize? Could it be that he deliberately said that just now for the sake of China's dignity? Li Dongxin said, looking at this lovely female reporter, and warmly smiled. I don't need a Nobel Prize to prove my worth. Just the opposite. Instead, the Nobel Prize needs me to prove whether the Nobel Prize has any gold or not. Li Dongxin's words shocked the entire room into silence. Who in the world doesn't know the fame of the Nobel Prize? But Li Dongxin said that the Nobel Prize needs him to do justice to it. It's really a great honor. Change to another person. The gathering of piles do not dare to say these words in a dignified manner. People are shocked, but also understand the meaning of Li Dongxin. It is well known that Li Dongxin's controlled nuclear fusion technology has knocked on the door of post-age science and technology for mankind, and will be based on this technology in all scientific fields in the future. In other words, from now on, all relevant scientific fields would have a place for Li Dongxin, even if he had never ventured into the field. This is why Dongxin Li doesn't care about the Nobel Prize. With such meritorious research, it would have been beyond the Nobel Prize itself. Chapter 172, an award with no gold content? But then again, if you look at it from the perspective of the Nobel Prize, only the opposite is true. What would have happened if the physics prize had not been awarded to Dongxin Li this year? Everyone knows Li Dongxin's scientific achievements, and the whole world is also clear that this year's Nobel Prize in Physics can only be awarded to Li Dongxin. If the organizing committee of the Nobel Prize did not award the prize to Li Dongxin, wouldn't that be a big joke? I'm afraid that from now on, the Nobel Prize will really be as Li Dongxin said, become people's mouth. No gold awards exist. Then people start to discard it, no longer pay attention to it, or even everyone does not need it, and then the century-old honor of this award will be lost once and for all. So, Li Dongxin has absolute confidence that even if he does not publicize the relevant technology, the Nobel Prize will award the physics prize to China. Otherwise, who is still confident that they can surpass Li Dongxin on top of scientific research? Li Dongxin's words hit the conspiracy behind the Nobel Prize, directly tearing their disguise and throwing them in the sun. Boom! The applause came harder than ever. Everyone was overwhelmed by Li Dongxin's wisdom. In their eyes, Li Dongxin is more like a language artist, refuting the other party in 3 words and fleeing, especially those foreign journalists. While they admired, they couldn't help but envy the people of China, who were able to have such a great genius, and had really gained the sole favor of the heavens. Li Dongxin's sharp words, which hit the key points, have greatly increased the prestige of China. The live broadcast screen is a piece of applause. Li Dongxin God said too right. We do not need the Nobel Prize. On the contrary, the Nobel Prize needs us to the name. If you don't award it to Mr. Li Dongxin, who else can you award it to? Whose research can surpass his? Ha 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 ha, is really over the top. You Nobel Prize, hurry up and award it to someone else. I can't wait for you to do that. All you have to do is award it to someone else. It shows that you are not focusing on science at all, but on looking more obedient. No gold content award. Nobel Prize becomes no gold content award. Is there anything under the sky more painful than this? We just don't announce the technology. If you can afford to award it to someone else. The Nobel Prize has long since ceased to be the previous Nobel Prize, which has degenerated into a tool in the hands of ambitious people. And this kind of award is given to us for nothing, and we don't even scarcely want it. Rice has lost a great man. The last of its shameful cloths have been torn off, and its plot to use the Nobel Prize to deceive the nuclear control technology has been completely dismantled. At this moment, is sitting in front of the screen of China's bigwigs, but also for Li Dongxin's wonderful answer applauded. For his love, but also overflowing, ha ha ha, answer is good ah. Li Dongxin is simply a philosopher. He not only saw through the other party's bad intentions, but also a desperate counterattack. 3 words to crush the other party. He really is an all-round talent. I didn't think he could even handle this kind of occasion. I'm getting more and more tempted to receive him into our department now. Li Dongxin's several questions are said to be dripping with water. I began to be a little worried that he would leave something to others. Now it seems that I am too conservative. Especially his last sentence. We don't need the Nobel Prize to prove ourselves at all. Instead, the Nobel Prize needs Li Dongxin to prove for it. Ha ha ha, that's really a genius answer. That group of foreigners is really ridiculous, thinking that we will beg them for the award, not realizing that we don't care about this at all. Compared to the nuclear control technology, even if Nobel himself comes, it's useless. The big shot sitting in the center, looking at Li Dongxin in the screen, there was light in his eyes with a flat. He had seen too many talented people, but none of them could compare to Li Dongxin like this. Not only are they riding high on technology, but they are also showing far more intelligence than normal on the external front as well. His courage, his erudition, all convinced the big man that entrusting the future of China to him was definitely a wise choice. The big man's smile became more and more cordial, and in his voice, he spoke with an implicit appreciation for Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin is really marvelous, just by virtue of his answer, even if it is placed in the position of the person in charge of the external affairs. I'm afraid that he will be able to do it. I'm now really looking forward to what kind of great nation China will become under his leadership. Maybe it won't be long before the great renaissance of our Chinese country can be completely realized. The applause from the TV continued. Surrounded by applause, Li Dongxin smiled serenely, without a trace of pride and complacency, which made the old man Deng beside him very much admired. This teenager was even more outstanding than he had imagined, even outstanding beyond the heavens. In the face of such a complicated situation, Elder Tang did not even dare to guarantee that he could answer so appropriately. However, Li Dongxin had satisfactorily completed the answer and even retorted his opponent to the ground. He could no longer find any adjectives to praise Li Dongxin. Or perhaps, at this time, Li Dongxin no longer needs to be recognized by anyone. People all looked so small in front of him. The applause lasted for 3 minutes before stopping. A reporter from a sister country held a microphone and asked with respect, "So Mr. Li Dongxin, what is your next step? If the Nobel Prize did not require you to announce your technology, would you consider accepting the Nobel Prize in physics?" Li Dongxin's gaze was like a torch, scanning the crowd on the stage like a king overlooking the earth. He put away his smile and spoke faintly. "I won't accept the Nobel Prize because I'm going to establish a prize that really belongs to scientists." Li Dongxin's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The scene was quiet, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast stopped. The words echoed everywhere between heaven and earth. "I will establish a prize that truly belongs to scientists." These words were like a giant hammer hitting hard on everyone's heart, causing everyone to fall into a stupor. It was only after a while that the people came to their senses from the great shock. In dismay, they all suspected that they had heard wrong. "What? Did I hear wrong? Mr. Li Dongxin is going to establish a real prize for scientists? What does he mean by that? What is a real scientist award?" The question lingered in everyone's mind, but they couldn't answer it for themselves, hadn't even figured out the meaning of the words. Everyone focused their gazes on Li Dongxin. At this time, Li Dongxin's voice once again sounded. I will use practical actions to tell the whole world that the honor of the Chinese people does not need outsiders to tell them what to do. We can prove our worth on our own. Chapter 173, An Honor of One's Own. I would create a whole new science and technology award for people who really make a qualitative contribution to science. His words have been said thoroughly. This time, everyone understands the meaning of Li Dongxin's words. He is trying to establish a true scientific honorary award, one that will not degenerate into a tool for the ambitious, nor will it care what others think. Its only criterion for judgment would be to look at the results of a scientist's research. That is to say, even a basic engineering scientist is eligible for this honor as long as the results are outstanding. This honor, not anyone can erase. This moment, the eyes of all the people around the world are focused on Li Dongxin, and they are all stunned by these bold words of Li Dongxin. Also by Li Dongxin this boldness and determination to be convinced. This moment, Chinese netizens boiled. It turns out that great god Li Dongxin has conceived such a big plan. He's trying to surpass the Nobel Prize. My imagination is so lacking. I always thought he simply couldn't see past the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize has long since ceased to be the Nobel Prize of the past, and our scientists need a fair platform to win the honor that belongs to them squarely on the basis of their own scientific research results. Li Dongxin great god is really different. Just now I was scared silly. Although there are all kinds of awards in China, none of them can surpass the Nobel Prize. This is great. With the achievements of great god Li Dongxin, it will surpass the popularity of the Nobel Prize in minutes. I believe in Mr. Li Dongxin. He will definitely be able to do it. He is a legend, a great legend. No matter what difficulties he encounters, as long as he is willing to face them, then he will definitely be able to overcome them, and I will always stand by his side. I'm now desperate to know what this prize of his actually looks like and what prizes are available. Why don't we just include the math prizes, and surpass the Copenhagen Mathematical Taisho tournament as well? Now it wasn't just the people of China who were celebrating this. Even the reporters on the scene were excited. They've interviewed many famous scientists and have been quite vocal about the Nobel Prize. The main thing is that the criteria for judging the awards are all too snobbish now, and have even become a gaming tool for certain powers. Well now, finally, someone has jumped in and is willing to lead the scientific community in picking apart the status quo, and this warrior is also a national hero of China, the world's top scientist. With him leading the way, I'm sure there will be many who will follow closely behind and cheer for him. One side is happy and the other side is sad. While the people of China were conceptualizing the new award, the Nobel Prize organizing committee, far away in a foreign country, panicked. They hadn't intended for Li Dongxin to announce the technology either. After all, it is an indisputable fact that he has lighted up the country of China with the power of one person. Even if he announced the relevant technology, the organizing committee would award him the Nobel Prize in Physics. As a result, Rice intervened and insisted that the organizing committee ask China to release the data. Otherwise they would announce to the world that the organizing committee was not judging according to the rules. Forced by Rice's coercion, the Nobel Prize organizing committee only had to make this ploy. Originally thought that Li Dongxin would frankly accept this condition. What they never expected was that Li Dongxin not only refused the Nobel Prize, but even had to create a new award. According to Li Dongxin's popularity in the world, the science prize he created would certainly surpass the Nobel Prize. In that case, the highest award in science, which has been honored for 100 years, will be completely destroyed in their hands, and will be reduced to an award with no gold content in the mouth of Li Dongxin. So how can they not panic? A group of people were sitting in front of the TV, scratching their ears and cheeks, anxiously going up to the room on fire, but not being able to do anything at all. What to do? This Chinese teenager is going to start an award on his own. If he really takes this step, just by virtue of the nuclear control technology, he will be able to gain a large number of scientists chasing after him. We shouldn't have believed the words of the Mizuno people. They came here for the technology of China. Now it's good. We've pissed off the Chinese and they're going to ditch the Nobel Prize. China is a world-class power, and Li Dongxin is the top scientist in the scientific community, even surpassing Mr. Nobel. And with the addition of the two, their new award will surely be the top honor. Alas, these years we have taken the road askew and have been compelled by the MiG. The Nobel Prize originally exists to reward outstanding scientists, and in recent years it has actually degenerated into a tool in the hands of the MiG. And sooner or later this kind of thing is going to happen. There is only one way out for today. We immediately negotiate with China. They don't need to release any data. We will immediately award them the Nobel Prize, as long as Li Dongxin doesn't create a new award. This person's words were unanimously endorsed by the organizing committee. The chief judge frowned and thought before adding, not only the Nobel Prize in Physics, but we're going to give him the other awards as well. This is what we owe to China. the Nobel Prize organizing committee panicked and decided that they would award the physics prize to Li Dongxin regardless of whether he announced the technology or not. Lest, as Li Dongxin said, the Nobel Prize become a prize with no gold content in people's mouths. Of course, they are not the only ones who are panicking. There are also those who are high and mighty needers. At this moment, the high-level conference room in the United States of America was in chaos. And when they learned from the television that Li Dongxin had not only refused the Nobel Prize, but was even going to create a new award on his own, this group of people realized that they had fallen into a hole dug by themselves, and can't even crawl. It is true, as rumored, that the Nobel Prize is indeed different from before, and this is more or less interspersed with Rice's intentions. This highest honor for scientists has almost become a gaming tool for their developed countries, but now Li Dongxin, in front of everyone, has torn away the disguise outside the Nobel Prize, revealing the real purpose of the Rice country, which has made them panic. Now Li Dongxin is even trying to recreate the Science and Technology Prize on his own, and his status in the scientific community has long surpassed that of Nobel back then. With its popularity and the credibility that China has built up over the years, this Science and Technology Prize will certainly surpass the Nobel Prize. Then how will Rice utilize the Nobel Prize to lure world-renowned scientists in the future? At this moment, the boss of the Rice country has a headache. He did not expect this Chinese teenager to be so difficult. At the beginning, when Li Dongxin refused the Nobel Prize, he was on time to implement the second plan to create a metaphorical offensive to portray Li Dongxin as someone who did not follow the will of the people, and then force him to come to Rice. But what he did not expect was Li Dongxin's sword to go off the beaten track, actually want to create an award alone, which will disrupt his plans wholesale. He began to regret adopting this plan a little. Originally, things were still developing according to the expected, but when the Rice reporter asked the last question, he knew that this matter was beyond the reach of the sky. Chapter 174, Is it too late to regret? Li Dongxin owns nuclear control technology. How could he still care about the Nobel Prize? Instead, the honor of operating for 100 years has actually become a so-called prize without the slightest gold content. The conference room was noisy, with a group of scholars, many of them Nobel Prize winners, bickering about it. How did it come to this? Didn't we say that we are sure to win this game? How come the Chinese teenager wants to create a new prize himself? What are we going to do then? We have underestimated the intelligence of the Chinese people, and the intelligence of this teenager, who doesn't care about the Nobel Prize at all, but instead directly pokes at it. According to his international reputation, a science and technology award created by him personally will surely be recognized by the whole world. And at that time, we will lose the advantage of absorbing talents. We shouldn't have listened to the slanderous words. Otherwise, at least we could still save the reputation of the Nobel Prize. Now it's good. Not only we didn't get the technology, even the reputation of the Nobel Prize is ruined. Alas, who would have thought that this young man would have such wisdom? Not only does he have supreme talent in scientific research, but even in foreign dealings, he has a wisdom that ordinary people can't match. This time, it's us who lost. The litany of lamentations from the bigwigs of the MIB shamed the man in charge who had made the suggestion. Previously, this kind of similar program, 100 tries to work. The United States has also absorbed a lot of excellent scientists. But how did it come to China? But it does not work? Is it really as the world said? That this Chinese teenager is the nemesis of the Rice country? Unlike the chagrin of the people of the United States, somewhere in the high-level conference hall, but a laughter, the heads of the departments present, all were convinced by his bold ideas. China has suffered from the Nobel Prize for a long time, yet no one has ever proposed that a new science prize be established. After all, the only person who can have this kind of prestige in the world is Li Dongxin. The big shot sitting in the center smiled unabated, pointing at Li Dongxin in the screen and giving a thumbs up. Marvelous. Li Dongxin actually has such vigor. This is beyond our expectations. Not only did he break out of the encirclement set up by the MIB, but he also counter-encircled, which is a classic battle of words. How did he think of forming a new award? There are quite a few top scientists in our country of China, but none of them have ever dared to think about this. His words immediately gained responses from the others. That's because Li Dongxin possesses top-notch technology, and his name has long been spread around the world. Scientists from many countries regard him as their life mentor, and only he can accomplish such a feat. As long as he establishes this new award, it will surely be answered by a large number of people, and soon it will become the world's most authoritative awards. As for the Nobel Prize, well, we don't want it. These years the Rice manipulation of the Nobel Prize evaluation, which has become a well-known thing, many international scientists, and no longer as before, blind worship of the Nobel Prize. The future may really be as Li Dongxin said. Into no one asked for the award. The big man in the center very much agreed with them. He got up and walked in front of the crowd, his tone becoming more and more relaxed. Since they all support Li Dongxin in doing this, the country should give the greatest support. We can't leave everything to Li Dongxin, right? He's still busy with the moon landing program. Some trivial matters. It's better for the country to be responsible for it. After all, he's still just a teenager. We should be taking care of him. The crowd nodded repeatedly. Li Dongxin is extremely prestigious in the scientific community and has a great deal of merit. It is also because of this that his time has become precious, and he can't let these trivial matters waste his time, especially when it comes to establishing new awards. The state needs to step in and give absolute support. The heads of the departments were busy asking how they wanted to be supported, and the big man sat back down and looked at the big man in charge of the country's economy with a faint smile. Li Dongxin wants to create a new award, prize-wise. The state has given him some bonuses before, but that's nowhere near enough. He approached the economic leader with a glint in his eyes. You're the god of wealth of China. It's time to help Li Dongxin. This press conference had come to an end, and amidst the applause of the crowd, Li Dongxin smiled, waved goodbye to the reporters, and retreated backstage. In the background, there were already academicians waiting there, and after seeing Li Dongxin, they immediately surrounded him. They were extremely admiring of Li Dongxin's performance and kept congratulating him. Commander-in-Chief Li, you are really an all-round talent. You can even handle such tricky questions. If it were us, we would have made a fool of ourselves. You said it so well. Every word was impeccable, so that those ambitious people couldn't catch a single thing. You've made another great achievement for the Chinese nation. Mr. Li Dongxin, is it true what you said about starting new awards? What fields are there? Are there any eligibility requirements to participate in the assessment? A Science and Technology Award with you at the helm will surely be the highest honor for scientists. Even the Nobel Prize will have to take a back seat. Commander Li, is there anything we can do to help? This is a major event for China. We also want to contribute to it. Deng Lao cheerfully listening to the side. He understands the mood of these academicians. Although the people of China pragmatic and not reticent, but also does need an international honor to improve their own scientific status in the world. So they will work for the Nobel Prize. The situation is different now. Li Dongxin has proposed to create a new award, and with his reputation in the world, this new honor will surely be able to gain worldwide recognition. This is not only the wish of Li Dongxin, but also the wish of the whole country. So, these National Treasures academicians want to work hard to realize this wish. Seeing the enthusiasm, Li Dongxin also smiled slightly. Thank you for your attention and encouragement. My goal is to create an award that truly belongs to researchers. As for what awards are included in it, has not been determined at this time. It all depends on the timing. But, if I need help from anyone, I'll get to you in time. Hearing Li Dongxin say this, everyone understood that now that the moon landing project was imminent, the creation of the latest Science and Technology Awards would definitely be after that. What's more, there are quite a few chores in between, and the need to form a panel of judges and so on, all of which are time-consuming and labor-intensive. After resting for a while, Li Dongxin took Deng Lao and the others to prepare to rush to the space agency, where the final preparations for the moon landing were already underway, and as the chief commander of the manned moon landing project, Li Dongxin had to be present. Chapter 175, China's Science and Technology Award. After their departure, the WASC academicians gathered again to envision the new Science and Technology Awards to come. In the days following the press conference, the new Technology Award became a hot topic of discussion, and the top 10 internet searches were all related to this. Of course, there are some scientific research bigwigs who have spoken out in favor of it. There are also quite a few in here who have been nominated for the Nobel Prize, only that due to some specific reasons, they have not been able to pick up the Nobel Prize laurels after all. This has also become a regret in their hearts. Now with China's top scientist Li Dongxin leading the way, they naturally want to shout for the cause. As the media said, this is not only Li Dongxin's cause, but also the great cause of the entire Chinese people. Netizens have also contributed to these articles under. I checked. The Nobel Prize are used the interest of Nobel's estate that year. As a reward for scientists, Li Dongxin God may not have so much money. I dare not say anything else. If it's money, this is not a problem at all. We can completely crowdfunding one person out of $100. That is more than 100 billion deposited in the bank. The annual interest is also several $billion. Used as a reward is completely enough. That's a good idea. Although we aren't as smart as great god Li Dongxin, and we can't contribute to science and technology, we're united. I'll give a month's salary to help him establish a new technology award. China's netizens are passionately discussing. On the other side of the Nobel Prize organizing committee has not been idle. Since Li Dongxin openly proposed the creation of a new Science and Technology Awards, this group of judges all day to sleep badly, are thinking about how to make up for China. Although 3 ignorant cobblers are the best of all. This group of experts on the ceiling of human intelligence has been discussing for several days, but they have not come to any reliable conclusions. First of all, there is the issue of awards. Although I wanted to award the Nobel Prize for Physics to Li Dongxin before, but judging from the later developments, this one award is totally insufficient. Moreover, the nuclear control technology is by no means a purely physical achievement, and the various technologies contained therein are among the best in the world. For example, how does control the protective shield outside a nuclear reactor? And how does he resist high temperatures? It must be more than just a single molecular physical structure. There must be other substances inside that make up the structure. In this way, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry must also be awarded to Li Dongxin, followed by the introduction of controlled nuclear technology, can certainly promote the development of mankind. This inexhaustible clean energy will certainly be able to completely solve the problem of energy shortage of mankind, and indirectly reduce the world's energy struggle. There are fewer disputes and differences, and then the accompanying wars are naturally fewer. And from this aspect, Li Dongxin has made a great contribution to the promotion of national unity and friendship, as well, and he has made too many contributions to this world. It's never been done before for one person to win 3 Nobel Prizes in the same year. They were worried that by doing this, they might actually make people think that the Nobel Prize was a worthless award. Thinking hard for a long time, the chief judge of this wise group of judges clapped his hands and decided. He gave a final program, but this program is the same as the conclusion of the people of the state of China. The 3 awards must all be awarded to him. Li Dongxin deserves it. Only in this way can the anger of China be calmed a little. This chief judge sighed. Also, we have to make the world aware of what this is all about. Let's just say that the MiG strongly requested that the technology be made public, and that we have no intention of probing Chinese secrets. Soon, the decision of the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee reached China, accompanied by a note from the Organizing Committee. It was clearly stated above that the reason why China was asked to release the relevant technology this time was purely at the request of the Rice side, who intended to use this method to steal China's high-end technology, and the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee, as the jury of the top prize in human science, will not ask China to disclose this top-secret technology. After all, Li Dongxin China has confirmed the success of the controlled nuclear technology. No one will suspect that the Chinese technology is adulterated. The organizing committee of this note was released, instantly caused strong reactions in the world. People in the marvel of Li Dongxin at the same time to obtain 3 honors, but also condemned the villainous behavior of the Rice country. Even the allied countries, including Rice, were greatly disappointed with Rice's behavior in the state's official media. For a moment, internet metaphors have been disturbed constantly, and the Rice country also from the human lighthouse, completely fell down. Chinese netizens have long seen the real purpose of the Rice country. When this article appeared on the network platform, they also all scoffed, have long known the wolves of the Rice country's ambitions, want to steal the control of the nuclear technology through this method. Really shameless. No great power style. Can't you manipulate the Nobel Prize? If you're capable, don't let them award it to great god Li Dongxin. Take all the medals back to your country of Rice. They'll soon become a prize with no gold content anyway. The Nobel Prize Organizing Committee is also unprincipled. Giving a candy after a slap? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? We don't even care about the 3 Nobel Prizes, even if you give all 5 to China. That's right. We need to form an award that truly belongs to scientists. A fair award that is free from the interference of bigwigs and judged solely on the results of scientific research. And that's what the people want. Stop dreaming. Rice people, we'll never be able to give you the technology. So go research it yourselves if you can. Now that the internet was metaphorically fierce, pointing all the fingers at the Rice side, the negative news quickly reached the Rice country, and those blonde big shots regretted it very much when they learned about it. Originally, they wanted to use the honor of the Nobel Prize to tempt China to take the initiative to hand over the control of nuclear technology, but the result was contrary to their wishes. Li Dongxin saw through their plan at a glance and tore down their hypocritical masks, revealing the original face of the people of the United States of America. Now well, not only their own purpose has not been achieved, even in the world operating for many years of national prestige, but also one day all lost, almost become a street rat. Everyone shouted at the existence of. There was a sigh of relief in the top meeting room of Rice, and the usual arrogance was gone. The Rice boss was rubbing his temples while presiding over an emergency meeting. The participants were the heads of the various departments of Rice, as well as local authoritative experts, who wanted to find out a way to be able to salvage Rice's position in the international arena. After discussing the whole morning, no one could come up with a reliable idea. Who let them meet Li Dongxin this time? A room of Rice think tanks fell into the juicy. Alas, things have come to this point. There is no way out. If the Nobel Prize organizing committee does not send that note, we can still defend a little, but they actually sent out the call records. We cannot defend. Chapter 176, The Secret of the Moon. If we could have realized the seriousness of the matter earlier and restored friendly relations with China in time, we wouldn't be in this situation now. The Chinese have always valued friendship, and I've heard that their brother country has received approval from the Chinese to buy extremely cheap electricity, so that they will soon be able to surpass our allies. Do we still have allies now? Even the mono-burial state is now making overtures to China in the hope of obtaining the relevant controlled nuclear products. Now China has just become the center of the world. All the countries are complimenting China, and they are even willing to contribute to help China establish new awards, which is a situation that we have never expected. Seeing that the crowd was a picture of sickness, the rice boss steeled himself and prepared to play the role of his final card. Although this bottom card has already allowed China to surpass it, at least so far, rice is still the only country that possesses it. Don't all of you be so downcast, we are not completely hopeless. At least, Chinese haven't actually landed on the moon yet. Although their rocket test launch was successful, it was still in a circumlunar flight test, and there was only our rice flag on the surface of the moon. It's important to realize that secret on the moon is even more important than controlled nuclear technology. The reason why the boss of the rice country has to say this sentence is mainly to raise the morale. Otherwise, they have not waited for China to counterattack, and their own internal disintegration. One more, he is also gambling, betting that China can't take the final step. Although China can launch rockets to the moon nearby, but that is, after all, unmanned transport experiments. Want to complete the final man landing on the moon, they must be their own astronauts, safely transported to the moon above, and also be able to successfully return, which is the real completion of the project of manned landing on the moon. Having someone inside the arrow and having no one are two different things. Perhaps a small problem could kill China's dream of landing on the moon in the cradle. The accident back then is a case in point. Hearing the words of their top boss, this group of big shots in the rice country also steeled themselves and hoped that what he said was right. If China really accomplished the final surpassing, then the rice country would completely lose its international position, and the center of the world's attention would return from the west to the east. The rice boss was slightly relieved to see that his words had worked, and he turned around and looked out the window, where the rice faith was standing. He sighed quietly, his brows already dying. May God be on Rice's side this time. Never let the Chinese go to the moon, or else, that secret can't really be kept. The people of the world have thoroughly seen through the face of the United States, and while they are denouncing those who started it, they are all looking forward to the new awards in the mouth of Li Dongxin. In this first number of the Chinese people are the most eager. After all, this is led by the Chinese people initiated. For them, no matter where the final honor belongs to, it is the glory of the whole nation. For this reason, they also want to crowdfund the awards fund to help Li Dongxin accomplish this great goal. The discussion on the internet is getting heated. The official media of the state of China released a new news at the right time. The Bank of the State of China will contribute $2 billion to the establishment of the new awards. This piece of information directly ignited the network. Everyone was stunned by this big deal. Boy, 20 small goals. This does not need the people crowdfunding at all. The country is shot. Will no, there is no. Inside the message, it was also specifically stated that due to the fact that Li Dongxin had upheld the dignity of the country in front of the world and had helped the country fulfill its dream of revival, the funds were given to Li Dongxin as a reward, and that there was no need to pay any income tax. In addition to this, Huaguo Bank, in order to support Li Dongxin's Science and Technology Awards, has also specially raised the interest rate of his deposits to 10% per annum. The netizens were stunned straight away when they saw it. 10% APR. What is this concept? Equivalent to Li Dongxin depositing this $2 billion in the bank. Every year he can take out $200 million as a science and technology bonus, rewarding people who have made outstanding contributions to science and technology. According to the principle of equal distribution of the 5 major prizes, the prize money for each item is as high as $40 million. This is not a small amount of money. The news went straight around the world and many good scientists were dumbfounded, not only because of the extremely high amount of prize money, but more importantly, the initiator of this new award is Li Dongxin, the heroic teenager of China. With his comprehensive achievements in controlled nuclear technology, thermostatic coatings, and hyperdynamic launch vehicles, he has become the man who stands at the tip of the technological pyramid, and there is no one else. It can be imagined that the person who can obtain Li Dongxin's Science and Technology Awards must be able to be recognized by Li Dongxin scientists. It's gold content, compared to the Nobel Prize but also a lot higher. Anyway, Nobel was long gone. But Li Dongxin was still young. He would have even more amazing research behind him, and even more advanced technology. the award he created would surely become the highest honor in the world as well. Some high-tech forums have been publishing a series of articles on this matter, and have suggested using Li Dongxin's name to name the new award. It would be called the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award. These articles have attracted widespread attention from all walks of life around the world. In addition to this, there are many messages from world-class scientists under Mr. Li Dongxin has made indelible contributions to the scientific community. I believe that, under his leadership, the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award will become a shining beacon in the scientific community. His contribution to humanity has surpassed Mr. Nobel. And China has always been fair and strict. It will definitely not use the honor of scientists as a bargaining chip like rice. I hope there will be a math award in this. I am studying advanced mathematics. I understand the wish of mathematicians too well, and I hope that freshman Li Dong will help us to fulfill our dream. I really hope that the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award will be established soon, so that I can hand over my research results to Mr. Li Dongxin for review. And even if I can't win the award, I will be satisfied if I can let him point out the problems. I'm also willing to hand over my research results to him. I trust him. His technology is far ahead of this era. Naturally, he won't covet our results. Everyone is looking forward to Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award can be established as soon as possible. The state, in order to alleviate the burden on Li Dongxin's shoulders, from the relevant departments to select a large number of talents, used to help Li Dongxin to deal with these things, and so on the manned moon landing project after the end of the decision, and then by Li Dongxin board decision, and at this time, the protagonist in the doorway of the people Li Dongxin, but in the space agency held a meeting. This meeting is to arrange the moon landing astronaut aspect. Chapter 177, Candidates for Astronauts. Right at the beginning of the meeting, Li Dongxin re-emphasized that he wanted to land on the moon himself, as he had previously found in his calculations that the formation of the moon possessed too many coincidences. In order to discover the hidden secrets behind it, Li Dongxin had to go to the moon himself to find out about them. Of course, this was just his personal thoughts. When he reiterated this matter, the various experts attending the meeting were still a bit worried. Before, Li Dongxin also said when he was designing the spacesuit that the capsule was designed by him, and it was safest to be piloted by him. Moreover, the new type of moon landing suit has been tested and fully satisfies those functions mentioned by Li Dongxin, i.e., resistance to pressure, constant temperature, resistance to acceleration and so on. With these high-tech features, even if you pull a random passerby from the street, you can represent China to the moon and complete the corresponding experiments. The reason why this group of experts are still uneasy is because of the role of the heart. Li Dongxin is not an ordinary expert. Li Dongxin is not an ordinary expert. He is the future of China's hope. Must not have the slightest failure, or the people of the space agency cannot atone for 100 deaths. Even if this probability was only 1 in 10,000, 1 in a billion, they wouldn't dare to take that risk. So the experts began to persuade. Commander Li, can you change your mind? If you're worried that the astronauts won't be able to fulfill their mission, we can postpone the moon landing and have you personally train them. Yes, you are now carrying the hopes of hundreds of millions of people, so you don't dare to take this risk. Although your design is flawless, after entering space, no one can guarantee that something will not happen. You'd better reconsider. The matter is too important for us to allow you to land on the moon yourself, and you can absolutely assign other astronauts if you have something special to do. Or you can go up again for the next moon landing. After all, this is the first time China has landed on the moon, and none of us have any experience, so it won't be too late for you to go up again after you've gained some experience this time. Li Dongxin looked at their anxious eyes, smiled and shook his head. He understood that he was not just a whim, but that it was the people who had the system that could discover the true secrets of the self-sphere, and that was the reason why he had to land on the moon himself. Li Dongxin took out a pile of information on the Chinese astronauts and spoke in a firm tone. I have decided on this matter. Next, began discussing the remaining 2 astronaut candidates. There will be 3 astronauts in China's manned moon landing project this time. Li Dongxin is one of them. As the commander-in-chief of the moon landing, he naturally holds the position of captain, so there are still 2 slots left. Seeing that he insisted on going to the moon himself, the people could no longer stop him, and had to discuss who should be sent up as the remaining 2 astronauts according to the meeting process. Director Zhang sat next to Li Dongxin and looked up at him every now and then, looking like he had something to say. Li Dongxin looked at him with this look of wanting to speak and immediately guessed that Director Zhang had something to tell him alone. Li Dongxin paused the meeting, and only after everyone walked out of the conference room did Director Zhang stammered. Commander-in-Chief Li, can I recommend 2 candidates to you? They are both veteran astronauts and have a lot of experience from many space missions. In addition, they are also the comrades of that hero Su. Can you consider? Before Director Zhang could finish his words, Li Dongxin already understood what he meant. as an astronaut experience is indeed the first element. With space survival experience, you will know how to deal with unexpected situations, which is one of the conditions that Li Dongxin looks for when selecting people. As for why director Zhang mentioned this matter, Li Dongxin also knows it well. Must be want to let his former comrade in arms, on behalf of the deceased, to fulfill his wish. Only, the manned moon landing project is the project of the century for the country of China. Carrying the hopes of too many people cannot be prioritized over others just because the two of them are comrades in arms of the deceased. Li Dongxin is not a saintly mother. He needs someone who can actually be on the moon and help complete his experiments. So instead of immediately agreeing, Li Dongxin asked who these two people were. Director Zhang stretched out his hand and pointed towards the sky. It's the astronauts above the space station. All three of them are his comrades, the first to enter the moon landing program, especially their captain, who was supposed to be up there that year and ended up not twisting. His greatest wish all these years was to land on the moon himself and help China fulfill its heart's desire. Of course, I recommend them not only for that reason, but more importantly for their experience and mental toughness that can help you when you go to the moon. Oh yeah, their mission is complete and they'll be returning to the Space Center soon. If you can prioritize them under equal circumstances. Director Zhang's brain began to sweat. The more he spoke, the smaller his voice became. He understood that in front of him, this commander-in-chief Li, although he was not very old, he was extremely principled in his actions. If those three were not capable enough, not to mention that hero's comrades in arms, not even his own brothers, rules are rules. Li Dongxin can convince all the astronauts. One is by his extraordinary scientific research talent, and the other is Li Dongxin's impartiality and strictness. In his heart, any personal feelings have to give way for the country. Director Zhang understood this, and was also clear about the situation of those three astronauts, which was why he dared to recommend them to Li Dongxin. In other words, those who can go on the space station are naturally very capable in general. After hearing Director Zhang's words, Li Dongxin didn't agree or refuse, but only said that when they came back, he himself would have to meet the three of them in person to see if they were eligible before saying anything else. Director Zhang was overjoyed at his words and said 3 good words in a row before he left with great anticipation. Looking at his distant back, Li Dongxin's eyes gleamed. And Deng Lao also rushed over from the Chinese Academy of Sciences at this time, and seeing Director Zhang's cheerful appearance, he could not help but be a little curious. After understanding what happened, Deng Lao laughed. Li Dongxin, don't think that he is nepotistic. I know these 3 people he recommended. They are indeed rare and excellent astronauts. Otherwise, Director Zhang wouldn't dare to rashly recommend to you. When they return to the base from the sky, you can examine it. If you feel up to it, you can prioritize them. They are state-tested and admire you very much. I can feel a lot more at ease with them protecting you. Li Dongxin smiled and nodded, asking about the purpose of Deng Lao's visit this time. Since Li Dongxin wanted to establish science and technology awards, those things such as applying, forming a jury, and so on, were all run by Deng Lao, so that Li Dongxin would not waste his time because of these trivial matters. Chapter 178, Honor only goes to our country. The state in all departments have been particularly emphasized. As long as it is Li Dongxin's business, all green light to release. Just a few days of work, things are pretty much dealt with. Deng Lao came this time, but also to Li Dongxin report the situation. No matter how, Li Dongxin is the initiator of the new awards, but also the soul of it. Many scientists are rushing to Li Dongxin, only to look at this new awards. So there are some things that must be Li Dongxin nodded to do. The two came to Li Dongxin's office. Deng Lao pulled out a bunch of documents from his bag and began his report. Li Dongxin, after the state's discussion, it has been decided to name the new award after you, and it will be called the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award. There are 5 main sections: the Physics Prize, the Chemistry Prize, the Medicine or Physiology General, the Mathematics Prize, and the Special Contribution Prize. The selection is made once a year, by key research organizations such as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and then submitted to you for final review. The nomination aspect is also all about countries submitting their materials, including their scientific research and so on, to facilitate your final ruling. Deng Lao reported all the discussed proposals to Li Dongxin and handed over the list of the organizing committee to him, with Li Dongxin as the director of the organizing committee and Deng Lao as the deputy director, responsible for the final ruling. The rest of the members, as well as the staff, add up to more than 1,000 people, showing the importance that China attaches to this program. Regarding the program given by Deng Lao, Li Dongxin basically agrees. Only the selection scope on. Li Dongxin shook his head, indicating that he is not in favor. Looking at Deng Lao's uncomprehending eyes, he smiled faintly and said the program he had in mind. This award doesn't need to be selected around the world. The top 5 honors are only awarded to us Chinese. only awarded to Chinese nationals. Elder Tang raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. At the press conference, Li Dongxin announced in public that he was going to establish a new award and rejected the Nobel Prize. And people naturally assumed that the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award was going to surpass the Nobel Prize and become the world's top honor. That's precisely why this upcoming Science and Technology Award has sparked the attention of countries around the world. Now Li Dongxin but said only in the domestic selection. Which means, Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award is not to replace the Nobel Prize, but to encourage Chinese scientists only created. Which can be very different from people's speculation. Seeing Li Dongxin smile without saying anything, Dang Lao immediately understood. He began not to compete with the Nobel Prize, but for the sake of China's own scientific and technological development, in order to help Chinese scientists to get the honor they deserve. And there's another important reason. If it's going to be judged around the world, then there's no way to avoid letting others publicize the results of the research. It can't be that the organizing committee has to give the award to just anyone who says he invented something. Something must be needed to prove it. Once this happens, it will inevitably be suspected of stealing the achievements of other countries, and may even become a reason for certain countries to attack. However, if it is selected domestically, then there are no such problems. Anyway, they are all their own people, and it doesn't matter if they read it, and they don't publish it on the internet, and they don't need to prove to the world that the research results are true or false. In this way, it saves a lot of trouble. Elder Tang and Li Dongxin smiled at each other and nodded. Good, then let's do as you say. I'll immediately go and change this item and publish it, said Deng Lao hurriedly left. That afternoon, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will be Li Dongxin Science and Technology Prize Award rules, as well as the various matters published on the internet. At the bottom of the article, there is a special note that in order to respect the confidentiality of the scientific research results of other countries, this award will not be considered globally for the time being, so as to prevent the relevant technology from being stolen by others. The award is currently only open to nominations from citizens of China, with the understanding and support of all sectors of the world. Immediately after the release, it aroused heated discussions around the world, especially in the foreign scientific community. When they saw the final results, they all could not sit still, and ran to the Chinese Academy of Sciences official media below to leave a message. How can this be? Is it possible that this award will only be given to Chinese people? We also want to participate. Please don't reject our applications. Mr. Li Dongxin is overly concerned. Compared to your scientific achievements, our results are nothing, and we will not question your country's justice. We also want to participate. Even if you don't give us the prize money, we just hope that Mr. Li Dongxin can look at our results and give us some suggestions, and we'll be full of determination. I hope that your country will reconsider. This world needs the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award, and we need to be recognized by Mr. Li Dongxin. Please give us a chance. I'm wondering if it's too late for me to apply for Chinese citizenship? I can even give my research results, unconditionally, to China, for a time. The Chinese Academy of Sciences account below. All such messages, scientists from various countries prayed that Li Dongxin could change his mind. But, the official Chinese Academy of Sciences still did not reply. Deng Lao also did not bother Li Dongxin again because of this matter. He believes that Li Dongxin's decision is correct. On the other hand, the netizens of China are also paying attention to this matter, and different from the mood of foreign scientists, they are excited, and support Li Dongxin's decision, and understand the purpose of his doing so. Great God, Li Dongxin is indeed a great man with a vision. In this way, no matter what kind of technology we have anymore, it's not someone else's turn to point the finger. More importantly, with the status of great God Li Dongxin in the world, the popularity of the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Prize will surely exceed the Nobel Prize, and others who want to obtain this honor will have no choice but to choose to join the country of China. Now the noses of the Mizuno people are going to be askew, and the time when they wanted to plagiarize other people's technology is gone. It says here that only citizens of China are accepted to nominate for the Science and Technology Prize. So that means that even an ordinary person who has made a breakthrough in science and technology can go for the award. That alone is much better than the Nobel Prize. Amidst the cheers of China, and the regrets of the world's scientific community, matters related to the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Prize came to an end, waiting only for the first selection in the future. Next, all eyes refocused on the moon landing. Compared to the Nobel Prize farce, the manned moon landing project is the main event. At first, Li Dongxin said in front of everyone that he would help China realize the moon landing project within 3 months. More than a month has now passed as well, less than 2 months before the final moon landing. Although time is short, now no one doubts that Li Dongxin is talking big, especially the successful test launch of Li Dongxin No. 1 launch vehicle. The people of China have been completely convinced that Li Dongxin can help them complete the dream of landing on the moon. Chapter 179 Lunar Laboratory. So, Chinese netizens woke up every day. The first thing is to come to the space agency official media below, asking when the official landing on the moon. In fact, it is no wonder that they are in such a hurry, mainly because the space agency has not had any developments so far, and no one knows how far the work has gone so far, and whether it can still ensure that the moon landing is on time. At this moment, Li Dongxin was meeting with a group of experts to discuss the experiments to be conducted after landing on the moon. In fact, the relevant experiments have long been finalized. That is, the collection of lunar rock and lunar soil, as well as the measurement of lunar shock waves. However, Li Dongxin suddenly convened an emergency meeting, so that the experts were a little bit confused. Not a moment's effort. The conference room was packed. Li Dongxin sat in the center of the conference room. Zheng director is located on his right, holding a pile of documents. See, people are all here. Li Dongxin signaling his assistant to send the documents. Experts hand a copy. Upon reading the title on the document, everyone was shocked, and they stared daggers at Li Dongxin, wanting to learn the truth of this plan from him. Li Dongxin flipped through the first page of the information and took a pen and drew a circle on the title before speaking slowly. You guys read it right. I intend to set up a permanent laboratory on the moon. Seeing the plan that Li Dongxin had sent them, the experts were greatly shocked. They themselves were engaged in aerospace work and had participated in many aerospace programs. In a certain way, this group of people represents the top aerospace strength of China, and they are naturally aware of the difficulty of it. How big it is. Rice landed on the moon several times, but only collected relevant data, collected back a large pile of moon soil, never tried to build a laboratory on the moon. This idea that only exists within science fiction movies, Li Dongxin actually really brought it up. For a while, the conference room murmured, why did Commander-in-Chief Li suddenly put forward this plan? I've never heard him talk about it before. Establishing a permanent laboratory on the moon. This is no joke. We have a launch vehicle now, but we have no experience in building a laboratory on the moon. And how can we possibly accomplish such a large amount of work with just 3 astronauts going up this time? When the rocket was test-fired last time, it did leave a laboratory above the near-Earth orbit. Could it be that Commander-in-Chief Li is trying to take it to the moon and convert it into a permanent laboratory? These are not the most important things. The important thing is that we are running out of time now, seeing as we are about to enter the official countdown to the moon landing, and the whole country is still waiting. Let's first listen to what Commander-in-Chief Li has to say. Maybe we misunderstood. What he should mean is to set up a permanent lunar laboratory. Hearing him say this, the noisy voices in the conference room also gradually calmed down. Everyone put their eyes on Li Dongxin, wanting to get an answer from him. Li Dongxin also knew what they were saying, but he didn't explain anything. It was no wonder that the group of experts were so surprised, and it was also true that he did not tell the plan at that time. For one thing, because he did not want to attract the attention of other countries. To realize that being able to set up a lab on the moon would be equivalent to the state of China having the technology to build a base on an alien planet, which would definitely be a change across the ages for the world. No one would want China to succeed, and this is one of the reasons why. Another, Li Dongxin had already left enough space for the lunar laboratory when he was designing the rocket at that time, and the design drawings had been completed a long time ago, so as long as it could be produced within the scheduled time, it would be able to catch up with this moon landing. This plan is currently known only to Director Zhang and Elder Tang in addition to Li Dongxin. Long before Li Dongxin one was test-fired, the 3 had already discussed it, and this plan was completely feasible. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of other countries, the plan to build a permanent laboratory on the moon has also been included in the top secret by China. And now that the official countdown to the moon landing is approaching, it is time to announce it to the public. Of course, there is the most important one, that is the secret hidden behind the moon. After Li Dongxin's calculations, there were too many coincidences in the formation of the moon, and he wanted to inquire about the information hidden inside, which is why he landed on the moon himself. But to get accurate conclusions, there would have to be permanent laboratories on the moon as a place to house lunar data loggers. You can't have these 3 astronauts staying on the moon all year round. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Director Zhang stood up and explained the problems inside after receiving Li Dongxin's approval. I know everyone is surprised as to why Commander-in-Chief Li came up with this plan. In fact, as early as the beginning of the rocket's design, Chief Director Li had already reported to the state, and the state agreed to implement the program. At that time, in order to keep it secret, we didn't inform everyone about it, but now the time is ripe. We are about to embark on a journey to the moon, and the relevant deployments can give everyone an explanation. Regarding the lunar laboratory, Chief Commander Li has already designed it. and I will distribute the drawings to all units later. So everyone must table into it as soon as possible. I hope everyone understands. This is a matter of great importance. Please also take it seriously. And the official media of the space agency will also report this matter to the people. After Director Zhang finished speaking, this group of authoritative aerospace experts still hadn't slowed down. This plan was just too shocking. So much so that everyone started to break into pieces. It's actually true. We're really going to build a lunar laboratory. The first moon landing was both the pinnacle and we ushered in a new era. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, and the more difficult it was to endure. Finally, after a short period of calmness in the conference room, a round of applause erupted. Of course, this applause is for Li Dongxin. They are impressed by Li Dongxin's talent once again. If the man landing on the moon is an important milestone in the history of China's spaceflight, then establishing a permanent laboratory on the moon is to take the crown of spaceflight science and technology. At this moment, the experts with gray hair, the blood in their bodies began to boil. This is the romance of a scientist, conquering space, moving to an alien planet. This is the dream that everyone has. And today, Li Dongxin gave them a big surprise, even though the age of this group of experts was tens of years higher than Li Dongxin. But their fervent hearts had never aged. I didn't expect it. Our Chinese country's moon landing program has only just begun, and now we're actually taking a step straight to the sky and are going to set up a laboratory on the moon. This can be more than just a laboratory. This marks a step towards interstellar migration for our country. If we can build a laboratory on the moon, then naturally we can build a human base on the moon. Exactly. With this technology, both our aerospace endeavors and space technology will take a leap forward. Chapter 180, once again in madness. This is the real future technology. This is the real collection of thousands of technologies. Commander-in-Chief Li is truly a genius from heaven. Our country of China is really too lucky. It seems like it's no longer a dream for us to go to the moon. And perhaps in the near future, we'll all be able to set foot on the moon for a new interstellar journey. The more this group of experts and scholars said, the more excited they became. And in the end, their eyes began to be moist. Li Dongxin understood their feelings, and even more so, their expectations. And he decided to inform the nation of the news, immediately inform the nation of this news. I want the people of China to come together to witness the arrival of a great era. Later that night, near the end of the evening news, the hosts broke the news out in a very short but explosive announcement. Space Agency Newsletter. New program to be added to this manned moon landing. China to build permanent lab on the moon. Two short sentences instantly ignited the entire country of China. Since the news announcement of the controlled nuclear conference, the people of China have developed the habit of standing by the TV on time and on the dot every day, wanting to see if there is any new heavy news. It was only less than 2 months ago. Finally let them wait. So, the people of China once again fell into a frenzy. Countless people flooded into the official media of the space agency, almost bursting the service area. Is this thing reliable? Didn't they say they were going to land a man on the moon? Why do we have to build a laboratory? My goodness, to be able to build a laboratory, isn't that equivalent to a moon base? The whole world has dreamed of doing this, and I didn't realize that my country, China, was the first to make a breakthrough. This is great. We've once again surpassed Rice. Even their proudest technology, they haven't built a lunar laboratory after decades of landing on the moon. And I didn't expect us, China, to take this first step. I knew there was bound to be big news sooner or later. Next time, can you broadcast the heavy news first, so I can prepare some good wine? There's only beer left in the house now. How can this be enough to celebrate? Where is great God Li Dongxin? Quickly let our great God Li Dongxin say something. I can't believe it if he doesn't show up. In a matter of moments, the news about the construction of the lunar laboratory was frantically reposted on all social media. All of the nation's hot search lists, microblogs, circles of friends, but any platform that could be republished, were all filled with this great news. Various local media outlets, too, relayed this news at the first time. In less than half an hour, the news about the lunar laboratory directly rushed to the top 3 of the hot search list. This speed was second only to Li Dongxin's nuclear control launch. It was just after supper time now. Night was falling, and the only topic of discussion as people gathered in the streets and alleys was also the lunar laboratory. This news means, not only is China's dream of landing on the moon coming true, but even technological fantasies have been called for. No one would doubt its authenticity. It was clear to everyone that the one who released this message must be the chief commander of the moon landing, Li Dongxin, and only he had the authority to decide on this plan. The people's admiration for Li Dongxin was almost beyond measure. They chanted Li Dongxin's name on the internet and sang his praises for the contributions he made to the country of China. The great God Li Dongxin is the only truth in science and technology. With him in, China's rejuvenation will surely be accomplished. I am proud of my identity as a Chinese, and China is proud to have the great god Li Dongxin. If miracles had names, then he would be called Li Dongxin. Commander-in-Chief Li is the god of miracles. Now not only the network is hotly discussing this matter, even colleges and universities all over China are also celebrating this time. Li Dongxin's influence on campus has long surpassed other scientists. His fans throughout the university in all majors, even students in the field of liberal arts, were crazy about Li Dongxin. And under Li Dongxin's leadership, science and technology fever rose on Chinese campuses. Regardless of their majors, everyone would have a set of science books in their hands, with the aim of getting one step closer to their idol. Now that they learned that Li Dongxin had a greater goal, the scholars immediately joined in the discussion. Of course, unlike the common people, the topics covered by this group of Heaven's Pride were much more specialized. I really didn't expect that great god Li Dongxin actually had such a great plan. He's asking us to enter interstellar migration early. That said, no one has tried it yet. Of course not. Even Rice doesn't have such a great program. It doesn't just need the country's strength to back it up, but more importantly, it has to have the appropriate technology. If the permanent laboratory is built successfully, then many of our space experiments can be accomplished. And more importantly, our country's status in the international arena will skyrocket. I recall a joke that the main purpose of our Chinese landing on the moon is to see if the moon is suitable for farming. Ha ha ha. Students were amused by this statement, and various university forums were filled with thoughts about the moon landing. As the saying goes, several families are happy and several families are sad. And at this time the song and dance of China is not the same. The Rice side is at twilight. In a high-level conference room somewhere, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The Rice boss face was serious as he scanned the many aviation experts on the stage, and his tone was also quite somber. Their own trump cards were surpassed by China one after another, and now even their proud space technology was going to be completely crushed by China. As the boss of Rice, where could he be happy? I don't need to say much about what's going on, do I? China has already announced that it's going to build a lunar laboratory. Do you guys think they really have it in them? Or is this just a smokescreen to sense us? After he had said those words, he felt funny himself. Every time he thought that China was lying, he ended up being slapped in the face by the truth every time. But there is no way for him to be in this position. Until the end, he can never admit defeat. Otherwise the Rice country will fall into the land of doom. The experts on the stage were deep in thought and silence. If they had been in the past, they would have thought that this was a smokescreen from China, aiming to confuse the world. But now it's different. China has a technology wizard. He repeatedly attacked the top technology, almost become the world's only god of science and technology. How can they still have the courage to doubt him? What's more, China, as a great country, would it joke about the people as hope? This is obviously impossible. Just as the Rice boss was disappointed to the core, Musk stepped forward, and his next words lifted the entire atmosphere of the meeting. Whether this news is true or not, we have one more chance to flip the script. That's grabbing the Chinese to set up a permanent lab on the moon before they do. 181. The space race. Hearing Musk's words, everyone was shocked. Even the Rice boss was sidelined. In the moon is to build a permanent laboratory. This is not a move of the lips can be done. Although the United States had had several lunar landings, it had no experience in building alien laboratories, much less this kind of super large launch vehicle. It is simply impossible to transport astronauts and related equipment to the moon in such a short period of time. So, Musk's words are tantamount to a pie in the sky, and the me boss looked at him not like he was joking. So he let him talk about the specific plan. Musk has an international reputation and is the CEO of Space Exploration Technologies, Inc. in Rice. After he thought about it, he said the plan he had conceived. Although we don't have a super heavy launch vehicle like Li Dongxin, no. 1. We have a cargo rocket. If we can't get it all in one shipment, we can ship it to the moon in batches. And with this addition to the program, China is bound to postpone the moon landing. It just frees up the slot for us to launch the moon landing, and we can build our moon landing team in the meantime. And we have an advantage over China that they don't have. We have the experience of walking on the moon and know the soil underneath the lunar loam. So as soon as all the equipment is transported up there, we can immediately set up a laboratory. Listening to Musk's gushing account of his plan, everyone listened with rapt attention, especially the Rice boss, who nodded his head frequently in approval after listening, his hand tapping the desktop unceasingly, as if he was considering the reasonableness of this expert's proposal. That, you guys are sure this is really okay? Finally, the Rice boss couldn't help but ask. Musk nodded with certainty. It shouldn't be a problem. We've successfully landed on the moon anyway, and it's still the first time for China. They want to reach the sky in one step. The difficulties in between are only much more than ours. If such a plan is to be carried out, then the cooperation of all of you will be necessary in the operation of this matter. Musk looked at the crowd and continued. Of course, I know there are doubts about my plan, but this is the only chance we have, isn't it? I'm sure it will bear fruit if everyone is willing to cooperate. A group of me experts look at each other. This plan is too risky. To know that through multiple rockets to transport different units, and then on the moon to form. The danger in the middle can be imagined. What's more, there's another major problem. Rice, like China, has no experience in setting up laboratories on the moon, and one more second that astronauts stay on the moon is one more minute of danger. Who can guarantee the completion of the mission in such a situation? Seeing their difficult faces, the Rice boss naturally guessed the concerns in their hearts, but now that the fire was already burning, there was no other way for him to do so, and he couldn't just stand by and watch China succeed. Could he? If that happened, there would truly be no international voice for Rice. His eyebrows gathered towards the center and he slammed the table. Splat! The crowd was startled. It's decided. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Let's be clear. China has surpassed us in other areas, and the moon landing technology is our last line of defense. I wouldn't have risked so much if they had simply landed a man on the moon, but China is trying to build a laboratory on the moon. What's the difference between that and building a moon base? We must get ahead of them and snatch this first place and never let the nation lose confidence. This group of top scientists in the United States, see, the top boss said so, also put down the heart of the concern. Anyway, the sky is falling, there is a tall man on top. They are afraid of what? The big deal is to resign and quit. So the atmosphere in the conference room was revitalized, and the experts poofed their chests and assured, good, in that case, we are willing to cooperate, and we must not let the Chinese get ahead of us, and this time there will be a space race. Yes, we are willing to cooperate in this matter. We, the Mizos, were the first to conquer the moon, and to build a laboratory on it. We must be the first as well. It's just a moon landing. What's the big deal? I'll go back to the lab right away. Gather the researchers and start researching, and try to land on the moon before the Chinese do. Sir, the scale of this project is unprecedented. We need more personnel to help out. I just did a rough calculation. We need about 80,000 people, and hundreds of companies, so please take center stage. There are also various R&D funds, which are a guarantee to support the success of the program, so please make sure you have the funds in place. When the Rice boss heard this, his expression visibly froze. How could he have forgotten about this? Previously, when the Rice country landed on the moon, a total of 300,000 people, thousands of enterprises, as well as tens of billions of dollars, at that time almost emptied the entire Rice country. For this reason, the Rice country has not slowed down for a few whole years. And what he did not expect is that technology has developed to this point today, and it actually has to be so costly. But things have come to this point, there is no other way. In order to preserve the status of the United States in the aerospace industry, he had to agree to it. The crowd saw him nodding his head, the depressed atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the experts were all overjoyed. With research and development funds, anything is better. And seeing the group of people each with a happy face, the Rice boss was a bit bewildered. He even wondered if this group of experts was really about the moon landing. After sighing, he summoned his secretary. Tell the official state media to make an announcement to the world. Rice officially launches the worker-manned moon landing program as of today. At the same time, we're going to build a lab on the moon. The blonde secretary was dumbfounded when she heard this. She had no idea what was going on. How could she suddenly restart the moon landing program and build some kind of laboratory on the moon when she was fine? This was no small matter, but with her status, she wasn't qualified to probe into the secrets inside. What boss told her to do, she just did it. It wasn't long before the world witnessed the first spectacle in the history of mankind, when two of the world's most powerful nations, on the same day, announced plans to build a lunar laboratory. The news was like a thunderbolt from the ground. It instantly bombarded the entire world. It shocked the whole world in a moment and spread to all corners of the world with great speed. At this moment, the whole world boiled up. Everyone was shocked by the two countries gaming, especially the other space powers, directly by the operation of the two countries of China and Rice. Shocked silly. Look at the two, more than one anxious to land on the moon. Don't know, still think that the end of the world is coming. They are ready to move to the moon. However, they soon reacted to the fact that Rice was unwilling to give up its position as the #1 spacefaring nation and wanted to play a space race with China, which is why it urgently announced its decision to the world after China announced the news. Now things are getting interesting. Originally everyone's attention was only on China, but now with the addition of the old powerhouse of Rice, this game is even more lively. Chapter 182, The First Official Encounter. The people of some countries have even taken bets on this matter to see who will be the first to accomplish this feat of mankind and put the first human building on the surface of the earth. A moment. Networks set off a race trend. Regardless of the country, regardless of the region, all the people are involved in the discussion of the topic. It's too much. I didn't expect to see such a thrilling scene in my lifetime. It's really not worth it for me to come to this world. Everyone, which country will win? China or rice? Who can represent the strongest space technology of mankind? That goes without saying. It must be rice. They were the first to land on the moon and have done so 6 times before and after. So it's only a matter of time before rice wants to set foot on the moon again. So to speak. You're wrong. This time it must be China that can win. Don't forget their launch vehicle. It's the most advanced in the world, and the meter country will have to bow down to it. So, this space race, it must be the Chinese who win. Our country is also a big spacefaring country, but it's so far from these two. They don't just want to land on the moon. They also want to build a permanent laboratory. This is simply a top-level encounter between human beings. I'm dying of excitement right now. Rice released the news at noon. At this time China just entered the midnight. People are sleeping. Until early the next morning. People come to the space agency official media under the clock as usual. Just clicked on the app. Was attracted by a line of eye-catching big words. MiG announced to restart the moon landing program. Want to build a lunar laboratory. Under the title also counted the number of rice moon landings, which can be China's netizens whole confused, and thought that they were sleepy and blurred eyes. Wasn't it China that announced this news last night? How come after a night's sleep, the old hen turned into a duck and became the news from rice? Netizens hurriedly clicked into the comments section to find the answer, and only after going in did they realize that there was no farce in this matter, and that rice had indeed released this plan while they were asleep. However, inside the article there is only the name of the program, but no specific timing or details of the program are revealed. But this thing is already enough to make people excited, although the rice country to engage in the suspicion of competition. But this is still the two countries in the field of space. The first official encounter. Like foreign netizens, the people of China were immediately aroused by curiosity and ran to the space agency's account to leave a message. Li Dongxin great God, Li Dongxin great God. The people of the United States are calling our bluff. They also want to land on the moon and build a permanent laboratory. What do you think about this? Can they succeed? It feels like they made the plan on the fly after learning about our plan. It doesn't even have a projected moon landing time on it. It looks like a joke anyways. Not so much. Rice may not have a good reputation, but how dare they joke about this? I guess they landed on the moon is true, but the construction of a permanent laboratory, well, oh, I'm afraid there's a lot of water in it. They've finally got some decent methods, and if they want to outsmart China, it's best to compete squarely and openly, and not hide behind the scenes and play small tricks. But no matter how much they toss and turn, it's impossible for them to surpass China. Who let us have great God Li Dongxin? Right, last time, great God Li Dongxin was saying that the moon landing would be completed within 3 months, and yesterday, the plan to build a laboratory was added. So the official moon landing time, isn't it going to be postponed later? Compared to the speed of the netizens and perhaps the news, the staff of the space agency was significantly faster. And just as everyone was sitting in rows, waiting to eat their melon, they were already holding a meeting for the purpose of discussing the possibility of this rice program. Li Dongxin, as the commander-in-chief of the moon landing, naturally attended this meeting, and even Deng Lao had rushed over from the Chinese Academy of Sciences overnight. The atmosphere in the conference room was fairly relaxed. After all, the Chinese were different from the rice. They had always been pragmatic and not reticent, not to mention that they would not talk about plans that they were not sure of accomplishing, especially the crowd of Chinese aerospace experts. After understanding the drawings of the lunar laboratory, everyone's mood was much lighter. It is clear that Li Dongxin's design is still flawless, and this pioneering program in China will surely be a success. And this meeting is almost as good as sitting down and drinking tea and chatting for them. What else more? They still have Li Dongxin, a scientific and technological genius, sitting in the town, and they are not afraid of the people of the meter country to steal in front of them. Director Zhang gave a short report on the situation and then asked for Li Dongxin's opinion on whether or not to proceed with the moon landing as planned. Li Dongxin, as the commander-in-chief, his opinion directly determines the final time of the moon landing. Li Dongxin glanced at the information in his hand, which was the data of the various launch vehicles of the rice, and then smiled faintly and stated his opinion. There are loopholes in their plan. Rice can't finish this program. There's a loophole in Rice's moon landing plan? Hearing Li Dongxin say this, everyone's complexion was aghast. Clearly, the rice didn't reveal the plan. How did Li Dongxin know about it? And he was able to guess what the mics were going to do from the unknown plan. This is really mind-boggling. Even Elder Deng couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, wanting to know where Li Dongxin had learned that there was a loophole in the rice country's plan, and what this loophole was. In fact, the reason why Li Dongxin can see it, totally because of his system, the size of the rocket thrust of each country. It has long been no secret, and the same with the rice country. So the information in the hands of Li Dongxin must be accurate. When he got the information about the rice rockets, his mind had already constructed the program, and this program was the only one that Rice could implement. Rice didn't have a mega launch vehicle that it wanted to correspond to, and to get the lunar lab equipment up there, it would have to launch vehicles in batches and then go to lunar near-Earth orbit for docking. Only, even if it is the only program with implementability, according to Li Dongxin's calculations, it is impossible for the rice country to transport the laboratory to the moon. The reason lies in the docking of the capsule. Multi-unit outer orbital docking is impossible to accomplish with the current technology. In the U.S., however, this is after Li Dongxin's calculations to reach a conclusion. Other people naturally do not know. The people see him say so, although there are doubts in their hearts, but it is not good to ask more questions, can only be attributed to their own lack of knowledge. After all, Li Dongxin's level of science and technology is far more than theirs, and they cannot see that it is also normal. Li Dongxin could see the doubt on their faces, and did not intend to tell them what the problem was, much less the MIB. After all, it was a matter of national reputation, and whoever took the lead in setting up a laboratory on the moon was extremely important in enhancing the country's international status. Li Dongxin is not so saintly, to go to help the enemy to solve the problem. Dang Lao naturally understands his mind, but also understands that Li Dongxin this is from the point of view of the country. Chapter 183, Starting Mutual Dislike Mode. So he instructed the experts, this matter in the end until, we must abide by the confidentiality agreement. Do not put the commander-in-chief Li said this matter. Reveal it. After hearing this, the crowd was busy to commit to it. This is natural. Rice people see us to build the laboratory. They this propose to restart the moon landing program. The purpose is to be afraid that we China snatched the first, will be their first spaceflight country's position. To squeeze down. Commander-in-chief Li, don't worry. Whether or not Rice can go to the moon, or whether or not they can build a laboratory on the moon, it has nothing to do with us. If they want to engage in a space race, let them get it on their own. We'll just do our own thing. That's right. We in China don't get involved in this so-called competition, and we won't interfere with other people's ideas. We just need to be responsible to our country and to our people. For a while the crowd made a statement to Li Dongxin. Hearing their words, Li Dongxin nodded and greeted the crowd to continue the meeting. The matter was not in question. On the contrary, the other end of the world, Rice, now all up and down, are full of confidence. They think that their own country has a number of moon landing experience, and has the world's best astronauts. Certainly can be on the moon earlier than the country of China. Even Rice tech bloggers commented on the internet that although China had a super heavy launch vehicle, they didn't have manned moon landing technology, so their moon landing program was bound to end in failure. These remarks quickly attracted the followers of Rice netizens. I admit that China's rocket technology is indeed powerful, but the unmanned moon landing and the manned moon landing are two different things, and I don't think that China has already had this technology. They haven't learned to walk and they want to learn to run first. This is not treating science and technology like child's play. The Chinese have never landed on the moon, so what right do they have to build a lab on it? If mankind wants to build a base on the moon, then this heavy responsibility can only be accomplished by Rice. No other country has the strength to do so. As we all know, Rice is the only country that has successfully landed on the moon. It's a pity about this Chinese teenager. He's still too young. The world and the moon aren't the same thing at all. He may be able to overcome the nuclear control technology, but the moon landing technology is more complicated and the unexpectedness of it is higher. I don't favor them. This space race must be won by us, the Mizos. Just like in the late 60s, the victory is always ours. At first, it was just the civil society of the United States getting high on itself, but after 2 days, even the official television station of the United States stepped in, and they made a special program for this purpose, inviting the most authoritative experts in the whole United States to be their guests, hoping that they could induce other countries to stand on the side of the United States in terms of metaphorical theories. The title of the program is also written in a very eye-catching way. Only Rice is a space beacon. China is about to face defeat. It can really be said that the ghost is still there. The Rice country to land on the moon, but also have to involve China, really cannot see a little bit of other people good. This program is similar to China's talk show. The program preview below the list of attendees, basically aerodynamics experts, mechanical engineering experts, and so on, and even a few Nobel Prize winners. The momentum cannot be said to be not huge. The lineup is not luxurious. This column adopts the nature of live broadcast, directly facing the global broadcast. This program preview quickly spread into the country of China, but also stimulate the hearts of Chinese netizens. The people of China are very kind, never want to denigrate other countries, or curse the people of other countries, but this program simply let them eye-opening. How can the people of China not expect rice as a scientific and technological power in such an important column, actually like a shrew scolding, really jaw-dropping. The program is broadcast live at noon in Rice, which is 10 minutes past midnight in China. On this day, many Chinese netizens are waiting by their computers, sharpening their knives in their hands, ready to let them see the power of China again. Millet countrymen, we would like to see how you guys are going to turn black and white this time. It was midnight in China, and many people had work the next day, but to protect their country, they turned on their cell phones or computers, and the screens glowed with the light of the end of the day, illuminating everyone's night. The program is still set to start. The two countries' netizens are already in the direct reporting room, opening the mode of mutual dislike. Although 99% of people can't understand what the other side is saying, what is certain is that, has a high content of mom and dad. Of course, there are still a few relatively calm netizens, in the dislike of people, but also brain to maintain restraint. The people of the United States is really a world-class clowns. Their own do their own limit, but also have to bring us China. What? We want to stimulate your little hearts? Can't see us surpassing you? Still talking about how the meter country is a beacon of technology. Why don't you say you're the son of technology? You can't even come up with controlled nuclear technology, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a high-tech country? We Chinese are not like you who only talk big. Since we dared to announce a man landing on the moon, then we'll land on the moon in a practical manner. Unlike you people from Rice who only engage in conspiracies, the meat kingdom is jealous of us. China, we have produced a talented young man and have conquered several top technologies. They are really scared, afraid that their hegemony will be snatched away by others. I don't know what they were thinking, seeing that we, China, are going to land on the moon and build laboratories. They couldn't wait and had to take over a space race. It's just a pity. We don't intend to play along with you. China's side of the pop-ups did not the entire live screen. This scene almost made the Rice people confused. They want to counterattack, cannot read the block letters. But what they said, many Chinese netizens' ministry can move white and mouth to give targeted counterattack. In addition to China and the United States to watch the live broadcast, there are many people from other countries, only to invite the battle of the gods. The mortals retreat. The already small live screen has long let the Chinese netizens occupy the high ground, where there is still a place for them to speak. Only once in a while will I see a variety of strange text. Obviously I don't know what the Chinese people are talking about, but I can feel that his door has already occupied the high ground of the fishing wheel. In terms of the upper limit of technology, China has become the #1 power in the world. I'm also curious now that in the end Quasi can represent humanity, to build permanent laboratories in lunar re. Of course whether Quasi succeeds, it will be a good thing for our whole humanity. I really envy the Chinese people. They have surpassed the world's #1 power in just over a month's time. And Hassan has become the world's scepter bearer. And the one who made all this is actually just an 18-year-old teenager. I believe in Rice. They are the name brand aviation power and the only country that landed on the moon. They must still have cards that we don't know about. This single buried country's netizens also please see the reality that your good big brother has already lost. In terms of nuclear technology, the only truth has been grasped in the hands of China. You've all lost to the Chinese teenagers. Chapter 184, A Frog in a Well. Behind the scenes of Rice TV, a group of leading experts sat in the lounge, coffee in hand. An aviation expert lowered his head, a little worried in his heart. Just now the guide had told him that the online reel broke over 100 million people. In other words, many netizens from other countries were also paying attention to this program. The others saw that his face did not look right and kindly advised, "Professor, look at your soul. What are you worried about? It's hard to believe that you really think China can set up a laboratory on the moon?" When these words came out, the seat was filled with laughter, and other experts flirted. The professor is a representative figure of Stanford University, and has made outstanding contributions to the Rice Aerospace, and his aeronautical technology is one of the top in the world. But he is just overcautious. Ha ha ha. Is right. Professor, you don't have to worry. I've checked the relevant information long ago. No company in China is capable of manufacturing a lunar laboratory. It would have been impossible for Ben to accomplish this feat. Back then, when we in Rice landed on the moon, we mobilized 300,000 people and thousands of high-tech enterprises to help mankind realize their desire to land on the moon. But China doesn't have so many high-tech enterprises, and even if they wanted to form them temporarily, they wouldn't be able to do it that fast. We still have a lot of time. This live broadcast is just a walk in the park. I believe That China's plan to add a lunar laboratory must have been improvised to delay the launch and avoid making a fool of ourselves in front of the world. It's really like that. If you say that China landed on the moon, just land on the moon, and suddenly add such a difficult program, this is clearly an excuse for themselves, and when they can't land on the moon on time, they'll have something to say about it. It was correct to say that Li Dongxin had added this program on a whim. After all, from the design of the rocket, only a month has passed since then. The previous conference in China did not mention the construction of a lunar laboratory, and suddenly, the news was reported on the news, giving others the feeling that it was an excuse for delaying the moon landing. This method is used by the MIB quite often. But, is this really the case? This professor's heart drummed straight. If it had been placed in the past, he would have thought so too. After all, astronauts have a very short time after landing on the moon, a few hours at most, and there is no way they could have accomplished such a large amount of work. What's more, it's still China, which has never had any experience. But China has always been good at creating miracles. Even if the launch is delayed, the professor believes that China must be working toward it. When he thought about it, he could never be still in his heart. And looking at his relaxed colleagues, he shook his head inside. I hope you're all right. Otherwise, there really is no place for us in this beautiful world. The interview program started soon after and the professor and others entered the studio. Unlike the idle steps of the others, his footsteps were slightly heavy, and as he thought about it, there was really no way to attribute this plan of China's as an excuse. This top professor of Stanford University was agonized. On the one hand, China's rapid technological progress exceeded everyone's imagination. On the other hand, the scientific research community in this country is still self-hypnotized and is never willing to face the facts. Seeing the various ME authorities step into the scene, a group of blonde spectators applauded wildly, as if these people were gods guarding me. The same program group in order to reflect the confidence of the rice country. They deliberately this interview program, arranged into a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Even the host has become a talk show star, a dark-skinned woman who has traveled the world many times in order to find the disadvantages of those countries as a subject for her talk show. She just came up, not waiting for the introduction of the identity of the guest of honor, began to flirt with the science and technology of China. Hello, everyone. I don't know if you've ever been to China. That country is really strange. Everyone has a fanatical confidence in their country. That Chinese teenager, for example, was actually hailed as a national hero by the people of China, and even became a national idol. I've seen his video troubles. He's so handsome. He's practically a trainee debutante from China. These few lines of banter drew a burst of laughter from the audience on stage, and even a few aviation experts laughed. They paid attention to the various developments in China from time to time, so they naturally understood what a trainee meant. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room is also all kinds of banter. Look at the IP belongings. Are basically the local of the rice country, ha ha ha. Seems to be really like this. The people of the country of China, especially teenagers, have always worshipped these people, such as what 2.5 years of practicing students or a certain big netizen No wonder the Chinese people like that Li Dongxin so much. After all, it's because he's handsome. Has the trend fallen to this level? I didn't expect it. China actually treats people like this as heroes. Do they expect these clowns to protect China? They can't hold a weapon. You guys really don't say. That Chinese teenager is indeed very handsome. Even in the whole world, he is a first-class handsome guy. Such a person should go to be a star. Why do you want to become a so-called scientist? How do you know he's not a star? Didn't you see how well he acted? He fooled the whole of China. I think he'll win the best actor at this year's Oscars. These words hit everyone's retinas. They weren't flirting. They were stark insults. This pissed off the netizens of China. To actually take those misogynistic trainees and insult the country's hope. How can this be tolerated? So the pop-up screen of live broadcast was completely swept by square characters. You rice clowns. You only deserve to be frogs in the bottom of the well. You can't have the genius you can't have. So you want to destroy it, right? Let me tell you, we're not going to fall for that. I suddenly feel a little pity for the rice people. They have been living in their own world and haven't learned to open their eyes to the world. By the way, are you guys running out of hosts in rice? I can't believe you found a stand-up comedian to host a program. You guys are envious and jealous. Commander-in-Chief Li is not only handsome, he also has technological talent that surpasses everything. No matter what you guys say, you can't change this fact. What qualifications does a country that doesn't even have nuclear control technology have to mock great god Li Dongxin? Let me tell you, just for this arrogant attitude of yours, you will never be able to penetrate the true meaning of technology. If you can surpass us in cutting-edge technology, or shut the hell up. We were able to develop a top-of-the-line launch vehicle in a month's time. But what about you guys? You're not still looking for rocket scraps at the scrapyard, are you? The dark-skinned host's malicious rhythm carrying caused many people to take offense, and even netizens from other countries, who were not concerned about the matter, thought that what she said was really too much, and did not have the qualities expected of a host at all. You know, this is a live program for the whole world. The host's every word and action represents the image of the country. Her flirting with China so recklessly would bring unintended consequences to Rice, and even this professor, who was a native of Rice, couldn't help but frown after hearing these words. He was a scholar, moreover, a scientist, and as the leader of aerospace science and technology in Rice, he knew all too well the heartache of scientists. This professor had seen the video of Li Dongxi lighting up China, and was convinced that this Chinese teenager was a rare talent that would not come along in 10,000 years, and that his birth was of great significance to the development of the entire human race. How could he be denigrated like this? The professor wanted to remind the columnist not to take his words so far, and just as he pressed the headset, he was stopped by the expert beside him. Professor, I know you hate this kind of program, but there's no way. It's a requirement at the national level. It's necessary to hit China in terms of morale, and it's also me up to consolidate our international position. You'd better listen well. Just think of it as a show we've seen. Hearing him say this, the professor helplessly put down his hand, looking at the stage cackling with laughter of the Rice audience. His heart is really a mixture of flavors. Any person should be treated with due respect, just like this Chinese teenager. If the Rice country could respect China enough, things would not have developed into this. The world landscape has changed drastically precisely because of Li Dongxin's appearance. Don't they realize it yet? The world's abandoning Rice. Unlike Hammer and others, he knows profoundly what a scientist should and should not do. The laughter from the scene continued. The dark-skinned host was still flirting, and this professor's eyes darkened as he thought of this group of inactives. He sneered. It's come to this point, and you guys still don't know yourselves. Is it true that the moon landing was treated like child's play? Chapter 185, The Hidden Big Boss of the Rice Country. That female host thought she was being humorous and witty, not knowing that she had already committed world public anger. Even the TV guide felt that it was a bit too much, and was busy calling off her so-called opening remarks, so that she could hurry up and get to the point. The hostess heard the backstage instructions, which led to the topic of today's interview. The netizens are also in an uproar. Look at the time. The official television station of the Hall of Rice actually used a full 10 minutes to flirt with China. This is simply a slip of the tongue. Behind her group of aerospace experts are also a face. Thought the host slightly flirted with 2 sentences. Active atmosphere will be enough. Who thought that she talked endlessly? Froze the serious interview program, turned into a personal stand-up comedy show. Seeing that the experts were not worried, this dark-skinned hostess also knew that she had made a slip of the tongue, and if not for her skin color covering her face, she was afraid that her face would have turned white with fear. At her gesture, the crew finally gave the camera to the star of the day, Musk, CEO of Space Exploration Technologies. When the professor at the head of the group appeared in the camera, all of the Rice netizens exclaimed, "Oh my God, even Musk made an appearance. I didn't realize that the specification of this program was quite high. He's the most powerful person in the scientific research world of Rice. Now I'm relieved. As long as Musk steps in, this space race will definitely be won by our country. Rice, that teenager from China, even if he's talented, he can't possibly compete with Musk." That's right. Musk once led a team that conquered the world's unmanned docking technology in outer orbit, which is a breakthrough to the pinnacle of human space technology. We're sure to win. Now the Chinese should know that we, the scientists of Rice, are much smarter than they are. So what if China has a super heavy launch vehicle? Can they dock a good lab in space? I blame this dark-skinned host. Fooling around so much I thought this was a talk show. I can't believe he left Musk out to dry for so long. It's just too much. Seeing that the netizens of the meter country are so excited, the viewers of other countries are also very puzzled. Who is this Musk in the end? It's amazing that he has so much influence in the country of Rice. Chinese netizens were quick to check the news that Musk is a member of the Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, holding several positions, and is now the chief expert of the United States Space Agency. His research team pioneered a new technology 10 years ago to realize multi-unit docking in outer space. Up to now, me country is also the only country that has this technology. China is also able to carry out unit docking in space. The Chinese space station and cargo module docking is a classic example. Only to 3 or more devices connected at the same time can be called multi-unit docking. Professor Musk was also awarded Rice's highest medal of honor for this technology. Seeing these messages, Chinese netizens could not help but also be shocked, not realizing that the Rice country is still hiding a big boss. Why haven't I heard of this person before? It's as if he suddenly appeared out of the ground. But looking at his research results, it seems like he's really quite powerful. So what? We have external orbital docking technology, just not multi-unit docking. Besides, we have the great god Li Dongxin. This kind of childish stuff is nothing but water to him. Well, don't say that either. I just checked the information, and this Musk seems to be quite special. Ever since he researched this technology, he's been kept in a low profile, and he showed up in public today, so I guess he must have gotten some new results. We won't belittle others, much less ourselves. The Materians want to engage in a space race with us. This is their wishful thinking. Furthermore, we are about to enter the official moon landing. The Materians are only releasing the news now. They will surely lag behind us. I really don't understand the brain circuits of the Mizuno people. Obviously there are such important scientists present. Their hosts don't invite people out earlier. It was already early in the morning China time. The office building of the Chinese Space Agency was brightly lit. It was now in the final stage of preparation, and many experts had stayed up all night, wanting to check the final plan so as to avoid any loopholes. This included Deng Lao. Although he was an expert in nuclear physics, he was equally an expert in aerodynamics, even in the design of outer space. At this time, Deng Lao was discussing with Li Dongxin about the candidates for astronauts, and the red phone on the table suddenly rang, and it was an assistant who called. After answering, Deng Lao's face became a little heavy, and then according to his assistant's words, he opened the player on his cell phone, which was relaying a live interview from Rice. After he saw Musk, Elder Tang exclaimed softly, "It's actually him? Rice actually invited him out." Li Dongxin glanced at the screen, and there was a middle-aged man sitting at the top of the guest table in the picture. This person Li Dongxin recognizes. As early as before, Li Dongxin has read his Space Foundation theory. At that time also think that Musk is quite insightful. Early anticipation of the technology after 10 years. Only, although the insight is enough, but the ability is average. Of course, it is compared with Li Dongxin. Musk also qualifies as a tech guru if we're comparing him to others. Li Dongxin is not concerned about these. In his opinion, the defeat of the country of Rice has been determined. Even if this person called Musk comes out, it still can't change the fact. Deng Lao believed in Li Dongxin, and even more so in the fact that he said in the meeting that the Rice country was doomed to fail. It's just that. He is also clear. Musk's research team, how strong it is. You could say that, in this day and age, Musk is the space genius spokesman. Seeing that Deng Lao was slightly uneasy, Li Dongxin smiled gently. Are you worried that he'll have new technology to help Rice accomplish the impossible? Oh, don't have to take it to heart. Even he can't save the Rice space community. Chapter 186, Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy. And you will never be dangerous in 100 battles. Li Dongxin lightly told Deng Lao that even if this Musk, personally involved in the Rice moon landing program, is not destined to change the failure of the Rice spaceflight, for no other reason. The space technology controlled by this Musk, Li Dongxin, by virtue of the system, has long since penetrated the technical difficulties inside. These technologies, if they are in near-Earth orbit, can still be used, but once in near-Moon orbit, the technology doesn't work. But Elder Deng didn't know this. When he heard what Li Dongxin said, his entire body was shocked. He didn't understand why Li Dongxin was so certain. Granted, Rice doesn't have a launch vehicle like the Li Dongxin one, but they can achieve docking out of the lunar lab in outer space with their technology. It's like taking laboratory equipment, transporting it to space in batches, and then assembling it. The possibility is entirely there. But why would Li Dongxin ignore this possibility? What's more, the aerospace technology that Musk controls is there for all to see. Having been snowed in by Rice all these years, it might actually be working on some cutting-edge technology, such as lunar lab landing technology. Although China will not engage in a race with any country, it does not mean that China does not want to start a new era. The people of China also need this first place to boost their national self-confidence. Old Professor Deng voiced out his concerns and bluntly stated that Rice might have made significant progress, or else they wouldn't have dared to hastily initiate the moon landing program. Seeing this, Li Dongxin did not do too much explaining, and simply used the data to dispel Deng Lao's concerns. If he were someone else, Li Dongxin would definitely not waste his time here, much less spend his energy calculating just for a certain person. But Deng Lao is different. He is the first generation of scientists in China, dedicating his life for the development of China. Even in his twilight years, Deng Lao still struggled at his post. Li Dongxin does not want this old man to be so consuming. And then another. Deng Lao is Li Dongxin's bull, and it is he who rushed to the airport from thousands of miles away to personally invite Li Dongxin, and saddle up to help Li Dongxin pave the way. Therefore, Li Dongxin naturally treated Deng Lao differently from normal people. See, Li Dongxin took out the arithmetic paper and the track map. Deng Lao, although there is puzzled, but did not ask too much thought he had some new discoveries. As a result, when Li Dongxin began to write the arithmetic steps, Deng Lao saw it, These opening few big headings were actually the arithmetic formulas for multi-unit docking, which was the most secretive in the meter country. Could it be that Lee Dongxin was trying to show himself the docking program of the Mi Space Agency? This is a result that it took more than 10 years for the meter country to come up with, and Lee Dongxin could actually figure it out on the spot? This was too unbelievable. Elder Deng was shocked. This was not the same as helping the space agency to calculate the orbit. That was having huge data to back it up. Lee Dongxin, which allowed him to calculate the final path. But there's no spaceflight data for Rice at the moment. Just simply have the dimensions of various launch vehicles. And thrust. How can we deduce from this alone? Every second, the relative position of the Earth and the Moon is changing, which means that there are countless paths embedded in it. And Lee Dongxin wants to project the possibility of multi-cell docking, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Soon, Lee Dongxin's buried calculation attracted other people's attention. Some experts passing by the office saw Lee Dongxin ambling in front of the case, while Deng Lao was in a state of shock. This made them feel very curious. As a result, the experts around Lee Dongxin were also accumulating more and more. When they saw what Lee Dongxin was doing, they all let out incredulous exclamations. Chief Commander Lee is calculating the near-moon orbit? And it's also a multi-unit docking technology. Isn't this a cutting-edge technology from the meter country? How did Chief Commander know about it? Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. There are more than 10 headings listed on this, which means he's calculating more than 10 units, which is more advanced than the technology of the United States. I'm not dreaming, am I? The technology that the people of the Mizuno have spent a lot of energy to overcome. Chief Commander Lee actually managed to calculate it on the spot? And I still don't understand his calculation method. This seems even easier than the last calculation. How did Commander-in-Chief Lee do it? It's amazing. This kind of calculation actually streamlines a huge number of possibilities down to single digits. Could it be that this is the final technology of Rice? That is, multi-unit docking technology? What is Commander-in-Chief Lee calculating this for? The eyes of the crowd were all focused on that page of draft paper. Every symbol on it was as beautiful as music, as if they were alive. They tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Sha, sha, sha. The office was crowded, but only the sound of the pen tips scratching across the paper surface. Everyone couldn't help but suppress their breathing for fear of disturbing Lee Dongxin's work. Page after page of checks and balances were tossed aside, with the gravitational variation of near-moon orbits written at the top of each page, followed by a detailed recapitulation of multi-unit docking. The more people looked at it, the more surprised they became, as if they were seeing the hand of God popularizing the true meaning of the universe for mortals. Deng Lao's math level was also very high. He might not have understood the arithmetic process, but the final result could still be seen. The answer given by Lee Dongxin not only described the technical flaws of the Rice country, but also advanced the multi-unit docking technology a big step forward on this basis. More than 10 unit docking successes were realized. It was equivalent to Lee Dongxin taking the cutting-edge technology of the meter country and announcing it in front of people's eyes in the most ordinary way. Elder Deng was no longer able to look at this scene directly, if the shock that Lee Dongxin had given him before was still within the acceptable range. But this situation today was completely beyond his imagination. What kind of person can copy another person's technology without even knowing it? It is more at this level that this technology is plucked to a higher level. Sand, 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 sand. An hour passed, and the draft paper in front of Lee Dongxin was stacked into a small mountain. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Lee Dongxin finished writing the last symbol, then dashingly threw the pen on the table, moving his fingers down, looking indifferent. This is the reason why Rice is doomed to fail. Their technology is already too far behind. The technology is too outdated? The crowd was stunned. Back then, the United States almost won all the awards for aerospace science and technology, and even attracted countless experts to join the United States, just to get a glimpse of what is going on. Such cutting-edge technology, in Lee Dongxin's mouth actually become backward. This group of experts' heart, some cannot withstand awe. Lee Dongxin handed Deng Lao the final results of the check and told the crowd that the reason why the defeat of the Rice country had been finalized was because of this. Deng Lao received the checking manuscript paper, staring blankly at the dense symbols on it, as if he were a wooden chicken. He gulped, his tone filled with awe. You've already conquered the multi-unit docking technology? This is the key point of the technology? The rest of the people heard, have come over, a white hair head, all crowded together, greedy eyes, never move away from the manuscript paper. Chapter 187, the Mies always go back on their word, hate to put the knowledge inside, all into the head. This is the ultimate secret of the Rice spaceflight? Multi-unit docking technology actually appeared in front of us in such a common way. Commander-in-Chief Lee's talent is truly unrivaled. Although I can't understand the arithmetic process, The results reflect that the multi-unit docking technology of the meter country has indeed been conquered by the commander-in-chief. I can guarantee that the Mizunians would never have imagined that their proud space technology is in our hands at this moment, and that we have surpassed them. No wonder Commander-in-Chief Lee said their technology is outdated. Look guys, these last few pages of arithmetic. This technology from the Mies really won't work. The ring speed of the near-moon orbit isn't fast enough for their solid phase chambers to be able to juxtapose. Chief Commander Lee is truly a man of God. Without any data on hand, he actually relied on calculations to exclude and harden the docking technology of the Mii country, and even enhanced the docking technology to more than 10 items on this basis. This group of experts was the backbone of China's aerospace industry. They could naturally see the value in this. It took more than 10 years of time for the meter country to break through the air-cause technology, and in the hands of Li Dongxin, it actually took only 1 hour to fully overcome it. This was definitely a miracle. If it was someone else, even if they knew the data of the MIB, they might not have the ability to make this series of inferences. But Li Dongxin did it, and that was without any information. This group of well-educated men finally saw a true miracle. At this moment, their reverence for Li Dongxin can be said to be beyond words. If it is not a difference in age, they hate to immediately serve Li Dongxin as a teacher. Looking at the various arithmetic formulas in their hands, they became more and more alarmed. It was also becoming more and more appalled. Li Dongxin took a different docking method on the basis of the existing ones in the MIB, and showed the defects of the multi-unit docking technology without any reservation. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, as well as various words of praise, Li Dongxin smiled calmly and told them the key to it. It turns out that in Li Dongxin's arithmetic process, the rice country wants to build a laboratory on the moon. Can only be formed in space in advance, and then soft landing. The only way to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan. No matter whether it is rice or other countries, they're astronauts. They can't make a long stay on the surface of the moon. This is also a technical limitation. Thus, rice was left with this one possibility. But to accomplish this feat, the relative distances between the components when they docked would have to be precisely calculated. And assembling a lab isn't a game of snake. There's up and down in addition to back and forth directions. Rice couldn't make the 3D angle shift. That's why they failed. Here Li Dongxin saw an explanation. Everyone also understand. They for Li Dongxin's admiration, and increased a few points. Li Commander-in-Chief, you are really a scientific research above the genius. Not only for the country of China to create a new aerospace road is more of his country's technology research and development. This is really incredible. I understand now. The reason why you want to complete the assembly on the ground is that you see through the flaws of this technology. We have a super heavy launch vehicle that can be assembled and then transported to the moon. So this problem won't arise. No wonder you said that this technology of rice is outdated. The reason is here. It's true that this technology of theirs can't be adapted to the moon, but it's the only technology they can rely on. And it looks like their god isn't on their side. The Mizos have always been conceited. They thought their technology was so advanced, but it turned out that they were instantly seen through by Commander-in-Chief Lee. This is great. They made their own space race, and in the end they're the ones who lost. This is really a slap in the face. Tang Lao looked at the data in his hand, and the shock in his heart never subsided. He really couldn't imagine how in the world Li Dongxin had this kind of computational power. Such a huge amount of arithmetic could never be solved by simply relying on talent. Could it be that Li Dongxin possessed the ability to see things before they happen? This thought startled Elder Tang, and he hurriedly vetoed this view of his. As an older scientist, one can only believe in the word materialism. Deng Lao understands that the success or failure of the rice country's moon landing program this time is indeed doomed. But should we report it to the state? Or the point of view of this? Publish it? He hesitates a bit and asks for Li Dongxin's opinion. The crowd heard Deng Lao words, also understand his meaning. So important information, if reported to the state, may be able to exchange with the rice country for some core technology, such as photolithography technology and so on. After all, this is also a kind of transaction. Well, I did not expect Li Dongxin heard. Directly rejected the proposal. See, the crowd does not understand. Li Dongxin opened the cell phone live software. Which experts are flirting with China's moon landing? He was silent for a moment. Rice people have always gone back on their word. It's time to teach them a lesson. The aerospace experts of Rice still didn't know that their technology had been conquered by Li Dongxin, and continued to talk and laugh on TV, as if the victory was just around the corner. As we all know, we in Rice are the only country that has landed on the moon. And we are also the lighthouse that represents human civilization. If even we can't do something, it's even more impossible for China to do it. As far as I know, China has not done a manned circumlunar experiment, even though it has a super-type carrier fire chapter. Who knows what will happen in the end? It might be another aviation accident. I hope that the relevant units of China, especially that teenage commander-in-chief, can seriously consider it, and it would be better to give up the moon landing program, so as not to let the people of China's hard work go down the drain. Don't try to delay the manned moon landing by adding more programs. It's useless. Just tell the truth. You don't have this technology. Stop lying to the world. The only country that can set up a lab on the moon in this world is Rice, and we have the technology to do so. And the owner of this technology, Mr. Musk, has also come to the live broadcast today. By this time, the live broadcast room had long been filled with curses, and all the Chinese who were watching this live broadcast were at this moment filled with righteous indignation. Previously, before the controlled nuclear launch, this group of people from the United States of America were also so confident, saying that the Chinese were deceiving the world, determining that it was impossible for China to overcome the controlled nuclear fusion technology, and as a result, they were severely slapped by the reality. I did not realize that they were unrepentant and had the courage to speak out in front of the whole world even now. As a result, the netizens of China pressed straight to use square characters, covering the entire screen, really don't know what to please. Last time, you were the ones who called us Chinese liars, but what happened? You were slapped by reality. Now you still dare to say so. Are you drunk in the middle of the day? Chapter 188, Jumping in the Ring of Fire Circus. You big noses. You're really quick to raise your heads to the sky. Don't you know that there are mountains beyond the sky? Just with you guys also dare to call yourselves the lighthouse of humanity. Who gave you the guts to be Liang Dingru? You don't even have a super heavy launch vehicle. And you have the nerve to compare yourselves with China. Our rockets can fly directly to near moon orbit. Can you? You still want to build a lunar laboratory. Why don't you want to go to the sky? We Chinese don't brag, but it's you make people who always like to talk big. Didn't that old guy called Hammer brag about himself before? How did he end up apologizing on the internet? You guys are jealous if you're jealous. We can understand. Who made your technology inferior to ours? Your losers self-congratulation. We don't even want to bother with you guys. At this moment, the patriotic flame in the hearts of the people of China was ignited. A blazing fire that seemed to burn the clowns on the screen. All of them. Rice TV saw the ratings rise straight away, and thought that their program had gained everyone's approval. The guide saw this data and immediately instructed the host to continue to speak at this pace, drawing everyone's attention to this topic. Receiving instructions from the backstage, the dark-skinned hostess performed even more vigorously, giving full play to her training as an actress. She tried her best to make the live audience laugh, not realizing that behind the camera, there were already waves. I'm sure you've all heard the words of the young man from China, who said in front of the whole world that he wanted China to achieve a manned landing on the moon within 3 months. I wonder, is this chap a master humorist? How did he come up with such a good comedy topic, utilizing the help of the people of China to look forward to it, and then garnering eyeballs for himself? At this level of acting, he really has what it takes to be nominated for a Best Actor Oscar. What's even more amusing is that the people of China actually really believe in him, thinking that this teenager is the savior. But as far as I know, God is an old man with a white beard. In such a serious occasion, it was puzzling that her words could actually garner applause from the audience on stage. Even foreign netizens watching the live broadcast, also some do not understand the style of the program in the United States. How can be so frivolous? This is the official television station in the United States. Why does it feel like a circus? What kind of people are there? And this host, does she talk without thinking? Thinking out of the box. I'm really becoming more and more annoyed with the people of Rice now. Their ego is simply beyond teaching. I don't believe such a country can possess any advanced technology. It's really disappointing that a world power doesn't even have the courage to face up to the achievements of others. Change the host quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. This is a stage for scientists, not a circus for you to jump through a ring of fire. Now I finally realize why so many people in this world hate the Rice country. They don't know how to respect people at all, much less scientists from other countries. No wonder the netizens all over the world are boiling over. Even a world power like China can be used by them to flirt with them. So what can they, these small countries, be considered in the eyes of Rice? In a way, they, like the people of China, were extremely disgusted by this way of looking at people through colored glasses. China has already surpassed Rice in energy technology, basic science and other fields, but they still turn a blind eye to it and even live in the past, which is really amusing. After finishing her performance, the Rice host finally brought the conversation back to the formalities by handing her brief to the other heavyweight professor of the day to get some interesting insights from him. After all, those invited to this program are basically the pivotal scientific researchers in the aerospace community of Rice, and their opinions are sure to convince everyone. The professor took the brief, his face clouded over, seemingly dissatisfied with the program's tearful approach. But it was a requirement at the national level and there was nothing he could do about it. This release authorization sighed secretly and spoke his opinion slowly. I have a different opinion from everyone else. I don't think the Chinese are joking. Maybe they can actually pull off this program. The host was full of playful smiles. He had thought that the professor would give interesting answers, but he didn't expect that he actually recognized the technology of China, and even frankly said that China's manned moon landing project was really possible to be realized. These words immediately caused a furor. We must know that this professor is one of the founding fathers of aerospace in the United States. For the Rice country's aerospace technology, made a great contribution, but also the world's top aerodynamic experts. His words and actions directly affect people's opinions. By sending him to the program, the MiG is trying to use his authority to steer public opinion in favor of the MiG. But when he said that, it was not a big boost to the prestige of the Chinese people. Hearing the professor's words, even this female host froze. She didn't know how to take it forward. The live audience of the Rice country was also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this professor, who was such an authoritative professor, how could he openly speak for China in front of the whole world? Wasn't it a public beating of his own face? For a time, the atmosphere of the scene became extremely awkward, and the guides in the background almost went crazy. This is completely different from what they expected. The live broadcast room was also buzzing with the collective anger of the Rice netizens. The professor's words made them feel ashamed. As a renowned scientist in Rice, how could he speak for the enemy? Wasn't this a stark betrayal? So, they began to make various denunciations on the pop-up screen. Is this professor out of his mind? He actually dares to say this. Does he still have rice in his eyes? This is betrayal on his part. He should just disappear completely from the public eye. Just like Hamo. He must have been hypnotized. Otherwise how could he have recognized the technology of the Chinese? Everyone knows that we, Rice, are the world's #1 in aerospace technology, and there's still a Rice flag planted on the moon. How could the Chinese possibly surpass us? Shame. This is simply a disgrace to the Rice nation. Such a professor doesn't deserve to be in the Rice Space Agency at all. He's screaming and cheering for the Chinese. He must be sanctioned in the harshest way. I don't believe his words. He must have been compelled by the Chinese. The Chinese are so shameless that they actually bought the scientists to blatantly lie in front of the whole world. Immediately cancel his qualification as a professor and let him go back to the countryside to farm. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a professor at all. And Rice needs to hurry up and check again how many other people have been bribed by China. Rice netizens went crazy and kept cyber-violating the professor as if he had committed some heinous crime. Chapter 189, What's the use of amusing yourself? The experts at the scene were also stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. And even more so, they couldn't believe that this professor would speak for his opponent. In their perception, the professor was usually quiet but did possess extraordinary creativity. It can be said that he has been the pillar of the aerospace industry of the United States. But this pillar has fallen to the side of China, which makes them very incomprehensible. Knowing that we are now in a period of competition between the two countries, everyone is very careful in what they say, and when they came to participate in the program, the country has explained to them that they can joke and brag, but they are definitely not allowed to identify with any technology of China. Otherwise, other countries will mistakenly think that the Rice country is afraid. This would generate extremely unfavorable international public opinion. The group of pundits have adhered to this directive, and have taken this program at face value, doing whatever they can to demoralize China. It was the fact that the professor, who was a pivotal figure, did the opposite, not only stating that his opinion was contrary to the crowd, but also frankly endorsing the technology of China, which made the crowd fall into a state of shock. The MIB hostess's brain spun rapidly, trying to make up for the bad influence caused by the professor, but the latter didn't give her time. Instead, following up on what she had just said, she continued on. I know that people are very uncomfortable with what I'm saying, but there's nothing that can be done about it. The super-large launch vehicle that China has, judging from its power, it's entirely possible to transport the lab to a near-moon orbit. And in the middle of the last Chinese rocket test launch, they have already reserved the circumlunar laboratory. I guess that this should be China's preparations in advance. Of course, it's going to be very difficult in between, and any small mistake could lead to the destruction of the rocket. If necessary, they will remotely send out a command for circumlunar labs to land on the lunar Sea of Tranquility for the original purpose. That is to say, whether or not the Chinese succeed in landing on the moon this time, they will have the first lunar laboratory. Hearing the professor's explanation, the experts behind him were slightly relieved. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. China possessed the super heavy launch vehicle technology to be able to transport more equipment into the air, but it did not mean that they possessed the technology to land a man on the moon. And according to this professor, China's so-called construction of a lunar laboratory is actually a landing of the circumlunar laboratory on the moon, not a direct transportation up from the ground at all. In that case, the professor is also considered to be another angle, vetoing the plan of China. The dark-skinned hostess had a sensitive mind and naturally noticed the loophole in these words. She quickly followed up with words to express this meaning. It's worthy of being a space expert from the meter country. A glance saw through the Chinese people's small mind. As the professor said, the so-called lunar lab program by the Chinese is non-existent. They are trying to use word games to make us think they have this technology. The female host was eloquent and quickly took control of the scene. And as she hosted in a stand-up comedy style, the scene once again erupted in laughter. Only this laughter is all a mockery of China. And they believe that this is the real face of China's plan. Seeing that the crowd had completely misinterpreted his meaning, the professor who had just spoken was stunned. He quietly lamented in his heart. What's the use of self-indulgence? Reality won't play along with you guys. No one could hear what was in the heart of this intended professor. And everyone was still a picture of happiness. The host saw that the atmosphere was almost baked, and was ready to have their plan introduced, having previously demoralized China, and then followed closely by their own technology, so that the country's technological advancement could be baked from the side. This is the usual tactic of the rice media, to base their own pleasure on the pain of others. She skillfully aimed the camera and began to advance the rhythm of the broadcast. My friends, after all the explanations from the experts, you must be curious about our country's space technology. Everyone in the world knows that our country, Rice, has the best space technology, and even in the late 60s, Rice astronauts set foot on the moon. As Mr. Amtram said, one small step for him, one giant leap for mankind. Now, the Rice Space Agency is ready to take another step forward, on the moon, for mankind, to establish the first lunar laboratory. Prof. Musk is an authority on the subject, so let him introduce the situation to you. After listening to her words, the Rice netizens who were watching the live broadcast were all excited for a while, before they were hit too hard by the Chinese. So much so that the slightest chance of surpassing China would cause them to float. That's right. We were the first country to successfully land on the moon. At that time, the Chinese were still growing food in the ground. Decades have passed, and our science and technology is definitely more advanced than ever. Please, Chinese who are watching the live broadcast, open your eyes and ears, and listen to what Mr. Musk has to say. You frogs in the bottom of the well will see what real space technology is. What's a successful test launch of a rocket? To be able to successfully send a man to the moon. That's real technology. Your country of China has already failed once. Do you still want to taste the taste of failure this time? This honor must still belong to us, the me nationals, before and even more so now. The Chinese people's current technology is only equivalent to that of ours in the 60s, and should have been abandoned by the times a long time ago. Come on, Mr. Musk. Let the whole world see how far we, the technology of the me kingdom, have developed, and let those wallflowers take a good look at who is the most powerful country on the blue planet. Chinese netizens looked at the words floating across the screen, their eyes revealing amazement. How could they not have expected how the people of Rice changed their faces faster than turning over a book? But they also quickly adapted to this situation. The temperamental nature of the me people, which is famous all over the world. And before that, they still call you brother and brother. And they cannot kowtow and worship heaven and earth. As long as there is a new change, they can immediately throw the allies out, commonly known as selling teammates. On the screen, Musk has begun to speak, and the Chinese netizens are too lazy to make verbal arguments with them. So let's listen to what is said first. Musk looked at the camera with confidence. We at the Space Agency have been preparing for a long time to restart our moon landing program. So far, all the plans have been approved by the state, especially the construction of the lunar laboratory, which has been strongly supported by the state. We're going to use a multi-unit docking technique this time. Set up the lab in near lunar orbit, and then land on the lunar still sea. This technology belongs to the world's cutting-edge technology, and only my country, Rice, possesses it globally. With this technology, we will definitely be able to accomplish this mission. And we will definitely be able to surpass China and become the first country in the world to build a lunar laboratory. Chapter 190, announcing the countdown to the moon landing. The professor who had just heard those words looked breathless, and fine beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. He knows, this is all an illusion. It was the state that asked to do so. In fact, the Rice country is not at all prepared in this regard. In addition to the multi-unit docking technology, the other so-called high technology, it is simply a falsehood. But things have come to such a pass that he has no other choice but to preserve the confidence of the people first. The audience under the stage didn't know the inside story. When they heard Musk's words, they all got excited, where they could still notice that professor's unnatural expression. As soon as the words left his mouth, a round of applause erupted as the audience rose from their seats and cheered Musk's words. They believed that the one in front of them would be able to help rice get out of the haze and return to the center of the world. That hostess was also excited. Granted, she doesn't understand science, but knows a lot about how to win ratings. In the midst of this hilarious jubilation, she gloriously faced the camera. There was an indescribable arrogance in her tone. Everyone has heard it. This world will ultimately belong to the Me Kingdom, and the most advanced aerospace technology also belongs to the Me Kingdom. Some people don't have the self-importance to challenge the authority of rice, and it will most definitely end in failure. Just like that aviation accident in China back in the day. All they can do is leave the astronauts in space forever. Her words once again brought the atmosphere to a climax, and the rice audience applauded and shouted loudly while doing so. Many even whistled, like they were despising China's science and technology. It was more like they were laughing at that one accident, unbeknownst to them, when they were tearing others' scars to their heart's content. Miles away from each other in China, there was a pair that was staring at them, staring at everything they were doing, never one to be angry. He now also wore a pouty face as Li Dongxin turned off the computer's live screen and wrote a number on a piece of paper, 30. After writing, he handed this piece of paper to the shocked director Zhang. His tone was clear and cold, without the slightest emotion. Tomorrow morning at 8, Ibu, our country entered the countdown to the moon landing, starting at 30 days. Looking at the number in his hand, Director Zhang was pleasantly surprised. All this time, everyone was waiting for the final countdown. This is the hope of China for thousands of years. From the earliest manned liftoff, and then today's circumlunar experiments, countless scientists have paid a huge amount of effort after a long wait, and finally came to the final step. The people of China, in particular, have long been looking forward to this day, but now, they finally waited for it, and it was more than half a month earlier than the expected 3 months. How can this not make people excited? Director Zhang's mood was agitated, and he hated that he couldn't immediately deliver this news to the great rivers of China. Only before that, he still had a question. Commander-in-Chief Li, has the list of the remaining 2 astronauts been finalized? Should we announce them together? In addition, those 3 astronauts from the space station will be returning to the base in the next 2 days. You see, Director Zhang did not finish his words, but Li Dongxin already understood what he meant. As early as the beginning of the month he mentioned to Li Dongxin that the 3 astronauts who were on duty at the Chinese space station were considered to be at the top of their game, both in terms of their professional and personal abilities within the space agency. Moreover, their greatest wish was to be able to land on the moon and help their former friends fulfill their ultimate wish, and Director Zhang strongly recommended them with this in mind. After he finished those words, Director Zhang was a little uneasy inside. Li Dongxin, as the chief commander of the moon landing, possessed the right to make the final decision on the entire project. One would inevitably feel, at this point in time, a bit of nepotism if one were to rashly raise this question. He quietly glanced at Li Dongxin's face and realized that there was no sulking, which was a slight relief. Li Dongxin didn't answer Director Zhang's question. He just told him to publicize the news first, and for the rest, wait for him to meet the 3 astronauts before giving his final conclusion. Director Zhang readily accepted the order and walked towards the publicity office with hurried steps. Looking at his departing back, Li Dongxin drew out a pile of information, gently squinted his good-looking eyes, and looked at it carefully. For the first page, it is the biography of the late astronaut. A moment later, he slowly said, "This is the moment when China's dream of landing on the moon really begins." Words are divided into 2 sides. Li Dongxin quietly decided this big thing when the column on the side of the rice country is not yet finished. Compared to the length of previous columns, this one fully doubled the airtime. The goal of the program is simple, to make ratings on the back of a hard-won gimmick in this broadcast. It worked, and the newly launched program instantly won the day's ratings, and the number of online viewers continues to climb. The host of the rice column continued to ask questions. Thank you very much for Mr. Musk's explanation. Next, let's listen to what other experts think. Saying that, she signaled the camera to focus on another expert, a brown-haired expert who was well known in rice and a Nobel Prize winner. When he appeared in the picture, the netizens in the rice country became excited once again. I know him, he won the Nobel Prize in physics, and he's famous all over the world. What a star-studded day. We have so many scientists that the balance of science will naturally fall in favor of rice. I guess the Chinese must be envious of rice right now, because these are national treasures they can't afford to beg for, and their education is just too backward to produce real scientific and technological talents. Let's hear what the experts have to say. Only they can realize how much the Chinese have lied. That's right, let's puncture the lies of the Chinese. Let the whole world see that the truth is on the side of rice. This brown-haired expert is different from that professor. He speaks with an inexpressible sense of superiority, as if the truth of heaven and earth are all in his hands, and his tone is full of arrogance. First of all, I want to tell the Tianjia family that the Chinese are indeed lying. From all indications, China has not really mastered manned lunar landing technology, not to mention building a lunar laboratory. My dear friends, please forgive my integrity. Rice as a beacon of humanity. I must among other things poke at the conspiracy of China. Chapter 191, a direct hit to the face. It was really a shocking statement. His words directly sent netizens into an uproar. Who couldn't believe how he, as a world-renowned scientist, could make such illogical statements? The fact that China's science and technology have advanced by leaps and bounds is a fact that people all over the world have witnessed for all to see. Everyone has witnessed the lighting of China. It's the greatest magic trick of the new century. For a moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room also exploded. My God, he actually dared to say that the Chinese were lying in front of the whole world. This is simply slander. Does he have any evidence? Regardless of the facts, he shouldn't have said such words on such an occasion. This may cause strong condemnation from the people of China. China has clearly succeeded in test-firing rockets, and their rocket technology has surpassed that of the incoming country. Why did this expert choose to turn a blind eye? He is too arrogant. What qualifications does he have to say that the people of China are lying? The country of China has even managed to conquer controlled nuclear technology, not to mention manned moon landing technology. As far as I know, as early as a dozen years ago, China had already sent astronauts into space. Not only that, inside the Chinese space station, there are still 3 astronauts now. I believe they have the technology to land on the moon. The Materians are throwing dirty water on their heads. The brown-haired expert seemed to sense anger. He smiled proudly and turned to the camera directly in front of him with an extremely conceited expression. The reason is simple. China has temporarily increased the lunar laboratory project. The purpose is to make excuses for delaying the launch. Otherwise, why haven't they announced the countdown yet? They knew they couldn't accomplish a manned mission to the moon, so they came up with this and then delayed the launch, so that people can slowly fade away from the event. That's what they end up doing. The brown-haired expert's tone was full of disdain, as if he was the only authority in this area. The implication of his highly subjective answer is that China is actually unable to land on the moon. But Li Dongxin had previously guaranteed in front of the media that China was going to achieve a 3-month landing on the moon. In his opinion, completely belongs to the credulous. China is also concerned about the face of the great powers, forced to pretend to be ready to land on the moon posture. The purpose is to confuse the people of the world. Rice netizens heard his words, just like playing chicken blood. They have been popping up messages on the live broadcast. An expert is an expert. A glance can see the conspiracy of the Chinese. They are just fooling the people, trying to delay the time so that everyone can forget about this matter. China really dares to tell any kind of lies in order to elevate its international status. They are a bunch of downright big liars. Our space expert from Rice is a world authority, and if he says it's a fake, then China's moon landing is a fake. The reason they don't dare to announce the countdown is that they are afraid that when the time comes, the fake mask they are carrying will be pierced. Chinese, what do you have to say now? Didn't you clamor every day to surpass Rice? Where's your heroic teenager? Let him announce the countdown to the moon landing in front of the people of the world. There are less than 2 months left of the 3-month period, so I'll see what you guys can still say then. If you want to surpass the meter country in aerospace technology, it may not be possible even if you are given another 10 years. Rice netizens were completely carried away by this expert's words. People who had seen the lighted China before. Originally, they were still skeptical about China's moon landing project. Now they have all become unabashed rice blowers. This blind confidence of theirs, as well as their abusive insults to China, bottom ignited the anger of Chinese netizens. In their opinion, it's fine for you to insult me, but you can't insult my motherland, much less our Chinese heroes. What's more, he is also a national hero who has been given high hopes by 1.4 billion people, and he has brought clean energy to China and the world. And even more so, he brought infinite possibilities for technological development. Throughout the history of mankind, there are only a few convalescent people who have accomplished such feats, and Li Dongxin was standing at the top of the technological pyramid. No one is qualified to doubt him, and no one is qualified to accuse him. The pop-ups on the live feed, like a blowing charge. In an instant it was taken over by Chinese characters. The hand speed of Chinese netizens is not something to be reckoned with. If we talk about online battles, the whole world tied together might not be their match. How can you have the nerve to say these words? As the oldest country in the world and the only ancient civilization in China, we have always treated people with sincerity. Even to our enemies, we give the last respect. Listen carefully, Rice people, you are not in any position to accuse other countries in this regard, and you have nothing to do but to play some tricks and take advantage of your mouth. What else can you do? The slap on the wrist at the controlled nuclear launch was still too light, so quickly they forgot the pain. Where's Helmer? You guys better go ask him if it feels good to be slapped in the face in public. Are these the so-called experts from the United States? Seeing them like this, I'm rather relieved. It's obvious that they've thrown their brains down the drain. The more he says this, the more it represents a weak heart on the right side. We'll see. Didn't you guys also announce the restart of the moon landing program? Then let's see who can have the last laugh. Don't amuse yourself here. We Chinese don't go around bragging about being some kind of human lighthouse or something. When Chinese netizens were angry at the defamation of rice, and felt a touch of sadness for them, China's aerospace technology had clearly surpassed that of rice. Moreover, in the presence of people all over the world, the Li Dongxi No. 1 launch vehicle, after taking off from the ground, went straight to the near-moon orbit and finally returned safely to the base of the Space Center. This was the world's most powerful launch vehicle technology, not to mention rice. Even if the world's aerodynamic experts were tied together, they might not be able to get a glimpse of one or two of the final technologies. On the contrary, this group of Yanks, just like walking in the dark, can only see what is in front of them, and are blind to what is happening in the distance. The viewpoint returned to the live broadcast. The expert seemed satisfied with his answer, and he felt the admiration of the MIP for him from the applause from the stage. From a personal emotional point of view, he felt that his prestige in the meter country gradually exceeded that authoritative professor just now. After all, after the professor just now finished delivering his exposition, the applause and cheers at the scene were far from being so strong as it is now. He glanced at the silent professor, followed by a contemptuous smile. I know, the people of China must be angry right now because I told the truth. I tore off their so-called mask of hope and revealed deceit. But there's no way around it. Reality is often brutal, and I have to tell the truth. The only way to really take responsibility for the world. You should know that the research and development of every technology requires the consumption of countless talents and funds, and Chinese spaceflight started very late, especially manned spaceflight technology. Chapter 192. The live broadcast was interrupted. From a time perspective, China is exactly half a century behind us. Please ask, how can they finish this project of the century when they just opened the moon landing program for a month? There's even a lunar laboratory to be built. Obviously, this is a complete lie from the Chinese side. They have not only deceived the people of China, but they have also deceived the whole world. The dark-skinned presenter was in raptures. The rhythm had been completely pulled up. All she needed to do was to continue to follow the words of the experts and divert people's attention away from China's moon landing to Rice's plan to restart the moon landing. And then she would be considered to have accomplished this task. Seeing the excitement of the audience on stage, she was tempted to do another stand-up comedy routine, but as the pundit had said, reality was often harsh. Soon her headset came a passive bird language. After listening to, this host face is almost green, only due to the skin color is too dark. No one can see it. She looked nervous and went to the specialist's ear and whispered something. The originally arrogant expert, as if he had been struck by lightning, froze in place on the spot, unable to move. He stared at the dark-skinned host dead in the face, his eyes on the verge of spitting fire, his miserable white lips trembling up and down as he questioned in a slurred voice. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Did they really announce a countdown? This expert's change of color was seen by everyone. 1 second he was still mouthing off, saying that China had cheated the world, but the next second it was as if he was being pinched by someone's neck, and he could not say half a word stiffly. Seeing this change, the curiosity of the viewers in front of the TV set, and in the webcast room, were all aroused. They wondered what the host had said that had actually made this expert go into a tizzy. At the same time, even the host who teased the Chinese technology is now a picture of nervousness, and the atmosphere of the scene has become weird all of a sudden. The audience, unsure of what was going on, were whispering off stage, "Oh God, what's going on? Is something going on? Why do they all look so serious? I am not too clear." It seems that the host said something to him, and then this expert became like this. Maybe it was some kind of change in his family. I hope nothing more will happen. The things that happened during this time are pushing my mental limits. Don't worry. I think the live feed was interrupted and they're discussing their next words. You know, there are hundreds of millions of people around the world watching the live broadcast right now. They have to put on a good show. It's really not enjoyable. I still want to know what China's next plan is. I want to see what other tricks they can pull. Maybe the Chinese are trembling in fear. Ha ha. The sound of the scene's coaxing was directly broadcast out, and now not only were the Rice netizens confused, but even the Chinese netizens were confused. It stands to reason that the interview process cannot be easily interrupted during a live broadcast, no matter what happens. Otherwise, there is the possibility of causing great negative effects. As is the case now, people who do not know will certainly feel that the right side, when what happened to the great event. But Chinese netizens didn't care about that. They were all emotionally stirred after hearing those words just now. snapping their keyboards. The 10 fingers moved in succession. Paragraph after paragraph, in block letters, appeared in the word screen. What's going on? Has this yank lost his tongue? Keep spraying. Let me see how bad your mouth stinks. Look at that look on their faces. Maybe they're having problems of their own. The moon landing program you think is like climbing a mountain. You can restart it whenever you want. Do you still have the strength in your country? It's none of your business when we land on the moon. Just keep an eye on your own acres and thirds of land. And don't stick your hands in other people's yards. Brothers, there's no rush. Let's just stand guard here. I'd like to see how else they can spray. Want to play keyboard war? China hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. I thought the country was so great, but after all that, their space experts are just a bunch of spammers. If you guys are capable, you should build a super heavy launch vehicle, or go home and play with your balls. Chinese netizens were frantically venting their emotions in the pop-ups. Their emotions had been completely brought up. Everyone was rubbing their fists. As long as this me expert continued to insult China, they would immediately rush into the message section of the TV station to educate the me Gui guy properly. However, the state of affairs on the other side of the screen seems to be a bit wrong. From the beginning of the host and the expert exchanging words, it has been half a minute since then, and a group of people are still surrounded by whispering together. From the expression, there was no hint of relaxation, but rather increasing seriousness. Even Musk sighed and shook his head every now and then as if he had an unsolvable problem. Just as everyone was puzzled, the dark-skinned host said a few words into his headset before hastily announcing to the live audience, "Well, thank you all very much for your attention, and this will be the end of today's program. We'll see you on the next installment." As soon as these two concluding sentences were finished, before the subtitles came out, the live screen directly cut to a black screen. This sudden situation made hundreds of millions of viewers who were watching the live broadcast turn into black question mark faces at the same time. They simultaneously voiced the same question. What the hell is going on? Why did the host suddenly say it was over? What was going on behind the scenes? In an instant, the scene was also plunged into a deathly silence, and they saw the experts on the scene, hastily withdrawing from the backstage, the word uneasiness written on everyone's face. This group of people in the United States are not spoiled program team. By the Chinese suppression for a month, it is hard to catch the opportunity. Can be a good snow shame, but the result of the end of the thunder but little rain, how can they accept? So, the scene erupted into a piercing questioning sound. Of course, the audience of the live broadcast is unable to see. What are you guys up to? Why did the live broadcast end properly? You guys have to give us an explanation. As citizens of Rice, we have the right to know what's going on behind the scenes, and you can't just say it's over. I haven't vented enough in my heart. Incompetent guys, are you afraid of the Chinese? We simply raised a bunch of idiots. You can't just leave the scene. It's so humiliating. Rice TV has thrown away all the dignity of the country in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. I'll see how you're going to explain this to the Rice masses. Hurry up and tell us what you guys are saying behind our backs. Why did you announce the end of the program all of a sudden? Didn't you guys want to expose the hypocritical mask of China? I was waiting for this moment. The scene was so noisy and chaotic that many impatient viewers were already giving the TV crew the middle finger. Chapter 193, breaking down the psychological defenses again. There were even a few tall guys who directly wanted to rush backstage and find trouble with the TV station, only to be stopped by the on-site security guards and eat 2 slaps. The group of Rice experts took advantage of the chaos and all fled to the conference room, where they looked at each other with gray heads and shook their heads hopelessly again. Mask coldly swept a glance at the dark-skinned host, frightening her so much that she hurriedly handed over the secret document in her hand. After Musk read it, in his complexion, the area passed day's silk pain, and finally the pain turned into a sound of unwillingness. Echoed in the conference room, China really announced the countdown to the moon landing. And, instead of an extension, they even moved it up a month. Hearing Musk's words, the group of Rice aerospace experts were all silent. They had already been informed of this news. Now that they have seen the secret documents delivered from above, they are even more convinced of this statement. They are even more convinced that this statement China has really entered the countdown to the moon landing. This piece of news was like a slap in their face. Everyone's face was on fire, especially the sworn me expert. During the interview, he was the one who talked the most vigorously, and he was the one who exchanged encouragement with the audience on the spot. The audience applauded so enthusiastically that he drifted a bit, but the cruelty of reality once again shattered his psychological defenses. At the moment he lowered his head, not even dare to look at the audience on the stage. Just like a schoolboy who has done something wrong, he sighed silently and could not say a word. The fact is obvious. Since China has officially announced the time of the moon landing, that means that there is no question of China delaying, which is equivalent to, they have to spew out their own words. Every bit of it has to be sucked back in. Musk obviously became the backbone of the crowd. Everyone was waiting for him to speak. He rubbed his temples to slightly relieve the headache feeling before he spoke in a deep voice. It's now the last moment. Since China has officially announced this matter, we all have no way back. I would like to ask all of you if you are sure that you can complete the moon landing program within a month? Or, say, on top of the moon, building permanent laboratories? Musk's continuous questioning caused everyone in the room to bury their heads, even lower. Every one of them knew the situation of the rice country. Although in terms of economy and comprehensive strength, the rice country was still above the country of China. But that doesn't mean they have the speed to surpass everything, especially when it comes to manufacturing, which requires a complete industrial system if they want to accomplish this huge moon landing project. Rice may be able to outperform other countries in terms of the amount of high-tech, or even the combination of other countries, but their industrial system is not complete. And while rice can make cutting-edge equipment, they may not be able to make tiny screws. Most of the conventional components, the rice country is dependent on imports. Even now have the drawings of the super heavy launch vehicle. They are not likely to be able to, in a short period of time, to build a mature and stable rocket. Throughout the world, the only country with this condition is China. China might be behind in certain technologies, but the difference was, China's industrial system was very complete. From rockets and airplanes to the smallest steel ball in the tip of a ballpoint pen, they were self-sufficient. It is also with such harsh conditions that China can so quickly enter the countdown to the moon landing. Of course, in addition to this, rice is also missing one of the most important requirements, and that is the top talent. Not a bunch of them, and not the top ones in the world. Rather, it was the talent that stood at the very top of the technological pyramid, which was, to put it bluntly, Li Dongxin. Only such a person can mobilize all the energy to transform the impossible into the possible. So it is with nuclear technology. The same goes for today's aerospace technology. The rapid development of China's science and technology cannot be separated from Li Dongxin's contribution. It can even be said that Li Dongxin is to one person's strength to promote China's science and technology train, full speed forward. Musk's gaze swept over the experts, which made them feel like they were being cut up. After some thought struggles, the expert who was the most active on the stage uttered, "Mr. Musk, you know the situation we are in now. If the drawings of the Saturn V are still there, scraping together all of the country's strengths, we might still be able to give it a try. But so many years have passed, and although our space technology is developing rapidly, it's obviously unlikely that we'll be able to complete the moon landing program within a month. We don't have a moon landing astronaut." This expert put away the arrogance, became lowbrow obedient up. His words are also the truth. The rice country in recent years the development of space technology is very fast. Even Mars can go up to explore a bit. But this is all unmanned space technology. If Rice wants to restart the moon landing program, the first thing it will do is not yet to build a super heavy launch vehicle, but to train astronauts for the moon landing. This is by no means something that can be accomplished overnight, in a short period of time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of training to pilot up. He hit the nail on the head with this last statement, and when the others heard it, their eyes swooshed, and even their voices got louder as they spoke. Mr. Musk, he's right. There's no way we can train such specialized astronauts in a month. Then the question is before us, how can China manage to set up a lunar laboratory? It's not something that can be changed by technology. To land on the moon, they first have to overcome physical problems, and they have to complete lunar surface operations in a prolonged weightless environment, which requires great physical fitness. I agree with this. Although China has surpassed us in some areas of technology, the training of astronauts can never be offset by technology. No matter how fast their rockets are, they will always be in space, and there is no way to avoid weightlessness. There is another important question. Since China has announced the countdown to the moon landing, but the information about their astronauts has not been released until now, what does that tell us? If that's the case, I guess China's moon landing this time may be real, but it's by no means a manned landing. It should be the same as before, using a lunar rover to make a landing. This group of experts became more and more excited, just like discovering a new continent. From their point of view, a series of operations in China, the purpose of all point to their speculation. And what they said was true. After all, China had called off its moon landing program for a time since that accident had occurred. During this period, China has only conducted near-moon exploration experiments and, in terms of the space program, will only start training astronauts for the moon landing after a successful circumlunar flight test. It's only been a little over a month in between, so how could China possibly accomplish this training, which takes time to pile up, in such a short period of time? There is only one answer. That is that China is lying. Chapter 194, Who is deceiving the world? After listening to their explanation, Musk became grave. This was not the first time he doubted China's moon landing project. Thinking about it, Musk decided to escalate the matter for later developments. He nodded toward the crowd, his tone rather flat. Good. I'll report back to the national level right away. At the same time, also let time witness whether China is cheating the world or not. At this moment, just as they were discussing how to report to the rice country, the countdown to the moon landing announced by China has spread to every corner of the world. They then realized why the Rice National Assembly had suddenly suspended the talk show, even before the subtitles came out. It was all because of the news that shook the world. It's been half a century since the last time humans set foot on the moon. And now, China is finally going to represent mankind and conquer the moon again. This matter was not only the pride of the people of China, but also the honor of all mankind. And so, all the countries around the globe were abuzz. Especially the people of China cheered the arrival of this great event, posting bars, microblogs, short videos everywhere as a chorus of praise. Even the circle of friends, all clear to forward this news. Underneath the official media account of the Space Center, more and more netizens came to focus on it, and they unreservedly displayed their inner excitement for all to see. We finally waited for this day. The dream of thousands of years is about to be realized. The red flag of China will finally be planted on top of the moon. As the only ancient civilization in the world, there is nothing that China cannot accomplish. When the red flag flies on the moon, it must be the most splendid color. The Chinese people's dream of landing on the moon is romantic. Starting from China's journey to the moon, until today, we always dream of stepping on the moon. And in 1 month our dream will become a reality. I have no regrets about joining the state of China in this life, and I will still be a member of the state of China in the next life. Each and every one of us Chinese nationals is supremely proud and honored by our motherland. The people of Rice can shut up now. Didn't they say that China was cheating the world by not conducting a countdown? Why don't you stop spraying now? It's a turnaround, isn't it? This slapped them. Their faces must be red through and through. No wonder they suddenly interrupted the live broadcast, so they were choking back the words they spewed out. There were cheers everywhere in the south and north of China's Jiangnan Sea. This news raised people's admiration for Li Dongxin to a new level once again. They didn't expect that Li Dongxin's words in the beginning could actually be realized. Many people also thought that Li Dongxin would postpone the official moon landing because of the added lunar laboratory program yet. As it turned out, the facts came back to surprise them once again. Even with the addition of a more difficult delivery program, Li Dongxin was still capable of helping China to accomplish this historic leap. Many live verses on the network have opened live broadcasts, constantly praising Li Dongxin's contribution to China. Even some popular actresses who seldom show up, transformed into Li Dongxin's little fans. They even opened a live account and told everyone in no uncertain terms how much they admired Li Dongxin. Among them was the popular hostess who, in her live broadcast, called for more support for China's spaceflight. She called on everyone to support China Aerospace, and even more so to support Commander-in-Chief Li. Friends, Commander-in-Chief Li is only in his early 20s, but he has made China's science and technology take a big step forward. His talent, his humility is worthy of every one of us, and Commander-in-Chief Li has been selected as a mandatory course in the textbook. And in the future, every child will focus on learning what shines in him. I believe that, under the leadership of General Commander Li, we Huawei 10 surely come into the great revival of the desire. Her eyes were twinkling strangely as she said this. Both she didn't hit the lights, let alone use any filters to beautify her face, but on her face overflowed a look that had never been seen before. It's unspeakable admiration, it's worship, it's respect, and even more so, it was some inexplicable sentiment. This kind of feeling comes from the heart, and is never false. How could her change in expression be hidden from the fiery-eyed netizens? As a result, the picture style of the live room gradually became a little bit wrong. Netizens were commenting on the pop-ups. It's so strange. Why is it that when she talks about great god Li Dongxin, her whole body is filled with energy in general? Am I thinking too much? I've also noticed that from the beginning of the controlled core launch, this pretty hostess face would blush slightly whenever she saw great god Li Dongxin. It's not that she's in love with great god Li Dongxin. Asterisk. Seriously? She's a couple years older than Li Dongxin Daegun. Don't they say that girls like those older than them? What's so strange about that? Big god Li Dongxin is now the man of the people. Who doesn't like him? Even I, an old auntie in my 4th year of college, sometimes think about him. I even dream about big god Li Dongxin. Upstairs. You'd better keep dreaming. Great god Li Dongxin isn't a match for anyone. At least not that I've found so far. A great man like him has to be matched by an equally great woman. The netizens' words were posted on pop-ups, but the popular hostess inadvertently saw them. These words were like willow branches rattling the lake of the heart, gently on the calm water surface. causing ripples. However, she has many years of hosting experience, and in the face of this dilemma, she quickly adjusted her mood and brought the topic back to the moon landing project. When the attentive netizens saw it, they just let out an ant-like smile and stopped pursuing it. This little episode also passed, just when the Chinese netizens are all looking forward to the arrival of the moon landing. The side of the rice country is not very peaceful. Since the forced interruption of the live broadcast, the civil society of Rice has really been in mourning. People have blamed the dark-skinned host for making Rice lose face in front of the world. That host was also in a state of bitterness. Obviously, it was the TV station that told her to do so, but in the end, she was slapped in the face by the state of China, and she even put the blame on her own head. This is really an injustice. Although she was full of grievances, she didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, the mouths of the MiG people alone could drown her. Equally distressed was the Rice boss, who was the first to propose restarting the moon landing program, and the first to approve of China's lying about it. Now things have taken a two-level reversal. This Rice lord is considered to have fallen into his own pit. At this moment, he was sitting in his office with a stack of reports in his hands, his face clouded, looking at Musk standing in front of him. After a long period of silence, he spoke slowly. How true or false is this inferential report? Mr. Musk, you should know very well that we, Rice, cannot afford to lose any more. Otherwise, Rice's hegemony will be lost. Chapter 195, 100 years of fame will become history. At this time there were only the two of them in the office, and the dull atmosphere was suffocating, as China created breakthroughs again and again, simply ignoring the rules for the development of all things. In just over a month's time, China first attacked the controlled nuclear technology and accomplished the feat of lighting up China, allowing the world to enter the nuclear fusion era ahead of schedule. Now it is also the manufacture of a super-large launch vehicle, the superpower of Li Dongxin No. 1. With a very post-technological sense of streamlined body, all of them are proving to the world that this era belongs to the Chinese country, and the source of these several great achievements comes down to Dongxin Li. With this person in, who can guarantee that China still has no new undercard? But right now, the morale of the country is low, and the people have begun to complain about the country. Even some local scientists are discussing with the Chinese side behind their backs, wanting to use their own scientific research results to take Chinese citizenship. As a staunchly patriotic expert, Musk has to find a way to redeem this situation. This feasibility report on China's moon landing is one of those measures. It analyzes all the news China has released since it announced its moon landing. After analyzing the situation, Musk came to the conclusion that China will not land a man on the moon. He coughed softly, perhaps to build up his courage, or to make his voice a little louder. It's more likely to be fake. First of all, the countdown to the moon landing released by China. We didn't see any mention of astronauts in the message. From a professional point of view, even before the development of the launch vehicle, the space sector had to start training astronauts to meet all the physical conditions for the moon landing. And it's no secret that China should have wanted the public to release the list in order to expand the impact of the moon landing after the test launch of the rocket. But they didn't do that, and gave the impression that they seemed to be deliberately hiding something, which can't help but make people suspicious. Coupled with the fact that the process of China's moon landing is really too fast, completely violating the laws of scientific and technological development, I have concluded that it is impossible for them to actually land a man on the moon this time. After a brain said these words, Musk breathed a sigh of relief. He was originally an aerospace scientist who had never been involved in competition between nations, and this time he had been rushed into it. Considering his influence in the world, Rice assigned him to take charge of the moon landing. I thought the Chinese government would take the opportunity to delay, but I didn't expect the Chinese Space Agency to announce the countdown, which incidentally slapped the Rice country again. This makes Musk suspicious. China's timing is so coincidental, isn't it, to dislike Rice? Judging from all aspects, this series of reactions from China all points to only one thing: they may be going to the moon, but it will never be a manned moon landing. This is also the last chance for Rice to win. The Rice boss will be in the hands of the information, one by one carefully browsed through. Above not only analyzed the news released by China, but also many of the strength of the local technology industry in China. This was all the key to the success of the moon landing. Think of the year when the Rice country is also a collection of thousands of enterprises' strength. Hard to send astronauts to the moon. This powerful moon landing project almost dragged down the Rice country industrial system. So, it's not just high-tech talent that limits national space technology. The same ration of high-tech companies is also an extremely critical part of the equation. Rice boss put down the information in his hands, turquoise blue eyes glittering. You this information at a glance to know is by no means the kind of people invited to catch the knife. Very insightful. Also very personal insight. At the end of this report you mention that China will not complete a man landing on the moon? Meaning, It's true that they went to the moon, but they won't send astronauts up there, right? Musk acknowledged the claim. China's mechanical moon landing technology is very mature, and now that they have a hypergravity launch vehicle, then it is possible to use this trope and design it to look like a successful manned moon landing. It's just like making a movie, with different scenes, different plots happen, and when they are finally gathered together, a sci-fi blockbuster is released. No one is going to follow the rocket and supervise it anyway, and it's anyone's guess if anyone actually goes up there. As long as China finally planted the flag on the moon, no one would suspect that they were faking the results. Anyway, the whole world has already believed in this matter, thinking that China can conquer the nuclear control technology and will definitely be able to land on the moon. Hearing Professor Charlie's explanation, the gloomy mood that the rice boss had been feeling for days was gradually dissipating. During this period of time, when he thought that the centuries-old reputation of the rice country was going to be turned into history in his own hands, it made him sleep badly for a while. Finally Musk had brought him good news. And while the news was not based on any real evidence and instead was all speculative conclusions, it was enough. Human emotions are such that it doesn't matter if I can do it or not. What matters is that no one else can do it. As long as China isn't actually manned to the moon, then rice isn't considered completely surpassed by them. What's more, playing the space race is inherently laborious and unappealing. Not to mention how much research and development funds will be wasted. Just the various high-tech enterprises will have to stop work, all pouncing on the drawings, materials, research and development design. This will deplete the overall national power quite a bit. It could even cause other programs to stagnate. Seeing that Boss's expression gradually became relaxed, Musk seized this rare opportunity to speak out his long-thought-out suggestion. Mr. Since China is not really manned to the moon, there is no need for us to fight with them. Is it time to pause our space race? Chapter 196, There's No Turning Back. Musk spoke in a slightly panicked tone. The restarting of the moon landing program was his own idea, and he had already put the news out there. The so-called bow without turning back the arrow. Not to mention that this matter is not trivial, related to the morale of the whole of the rice country. First negated the Chinese moon landing project, followed by their own announcement to restart the program. As a result, the Chinese side has not yet admitted defeat, and they themselves have gone back on their word first. This would be extremely damaging to the country's reputation. Can the rice boss agree? Sure enough, after the rice boss heard the words, his face immediately turned cold. He had been in charge of rice for many years, so he could naturally figure out the crisis behind this. And next year will come to an extremely critical moment. Whether he can continue to fulfill his ideals depends on this step. He made the suggestion because he had no choice but to do so, considering that the country's overall strength was on a downward slope, in order to avoid laboring on it. What's more, the secrets above the moon. The rice country has already probed pretty much. Several moon landings have already brought back a lot of moon soil and moon rock for rice. It's enough to support all the research done by the scientists of the United States. There is really no need to send people up again. State-level radio telescopes are detectable anyway. When no astronauts are detected on the moon, then rice can tell the world about it. They could achieve the same victory. Only, the rice boss and Musk philosophy is different. The former is in order to be able to stay in this position, stay longer, while the latter is in order not to affect the lifeblood of the country. So the results produced were naturally different. And the rice boss was silent for a long time, obviously pondering the consequences of this. Which one was more favorable to himself? Finally, in a sigh, he slowly raised his head and looked at Musk in front of him, his tone sullen. Mr. Musk, I know what you are worried about. If it was placed 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, I would not hesitate to end this program, but not nowadays. China's overall national power is already surpassing us. We don't have so much time to move forward any more slowly and methodically. The balance of the world's rules has been reversed to China. Many countries are trying to show goodwill to China. Even the single buried country. They are trying to find a way to ease the relationship. If we lose this last position on the moon again, those countries that are still on the fence back will not follow us. Rice anymore. I mustn't let the future of the rice country be buried in my hands. So, restarting the moon landing program must not be stopped. We must send astronauts to the moon, even if it is some time behind China. The further the rice boss spoke, the firmer his tone became. He knew he was throwing his life away, expending a great deal of national power just to preserve rice's voice in the world. It seems to be heartless, but he really can't help it. Over 100 years old, how could he not expect that China actually gave birth to such a character as Li Dongxin? Not only is the top-level technology that was overcome ahead of its time, advancing the country of China into the post-technological era, now it's actually trying to conquer even the moon. And that's a span of less than 2 months. There was a time when Such a character only existed in novels. But today, he was actually born alive in the country of China. There are no words left in this world to describe his talent. In order to preserve the majesty of the rice country, he had to do so. Success or failure, heaven or hell, leave it all to God to decide. Seeing his boss bite the bullet, Musk was really out of options. His clenched fists whitened slightly as he led this almost impossible task out of this office. Only the old man, who was gradually stooping, was left sitting secretly in his chair in sorrow. Stepping outdoors, Musk looked toward the sky, and with the last bit of light from the sun's western setting, he realized that dark clouds were in the distance and a storm was coming. Unlike the mood of the two of them, Director Zhang, who was busy at the space agency, was very happy. Even on the way forward to northwest China, he was gently humming a little song. It's a big day, and the astronauts, who have been working on the space station for 6 months, are finally coming home. At the moment it is not yet dawn in China, but staff from all departments have already traveled to the Gobi Beach, where the astronauts will return. When Director Chang arrived, the expected landing site was already being set up, and the on-site media had to stay outside the cordon in order to ensure the safe landing of the return capsule. Corresponding to this feast naturally take the nature of live broadcast. The return capsule is expected to land at 8 o'clock in the morning, and now just more than 5 o'clock. The live broadcasting room has gathered a lot of netizens. Many people had to work today, but they struggled to get out of bed and wait in front of the screen fungus so that they could welcome their heroes back. The pop-ups are also full of various welcome slogans. Welcome home, heroes. You are the pride of the Chinese people. Ha 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 ha. If I hadn't seen this news when I was in the restroom this morning, I would have almost missed such a big event. What the hell? All this time I'd been so focused on worshipping the great god Li Dongxin that I forgot that there are still 3 people in the sky. It's too bad that these 3 astronauts weren't able to personally participate in lighting up China. This is the greatest miracle of this century, and it's a miracle accomplished by all of us in China. So sleepy, but I can't help but watch it. I'll send a message to my boss later and tell him that I can't go to work today because I have a stomachache. Director Zhang walked to the intended site and nodded after a careful inspection. He looked up toward the direction of the Chinese space station, his eyes full of anticipation. The 3 of you are catching up with the selection of astronauts for the moon landing. Let's hope you can pass Chief Commander Li's test. The sky was turning fish belly white and the staff had gotten busy. Director Zhang was in northwest China at the moment, and the work of the space agency was entrusted entirely to Li Dongxin. His prestige in the space agency as the commander-in-chief of the moon landing project was growing by the day, and in some ways, Li Dongxin's prestige had already surpassed that of Director Zhang himself. He issues orders and everyone follows them unconditionally, including this time as well. Director Zhang had to go out on a business trip, so the command of the control center was all handed over to Li Dongxin, who was in charge of commanding the astronauts to return. The broadcast is being shown on both ends, TV and internet, and the picture is also split screen. Half of it is the Gobi Desert in the Northwest Territories, and the other half is the control center for NASA. At this moment, the live channel had opened, and when Li Dongxin reappeared on the screen, the pop-up screen once again killed the madness. Li Dongxin, great God. It's great God Li Dongxin. I finally see him again. Still so handsome and calm. Is he going to command the astronauts to return to China this time? It should be. He's the chief director of the moon landing project, and in terms of position, he's even above Director Zhang. It's simply more than appropriate for him to sit at the Space Center. Chapter 197, The Return of the Hero. Is it true that God Li Dongxin said he was going to land on the moon last time? This time the announcement didn't release the list of astronauts either, causing me to spend the whole night worrying about him. Still the same sentence. For Li Dongxin, big God personally landed on the moon. I have reservations. Do not oppose. And never support. I'm against it. We can't let him take this risk. And I still say the same thing. I'd rather not land on the moon than resolutely let great God Li Dongxin take the risk. Just as the netizens were arguing over this issue, a burst of electromagnetic waves suddenly came out from the middle of the screen. When I looked back, it was from the Chinese space station. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief Li. The 3 of us have completed our scheduled mission and request to return. Li Dongxin gently held up his earpiece. His voice soft, agree to return to. We'll wait for you in the imperial capital. Say it. There was a round of applause, as everyone greeted the triumph of the 3 space heroes. The netizens also waited for this moment, holding their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, refusing to move their eyes at all. At this time, the 3 astronauts from the Chinese space station have already entered the return capsule, and after checking the data, the captain silently glanced at his 2 teammates. His eyes were firm, and suddenly there was an inexplicable sense of sadness. Manned liftoff is dangerous, even more dangerous on return. Compared to liftoff, The return capsule's surroundings generate tremendous heat due to enormous friction, all protected by the capsule's outer insulation. Any slightest omission could lead to serious consequences in the form of a cabin destruction. None of the three said anything. They understood the danger of this homecoming road, but they are resolutely unafraid. The captain took a deep breath and did his best to steady the beating of his heart. Ready? We're going home. The two men at his side nodded in unison, their vision blurring. Half a year had passed. They could finally go home, finally able to reunite with their parents, wives and children. As the captain snapped and flicked the engine switch, the propulsion module spewed out a powerful fire, propelling the return capsule to begin traveling back to the operation. The ground command center has been informed and the picture switches to the big screen. Under the common witness of the netizens, the latest news came back from the Chinese space station. The propulsion module ignition is successful, ready to enter the atmosphere. At the same time, the control center was broadcasting the message. Telemetry radar captured the signal. USB optical radar tracking normal. Separation of the propulsion module from the return module has been successful, and entry into the atmosphere has begun. Li Dongxing turned his eyes to the data at the top of the screen, which pulsed with numbers showing the heartbeat pulses of the three astronauts. Just a few minutes had passed, and the return capsule, carrying the three astronauts, had successfully entered the atmosphere. It was about 100 kilometers from the ground at this point. Optical radar has captured the return capsule. The image shows the return capsule surrounded by friction-raised flames, pulling a flaming tail behind it at high speeds. The netizens' breathing became rapid, and even the pop-up screens were silent. Everyone understood that the return capsule had come to the most dangerous stage at this time. The black area in the image is due to the formation of a plasma shell around the capsule, which shields it from radio signals and is also known as the black barrier zone. At this stage, the ground command center can't contact the return capsule, and no one knows anything that happens inside. All that could be seen was a white spot of light at the top of the screen that was moving a little bit towards the ground. The return capsule looks slow in the picture, when in fact they are actually flying at speeds that have long since exceeded the speed of sound. At this terrifying flying speed, even a small stone could pierce a steel plate. People's tension had reached its peak. In the middle of the screen, there was only the dripping sound of the instruments, and the monitor's external parameters. The return capsule's flight speed is normal. Capture the signal. Optical radar tracking normal. The good news that kept coming and made people's emotions become slightly calmer, and gradually some people in the pop-up screen began to speak. Why haven't they come out yet? Does it take so long to break out of the black barrier zone? I'm worried to death. Don't have an accident. Shut your mouth if you can't talk. Near Earth orbit we in China have long played and understood. There can be no accidents. Their three heroes are home safe. You guys, it looks like the ship's speed is starting to slow down. Does that mean they're entering a dense atmosphere? Yes. You see the radar speedometer at the top of the screen. The speed of the return capsule has gradually stabilized. There is no sustained acceleration. As long as we break through the black barrier zone, this journey home is already half successful. Heaven must bless them. Time passed, and the perimeter flames of the return capsule faded. Finally, in the anxious waiting of 10,000 people, the control center's radio once again came the voice. Report to Commander-in-Chief Lee. Everything is normal in the return capsule. We're ready to feel the gravity. Hearing the captain's words, everyone was relieved. They were also all amused by the space captain's words. Even the corners of Li Dongxing's mouth rose slightly. Titus understands. Welcome home. At this time, the sun had also fully risen, showing a newborn smile in the east. Director Zhang, who was standing at the Gobi beach predicting the landing point, finally showed an easy smile on his face when he heard the news coming from his headset. You guys have broken through the most dangerous part of the road. After half a year, you guys are finally back. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief Lee. 10 kilometers through, the ground control center radioed in the news, and the scene erupted into applause. 10 kilometers through means that it has completely broken out of the black barrier area and is ready to open the parachute and land. The return journey to this point is considered to be a real success. Basically, there will not be any more accidents. This good news quickly spread throughout the north and south. All the people who were watching the live broadcast all received the sound from the sky. People's hanging hearts were finally released. Dense pop-ups once again appeared on the screen. Did you hear that? 10 kilometers through. That means they're only 10 kilometers from the ground. Our space heroes are home. So excited. Our compatriots, who have been separated for half a year, have finally returned to the embrace of the motherland today. I'm sure they must be very excited at this moment too. This year is truly a lucky day for China. Not only do we have our own space station, but we also have the #1 genius, Li Dongxing. So God has truly blessed Manhwa. These three bigwigs have really caught up with the good times. As soon as they got home they caught the countdown to the moon landing. It's just a pity that they're afraid they won't be able to make it to the moon. With less than a month left before the rocket is launched, what does that matter? Even if they can't land on the moon, they are still the heroes of our country of China. And besides, no one expected that the great god Li Dongxin would actually be so strong and be able to land a man on the moon so soon. All the netizens are cheering for their safe return. It seems to be one step closer to their ultimate ideal. Chapter 198, Meeting the Embrace from the Earth. At this moment, people were all boiling with fervor. They firmly believe, in this world that has Li Dongxin, in this country that belongs to science and technology China, as long as they persisted in their beliefs, they would definitely be able to overcome all difficulties. Victory over the mealy-mouthed rice. Victory over all enemies who dare to come. In the middle of the screen, Li Dongxin was sitting in front of the command desk, and the fingers of his right hand were rhythmically tapping the desktop, as if he was considering something. On the screen directly in front of him, displaying the 3 astronauts' raw odd data, the fluctuating green line, like a newborn willow branch, vigorous and upward life force, just like today's China. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief Li, the return module is ready to open the guidance parachute. The radio sounded. People applauded again as soon as the guide parachute opened, signaling that the return trip to the sky was essentially a success. Many of the field commanders couldn't help but cheer. It had a remarkable significance for each and every one of them. Li Dongxin saw the 3 astronauts are about to return safely, and his heart is also very happy. But unlike others, Li Dongxin is already considering the candidates for the moon landing. And, after this return capsule back to the observation, Li Dongxin heart already have an answer. He snapped on his headset and tried to sound as even as possible. Open the guidance chute and release the excess fuel. Turn on the reverse thrust engine in automatic mode and prepare for an embrace from the Earth. Li Dongxin had a rare moment of humor, which surprised everyone, especially the netizens, who had long been accustomed to Li Dongxin's simple and unassuming style and understood his light-hearted nature. I thought there was nothing in this world that could mobilize his emotions. I didn't expect. But today he is giving people a little surprise. So the live broadcast was directly flooded with pop-ups. Did I hear you right? Great God, Li Dongxin actually knows humor. Is he saying that he's preparing for the embrace of the Earth? I really can't stand it. He's charming enough when he's cool, but when he's suddenly humorous, his charm increases so much that I can't get out of it. Ladies, please also be more virtuous. Don't ever scare away great God Li Dongxin. Learn from me. It's still beneficial to record the whole thing. I've already recorded this line of his. I'm going to permanently collect this as one of the top 10 classic famous scenes. It's not scary for a man to be handsome. It's not scary for him to be talented. And he can afford to be funny and humorous. But the key is that this man actually synthesizes all 3 and becomes a magnificent figure. 3 space heroes? I'm really sorry. Li Dongxin Big God's words are really too impactful. We can't resist. Only to vent the admiration in our hearts. Please forgive us. Because of Li Dongxin's sudden sardonic humor, the live broadcast pop-up screen drew a steep turn. Everyone was calling out to Li Dongxin. They hoped that Li Dongxin could say a few more words, even if he coughed a few times. It's just a pity that Li Dongxin's health is so good that he won't even bother to cough. And, because the return module guidance parachute has been opened, the live feed has cut out the control center and all the footage is given to the landing site. The helicopter has begun to fly towards its intended location, and the return capsule is slowly landing at a rate of 2 meters per second under the protection of a massive guidance parachute. Once again, people are focusing their attention on this. It's a beautiful day, with clear skies. The whole process of landing the capsule can be seen with the naked eye. The optical observation radar is now turned off. HD cameras are pointed at the returning capsule as it floats down, recording the momentous occasion. The 3 astronauts sit firmly in the capsule, clearly feeling the gravity, and the captain adjusts the seat height down to minimize the impact of the landing. Because the return capsule is fully enclosed in nature, they cannot see the outside world. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the screen reality of the figures. 1,335 meters, 1,021 meters, 918 meters, 206 meters. The distance between the pods and the ground was still slowly being drawn in, and the female team members' breathing began to become rapid. It wasn't fear on her part. It was excitement. After 6 months, she was finally home. Thinking about the next moon landing program, her heart was filled with fighting spirit. Captain, when we return to the imperial capital this time, can we immediately ask Commander-in-Chief Li for permission to participate in the moon landing intensive training? We are now less than a month away from the official moon landing. We must hurry and try to catch this first train. The captain's taut nerves completely loosened up. So as not to relax himself too much and cause sleepiness, he slowly clenched his fists and tried his best to restrain his inner excitement. Landing on the moon. Any of us would like to, but we have to recuperate for a few days after we get back to base. And by then, can we still catch this first train to the moon? The distance between the return capsule and the ground gradually approached. Director Zhang stared at the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reverse thrust engine ignition. The moment the capsule makes contact with the ground, a large amount of gas is emitted from the bottom of the capsule, directly slowing down the final landing speed. The capsule returns safely to the landing site. Seeing this scene, netizens were excited and shouted loudly, both for the safe return of the three space heroes, and even more for China's advanced space technology. The dust around the landing site cleared, and several security vehicles and helicopters raced toward it. Soon, dozens of staff had arrived at the scene, and in the presence of millions of Chinese people, the staff opened the hatch from the outside after collecting surface samples. By this time the three astronauts were also adjusting to gravity, and as the captain was being lifted out of the capsule, he uttered the long-forgotten words, "I'm out of the capsule and feeling good." Once the word got out, it represented a successful end to the return journey. A round of applause rang out everywhere at the landing site, webcast, and at the space agency's control center. Netizens have been vocalizing on the platform. "Great! Our space heroes have come home. You've worked hard. Welcome back to a stronger China. You guys, Sky Traveler, have really missed the most exciting scene these past half a year. Our country of China has produced a superb genius who has lit up the entire country of China in the limelight. Heroes, you would never have imagined that in these 6 months. No, within these 2 months, our country of China has undergone a heavenly change. From now on, no one will ever dare to speak against our heavenly voice again. This time I came and went. The family is like winning the jackpot. Our country is now developed. Many countries are rushing to be our little brother. You guys go home and have a good rest. By the way, understand how our family got rich. Welcome home. There's less than a month left before China conquers the moon. I hope we can still see you on that day." At this moment, in the 5 lakes of China, every place, there is a large number of viewers waiting in front of the screen. They excitedly told the heroes about Li Dongxin, about the miracle Li Dongxin had created for the country of China. Chapter 199, you guys are going crazy. It's like reporting happy news to your family, and the whole network is overflowing with happiness. Thousands of kilometers away from the space center, Li Dongxin saw that the astronauts had returned home safely. He picked up the microphone that had already been prepared and announced aloud, "I announce that our space heroes have returned home safely." Li Dongxin's voice is very infectious. Under his voice, people excitedly embraced each other. Major media reporters also swarmed around Li Dongxin, and kept asking him about the key issues. "Commander-in-Chief Li, are you still satisfied with China's space science and technology? Did the landing of the return capsule meet expectations? Commander-in-Chief Li, can you tell us what you are feeling right now? Will you redesign the return capsule? We are now in the countdown to the moon landing. Have you finalized the final list of astronauts? When will the pre-lunar landing conference be held? And will it be international or domestic in nature? Will some details of the moon landing be announced? Our super heavy launch vehicle is being hailed as a product of the post-technological era. Are there any other aspects of your research?" Sure enough, no matter what the topic of the day is, Li Dongxin is always in the C position. Even the big event of the return of the astronauts. After people were sure that the three had returned safely, they once again focused their attention on Li Dongxin. It was as if he was the only god between this heaven and earth. On such an important occasion, this kind of scene of reporters scrambling to ask questions is not uncommon. After all, this is a live broadcast for the whole country, and every word and action will be subject to the people's scrutiny. But this perverse action of theirs didn't cause any offense. Instead, everyone was very understanding and even envious. It is important to know that Li Dongxin at this time is not only the commander-in-chief of the moon landing, but also the national hero of China, the hope of China, and the ruler of the scientific community of China. Each of these honors taken out individually was enough to reflect Li Dongxin's greatness, not to mention the 3 super honors all rolled into one. He was now a universal idol. When the camera was given to Li Dongxin, the sleepy netizens rumbled as if they were drinking a cup of hot drink on a winter's day, and their whole hearts were warmed up. The great god Li Dongxin has appeared. I was going to take a nap, but once I saw him, I wasn't sleepy anymore. Woo woo, is just so cool. Why are all the reporters here female? Aren't there any male reporters on TV? Don't get so close to Mr. Li Dongxin. It'll affect his breathing. I'm going. You guys are going crazy. Asking so many questions in a row. Are you guys trying to tire out great god Li Dongxin? Ha ha ha. Shouldn't the topic of the day be the return of astronauts to China? How come the wind has changed and the focus is back on god Li Dongxin? What's so strange about this? Great god Li Dongxin has always been the focus of people's hearts and the center of the world. No matter what news emerges in the future, great god Li Dongxin will be at the top of the hot search list. In the middle of the screen, Li Dongxin smiled serenely and did not answer their questions, but instead signaled everyone to look at the big screen. There was a convoy there, speeding across the Gobi Desert. That's the convoy escorting the astronauts to the hospital. And when they get back to the ground, they have to go into the medical bay right away for a medical checkup and rest. The crowd looked at some confusion. Do not understand what he means. The space hero has gone home. We have put down the heart. The next. Natural more hope to understand the process of the moon landing. After all, we're already in the countdown to the moon landing. And that's the most important thing. When Li Dongxin saw that the crowd was puzzled, he pursed his thin lips, took a microphone from a reporter, and said slowly, "Today is the day when the space heroes go home. People should send them their concern, shouldn't they? And the moon landing project has me, so people don't have to worry." The reporter's questions were close to state secrets, and Li Dongxin didn't want to reveal the information so early so as not to cause malicious speculation in other countries. So he then redirected the conversation back to astronauts, trying to get people to care more about astronauts and take their eyes off the moon landing for a while. After all, it hadn't been decided who would land on the moon, and when the 3 astronauts returned to base, the selection process would begin. Of course, is selected according to the pattern set by Li Dongxin. I didn't realize that people would get the wrong idea, and these few short words from Li Dongxin immediately created a new wave on the internet. Netizens were warmed by his words and expressed their admiration on the platform. The great god Li Dongxin is no less than a national hero. He is in the heavy responsibility of the commander-in-chief of the moon landing, but he actually cares so much about the astronauts. I am more and more convinced that the Chinese nation will go to true glory under his leadership. He is always the man who amazes everyone, accompanied by miracles added to his body. I'm around older than him, but in front of him, I feel childish like a child. These few short sentences are touching me too much. Before I always thought that he was an untamed genius. Until today, I realized that the original strong man also possesses a gentle heart. Great god Li Dongxin has done so much for the country of China. And now he still doesn't forget his original intentions and puts the people first in his heart. Only such a person is a hero that our country of China should rely on. I hope that time will pass a little slower so that we can spend more time with great god Li Dongxin. I can't let go of such a beautiful world. I'm eager to see what China will develop into 100 years from now. Li Dongxin didn't realize that his casual words had actually captivated the entire network. Not to mention the Chinese netizens were convinced by his words. For a time, Li Dongxin's words directly rushed to the hot search list. Even the national TV station has reported. The astronauts who are in the hospital for isolation and observation also noticed the news. They were very excited at the moment and wanted to say thank you to Li Dongxin in person. But they couldn't go out yet. In order to ensure that they could recover their physical parameters as soon as possible, the 3 of them could only stay here for recovery and convalescence during this period of time. However, this did not affect their contact with the outside world. Director Chang stood guard outside the isolation room, separated by a glass window, and the 2 sides were able to communicate by telephone. Director Zhang was in a very soothing mood. There was nothing more pleasing than being able to see his men return safely. Seeing the arrival of Director Zhang, the 3 astronauts were very surprised. According to the fact that they had already returned to the road surface, Director Zhang should be sitting in the Space Center at this moment, preparing for the official moon landing and other related matters. Instead of being a chaperone here, Director Zhang guessed that they had doubts in their minds and laughed. "Alright, the 3 of you aren't that dignified to let me leave my job at the space agency to be your chaperone here." 200. Selection of astronauts for the moon landing. I also came here on a special mission. Of course, that's what Chief Commander Li asked me to ask you. And his request was that you must be consulted and asked in front of you. As soon as the 3 of them heard the words Commander-in-Chief Li, their eyes swooshed and brightened up. Although they had been staying in space, they were able to receive major domestic news in the space station through the satellite network. From the beginning of lighting up the country of China, they had been deeply impressed by Li Dongxin's talent, earned enough honor for the country of China, making the country of China the world's center of science and technology all of a sudden. This once again made them worship Li Dongxin's talent. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Dongxin resolutely refused the Nobel Prize in order to preserve the secrets of China, and also personally created the Li Dongxin Science and Technology Award. Even notify the world. Li Dongxin Science and Technology Awards, only awarded to the Chinese people. This great patriotic feelings, as well as Li Dongxin towering figure, has been deep in the minds of the 3 people. They were looking forward to meeting this national hero day and night. When they heard that Director Zhan was assigned by Li Dongxin, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Filled with longing, they stared at Director Zhang. Zheng directors see this scene also no longer sell the secret. Straightforwardly tell them the purpose. Li Commander-in-Chief asked me to ask you, would you like to participate in the selection of astronauts for the moon landing? Although the confidentiality measures here are extremely strict, Director Zhang still lowered his voice, and if it was not conducted through the phone, I'm afraid that even if I got closer, I couldn't hear what he was saying. But the three astronauts heard the words as if they had dropped a thunderbolt on their heads. It made their brains buzz. Going to the moon. This is the biggest wish of countless astronauts. Who wouldn't want to? The three of them are even willing to sacrifice their lives if they can exchange for a chance to land on the moon. But the countdown to the official moon landing was already underway, and the three of them were still recuperating, and it would be at least a week before they returned to the Space Center. How could they have time to train and then pass the selection? Whether it was physical fitness or the operation of specialized instruments, it took a lot of time to adjust. It's simply impossible to pass the strict selection in this less than a month's time. What's more, the manned moon landing project is the hope of the entire Chinese nation. Countless people were looking forward to this day. The significance of this project of the century cannot be overstated, and as much as the trio desperately wanted this opportunity, they could not add variables to this moon landing just because they wanted to. Everything was for naught if the body didn't pass. This mentality haunted the trio, and when they were at the space station, they were most looking forward to participating in the moon landing selection. But after really hearing the news, they also gradually recognized the reality of time shortage. Seeing that they were silent with their heads bowed, Director Zhang aggravated his tone, his eyes sharp as hell. I'll ask you one last time. Would you like to participate in the selection of astronauts for the moon landing? Director Zhang's expression was grave. A major event concerning China's manned moon landing project. He had to follow Li Dongxin's instructions and fully consult the astronauts. This was the first time that China had landed on the moon, and even though there was Li Dongxin as one of the astronauts, who would be going to the moon himself, he decided to consult with the three astronauts, considering that they had not been home for half a year. Not to mention that he has already strongly recommended them in front of Li Dongxin. Can't afford to drop the chain at a critical moment. Seeing Director Zhang's aggravated tone, the three of them also came to their senses and realized that he wasn't joking with them, but was really asking for their opinions, asking if they were willing to fight for the moon landing. This was the wish of countless Chinese people. How could it not be? The captain almost blurted out and agreed to the matter outright, but reason still prevailed. As the first generation of astronauts in China, he knew the significance of this. After thinking for a long time, he decided to speak out the concerns in his heart. Director, to be honest, I very much want to go to the moon landing selection. But our bodies haven't recovered yet, and we still need at least a week of recuperation to reach astronaut fitness. There are only about 20 days left before the official moon landing, and by the time we get back it will only be too late. The captain's words were like a needle, piercing into the tips of the other two's hearts. They both lowered their heads in silence. The dream of landing on the moon was their lifelong wish. If they could represent China on the moon, they would rather pay the price of their lives. Director Zhang knew what they were concerned about. They were worried that the time training was not enough, and that might lead to technical standards not being met. In that case, when it flies into space, it may not be a successful mission. Director Zhang knew very well in his heart that this matter had actually not been a problem for a long time. Back when Li Dongxin was designing the Super Heavy launch vehicle, he had already designed the new spacesuit, and it's already being manufactured overtime. A spacesuit that completely counteracts the effects of weightlessness and is made of thin, lightweight, thermostatic material. It can be said that when you wear it and walk on the moon, it gives you the feeling that you are walking on top of the land of China. Not only is it easy to move around, but it also ensures the safety of the astronauts' lives. Only now the suit is still top secret in the country and is unknown to the rest of the space agency's staff except for a few people who know about it. Director Zhang didn't tell them about this in order to find out just how determined they could be for the moon landing program. His tone gradually softened as he saw the haggard looks on the three faces. These are not things you should think about, and you don't want to think about them. This is just an opportunity to participate in the selection process, which all Chinese astronauts will participate in. Doesn't mean it's been decided to let you guys on. If you can't pass the final selection, you'll be eliminated just the same. The final decision is in the hands of Commander-in-Chief Li, and only if you pass his test will you be qualified to represent the country of China and pursue the 1,000-year-old dream. Director Zhang explained it very clearly. This selection is different from the previous one. It's not a direct order from the space agency. Rather, it's the nature of the fairest competition to select the most suitable astronauts to land on the moon. After all, the man who landed on the moon would surely go down in history. A direct appointment by the space agency would be a bit of cronyism. This was the final resolution given by Li Dongxin after much deliberation. Hearing Director Zhang say this, the three of them immediately came into the spirit. Originally, they thought they were being asked to accept a new mission, and they were afraid that the moon landing program would be at risk because of insufficient training, which is why they swallowed their words and didn't dare to agree directly. Unexpectedly, Director Zhang gave them a fair chance to compete. In that case, There was no need to consider so much. To be able to stand out in the crouching tiger hidden China Space Agency, it must be in line with all the criteria, and there was no such thing as affecting the program because of lack of ability. Since this is the case, miso, the three stood up, tensed their bodies and looked serious. Their voices were loud and clear. I am willing to participate in the moon landing selection. Seeing that they had regained their fighting spirit, Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. The mission was accomplished and he had to rush back to the space agency immediately. There were still a lot of things waiting for him there, so he couldn't just throw it all to Chief Commander Li in his head. Li Dongxin's time was very precious. Director Zhang said a few more words as he was leaving. Don't be too happy. Although Chief Commander Li is young, he is very strict in what he does. It won't take care of you because you're space heroes. On the contrary, he will test you to see if you meet the standards with even more stringent requirements. You all need to work hard, so you don't fall off the wagon at critical moments. Saying that, Director Zhang left the place without looking back, leaving the three to celebrate with each other. In fact, he didn't know how Li Dongxin was going to select, but only through his previous style of acting, Director Zhang concluded that Li Dongxin himself would definitely be more strict than before. By saying this, he was also giving the trio a precaution not to think that this mission would be easy. As it turned out, it was Director Zhang who had overthought things, and instead of being worried, the three of them were very happy to hear this, even high-fiving and celebrating through the glass cover. It's too good. We were actually able to catch the final selection, and it's still Chief Commander Li personally selecting us. This is an extremely rare opportunity. That's right, we must make the best of it, regardless of success or failure. We have to go all out and never fail to live up to General Commander Li's expectations. I didn't expect our wish to come true so soon. I doubt I'm still dreaming. Just a few days ago, we were floating in space, and in the blink of an eye, we're going to participate in the moon landing selection. Don't all get too excited. We have to seize the time to recover our bodies, and strive for all three of us to go up and realize this long-cherished wish of 1,000 years for our country and people. After expressing their inner excitement, the three of them each returned to their rooms to rest. The captain sat on the bed, from the arms of a yellow photo, looking at the photo of the bright smile, his eyes gradually moist. Yang, you can rest assured that we will help you fulfill your dream. Chapter 201. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. The approach to the official moon landing is also getting closer and closer, and the buzz around the topic continues to grow. In just a few days, the top 10 of the hot search list are all related to the moon landing. Of course, the first place is Li Dongxin whether to personally land on the moon related to the discussion. The people of China, every day with a chicken blood general, woke up early in the morning. The first thing is to brush the list to see if there is no latest progress. They all firmly believe that in this different summer, China is about to be on the road to the moon. The pioneer of this path is none other than Li Dongxin, who has gathered the attention of millions of people. This near-crazy worship had reached the point of worshipping it as a god. Even some experts at the national level had opened a live broadcast of Douyin, participating in the discussion of related topics. This is even represented by the seat. He is China's national defense experts, due to its repeated success in confusing the United States, so that they misjudged the power of China. By netizens named the director of the Strategic Fooling Bureau, hence the title Bureau Chief. His live debut this time, but also absorbed hundreds of millions of netizens. On the one hand, it is rushing to the bureau of the seat, but the more critical is that the topic to be discussed today is related to Li Dongxin. The bureau chief is in formal dress, and his words are quite funny. Hello everyone. Now the official countdown to the moon landing. Only more than 20 days left. I just looked at the hot search. Everyone's most concerned about the topic is related to the lead general commander. Everyone is wondering if Commander-in-Chief Li will personally land on the moon. Here it is. Let's all have a common discussion. First of all, my opinion is that he will definitely go to the moon himself for the following reasons. Commander-in-Chief Li is China's national hero, but also the world's top-level scientists. He, for the honor of China, can be said to be the first to take the lead in all areas of the chopping countless, and the moon landing technology is the most space-strongest science and technology. He will be personally involved in it. Upon hearing his words, netizens were outright shocked at the impossibility. It was precisely because Li Dongxin was a top scientist and the hope of China that he could not land on the moon himself. Anyone knows that any space travel is very risky, not to mention the technical equipment and other objective reasons. Just the requirements for physical fitness is not something that ordinary people can accomplish. One of the most important conditions is to have a safe flight time of thousands of hours so that you can still tell where you are without the influence of gravity. Obviously, Li Dongxin does not possess this condition. What's more, aboard space, because there is no gravity, all the organs of the human body will be very uncomfortable. Ordinary people going up to the sky, there is a possibility that they will have a hard time fainting. and at that time it can be a really big deal. Li Dongxin, as the future of China, was absolutely unable to make any blunders. So, pop-ups were filled with all sorts of opposition. No way. Commander-in-Chief Li can't land on the moon himself. It's too dangerous. He hasn't gone through the appropriate training, much less adapted to the feeling of being in a weightless environment. The risk factor will be huge if he goes to the moon rashly. Bureau Chief, you said that Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. Otherwise I wouldn't believe it even if I killed myself. Li Dongxin, great God, is the future hope of China. How can he risk his life? We have so many excellent astronauts. Why do we have to send a scientist up? In ancient times, there was still the saying that the law is not added to honor, and that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. So great God, Li Dongxin should be clear about what he really means to the country of China. Even if there are no accidents in this moon landing, the oppressive feeling brought about by the acceleration alone is enough to suffocate ordinary people. Landing on the moon is indeed the dream of our country of China for thousands of years, but that doesn't mean that we have to trade a scientist for this. The great God Li Dongxin is a genius that we can't find for 10,000 years, and the future that belongs to him is coming soon, so why would he take such a big risk? I really don't know what he was thinking. Could it be that he wants to use this own moon landing to test the sense of adaptability of ordinary people to interstellar travel, in order to plan for future interstellar migration? Bureau Chief seldom paid attention to the words in the pop-up screen when he was live streaming, in favor of this message, which was noticed by him. The reason why he was opening this live broadcast was also commissioned by Li Dongxin to deliver the news of his personal moon landing, so that the people would not find it too abrupt when the list of moon landing astronauts was announced at that time. Let's give everyone a precaution in advance. But this message appeared. The Bureau immediately played a strategic fool instinct, ready to use this to confuse some countries. This message, I see. You are actually right. The reason why Commander-in-Chief Li to personally land on the moon is for the future interplanetary migration to make preparations. This world we share. We should have stayed together. But it's just like our Chinese habit of owning the first home on the one hand, and wanting to buy another one on the other. Just in case, Commander-in-Chief Li has fully demonstrated this characteristic, preparing to make preparations in advance for the purchase of the second suite in China. Only when he has landed on the moon himself can he know what it is really like for ordinary people to travel in space, and can design more advanced spaceships for this purpose. The Bureau Chief really deserves to be the director of the War Neglect Bureau. With these few words he froze and portrayed an irrational thing as a pioneering path. Coupled with his unique voice, it was impossible to tell whether these words were true or false. Many netizens were baffled by him. Holy, is it really fake? Bureau Chief, you're not fooling us, are you? We are all Chinese. Chinese don't lie to Chinese. Interstellar migration? Isn't that something that only happens in science fiction movies? Besides, our Chinese country's movies have all played it out. Even if we want to migrate to other places, we'd have to bring the blue star with us to wander. I feel like my brain isn't enough right now. Why is it so messed up? Wasn't it discussing Li Dongxin's great God landing on the moon? How come the words suddenly changed? If that's the case, then it's indeed necessary for great God Li Dongxin to personally land on the moon. He's a scientist. And it's only when he personally ascends into space that he can personally feel the effects of space on the ordinary human body. This day is really getting more and more promising. It's only just entered the age of nuclear fusion, and it looks like we'll be able to transfer to interstellar travel soon. The netizens were discussing heatedly. Unbeknownst to them, there was a pair of turquoise blue eyes staring at them in the meter country across the ocean. The owner of these eyes was none other than the rice boss, and when he heard the bureau chief's words, he immediately dialed his staff's phone. Quickly go and call Mr. Musk over here. Tell him, whatever he's doing right now, to come to my office immediately. Hanging up the phone, his eyes shot out a lurid essence light. His tone was cold as cool. What in the world do you want to do with the Chinese teenager? Bureau chief was all smiles on the live feed, and more netizens were flooding in as they kept swiping their comments, trying to get bureau chief to explain clearly whether or not China was really starting to prepare for an interstellar voyage. Chapter 202, The Bureau of Strategic Neglect. In their view, what the bureau chief represents is generally official speech. It will not be like some bloggers in order to win everyone's attention, just believe and nonsense. For him to say that, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. If it were in the past, whoever said these words would definitely be taken as crazy. But now it's different. Countless people are sure that as long as there is Li Dongxin, nothing is impossible in this world. Bureau chief, we are all Chinese. Is there anything we can't know? Tell us quickly. Is great God Li Dongxin working on something again? Everyone stop asking. This is definitely a state secret that no one can possibly reveal. Even if great God Li Dongxin is working on a spaceship, that's hundreds of years away. I am reminded of a song lyric. Heaven lend me another 500 years. Human life is just too short. So short that we can't even witness history coming. Ha ha ha. The bureau chief is fooling people again. If you want to engage in interstellar travel, you have to master the laws of time at the very least. Otherwise, we'll all die of old age on the spaceship without waiting to arrive at the outer planets. Don't pull away from the topic. Bureau chief, hurry up and talk about the moon landing program. That's the top priority. Also, why hasn't the country released a list of astronauts until now? Chinese netizens were still sensible. They were more concerned about Li Dongxin's safety than the nebulous interstellar travel. See, the official landing on the moon has entered the countdown. But the country has not yet revealed the specific details, which makes the melon people cannot sit still. They were worried that Li Dongxin would really land on the moon himself to collect samples for the sake of the country. Equally concerned about this matter, naturally, there was also the boss of Rice, who was sitting in front of his desk, pondering the veracity of this matter, when a knock came from outside the door. He knew this was Musk coming. Sure enough, upon opening the door, Musk walked in with a look of anxiety. Looking at him in his lab coat, the Rice boss knew that Musk had come from the lab. Just as soon as he entered the door, Musk couldn't wait to ask, "Sir, what's the matter? Are you looking for me in such a hurry?" The Rice boss didn't say anything, just gestured for him to look at the screen. Musk turned around suspiciously and found that the screen was broadcasting a live webcast from China, and he recognized the anchor, who was the same person who had snubbed Rice before. Musk listened carefully for a moment and immediately understood the reason why boss had asked him to come over. "Sir, it's really impossible this time. It's impossible for a Chinese teenager to master the laws of time even if he's Jesus descending into the world. After all, realistically speaking, time itself doesn't exist, and since it doesn't exist, it doesn't matter about mastering time." The me boss nodded. He recognized Musk's statement. This time he looked for Musk to come over the reason. Not only this thing, more importantly, or the moon landing, this is natural. This person is called by the people of the state of China as the Negligence Bureau, which shows that he is very good at verbal disguise and deceiving others. Weren't we also deceived by him back then? That's not why I called you here this time. I want to discuss the matter of Huagua Denzi with you. He said in this that the Chinese teenager will definitely land on the moon himself, and that his purpose for landing on the moon is to perceive how ordinary people feel in space. What's your opinion on this? Musk then realized that he was still obsessed with China's moon landing program. Before, Musk had told him that the Chinese people were not really going to set foot on the moon, but a performance show. I thought that I had already solved the knot for him at that time, but I didn't think that the boss of the Rice country was still a little worried. The TV was still carrying the voice of the bureau chief. Good. Then let's go back to the original topic and discuss the moon landing. Li Dongxin, he, as the chief commander of China's moon landing, should indeed hold down the space center and control the entire moon landing project. But let's not forget that he is the commander-in-chief and an even greater scientist. He must have his reasons for doing so. Upon hearing the bureau chief's words, Musk thought for a moment, his tightened brow gradually relaxing. Obviously, he has already obtained relevant information from it. "Sir," he said, that the Chinese teenager will personally land on the moon. This news proves exactly one thing. That's what the Chinese have been putting on a show. Imagine, this Chinese teenager is a recognized genius. No matter which country he is placed in, he will be regarded as a national treasure. Would the Chinese side ignore his safety and let him risk landing on the moon? You know that the moon landing had many dangers, starting with the ignition of the rocket. Every second is accompanied by the threat of death. How could they do that? If Li Dongxin was army scientist, would we spare him this risk? It only means that China is trying to fool us again. After such an explanation, the annoyed heart of the Rice boss finally settled down. Musk's meaning was clear. It was simply impossible for China to send Li Dongxin to the moon, because once he had any accidents, it would be an unbearable loss for China. But the bureau chief favored to tell everyone in the world in front of the people that Li Dongxin would personally land on the moon. This shows that China has been fooling everyone since the beginning. Or, China's manned moon landing project is itself a scam. Seeing boss's expression ease up, Musk knew that his explanation had reassured him, and he hurriedly asked for instructions. "Sir, do you want me to contact the national media to analyze and report on this matter and poke holes in China's conspiracy?" The Rice boss's brow stretched as he leisurely poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing Musk a glass before the two gently clinked. "No need. Let's pretend we don't know about this. They don't have many days left on the countdown anyway. Let's just be patient and wait for a good show." At the same time, in the Chinese Space Agency's moon landing office, Li Dongxin was discussing the new experimental program with Deng Lao, and was talking about the key issues when Li Dongxin's special line phone rang. After picking it up and realizing that it was Director Zhang calling, he seemed to be a bit excited on the other end of the phone. Even his voice was slightly trembling. Commander-in-Chief Li, is it convenient for you right now? I have something here that I need to report to you. After receiving Li Dongxin's consent, just less than 2 minutes later, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the office door. Li Dongxin looked up to see. It is the Zheng director of the Wind and Fire broke in. See his head sweat. Should be a burst of jogging over. Chapter 203, What a God. After seeing Li Dongxin, he didn't forget to knock politely on the door. And Tang Lao saw this and laughed in spite of himself. Hurry up and come in. Look at you that way. Just like being chased by a wolf. Hurry up and report anything to the Commander-in-Chief. He's still busy developing new experiments. What Deng said is true. Li Dongxin's desk is piled with draft paper, which is filled with all kinds of curve diagrams, and there are also 3D printed models scattered on the desktop. It looks like it should be some kind of new equipment. Director Zhang was horrified when he saw it. Could it be that Li Dongxin is developing new technology again? This is too amazing. The energy and talent to start something new immediately after the moon landing technology had just been conquered was truly incredible. Shocked. At the same time, when he thought of Li Dongxin being so busy, he still handed over the work of the Aerospace Bureau to him. Director Zhang felt ashamed, and his face was also vaguely hot. Seeing that he stood still and didn't say anything for half a day, Li Dongxin urged, Director Zhang, don't you have something to tell me? Hearing Li Dongxin's voice, Director Zhang immediately snapped out of his reflections. Zheng, director of the color of excitement is difficult to express, stepped forward after 2 steps, carefully said he came to this place since the Li Commander-in-Chief. Do not know whether you now have time. The 3 astronauts from the convalescent hospital back. They're all waiting for you in the conference room. Do you think you'd like to meet them? Oh yeah. And the rest of the NASA reserve astronauts. I've called them all over too, including the ones who are in the middle of their vacations. Now that the final launch date for the official moon landing is getting closer and closer, Director Zhang needs to finalize the astronauts as soon as possible. The whole country is still looking forward to it. When Li Dongxin finalized the final list of moon landings, then this project of the century would be considered ready. Seeing that things were pretty much taken care of, Li Dongxin agreed to meet them, so the 3 of them went together to the conference hall, which was filled with astronauts in blue suits. The color blue symbolizes the sky and peace. As soon as Li Dongxin stepped into the conference hall, at the same time, the scene immediately erupted into unprecedented applause. Boom, boom, boom. The Chinese astronauts applauded while saluting Li Dongxin. Everyone was very excited. Hands were clapping red, and not a single one of them stopped. To them, Li Dongxin is like the savior of China. He brought too many surprises and hopes to China. Previously, they had trained all over the country and rarely had the opportunity to see this teenage hero in person. Today, on this seemingly ordinary, but meaningful day, they were finally able to get close to Li Dongxin. The applause in the conference room was long-lasting. The sound waves spread outside, and it seemed that even the entire building was trembling slightly. Li Dongxin was also long accustomed to such occasions. After seeing the enthusiasm of these astronauts, he smiled slightly and waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. The earth-shattering applause stopped here. Any word that Li Dongxin said, or any instruction that was issued, they would unconditionally comply with it, and without the slightest bit of compromise. Seeing this, Elder Deng smiled with Director Zhang. The admiration for Li Dongxin was unintentionally shown in their eyes. He had been in the agency for only a month or so, but the working atmosphere had changed dramatically. Previously, the staff of the space agency would be more or less frustrated once they encountered something that could not be solved. But it's different today. Under Li Dongxin's leadership, both engineers and astronauts, if something comes up in their work, the first thing they do is to change their thinking and try to find another way to solve the problem. They had learned so much from Li Dongxin, so much so that Li Dongxin's status in the space agency had long surpassed that of anyone else, including Director Zhang and Elder Tang. Not to mention that Li Dongxin is also leading by example in his work, and he has the same attitude towards every staff member. He will not treat you with high regard because you are a scientist, and he will not treat you with no one in his eyes because you are a cleaner. After all, no one was qualified to be a bully in front of him. This also allowed Li Dongxin to gain immeasurable prestige among the masses. After Li Dongxin and the others were seated, Director Zhang was ready to introduce these astronauts to Li Dongxin. Just when the crowd was puzzled, Li Dongxin smiled warmly and scanned the crowd on stage one after another. Zhang Qiuyue, 8 years into the space agency, model pilot of China, currently working in the space station of China for the first time. Wang Dixin, captain of an aviation brigade, 2,000 hours of safe flight, 12 years with the space agency, the first generation of astronauts in China. Zhao Duijuan, just entered the aerospace reserve team. All test scores are excellent. Future aerospace star. Zhuang Tianhe, former aerospace special brigade instructor, trained many excellent pilots under him and was awarded the title of aerospace model by the state of China. Li Dongxin told them one by one their qualifications, as if they were a family, without glancing at the information in the middle, not to mention half a pause. This scene directly shocked everyone. They never dreamed that a big shot like Li Dongxin would actually remember each and every one of their names and positions. Whenever Li Dongxin read a person's name, that person snapped and tensed his body. His eyes filled with tears of excitement, and answered loudly. Director Zhang was looking dumbfounded on the side, with his eyes wide open. He looked at Li Dongxin in a state of infatuation. As his jaw dropped, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Commander-in-Chief Li is truly a man of God. I can't believe I've memorized every single one of them. I've been in the space agency for so long, it may not even be as clear as he is." Every person whose name was named by Li Dongxin couldn't help but show a look of excitement on their face. For them, there is nothing more rewarding than to be remembered by their beloved idols. Li Dongxin spoke at an even pace, his voice equally slow, as if what he was currently doing was nothing more than a trivial matter. But the more calm he was, the more shocked the others were. It was important to realize that there were more than 30 astronauts at the scene, and many of them were recent additions that even Director Zhang hadn't had the time to recognize. But Li Dongxin had actually carefully read each of their profiles during his busy schedule. This level of importance flattered each and every one of them. In fact, Li Dongxin did read their information. Only after looking at it, he memorized it all. Thanks to his super strong memory. Without this ability, how could he have eaten his way through the entire scientific knowledge of the world before he was 20 years old? Chapter 204, Names Carved in the Heart. However, the astronauts didn't know about these circumstances. They only knew that their names were actually remembered by the national hero of China. And this was enough to make them elated. Commander-in-Chief Li actually recognizes us. He's so busy, yet he still took the time to read the information carefully. His serious attitude towards his work is really admirable. Indeed, not only did he accurately call each of us by name, he also told us all our biographies and experiences, even the comrades who had just come in, and he was able to recognize each of them as if they were his own family, which is really amazing. I don't know why, but even though Commander Li only pronounced my name, it was like a flame was burning inside of me, and my body seemed to have inexhaustible power. This is too incredible. I can guarantee that as long as he gives the order, no matter how dangerous the mission is, I will participate without fail. It's not you, it's us. We are all like this. Commander-in-Chief Li is not only a great scientist, but also a philosopher. His purpose for doing so must be to reassure us that he knows each of us very well, and he can make the most accurate judgment. As a newcomer who just joined the team, before this, I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to integrate with everyone. But Commander-in-Chief Li knew me. He called out my name, and he also knew my past very well, which undoubtedly gave us newcomers added absolute confidence. The admiration of these China-prepared moon landing astronauts for Li Dongxin was almost beyond measure. They marveled at Li Dongxin's talent, admired his patriotic feelings, and even more grateful to Li Dongxin for valuing each and every one of them. This feeling is like being praised by the teacher when you were in elementary school. The kind of pride in one's heart was indescribable. Deng Lao had been watching from the side. He understood Li Dongxin's style of work. Either he didn't do it from the beginning. Once he started, he would take it seriously. It was also reflected in his conduct in the world. This was also the point that made Elder Deng most emotional. Li Dongxin was not at all like a teenager in his early 20s. He exuded the temperament of a philosopher from the inside out. It made countless people deeply impressed. The names of the 30 or so people in the room had pretty much been called, leaving only the 3 people sitting in the front row. These 3 people are very familiar to the crowd. They are the astronauts who have just returned safely from the Chinese space station to the embrace of their motherland. At this moment, they are like fans seeing their idols. Their eyes are full of expectation, expecting Li Dongxin to recognize them. They had witnessed Li Dongxin lighting up the entire country of China with the power of one person back at the time of the controlled nuclear launch. Since then, they had been filled with admiration for Li Dongxin, and if it wasn't for the mission on their bodies, they would have only applied to seek an audience with Li Dongxin. At the same time, Li Dongxin also turned his gaze to the 3 of them, seemingly thinking about something, and did not speak for a while. The crowd couldn't figure out what he meant, and the 3 astronauts looked at each other with even more tension in their hearts. This kind of situation had never been experienced even by the first ascension, but Li Dongxin's not harsh eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as if they could see through them, making them feel that every cell in their body was being scrutinized by Li Dongxin himself. This kind of pressure from a strong person is self-evident. Even Director Zhang was tormented. These 3 people were strongly recommended by him, and they were the 3 best in the entire astronaut reserve team, both in terms of personal ability and experience. I thought that Li Dongxin would prioritize them, and now it seems that Li Dongxin seems to have found something wrong, which makes him half a day without speaking. If this is really the case, Secretary Zhang, as the recommender, can hardly absolve himself of the blame. It was good that Li Dongxin didn't keep this up continuously. After just a little thought, he smiled faintly before slowly speaking. Zhang Heqi, the captain of China's astronaut reserve team, once entered space 3 times and completed all of his missions with excellence, and was awarded the Space Hero Medal by the state. Although you are the oldest, but in the usual training, but also the most hard, many young astronauts benefit from your teachings. Progress is very fast. This time, you are even stationed at the Chinese space station for half a year as a captain, and have led the team to complete hundreds of experiments. Suffice it to say, your experience will be invaluable to the Space Center. Li Dongxin slowly said. Zhang Heqi experience. Past. In the face of the crowd's shocked gaze, Li Dongxin always looked calm and self-effacing. Li Dongxin's degree of understanding of them was far beyond the crowd's imagination. They firmly believe that Li Dongxin will be able to select the most suitable astronaut for the moon landing, and no matter who he finally chooses, the crowd must be very convinced. Li Dongxin's words continued, and Zhang Heqi's various situations were in his hands. Just when people thought that the situation regarding Zhang Heqi would end here, they did not expect Li Dongxin to suddenly turn his words around and say something that shocked everyone. And this statement touches everyone's heart directly. Among other things, you're still a close friend of Su Qiuhua's life. Li Dongxin's last sentence was like dropping an explosive thunderbolt into the heads of the crowd, and everyone was so shaken by it that they couldn't breathe. Su Qiuhua. This is a name engraved in the heart of every Chinese spaceman. Back then, he resolutely participated in China's circumlunar experiment for the sake of the development of China's aerospace industry. Unexpectedly, when the capsule was flying around the moon, there was a circuit malfunction and it caused a big explosion. Su Qiuhua also, therefore, stayed in space forever. China is because of Su Qiuhua accident. Manned lunar landing program has been postponed for several years. This matter has also become a pain in everyone's heart, especially Zhang Heqi, who was Su Qiuhua's close friend back then. And even more so, Su Qiuhua brought him up single-handedly. For that experiment, Zhang Heqi should have gone up instead of Su Qiuhua, but then the rocket launch would have to be delayed. Su Qiuhua, in order to realize the man landing on the moon one day earlier, he still decided to go up himself. You have to know that at that time Su Qiuhua's wife was already pregnant, as a result of that major accident. In a sense, Su Qiuhua had saved Zhang Heqi. For this reason, Zhang Heqi feels his heart like a knife whenever he thinks about this. Over the years, everyone at the Space Center had formed a tacit understanding that they would not take the initiative to mention Su Qiuhua, so as not to evoke sadness in some people. But I don't know why Li Dongxin suddenly brought it up, and it was in front of all the astronauts, in full view of the public, once again uncovering Zhang Heqi's inner scars. Chapter 205, Announcement of Selection Criteria begins. When Zhang Heqi heard Li Dongxin's words, the excitement on his face gradually faded and was replaced by unspeakable pain. Everyone else also went down, silently. No one dared to pick up on this, and even Chief Zheng's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, although Deng Lao was a little surprised, but not surprised. He believes that Li Dongxin in this kind of occasion, say such words must have his reasons. Sure enough, Li Dongxin saw that when everyone silently hung their heads, he did not continue to pursue Zhang Heqi, but slowly stood up his body and looked at the other 2 astronauts. His tone calm and tranquil. You are Wang Ping, the first astronaut of China to enter space, who had previously served in China's fighter brigade, and possessed several solo experience in carrying out missions. Cheng Zhoutian, the deputy captain of the Chinese space station, as well as a space station operator, familiar with all types of Chinese flying machines. Wang Ping, like Cheng Zhoutian, had just returned to the base from the sky station. When they heard Li Dongxin call them, the 2 of them reflexively and immediately had to stand up. As a result, he was stopped by Li Dongxin's gesture, and everyone's name was called. Li Dongxin scanned the crowd on the stage and continued on. I don't want to comfort you guys with anything, let alone use any words to motivate you. All I want to tell you is, this time, our manned moon landing program in China will definitely succeed. It was in the moment when Li Dongxin finished his sentence. Loudness. Guppy. Hurry up. Everyone looked up sharply, and they were all too shocked to speak. The original sad atmosphere was instantly washed away by these words. They knew that Li Dongxin's talent was unrivaled. They were even more aware that he had ushered in the post-technological era for China. But they had never imagined that Li Dongxin could be so confident even in the face of mankind's ultimate dream, and said that the moon landing would definitely succeed. It is important to realize that the moon landing technology is not like any other, and is not made up of a single technology, but rather a great fusion of thousands of cutting-edge technologies, which will support the final moon landing project. Anything that goes wrong at any of these points could result in an irreversible situation or even serious consequences at the cost of lives. In terms of integration and complexity, The moon landing technology is even more difficult than the nuclear control technology. After all, the most difficult part of controlled nuclear technology is high-temperature resistant materials, and as long as the upper limit of the basic materials is overcome, other countries will be able to master nuclear fusion very quickly. Li Dongxin's words were undoubtedly extremely energizing. No one thought that Li Dongxin was talking big. On the contrary, it is precisely because they trust Li Dongxin that they are surprised by this statement and are shocked at Li Dongxin's level of technology. This group of astronauts looked at Deng Lao and Director Zhang in shock, and found that both of them had a calm expression, which means that they are very clear about where Li Dongxin's bottom line is. This has certainly strengthened their confidence once again. They were now convinced Dongxin was the one who could lead China towards a great renaissance. As a result, in this high-level conference room, a very rare cacophony of discussion appeared. Commander-in-Chief Li's words are like the sweet rain after the drought season, instantly washing away the negative emotions in my heart. Yes, I also have this feeling. Before, because of Su Qiuhua's matter, we have been still worried, afraid that China's spaceflight in a short period of time, progressing so fast, will there be any accidents? And now after hearing the words of Commander-in-Chief Li with my own ears, I have already dispelled this concern. Only when Chief Commander Li says this himself can he truly convince everyone. He is the leader of China's science and technology. He's even our future dependents. He's already surpassed everyone in the realm of science and technology. Our generation is lucky. If not for Commander-in-Chief Li, perhaps we would not have been able to conquer the moon in our lifetime. His appearance marks the beginning of China's spaceflight to an interstellar journey since then. For the sake of the future of China, and more importantly, to live up to Commander-in-Chief Li's expectations, we must train hard and strive to be able to meet the conditions for landing on the moon as soon as possible. Even though there are less than 20 days before the official moon landing, each of them is full of energy, wanting to utilize the last time to increase the intensity of their training in order to achieve the physical quality required for the moon landing. Especially Zhang Heqi and the others, there was even more urgency in their eyes. As the first generation of Chinese astronauts, they wanted to set foot on the moon more than anyone else and collect moon rock and moon soil for China. Li Dongxin looked at their emotionally stirred appearance, the corner of his mouth lightly hooked, picked up the microphone on the table and announced aloud to the crowd, the countdown to the official moon landing is less than 20 days away. Next, I'll start announcing the selection criteria. When the crowd heard this, they immediately quieted down. The excitement on their faces increased once again. The reason why they gave up their vacations and even the opportunity to reunite with their families was to participate in this moon landing selection. To be able to land on the moon on behalf of China is something you dream about every day. Hearing that Li Dongxin was about to announce the selection criteria, everyone perked up their ears, their eyes all focused on Li Dongxin for fear of missing any information. Previously, the selection of astronauts to land on the space station required very harsh conditions, in addition to the tolerance of weightlessness. In addition to the endurance of weightlessness, it is also necessary to examine whether they can handle emergencies appropriately, and they even have to learn some specialized skills. After all, the country spends so much to send astronauts into space, not just to simply live up there for a few days, but to complete some experimental projects. These have to be trained in a very wide range of areas, from basic crops to high-tech testing, which is a must for every astronaut. Otherwise they won't be able to pass the test examinations. For a time, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little scary quiet. Even Elder Tang, who hadn't said anything all this time, sat on the side and looked at Li Dongxin. In fact, both he and Director Zhang did not know how Li Dongxin would be selected. Perhaps for the sake of secrecy, the two of them chose to be silent with great tacit understanding, and handed over the final rights, all to Li Dongxin's hands. As Li Dongxin said, since he designed the rocket, the lunar module, and other equipment, he is the only one who understands the intricacies better. Similarly, only Li Dongxin knew what kind of astronauts he really needed for this manned moon landing project. Li Dongxin did not make everyone wait too long, but had his assistant bring in a metal box, which looked quite heavy, similar to a professional password box. Everyone was a bit puzzled when they saw it. Wasn't it announcing the selection conditions? Why did you bring a box up here? Could it be that it contains various materials for everyone to study? Li Dongxin signaled his assistant to open the box, and everyone was captivated by what was in the box, which was stacks and stacks of information. Chapter 206, such a simple selection rule. If you look closely, there is a personal photo attached to it, as well as various data and graphs. Director Zhang raised his eyes and immediately staggered in place. This is all the physical parameters of their flight? When these words came out, everyone was unsurprisingly surprised. Wasn't it the announcement of the selection rules? Why did you bring this out? Just when everyone was puzzled, the assistant had already distributed everyone's information, and at this moment, Li Dongxin's hand was only left with a master list. My selection rules are very simple. Just look at one item. That's what your heart rate is in case of an emergency, or a special situation. What? Heart rate? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Li Dongxin in death. They could hardly believe their ears and thought they were hallucinating. The conditions for landing on the moon are very demanding. First of all, for the tolerance of weightlessness in the environment. Many people can't be a pilot, just because of the vertigo and so on when falling at extreme speed. Once in space, there are unintended consequences. Next is the resistance to stress during acceleration. As we all know, when the rocket lifts off, the pressure caused by the acceleration is very big, which will lead to the human body's blood is difficult to supply the brain, and the light one will vomit and other phenomena, and the serious one will even lose his life. The training they usually do revolves around this, but Li Dongxin actually directly ignores these issues and focuses only on a heart rate issue. Exactly. The heart rate issue is just as important, but it can't be the only test, can it? For a while, there were once again puzzled voices in the conference room. What does Commander-in-Chief Li mean by this? Does it mean that the final moon landing list will be selected based on this one parameter alone? This heart rate doesn't represent all the problems. Perhaps Commander-in-Chief Li is trying to examine us. What kind of mindset we will have when we encounter a crisis, and whether we can handle emergencies in a timely manner. It seems to be like this. At first he mentioned Su Qiuhua. Perhaps he wanted to make us alert to unexpected situations, but even if that's the case, that can't be used as the only assessment criterion. I don't get it either. There's a lot of requirements for moon landing astronauts. Besides regular physical fitness, they also have to have the skills to pilot the return capsule independently. These should be more important than heart rate. Let's see what Chief Commander Li has to say. He definitely has his reasons for doing this. Look at the expressions of Elder Tang and Director Zhang. They seem to be very calm. It's obvious that they understand the joints. Hearing him say this, the group of astronauts really observed Deng Lao's expression. And just like what he said, Deng Lao was not very surprised after hearing Li Dongxin's selection criteria. Instead, he had a look of sudden realization. Depends on the situation. Li Dongxin really has some unique insights as to why he is doing this. Director Zhang's expression was the same. At first he was surprised. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and his stunned look gradually relaxed. The reason why the two had such a reaction was simply because they knew the bottom line of Li Dongxin's doing so. The new spacesuit designed by Li Dongxin could not only overcome weightlessness, acceleration, and other situations, the negative pressure brought about by it, but it could also maintain a constant thermostat to block the sun when it was cutting through the U surface. When the astronauts wear it, when they are in space, they do not feel the physical discomfort that comes with being in a weightless environment. The material used to make this new spacesuit is also extremely light and thin, which can effectively reduce the weight of the astronauts and make them more flexible and lighter after landing on the moon. In this way, their concerns about physical training are gone. Or, have this new style spacesuit. Even if an ordinary person goes into space, there is no problem. The only question is whether or not you can handle it calmly when it comes to unexpected situations. Li Dongxin saw that the time was almost up, so he was ready to announce the results of his decision. Of course, he as the Commander-in-Chief of China's moon landing, naturally has the right to decide on the final list. That's the only condition of my selection of astronauts. Below, I'll start announcing the final list of moon landings. What? Just announce the list straight away? Don't you need to examine it again? This is the question that lingers in everyone's mind. Or, let everyone take a comprehensive test, and then make a careful selection based on everyone's performance. Would it be too hasty to announce the astronauts straight away? Director Zhang had already guessed what was on their minds, and without waiting for the astronauts to take the initiative to ask, he had already explained for Li Dongxin. I know what you're all thinking, and according to the past selection of astronauts, they should first undergo all kinds of training. Then there will be a relative assessment before the final list is finalized. But what I want to tell you is that this moon landing project is different from the previous ones, and all the physical qualities you have already fulfilled, so there is no need to waste time on further training. The only thing that affects you is the mental quality of what you were doing before. Commander-in-Chief Li has decided on the final list of personnel after careful consideration, so don't be discouraged if you didn't make the cut. Since then, our country of China will send someone to the moon every year, and every one of you will have a chance. Hearing Director Zhang say this, the astronauts all looked happy. After all, there were only 3 people who could set foot on the moon for the first time, and no matter how they were selected, the vast majority of them would not be able to go up. But since they have this opportunity every year, it would suggest that each of them also has a chance to set foot on the moon. That's great news for astronauts. In fact, Li Dongxin didn't think so much about it. For him, whoever goes up can go up. Anyway, he who has the strongest technology, as long as he wants, he can even bring a dog up to the sky. The reason why heart rate was used as a selection criterion was also to verify something. To know that Li Dongxin personally landed on the moon this time. In order to investigate the ultimate secret of the formation of the moon, he felt that behind the moon, there must be something else hidden. And these are things that could potentially threaten the future of mankind. It would also be crucial for those who followed him to the moon to ensure the stability of their minds if they were to learn of these circumstances. Otherwise, if it was detected by others, it could potentially bring international trouble to China. When Li Dongxin saw that everyone was looking at him with bated breath, he did not delay any longer and handed over the list of names that had already been written in his hand to Director Zhang, who would announce the results. After all, Director Zhang has stayed in the space agency for the longest time, and by him announcing it, the astronauts who didn't get picked might feel better in their hearts. Director Zhang understood Li Dongxin's meaning and took the paper of extraordinary significance, and when he saw the name on it, he was shocked beyond words. Chapter 207. How can you not be excited? At the same time, there was a dazzling light in his eyes, as if the name on it was out of his expectation. The crowd couldn't help but speculate when they saw him in this state. What's wrong with Director Zhang? It looks like he's very agitated. Could it be that the name on there was not within his expectations? Commander-in-Chief Li couldn't be sending a new comrade to the moon. But that doesn't make sense. The few new comrades that have just recently arrived haven't had weightlessness training yet, so they can't live in space at all. I don't know, but Commander-in-Chief Li knows us so well. Whoever he picks is already well thought out, and his decision must be the optimal solution. I am a staunch materialist, but today, I would like to plead with the heavens to give me a chance to get into the midst of the trio and conquer the moon on behalf of the people of China. This is not your wish alone. It is the wish of all of us. I'm even dreaming of going to the moon now. In my dreams I personally planted the red flag of China on the moon, marking my country's step towards interstellar travel from now on. Astronauts are usually specially trained not to be in an emotionally charged situation, no matter what comes their way. But not today. Someone was able to keep a light heart when they were faced with a lifelong dream. Even the three astronauts who had just triumphed from the space station began to tremble slightly with their hands. They had all dreamed of being the first astronauts to land on the moon in the space station before, realizing this dream of landing on the moon for the people of China, now finally waiting for this day. How can they not be excited? But it is also because of this that they have the least probability of standing out. Having just returned from space and having just recuperated their bodies, would the country delegate such an important task to themselves to accomplish? Faced with this question, the three of them are all out of breath. I don't know who Chief Commander Li will send up. I don't know if there's any of us, but going to the moon is the biggest dream of my life. It's hard to say. We've just come back to the surface and our bodies have just recovered. So Commander-in-Chief Li might take this into consideration and won't pick from among us. That can't be helped. Our unit has a total of a few dozen reserve members. Their physical qualities, as well as their abilities, are not weaker than ours in the slightest, and many of them have not entered space so far. So Commander-in-Chief Li should prioritize them. Hey, let's look on the bright side. Didn't Director Zhang say, we'll be sending people to the moon every year? Maybe next year it'll be our turn. So let's take advantage of this time to train well and try to catch the next train. That's right. We are already very lucky to be able to enter the Chinese space station to work for half a year, and also witness the lighting up of China. So we are satisfied. It's time to make way for the rest of our teammates. We should all learn from Commander-in-Chief Li. He even refused the Nobel Prize for the sake of national honor. That's right. Commander-in-Chief Li's light is the beacon that guides our progress. We should learn from his chivalrous demeanor. The three of them opened up to each other, and the sadness in their hearts had dissipated. As Chinese astronauts, they knew that the interests of the country were the most important thing. As long as a Chinese landed on the moon, it would be the pride of all the Chinese people. At this level, it doesn't matter if you're on your own or not. Director Zhang adjusted his emotions and held that list in both hands, and with a serious expression and a loud voice, he began to announce the list of the 3 people who would be landing on the moon this time. There are a total of 3 astronauts participating in the moon landing project this time. Zhang Heqi, Cheng Zhoutian, and Li Dongxin. What? Commander-in-Chief Li is really going to land on the moon himself? Zhang Heqi and Cheng Zhoutian originally couldn't hide the surprise on their faces when they heard that they had themselves, but when they heard at the end that Li Dongxin actually did become one of the astronauts, their complexion instantly shifted. They had also heard from the news before that Li Dongxin was going to represent China and personally go to the moon, and at the time, they thought he was just talking off the top of his head. After all, as astronauts, they knew what harsh training they had to go through before entering space, not to mention ordinary people who had never been exposed to it. Even they who had dealt with training all year round were a bit overwhelmed when they slammed into the training state. How many ace pilots from the air brigade were tossed and screamed at when they arrived at the space center? Li Dongxin's origin is clear to everyone. and he has not been trained in physical functions at all. And now that there are less than 20 days before the official moon landing, it is definitely too late to train from scratch. In that case, it's dangerous to rush into space. Zhang Hachi and the others' expressions instantly froze, and everyone else was also very shocked. For a while, the conference room became a bit noisy. Did I hear it wrong? Is there anyone else on our team named Li Dongxin? Why do I hear the name of Commander Li? Is he really going to land on the moon himself? I don't know. Before Chief Commander Li, in front of the face of the people of the country, did say that he wanted to personally board the moon. At that time we all thought he was joking, did not expect him to actually come true. This is too risky. The moon landing is not a joke. The dangers involved are self-evident. Not to mention, Chief Commander Li is in the future of China. How can he take this risk? Actually, it's not hard to understand. Landing on the moon is the dream of every one of us in China, and Commander-in-Chief Li is no exception. Look at the demeanor of Director Zhang and Elder Ding. They're both very calm. Maybe Commander Li already has the conditions to land on the moon. It's really true. The two of them don't seem to be in any hurry at all. Could it be that there's something else hidden here? But that's also unlikely. It's only been 2 months since Chief Commander Li came to the space agency. How could he have completed all the subjects so quickly? Now that the personnel have been finalized, basically all the plans for the moon landing have been arranged. Li Dongxin did not explain to everyone. After all, the situation regarding the new spacesuit was still a state secret and could not be easily revealed. Even if you wait until the day of the moon landing, astronauts will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before they put on this spacesuit. Seeing that things were pretty much arranged, Li Dongxin announced that the meeting was adjourned, and then led Deng Lao to the laboratory. Zhang did not go there together. He also had to give Zhang Hachi and Chang Zhoutian to explain some things, so they called them both to the office. The other people dismissed. In the director's office, the three were not as restrained as before and spoke relatively freely. Director Zhang took a look at Zhang Hachi and Chang Zhoutian. At this moment they are still in extreme exuberance. Cannot help but laugh and scolded. You two also do not be so happy. Since the Commander-in-Chief Li personally led the team, must be much stricter than your usual. Chapter 208, haven't done a single training session. Even though you two have just returned from the space station and have done a great service for the country of China, I still have to remind you both. Although Commander-in-Chief Li is young, you can't put on airs in front of him. Your little merits count for nothing in front of him. This is the first time our country of China has landed on the moon. You must strictly abide by the rules and take it seriously. In particular, you must unconditionally follow the orders of Chief Commander Li. Anyone who relies on their age and seniority, don't blame me for withdrawing your chance to land on the moon. Director Zhang said here is a very serious expression. He is worried that Zhang Hachi and his two just returned from the space station, do not yet understand the identity of Li Dongxin, for fear that the two of them rushed Li Dongxin. Who knows that after the two looked at each other, they all laughed out. Director Zhang, you really are overly concerned. In front of Chief Commander Li, we are just like elementary school students. How dare we act recklessly in front of him? We don't get any credit. We're all dependent on the engineers to get into the station, and we're not going to forget who we are just because of that. That's right. We can't even respect Commander-in-Chief Li enough. Where else can we disobey his orders? You can rest assured that we will definitely take this mission seriously and will do our best to protect Commander-in-Chief Li. That's right. We will definitely cooperate fully with Commander-in-Chief Li, and on behalf of all Chinese people, plant the red flag on top of the moon. The two kept expressing their feelings. For the two of them, just returning from the space station, to be given this historic heavy responsibility, this was even more exciting than winning the jackpot. Moreover, the leader of this mission is Li Dongxin. The two have been yearning for him for a long time, and this time they have the opportunity to be able to personally feel the power of genius, when it's really the favor of the heavens. The two excited, but also did not forget to inquire about the specifics of Li Dongxin. After all, as a moon astronaut, for the physical quality of the requirements are very strict, Li Dongxin as a top scientist, but also a teenager, can eat this inside the bitter? This can't help but raise a question mark in the hearts of the two. Director Zhang, that Chief Commander Li passed the test? As far as I know, he joined the space agency less than 2 months ago. It's impossible to adapt to weightlessness in such a short period of time, much less withstand the pressure that comes with rocket liftoff. Are you advising Chief Commander Li to sit in the space center and not to risk his life? Director Zhang knows that the two of them are worried about the safety of Li Dongxin, and it is no wonder. After all, the secret about the new spacesuit is only known to a few people inside, and it is normal for them to think so. Director Zhang looked at Zhang Hachi and Chang Zhoutian and his expression became a bit odd. Like he was smiling. He came closer and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear it. In fact, Chief Commander Li did not participate in the intensive training, not even a single training session. Zhang Heqi was shocked by Director Zheng's words. The expression instantly froze. Staring blankly at him, he didn't say a word. Chang Zhoutian was equally stunned. The two of them were the head and deputy captains of the space agency respectively, and had trained dozens of astronauts under their hands, so they were naturally clear about the importance of training. I thought that Li Dongxin was just less trained, or that he had specialized training before, but I didn't expect him to have never touched them. This is not to take life to joke. Going into space is not like being on the surface of the Earth, where any mishap could be life-threatening. At that time, I'm afraid that there is no way to ensure the safety of Li Dongxin's life with just the other two astronauts. To know, Li Dongxin's value is far above them. The future of China's science and technology, all in his hands alone. Li Dongxin's safety is even more important than China's moon landing project. How can not go through the relevant training? On the rush to board positive SpaceIt, the two men were horrified when they heard Director Zheng's words. Hurriedly, they wanted to go and find Li Dongxin and explain to him the dangers of going to the moon, and to strongly discourage him from such risky behavior. Unexpectedly, Director Zheng expected them to be first, not waiting for Zhang Heqi and the two to get up. He stopped them both. Are you going to persuade Commander-in-Chief Li? I don't think that's necessary. At the time, when I first heard the news, I was in the same mood as you guys, and I was well aware of how dangerous it was to go to the moon. If there's no complete certainty, I'd rather apply to the state and terminate this program than ever joke about that Commander-in-Chief Li's life. But now the state of affairs is different. Li Commander-in-Chief's talent is really breaking through the limits of my imagination. The things you worry about in front of him has long been no longer a problem. His design can directly save several years of training. Of course the secret behind this I'm not convenient to say. Turn back to Li. Chief Commander will specifically explain you. Also, what I just said to you, not a word of it can be taken out of this room. Hear me. The two were stunned. And how could one easily accept that Director Zhang had used the most flat tone to say something that was beyond their knowledge? Li Dongxin's technological talent is well known. At a young age, he conquered nuclear control technology, and now he's designing an ultra-modern launch vehicle. This skybreaking result hit their brains. But after all, these are still within the realm of the knowable, not beyond the reasonable imagination of mankind. But what kind of technology can replace grueling training? There is no way to avoid the physical burdens that come with rocket liftoff and the discomfort of a weightless environment. No one can keep their mind clear and their body healthy in this environment without long-term training. Zhang Heqi and Chang Zhoutian couldn't accept this fact, but they had to accept it. But it was said by Director Chang himself, which was equivalent to an official announcement that was not public. Within the space agency, who to know Director Zhang's character? He would never joke about that moon landing project. Since he had said these words, it could only mean one thing: Li Dongxin was truly in possession of the technology to resist the forces of nature. He was no longer an ordinary scientist. Zhang Heqi wiped the cold sweat seeping from his forehead and forced himself to accept the situation. Yes, Director Zhang, don't worry. We are astronauts who have gone through years of training by the state, and we definitely won't reveal a single bit of this matter. We also absolutely trust Chief Commander Li, whose level of technology has far exceeded my knowledge. Perhaps there really are certain unexplainable forces in this world. Chang Zhoutian also reacted at this moment. He was younger than Zhang Heqi and accepted new things faster. He did not doubt Li Dongxin's level in the slightest. He was even more convinced that Li Dongxin possessed heights that others could not reach. Chapter 209, The Last Day Left. Unlike Zhang Heqi, Chang Zhoutian was more surprised than shocked. A rare tremor appeared when he spoke. Director Chang, you are too worried. How could we possibly tell this kind of thing? This is the cutting-edge technology of our country of China, even though I don't know what it is yet. However, I believe that once the country publicizes this technology, it will definitely shock the world. It's just like the original nuclear control technology trip. You can rest assured, after we arrive in space, we will definitely do our best to protect Commander-in-Chief Li and will never let him suffer a single bit of harm. Receiving the assurance from the duo, Director Zheng's serious application gradually eased. He and the two men, in addition to the hierarchical relationship, there is a layer of friendship in it. After all, know each other for many years. Director Zheng understand their behavior. Even more so, he believed that they would lay down their lives to protect Li Dongxin's personal safety. Of course, Li Dongxin doesn't need their protection at all, and the moon landing program that he has designed is not likely to fail at all. The Space Center has run countless simulations, and each time, the return has been successful. With the matter out of the way, Director Zheng didn't waste too much time, handing them the plan for this moon landing mission and asking the two to make sure they read it carefully. This lists the steps of the various experiments. In addition to the regular collection of moon rock and moon soil, there's also the construction of a lunar laboratory. That's the top priority. If the lab equipment can be installed successfully this time, it will become mankind's first lunar base. Future astronauts will also be able to live on it for long periods of time and accomplish some of the more important explorations. The two of them gladly accepted the plan and happily left this director's office, seeing their light footsteps. If it wasn't for the regulations placed here, I'm afraid that the two would be on the verge of jumping up and down. At this moment, only Director Zhang is left in the office. He looked up at the countdown to the moon landing on the wall. A hidden wound in his heart is slowly healing. His emotion that he couldn't let go of for years was also relieved at this moment. All things are arranged. Next, China will, on behalf of all mankind, set foot again on that silent land. Chief Commander Li, this era will become incomparably bright because of your existence. The countdown of just over 10 days left on is quickly coming to an end, with only the last day remaining in sight. According to the news released earlier, as with the previous rocket test carving, the time of the rocket launch in China this time is still 8 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't a weekend, but faced with the biggest extravaganza China has ever seen, everyone, schools and businesses alike, took a heartfelt vacation. Even the newly enrolled students are the same, temporarily not military training, such as the end of the moon landing project, China's aerospace heroes spin, and then open the newborn military training. The students can be in the library or the school auditorium, the common present to see this China's great event. From the morning of the first day, the streets of the entire country of China were filled with a festive atmosphere. Everyone hangs the red flag of China in front of their homes, and the bright red color is like a long ribbon that connects the hearts of all Chinese people. People gathered in the streets and alleys, chatting about topics related to Li Dongxin. Let me tell you, since the last time we lit up China, I have prepared fireworks and red flags at home, just waiting for this day. I knew, Mr. Li Dongxin would make a miracle. That's for you to say. Didn't you see the news? So many countries are inviting him to give lectures. He's the best scientist in the world now. Going to the moon is our biggest wish. You guys, will our astronauts see aliens when they go up there? You've watched too many sci-fi movies, haven't you? How can there be so many aliens for you to see? Besides, even if there really are aliens, they won't be the ones we can know about. Okay, stop chatting and hurry up and finish the job at hand. I still have to watch the live broadcast in the morning. Now is the beginning of the school season. The university campus is also a lively scene. A student who got into a major university in this province just brought his luggage into the dormitory, and he got to his new roommate discussing Li Dongxin. When the others saw their new roommates arrive, they hurriedly welcomed them, and after introducing each other, they continued to chat about the topic they had just talked about. Brothers, it's not that I'm bragging, ha. At that time, when great god Li Dongxin was being honored in the imperial capital, I was waiting outside the National Assembly Hall, and he even waved at me after he came out. It's just a pity that I forgot to bring a pen and paper at that time. Otherwise I would have begged him to give me an autograph. Cut. What's that to you? My distant cousin is still his alumni. I heard from him that Li Dongxin was different from others when he was in his first year of high school. Every time the city's joint examination, the highest score in science is always him. That's nonsense. He scored a perfect score in math and science. Who can beat him? I don't know. At least in the last 200 years, no one will be able to surpass him. Alas. It's really a blessing to be an alumnus with great god Li Dongxin. At the same time, when the people of China are all eagerly waiting, the space launch site is located in the plains, and there are no residents within a radius of tens of kilometers. No one would even show up here on a normal day. But, if someone passes by here at this moment, they will definitely be stunned by the scene in front of them, only to see that near the large launch site, are standing full of people. Body attire also varies. Most of them are dressed in blue work clothes. There is also a part of actually wearing camouflage uniforms. Carried on their shoulders was at least a gold star. This kind of formation is seldom seen even when the National Day Yue soldiers. It was midday, and the sun's rays were extremely harsh. But more than that, the usual group of bigwigs, who were invisible to Manhwa, were all wearing sunglasses and looking up at the sky. In here were Elder Tang and Director Zhang. The two of them were standing together at the moment because of their work. Elder Tang, why didn't you help stop me just now? Commander Li has never jumped from a parachute before, and although here is in the plains, but the ground situation is also very complicated. In case in the landing, unfortunately injured, how I can afford to eat He wants to test the new type of spacesuit, can completely assign other paratroopers on It's not necessary for him to personally test the performance. It's not good for us as subordinates to disobey orders, but you're a close friend of the Commander-in-Chief. If you insist, maybe he'll be disabused of the idea. Director Zhang is crying without tears at the moment. It turns out that the new style of aviation clothing has been manufactured to test its resistance to weightlessness. It could only be jumped from the air, first in free fall to simulate the feeling of being in a weightless environment. Chapter 210, The heart is beating out of my chest. Director Zhang originally wanted to send someone else up, but it was voted down by Li Dongxin. The reason is simple. He thought that this new spacesuit was developed by himself and should have completed this experiment by himself. Li Dongxin, as the commander-in-chief plus the chief designer, didn't dare to go up to test it, so how could he let someone else do it? Only in this way can he personally feel the actual effect of the spacesuit. Of course, this was just Li Dongxin's idea. Director Zhang and the others wouldn't dare to do that. After Li Dongxin decided that he would personally complete the high-altitude test, it almost didn't make him faint. Skydiving is no joke. In case you encounter a high-altitude airflow disorder, or encounter a situation where the parachute cannot open, then this talented teenager will have to. In the face of the crowd's deadly persuasion, Li Dongxin gave a direct order that no one was to stop him. As the commander-in-chief, his orders were equivalent to those of the state. Now Chief Zhang and the others had to shut up. Deng Lao looked up to the direction of the airplane. His heart is also vaguely worried. It is not that he refused to go up to block. He understands Li Dongxin's nature. Whenever he encounters experiments related to science and technology, he is bound to do it himself. At this point, even older generation scientists like Elder Tang were admiring it in their hearts. Director Zhang, Commander-in-Chief Li is not a normal person. His heart is far bigger than we can imagine. For the sake of the development of China's science and technology, he's even not afraid of danger and resolutely wants to land on the moon himself. How can a chivalrous spirit like him be afraid of heights? Besides, I would have to stop it even if I wanted to. But you don't have to worry. You know how Chief Commander Li is. As long as it's what he says, there's nothing that can't be accomplished. The parachute bag on his body is set up with an automatic device. It will automatically open when it reaches a certain altitude. Not to mention, didn't you send 5 parachute experts to protect him? If anything happens in the middle of the journey, they will immediately glide to Li Dongxin's side and bring him back to the ground safely. Hearing Elder Deng say so, Director Zhang's anxious heart settled down a little. His current admiration for Li Dongxin had simply reached a point of no return. As the national hero of China and the future helmsman of the scientific research community, Li Dongxin had really given too much. So much that this favor could never be repaid. Director Zhang had no other thoughts at the moment. He only wants Li Dongxin to land safely. Otherwise, if there's the slightest accident, even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough to offset this crime. Behind Director Zhang stood another person in charge, dressed in a uniform with 3 gold stars on his shoulders. Seeing a picture of frustration, Director Zhang couldn't help but smile. Hee, old Zhang you're getting older, but your guts are getting smaller and smaller. Back then you were the space hero of our country, parachuting from a high altitude without any ground guidance and landing safely on the ground. That amazing jump of yours is still being hailed as a textbook technique. Where's your swagger from that time? Don't look at Li Dongxin's youth, but his aura is nothing compared to yours back in the day, and he's doing this solely for the sake of the country. We should trust him. Don't worry, I've already sent a parachute brigade, and the moment he jumps, all 30 parachute aces will follow suit to protect Li Dongxin's safety throughout the entire process. Director Zhang shook his head helplessly. Even though there were dozens of people flying with him for protection, this was still not enough insurance. If time could be turned back, he would have tried his best to stop Li Dongxin even if he had to give up his black hat. Only, at this moment, Li Dongxin is already on the parachute plane, and it is too late to say anything. I just hope that everything goes well. Do not have any accidents. Today the sky is clear and cloudless with an occasional breeze. This weather is very conducive to aerial work. Everyone has a look of excitement on their faces. This time tomorrow, under the leadership of Li Dongxin, China's astronauts will depart for the moon under the world's attention, turning a dream that Chinese people have had for thousands of years into a reality within their reach. Just as everyone's minds were running wild, an engine roared in the distance. Li Dongxin's skydiving airplane. Finally, the sky was blue and cloudless. A black dot accompanied by a roaring sound came from far and near. This black spot was none other than the skydiving airplane that Li Dongxin was riding in. At this moment, he was holding the guardrail and looking towards the ground. From a high altitude, the buildings on the ground were as tiny as ants, and behind Li Dongxin were the 30 paratroopers protecting him. Of course, there are 5 skydiving experts that Director Zhang has prepared for him. The airplane was about to arrive at the parachute bearing. Li Dongxin's earphone came a call. Looked back. It was a parachute expert beside him. Report to Commander-in-Chief Li. The airplane is about to arrive at the predetermined location. Please get ready. In 5 seconds, you will be able to jump out of the cabin. Please remember, when you jump out of the cabin your body should be arched and your arms cyber-chested. Li Dongxin nodded and gave a thumbs up, indicating that he had understood. Then a countdown came over the headset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jump. As soon as the voice fell, without the slightest hesitation, Li Dongxin's body instantly popped out of the window, and like an eagle swooping down, he quickly descended towards the ground. The others also followed. In order to ensure Li Dongxin's safety, 35 parachuting experts, all surrounding Li Dongxin, separated by only 50 meters. In the event of an emergency, they would float to Li Dongxin's side within seconds. This was Li Dongxin's first time skydiving and doing free fall, and the wind in his ears kept cutting through his helmet. The blue spacesuit on his body was also blown around, but Li Dongxin was fearless. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the sensations of the various parts of his body under weightlessness. The moment Li Dongxin parachuted, the optical radar on the ground turned on at the same time, constantly scanning Li Dongxin's position. Looking at the dozens of black dots floating high in the sky, Director Zhang's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He covered his chest while breathing heavily, trying to ease the tension inside. Everyone else was in a similar situation. A pair of eyes stared tightly in Li Dongxin's direction, fearing that there would be the slightest mistake. At the same time, the medical services were all assembled to make the final barrier for that warrior in the sky. To make the final barrier, the speed of the fall had reached equilibrium, and Li Dongxin and the others were getting closer and closer to the ground. The crowd's heart rate also continued to increase. Through the high-definition cameras carried by the others, this group of bigwigs witnessed Li Dongxin's first parachute jump, and everyone was shocked by his courage. There were continuous exclamations from the scene. Is this Li Dongxin's first time skydiving? He didn't seem to have the slightest hesitation in that deep leap just now, and the jumping posture is also very professional, as if he has been trained professionally. He had no training in skydiving, much less had done a free fall from a high altitude. His courage is really admirable. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do such a thunderous job. Terrific, truly remarkable. How many more surprises will he bring us? Never in my wildest dreams did I think that Li Dongxin would have the courage to look straight up into the air at a height of thousands of meters. I didn't expect it either. I thought he would hesitate before jumping, but I didn't realize that he actually didn't even think about it and jumped straight down. Look at his heart rate. It's always in the 80s. It's a calm heartbeat. Chapter 211, Descending to Earth with Hope. Just how strong is his heart? Even a paratrooper who's been through a lot of battles just can't keep his mind in the air at a high altitude. The way he is, it's like he's taking a walk in the park. The crowd's exclamations were endless. They were shocked at Li Dongxin's courage. It is important to realize that when the human body is at a high altitude, whether he is afraid of heights or not, adrenaline will be secreted rapidly, all accompanied by a rapid acceleration of the heartbeat. It's a physiological problem. It's also a human self-protection mechanism. But Li Dongxin clearly broke this law. After taking a deep leap, his heart rate had been stable. Where was the slightest hint of fear? When Director Zhang heard them say that, he hurriedly ran to the instrument to take a closer look. Sure enough, Li Dongxin, in addition to the heart rate, did not change. Even the body temperature, blood flow rate and other vital characteristics. There is no obvious change. He had worked in aerospace for many years and had seen all kinds of aviation geniuses. But none of them could reach this natural realm. It was as if Li Dongxin had become one with nature, and no matter how harsh the surroundings were, they would not have an effect on his heart. After seeing this result, even a person like Director Zhang, who was used to seeing aviation geniuses, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Commander-in-Chief Li is truly the #1 divine talent in the ancient world. This kind of performance from him is something I've never seen before. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have been able to believe that there really are people in this world who can remain so calm when facing a fall from a great height. If Commander-in-Chief Li wasn't a scientist, I'd say anything to have him join the Space Brigade and train him as a future SEAD member. Elder Deng's thoughts were the same as Director Zhang's. He had known and socialized with Li Dongxin for the longest time, and also understood Li Dongxin better than anyone else. But today, Li Dongxin's performance was just too shocking. Previously, Deng only knew Li Dongxin's wisdom, just 20 years old, with the power of one person, to promote China's science and technology due to step forward. Almost overnight, it made China rise to the top of the Tower of Science and Technology. Later, Deng Lao had even seen Li Dongxin's righteousness. As the saying goes, righteousness comes first. Li Dongxin's righteousness for the country is incomparable to others. He gave everything he had created to China without reservation. And this kind of chivalry could be called a model for the new era. And today, Deng Lao saw a third extremely rare virtue in Li Dongxin's body. That is courage. In order to feel the effect of the spacesuit firsthand, he took a leap from a high altitude without regard to his personal safety. This amazing leap, simply unimaginable. He's only 20 years old. He's never had this kind of experience before. He did this solely for the sake of China's spaceflight, for the sake of tomorrow's moon landing project. Elder Deng raised his head, cloudy tears blurring his vision. The knots in his throat moved slightly, and he murmured in a low voice, "Li Dongxin, Chief Commander Li, if the heavens can still give me 20 years of time, I shall worship you." High above the sky, 36 people were falling downward at extreme speed, and at this moment, Li Dongxin had already opened his eyes, and he was already aware of the various practical characteristics of the new spacesuit. The next thing to do is to savor the great scenery of China. While enjoying the scenery, the current altitude was constantly reported in the headset, 1,800 meters above the ground, 1,660 meters above the ground, 1,355 meters above ground. Seeing that he was about to reach the safe altitude for opening his parachute, the paratroopers around Li Dongxin were signaling to him, "It means to get him ready. The parachute opener is about to open." Li Dongxin signaled that he was ready by comparing an OK. Monitors on the ground are also tracking the position at all times and broadcasting the current situation continuously to the surroundings. Coming up to opening altitude. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone looked up to the sky at the same time, only to see a white flower suddenly bloom on the azure sky, as beautiful as orchids. Under the illumination of the sunlight, 36 parachutists, like heavenly paintings descending to earth, were drifting in and out from among the gates of heaven, and Li Dongxin was in the center of the crowd. Seeming like a divine general, he descended to earth with hope. Seeing this scene, everyone applauded excitedly. The successful opening of the parachute meant that Li Dongxin's safety had been guaranteed. The hearts of the people hanging in the air were also finally put back into their stomachs. The scene also began to appear people's cheers. Li Commander-in-Chief is really remarkable. The face of 10,000 meters in the air, actually fearless. That vertical leap is simply comparable to the brave Earth. He was already a warrior. You have to know that before. Commander-in-Chief Li had never touched skydiving. He had never even played with a jumper. This is his first high-altitude parachute jump. I am also from the paratroopers. When I jumped for the first time, my legs were soft. If not for the captain kicking me down, I was only afraid that I would never have the courage to jump down in my life. A figure like Commander-in-Chief Li would be a top-level existence no matter where he is placed. In front of him, there's no such thing as genius in this world anymore. If it wasn't for my beliefs, I would really want to worship with Commander-in-Chief Li. Ha, you're thinking pretty well. Commander-in-Chief Li is the leader of China's scientific community, and even more so, the future hope of China. You still want to marry him? You have to ask the people first. An undetectable smile surfaced on the face of a bigwig appointed by the state when he heard these words. He was responsible for the social functioning of the entire country of China, but he was a well-deserved bigwig of the country of China. His expectations for Li Dongxin were higher than anyone else's. In some ways that couldn't be said. He even regarded Li Dongxin as his successor. Hearing others constantly appreciating Li Dongxin was like appreciating his own vision. He called Elder Deng to his side and talked to him at length about the situation of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. "President Deng, I'm thanking you on behalf of the country. You're still discovering future strength for China at such an advanced age. If it wasn't for you, I'm only afraid that sooner or later, Li Dongxin will be snatched away by those people in foreign countries. And at that time, our country of China can really regret this. You have worked diligently for so many years, and now you have even found a new hope for the country of China. Your contributions will not be forgotten by the country, and now that you have a successor, you must be able to enjoy your old age in peace." Usually when a superior utters these words, the meaning is that he or she wants the other party to take the initiative a bit of a bird in the hand. The other party will also be gloomy, but Deng Lao did not think so, but very happy. He knew that this was the state's heartache, could not bear the thought that he would one day be exhausted at work, and wanted him to enjoy life more. What else more? The words of this big man are exactly what he has in mind. He has long since reached the age of retirement. It is because he did not find a suitable successor. Had no choice but to delay again and again. Chapter 212. I really want to see the future of China. Now that there is Li Dongxin in the country of China, he can naturally rest assured that he will retire to the second line. Hand over the entire CAS to Li Dongxin. I believe that with Li Dongxin's ability and prestige, he will do a better job than himself. The biggest stone in Tang Lao's heart has been completely put down, and his mood is extraordinarily pleasant. Haha, you overpraise. Other than that, I dare not be. To contribute to the country, that is what I should do. Compared to Li Dongxin, those achievements of mine are not worth mentioning. But, what I am most proud of in my life is that I can become a forgotten friend with Li Dongxin. From the first time we met, to now working together, in just 2 months or so, he has brought me so much shock. He let me know that in this world, there are really people who can transcend the laws of nature. He even let me see what true chivalry is, what is truly serving the country and the people. In Li Dongxin's eyes, the interests of the country are above all else. He doesn't care about personal gains and losses. and always puts the people at heart. I'm really relieved to be able to put WASC in his hands, said the two looked up, under the blue sky and white clouds, more and more drifting closer and closer to the orchid, like a sailboat riding on the sea of heaven. It is traveling towards the future at great speed. Li Dongxin's figure was also getting clearer and clearer. Due to the low wind speed that day, Li Dongxin was not far away from the intended landing location, and when he was still in the last dozens of meters from the ground, everyone ran towards the landing site, as if welcoming their hero's triumph. Li Dongxin, an ordinary big boy, overnight, became relied on in everyone's heart. Because of his age, Dang Lao's legs were not very flexible, so he could only slowly walk towards Li Dongxin, and as he walked, he looked towards the distant sky. That direction was exactly the direction where the Chinese Academy of Sciences was located. Dang Lao climbed gully face, appeared never smile. This smile is incomparably kind, incomparably at ease. Li Dongxin, this country, these people, will be handed over to you. I'm old, but I really want to see the future of China. What on earth will it be like? Commander-in-Chief Li, we are about to land. Please make sure you cushion yourself by bending your legs in a squatting position. Before Li Dongxin received the advice from the skydiving expert, he had already done the standard landing maneuvers, and before taking off, he had already read all the relevant action books and memorized them deeply in his mind. In fact, this time, even without the protection of others, Li Dongxin himself could land safely. Wow! After several minutes of extreme descending, Li Dongxin once again stepped onto solid ground, and after the others helped him untie the parachute bag from his body, Li Dongxin walked out into the crowd. Without waiting for him to speak, everyone kept asking him how he felt. Commander-in-Chief Li, is this really your first parachute jump? I saw your jumping position through the camera. It was really very professional. Judging from your physical indicators, you were not the least bit nervous during the parachute jump. It is really unimaginable. Your courage is really admirable. Can you tell us what it's like to skydive? I've always wanted to try it, but I don't have the courage you have. This spacesuit you're wearing, was it designed by you yourself? What does it feel like to wear it? It looks very light and thin, like a thin coat in the fall, not bulky at all. Right. Before, the spacesuit was like a big-headed doll on the body, very bulky and heavy, and it was not convenient to walk at all. What are the features of the down suit you designed? Everyone's attention was focused on Li Dongxin, who had designed a new type of spacesuit that could effectively withstand the discomfort caused by being in an always environment. Even when the rocket is lifting off, it ensures that human organs are not subjected to inertial pressure. These are its two biggest features. Before Li Dongxin did not publicize, is to prevent leaks. Today all the people present are all the heads of various fields, and even national-level figures. Li Dongxin is no longer hidden. After hearing the words of the crowd, the corners of Li Dongxin's mouth rose slightly, leaving out a handsome smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Dongxin slowly opened his mouth. Thank you for your concern. This new spacesuit indeed possesses unusual characteristics. I think it's better to let them say exactly what it feels like to wear it. With that, Li Dongxin gave way to the two men behind him, both of whom were also wearing the new spacesuits. After taking off the helmet, everyone recognized at once. This is not exactly the space heroes who just came back from the space station. Zhang Hachi and Chang Zhoutian, both of them were excited at the moment. Seeing so many big names present, it was inevitable that they were a little nervous, but this emotion was quickly replaced by surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two kept saying what they felt. The first thing I felt when I put this spacesuit on was that it was extremely lightweight, and it didn't have the same kind of weight-bearing feeling as before in the slightest. It's just like the usual feeling of wearing civilian clothes, and it's very thermostatic. Now the outdoor temperature reaches close to 30 degrees, but after we put on the spacesuit, we didn't feel hot at all. This means that this new material is able to completely isolate the outside temperature and keep the internal temperature constant. When they heard this, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. What kind of divine material is this? It can actually withstand the heat of a hot summer day. If it was really as the two had said, then it would naturally be able to withstand the cosmic cryogenic temperatures when it reached outer space. This will make it very easy for astronauts to move around on the moon. For a moment, exclamations of surprise filled the scene everywhere. The two of them gratefully glanced at Li Dongxin, followed by a mysterious smile. These are actually two of the advantages. What's more important is the next feeling. Everyone's ears perked up when they heard this. The purpose of the parachute jump from a high altitude just now was to experiment with the feeling of the internal organs of the human body in a weightless environment and to test them. Everyone knows that unusual spacesuits can't insulate you from the discomfort of weightlessness. It's a law of nature. But what we never expected was that the spacesuit would break the laws of nature. After putting it on, when we fell from a high altitude, we didn't feel the slightest discomfort. It was like driving a car speeding down the highway. The image before me flashed hurriedly, but it did not give the slightest feeling of discomfort. Hearing their words, the others were all shocked. They didn't expect that this not world actually really looked at black technology that could ignore the laws of nature. Chapter 213: How to Deal with China's Moon Landing Project. This kind of technology can only appear in science fiction movies. Pressure should not exist in the world. Li Dongxin. How on earth did he do it? Li Dongxin could see the shock on the faces of the crowd, and his light lips curved up into a beautiful arc. In fact, these are nothing more than the results produced by technology, and it is not what everyone thinks. The suit, in addition to this function, counteracts the feeling of compression that comes with acceleration. In this way, even a normal person can go into space and do work without training. Li Dongxin's words caused the atmosphere to instantly become silent, and everyone was immersed in Li Dongxin's description. Resistant to weightlessness, resistant to pressure during acceleration. It also maintains a constant temperature. Every one of these technologies is world-shattering. It could even rewrite the course of human history. Now, Li Dongxin actually embodies all of them in this spacesuit. The shock he brought this time was simply beyond the mental capacity of the people watching. This group of people who had endured years of training by the state had one thought flashing through their minds at the same time: could there really be a creator in this world? This thought also flickered, but shocked at Li Dongxin's invention. That big man appointed by the state was smiling at the moment. He had long received Li Dongxin's report and understood the technology hidden in it, but after witnessing the miracle with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but get excited. And his hands, holding Li Dongxin's, were trembling slightly. Li Dongxin, you are truly worthy of being the hope of China. I believe that, under your leadership, tomorrow's moon landing project will certainly be a complete success. At this time, in the country of China, up and down the chessboard, ready to watch China's first landing on the moon, the other side of the ocean in the country of rice, now also was eagerly anticipating. But, unlike the people of China, the mood of the rice side is not so good, but is a picture of worry. In the top conference hall of rice, filled with hundreds of experts, even those top big shots showed up. They have gathered here for the sole purpose of discussing how to respond to China's moon landing project. It was now late at night in rice, but everyone wasn't the least bit sleepy, and the rice boss turned his head toward Musk with a hint of pleading in his tone, as if Musk had become the only thing he was counting on. Mr. Musk, you are an authority on the space industry in the U.S. Now that China's rocket launch is imminent, is there anything you can do to stop them from overtaking us? The attitude of the rice boss was different from before. There was no longer that arrogant and domineering look, but instead a look of frustration. Before Musk told him, suggested that he cancelled the rice rush to the moon program, but he did not listen to still had to forcefully start the program, and as a result, a lot of money was spent and a lot of companies were united, busy for most of the month. So far, they actually did not even get the drawings of the rocket. Seeing that his program was about to go bankrupt, he had no choice. He could only turn to Musk again, who glanced helplessly at boss, helplessness written in his eyes. He had advised him more than once before, but the unruly boss was too conceited. Do not listen to his own advice. Now stirred up a big blunder. This only no regret. Musk was silent for a moment. No matter how reluctant he was in his heart, he still repeated his suggestion out. Sir, there's no other way out of this situation. Our country's current strength is no longer enough to support the moon landing project. Even if we use up years of income to force astronauts to the moon, what's the point? It won't stop China from surpassing us. The only way to do this today is to turn on the country's largest radio telescope and keep a constant watch on China's every move to the moon. As soon as it was discovered that there was no human activity on the surface of the moon, it was a sign that they hadn't really accomplished a manned lunar landing. In this way, we can expose their lies to the world and incidentally force them to hand over their nuclear control technology. The attendees in the conference room, when they heard about the nuclear control technology, their eyes instantly lit up. This was something they had been begging for, compared to Rice's international standing, etc. This real unlimited clean energy is the heavy weapon that can support the country's development. The continuous haze over the head of the rice boss dissipated instantly after Musk gave his advice. He knew the meaning behind these words. And if China was really acting for the world to see, then the rice country would definitely be able to find traces of it. As long as this matter is brought to light, then China will definitely come forward to prove it for themselves. Rice could also slander China's nuclear control technology in passing, saying that they had performed a large-scale magic trick. In this way, China, in order to preserve its reputation in the international arena, will definitely publicize the relevant technology, and then the conspiracy of the rice country will even succeed. This kind of ploy is really a triple whammy. Fitting China in, we've got our allies back, and incidentally gained the coveted nuclear control technology. In the eyes of the group of big-nosed rice people, such a plan was simply seamless. The big blonde rice man nodded his head in satisfaction. He was very much in favor of this statement. Everyone else was also excited and whispered off stage, Musk really deserves to be a Chinese countryman. He's been to China before, and he's even conducted expeditions there. He knows more about the Chinese than any of us. That's right. If China is really deceiving the world by replacing manned moon landings with unmanned spaceships, the international reputation they've built up for nearly 100 years will be ruined. It looks like this was all the Chinese teenager's idea. He's still too young. He doesn't understand the international situation at all. To think that with a little bit of small means, he's trying to overtake the rice country is simply delusional. I think it's better to just get the media ready. And as soon as the radio telescope sees that there are no astronauts on the moon, we'll immediately publicize the news and unite with other countries to denounce China. We thought of so many options before, but we didn't think of this layer. Musk is no less than an aerospace authority. Only he can think of this kind of scheme. Hearing them praising themselves, Musk was really bitterly laughing. Such words of appreciation sounded like they were scolding him for being old and cunning. Where are the positive words? The rice boss was in a good mood at the moment, and the frustration that had arisen earlier due to his own faults was gone. In its place was a mood of realization. He seems to see the day when he holds the nuclear control technology in his hand. And even under the urging of this desire, he has almost believed that the manned moon landing project of China is a conspiracy from the beginning. Chapter 214, it's really like years. The Chinese are planning to give the world a movie. Anyway, making sci-fi blockbusters is the strong point of the MiG. They know the ropes well. As long as China launches the rocket into the air on time tomorrow, he will immediately activate the radio telescope to track the trajectory of China's rocket throughout. Looking at the Chinese program being broadcast on the TV, he sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Then follow Musk's plan. When China launches the rocket into the air, we'll immediately track it. At the same time, let all units get ready. Once the magic of China is revealed, such happy news should be publicized. We must win this round. This world is still ours, too. Rice. Hearing his words, the eyes of the crowd changed, becoming as greedy as wolves. Musk watched everything silently. He sighed slightly, a hint of silence flashed in his eyes. But you all forgot. The prerequisite for this to work is that China is indeed putting on a show. But will that Chinese teenage genius really do what we want? At the same time, it is not only the people of Rice who are concerned about this big event. The netizens of other countries in the world are also discussing China's manned moon landing project. Following the late 60s, after more than half a century, there were no more traces of human beings on the surface of the moon. And now that China has taken the lead, it has given confidence to other countries as well. China can in a short period of time, the development of space technology so rapidly, those old developed countries, the heart also sprung up will be the moon landing program, will be the key project of this program country. The topic about China's manned moon landing topped the hot list on various countries' online social media platforms. Following closely behind were topics related to Li Dongxin. Netizens on these two topics, full of curiosity. I am from the eastern part of the United States of America. From an objective point of view, China's scientific and technological development is indeed rapid, and now we have to admit that. But manned moon landing China does not currently have this technology. You rice people, hurry up and shut your mouths. Are you prophets? Whenever you say that China can't do anything, when have they ever slapped you in the face with the truth? Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I agree with the answer upstairs. I'm an islander, and I've never had a good relationship with China. But I still want to say that China 5 has become the center of the world, and I believe that China's moon landing this time will definitely be a success. The Mies are scared. They're afraid of losing their position at the center of the universe. China's manned moon landing project is a great event that belongs to our entire humanity. We will definitely support them. By the way, didn't your country, Rice, also announce that it was going to restart the moon program? Why is there no news at all until now? Did the program die? Ever since Li Dongxin had successfully lit up China, the pattern of the world had subtly changed in a different way. Before, most of the countries in the world were looking at the face of Rice. Now they have realized that the world's most cutting-edge technology is in the hands of China. Since then, before the friendship with the United States of those countries, one after another will be the invitation to pay homage to the country of China. So much so, of course, that the Rice people are uncomfortable in their hearts. They are not happy to be unhappy, but the face of today's increasingly powerful China, they are not the slightest way, can only silently pray in their hearts, hoping that their own country can fight for their own, and strive to the former glory, recapture the hand. The wait was the longest, especially after knowing in advance what was coming next, when seconds really felt like years. Many of the people of China have not slept this night. not because they don't want to sleep or are not sleepy, but because they are too agitated to be able to settle down and sleep. According to the official Chinese news above, before the rocket launch, the Chinese Space Agency will also hold a press conference, hosted by Li Dongxin himself. Once people heard this news, they were even more excited. Many people were afraid to sleep and delay watching the live broadcast the next day, and would rather brush Douyin all night. Compared to the dry wait anyway, being in a happy place always gets you through faster. At this moment, the Chinese Space Agency is also brightly lit. This time the country chose to publicize the details of the moon landing in a high profile. Many domestic and foreign reporters have already arrived early to occupy favorable filming positions. Unlike in the past, before the astronauts before entering space will be received by the national level, but the two sides are separated by a layer of glass. But today seems to be not quite the same. The site of this launch is placed in the hall. There are no isolation rooms set up here. That means they were able to interview the three astronauts up close. At this moment, although it had just entered the late night, the launch site was already packed with people. In addition to reporters, most of them were staff members of the space agency. They waited anxiously, and some of the journalists who had a good mind had already begun to exchange information with each other to the next few people. And one of the most important situations was to find out who the astronauts on the moon landing would actually be. After all, this was China's first moon landing. The person who could carry out this actual project on behalf of China would go down in history after all. Likewise, whoever is first to get this handful of news is bound to bring more attention to the unit as well. But they asked each other around, and no one was sure of the exact list, showing how strict the space agency's secrecy measures were. Although Li Dongxin had personally admitted before that he would represent China on the moon, he had never said this in public since that time. It was natural to assume that this was just a passing interest on Li Dongxin's part. After all, to become an astronaut, especially a moon landing astronaut, is physically demanding. There is no evidence that shows that Li Dongxin has received special training. This also means that it is impossible for Li Dongxin to be one of the three astronauts. The launch started earlier, scheduled at 5 a.m. After that, Li Dongxin had to go through a full body sterilization before entering the capsule, which was the exact process of this launch, but is unknown to anyone but insiders at the space agency. Now the conference has not yet begun. The reporters on the stage are relatively free a lot. As peers, they are also rare to be able to chat together. This time the country on the moon landing project is quite important. So far have not disclosed the astronauts' news. Our editor-in-chief every few minutes is a phone call, urging me whether there is any new news. That's true. The manned moon landing project is a major event for China. It's no less important than the nuclear control conference in July. In terms of historical significance, this conference is even more grand than the last one. Right. You see, there are still quite a few big-nosed foreigners on the scene, and they all look like they're rubbing their fists, so they definitely haven't been holding their farts, especially the group of journalists from the meter country, who are surely going to nitpick in this launch. Chapter 215, Live Broadcast of the Entire Lunar Landing. The grasshopper in the fall. They don't have a few days left. Since the state has kept this matter strictly confidential, we should stop discussing it, lest these devils seize the opportunity to make use of our words to do something, which would be a disgrace to the country. I'd say they shouldn't have been invited at all, especially the Yanks. They'd rather we fail in this moon landing. Ever since our country of China's technological strength surpassed that of the Mizuni, they've been harboring ill will, always thinking of other ways to gain face for themselves. This group of local Chinese journalists spoke while occupying favorable positions, determined not to give up the best part of the interview to the group of foreign journalists. They are not doing this simply to isolate them either, but to actually look out for the space agency. After all, whoever is at the top of the list has priority to ask questions. The Chinese journalists did this to try to pass off their opportunity to ask questions. In that case, the atmosphere of this conference will be quite a bit more harmonious. Right after the reporters had already taken their seats, the backstage of the conference was also being prepared in a tight manner. Director Zhang was busy with an excited look on his face. Of course, with Li Dongxin, a super scientist, in the room, he did save the last part of the inspection. All the equipment, as long as Li Dongxin nodded his head and approved, then there is certainly no problem. This way, has become the space agency, needless to say, tacit understanding. And Li Dongxin had just become a pillar in the hearts of all the people. As long as he was there, everyone's hearts were stabilized. Li Dongxin and Zhang Heqi and the others had already put on their spacesuits and were currently taking a nap in the lounge. But none of the three of them were asleep, just closing their eyes and quietly recuperating. Elder Tang was among them. He silently looked at Li Dongxin with a smile he couldn't hide on his face. Ever since that big shot had spoken to him, he instantly felt a fierce relief on his shoulders. It was as if the burden that had been carried for dozens of years had been handed over to someone else. Tang Lao's mood at this moment was really as comfortable as it could be. He silently glanced at the time. It was just 1 in the morning. There were still more than 4 hours before the launch. He would have liked to talk to Li Dongxin again before he left, but when he saw him sitting on the sofa, resting his eyes, Deng Lao also had to wait quietly beside him. In order to avoid disturbing the 3 astronauts resting, Deng Lao even breathed carefully. Just as he was thinking about what the future development of China would look like, Li Dongxin opened his eyes at some point and was quietly looking at himself. Those clear eyes, as calm as a lake, couldn't see any nervousness at all. Elder Tang, the conference will start in a moment. Please notify the media first. This entire moon landing will be witnessed by all. Li Dongxin's words directly shocked Deng Lao, announcing a live broadcast of the entire moon landing. This is something that has never been done before. Previously, after the launch of any country, the rocket can only be forced to track the picture in the low altitude. The use of optical tracking radar. But once the rocket enters the outer atmosphere, it can only be tracked through electromagnetic wave signals to track the rocket at this point in the state of the rocket. We must know that the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the blue star. If you want to transmit the picture back in real time, we need to have the ability to capture the signal of the need to be able to. But this technology is not yet available in China. Not only China does not have, even the old aerospace power, RICE, has not broken through this technology. All of their trips into space were also of a videotaped nature, to be edited and analyzed when they returned to the blue planet. Having said that, but with his knowledge of Li Dongxin, Deng Lao was shocked, but did not doubt what Li Dongxin said. Sure enough, Li Dongxin smiled warmly after noticing Deng Lao's expression. When I was designing the rocket, I had already installed the hyperwave transmitter into it, and the signal transmission was so concentrated that the current radar can completely capture the signal. Hearing Li Dongxin say this, Deng Lao was instead even more surprised. He had seen Li Dongxin's rocket design drawings, and there was no such hyperwave transmitter on them. This technology is currently only in the research stage, and no physical objects have appeared at all. So here's the question. When did Li Dongxin develop this thing? And when did he install this device in it? Looking at Li Dongxin's intentional smile, Elder Deng quickly reacted. Since the return of the Li Dongxin No.1 launch vehicle, Li Dongxin had personally inspected its various systems. This hyperwave transmitter, then, must have been installed in at this time. Thinking of this, Deng Lao's eyes are full of astonishment. He had been with Li Dongxin almost night and day, and had never seen him devote himself to experiments for long periods of time. That would mean that this superconducting transmission technology was something he then attacked. It's like designing a new type of rocket in public. Li Dongxin's scientific research talent refreshed Elder Deng's cognizance again and again. He pondered a question in his heart without thinking. Is there really no problem in this world that can stop Li Dongxin? If that's really the case, then in the future, won't China need any technology that he can create with his hands? Elder Deng was shocked by this thought of his own. No one could achieve this step. Even the legendary creator might not have such an ability. However, the facts in front of him forced him to believe that Li Dongxin's level of technology had surpassed everyone's knowledge. Zhang Heqi and Chang Zhoutian also opened their eyes at this moment. As Chinese astronauts and from the Air Force, they did not know much about cutting-edge technology. But the two of them were able to guess what was going on after seeing Deng Lao's expression. It must be this Chief Commander Li, who had done something extraordinary. Unable to resist their inner curiosity, the two kept asking Li Dongxin for the news therein. Commander-in-Chief Li, have you come up with any new inventions? Can you tell us? Don't worry, the two of us have already signed a confidentiality agreement. No matter what advanced technology you have, we won't disclose a single word outside. Right, is it another new modification to the spacesuit? Or do you have more advanced ideas for rocket development? Can you tell us about it? Deng Lao also came back to his senses at this time. Now is not the time to ask for technical advice. He stopped the two people who were excited, and hurriedly arranged the relevant matters to go, to face the whole world. The whole process of the moon landing was broadcast live. This news is bound to stir the world. Chapter 216, Waking the Dreamer with a Speech. Deng Lao understood Li Dongxin's reason for doing so. Many countries so far did not believe that China could really set foot on the moon. And they would surely make a big fuss after China's moon landing that China was faking it. Especially RICE. They've done this before when they controlled the nuclear launch. Aerospace technology is their last trump card, and in order to retain the status of the No.1 aerospace country in the U.S., they are bound to defame China again. This move, Li Dongxin had anticipated. He took the nature of the whole live broadcast, is from the root, plug the mouth of the people of the United States, at the same time as to let the whole world see with their own eyes. This azure planet, in the end, who can really lead mankind towards the future of scientific and technological splendor? Deng Lao walked out of the lounge when he happened to run into the busy and feverish young director. See his sweaty appearance. It is obvious that he is still in the middle of exuberance. It is no wonder that this day today is a day of great historical significance no matter who it is. Not to mention the fact that he is also the director of the Chinese Space Agency. It was a dream come true for him to realize this dream of thousands of years for China during his tenure. Now that the dream is about to be realized, how can he be quiet and wait? Deng Lao called out to Director Zhang and conveyed Li Dongxin's words word for word to him. When Director Zhang heard it, like Deng Lao, he had an incredulous expression on his face. Although he wasn't a scientist, he could figure out the joints. To be able to broadcast the entire moon landing live, that would mean that China had mastered the technology of interstellar dialogue. The significance of this meaning is no less important than mankind's first step on the moon. If it wasn't for the cautious character he had developed over the decades, I'm afraid that Director Zhang would have already screamed out in shock. After he tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, Director Zhang lowered his voice and quietly inquired, "President Deng, is this matter something that you should discuss with Chief Commander Li again? This technology is really too important. Leaking it out like this, will it have any impact on our country?" Deng Lao had already calmed down from his shock at this point. He smiled and said that there was no need. He just told Director Zhang to hurry up and do it. Zhang nodded in surprise, did not dare to delay too much time, turned around and went to the front of the stage. The stage reporters are waiting for some anxious between the director of the space agency showed up. The hand also held a microphone. It is clear that this is to announce what major news and so it was. Hundreds of cameras were raised off stage at the same time, and all the reporters were breathing heavily, waiting for the heavy news to come. Director Zhang's eyes were sharp, and after scanning the crowd of media reporters on the stage, he announced in his loudest voice, after careful consideration by Chief Director Li, the entire process of this moon landing by Chinese astronauts will be presented to the world in a live broadcast. Live streaming the entire moon landing? Can this really be done? Click, 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 click. The flashbulbs under the stage kept flashing, and all the reporters couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They have been engaged in media interviews for many years, and they are also used to seeing live video footage of rocket launches from various countries. But they have never heard of a spacecraft that can still transmit signals back to the ground in real time after it has entered outer space. Before the Chinese space station astronauts in space did do live broadcast, but then the height from the ground, but only 400 or 500 kilometers and the Earth-Moon distance is 380,000 kilometers. Neither side is on the same order of magnitude. How can this be done? But this group of journalists can be the major media units of the big names. They exclaimed to exclaim, but also quickly recognized the value of this news. No one will ignore its existence. And so, as Director Zhang retreated behind the curtain, there was a sound of a tapping steno recorder, and the reporters on the scene were already starting to write their scripts. 10 minutes later, just as the whole country was waiting for the dawn to arrive, a newsmouth from the official media of China instantly exploded. Commander-in-Chief Li has issued the latest instructions to broadcast the whole process of this moon landing live. This piece of news was like a heavy bomb that exploded directly into the night sky. Cheers came from everywhere in the great land of China. It was expected that this time it would be the same as the last rocket test firing. When the arrow entered the black barrier area, it would not be possible to get a real-time picture, and no one had the luxury of being able to witness the process with their own eyes. But what they didn't expect was that this wish, which they didn't even dare to think about, was actually going to come true. At this moment, China is in a state of jubilation everywhere. Whether students or office workers, there is no sleep at this moment. Countless netizens flocked into the official media account, constantly leaving comments under this news. Is this source accurate? Are we really lucky enough to witness the realization of our dreams? What does it mean by live broadcast? Is it the entire process from the launch of the rocket to the landing of the astronauts on the moon? It's really unbelievable. You guys hurry up and give a recharge channel. With such a spectacle, without recharging my membership, I feel like I don't deserve to watch this live broadcast. The whole thing is live. How long will it take to broadcast? The boss only gave us a day's vacation. It seemed like it took a month for rice to land on the moon before. I don't have that long of a vacation. How could it take that long? Our Chinese aerospace technology can surpass that of the MEs by a large margin, and time will naturally be saved. The last test firing of the rocket, it took less than half a day before and after. What's the point of thinking so much? We won't watch if the boss doesn't give us a vacation? This is the biggest extravaganza our country of China has ever seen. In front of the moon landing, work is nothing. It's a big deal to miss work. Did Commander-in-Chief Li do something amazing again? How did he cross the limit of distance and transmit the live signal to the blue star? This seems to be a simple live broadcast, but what's hidden behind it is the most cutting-edge technology in China. This netizen's words really woke up the people in their dreams. It was only then that people realized what it really meant to China to be able to have a full live broadcast. The distance of 380,000 kilometers is deep in everyone's mind, and it is like a moat that prevents people from seeing the real outer space. With this technology, people all over the world will see the moon in its entirety for the first time, not edited and sent out. It was now late at night, and the stars were shining brightly in the night sky, mirroring the lights above the earth. Like a large symphony, the entire land of China was in a frenzy. The adrenaline of the netizens had all been mobilized. Instead of being content to wait quietly, they were now rushing out onto the streets and alleys, breathing in large gulps of air as a way of easing their inner excitement. Chapter 217, Eyes Full of Favors and Admiration. At this moment, the admiration that countless people had for Li Dongxin could no longer be described in words. In just 2 months since the launch of the Control Core, the Chinese teenager has surprised the world time and time again. His whimsy, his scientific talent, like a meteor sailing in the sky, continuing to provide the world with brilliant light. China's technology is taking off. Changes in the world's pattern, the progress of human civilization, all originated from the arrival of this teenager. This scene amazed the world's creativity, and they could not imagine how China's qi had become so strong that it could give birth to such a great man as Li Dongxin for China. According to Li Dongxin's level of technology, history counts back 5,000 years, count back another 3,000 years. I'm afraid that no one will be able to surpass Li Dongxin's existence. Such a great man, such a miracle. How can people not be in awe? They believe, in the years to come, no matter how much time has passed, this heaven's pride of China, his figure will definitely have the ability to accompany the people of China forever. His power will also guard the land of China forever. The darkness of the night can block the sunlight, but it can never block people's expectations of Li Dongxin. Countless people of China took to the streets and sat in the parks, staying up all night waiting for the dawn. The moment the sun rises, the era that belongs to China will truly come. Time passed by. The darkness of the night dawn was also dispersed by the dawn a little bit. The land of China, once again ushered in the light. Many people hadn't rested all night, but they were still in high spirits. And throughout the streets and alleys of the entire country of China, the red flag of the country of China was flying. The bright red color illuminated the entire sky. Nearly 10 million square kilometers of land were dyed red. In the midst of this sea of red, people cheered to their heart's content, constantly venting the excitement of a dream about to be realized. The hearts of the 1.4 billion people of China were now once again linked together. From 5 o'clock onwards, it was as if the city, which had been filled with traffic, had been pressed into fast forward. In the middle of the mall, above the highway, rarely crowded with people on this morning, they kept waving the red flag in their hands, waiting for the arrival of China's moon landing. More waiting for Li Dongxin's moon landing launch. The image on the screen was always fixed on the launch site. Ever since the live channel opened, the pop-ups on it never stopped. While waiting, netizens still didn't forget to shout and cheer for China. I didn't close my eyes all night and finally waited until now. It's less than half an hour before the launch, and I finally have the chance to listen to Li Dongxin's speech again. You're not the only one doing this. I've been keeping the same vigil for an entire all-nighter, and in order to be able to hold out until great god Li Dongxin and the others triumphed, I even opened a special sick note and took 3 days off. This is the first time my country landed on the moon. Li Dongxin god will definitely make a more shocking speech. I have taken out the small notebook. The recording screen has also been opened. I want to save every picture up to pick up. Didn't the news say that for this moon landing, great god Li Dongxin will use a full live broadcast? Then we will be able to see the moon live at the first time. The small house on the moon that was found before. I wonder if I will have the chance to see it with my own eyes. After waiting so long for today, we are so lucky to have the opportunity to be able to witness the realization of our dreams in person. The netizens took advantage of the fact that there was still a little bit of time left before the launch to continuously vent their excitement on the live broadcast. This kind of feeling is like the feeling of the appearance of some extraordinary character inside the family, directly rewriting the family background. In addition to pride, there was excitement, emotion, and a sense of national pride never before attained. Li Dongxin, who brought them a lot of positive energy feelings, is now making final preparations in the background. Surrounded by more than 10 people, Li Dongxin has already put on the new spacesuit. Behind him are 2 other astronauts, Zheng Hachi and Chang Zhoutian. The base color of the spacesuit is sky blue, symbolizing people's desire for blue sky. It also symbolizes mankind's hope for peace. The wall of the lounge. Our hand gradually pointed to 5:30. Deng Lao looked at his own hand to discover the national genius. His heart was full of unspeakable pride. In his opinion, whether he resolutely returned to China, developed the mushroom egg for China, or resisted the burden of science and technology for decades for China, it is not enough for him to be pleased by it, but this is the only thing that is different. He found Li Dongxin for China. And even more so, he had found the future of China. This was the one thing he was most proud of. Looking at the youthful Li Dongxin, Dang Lao eyes are full of favor and admiration. In this very different emotions, Dang Lao, a scientist who has dedicated his life to China, with the lightest and most gentle voice commanded, "Go Li Dongxin, belongs to your time has come. From today, you are the backbone of China." At this moment, Tang Lao's eyes contained tears, both eyes staring tightly at Li Dongxin, and after a few moments, he quickly walked towards the big shot sent by the country next to him. After he whispered a few words in the big man's ear, the big man froze, then his eyes flickered and he nodded slightly. Then this big man waved his hand directly towards everyone. "Now all of you come over here for a moment. I have an important announcement to make." After hearing the big man's words, the rest of the people were also slightly stunned. But of course, no one dared to refuse the big man's request. Only after everyone had all come over did this big man slowly speak. "From today onwards, Li Dongxin is the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. From now on, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will be handed over to Li Dongxin." What? After hearing this news, everyone at the scene was all shocked. Even Elder Tang, who was ready to step aside and give way, could not help but feel some low spirits in his heart. For others, it felt a bit unbelievable. One must know that the Chinese Academy of Sciences was one of the top research organizations. The things that this one place researched every year had a very great impact on the world. Now Li Dongxin is only a young man of 20 years old. To give him such an important burden to solve, he can bear such a responsibility? It was also because of these thoughts in their minds that there were many people who felt incomparably shocked inside. But if you think about it carefully, I feel that this sex thing is more normal. After all, Li Dongxin made the merit. They are also very clear in their hearts. Chapter 218 New Research Directions. It can be said that those things in addition to Li Dongxin, no one can no longer be able to research out. If so, there is no way to become the head of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If Li Dongxin is not enough to such a qualification, then in this case, in the end, who still have such a qualification it? Li Dongxin was also incomparably shocked in his eyes after hearing the news, but his gaze did first look at Elder Tung who stayed beside him. Although at this time Dang Lao's mood was a little low within his heart, but after seeing Li Dongxin's gaze, the corner of his mouth was slightly up. It is this generation after generation of young people, so that the country of China will become so strong, and now with another young man like Li Dongxin, then it can only become even stronger in the future. It was because of this thought that Dang Lao gathered himself and pulled Li Dongxin's hand with tears in his eyes. "Li Dongxin, from today onwards, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is going to be handed over to you. I'm sure that under your leadership, the WASC will be able to develop better. I also believe that what you have worked out will be of greater help to the world. I just hope you never fail to live up to everyone's expectations of you. Be sure to lead China to a higher place." When Elder Tang finished his words, Li Dongxin had also reacted from his shock and nodded heavily after hearing these words. "Don't worry about it, old Dean. Regarding the research matters of the WASP, I will definitely keep it in mind. It's sure to make everyone feel very satisfied. Speaking of which, I happen to have a research project I'm about to launch recently. I'm sure this program will rise to everyone's great satisfaction once it's launched." After hearing Li Dongxin's words, a hint of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes again. Li Dongxin had just developed the latest model of spacesuit, but now there was even a new research project. How long had it been? Is there really no bottleneck in Li Dongxin's research? Why is the gap between them and Li Dongxin so big when they are all young people? Li Dongxin didn't know that his words made many people feel incomparable heartache. But at this time the big man sent from above heard Li Dongxin's words, and then his heart was incomparable excitement. His heart was very clear. Every time Li Dongxin took out the research results would make the whole world shocked. Now since Li Dongxin had a new research target, then it must be a very important target. I'm afraid that if progress can be made, it will cause the whole world to shake. It was precisely because of this that he could not care less about the face of a big shot immediately walking towards Li Dongxin. "Li Dongxin, I don't know what direction is this new project you're working on. Is it convenient for the party to talk to me first now? If there's something we need to support, we'll definitely help out." After hearing the big man's words, Li Dongxin nodded with a smile. "This is certainly nothing else. I'm actually hoping to make better progress on new research. This new line of research is for food." Wait until Li Dongxin finished these words. There are many people have some doubts in their hearts. To know that China's solution to the food crisis has long been over a long time, and now the people are naturally well fed and warmly dressed. In which case then what is the significance of conducting research in this area? As everyone looked at Li Dongxin, it was as if Li Dongxin was able to know what was going on in their minds. I know there are many people who feel that our country of China has already had enough food for a long time, but there are still many places in the world where people are hungry. And that's exactly why I want to come in and make changes to the structure of the grain. A new grain is created by rationing different grains. The satiety of this grain and the energy released will become more. In this case, for places where there is a lack of food, it would solve a lot of hunger problems. Carrying dry food like this while the team on the mission is out will also last longer. By the time Li Dongxin had finished speaking, there were no cheers, and even the entire scene had become silent. Li Dongxin felt that the atmosphere was a bit abnormal and his heart was a bit puzzled. But he didn't know that all of them were all stunned right now. It is important to realize that Li Dongxin is not preparing to cultivate the grain, but to combine all the new grains into a completely new food. It can be said that if Li Dongxin can succeed, then the difficulty of this matter is no less than the creation of a new grain variety. Really can do this. Li Dongxin can be said to be able to leave his name in history, which can make him in the future by the admiration of millions of people of a thing. It was because of this thought in his mind that the big man immediately nodded and pulled on Li Dongxin's arm. Li Dongxin, you make every effort to study whatever conditions you have. We will fulfill them immediately. After hearing the words of the higher-ups, Li Dongxin nodded slightly. For the higher-ups to be willing to support themselves in this matter, Li Dongxin's heart was of course also very happy. This would make it easier to conduct research. But the other researchers in the Chinese Academy of Sciences did feel a bit puzzled by Li Dongxin's approach. Although many of them were also leaders in their respective fields, they had no experience in combining different things into new grains. It was because of this that these people gathered together and looked at Li Dongxin with some curiosity. Dean, it might not be an easy task for us to want to conduct research in this area. After all, we don't have the slightest experience in this area. I'm afraid it will take decades if we want to come to do this right. Accompanied by the words of one of the researchers, the rest nodded. In their opinion, Li Dongxin is too young for the achievements made by Li Dongxin. Of course, they feel very admired in their hearts, but also because Li Dongxin has made too much contribution and is too young, so it will be over-ambitious. If all the energy is really put all into this project, then it may also lead to all the researchers all being trapped. In this case, then, naturally, there is not much experience to conduct other research, which is not helpful for the future development. Chapter 219, surprisingly, this is okay. After just starting to hear someone call himself Dean, Li Dongxin was still slightly stunned, but he still quickly reacted to the fact that these people were speaking to himself, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Just rest assured, the research for this one project won't take very long. I've already prepared information for you about these for a long time, so if we study along with this project next, we will definitely be able to make very good progress. As Li Dongxin finished his words, he took out the information and distributed it to the crowd. But at this time, all the researchers froze, each one of their gazes staring at Li Dongxin with some incredulity in their eyes. It was important to know that Li Dongxin had previously been working on a research project on spacesuits, and now that that project had just ended, Li Dongxin had already come up with so much information. Could it be that he really does not need to rest and really knows every area like the back of his hand? If it wasn't for this, then it was unbelievable how Li Dongxin had done this. And if Li Dongxin had really done this with his own abilities, then it simply couldn't be described as a genius. It was precisely because of this that everyone present felt no shock in their hearts, and at the same time, they also deeply realized the gap between themselves and Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin didn't know what was in these people's minds, and after seeing everyone staring at him, he was also a little puzzled. Now what are you all still waiting for? Don't seize the time to look at the information yet. I was going to finish this one study in a month's time. Time is still very short for us right now in terms of time, so the next step also requires all of us to be all in. Otherwise we'll waste more time, and we'll be in more of a hurry back there. After hearing Li Dongxin's words, some people had already begun to withdraw their minds. However, right after Li Dongxin finished the sentence, everyone's eyes were even more incomparably shocked, and even someone who had just taken a sip of water couldn't help but spit it out directly. This was of course a very unreasonable thing for these researchers to say, except that at this point, none of the other researchers said anything, because the shock in their hearts at this point is the same as when they first heard about the manned moon landing. You know that this one project is an unprecedented one, and you can say that this is really creating something new, and they thought that it would take years to realize the progress in this area. Even if Li Dongxin already had the information on this, it would take at least a year or two, but Li Dongxin was now saying that it would only take a year to do this, which was simply an unbelievable thing in their eyes. But although there was some concern within their hearts, they all couldn't help but sigh after seeing such a sincere gaze from Li Dongxin. They could see that Li Dongxin was not joking with them, but really thought so. Since Li Dongxin had such an intention, then there must also be a bottom line belonging to himself. Because of this, these people also stopped using themselves to pick up this information, and when they actually opened this information, each of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air again. I didn't think it was possible to do this. Why haven't we thought of such a method before? The combination of these grains enables the energy of the grain to be completely absorbed by the body. If that's the case, the amount of food it can help us save each year is an unimaginable amount. In that case, even if the population of the planet were to increase by half again, it would be able to support it. For a moment, these researchers, who were all originally able to control their emotions, completely all began to discuss with incomparable excitement. This information that Li Dongxin had taken out had unfolded a new window for them. Although they all had some understanding of the knowledge recorded above this information, but he had never thought that he could move in such a direction. And because of this, each one of them felt even more overwhelmed inside. At this moment, their gazes towards Li Dongxin became even more incomparably fiery, and Li Dongxin was taken aback after seeing the gazes of these people. Alright, now you guys start carrying on right away. This next thing is also very important for all the world. That's why we have to make progress at the first opportunity. After hearing these words, all the researchers immediately nodded their heads, and at this time, everyone no longer had anyone to question Li Dongxin. Now Li Dongxin could be said to have prepared all the information, and only needed to let them make an attempt to verify it. And if they were unable to make progress within a month's time under these circumstances, then they were really letting people down. It was because of this that all of these researchers, whose hair was already gray, were all devoted to their research, and even though their bodies were already very tired, no one left their workstations, because they knew in their hearts that they were going to witness a miracle. Various countries around the world have wanted to explore outer space for a long time, but while many countries have made a lot of preparations, it's not that easy to do so. It is because of this that there are many people who have some concerns within them. They felt that it would definitely not be an easy task for China to come and log on to the moon this time, either. There were even a lot of people who thought that China would definitely make excuses this time around that they would not be able to successfully implement this project, but what they didn't expect was that this program had now begun. Such a change was beyond their imagination, but it was also such a change that made infinite hope well up within them again. Although this is only a small step in the technological development of China, it is a big step in technological development for the whole world. As long as there is the first successful Chinese lunar landing, then naturally more and more countries will be able to achieve this one next. When that time comes, mankind will have to explore more and more of the outer sky, and life will be infinitely better for all. While everyone was watching the live broadcast, Li Dongxin also walked over with a smile on his face, and every person staring at Li Dongxin's figure on the big screen couldn't help but stand up. Chapter 220, Opening a New Chapter in History. The people in many corners of the world at this time could not help but burst into tears after seeing Li Dongxin's figure, and it was also very clear in their hearts that it was this young man who had led the world towards this new change. Simply from the point of view of the achievements made by this young man, it is not too much to call it a genius. Li Dongxin naturally do not know. Now since I have become the focus of the world. Upon arriving, still with a relaxed face, he greeted everyone. Hello everyone, we're about to land on the moon next. If people have any kind of things they need to account to me they can say so. When I meet Chang'e, I'll be sure to help with the group photo. 2. As Li Dongxin finished his joking sentence, the scene couldn't help but laugh. And the tense atmosphere before the rocket launch was dispersed a lot for a while. Soon, Li Dongxin's eyes looked at the two astronauts next to him and nodded slightly. Are you two ready now? After hearing Li Dongxin's words, the two astronauts looked at Li Dongxin and also nodded slightly. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. This one is one of the most honorable missions of our lives. So, we're definitely not going to drop the ball and we're going to make this the best it can be. After hearing these words, Li Dongxin nodded and did not say anything more. Then with a turn, he directly took the lead and walked into the cockpit of the flying machine. The two astronauts next to him followed closely after seeing Li Dongxin's appearance, and by the time the spacecraft's hatch closed, the hearts of everyone in the entire world were once again incredibly tense. The next moment will be the moment when they witness the miracle and hope that this launch will go well and successfully. Li Dongxin's confidence is certainly not empty, but his heart has a very sufficient preparation. It was important to realize that he and his men had fought long and hard for this moon landing, especially since there were a lot of issues at the end that he personally presided over to resolve. Because of this, there is no one in the world who knows more about this program than Li Dongxin. It was because of this that no one in this world could be more confident than Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin's heart is very clear. This time want to successfully land on the moon is indeed some difficulty, but this some difficulty for them is absolutely not invincible. As long as he can successfully land on the moon, then it will open a new chapter for mankind, and when that time comes, it will naturally bring about a very big change for the whole world. After thinking about this, Li Dongxin's eyes were also slightly reddened in the middle of his eyes, and he couldn't even hold back the flow. However, the tears that Li Dongxin was ready to shed at this moment were definitely not because of fear or nervousness. It was because of the emotional excitement within him. After all, in the end, He was only a young man of only 20 years old. Now he was ready to write a very important chapter in the history of mankind. In this case, then, it will surely cause countless people to feel emotional as well. The other two astronauts were also undulating in their hearts after seeing the expression on Li Dongxin's face, who was much older than Li Dongxin according to normal circumstances. Then in this situation, of course they should be more calm than Li Dongxin, but in fact it was not like that for them. Now for them, they just hope that this moon landing will be successful and it will be a lifetime honor for them as well. At this moment, in front of the big screen, all the audience once again couldn't help but stand up, and now everyone staring at the screen couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Although there are many people among them who have never seen Li Dongxin before, although there are many people among them who do not know anything about Li Dongxin at all, but now they knew that the young man in front of them would carry all the hopes of the entire human race, and that he would lead mankind to open a new chapter in history. It was precisely because of this that many people had felt very moved as they looked at Li Dongxin's figure within their hearts, and there were even people who could not help but cry out already at this time as they secretly prayed within their hearts. I hope the young man in front of me will definitely realize his vision. Hopefully, with his efforts, he will make sure the rocket launch is successful. At this time, several staff members of the rice country looked at the broadcast image above the screen. For them, these scientific researchers, now is not the time for emotion. Each person's expression once again became incredibly tense. In their hearts, of course, they know very well that the launching process of this rocket may encounter a lot of uncertainties, and any one of these uncertainties may lead to the failure of this launch. Although for them, they indeed feel a little jealous. Why is a talent like Li Dongxin appeared in the country of China and not appeared in them? Why was China's technological development so fast? Why had they now begun to gradually surpass themselves? On the screen, Li Dongxin once again turned his head to look deeply at the land under his feet. This time to go to the middle of the moon. I do not know how long I have to stay. Perhaps he will return to the earth again will be over a few months or even a year's time. As it is, it's better to look deeply at the land you love. 221. Successful launch. It's about time now. We have to get ready to launch. After hearing Li Dongxin's words, the leaders at the venue couldn't help but take a deep breath. After a moment of slight hesitation, this was followed by a slight nod. The leader then looked at Li Dongxin with sincerity in his gaze. Li Dongxin, make sure you complete the mission successfully and make sure you come back safely. After hearing these words, Li Dongxin did not hesitate for a second. After nodding, he directly needed to lead the two astronauts out into the spacecraft. And at this time, all the eyes in the entire world were also firmly fixed on Li Dongxin's figure. Now they were filled with blessings for Li Dongxin within their hearts. There is only one common expectation within the hearts of everyone around the world at this time. Hopefully, this world will move to a new level of technological development. With a countdown, the crew pressed the button with trembling hands, and a puff of smoke fired from the rocket's tail. The rocket then immediately lifted off at a very high speed and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. At this point in time, the Rice research team was also glued to their telescope screens. At this time in their hearts they felt incredibly complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that Li Dongxin and the others could reach the moon without any problems. In this way, it will be able to accumulate more experience for all the people in the world, which can also help them a lot when they want to go to the moon in the future. But on the other hand, they wanted Li Dongxin to fail this moon landing. It was the only way to ensure that they would not be too far away from China. Just as everyone's hearts were overwhelmed with complexity, the television broadcast had also switched to the picture inside the cockpit. At this time, Li Dongxin and the two astronauts still had a smile on their faces, very relaxed. From their faces did not see the slightest nervousness. Hello everyone. Now, we're about to leave Earth, and we're just over half an hour away from reaching the moon. Right now we're feeling very good and everything is very normal. After hearing Li Dongxin's words, everyone was relieved within their hearts. Now that the entire satellite is in a fixed orbit, the likelihood of an accident has been greatly reduced under these circumstances. The rest of the time is also for them to continue to wait slowly. But at this time, the researchers from different countries were overwhelmed in their hearts after seeing Li Dongxin's expression on their faces. I didn't realize that China's aviation technology had developed to this point by now. After discovering this one, there were countless people who were even more excited and in tears within their hearts. It is important to realize that when a manned spacecraft is launched, the astronauts need to have some time to get used to it. This process also requires astronauts to be under very high stress themselves and can be particularly uncomfortable. It is for this reason that the requirements for astronauts are still very high. However, looking at the expressions of these three people was very relaxed and there was not the slightest feeling of discomfort at all. Could it be that China has now broken through this technical barrier? If that's the case, then space travel, wouldn't it no longer be a distant dream? Wait until a researcher discovers this and can't hold back his inner excitement. They were the first to post their findings. all over the internet. Originally there were a lot of ordinary people who didn't know much about what was going on in aviation, but after seeing the news above the network, every person's heart is also incomparably surging with emotion. Inside everyone's heart, Li Dongxin's position in their minds had been raised again. It was very clear in everyone's mind. In the midst of spaceflight, it's a very difficult thing to make even the slightest progress, and because Li Dongxin's research was able to make spaceflight safer now, in this case, then, the contribution he has made is outstanding. Even this contribution he made alone could be worth remembering by all. After thinking about this, there were even more people who felt immense excitement within their hearts, especially the researchers from other countries. All their attention was now also focused on the images of Li Dongxin and their spacecraft. I hadn't thought that all of Li Dongxin's and their aerospace endeavors had become so rapid. Next we must also find a way to get this technology from Li Dongxin's hands. This way, we will become more stable when we conduct aviation. If every space launch could be guaranteed to be a success, the costs that would accrue each year would be astronomical. At this time in the hearts of the heads of the scientific research departments of countless countries are all with the same idea. In the last second, they had hoped that Li Dongxin would be able to stay in the middle of space for a longer period of time. Then, under these circumstances, Li Dongxin naturally had no way to conduct more research, so the chances of them being able to close the distance between them and Li Dongxin would naturally become greater and greater. At this moment, everyone's heart was even more especially hoping that Li Dongxin would be able to complete this mission as soon as possible. After such a long period of time together, they had also gained a certain understanding of a lot of the current situation in China. If one hoped to be able to obtain this technology from Li Dongxin's hands, then the most important thing was to strike a good relationship with Li Dongxin. And you have to wait until Li Dongxin comes back from the middle of space before you can buy this technology. After all, the relevant authorities in China are no cuties. Because they are not particularly knowledgeable about these technologies, they will definitely not come to make decisions for Li Dongxin. Only Li Dongxin's mind has a clearer understanding of these technologies. Only Li Dongxin was more aware of the value of this information. Since this was the case, it was of course the most appropriate thing for Li Dongxin to make a decision on these matters. But at this time, the expressions on the faces of all the spacefarers in the rice country were a little hard to see. For these people have long been accustomed to being high and mighty. They are the most technologically advanced country in the world. Originally they were able to continue to come and guide the entire world. But because of Li Dongxin's appearance, it caused the gap between them and Li Dongxin to become wider and wider. The most important thing was that according to this current situation, they still needed help from Li Dongxin's hands. This is even more insulting to many researchers. Chapter 222 Scientific Researchers in Alexandria. It was because of this that made the hearts of the leading few researchers even more incomparably irritated. Now get our people to start working on these space technologies right away. Make sure our people make progress before Li Dongxin returns. I just can't believe they were able to develop so much in such a short period of time. Could it be that with all our foundations, we are still no match for China, a newly rising technological power? The other staff around them were also sensing that the leaders inside these scientific researches had become incredibly angry. It was because of this and then hearing these words, of course, he did not dare to refuse. So now they too immediately agreed, and then prepared to go and report these news. And by the time the remaining researchers heard the task issued by the leader, the expression on everyone's face became incomparably bitter. It is natural for any researcher not to want to be outclassed by others. And because of this, they usually rise to the occasion when faced with such a situation. I hope to be able to reduce the gap between me and the other person through my own efforts. If they can have a chance to catch up with each other, it is something that can make them feel very excited. But when it came to facing Li Dongxin, there was no such thought within their hearts, because they know it very well in their hearts. If they were able to do that, then it would have been done already. Now the gap between Li Dongxin and them had long since been more than made up for with a little time. Even if they used the efforts of several generations, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to reach Li Dongxin's current height in a short period of time. But the mission issued by the higher-ups is also a death sentence. If they don't do this well, then there will be huge trouble for them next as well. It was for these reasons that the expressions on everyone's faces now became even more ugly. After the close of business on this day, the taverns outside the scientific research institutes in the United States were once again filled with these researchers. Every single one of them was once again drunk. After seeing these co-workers around him, he could not help spouting out his grievances. After seeing this, the tavern's Risako staff were also feeling overwhelmed and surprised, and they didn't know what exactly had happened recently. Why so many, when people who should be busy conducting scientific research have been in the middle of taverns lately, and all of a sudden looking drunk? If it was the sudden appearance of a certain scientific researcher, they would still be able to feel understandable. After all, the pressure on these researchers is also very high, and they naturally need to find a time to relax. It's the only way to get their fighting spirit back. But now that so many people had suddenly appeared, it made them feel a bit surprised. It was certainly not clear in the minds of these staff members of the tavern. The reason these researchers are the way they are, because the pressure they face from Li Dongxin is just too much. It's like the classmates you met inside school when you were a kid reading. There will always be parents who will compare their better learning children to their own. If there is no way for your own family's children to match each other's academic performance, then in this case, there are many parents who swear at their children. This situation naturally puts more pressure on the child. It will naturally become more difficult for them to improve their grades if they want to. These truths are certainly not clear in the minds of these tavern workers, but at this point in their hearts, they were not particularly concerned about these problem turns. Everyone's attention was now focused on the display inside the tavern. Though it's been a long time since the rocket launch at this time of year, the entire rocket is now also still in orbit for launch. But everyone was looking at this one boring image, but their hearts were pounding, because they know very well in their hearts that this is a huge step forward for mankind in space exploration. If this space launch is successful, then space travel will be a possible reality in the future. When that time comes, naturally they would like to have the opportunity to come into space. Now in the middle of the tavern, there were already quite a few guests discussing this one. Inside each person's heart, they felt even more overwhelmed. They are even more cognizant of the contributions made by Li Dongxin. It was because of this that there was even more praise for Li Dongxin in this tavern. Originally there were many researchers who already felt very stifled in their hearts, but now that he heard again from his own country, he actually held Li Dongxin in such high esteem. Then, in this case, it is even more difficult for them to feel very hard inside. Finally someone couldn't stand such pressure. Even though they were now drunk out of their minds, they left the tavern immediately. Originally there were many people who had great respect for these researchers, but now that the researchers were seen leaving the tavern again, they were all spat upon behind their backs. The gap between them and Li Dongxin had now become so large. These people actually do not want to find a way to try to catch up with each other, actually still drink in this place. It is simply failing to live up to their expectations for these researchers inside. And at that moment, the leader of China stood in front of the television set, his eyes once again filled with tears. At this time all the researchers looked at the screen above the TV and were overwhelmed. Some universities even organized all the students to watch this rocket launch in its entirety. It is very clear in the mind of each and every one of them. Now Dongxin Li is continuing to write history through his own efforts. It will leave a very deep impression in the history of human development. It was also because of this contribution made by Li Dongxin that the country of China was able to become stronger and stronger in the future. But at this time, Li Dongxin didn't know how many people were feeling overwhelmed in their hearts. Now he and the two researchers next to him were in a state of shock. They certainly don't stay in communication with people on the ground all the time. After all, they weren't sort of completely off the planet just yet. Chapter 223, a very thorough plan. Therefore, under such circumstances, it is natural that a lot of work cannot be carried out directly. Then in this case, they certainly had more time to look at the sky outside. After seeing the scene outside again, a trace of emotion also rose within Li Dongxin. He was now 10,000 miles up in the air, looking out at the air that had changed color. Only now he was looking at an image that for many people is an image they will never have the chance to see in their lives. It is precisely because of this that Li Dongxin's heart feels even more immensely touched. It was through the power of technology that he did this. It is because of this that he also hopes that more and more young people will be able to do this through their own efforts. After thinking about this, Li Dongxin looked expressionlessly at the microphone in front of him. It was the only tool he could utilize right now to be able to stay in contact with the ground. After slightly pondering for a moment, Li Dongxin still immediately took the microphone to his face. After seeing Li Dongxin's actions, the attention of everyone on the entire planet was once again focused. There were a lot of people who became incredibly tense all of a sudden in the middle of their hearts. They were afraid that Li Dongxin would be in danger during this mission. And if Li Dongxin was in danger now, then it would represent the failure of this operation. Then in this case, it will also be a very big blow to the space industry. You should know that this time, Li Dongxin had made a very thorough plan. As normal, there are certainly no surprises, but all things are not absolutely possible. If an accident were to happen at this point in time, then of course it would be a very big blow to them as well. It is because of these thoughts that researchers in every country are staring at the screen. In particular, the researchers in China were feeling incredibly nervous. Only then did Li Dongxin slowly open his mouth as everyone was incredibly concerned. There's no need for anyone to be nervous. Everything is normal for us now. I was just feeling something out of the blue. So I wanted to say a few words to all the students. There are a lot of people who feel like we've had a successful launch now. There are a lot of people who feel that we are on the leading edge of technology now. And because of that, there are some people who may feel that they can already give up trying next. But our competitors are still struggling right now. If we give up now, the gap between us and the other side will definitely become wider. I hope all young people will work harder to make our country stronger." Lee Dongxin's words were also emotional, and countless people were moved to tears after his words were finished. It seemed to them that through this incident, Lee Dongxin had made a name for himself, and that his future was bright and shining. In that case, then Lee Dongxin just needed to enjoy himself. But they didn't realize that Lee Dongxin was still thinking about the country's future development. They also did not expect Lee Dongxin to be so concerned about the future. At this moment, there were quite a few people who couldn't help but shed tears of excitement after hearing Lee Dongxin's words. They were already very supportive of Lee Dongxin, and now they feel even more satisfied with him. And at this time, in watching Lee Dongxin live among the people, but also a lot of students, parents and teachers, they were even more convinced of the truth of Lee Dongxin's sentence. Because of this, come right in and start making videos. Soon all the videos started circulating on top of the internet. It took less than half an hour, and the entire network above was discussing things related to Lee Dongxin. Then in this situation, naturally there were more and more people who all felt more favorable towards Lee Dongxin. The students in the middle of the university had also collectively heard this sentence from Lee Dongxin. They also knew that Lee Dongxin was very concerned about them. Under such circumstances, everyone's heart was even more deeply attached to Lee Dongxin. At the same time, every single one of them secretly made up their minds within their hearts. No matter when they waited, they would treat Lee Dongxin as a role model within themselves. They will help Lee Dongxin become even better through their efforts. They will also come to contribute more to the development of the whole world. As these messages continue to circulate in more and more places, they have an impact on more and more people. It turns out that Lee Dongxin was able to achieve such success because he never forgot to learn. It turns out that Lee Dongxin, like ordinary people, also needs to put in enough effort before he can come to achieve results. Under these circumstances, it gave many people who idolized Lee Dongxin as their idol renewed hope. As long as they can learn from Lee Dongxin's side and work as hard as Lee Dongxin, then someday they will surely be able to get their own business as well. Just Lee Dongxin simply said these words, for many students, but will have a lifelong impact on the change. Of course, Lee Dongxin didn't know that his words would make a very big change in the world. Now he was also interested in the future within his heart. In fact, he was just curious about the outside world within his heart. Now he also hoped that this journey would reach its end as soon as possible, so that he could have a clearer understanding of this outside world. Let him get a good look at how beautiful the world really is. Regarding the thoughts within Lee Dongxin's heart at this moment, the others naturally knew nothing about it. By this time the higher-ups had also reacted from their previous excitement. Secretary, come quickly. Regarding those words spoken by Lee Dongxin just now, they must be recorded. And then call on all students in the country to learn from Lee Dongxin. Although now we have achieved something, but we can never be proud at this point in time either. The only way to get better is to pick up where you left off. As the leader's words finished, the secretary next to him immediately nodded. He was also deeply moved within his heart because of Lee Dongxin's words. Chapter 224, Never Let Anyone Down. Now he only hoped that Lee Dongxin's mission this time would be completed as soon as possible. He must have more contact with Lee Dongxin when he came back again. Definitely learn more from Dongxin Lee. Be sure to make yourself a great person as well. There were quite a few researchers who finally realized at this time why the gap between themselves and Lee Dongxin was so large. For Lee Dongxin to be successful, of course, there are various reasons. It was his continued dedication that ultimately led to better and better results. If Lee Dongxin had slacked off before, then there was definitely no way to achieve such a result. At this time there were many researchers who also thought of the difficulties that Lee Dongxin and the others had encountered before. In the beginning it was very difficult to find the right materials in the first place. In order to be able to find the right material, Lee Dongxin and his team even tested different materials. You have to realize that this one project is a very big one. Other researchers had naturally done a lot of research before. It is because of this that they know how difficult it can be to find the right materials. But Lee Dongxin didn't look to be beaten by the difficulties when he faced them. Instead, he led his own team and finalized the testing of all materials. Even if he didn't find the right material, Lee Dongxin didn't give up. Eventually, through his efforts, he created the right material for his use. Then again, when they went into production, they found that there were some issues with the toughness of these materials. In the face of these problems, Lee Dongxin is even more sleepless. Eventually led his team to overcome all the problems. It is also because of Lee Dongxin that they have put in so much effort. It was only eventually that these issues were properly addressed. It can be said that Lee Dongxin and his team were able to successfully complete the project this time, and every step of the way was filled with their heart and soul. If any of these difficulties are encountered in the process, Lee Dongxin chooses to give up, then I'm afraid that this one project certainly didn't get off the ground so easily now. Humans want to explore more of space, and naturally it will take longer. But Lee Dongxin and his team have never let anyone down. They also know how daunting the difficulties they face really are. And of course they knew that there would be no problem for everyone if they gave up. After all, these were problems that the entire world's researchers were working on. But no one has been able to solve these problems anytime soon. So if they're overwhelmed by these questions, it's perfectly normal on the surface. But this one team did overcome these problems with their great perseverance. And it was because of this that they ended up with this achievement. While the other researchers were thinking about these questions, the researchers who were conducting research with Li Dongxin were even more impressed. It was because of this that at this time it was as if a flame had been kindled within them. Their hearts were even more secretly determined. Whatever difficulties all the next studies will face, no matter how many setbacks they need to encounter in order to reach the desired shore, they all have to hold on to that spirit of Li Dongxin. This is for them for the treasure of the baby. Only be able to put all your energy into your research. It is only when you face difficulties that you will not be beaten by them. It's the only way they can get their research moving. It was the only way for them to grasp the secret of the progress that Li Dongxin was able to make. After thinking about these questions, these researchers had more inspiration within their hearts. Now there is a scientific researcher on the scene, but also has been unable to hold down the excitement in his heart. He didn't want to waste a single moment now. Just want to be able to put all my energy, all of it, into my own projects. He hopes that the difficulties he is now facing will be solved in the shortest possible time. After thinking about it, he could no longer suppress the passion in his heart. Now everybody don't stay on here with me. There are so many people eyeing this one project. No matter what kind of problems Dongxin Li encounters, they can be solved at the first time. We're the ones who used to collaborate with Li Dongxin. That's why it's even more important that we don't disgrace Li Dongxin. Although there's no way for our research speed to be as amazing as Li Dongxin's, but we must also have the spirit of never giving up like Li Dongxin. Now everyone join me in the middle of the lab. We have to finish what we haven't finished in the shortest time possible. As the words of this researcher finished, the rest of the people nodded their heads. The emotions in every person's heart at this time were incomparable. Soon everyone was once again engaged in research. There's no way to get them to terminate whatever comes next. For them, the only way to leave this lab is to fulfill their research purpose. They will also overcome the problems they encounter with their own perseverance. They will also try to catch up with Li Dongxin through their own efforts. But of course all the researchers around the world don't keep a close eye on these things. There are still a lot of people who feel very concerned about this launch of Li Dongxin. For the common man, of course, this is a process that is not ponte to the day without care. If it were not for the fact that the matter has a very great significance for the whole of mankind. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Dongxin has now become one of the most recognizable people in the world. I'm afraid it's long past time for someone to stop continuing to keep tabs on this. But for those who are researchers, it's really fascinating to watch. Although there was no way for them to be personally involved in this matter. Although they did not have the opportunity to be able to work with Li Dongxin. But what Li Dongxin is doing now can also accumulate a lot of experience for them. Then next they have to be able to make more progress through their own efforts as well. They also hope to learn more from this incident so that they can also achieve success. It is natural to make discoveries while these questions are on their minds. Chapter 225 Witnessing a Miracle. With this discovery, the mood of this researcher became even more excited. Even his body had begun to tremble slightly. The other colleagues around him had naturally noticed his abnormality. The first suspicion was that something was wrong with his health. But next this researcher finally got control of his emotions. Along with his words, he also immediately drew everyone's attention over. You guys take a quick look at this one rocket and the intended launch trajectory. The projected launch trajectory and the actual launch trajectory have now reached a perfect overlap. Only if more researchers know about it. Only then could they have a clearer understanding of what made Li Dongxin so powerful. It is also because of these thoughts in the mind. Several researchers did not hesitate for a moment. The problem they found was soon posted above the research forum. Now for all the researchers in the entire world, the look on everyone's face is overwhelming. Now it's even more important for them to not rest at all. They want to witness the miracle through their eyes. Because of their own specialization, even more people were discussing Li Dongxin and their launch this time. And every detail and issue was able to bring them a lot of surprises. Each discovery is also a learning opportunity for them. It's even given countless people a lot of inspiration in the process. Enable them to have the opportunity to come to a proper solution to their problems. It was because of this that there were many people who, in their hearts, felt even more immense gratitude towards Li Dongxin. Now they also hope that Li Dongxin can achieve better results. Hopefully, Li Dongxin will be able to certify his own aviation medicine career to develop more and more through his own efforts. As they thought about these issues, there was a desire within them to discover more details. At this point in time someone suddenly announced their findings. Then in this case, naturally, it has also attracted the attention of countless people. When they discovered through their inquiries that Li Dongxin's flight trajectory was indeed exactly the same as the projected trajectory, all of them were even more incomparably shocked. It could be said that Li Dongxin's current performance was even more perfect than the simulation they had done in the lab. In this case, of course, there are a lot of people who are feeling a bit disheveled. This would naturally make it more difficult for them to catch up with Li Dongxin if they wanted to, but there are also many who have become more emotional within themselves. Originally they thought they had become very strict with themselves. Originally, they thought that their efforts in their careers were already more than many people, but after now understanding Li Dongxin's requirements, they realized that they were really too far behind compared to Li Dongxin. When they are working on many projects, they already feel satisfied as long as the data can be comparable. As long as it is within reason, then it is acceptable to them. After all, when conducting theoretical experiments as well as practical operations, it is relatively normal for errors to occur. Then in this case, the emergence of 10 some amount can be understood. But after reaching the present they realized that the original fact is not this way. Turns out someone was able to do it perfectly. It turns out that all the problems can be solved more appropriately. It's because they are just too lax about what they want. It's because they don't make enough of an effort themselves. This is exactly why there is no way for one to reach the actual theoretical data. At this time there are quite a few researchers who have made up their minds peacefully within themselves. Although they knew that if they wanted to achieve this level of Li Dongxin's it was very difficult. But they must also try to lean towards such a figure as much as possible. Only if you can make more effort yourself, then the next progress will have to be faster. Among many research programs, it is the lowering of the requirements of researchers that is responsible. This is what ultimately led to some deviations in the data and specifics of the entire experiment. A little bit of deviation in the middle of every part of the process. Then when all the data eventually accumulates, it will be an even more serious problem. This is also what causes them to always struggle when working on bigger projects. In the beginning, we just thought that the item we were studying was too difficult. It is because of this that there is no way to get the results you want. They are always the first to help push themselves out of the way every time there is a problem. And in their heart of hearts, they feel that what they are doing is already perfect. I'm afraid that if someone else were to solve these problems, they would hardly be as good as they are. In the beginning, after having such a thought, they still feel a bit weak inside. But along with the increasing number of such occurrences, the weakness of the heart becomes less and less. Even by the end of the day they had long since gotten used to such things. Not only do you relax your demands on yourself, but even on your fellow man. Under such circumstances, it will naturally cause the progress of many of their projects to become very slow. It is even more difficult to get better results. And now after this incident, they realized the problem. It turns out that it's not the problems they're having, which are very difficult, but the fact that they've forgotten their beginnings. They have forgotten that they were not afraid of difficulties when they were just engaged in scientific research. They have long since been struck by the difficulties they have encountered. Now of course Li Dongxin didn't know that there existed a variety of ideas in the minds of these researchers. At this time, Li Dongxin's expression had also begun to become incredibly serious, because now they've entered a new phase. The rocket they were on has now left the planet. This next rocket is about to begin its separation. The rest of the main part will go into a new orbit. At this point, all the researchers' attention was once again focused on the top of the screen. There were even a lot of people who were so excited that they just stood up. In the middle of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in China, all the researchers were also incredibly focused. At this point in time within the leader's heart, it was also becoming incredibly tense. Chapter 226, History Changes Again. Now Li Dongxin they are about to enter into a new stage. With also have to face not more than very risky. If all the data is still as they expected, then naturally you will be able to move on to the next stage without any problems. But if anything goes wrong in the process, then the consequences will become very serious. It could even lead to the outright failure of this mission. Li Dongxin and the two astronauts will remain in space forever. With the approaching time until the ship separates, each one of them felt even more incomparably tense within their hearts. While everyone was staring intently at the screen, someone among many research organizations had already started the countdown. Just the moment the allotted time arrived, Li Dongxin's hand directly pressed the button. Accompanied by this moment when Li Dongxin pressed the button, everyone's mood once again tensed up. The moment Li Dongxin pressed the button, there were quite a few people around whose gazes also immediately looked at Li Dongxin. At this moment, all the viewers of the live broadcast in the entire world were feeling incredibly nervous. Next they will witness the moment when history changes again. A number of people had risen to their feet and were staring intently at the screen. There were some people who were already starting to tremble a little bit all over because of their excitement. At this time, Li Dongxin could not understand these people's feelings. Now Li Dongxin's face still wore a faint smile. Upon reaching the location, the hand pressed the button directly without the slightest tremor. It is at this instant that different parts of the rocket begin to separate. Then something came right off the button and fell straight down towards the bottom. But about these things, Li Dongxin didn't know anything, but now all the satellites have started to get incredibly busy. Next they need to come and confirm this as well. Make sure that falling husk doesn't have an impact. Make sure that thing doesn't threaten the safety of the general population. Since this stuff is usually dropped in deserted areas, the recovery team is now ready for it. They also want to be able to bring this back right away. It is important to realize that this mission will also be a great help for the next development of the space industry. In this case, they will naturally be able to gain a lot of clues and experience, especially if these materials are not going to change after a high-altitude launch. Having learned this, move on to the next step to make improvements. Then the places that humans will be able to go next will naturally become more and more numerous. And at this time there were many other people who were also very concerned about the trajectory that Li Dongxin and their airship were flying. Their eyes were glued to the trajectory the ship was traveling. If the ship's trajectory changed, then they must be the first to know. And be sure to come right away to make some preventive measures as well, because the importance of this matter is also very high. If there is no way for this situation to come to a timely discovery, then it can also easily lead to the failure of this mission. If this mission fails, then the chances of Li Dongxin and the few astronauts making it back alive are slim to none. Not only was this a loss that was simply unacceptable to China, but even to the entire world. Such a loss felt incredibly difficult to accept, and there are a lot of national teams that are praying vaguely within themselves at this time. Now in their hearts, they very much hope that this time the fallen remnant cores will go to their countries. If they go to their country, then they will naturally be able to recover them at the third time. When after recovering them, next they can come and do research on this as well. In this case it can be a very good thing for them. By studying them they will be able to have more clarity on this stuff, and through the next development, they will naturally be better able to solve the difficulties they are now encountering. By the time these difficulties of theirs were solved, they would be able to catch up with Li Dongxin. Li Dongxin didn't know that he had already caused such a big stir again. Now within his heart, he naturally felt very pleased with himself. This one program is all about starting to develop under his efforts. Up to this point in time, everything had gone as he had expected. Then according to this current situation, this mission will naturally be able to succeed as well. Though there are many countries that are now staring intently at the wreckage that has crashed, but it's still a very unlikely event for some people who want to be delusional enough to recycle. When this thing made its landing, it remained steady in the intended direction to make the landing. At this point the ship was also well on its way to the next orbit. There were a lot of mathematicians in those days, but it was a sudden lightbulb moment. They also did not expect that Li Dongxin's calculations would be this precise. It could be said that the orbit predicted by Li Dongxin did not differ one iota from the actual orbit. To be in their eyes is simply an unthinkable thing. If this is a test of a theory, then of course it is perfectly normal for it to appear so accurate. But this is not the time to experiment in a simulator or a laboratory. Is really starting this one? The fact that Li Dongxin is still able to be so accurate under these circumstances, then, shows that the data he predicts is very accurate. This aspect was naturally able to see that Li Dongxin's overall strength was beyond their imagination. Immediately after realizing this, someone couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. Although they had always felt that Li Dongxin's performance would exceed their expectations, but now this performance of Li Dongxin is giving them a bigger surprise. There are already a lot of math experts already invested in the research. They wanted to know exactly how Li Dongxin had come to achieve such accuracy. They naturally want to make more progress in their careers as well. And by this time, someone couldn't resist posting the news online. After the news about these was released, it naturally aroused the curiosity of countless people once again. Chapter 227, Can't Help Being Surprised. Many experts among the Chinese Academy of Sciences, naturally, also realized this problem. At this time there are many people who, inwardly, feel even more overwhelmed. Where is the raw data that Li Dongxin used when he made his previous measurements? This data has a very important role to play in what we do next. Now bring that data over right away. I want to study it myself. The staff next to them froze while more and more well-known experts kept shouting. Keep in mind that these researchers are usually very laid back as well. They devote all their time and energy to research. Even though they may encounter various problems, they are still able to remain very calm in the face of these problems. It was the first time they had seen such a panic like today. But these staff members, though, are also afraid to have the slightest delay. For these researchers, the smallest advancement they make has the potential to change the world. Now that someone has made these demands, of course they have to fulfill them immediately. And because of this, someone soon came to these researchers with information. After seeing these manuscripts curated by Li Dongxin, a number of researchers could not help but shed tears. At this time in their hearts they all felt incomparably excited. For them, these manuscripts curated by Li Dongxin were now like the true scriptures obtained by the Tang Sanzang. These things have an unparalleled value to them. Now there is even less delay for them to do their research right away. at this time in their hearts have also long had belonged to their own guesses, but they weren't terribly sure whether their own guesses were correct or not. In that case, the only way to confirm it is with the information in front of us. These researchers naturally knew that very great difficulties would follow, but even so, they didn't give up in the slightest. And on the other side, after waiting for almost half a day, the wreckage of that airship finally landed on the ground. In the midst of this moment, the surrounding research team also let out a cheer for the day. They had been waiting in this place for a long time. Although, measured against the projected trajectory, there shouldn't be any problems, but there was still a great deal of tension within everyone's heart until the thing had completely landed on the ground. It's important to realize that the recycling and research of this stuff can be very helpful for future endeavors. If anything goes wrong at any point in the process, it could affect the progress that follows. It is precisely because of this that there is worry in their hearts, fear that this thing will fall into the territory of other countries. If this thing falls into the territory of other countries, then it will become very difficult for them to find this thing in a short time. And naturally, other countries will realize the value of this stuff. It is also natural to recycle and study it immediately after getting it. In this case, it becomes very unlikely that they would want to regain it. And now Li Dongxin's measurements in this regard are uncannily accurate. Then in this case, it naturally helped them save a lot of trouble. Countless researchers thought within their hearts while rushing over towards this side in a hurry. At this time in their hearts they all wanted to witness the miracle that happened next, waiting for everyone after seeing the materials. Yet they couldn't help but be shocked. These materials have been subjected to high temperatures and the harsh environment of space. Why is it that these materials haven't changed in the slightest now? There are a lot of people who are also at a loss as to what they should say when speaking out on this issue. Now they have also discovered this one, but are at a loss as to how they should explain it. Still, these researchers remain relatively stoic. Because of this there was an immediate nod. Right now it's just scratching the surface and can't find anything wrong. Take these back immediately for analysis and research. Wait until you are sure that there is nothing wrong with these things before releasing the information to the public. After hearing these words, the rest of the people reflected on them, and then immediately nodded their heads. Although there are many people who have now determined from the inside that there is absolutely nothing wrong with this. But for them, the researchers, the most important thing is that they must be rigorous when solving problems. If there is the slightest mistake in any aspect of conducting the research, then when they finally get the results of the study, it could all lead to a lot of detours for them. And that's exactly why when it comes to solving a particular problem, they all rule out all possibilities. Only then in the end the conclusions obtained can be trusted. Now after seeing this one wreckage again, the same thought was certainly in everyone's heart. So now they have to quiz and study the thing to get a more accurate conclusion. This matter is naturally of vital importance. It was because of this that it was quickly transported to the lab. A number of professionals immediately began to test this thing to come. At this point now all the researchers were at the door staring intently at the door. Within them, of course, they were feeling incredibly nervous. They certainly hope that there really isn't any change in these materials. If that's the case, then they can continue to recycle the thing next. When the next launch takes place, it will be able to continue to be used. In this way, what was disposable can become reused many times. The annual cost savings can be as high as tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. Most importantly, this also shows the reliability of this material. Then next, these materials are naturally able to be used in more ways. But in the hearts of many people, reason tells them that such a situation is impossible. Although man has not succeeded in landing on the moon before, there has been a lot of spaceflight that has taken place. They used to use a myriad of different materials when conducting research on spacecraft. Chapter 228, Caught Up in Ecstasy. However, the result achieved in the end was to make them feel very disappointed. Even though they had tried for countless materials, they had never achieved the results they wanted. If this kind of material can achieve the results they want now, it is also a bit unbelievable for them. But after another half day or so, someone soon came out of the lab. It was just that in their eyes. Their looks were also incomparably excited and shocked. The examination of these materials is now over. The materials were not damaged in any way at all. Even when making the landing, it didn't even receive any damage when it hit the ground hard. It could be argued that this part of the instrument waits until the next launch to continue to be used. After hearing those words, the entire research room became silent. Countless people's expressions became incredibly complicated. I don't know how long it took before one of these people let out a cheer. A shout of joy followed from the rest of the people under his leadership. More and more people around them were becoming infected with their emotions. Now they had a clearer understanding of Li Dongxin's power. Li Dongxin's existence was not a one-star change to the entire world. Some people are already thinking about what kind of use such a material could be put to in the future. For example, if weapons were made from such materials, then these weapons would naturally be indestructible. Even the high temperatures generated during high-speed liftoff have no way to come and cause damage to these materials. Then enemy weapons are naturally impossible if they want to come and cause damage to these weapons. So if one drives a tank made of such weapons, they will be invulnerable. If there is ever another war on Earth, then he can teach a more brutal lesson. On the other hand, if these materials are used to make a variety of transportation, then not only can you ensure that the safety of your transportation is enhanced, in addition the service life of these means of transportation is naturally able to increase a lot. It was because of the thought of these issues that each person was feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement within their hearts. The entire WASP was also in ecstasy. It was only after almost another hour that the researchers slowly calmed down. This was followed by someone realizing the problem. This new material developed by Li Dongxin is very important news for the world. Now we have to get this message out right away. It's important to let all people know about the contribution that Li Dongxin has made to the development of the world. After this researcher's words were finished, the other people next to him nodded. For all of these researchers, there is certainly a great deal of concern about the results of their research. They want their research careers to be very successful. In one way, it's natural to want to be able to help as many people as possible. They also want their research to come in handy for a greater purpose. But on the other hand, for researchers, there is also a desire to achieve greater fame for themselves. If the places where what they have researched can be used are increasing, then their fame will naturally become bigger and bigger. It was because of this they felt that Li Dongxin and they should have the same idea. Then in this case, such a good opportunity to give Li Dongxin fame, of course, cannot be missed. It was because of this that soon the Chinese Academy of Sciences began to release the results of the speed times research to the public in the name of Li Dongxin. After many researchers abroad saw the news, a number of them froze again. At this time, their admiration for Li Dongxin had reached its peak. It has even made many people feel incredibly numb inside, but also cannot help but let their hearts for Li Dongxin is even more incomparable worship. You have to know that this thing that Li Dongxin worked on was produced in the shortest possible time. Then you can also see from this aspect that the production cycle of this thing is very short. Wasn't it said that Li Dongxin created a new material for this research project? Since this is the case, the material should not last long. It's even possible that there are a lot of holes in it to be right. Why has this material become so perfect now? Could it be that the slightest advancement made by Li Dongxin in his spare time would lead the way for the entire world? After thinking about this, there were quite a few researchers who were even more unsure of how they should face Li Dongxin. Initially, they only had some envy and jealousy towards this emotion within Li Dongxin. Later, along with the understanding of Li Dongxin became more and more. Let them for Li Dongxin become more admiration. It could be said that because of Li Dongxin's existence, countless changes would be brought to the entire world. It is also because of Li Dongxin's presence that the scientific research endeavor can be made more rapid. But then after more and more contact, they too developed jealousy. How is it that Li Dongxin was able to achieve so much research, but they have nothing to show for it? Why do they keep trying harder and harder? But the gap between them and Li Dongxin becomes wider and wider. They also want to progress above their careers. They also wish they could be as good as Li Dongxin. But there are a lot of people who know it very well within their hearts. Although this is the kind of thought in their hearts, I am afraid that it is not that easy if they want to realize this idea. But they were still doing all sorts of things at the time. In their view, it is possible to come to success if they make enough efforts. But then all sorts of news about Li Dongxin came out again. Many of these messages even refreshed their three views again, proving that they have to be incredibly numb. By this time, they realized that there was no way to catch up with Li Dongxin no matter what. The gap between Li Dongxin and them was not a single star, and could even be described as a huge chasm, even if they make more of an effort. Chapter 229, there's nothing left to say. Even if they want to achieve better success above their career. But all of these things were worthless in front of Li Dongxin. In this case, then, the pressure brought to them naturally became greater and greater. Finally there were many people who began to feel immense disappointment within their hearts. They were already feeling a little discouraged with themselves. But at this time there is another good news about Li Dongxin. It turned out that Li Dongxin's examination of this material had reached an incomparably advanced level. There are some relevant departments in some countries that have other ideas within them at this time. If they were able to get their hands on this material as well, then naturally they would be able to come and use this equipment for multiple rocket launches next. That way, the cost of launching their rockets can keep going down. Then it can also be a great help for their space exploration. It is because of this idea that there are a lot of people who are already wondering how they can get their hands on such materials. But even though the idea had come out, they knew it would be difficult to try to make it work. After all, this research result is so important that the relevant departments in China are naturally very aware of it. Since this is the case, it is important that you take care of your own protection. This should never be allowed to fall into the hands of other countries so easily. It is because of this that there are many people who communicate with China who end up being disappointed. But in the face of such an outcome, it does make many people feel somewhat balanced in their hearts. But at this point in time, a number of mathematicians have begun to raise the cry of the day again, because they projected the formula used by Li Dongxin. Within the hearts of these people, they felt even more immense admiration for Li Dongxin. They hadn't expected the formula used by Li Dongxin to be so perfect. It was a new inspiration for them to enter the new world. They will also utilize these formulas next in their problem-solving projections. He just needs to use these formulas to make projections, and he can solve numerous problems. And even these companies can be used not only in the field of aviation. You will also be able to use these formulas when solving many unsolved math problems. In this case, then, mankind's scientific and technological progress will once again skyrocket. By the time these problems are properly solved, they will be able to utilize a lot of formulas and create even more amazing items. This will make life much happier for the common people. That's why these researchers are so excited within themselves. Having gotten the news, the mathematicians didn't hesitate for a second. They quickly and directly released these messages directly through the internet. There are many researchers who already feel overwhelmed in their minds. Now, after seeing the new public announcement, the whole thing has become even more speechless. Li Dongxin's speed of creating miracles was just too fast and had somewhat exceeded their imagination. You know, it's less than a day from now that Li Dongxin went to space, but every now and then during this period of time, Li Dongxin may show them all kinds of surprises. From this aspect, it was even more clear that Li Dongxin's strength was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Dongxin had such a skill, then naturally it would have been difficult to do so. And on the other hand, the ramp is showing the map of the knowledge store of Mapon. The second aspect is that it shows how good Dongxin Li is. If a person is not good enough, it will take longer even if they want to perform a lot of miracles. Like Li Dongxin, so counting things, one side of the display of all aspects of excellence has shaken all their moods. Also from this aspect, it can be seen that Li Dongxin is also a very meticulous person. It is also because of this. So for all aspects of this mission, Li Dongxin is taken into account, and for every aspect of it, everything was done to ensure that every direction was as it was expected to be when the ship was sailing. In this case, then, it has naturally been very enlightening for many space experts. All of these researchers are now once again engaged in research as well. Within their hearts, Li Dongxin was their teacher. Since Li Dongxin had already done such an excellent job, it was only natural for them to seize the opportunity. And they must follow closely behind Li Dongxin to be able to understand what Li Dongxin had done. If that's the case, they also have a chance to get better. But if they miss this opportunity, then there will be some trouble for them. It will become more difficult to come and catch up with the development of these countries in the future. If you want to follow in the footsteps of Li Dongxin, it is impossible. It is because of this for them dare not waste the slightest time. Hopefully, we can decipher these surprises left behind by Dongxin Li. At this time, Li Dongxin naturally knew nothing about these people. What was in their hearts? There was also a faint smile on his face. Now that the ship was in its intended orbit, it was natural for them to get to work. Just after Li Dongxin, and a few other researchers, had just stood up, they once again attracted the attention of countless people. In particular, some researchers from other countries felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity in their hearts. It seemed to them that right now, Li Dongxin and the others would just have to stay in the airship honestly. The next thing they would have to do was wait until the ship had landed, and then they could make their move next. Since that was the case, what kind of things was Li Dongxin going to do now that he had gotten up? Just as there was some curiosity within them, the researchers of the Chinese nation did feel immense excitement in their hearts. Are all the things Li Dongxin said before true? Has he really worked out a telescope that can be used at ultra-high magnification? If that's the case, then this will go a long way toward understanding the world. This was a decision that was made before Dongxin Li prepared this project. At that time, however, Li Dongxin did not have particularly great confidence within his heart, and because of this, the news is only known to a select group of people. Chapter 230 will be more likely to succeed. A lot of people don't know what he's planning to do next, but there are quite a few people who are already feeling overwhelmed within themselves right now. And with a smile on his face, Li Dongxin picked up the binoculars and placed them on top of the window of the craft. Through the window they were naturally able to focus on the space outside. Through the binoculars, Li Dongxin was naturally able to see the situation outside more clearly. At this time Li Dongxin began to pick up the equipment to take pictures and video. Seeing Li Dongxin's actions, everyone felt even more confused within their hearts. I wonder what kind of value Li Dongxin has in doing this. But at this time, the staff in the middle of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had all become more excited inside. Now they were looking forward to what Li Dongxin would do next. Being able to make progress in this matter, then their understanding of the world will become more profound. After Li Dongxin had been busy for almost an hour, he then waved his hand towards the screen with a big smile. The track has now left the place we had reserved. But I did take a lot of photos and videos before that. Now I'm going to send these photos and videos right back. You will come right away to begin a study on this. Li Dongxin began to manipulate the equipment to transmit the data after his words were finished. At this point in time, all the researchers from other countries are having some doubts. Right now they still feel a bit puzzled. But the researchers in China are already busy accepting the data with glee. It's not just a matter of what this data can do to help in the future. It was so hard to have such an opportunity now, so naturally they wouldn't miss it. After the data was transferred, all the researchers couldn't help but start checking it out as well. And by the time they started to go through the data, everyone once again couldn't help but open their mouths wide in surprise. Everyone's heart feels even happier about these figures. Now that this data is available, then many of the next projects will be able to start right away. Now the whole world is of course very concerned about the development of the space industry. It's only for a variety of reasons that spaceflight can only take place relatively close to Earth. In this case, it is also able to solve a lot of problems, but it certainly does not meet everyone's needs. And that's exactly why it makes many people feel so sorry for themselves in their hearts. But these photos and also the video taken by Li Dongxin show something of the more distant parts of the galaxy. Then in this case, they can come and study and analyze this. It is naturally easier to achieve results if you want to do more research next. As long as they are able to grasp these elements, then the rest of their career will become more and more rapid. Most importantly, it will be easier to succeed when exploring further afield. And because of this, there are many researchers who are overwhelmed with excitement within themselves. Dongxin Li's contribution to the scientific research endeavor is simply too great. With it, we'll be able to save at least 100 years. In this case, it will be much easier for the unit to get out of the galaxy. This information must be kept in good condition. This can play an even more important role in our next research. Accompanied by the words of one of the researchers, they all nodded with a face of excitement. After all this time, researchers from other countries have finally reacted. Although they also didn't know what was in those photos and videos that Li Dongxin had taken before. Though they didn't know why the people of China were doing this either. But this matter actually made Li Dongxin take it so seriously. Then that means this thing must be extraordinary. Since this matter was extraordinary, they naturally needed to be involved. It is because of these thoughts in their minds that there are many researchers who are even more overwhelmed. People are now starting to post messages on top of the internet. Now these achievements made by Li Dongxin are also having a very great impact on the progress of humanity. The Li Dongxin now doesn't just belong to China anymore. It belongs to the whole world. In that case, the information naturally doesn't only belong to the state of China. It needs to be made public to the whole world. With the release of this information by someone, it was naturally echoed by countless researchers. They certainly know that there may be some shamelessness in their approach. But the most important bat for them is to make progress in the midst of their own territorial city. As long as one is able to achieve one's goals, one is able to accept it even if one is scolded and shameless. It is for this reason that these people are once again busy, have begun to start putting pressure on China through the internet. In the face of such a situation, the researchers in China really do not listen. But there's really no shame in things, and the level of counter-induced attention is growing. Even the senior chiefs have been alerted. What exactly did Li Dongxin pass back? Why is it attracting so much attention? Why is this something I don't even know about? The senior chief is now very concerned about this matter, and all have now begun to ask in person. Under these circumstances, then, they naturally did not dare to continue to conceal the news. It was for this reason that the story was soon told as it was. There are a lot of people who are also very nervous within themselves when they say these things. He was afraid that because Li Dongxin had acted privately, he had caused the senior leader to be displeased. But the senior chief was laughing after hearing it. This is just great. Originally we were also hoping to explore the galaxy more, but there hasn't been a complete plan formed yet. This information that Li Dongxin is now taking out will be able to save the cost of one exploration for us. It can be said that this unintentional move by Li Dongxin is saving hundreds of billions of dollars for us. After hearing these words, all the surrounding researchers were slightly stunned again. They also didn't expect Li Dongxin to make such a great contribution again. Chapter 231, What can they study? Everyone's admiration for Li Dongxin was elevated to a very high level. Although Li Dongxin was younger than many of them, but what Li Dongxin had done now had left them with no way to follow in their lifetime. Still, after a moment of slight hesitation, someone asked the question in their mind. Academician. There are many researchers from many countries on the internet right now who want this information. The uproar over this thing has gotten bigger and bigger. I wonder what we should do next. After hearing these words, the senior head also couldn't help but snort coldly. These people are just brazen. This time, the project is our own project in China, and it has nothing to do with them. Why would they want that information now? At this time, the senior chief was feeling incredibly angry inside. However, After a moment of slight contemplation, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Since they want this information now, they need to be allowed to pay for it themselves. Let's start with a price of 100 billion for each piece of information. As long as they can come up with that money, the information can be shared with them. The academician's words just after finishing. A sight of the material research people out of the heart are incomparable surprise. Academician, we can't do this. This information is very important for the future development of the space industry. If this information is given to them, then they will be able to reduce their expenses a lot, and they're much more progressive. This is very unfavorable for our next competition. The words of this researcher certainly make perfect sense. After he finished his words, there were many people around him who also nodded their heads in succession. However, a wry smile appeared on the senior head's face as he heard these words. Is it possible that I don't know all these things that you are worried about? But now they're a long way from us. Even if we give them this information, what can they study anymore? Not to mention it's a good chance to make them money. I believe that even if Li Dongxin knows about this, he definitely won't stop us. After the senior head's words were finished, the remaining researchers were all slightly stunned. At last every one of them also showed a bright light in their eyes and nodded fiercely. Accompanying the words of the senior chief, there was nothing more that the men could say when they were finished. That's exactly why the information was soon already ready to be sold to other teams. And after these teams obtained this information, there were smiles of surprise on their faces. At the very beginning they felt that if they wanted to achieve some results in this area of research, it should still be a rather troublesome thing, but what they didn't expect was that the other party would agree so easily. In that case, it's not their fault, and that's exactly why everyone started getting into the research right away. A look of surprise also spread across every face. It looks like there are miscalculations in China now. Now they must think it's hard for us to make progress on this research. In that case, let's make sure we get some results this time. Maybe we'll be able to come up with a miracle this time. As this was said, the other researchers nodded their heads. Within their hearts, there were still many people who felt somewhat unconvinced. You know that recently Li Dongxin has been working a lot of miracles, and the developments in the field of research are all very good. They had certainly known by now that there was naturally no way for them to be comparable to Li Dongxin. But even if there is no way to catch up with Li Dongxin now, following the path that Li Dongxin has traveled to make some development should not be any problem. Then in this case, it can naturally help them in their scientific and technological progress. Because of this, everyone is all fired up and hoping they can contribute something next. There are many countries where research organizations have now begun to conduct busy research. The heads of these research organizations also had smiles on their faces. Anticipation now fills their hearts. Hopefully, the next step will be to achieve something through their research. Though it was the fact that the gap between them and Li Dongxin would be a bit bigger than they thought. But Li Dongxin was still the only one most of the time when he was conducting research in this area. Those other researchers were also assigned other tasks by Li Dongxin, and now they are putting all their energy into research. Then with so many people working together, surely they would be able to match Li Dongxin. At least it is possible to make some progress. After thinking about this one issue, the smiles on the faces of the heads of these scientific research organizations became even more pronounced. In recent times, they had spent a lot more money because of the various technologies that Li Dongxin had researched. It's not because they want to intentionally squander money. Only the gap between them and Li Dongxin was too great. Then, under these circumstances, if they wanted to keep up with Li Dongxin with their skills, it would naturally be a very difficult thing to do. But now since they had also conducted research in this area, the gap between them and Li Dongxin would definitely become smaller and smaller. In this way the final results achieved can naturally become higher and higher. And that's exactly why there were smiles on every single face. Chapter 232, Who was at the helm? Only Wagwar. The heads of these research organizations, of course, have very good ideas in their hearts, but it is also true that they have underestimated the difficulty of these problems. By the time the information was delivered to the hands of the various researchers, these researchers also had smiles on their faces. Inside each one of them has gathered courage and is ready to do something big next. But by the time they saw the information, a look of bewilderment soon appeared on each of their faces. They recognized each of these words, but after they were combined together, they felt they didn't know what they meant. Could it be that the gap between them and Li Dongxin was really already this big? Would it be very difficult even if they wanted to come and base their research on the path that Li Dongxin has traveled? After realizing this one problem, there were quite a few researchers who felt a bit discouraged again within their hearts. In order to be able to match Li Dongxin, they did their best. It had felt like they would be able to achieve something this time. But according to this current situation, it seemed as if things were going to develop differently than they had expected. After realizing this problem, there are even more people who feel a great headache within their hearts. But there was a researcher next to him at this time of the day who really couldn't help but let out a sigh. I also know that we can't read these things, But Li Dongxin is merely a teenager who is only in his early 20s. Even if he has been conducting research since elementary school time itself, it's only been a dozen years now. But each of us has been working on this for decades. If we don't have the means to come up with a new direction or progress, there can still be some understanding. But now that Li Dongxin has made his way, how do we even have a problem understanding him? So this time we must put in our best efforts and must try to catch up with Li Dongxin. There are many researchers who, originally, did not have much confidence within themselves, but now after hearing the words, they all nodded involuntarily as well. That's still a very valid point. They have been rooted in this field for so many years, and before that they were all leaders in their respective fields. Why can't they follow the same path that Li Dongxin has taken now and take it again? Now on top of conducting new research and development, they are already convinced about Li Dongxin, but it would be a bit beyond their capacity to accept if they couldn't even succeed by walking the path that Li Dongxin had traveled again. It was because of this thought that all the researchers present nodded their heads, and the last few left were even cheering each other on. Each one also began to enter into the study with plenty of energy. There were smiles on the faces of the heads of these research organizations after they got the news. As things stand at this point, the next step is just to wait a while. As long as their people can come in and make some progress in research, then the money they can save each year by following this up is astronomical. After thinking about it, everyone's heart was incredibly happy. In their hearts, they know it very well. If one still wanted to hold on to the idea of being able to surpass Li Dongxin now, it was naturally impossible. But as long as they can stop relying on the Dragon Kingdom in terms of technology, it's a good thing for them. That would help them save a lot of patent costs. At least, the senior administrator, who was thinking about these questions, pondered slightly for a moment before speaking slowly. For these researchers, it's important to provide them with the maximum facilities. No matter what kind of requests they have, make sure you try to fulfill them. Make sure they are successful in this research aspect. The staff member next to him naturally nodded immediately after hearing these words. He could also see how seriously the people in charge were taking this matter. In his opinion, these researchers are now being valued more and more. Then the development that these people can get at the end of the day is naturally getting better and better. If one can get on good terms with these people now, then there will certainly be all kinds of benefits for yourself in the future. Only what he didn't expect was that all the researchers had a somewhat ugly expression on their faces when they heard these words. If it was before, when faced with the attention of the person in charge, then they would naturally be very happy. What's more, they will use this opportunity to make all sorts of conditions. Let's not talk about whether these conditions are effective for their next research or not, but the benefits that can be brought to themselves are surely great. But now everyone does feel worried within themselves, because after nearly 10 days, Li Dongxin's information they have not yet studied thoroughly. There are even a lot of questions that are still unreadable right now. If you wait until the people in charge know about it, then for sure they will face a serious downfall, especially now that the person in charge is taking the matter of the sub so seriously. In this way the trouble suffered for them will naturally become greater. After thinking about this, a few people looked at each other a few more times. Each person then couldn't help but sigh even more. That's what this problem looks like for them right now. But right now they don't have a solution to the problem. After Lu Wei pondered for a few moments, that's when someone slowly spoke up. Next, even if we put our lives on the line, we must have some research results. Some progress must be made before those in charge find us, or else every one of us won't be any better off at that point. After someone else had said that, the rest of the group nodded. The people in charge now offer them the most favorable conditions. In this case, it is natural for them to be full of expectations. It would naturally be a good thing if some progress could be made. But if nothing happens, trouble is sure to follow. But you can't get results in research by being impatient. Although many people were now living in the middle of the research center, the expressions on their faces became increasingly ugly. On the other hand, the astronauts led by Dongxin Li have successfully completed all the explorations of the moon. The decision has now been made to return to the ship and go back. Li Dongxin was also happy to see his new discoveries, and as long as he talked about these discoveries and brought them back, he would surely be a sensation all over the world. They will have access to more advanced aerospace technology, not to mention the fact that the technology we have now is already a long way ahead of the rest of the world, and when we go back this time it will be another qualitative leap. China's scientific research community will stand at the top of the pyramid under its own leadership. In today's world, technology determines everything. From the moment he developed controlled nuclear fusion, the entire world's pattern had begun to change subtly. Why didn't Li Dongxin know this? In the future, I'm afraid the world is going to be unified because of technology. Who is at the helm? But Wak Wak.